Chapter 1, Drunk into the Campus Beauty Dormitory. What did we do last night? Hiss, my head hurts. It's supposed to be delicious but not intoxicating. This is fake wine. Su Sheng covered his head and slowly got up from the bed. What catches the eye is a pink curtain covering the mosquito net, and a scent of a young girl mixed with the smell of shower gel and shampoo hits your nose, refreshing your heart. Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Where is this? The next moment, a vast and majestic memory flooded into Su Sheng's mind like a tide. After a long time. Wajie, I actually traveled through time? Su Sheng had a complicated expression and found it hard to accept. This is a high-level martial arts world where spiritual energy is revived, strong people are everywhere, and strange beasts are rampant. Here, talent and strength determine everything. If you want to gain status, dignity and material possessions, you can only do so through your fists. Although the predecessor was admitted to number 3 high school, one of the best high schools in Lucheng. However, due to his ordinary family background and the fact that he had been flattering his classmate Chen Rui for 3 years, his mind was completely not on cultivation. As a result, when he was about to graduate from high school, his punching power was only 416 kilograms, barely reaching the mid-stage of warrior. It is still a long way from the 500 kilograms of punching force required by Wushu University for quasi-warriors in the late stage. What's even worse is that yesterday evening, my predecessor confessed his love to Chen Rui on the playground, but not only was he ruthlessly rejected in front of everyone, but Chen Rui also mocked my predecessor. Unable to bear the blow, his predecessor decided to get drunk, but died suddenly from drinking too much. No, since I've traveled through time, the person sleeping next to me. Su Sheng suddenly started and turned his head to look at the beautiful girl who was sleeping soundly next to him. The girl's skin was as white as mutton fat jade, her long, shiny black hair was scattered lazily like a waterfall, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her high nose and delicate facial features revealed the pure fragrance that belonged only to a girl. Su Sheng was stunned. He thought it was his girlfriend last night. He took off his clothes in a daze and fell asleep in her arms, and even did it out of habit. And according to the memory of my previous life, this person is clearly Song Jianyue, the school belle of Class 1, Grade 3. I just crossed over and I'm already sleeping in the same bed with the school beauty? The key is that I'm still naked. The key point is that this school beauty has a bad temper. She is a famous big sister in number 3 middle school and is domineering and unruly. What's more important is that he is a martial artist with a punching force of up to 1890 kilograms, who has already entered the first realm. He is a super genius who is the best in his grade in both strength and talent. The most important thing is that the father of this school beauty is Song Dinghua, the Lord of Lucheng. Song Dinghua is the king of Lucheng, a top master, and the strongest man in Lucheng. What the hell, what should I do? Su Sheng was a little confused. In his memory, Song Jianyue liked to regard herself as the boss of number 3 middle school and often bullied those who were weaker than her. With such a domineering personality, coupled with his unparalleled strength and his father, the city lord Song Dinghua, no boy in the entire school dared to approach Song Jianyue. And now, not only did he get close to her, he also took off all his clothes and slept in the same bed with her. Just as Su Sheng carefully withdrew his big hand that was covering the mountain. Ding, the God-level synthesis system has been activated. From now on, the host only needs to consume synthesis points to synthesize 2 identical items. The synthesis can produce different multipliers. The higher the multiplier, the better the effect of the synthesized item. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the 100 synthesis point novice gift package. 2 mechanical synthesized sounds sounded in Su Sheng's mind. Su Sheng was slightly stunned, then he remembered that he seemed to have heard this voice when he traveled through time last night. But Su Sheng was still very drunk at that time and didn't think much about it. As a time traveler, how could I not have a system? Su Sheng's originally worried heart suddenly felt better, but this was obviously not the time to study the system. Taking a look at the quirky beauty sleeping next to him, Su Sheng exclaimed that the touch was really good, and then he didn't dare to stay any longer and stood up carefully. But just as Su Sheng took a step forward with his left leg and prepared to get out of bed, Song Jianyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the towering object above him. I'll go. Su Sheng thought to himself that it was all over. What he feared would come true. The next moment, a shrill scream echoed throughout the dormitory. Ah! Song Jianyue screamed and quickly covered her eyes with her slender white jade hands. Her fair and tender face instantly turned red as if it had been splashed with paint. Su Sheng was a little embarrassed. What the hell is this? If someone didn't know me, they would think I was a creepy guy. Then Su Sheng jumped under the bed at lightning speed and quickly put on his underwear, and the embarrassment in his heart was relieved a little. At this time, Song Jianyue was still in a daze. Growing up, she has never had such close contact with the opposite sex, and she rarely even talks to them. Especially his father Song Dingwei is an old-fashioned man with extremely strict family education. Although Song Jianyue was usually domineering and unruly and was secretly called the big sister of number 3 middle school, this was the first time she had experienced this. For a moment, Song Jianyue didn't know what to do. I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and went to the wrong dormitory. I'm really sorry. Besides, I didn't do anything to you last night. Su Sheng quickly put on his clothes while explaining, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Sorry. No matter what, he was the one who made the mistake first, so Su Sheng apologized sincerely. What's your name? Song Jianyue suddenly asked, and the little hand that was covering her eyes carefully revealed a crack. Su forgot. I'm 88. Su Sheng knew a lot about Song Jianyue's deeds, so naturally he didn't dare to say his real name directly. After all, the other party is a top figure in terms of strength, talent and background, and it is impossible for him to know a little-known character like me. Maybe I'll know later, but since I have a system, I'm not afraid of the other party causing trouble later. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he pulled up his pants and ran away. Song Jianyue subconsciously murmured, Su Wanwu? Is there such a person? Then he was suddenly stunned, and then became furious. How dare you lie to me, boy? Song Jianyue lifted the quilt and stood up to chase after him, but then he cried out, having forgotten that he usually slept in only his underwear. Now he felt the slightly cold upper body. And just at this moment. Sorry, I forgot my phone. Su Sheng returned again at some point, speaking cautiously as he slipped to the desk in the dormitory. But out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Song Jianyue's hot body and her very cute little panties. You. Give me your life. Song Jianyue suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Why did this guy come back? As he was about to take action, his body moved violently, and the fullness of his chest rose and fell involuntarily. Suddenly, Song Jianyue shrank back into the quilt like lightning. Su Sheng didn't dare to look at the other person's vicious and ferocious eyes, so he picked up his phone and ran away. Bang! It was not until he saw Su Sheng rushing out that Song Jianyue crawled out of bed angrily. As she put on her bra, she glared at the door fiercely, as if the dormitory door was Su Sheng. Just wait, damn it, I'm so pissed off. At the same time, relying on the memory of his previous life, Su Sheng quickly returned to his dormitory. After closing the dormitory door, Su Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Song Jianyue was a beautiful woman, she was terrifyingly strong. He didn't want to be beaten to death as soon as he came here. Immediately, Su Sheng took out a ceramic bottle from the drawer with a fiery look in his eyes. System, it's up to you. Chapter 2 10,000 times synthesis. Strength surges. When Su Sheng carefully poured out 2 milky white pills from the exquisitely crafted ceramic bottle, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. During the era of spiritual energy revival, Blue Star experienced extremely rapid evolution in martial arts. Among them, elixirs are the fusion of martial arts and technology. There are many kinds of elixirs, some of which can quickly increase a warrior's chi and blood value, and some can quickly heal injuries. Without exception, these pills are all very expensive. The pill in Su Sheng's hand is called Chi Enhancing Pill. After taking it, it can enhance physical fitness and increase punching strength. Although the Chi Enhancing Pill is only a low-grade pill, it costs 5,000 yuan per pill. These 2 pills were bought by my predecessor's parents who saved money, hoping that my predecessor could improve his strength with the 2 Chi boosting pills and get a good result in the college entrance examination 3 months later. But the former bootlicker Fei Yang did not plan to use it himself, and planned to give it to Chen Rui after he successfully confessed his love to Chen Rui. Unexpectedly, Su Sheng got the advantage. System, synthesize. Su Sheng murmured. The next moment, the 2 Chi boosting pills in Su Sheng's hand disappeared. A magical scene appeared, and 2 illusory blue boxes appeared in front of Su Sheng's eyes. Synthesis column? Su Sheng was quite surprised. Then Su Sheng saw a white pill appear out of thin air in each of the 2 blue boxes. It was the Chi boosting pill that had just disappeared. Ready, do you want to synthesize it? Yes. Su Sheng did not hesitate. The moment the words fell, the two blue synthesis columns collided with each other. At the same time, the two blue synthesis bars were also covered by a brilliant golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10 synthesis points to synthesize the low-grade chi boosting pill 10,000 times into the 6th grade True Dragon Mysterious Young pill. The system prompt sounded. When the golden light dissipated, only one of the original two synthesis columns remained. And inside it, a light golden pill lay quietly. Oh shit! Su Shang's heart was shocked. 10,000 times synthesis. 6th rank. You know, the starting price of a first-grade elixir is 10,000, so how expensive must this 6th-grade elixir be? When Su Shang calmed down his excitement, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a line of small words below the synthesis column. True Dragon Mysterious Young Pill, a top-grade elixir among the 6 grades. Upon completion, a dragon will descend from the sky. This elixir is refined from the essence and blood of a true dragon. Taking it significantly strengthens the body while also granting the power of a true dragon. This. After seeing the introduction below the synthesis column, Su Shan was completely shocked. The most advanced elixir among the 6 grades. Absolutely priceless. The system is awesome. At this moment, Su Shang no longer knew what words to use to express his excitement. 2 small chi boosting pills can actually be combined into such a miraculous item. It's worthy of being a system. Synthesis completed. Do you want to extract it? Upon hearing this, Su Shang quickly ran to the door and locked it. Then, he excitedly said, "Extract." The next moment, Su Shang had a golden pill in his hand, which was the True Dragon Xianyang pill. Roar! The moment Su Shang extracted the True Dragon Xianyang pill, a grand and majestic dragon roar sounded out of nowhere. It seemed as if an ancient dragon was hovering over the golden pill, making Su Shang's hand feel a little heavy. Amazing! Su Shang was amazed. As an old bookworm, he not only traveled through time, but also saw such high-quality elixirs with his own eyes. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Then, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. The next moment, the pure medicinal power of the True Dragon Xianyang pill instantly surged down like a flood or tsunami. Boom! The energy and blood in Su Shang's body suddenly surged. Feeling this exaggerated and unimaginable energy, Su Shang did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately sat cross-legged and practiced basic breathing techniques. The basic breathing method is an introductory exercise provided free of charge by the school. This method can speed up the absorption of chi, blood, and spiritual energy. It also has a certain effect of restoring endurance after long-term basic training. Since it is provided to everyone free of charge by the state, it is called a civilian skill. But although it is free, it was carefully developed by dozens of martial arts masters. Its efficacy is no worse than some entry-level skills. With the help of basic breathing techniques, Su Shang's absorption speed of the drug effects was significantly improved. Although Su Shang didn't know how much his punching strength had reached, he estimated that in this 1 minute, his punching strength had definitely increased by at least 100 kilograms from more than 400 kilograms. At this time, the medicinal effect of the True Dragon Xianyang pill had just begun to take effect. In this way, time passed by unknowingly. It was unknown how long it had been, but when Su Shang felt that the medicinal effects of the True Dragon Xianyang pill had been almost absorbed by him, he slowly opened his eyes. Call! Su Shang exhaled lightly, his eyes gleaming. Boom! The next moment, Su Shang swung his fist fiercely towards the front. Inside the body, the blood and energy as hot as magma suddenly erupted like a long dormant volcano, and the left fist directly turned into a rapidly flying cannonball. Boom! The terrifying fist brought up a rapid gust of wind, instantly blowing the curtains in front of him. Although this punch did not hit any object, it made Su Shang feel an extremely powerful explosion. This punch! Su Shang's eyes lit up, and I said, my punching power is at least 800 kilograms now. Maybe even more. 800 kilograms, that's the level of a quasi-warrior's great perfection. With this level of ability, let alone being admitted to Wuhan University, he has a good chance of getting into a provincial key university or even one of the 4 famous universities. The description of the True Dragon Mysterious Young pill mentions a significant increase in physical strength, and also mentions True Dragon pressure. What is this? Su Shang murmured. He immediately looked at his skin and was stunned. Su Shang's arms became as if cast in pure copper, his light golden skin was tight and tough, and his muscles increased a lot. The muscle lines on it seemed to be carved by a knife or an axe, giving people a sense of powerful beauty. The golden skin glowed with a mysterious light, but fortunately the light did not last long and soon dissipated. Fuck, no wonder the punches were so loud just now. Su Shang was shocked. To what extent had his physical strength improved? Unfortunately, Su Shang comes from an ordinary family, and his own strength and talent are very average. Naturally, his vision in martial arts is also very ordinary, so he cannot sense how he is improving. System, how do I obtain these synthesis points? Su Shang asked curiously while sensing the unprecedented power in his body. After all, synthesis points are the key. If the synthesis points are not enough, even if you have a system, you will not be able to bring out the functions of the system. The system replied, Host, you only need to hunt exotic beasts to obtain it. After hearing the system's answer, Su Shang frowned slightly. Hunting exotic beasts? It's not that he is afraid of killing, but the Dragon Kingdom is now very powerful and the strange beasts have been driven to a specific area outside the city. As a high school student, he wants to go out of the city to hunt strange beasts unless he becomes a warrior. After all, only warriors have the qualifications to enter and leave the city freely. Moreover, he would not be able to enter the foreign battlefield where there were more and stronger exotic beasts in a short period of time. Lao Su? Lao Su, are you there? Just then, there was a hurried knock on the dormitory door. Chapter 3, The School Exam Begins. The fierce Song Zhenyue. Su Shang regained his composure and opened the locked door, and immediately saw Hei Pai, who looked anxious. Waji, are you okay? When did you come back? Why did you lock the door? Hei Pai asked 3 questions in a row. Hype's real name is Sun Can. He was my predecessor's deskmate and roommate for 3 years in high school. He got the name because Sun Can had very dark skin. Su Shang recalled his past life and Hei Pai's experiences and said, You just came back a while ago, why aren't you going to class? Are you really frustrated by that green tea bitch Chan Rue? Hei Pai looked at Su Shang and said, There's no class today. Did you forget about the school exam? School exam? This unfamiliar word brought Su Shang back to his senses. In this high-level martial arts world where strength is respected, high school students are under greater pressure than in his previous life. As one of the best high schools in Luqing, No. 3 Middle School organizes a school-wide examination every month. Those who perform well in the examination can receive cultivation resources of different prices as rewards. Those with poor test scores will have a hard time in the next month and will be given special attention by the teachers. Since there are only 3 months left before the college entrance examination, the school examination is more significant. It is said that it is also related to the qualification of a certain advanced training camp. In the past month, the top students in the school have all practiced extra through various means in the hope of obtaining the qualification for the training camp and then getting a good score in the college entrance examination. Xianxin and Hype were both poor students in the class, so they didn't know much about the training camp. Walk. Su Shang said decisively. If there is no system, then this school examination will mean little to him and will be nothing more than a normalized process of public execution. But if he can perform well this time and qualify for the training camp, Su Shang won't have to worry about synthesis points. After all, this kind of advanced training camp provides a lot of practical opportunities. The more actual combat, the more synthesis points. Is your fight so fierce? Are you planning to find that green tea girl Chan Rue again? Hype quickly chased after him and asked, Are you still not giving up? Chan Rue? Su Shang stopped and Hei Pai was caught off guard and almost bumped into him. Then Su Shang turned around and said, How could I possibly be interested in that kind of stuff? At the same time, I thought to myself, I am not the bootlicker that I was in my previous life. With the huge improvement brought by taking the True Dragon Mysterious Yang Pill, Su Shang asked himself that even if he was not as good as Song Zhenyue, he probably wouldn't be much worse. Now I am at least in the top 5 in the school. It would be fine if that Chen Rue didn't come to cause trouble, but if she dared to do so, Su Shang would guarantee that she would be embarrassed in public until she broke down. TSK, then why are you running so fast? You're just being stubborn. Hype said with some regret. He was really unhappy with people like Lao Su who were bootlickers. But there is nothing he can do, because Su Shang is his best friend. What's infuriating is that every time I reminded him, this guy turned a deaf ear to him. For Chen Rue, he even had a falling out with me several times. Thinking of this, Hype couldn't help but say, Anyway, I advise you to give up this idea. That woman is a venomous snake and not suitable for you. If you really want to pursue her, Lu Yanyan from class 3 next door is not bad either. That woman seems to be interested in you. Also, if you really don't like Lu Yin, then go ahead and play online games with the guys. A day out at the internet cafe is so cool. Anyway, why the hell are you running so fast? Wait for me. Su Shang was too lazy to listen to Hei Pai's nonsense. This guy had a good heart and was a nice person, but he talked too much. At the same time, the playground of number 3 middle school was already crowded with people. From class 1 to class 30 of senior 3, a total of 500 people have almost arrived. In the team of class 1, grade 3, the leader was tall, wearing a simple top sports brand suit and a high ponytail, which made him look heroic. But that beautiful face has an innocence that is somewhat inconsistent with this heroic appearance. The big watery eyes are full of spirit, and the beautiful lips seem to be created by God, perfect and just right. It was the school beauty Song Jianyue who had just recovered from the shame and anger of spending a night in the same class with Su Shang. Boss, I heard that only the top 3 students in this school exam are eligible to participate in the elite school special training camp. Also, it seems that the entrance examination format of the special training camp has been changed this year. I don't know if it will be difficult. Behind Song Jianyue, a short-haired girl said with some concern. What are you afraid of? With your strength, you should have a good chance of getting 3rd place. If not, I'll help you beat up Li Rui from class 6. Song Jianyue replied while standing on tiptoe and looking around. As the top student in the school, Song Jianyue rarely pays attention to socializing. In addition, he has a bad temper, so his only friend is the short-haired girl Zhou Yu. And since Zhou Yu can be called Song Jianyue's friend, she is naturally not bad either. His punching force is 820 kilograms, and he is a real warrior with great perfection. He is also ranked among the top 5 in the 3 middle schools. Zhou Yu sighed. Li Rui and I had a close match in the previous 2 school exams. If I can beat him this time, I'll definitely be in 3rd place. Oh, didn't the top 5 in the school exam last year qualify for the camp entrance exam? Why did they change it this year? It's so annoying. Not only has this been changed, but it's said that the number of people officially joining the camp has also been reduced. It seems that this year they want to concentrate resources on training more talented monsters. Song Jianyue said excitedly, the stage of number 3 middle school is still too small, and neither is Luchen. I hope that the geniuses from all over the country won't be defeated too easily by me. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes. This woman was simply a fighting maniac. Zhou Yu immediately realized something was wrong. Boss, what are you looking at? Looking for someone. Looking for someone? Zhou Yu immediately became interested. Boss, are you in love? Get lost, I'm looking for my enemies. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although Su Shang did not tell her name before leaving, she remembered his face clearly. As long as he dared to come, she would definitely recognize him at the first moment. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu was even more interested. She came forward and asked curiously, Boss, you still have enemies? Who would dare to mess with you? Zhou Yu, you talk too much. Song Jianyue suddenly turned around and looked at the girl with a fierce look. Zhou Yu was immediately frightened. Everyone was afraid of Song Jianyue's tyrannical power, even she, as a good friend, was very scared. Isn't he a senior in high school? Song Jianyue continued to look around and couldn't help but mutter, that doesn't make sense. At this moment, 2 figures came quickly from the back of the playground. Song Jianyue's eyes lit up, and she recognized one of them as Su Shang. Zhou Yu, which class is that person from? Ah, where? Oh, that tall one in the distance. Song Jianyue asked. Zhou Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and said immediately, wow, this guy is so handsome. It's strange why I don't have any impression of him. Look carefully, he should also be in his 3rd year of high school. Wow. He's so handsome, but I don't know him at all. Idiot, what do you want me to do? Song Jianyue punched Zhou Yu in anger, causing her to look aggrieved. Boss, I'm not a teacher, how can I possibly know everyone? But you want to get to know me? I can help you get prestige. Get lost, you can't help at all. Song Jianyue was speechless, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. If this guy didn't even know Zhou Yu, then his strength must not be that good. Boss, I know who it is. At this moment, Zhou Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 4 Boss, you are not in love with Su Shang, are you? He's Su Shang from class 2, grade 3. Zhou Yu said with a gossipy face, this guy is still very handsome, but it's a pity that he is a hot sheep. I heard Su Shang likes Chen Rui from their class. Yesterday evening, Su Shang confessed his feelings on the playground, but was publicly rejected by Chen Rui and ridiculed. You can see it all in the posts on the campus forum. Song Jianyue's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, Su Shang was walking across the playground. The sunlight outlined his well-defined profile, and coupled with his well-fitting blue and white school uniform, Song Jianyue was a little dazed for a moment. Why didn't she realize that this boy was so handsome this morning? Oh, that is right, this guy was completely naked in the morning, and I was unconsciously only looking at that place, and this guy's hand seemed to be on my chest all the time. Wow, I'm so embarrassed. In fact, what the two of them didn't know was that because of the True Dragon Shen Yang pill, not only did Su Shang's physical strength increase significantly, but even his body proportions and facial features were transformed by the powerful medicinal effect. If the original Su Shang was a sunny boy who was a little handsome, then now he is so handsome that he seems like the hero who walked out of a comic book. This immediately attracted the secret attention of many girls in each class. Let me see. Song Jianyue suppressed his shyness and aggressively snatched Zhou Yu's phone. Zhou Yu's heart immediately jumped into her throat. She said weakly, "Boss, be careful. I just bought this." "Oh, it's just a broken phone. If it's broken, I'll give you a new one." "Seriously?" Woo woo, more than 10,000. Zhou Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. You are rich, you are noble, you are amazing. The post describes in great detail the incident in which Su Shang confessed his love in the evening but was rejected. The poster even gave a detailed conversation between the two at that time. Su Shang, you don't really think that by bringing me breakfast every day for 3 years and giving me an umbrella on rainy days, you can win my love, do you? But you also said you like me and that we would be together after graduating from high school. Pfft, you believe such things, you are so stupid. Chen Rui, I really like you. For the past 3 years, I've given you almost half of my living expenses every month. I know I'm not very talented and my family isn't well off, but I'm sincere to you. TSK, how much is sincerity worth? Do you know what Zhao Qingzhou gave me? A Hermes bag worth 100,000 yuan. You don't understand what us women want. Oh, you can't afford it. Zhao Qingzhou? The Zhao Qingzhou from class 7? You're with him. Yeah, even if we're together, what can you do about it? Su Shang, wake up. I'd rather cry every day while holding a chi boosting pill than smile every day while holding a purple rice ball. What's the difference between you and a scumbag? Please, I didn't ask you to bring me breakfast. And the breakfast you brought me is worth nothing. You're so stingy. What are you talking about? You're a lowlife. I'm warning you, I'm already with Zhao Qingzhou, don't look for me anymore. Seeing the conversation in the post, Song Jianyue felt his blood pressure suddenly surge, and the knuckles of his fingers holding the phone were crackling. This guy is so spineless. Damn it. I can't stand it. How can there be such a scumbag woman, crying while holding a chi boosting pill? Bah, she's such a scumbag. If anger could be personified, Song Jianyue would definitely be furious at this moment. If it weren't for what happened in the morning, Song Jianyue would at most just say something like "You scumbag, you're useless," and then continue doing what he was doing. But this man happened to enter her dormitory last night, and when she woke up in the morning, they were almost frank with each other. The most important thing is, this guy is really handsome. He's so handsome that it touches my heart. Damn it, I've been so focused on cultivation in the past 3 years that I haven't paid any attention to anyone else. On the side, Zhou Yu carefully observed Song Jianyue's expression. But Song Jianyue suddenly realized, frowned, became furious, then looked a little infatuated, and became fierce again the next second. Boss, please pinch gently. Zhou Yu called out weakly, but found that Song Jianyue seemed not to hear her. Song Jianyue turned the pages with his white thumb and seemed to be muttering something. This candid photo of Su Shang looks quite handsome. Just as he finished speaking, Song Jianyue suddenly saw Zhou Yu's gossipy face and immediately switched to a combative expression. What are you doing? Zhou Yu shrank her neck in fear. Boss, you almost crushed my phone. Oh, I'm very light, okay? Here you go. Song Jianyue said as he glanced in the direction of class 2. Damn it. The other party is in such a miserable state that I can't teach him a lesson. But if I don't teach this kid a lesson, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Song Jianyue felt a bit of a headache as he looked at Su Shang, who had disappeared into the crowd, his heart feeling extremely confused. Ahem, boss, I sent you the photo. Ah, what photo? Song Jianyue said with a guilty conscience. Zhou Yu was very upset. You just downloaded this photo of Su Sheng 3 times. What? I didn't, okay? I guess I ordered the wrong one. Then I deleted it? You dare. Song Jianyue glared at Zhou Yu fiercely, and Zhou Yu immediately lost the fight. Okay, I'll post it. Song Jianyue said incoherently, I don't mean anything else. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes secretly and said, I don't believe it. And at this time. Look, Su Sheng is here. I heard he was drunk when he went home last night. He even seemed to have fallen asleep on the side of the road. How pitiful. Last night's blow was quite severe, but it was well deserved. How dare a toad dream of eating swan flesh? That's right, Chen Rue is also someone he can pursue. I wonder how Su Sheng will react when he sees Chen Rue later. What else could it be? I'll definitely kneel down and beg you not to abandon me. Pfft, of course. This guy has been rejected so many times, has he ever given up? In the team of Class 2, Grade 3, after hearing everyone's discussion, Chen Rue, who was wearing light makeup and dressed exquisitely, smiled. She was a little worried that her actions last night might cause displeasure among the public, but now it seems that the public's eyes are indeed sharp. But when Chen Rue glanced at Su Sheng with the pride of victory, she found that Su Sheng didn't even look at her. Still pretending. Chen Rue glanced at Su Sheng with disdain. The reason why she had been keeping Su Sheng hanging for the past 3 years was because this guy was not only handsome, but also very sincere. Having such a person licking her every day invisibly satisfied her little vanity. Although there were many other people pursuing him, none of them were as sincere as Su Sheng. If Zhao Qingzhou wasn't so rich, I really wouldn't want to give up on this guy. No, I have to go and make trouble for Zhao Qingzhou. I've given up so much for him. Chen Rue looked at the tester in front of her, but she already had a plan in mind. Lao Su, don't worry about what everyone says. It's all in the past anyway. Hei Pai looked at Su Sheng with some concern, fearing that Su Sheng could not stand everyone's gossip. Su Sheng shrugged, don't worry, that Su Sheng is dead. Hei Pai of course didn't know whether Su Sheng was really dead or not. Hearing this, he patted Su Sheng's shoulder and said nothing more. Everyone, hurry up and line up. The school exam is about to begin. At this moment, the head teacher Tang Tao hurried over and said. Chapter 5 Song Jianyue's Strength, Su Sheng appears. Students, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance examination. These are also your last 3 school exams at this school, so they are of great significance. On the podium, Principal Zhang Guoquan looked around the audience and his voice was as loud as a bell. As the strongest among the 3, Zhang Guoquan's punching force is as high as 19.56 tons, and he is a real second-level golden body warrior. Especially, the top 3 students in this school exam will be selected to attend the elite school special training camp. Everyone is familiar with the elite school special training camp, so I won't go into details. It's a place where anyone who enters the special training camp can be admitted to the 4 prestigious schools. So after discussion with the school, to encourage everyone to perform exceptionally well, the rewards for the top 3 in this school exam have been significantly increased, so everyone, go for it. After Zhang Guoquan finished speaking, the director of studies, Lu Xiansheng, who was in charge of this assessment, stepped forward and announced, the school exam follows the same rules as the college entrance exam. Each person has 10 seconds to test their punching power. At the end of the 10 seconds, the highest score will be used as the assessment result. Please take the test in order of your student numbers, starting with the first 10 students. Soon, a student from each class walked into a silver-white test room about 2 meters high. This test room not only has good privacy, but also has good sound insulation. Even if the examinee hits the target with a heavy punch, the outside world will not hear much noise. Gao Qicheng's punching power was 480 kilograms in the last school exam, and now it's probably over 500 kilograms. He's a sure bet for Wuka University. This guy has been working really hard since entering his senior year. He keeps saying the harder he trains, the bigger his improvement. He's like a possessed man. In the team of Class 2, Grade 3, everyone was discussing in a low voice. Soon, small crashing sounds were heard in the 10 test rooms one after another. After a while, the first 10 people who completed the test walked out of the test room, and the screen in each test room displayed the tester's numerical value. Who's in test room number 3? His punching power has reached 635 kilograms. Yes, the provincial key is stable. Looks like he's from Class 9. Amazing. On the playground, 500 senior high school students were all looking at the screen. After all, there were always dark horses in every school exam. Some may have average strength in the previous school entrance examination, but have made great improvements in the latest school entrance examination, which often attracts a lot of discussion and envy. When the first 10 people who took the test returned to the team, another 10 people entered the testing room under the guidance of the invigilator. It's Goddess Song's turn now. In the last school exam, her punching power was as high as 1.89 tons. Goddess Song is the only first-level warrior in our number 3 middle school. She's so strong. I'm not even a fraction of her. That's right. Don't forget that City Lord Song is her father. Since the City Lord is so powerful, his daughter will naturally be no worse off. Alas, it's a pity that Goddess Song has such a bad temper, otherwise I really want to pursue her. Just because you have a 250 kilograms punch? Kai Koen, I advise you to go to the men's restroom and take a piss and look in the mirror first. As the school belle of number 3 middle school and a powerful figure, Song Jianyue's appearance instantly attracted the attention of all students. Even Chen Rui couldn't help but feel inferior after seeing Song Jianyue's incomparable beauty and nobleness, and couldn't help but think that she didn't know which man in the future would be so lucky. At this time, in the guest seats, Principal Zhang Wukuan smiled and said, I heard that Jianyu has been practicing extra classes every day these past few months? Yes, Principal, this girl is very ambitious. She's obviously not satisfied with just being the number 1 in number 3 middle school. Off to the side, Dean of Studies Lu Xiancheng also said with a smile, if you ask me, Song Jianyue is probably thinking about becoming the provincial champion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the guest seats burst into laughter. Boom! While everyone was talking, a deafening explosion suddenly came from test room number 6 where Song Jianyue was. This is with the help of sound insulation cotton. If it was tested outside the test room, this punch would probably make the eardrums of many students rise. 2,000 kilograms. 2 tons. With a punch force of 2 tons, this girl has entered the middle stage of warrior. This progress is so fast. How come the higher her realm, the faster she progresses? Genius. Super genius. In the guest seats, all the school leaders including Zhang Guokun were amazed, happy and excited. The school has produced such a monster. Not only will the school's admission quality be expected to improve again next year, but even the senior executives present here will benefit from it. Congratulations, Principal. The vice principal beside him said in surprise, based on Zhang Yu's current progress, 3rd middle school might actually produce the provincial top student this year. Provincial number 1 scholar. Zhang Guokun couldn't even imagine it. In the more than 200 years since the establishment of number 3 middle school, it has only produced 8 provincial top scorers. If a provincial top scholar emerges when he is about to retire, his promotion to deputy director of the Education Bureau will be a sure thing. By then, not only will his career ceiling be raised, but he will also be able to obtain greater benefits through the position of deputy director, and his state of mind, which has been dormant for a long time, may also loosen up. By then, the distance from the great perfection of the golden body to the 3rd realm of spiritual illusion will be easily reached. Thinking of this, Zhang Guokuan's smile widened. Song Jianyue's achievements are inseparable from the support of the City Lord. Even though we can't even be 1/10,000th of the City Lord's ability, we still have to make an effort. But the school's finances are tight. What should we do? The vice principal at the side asked tentatively. In fact, the rewards for the school entrance examination have been greatly increased. If it were any higher, the annual financial income of number 3 middle school would be unable to afford it. Zhang Guokun waved his hand and said, if the government can't provide the funds, I will pay for it myself. I guarantee that not a single penny of government funds will be used. When everyone heard this, they praised the principal for his righteousness, but in fact they were secretly criticizing him in their hearts. Zhang Guokuan's personal subsidy may seem like a loss, but it can invisibly make the almighty City Lord remember his favor. How many people desire a favor from a top-level expert? But unfortunately, except Zhang Guokun, no one else here can get it even if they beg for it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Jianyue walked out of the testing room in a heroic manner. The confident smile on her beautiful face made her look even more radiant, making girls like Chen Rui feel ashamed. Song Jianyue was still very satisfied with the improvements made this month. After all, the higher the realm, the slower the increase in punching power. Zangetsu, the principal wants you to sit in the guest seats and observe. The invigilator at the side said with a smile that there was no teacher who didn't like the top student in the grade. If there is something I really don't like, considering Song Jianyue's father, I will passively like it. Song Jianyue said and walked lazily to the guest seats. For a student to be able to sit in the guest seats would obviously be impossible for anyone else, but if it was Song Jianyue, none of the teachers and students in the grade thought there was a problem. Zangetsu, you did a great job. Zhang Guoquan's expression was extremely kind, with a hint of flattery in his voice. Are you confident you can get the provincial top scorer in this college entrance exam? Song Jianyue was about to speak when he heard Su Sheng vaguely mentioned in the team below. Look, that Su Sheng is here. Chapter 6. The sound of the fist was like thunder, shaking the sky. Ha, is that the one who confessed his love last night and got rejected? Yes, that's him. I know this guy. His punching power was only 416 kilograms in the last school exam. I don't think he'll be able to get into Wuka University. Hearing everyone's discussions, Song Jianyue frowned. These people are so rude. Zangetsu? Zhang Guoquan asked again from the side. Song Jianyue came back to her senses and said with a grin, Principal, who are you looking down upon? If I want to win, I'll win the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination. I want the seal. After Song Jianyue finished speaking, everyone was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Top scorer, Jianyu, you set your sights too high. Zhang Guoquan laughed. Song Jianyue's talent and background were both top-notch, and he had unlimited potential in the future. There was no need to say more. But this top level is at best the entire Dongjiang province. Although it is already extremely outstanding and extremely evil, you should know that there are dozens of areas similar to Dongjiang province in Longhua. In terms of talent, there are people who are more talented than Song Jianyue, and some are even more brilliant. In terms of background, Song Jianyue can be said to have a powerful background in Dongjiang province. What about the whole country? As for the seal of the top scorer, it was set up by the top leaders of Longhua to specifically commend the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. After the scores are released, a special seal awarding ceremony will be held by the Ministry of Martial Arts, the Ministry of Education and the Governor of the province. This seal is no ordinary item, but the Heavenly King Martial Seal that integrates the martial arts will of the current Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Department and the Minister of Education. Every top scorer in the college entrance examination has the right to use this item for 1 year. The Heavenly King Martial Seal has many uses. It can not only protect oneself, but also greatly increase the speed of cultivation. The most important thing is that it can quickly improve the user's progress in martial arts and technique cultivation. With the blessing of the Heavenly King's Martial Seal, all the top scorers in the college entrance examinations can raise their own strength to a level that is difficult for their peers to reach within the next year. It can be said that the Tianwang Wuyin is not only the highest honor given by the country, but also a symbol of glory, and even more so a symbol of strength and status. In order to strengthen everyone's awareness of learning from each other and catching up and expand the scope of publicity, the top management will also hold a special seal-giving ceremony. This kind of thing is a supreme honor for anyone. It is a great joyous event that brings honor to the family and can have a separate page in the family tree. But it's a good thing to set your goals high. If you aim high, you'll get average results. If you aim average, you'll get low. If you aim low, you'll get nothing. Zhang Guoquan added, and the Dean of Studies beside him quickly said, Principal Zhang, your words are profound. Although No. 3 Middle School has produced several provincial top scorers since its establishment, it has not produced a single national top scorer. Not to mention No. 3 Middle School, even the huge Dongjiang province has never had one. Those who can truly become the top scholar are mainly concentrated in a few areas with developed martial arts, economy, and technology, such as the Imperial Capital, the Magic City, and Jiangnan Province. For ordinary areas like Dongjiang Province, it is a great harvest in progress if they can produce one of the top 10 in the country. Seeing everyone's reaction, Song Jianyue couldn't help but curl his lips and said, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. At this time, Su Sheng, who was being watched by many people, walked into the silver-white testing room. Bang! After closing the door of the test room, there was a sudden feeling of complete silence. The noise in his ears was replaced by silence, and Su Sheng's mind immediately felt much clearer. The entire test room is only 2 square meters in size. In front of it is a round boxing target, and above the target hangs a counter that is 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters high. Su Sheng was very familiar with this kind of test. Let me see how amazing your punching power is after being enhanced by the top-level elixir. Su Sheng took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became sharp. The next moment, it was as if a high power pump was installed in Su Sheng's body. The blood and qi in his body began to boil like hot magma and were quickly pumped to Su Sheng's right fist. Then, accumulate strength, turn your waist, and punch. Boom! Outside the test room, a deafening explosion suddenly rang in everyone's ears like spring thunder. It was like an old-fashioned popcorn machine exploding next to my ear. The deafening noise startled everyone, including those in the guest seats. The silver-white test room began to shake slightly as a result. The horrifying sound of fists made the originally noisy playground become dead silent in an instant. Fuck, I'm so scared, who is it? It seems to be coming from test room 8. I can't hear you. Number 8? Isn't that Su Sheng? Is Su Sheng from our class so strong? Yeah, even before Song Jianyue was so powerful, the noise he made wasn't this loud. On the playground, many students looked up at the same time, some looked around for the source of the sound, and some hurriedly asked in a low voice. When they learned about test room number 8, everyone's attention was focused on the big screen in test room number 8. 600 kilograms. 700 kilograms. The value on the screen started at 600 kilograms and then instantly climbed to 700 kilograms. So high. Is Su Sheng so powerful? Fuck, this final punch force could reach 1 ton, right? 1 ton of warriors? Everyone's mouths dropped open. Could it be that third middle school was going to produce another first realm warrior? Wouldn't that make them comparable to first middle school? In the crowd, Chen Rui, who was sending ambiguous text messages to Zhao Qingzhou, also looked up. At first, she looked at him with disdain, wondering how it could be that loser Su Sheng. But then I realized that Su Sheng had indeed entered test room number 8. When Chen Rui saw the number above, her mouth opened wide instantly. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. In just a moment, the number on the screen has increased from 700 kilograms to 800 kilograms. 900 in the next second. And the numbers are still jumping around like crazy. 1,000 kilograms. 1,200 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms. When the number jumps to 1,900 kilograms, the vice principal, the dean of studies and other senior officials all stood up. There was disbelief in his eyes. With a huge surprise. Song Jianyue, who was sitting next to Zhang Guokuan, had a strange glint in her beautiful eyes. There was confusion on the pretty face. What? Didn't they say that Su Sheng was a loser? Wasn't it said that Su Sheng's boxing strength in the last school exam was only 416 kilograms? Is it that everyone is wrong, or is this guy improving too fast? 2,000 kilograms. In the silent playground, Zhang Guokuan suddenly murmured something, and then his eyes showed a rare excitement, and he stood up involuntarily. The numbers are still rising. 2,200 kilograms. 2,300 kilograms. It was not until 2.3 tons that the rate of increase in value slowed down. The huge playground was completely silent. Everyone stared at the big screen intently, even stopping to breathe subconsciously. The invigilator next to test room number 8 was stunned. The teachers and students of Class 2, Grade 3 were petrified at the same time. Until the number stabilizes at 2,400 kilograms. Martial artist middle stage. Oh my god. He's 400 kilograms heavier than Song Jianyue? Dark horse, super dark horse. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Su Sheng, that's Su Sheng from Class 2, but he clearly. When the numbers froze, the silent playground became noisy again. Most people don't know Su Sheng. After all, Su Sheng's previous strength was too weak, so his failed confession only increased his popularity. But when that loud sound like tearing silk resounded across the earth like the first thunder of spring, a man destined to become a legend was born. From then on, the name Su Sheng resounded throughout number 3 middle school. Just when everyone thought it was over, Su Sheng punched again. Chapter 7 Chen Rui, are you worthy? Boom! In the test room, the fist target vibrated, and the impact point was slightly concave, which showed how terrifying the power of Su Sheng's punch was. In fact, a 2-ton punch is enough to easily kill a cow. Cool. Su Sheng smiled happily. After taking the True Dragon Xianyang pill, his physical strength was greatly improved. This was like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon, and Su Sheng was a little uncomfortable at first. Su Sheng was also really shocked by the astonishing result of 2.4 tons of force in the first punch. The anxiety I had about not being able to make it into the top 3 also quietly disappeared. Su Shang knew very well that after he became completely familiar with and mastered this greatly changed body, his punching power would be greatly improved. So when Su Shang threw out his second punch, the numbers on the screen jumped faster. It didn't stop until it reached 2,580 kilograms. While recalling the shortcomings of the previous 2 punches, Su Shang threw a third punch. There are still 5 seconds left, I should be able to throw a few more punches. Boom! The third punch, the force is 2,650 kilograms. Boom! The fourth punch, with a force of 2,700 kilograms. The fifth punch, with a force of 2,800 kilograms. The huge playground was silent again. Everyone stared at the big screen in test room number 8 with a dazed expression as if petrified. What the hell, how can someone be more powerful than a punch? Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Human physical strength and blood have an upper limit. At the beginning, the momentum is the strongest, and the physical strength and blood decrease faster as time goes by, and the momentum gradually weakens. It is like sprinting 10 meters at high speed must be faster than running 100 meters per second. Therefore, for a normal person, the first 3 punches have the same value, but the subsequent punches are basically worse than the previous one, which is just a formality. But this guy Su Shang, this is too perverted, right? Boom! In the small testing room, the 6th explosion sounded like a bomb exploding. Punching force 2,900 kilograms. In the guest seats, Zhang Guokuan was stunned. As a powerful golden body expert of the 2nd level, he was knowledgeable and experienced, but at this moment, his brain was completely blank as he was shocked by the numbers of each punch that were higher than the last. What the hell is going on? Song Jianyue was even more stunned. His punching power was 900 kilograms higher than mine. Almost a ton? In other words, this guy could easily defeat me in a real fight? Will I, Song Jianyue, ever lose to number 3 middle school one day? All the teachers and students in the audience were stunned. Bah! Because of shock and various complicated emotions, Chen Rui's phone fell from her hand without her realizing it. When the door of test room number 8 opened, a tall, handsome boy in a blue and white school uniform walked out calmly. The fine bangs on Su Shang's forehead were lifted by the warm spring breeze, revealing his amazingly perfect facial features. On his angular face are a pair of eyes as bright as stars. These eyes are deep and sharp, and they carry the youthful and bright aura that only belongs to an 18-year-old boy. At this moment, Chen Rui and other girls in the guest seats, including Song Jianyue, were all stunned. So handsome. Song Jianyue's red lips slightly opened, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Why didn't she realize that this guy was so handsome this morning? Was it because he was not wearing any clothes? But having said that, this guy has pretty nice chest muscles and good abdominal muscles too. If I remember correctly, they should be 8-pack. What am I thinking about? Song Jianyue's cheeks turned red. Fortunately, Zhang Guokuan and others on both sides did not notice this scene. My punching power is only 596 kilograms this time. It seems I can only get into a provincial key university in the college entrance examination. When Chen Rui looked at Su Shang with a dull expression and mixed feelings, Zhao Qingzhou, who had a flat head, walked up to Chen Rui with his hands in his pockets, pretending to be dissatisfied. But if you look closely, your eyes are clearly filled with pride at having achieved great results. Seeing that Chen Rui didn't say anything, Zhao Qingzhou continued, actually, my progress this time is quite good. My punching power increased by 30 kilograms in a month. It's all thanks to my dad. He insisted on spending 300,000 yuan to get me a VIP card for the Jifeng Martial Arts School. Rui, what are you looking at? His unintentional pretense was also ignored by Chen Rui, and Zhao Qingzhou finally realized that something was wrong. Chen Rui still didn't say anything. When Zhao Qingzhou followed Chen Rui's gaze and looked towards test room number 8, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Holy crap! 2.9 tons. Is he close to the late stage of martial arts? Who is this guy so powerful? Didn't Song Jianyue test it? Fuck, I don't even have a fraction of this big guy's power. When did such a powerful monster appear in number 3 middle school? Zhao Qingzhou was shocked. These words were like a needle that pierced Chen Rui's messy heart deeply. In Chen Rui's heart, the overwhelming regret enveloped her like a flood, dragging her into an abyss that would forever keep her away from Su Shang. Why did this bootlicker suddenly become so powerful? He's obviously just a loser. As for errors in the test room, that is absolutely impossible. For every school exam, the test room is jointly debugged by the heads of the Martial Arts Bureau and the Education Bureau, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. It was precisely because of this that Chen Rui was even more shocked and confused. What? I actually rejected such a super dark horse? I actually humiliated an 18-year-old super monster who was a mid-level warrior of the first realm? I. For a moment, the strong regret made Chen Rui break down and want to cry. Rui, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Zhao Qingzhou said with concern, don't worry too much. I'm here for you. My grades in the school exam were so good this time, my dad should give me more living expenses. Then I'll take you to the Jifeng Martial Arts School, and we'll improve together. By then, you will definitely be able to be admitted to Wuka University. But since I behaved so well, why don't you reward me tonight? Hey, you said you'd go to the movies with me yesterday. Zhao Qingzhou was talking to himself, but the next moment he saw Chen Rui running quickly to Su Shang. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Rui suppressed all the emotions in her heart and tried her best to put on the most beautiful and tender smile. Su Shang, if I said that I was joking with you yesterday, would you mind? After Chen Rui finished speaking, Su Shang was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out of anger. Damn, this scumbag is so shameless and invincible. I don't care. Su Shang looked at Chen Rui with a half smile. Chen Rui was overjoyed, and the smile on her face became even brighter. She thought to herself, as expected, this bootlicker still can't let me go. While feeling proud in her heart, the smile on her face became more charming and attractive. Actually, I was testing whether you were sincere yesterday. Su Shang, let's be together. When these words were spoken, Zhang Guoquan and other school leaders in the guest seats were confused, but none of them stopped it. The students on the playground were all cheering. Some were cheering, some were envious of Su Shang for getting the beauty, some were jealous of Chen Rui, and some were a little disgusted with Chen Rui's behavior. In the distance, Zhao Qingzhou's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Damn, this woman is playing tricks on me. Song Zhenyue's handsome brows were furrowed, with a rare and inexplicable tension in his eyes. Together? Su Shang looked down at Chen Rui and asked, are you worthy? Chapter 8 Chen Rui, you are useless even if I give you a chance. The moment these three words came out, the charming smile on Chen Rui's face froze. Song Zhenyue's brows relaxed instantly, with a faint smile at the corners of his eyes. What did you say? Chen Rui looked at Su Shang in disbelief and forced a smile. Su Shang, you are joking, right? Su Shang smiled slightly, his voice neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for the nearby guest seats and nearby students to hear. I say, are you worthy of being with me? Chen Rui, I gave you a chance yesterday, but you didn't even use it. Boom! Su Shang's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Chen Rui's mind. She staggered and her pretty face became extremely ugly. The gloom and embarrassment in his eyes instantly reached its peak. Su Shang looked at the scumbag woman who caused the death of his previous incarnation with disdain, and the depression in his heart disappeared inexplicably. Su Shang knew that perhaps the last trace of obsession left by his previous incarnation also disappeared. Then, Su Shang walked to his own seat without looking back. The people around, without exception, couldn't help but make way for them, leaving Chen Rui standing there in a daze with an expression uglier than crying. In the guest seats, the director of studies Lu Xiancheng whispered a few words to Zhang Guoquan. Zhang Guoquan frowned at first, then hummed softly, Director Lu, find an excuse to expel this female student. With many years of experience in officialdom, the shrewd Zhang Guoquan instantly judged how to best handle the matter. Su Shang was unknown before today. Starting today, it will be the legend of No. 3 Middle School and the greatest political achievement of Zhang Guoquan since he became the principal. As for Chen Rui, she had humiliated Su Shang in public, and it was obvious that Su Shang hated her. It is clear at a glance which of the two is more important. If he could take this opportunity to fire Chen Rui and leave a good impression on Su Shang, it would be the most cost-effective favor deal. As for excuses, there are countless reasons, such as high school does not allow dating, gathering to cause trouble and disrupting the order of school examinations. In this moment, Chen Rui's fate was determined. Lu Xianqing nodded repeatedly. The vice principal beside him smiled knowingly and said solemnly, Su Shang has always been a good kid. I've been following him for a long time. He's decisive and unaffected by matters of the flesh. He's truly a genius capable of delivering a 2.9-ton punch. After saying that, the vice principal added, by the way, which class is he in? The dean quickly said, Class 2, Grade 3. Director Lu, please quickly invite Su Sheng up as well. Zhang Guoquan's eyes never left Su Sheng. Zhan Yu, with you two here, we should be a lock to be the provincial champion this year. In the history of number 3 middle school, there are a total of 8 super geniuses who have won the provincial top spot, and these 8 people did not perform as well as Su Sheng in the school entrance examination during the same period. In other words, as long as Su Sheng keeps up the momentum, he will surely win the first place in Dongjiang province in the college entrance examination 3 months later. Thinking of this, Zhang Guoquan's smile became even more pronounced. An unexpected gain, double happiness. Soon, facing the envious, awe-inspiring and curious eyes of the crowd, Su Sheng came to the guest seats. Xiao Su, sit here with me. Zhang Guoquan patted the seat next to him with his right hand. As for the vice principal who was originally sitting there, he had already sensibly given up his seat. Su Sheng first glanced at Song Jianyue and found that Song Jianyue was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Song Jianyue felt a little embarrassed at first, then she glared at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes, as if to say, although you are very powerful, I am still angry about what happened this morning. Su Sheng smiled but didn't say anything. This woman was quite cute. Zhang Guoquan looked at Su Sheng with a smile, and became more and more satisfied the more he looked. As for the other students who were still taking the test, Zhang Guoquan had long forgotten about them. Xiao Su, there are so many things going on in school, big and small, and I don't usually have the chance to care about you. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Guoquan's tone was kind and apologetic. Su Sheng shook his head. The principal is dedicated to his duties and is the pillar of number 3 middle school. Why would we mind? Although Zhang Guoquan looks as kind as an ordinary old man at this time, the other party is a powerful man who has achieved the great perfection of the golden body. As everyone knows, the most exaggerated and terrifying thing about the golden body warrior is his unparalleled physical defense. Ordinary bullets hitting the golden body warrior are no different from tickling. Even most machine guns are powerless to damage it. Last year, a video of a warrior who had just entered the second level of the golden body easily crushing 100 well-equipped special forces went viral online. This was just a friendly sparring match between the golden body warrior and the 100 quasi-warrior special forces soldiers with rich combat experience and sufficient ammunition could be slaughtered within 10 seconds. This is why strength is a privilege. The gap between each realm is really too big. After all, the role that high-level warriors can play and the value they can create far exceed that of ordinary people. You have achieved such a remarkable result this time, which is a huge surprise to number 3 middle school and to me personally. You will definitely be the first in this school exam. I have discussed with several vice principals and will double the reward for this exam. Zhang Guoquan asked with a smile, have you mastered the basic martial arts? Martial arts are a special skill that can enhance the combat effectiveness of warriors. According to the power of martial arts, they can be divided into primary martial arts, intermediate martial arts, advanced martial arts and top martial arts. In Longwa, every high school will give out free elementary martial arts books corresponding to the weapons chosen by students in their 3rd year of high school. However, since the college entrance examination only tests basic boxing strength, and martial arts training is difficult and takes up a lot of time, few high school seniors will deliberately practice martial arts. The basic martial arts skills of most people are only at the entry level. Su Sheng shook his head. His predecessor, Fiangyang, was so busy chasing after bad girls that he didn't even care about the basic training of boxing strength, let alone martial arts. Even in Su Sheng's memory, the previous incarnation had only been turned over a few times. Zhang Guoquan was not surprised. After all, as far as he knew, except for a few geniuses from wealthy families like Song Jianyue, no one in the school had yet mastered the basic martial arts. The school leaders are planning to give out a top-notch intermediate-level martial arts technique as a reward to the first-place finisher in this school exam. In addition, there are 2 first-grade body tempering pills. The total value of the first-place prize is over 300,000. Zhang Guoquan said with a smile. Generally, better primary martial arts only cost 10,000 to purchase, while superior primary martial arts are slightly more expensive, but will never exceed 30,000. Primary martial arts are basically used by warriors of the first realm. After all, the difficulty of practicing them is still acceptable, while the difficulty of practicing intermediate martial arts increases sharply, and they are usually used by warriors of the second realm of golden body. The cheapest intermediate martial arts skill costs 100,000, and a high-quality intermediate martial arts skill costs at least 250,000. Adding 2 genuine first-grade pills, Zhang Guoquan did not exaggerate. Su Sheng was a little surprised. The reward was so generous? He remembered that the first place in the previous school exam was only awarded the body tempering pill, and the value of this has increased several times. But it just so happens that what he lacks most now is resources. As long as the resources are in place, you can continue to synthesize and become stronger. Zhang Guoquan continued, with a smile that said, I understand you. Taking your overall situation into consideration, I have decided to give you my black diamond card from the Jifeng Martial Arts School for 3 months. Chapter 9 Song Jianyue's invitation, free coaching is a waste. During these 3 months, you may freely use the training facilities of the Gale Martial Arts School to assist you in your martial arts and basic training. Xiao Su, with your current strength, you will definitely have no problem passing the camp entrance examination, but I'm sure you don't want to be an unknown person in the special training camp, right? You're not like Zangetsu and the others. You lack resources. Well, at least you lack resources before the special training camp begins. Su Sheng was surprised. A black diamond card for the Jifeng Martial Arts School? It was rumored to cost 2 million. And not only money, but also status. In the era of high martial arts, people practiced in various ways. Martial arts schools are the most popular type. In the martial arts hall, whether you are a high school student focusing on basic training, a college student who has already started learning martial arts, or even a powerful adult martial artist, you can find training facilities that suit you. But martial arts schools are not cheap. The most basic training facilities cost 200 yuan per hour, which is not affordable for ordinary families. As for the facilities that can assist in practicing martial arts, as far as Su Sheng knows, the cheapest one costs 2,000 per hour. 2,000, this is more than a month's living expenses. Regardless of whether Zhang Guoquan is pursuing political achievements or for some other reason, these resources are real. Especially the black diamond card, which cannot be bought with money. Now, it's time to tell you about the special training camp for prestigious schools. Su Sheng immediately perked up. This information was basically only known by top students, and knowing it in advance would only benefit him. The elite school training camp is staffed by instructors from 4 prestigious schools, and the training resources required by the trainees are also provided by these 4 prestigious schools. After entering the special training camp, apart from other things, at least the chi boosting pills are free to use, with no upper limit. Besides that, things like the body tempering pills can be redeemed with only a small amount of points. In addition, the many training facilities inside are not available in the outside world and are unique to the 4 famous schools. You know the 4 famous universities, right? Taikyo University, Magic City University, Military University, and Jiangnan University. Su Sheng nodded. Even if his previous life was a loser, he certainly knew about the 4 famous universities. These 4 schools have similar strengths and backgrounds, and even their founding histories are almost the same. The most special one among them should be the Military University, because it is a military academy sponsored by the military and co-organized by the Ministry of Education. Among the remaining 3, Jiangnan University is slightly behind, but the overall gap is not large. These 4 schools have a long history and have produced countless brilliant martial arts geniuses. 6 of the 8 famous Dragon Kingdom masters came from these 4 prestigious schools. And as long as you can become a formal student of the special training camp, you will definitely be able to enter the 4 prestigious universities. At this point, Zhang Guoquan sighed, among the graduates of the 4 prestigious universities, not a single one has strength lower than the 2nd realm golden body. Su Sheng glanced at Zhang Guoquan and thought, wow, is this the legendary there is always a higher level out there? Then Su Sheng asked, Principal, when will the selection for this special training camp begin? A week later. Zhang Guoquan said, the 4 prestigious universities take turns hosting the training camp, and this year it's Shanghai University's turn. The top 3 students in this school exam will all be able to take the camp entrance exam, so if nothing unexpected happens, you should be leaving in 6 days. The selection rules for the special training camp are both simple and difficult. It's all about hunting exotic beasts. The assessment lasts for 3 days. Whoever kills the most exotic beasts within 3 days will pass the assessment and become a formal student, so martial arts skills are crucial. Su Sheng understood. No wonder Zhang Guoquan wanted to give him his martial arts gym black diamond card. After all, hunting exotic beasts doesn't rely on fists, it requires weapons and martial arts. And this is where I happen to be weak. On the side, Song Jianyue, who had been listening to Zhang Guoquan's nagging, finally couldn't help herself. Hey, I practice swordsmanship too. I can give you some special training for a few days. After a pause, Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes showed a hint of pride and provocation. By the way, I've already mastered the school's elementary martial arts. Su Sheng's eyes were filled with surprise, but he was not surprised. After all, this man's father was the city lord Song Dinghua. With the support of top masters behind him, and Song Jianyue's own extraordinary talent, it is natural that he can achieve such results. But Su Sheng said, I have a name. Knowing you have a name, what for? Song Jianyue said in a fierce tone. Su Sheng looked at Song Jianyue with a half smile, and his eyes swept over Song Jianyue. Song Jianyue seemed to think of what happened in the morning, and his handsome face turned red in an instant. But there was a fierce look in her beautiful eyes. Ah, damn it, this bad guy. Zhang Guokuan, a true shrewd man, immediately caught the subtle interaction between the two and couldn't help but chuckle, right. With Zhang Yu's guidance, you should be able to master the basics of martial arts within 6 days. By then, you will have a better grasp of the special training camp assessments, and your safety will be even more guaranteed. Su Sheng said sincerely, okay, then thank you, Miss Song. It's a free coach, why not use it? Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes held a hint of happiness, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a proud arc. Anyway, it depends on your understanding. You can't blame me if you don't get the point. But in his heart, he had already started thinking about how to teach this bad guy a lesson. In the evening, Fonglin community. Standing at the south gate of the community, Su Sheng, carrying a sports bag, looked emotional. This is his home in this life. Unlike the previous life where both parents died and I was alone, I have parents in this life. And according to the memories of his previous life, his parents had a harmonious relationship and loved him very much. The father of his predecessor was named Su Heping, a grassroots cadre in a state-owned enterprise in Luqing, with a monthly income of just over 7,000 yuan. His mother, Sun Shouying, was a housewife who was responsible for the daily life of the father and son, and was no different from most ordinary parents. Xiao Shang? Are you done with school? Mr. Li, the security guard in the guardroom, was holding a walnut and smiling. Su Sheng nodded, yes, uncle, you bought these walnuts recently, right? They are all patinated? You have a good memory. It's all my grandson's fault. But I never let him touch these walnuts. As security guards in old communities, the property management naturally will not hire young people as security guards. Uncle Li has been working as a security guard in Fonglin community for more than 10 years. He is also a community owner and is familiar with everyone. It can be said that he is the neighbor who watched Su Sheng grow up. Su Sheng waved his hand, Uncle, you said the same thing last time. Uncle Li was slightly stunned, really? Ha, I'm home. Su Sheng waved his hand. The people living in Fonglin community are all ordinary people, from similar social classes, and have harmonious relationships with each other. They take care of each other when they have problems, which is a great feeling. Ding dong. When Su Sheng rang the doorbell, the door opened quickly after the bell rang. Chapter 10 Martial Arts Synthesis. What caught my eye was a 43-year-old middle-aged housewife wearing an apron and with a good appearance. It was Sun Shouying. Although she is 43 years old, Sun Shouying looks no different from someone in her 37 or 38 years old due to her good innate assets. Xiao Sheng is back. Sun Shouying wiped her hands on her apron and put down the half-peeled garlic. Old Su, your son is back. Mom, what delicious food did you make? Su Sheng sniffed. Su Heping, who was helping Sun Shouying in the kitchen, smiled and held up a handful of beans. I'll make your favorite steamed beans. Your mom knew you were coming back, so she asked me to go grocery shopping early this morning. Su Sheng put down his school bag and said skillfully, Dad, take a rest. I'll pick the beans. Su Heping is tall and strong, but although he has been sitting in the office for many years, he does not have the vicissitudes of a manual laborer. On the contrary, his graying temples make him look even more charming. If he changes his style of dressing, he will definitely be the kind of middle-aged uncle who can charm thousands of girls. Sun Shouying looked at Su Sheng with a smile. You don't have classes tomorrow, right? Mom will take you to the mall to buy clothes. Your dad's performance this month was good, and he got 10,000 yuan. Oh, Dad, you have a good chance of getting a promotion. Why would you want a promotion? You're already old. Su Heping has a good attitude, but there is nothing he can do about it. At the age of 45, he is only the head of a grassroots department. He can no longer be promoted at this age. If he had a better background, it would even be time for him to retire to the second line. But the family needs to eat and drink, so Su Heping can only earn some extra money by doing part-time jobs such as writing scripts and hosting scripts for friends. The three of them chatted while busying themselves. Soon, the steaming and fragrant braised beans noodles were served on the table. Su Sheng had a big appetite and only felt full after eating 2 large bowls. At the dinner table, Su Heping and Sun Shouying exchanged glances, and finally Sun Shouying asked, Xiaoshang, have you had any unhappy experiences at school recently? No, I'm fine. Su Sheng ate so fast that his sobbing voice was unclear. Su Heping coughed lightly and said, I heard from Sun Can's father that you last night. Hype is such a gossipy guy. Su Sheng complained, then looked at the two of them seriously. Mom and Dad, Chen Rui and I are over. From now on, my mind will be on cultivation. Su Heping and Sun Shouying looked at each other, obviously a little unconvinced. Su Sheng smiled faintly. I took first place in the school exam this morning. My punching power has now reached 2.9 tons. The school has also given me a lot of awards, and now I just want to become stronger. To the two of them, these words were like nonsense. Sun, you. Sun Shouying wanted to ask her son if he was under too much pressure, but she was afraid of hurting him. For the past 3 years, my son has been obsessed with love. The decline in academic performance is one thing, but what worries them most is the psychological impact it may have on others. Seeing that the two did not believe him, Su Sheng directly clicked on the post on the campus forum. The top post is Dark Horse Su Sheng, breaking the sky of number 3 middle school with one punch. Attached is a high-definition and censored photo of Su Sheng. See for yourself why I would lie to you. Su Sheng handed the phone to his mother Sun Shouying. He definitely couldn't hide the fact that he got first place in the school entrance examination. And Su Sheng had no intention of hiding it. From the moment he saw the two of them, Su Sheng had completely entered the role of the second elder's son in his heart. Su Heping hurried over and started watching it with Sun Shouying. A few days ago, I met an old man with a strange personality. He said he admired me and gave me a few pills. I didn't take them seriously until last night. After taking them, I didn't expect my strength to improve so much. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, and with a light grab of his hands, he lifted the marble dining table weighing more than 300 kilograms. This scene left Su Heping and his wife stunned. This kind of thing would have been absolutely impossible for the previous Su Sheng. In addition, there are the causes and consequences in the post, as well as Su Sheng's results in the test room and the picture of him walking out of the test room. The two believed it. Su Heping asked in a deep voice, that old man didn't say anything else? What is his identity? The pill he gave you, couldn't it be a problematic one? Everyone in the high-level martial arts world has been exposed to cultivation. Su Heping is not bad in talent. When he was young, his punching power reached 910 kilograms. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter one of the best state-owned enterprises in Luqing. In the martial arts, the age between 18 and 30 is a period of rapid growth. If you have not become a martial artist after the age of 40, your chi and blood will decline, and your punching power will also decrease. Now 45-year-old Su Heping's punching power is only more than 400 kilograms, which is maintained at an average level. However, although his strength is no longer as strong as before, he still has vision. Sun Shouying also looked at Su Sheng with concern. For a mother, it is certainly gratifying to see her son become successful, but health and happiness are always the most important. Su Sheng smiled and nodded. The old man didn't say anything else. He just said he traveled a lot and that the elixir was very precious. He asked me not to tell anyone about my encounter with him. Su Sheng had already thought of this excuse. Instead of waiting for the two elders to ask, it would be better to tell them in advance, which would also dispel their many doubts. Sun Shouying looked at Su Heping, and it was obvious that she trusted Su Heping more in this regard. Su Heping pondered for a moment and said, in an era of flourishing martial arts, everything is possible. This should be an opportunity for a small victory. But Xiaoshang, you still need to observe more and see if those pills have any side effects. If so, be sure to tell us as soon as possible. Although your father is not very powerful, he still has some connections. Maybe he can take you to Luqing Hospital? Su Sheng shook his head upon hearing this. Dad, just believe me, I'm fine. Only then did Su Heping and his wife feel completely relieved. The atmosphere at the dinner table became more relaxed and pleasant. Even Su Sheng could clearly feel that his father, who was usually taciturn, had become more talkative, and the worry between Sun Shouying's brows was much less. At night, his parents had already fallen asleep. Su Sheng unzipped his sports bag with a fiery look on his face, and then took out a waste bag from it. After opening his wallet, he found the reward from the school for getting first place in the school entrance exam. A beautifully produced booklet contains the top-notch intermediate martial art Wind and Thunder Slash, which is specially prepared for students who practice swordsmanship and is very suitable for Su Shang. The remaining ceramic bottle contained 2 first-grade body tempering pills. Such a thin booklet costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. They are really poor in literature but rich in martial arts. Su Shang sighed and said that his father Su Heping was actually quite talented, otherwise he wouldn't have had a punching power close to that of a warrior at his peak. But his grandparents were too poor and were often sick. When Su Heping was young, he was lucky to have enough food to eat, let alone practice. If his father were in a wealthy family, Su Shang estimated that he would at least be able to reach the middle stage of martial arts, which means a punching force of 2 tons. If that were the case, our family situation would be much better now. After thinking for a moment, Su Shang decided to combine the martial arts Wind and Thunder Slash first. Chapter 11 Su Shang's Guess, Advanced Martial Arts Dragon Flame Slash. Although Su Shang asked the system how many synthesis points were needed to synthesize mid-grade martial arts and first-grade elixirs respectively, the system did not give a reply. Su Shang is now very strong. According to Zhang Guoquan, with such high punching power, there will be no problem for him to pass the special training camp assessment. In this case, the shortcoming that he needed to improve the most was his martial arts. As we all know, martial arts can enhance the combat power of the user. When the primary martial arts are practiced to perfection, the punching power can be increased by 1.2 times. When intermediate martial arts are practiced to perfection, the punching power can be increased by 1.5 times. In other words, if you have the same punching power and others do not know martial arts in actual combat, you will definitely lose. And some of the children of aristocratic families whose punching power is not as good as his, if they also practice martial arts, can also be as good as him in actual combat. In other words, martial arts are the most effective way to widen the gap. As for punching power, Su Shang doesn't need to worry for the time being. After making the decision, Su Shang immediately took out a pen and paper to copy Feng Lei Zhan. Since the system has previously stated that any 2 identical items can be synthesized, as long as I copy it in a standard and clear handwriting, it can theoretically be considered a mid-grade martial art. After all, the content is the same. If this doesn't work, then Su Shang can only consider going to a printing shop to have it printed exactly the same. But that would be too risky. 2 hours later, Su Shang finally finished copying the last word. In order to prevent the system from not recognizing it, Su Shang even used a stapler to bind it. After finishing all this, Su Shang said nervously, "System, combine the martial arts skills Wind and Thunder Slash." The moment Su Shang finished speaking, the 2 books on Wind and Thunder Slash on the desk disappeared instantly. It really works. Su Shang was delighted, as this way he could worry less. When the 2 illusory synthesis columns reappeared, Su Shang discovered that lying in the synthesis column on the right was the handwritten version of Feng Lei Zhan. Ready, let's synthesize it. Synthesis. The next moment, the 2 synthesis columns collided with each other, and blue light flashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 80 synthesis points and multiplying the intermediate martial art Wind and Thunder Slash into the advanced martial art Dragon Flame Slash. 100 times? Not bad. Su Shang nodded. The system had previously said that the synthetic critical hit multiplier was uncertain. Although 100 times was not high, it was not bad either. After all, advanced martial arts can increase punching power by up to 2 times. Then, a brand new synthesis column came into view. Dragon Flame Rage Slash, a top-grade advanced martial art that condenses the power of chi and blood, transforming it into the might of a flaming dragon. Dragon Flame's rage incinerates everything. Looking at the small words below the synthesis column, Su Shang raised his eyebrows. What a great Dragon Flame Slash! It looks like it's really powerful. But think about it, high-level martial arts are usually only practiced by powerful spiritual masters in the 3rd realm. Golden Body Warriors can cultivate powerful spiritual energy, while spiritual warriors can control spiritual energy to leave the body. The martial arts they use at this level are naturally more powerful. When Su Shang extracted Dragon Flame Slash, a crimson booklet came into view. I don't know if I can continue to synthesize it. Su Shang murmured, but just as he finished speaking, he heard the system say, "The system prohibits bugs." Su Shang. However, host, you can quickly master any martial arts technique synthesized by this system, regardless of its grade. As if sensing Su Shang's dissatisfaction, the system replied. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shang's dissatisfaction disappeared. The mastery of martial arts is divided into 5 levels: entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and unity. Generally speaking, the most difficult part is getting started. Once you get started, the rest will be relatively fast until you get stuck at the state of unity. Su Sheng had originally guessed that since it could be synthesized, the system would probably also take the difficulty into consideration. Now it seems that the system is still awesome. It was a good bet. Su Sheng smiled and flipped open the crimson booklet. As for the 2 body tempering pills, since the synthesis points given by the system had been used up, Su Sheng could only put them aside for the time being. Without the synthesis point, Su Sheng's direct consumption will naturally not produce the same effect as after synthesis. Time flies. The desk lamp in Su Sheng's bedroom was always on. It was not until 5 a.m., when the sky in the distant east was turning pale, that Su Sheng closed it. In just one night, Su Sheng had already mastered the key points of Dragon Flame Slash. As for getting started, Su Sheng estimated that he should be able to reach it quickly with the help of auxiliary facilities. This martial art advocates decisive killing. The more courageous one is, the more powerful the martial art will be, which is very suitable for Su Sheng. In addition, because Su Sheng had taken the True Dragon Mysterious Yang pill before, this martial art has a fire attribute, and the compatibility is increased by another 3 points. It can be said that even if you look for it deliberately, you may not be able to find such a suitable one. The next morning. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the martial arts gym to practice. After hurriedly finishing his breakfast, Su Sheng said while carrying his sports bag. Sun Shuiying was stunned. Not going shopping? No. Su Sheng said that in the morning, Song Zhenyue, that woman, sent him a message, asking if he wanted to go to the Jifeng martial arts school today. Su Sheng naturally agreed. After all, although he could quickly master the Dragon Flame Slash with the help of the system, he still needed to practice the elementary martial arts issued by the school on his own. Su Sheng has already regarded Dragon Flame Fury Slash as an advanced martial art as his trump card, and for daily combat and training, the basic martial art is completely sufficient for him now. To encourage me to intensify my training, Principal Zhang gave me his Gale Martial Arts School Black Diamond card for free. I have to seize this great opportunity. Okay, will you come back for lunch? It depends on the situation. I'll give you information when the time comes. Okay, if you don't come back, don't forget to eat. New. By the way, do you have enough money? Mom will transfer another 2,000 to you. After Su Sheng left for a while, Sun Shuiying sighed. 3rd middle school is really good. They even let Xiaosheng use the Black Diamond card of the Gale Martial Arts School for free. Su Happing laughed and said, I've met Zhang Guokuan twice. He's a very capable man. Our Xiaosheng's luck has finally turned. Sun Shuiying's eyes were slightly red. I hope everything goes smoothly for this little bastard in the future. The intersection of Linhai Road and Lushan Road. A huge venue with floor-to-ceiling windows lies across the road like a gigantic ancient beast. 4 powerful characters were hung above the entrance, Jifeng Martial Arts School. It's still quite far. Su Sheng sighed as he stepped off the bus carrying a crossbody sports bag. It took him 40 minutes to get there by bus, but this was not a branch of the Heiade Martial Arts School, but the main school. As the #1 martial arts school in Luqing, Jifeng Martial Arts School is the most popular, has the most complete facilities and the best service. The main hall on Linhai Road has many of the most advanced martial arts training equipment, which is most suitable for Su Sheng at the moment. Hey, you're quite punctual. You said 9 o'clock, so it's 9 o'clock. A pleasant and lively voice sounded behind him. Chapter 12, Discussing with Song Zhenyue. Su Sheng turned around and saw a tall and beautiful girl in light yellow sportswear looking at him with a smile with her bright and lively eyes. The girl had fair, delicate skin, and her full breasts were not at all covered by the loose sportswear. A faint fragrance wafted into the air. She was none other than Song Zhenyue, the goddess secretly loved by countless boys in No. 3 middle school. Unlike when he was in school, Song Zhenyue was carrying a black sword on his back at this time. The sword is in a pearl fish leather scabbard, and judging from its appearance, it should be a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. Su Sheng is 1.85 meters tall, a full 17 centimeters taller than Song Zhenyue. At this moment, he looks down at Song Zhenyue with a smile on his face. Song Zhenyue showed no sign of weakness. With a delicate hum, she took a step forward, holding her snow-white neck high and staring into Su Sheng's eyes with a proud expression. Why are you looking at me? Don't you accept it? Su Sheng is not one to indulge school beauties or goddesses. Don't be so aggressive, little brat, or you might not be able to get married in the future. You're the little brat. Song Jianyue glared at Su Shang fiercely. Besides, I'm obviously 18, and you're obviously only 18 too. Su Shang raised his eyebrows. Yes, I thought it was from my previous life. Then he said, well, it's not small anymore. You. Song Jianyue immediately thought of the scene yesterday morning, and thought Su Shang meant something, and his handsome face turned red. Su Shang couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Song Jianyue being so cute. He found that this woman, oh no, girl, was quite interesting. Su Shang. Don't think you're amazing just because your punching power is 900 kilograms higher than mine. Song Jianyue glared at Su Shang fiercely. We're both mid-stage warriors, but you're not necessarily better than me. Su Shang raised his eyebrows. How about we compete? Let's compete. I'm not afraid of you. This Song Jianyue is such a good person. He took the initiative to give me guidance on martial arts training, and now he wants to be my experience baby. Su Shang's strength has increased dramatically, but his practical experience is too poor. He is thinking about whether he should spend money to hire a coach. As a result, Song Jianyue came to my door herself. TSK, I hope this woman is tougher and won't be defeated by me so easily. There are 8 floors in the Jifeng Martial Arts School. In addition to the reception hall, the first floor mainly consists of some basic training areas, which can be used by paying a certain fee. Only annual card members can enter the 2nd to 6th floors. The cost of applying for an annual membership at the Jifeng Martial Arts School is roughly between 100,000 and 300,000 yuan, depending on the user's ability. Above the 6th floor, only Black Diamond members can use it. Those who can enter the 6th floor are both rich and noble. When Su Shang and Song Jianyue, 2 young men and women with outstanding looks and youthful aura, walked into the Black Diamond card exclusive elevator, they attracted a lot of attention. In the elevator, Su Shang and Song Jianyue entered their Black Diamond card numbers respectively. Since Zhang Guoquan temporarily gave Su Shang the right to use the Black Diamond card, Su Shang naturally also had all the privileges of a Black Diamond card member. After reaching the 6th floor, one training ground after another came into view. Each training ground is about 60 square meters, which is a very large area. This is to take into account the privacy of Black Diamond members who prefer to practice alone. Su Shang and Song Jianyue walked into an empty training ground. The interior environment is dominated by silver and warm yellow tones, which looks bright and comfortable. On the far left side of the training ground is a row of standard weapons provided by the martial arts school. It is said that some old customers will store their customized weapons in the martial arts school for use when they come. Let's have a few fights first. Song Jianyue placed the black sword on the weapon rack beside him. You don't need weapons, and I don't need weapons either. That's fair. Su Shang moved his shoulders, and with a thought, he felt the blood and energy in his body rolling like a torrent. In an instant, Su Shang's state changed. If Su Shang was a handsome boy next door, a sunny high school boy who came out of a comic book, then now he is a sword drawn from its sheath. A powerful warrior with a sharp expression and an oppressive aura. There was a hint of surprise in Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes. At this moment, she felt that the person standing in front of her was not a high school student, but a powerful golden bodymaster of the 2nd level. This guy. Song Jianyue was shocked. Why was the momentum changed so drastically? In fact, after taking the True Dragon Shenyang pill, Su Shang not only greatly improved his own strength, but also gained the pressure of the True Dragon. What is coercion? It can be understood as momentum and aura. The True Dragon is one of the most powerful 6th order beasts. Its strength far exceeds that of the top grandmasters and is close to that of the 7th level king level powerhouses. Although Su Shang's strength was not enough to fully absorb the effects of the True Dragon Shenyang pill, his momentum at this moment was not inferior to that of a 2nd level golden body warrior. I'm not afraid of you. Song Jianyue seemed to be cheering himself up. Immediately, the pretty face became extremely serious. As a super genius with extraordinary talent and the daughter of Song Dinghua, Song Jianyue is proud in her heart. Drink! The next moment, Song Jianyue let out a delicate cry and took a sudden step forward with her long left leg. Then, the pink fist shot out like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed towards Su Shang's face. There was a look of surprise in Su Shang's eyes, not because Song Jianyue was strong. But, the movements are so slow. Isn't this Song Jianyue a mid-stage warrior? What? Your punching speed is as fast as a child? At the moment when Song Jianyue's pink fist was about to hit, Su Shang gently took a step back. It was this step that instantly made Song Jianyue's fist feel like it was hitting cotton, and he felt as if he had energy but nowhere to use it. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes narrowed. What the hell? I clearly calculated the distance. In fact, the greatest function of the True Dragon Shenyang pill is not to directly increase punching power, but to strengthen the strength of the body in all directions. What is physical strength? Strength, speed, reaction, thinking, perception, and so on. It was precisely because of this that Su Shang was able to rely on his strong visual perception to accurately determine where Song Jianyue's punch would land, and to clearly see that Song Jianyue's punches were very slow. It's my turn. Su Shang chuckled and patted Song Jianyue's shoulder with his left hand. Bang! Song Jianyue's delicate body flew backwards in an instant. Song Jianyue's pretty face changed, and she kicked the ground with her right leg to avoid being slapped away. However, he still had to retreat several steps before he could stop the terrible force brought by Su Shang's palm. Song Jianyue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not embarrass himself. But the next moment. But Su Shang appeared in front of him like a ghost without him knowing when. Its bright eyes are only 1 centimeter away from the tip of its nose. Song Jianyue could even clearly feel the hot masculine aura from Su Shang. Before Song Jianyue could react, Su Shang, who was approaching quickly, raised his hand and exerted force suddenly. Ah! Song Jianyue cried out softly, and this time she flew out completely. Chapter 13. Oh my god, it doesn't feel right. Plop! When Song Jianyue's delicate little butt hit the ground, Song Jianyue suddenly felt pain, and a mask of pain covered his pretty little face. Ah, damn it! Song Jianyue stood up quickly like lightning, rubbed his aching little butt, and looked at Su Shang with a fierce look. Damn it, is the difference in 900 kilograms punching power really that big? Song Jianyue was surprised and curious. It's not that she hasn't fought against mid-stage warriors before. Her father Song Dingwu even hired several mid-stage warriors with rich practical combat experience for her. Among them are some mid-stage top-level martial artists with boxing power comparable to Su Shang's. But in front of those people, Song Jianyue remembered that he could clearly fight back and forth. At least, it can last 3 rounds. Come again. Song Jianyue was as agile as a rabbit and quickly approached Su Shang. When he was 2 meters away from Su Shang, Song Jianyue suddenly raised his left leg, and with the terrifying force of his right leg, Song Jianyue soared into the air. Immediately, his left leg swept out like an iron rod weighing 100 pounds. If this kick lands on a car, it can instantly send the car flying several meters. However, Su Shang only bent his legs slightly, and the next moment his left hand, like an ally cast pliers, accurately grabbed Song Jianyue's left ankle. Song Jianyue was still in mid-air at this time. Seeing this, he secretly said, "It's over." Immediately, Song Jianyue felt himself spinning clockwise uncontrollably, but saw Su Shang grabbing Song Jianyue's ankle and quickly spinning him twice. Then he threw it at the soft target at the end of the training ground. Song Jianyue, who was already dazed, had no time to relieve the force, and her delicate body hit the target behind her hard. Ouch! Song Jianyue fell to the ground in pain. In the distance, Su Shang said with a half smile, "Want to come again?" Song Jianyue felt pain all over his body and didn't know where to rub. Come again. After saying that, he rushed towards Su Shang again. The next moment. Bang! Ah! Su Shang clapped his hands. This woman was quite resilient. Song Jianyue, have you ever practiced boxing-related martial arts? Or if that doesn't work, just use a knife. Su Shang said that the difference in punching power between the two was not that big. After all, they were both in the middle stage of warriors. But his physical strength has been enhanced by top-level elixirs, so the gap in this aspect is extremely large. Song Jianyue suddenly gave a wicked smile. Can I use martial arts? She also discovered that without martial arts, she was just a punching bag. But if you can use martial arts, this girl will not lose to you. Thinking of the 3 falls just now, Song Jianyue's pretty face was full of fighting spirit. Su Shangjiao waved his hand to signal that he could attack. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes showed a wicked smile and said, "I won't bully you. I will spar with you using the elementary martial arts technique, Berserker Fist." Song Jianyue completely forgot that Su Shang hadn't used any martial arts yet. After saying this, Song Jianyue's qi and blood began to circulate. Primary martial arts do not consume spiritual energy, and as long as the user has enough qi and blood in his body, he can perform them continuously. The moment the Berserker Fist was unleashed, Song Jianyue's tall and straight figure suddenly increased in speed. Immediately afterwards, Song Jianyue's pink fist was like a high-speed flying heavy artillery. So fast, is this a martial art? Su Shang's eyes focused. The primary martial arts increased the punching force by 1.2 times. At this time, Song Jianyue's maximum punching force was equivalent to 2.4 tons. This value is naturally not as good as his own, but it has allowed Su Sheng to see the magic of martial arts. In fact, most of the geniuses with profound backgrounds, in addition to practicing the martial arts of the weapons they use, will also practice a boxing or leg technique. After all, weapons may be knocked off in actual combat. Without the support of weapons, the power of corresponding martial arts will naturally be greatly reduced. This also shows the difference between the rich and the poor. People from ordinary families may not even be qualified to practice basic martial arts, let alone practice additional martial arts. Facing Song Jianyue's powerful punch, Su Sheng was not careless. Charge and raise your hand to block. However, at this moment, Su Sheng suddenly discovered that there was a hint of cunning in Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes. Bang! At the moment when their fists and elbows collided, Song Jianyue took advantage of Su Sheng's powerful impact and leaped into the air. Immediately, two long, beautiful legs wrapped around Su Sheng's neck like a snake. He even sat on Su Sheng's shoulders. Good boy, after all this time, there is still this trick. If an ordinary person was locked by Song Jianyue's terrifying body with a strength of up to 2 tons, his neck would probably be broken in an instant. Song Jianyue showed a smug smile and began to exert force with his long legs. But at this moment, Su Sheng's big hand suddenly grabbed back. Ah! Song Jianyue suddenly cried out, and Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Oh my god, this feels wrong. You! Song Jianyue's pretty face instantly turned red with shame, and Su Sheng's big hands grabbed her plump chest like iron clamps. Suddenly, a sour and numb feeling came over me. Su Sheng quickly let go of the softness in his hand. Song Jianyue sat on Su Sheng's shoulder, screaming in anger. Su Sheng was not going to give in to the other party and leaned back. Plop! Song Jianyue was caught off guard and fell straight to the ground with his legs wrapped around Su Sheng's neck. Oh! Song Jianyue's pretty face was so tearful that he wanted to cry. His little butt was hit 4 or 5 times a day. When Song Jianyue felt the warmth under his crotch, he realized that his legs were still wrapped around Su Sheng's neck. Suddenly, Song Jianyue's cheeks turned red. She was so busy thinking about how to beat Su Sheng that she forgot that this posture was a bit embarrassing. A bit more embarrassing. Ahem. Su Sheng spread Song Jianyue's legs apart. I didn't realize you had such strong legs. Looking at Song Jianyue lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, Su Sheng smiled and said, Why don't you get up? Do you want me to help you up? I don't want your help. Song Jianyue got up with a sizzle, her pretty face still blushing. She thought to herself that it was a good thing she didn't wear a skirt today, otherwise she would have been exposed. Then Song Jianyue said angrily, Practice your martial arts. The martial arts training auxiliary equipment is called Virtual Brain Computer and is very easy to use. You just need to lie in the semicircular eggshell-like machine, connect your chi and blood through the external brain-computer interface, and bring your own consciousness into the virtual training world. In the virtual world, you can fight without any worries. Even if you die, you can be resurrected instantly without any consumption. This will avoid wasting time due to injuries and other reasons in the outside world. The most common virtual brain computer costs 2,000 per hour, and at this time, there are 2 of the latest virtual brain computers placed in the training field where Su Sheng is. Su Sheng estimated that this would cost at least 5,000 per hour. It would take an ordinary person dozens of hours to master a martial art. If it is an intermediate or even advanced martial art, it will take longer. Thinking of his own Dragonflame Fury Slash, which was a product synthesized by the system and did not require him to worry about getting started, Su Sheng secretly felt that the system had saved him hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go. Soon, Su Sheng and Song Jianyue lay down in the virtual brain computer chamber respectively. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes. Do you want me to teach you how to use it? Chapter 14 Su Sheng, you lied. You think I'm a country bumpkin. Su Sheng didn't seem to appreciate it. There were a lot of guides on the internet about this thing. Cut. Song Jianyue was retorted and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Su Sheng. Su Sheng immediately put on the head-mounted device and virtual glasses, and suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation. The next moment, the scenery in front of Su Sheng changed. What comes into view is a huge square. Roughly speaking, the diameter of the square is at least 100 meters. On the opposite side, the image of Song Jianyue appeared at some point. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng with a grin. Each training ground on the 6th floor is equipped with 2 virtual brain computers. As long as the virtual brain computers are in the same training ground, they can appear in the same scene. Isn't that amazing? Good. Su Sheng couldn't wait to say, let's get started. Hey, I haven't told you the rules yet. Song Jianyue put his hands on his hips and said with some dissatisfaction, first, you have to choose a weapon. Just concentrate your mind and think of the weapon you want. And remember not to be distracted during the battle, otherwise it will be easy to quit. After hearing Song Jianyue's words, Su Sheng couldn't help but laugh and said, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? The next moment, an alloy embroidered spring knife appeared out of thin air in Su Sheng's left hand. In his previous life, Su Sheng's favorite weapon was the embroidered spring knife, so now he naturally chose the embroidered spring knife as his weapon. The same thing happened to Song Jianyue, and a long, black Tang Dynasty sword appeared. Although the chain slash technique given by the school is very basic, it can slash the target 3 times in a row at the same moment the sword is drawn. It is quite effective in actual combat. Let me demonstrate it to you first. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng seriously and said seriously. Su Sheng nodded, and then he saw Song Jianyue, who was holding the Tang sword, suddenly smiled evilly. There was a cunning look in the corner of his eyes, and then Song Jianyue suddenly swung his sword at Su Sheng. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp alloy sword slashed 3 times in an instant. Wajie. Su Sheng never expected that this woman would hold such a grudge, and he immediately hit her with 3 swords. Immediately afterwards, Su Sheng's figure disappeared, and condensed again the next second. Song Jianyue let out a smug smirk, he, I'll let you bully me. I suddenly felt refreshed. Su Sheng shrugged, I'll try too. Okay. Song Jianyue's handsome face was filled with joy at the success of the prank, but then Song Jianyue could no longer laugh. But Su Sheng swung the silver-white embroidered spring knife in his hand 3 times in an instant. Swish. 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 Although the speed of these 3 sword strikes was not as fast as Song Jianyue's, it was clear that he was officially performing the continuous slashing technique. Song Jianyue was stunned. He'd already gotten into it? This guy, was this talented? After Song Jianyue's body dissipated and solidified again, he couldn't help but glare at Su Sheng fiercely. Su Sheng, you've obviously entered the door. Su Sheng spread his hands and said, I just started practicing. He didn't expect that this serial slash would be so simple. It became clear the moment he thought about it. The martial arts synthesized by the system could be mastered quickly. Although he had not mastered the Dragon Flame Fury slash in just one night, he had actually mastered 100 of them. Even Dragon Flame Fury slash can be mastered quickly, let alone a mere elementary martial art? I'll show you again. Song Jianyue was just like a cute devil elf. Before he finished speaking, he swung his sword again for fear that Su Sheng would react. Su Sheng was too lazy to argue with this woman. After being hit by Song Jianyue again and his figure dissipated and then condensed, Su Sheng asked with a half smile, did you get rid of your anger? Song Jianyue's expression froze. What are you talking about? I'm not angry at all. I'll teach you martial arts again, okay? Su Sheng didn't point it out, okay. Then Su Sheng launched a series of slashes at the open space next to him. Song Jianyue looked at him seriously and said, Su Sheng, all you lack now is a chance to fight. Come on, fight me. Good. Su Sheng raised his hand and swung his sword, and Song Jianyue also swung his sword to block. Time flies, and 6 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 days, Su Sheng spent most of his time practicing martial arts. Since he had a free black diamond card, Su Sheng didn't want to waste any opportunity, and even skipped classes at school. For this reason, Principal Zhang Guoquan directly gave the green light to Su Sheng and Song Jianyue. Inside the training ground. No. Song Jianyue's illusory figure condensed, and he couldn't help but pout and said depressedly, Su Sheng, why don't you give in to me a little? Su Sheng smiled. He and Song Jianyue had been hanging out here almost all these days. Su Sheng has already mastered the serial killings technique, and has also mastered the advanced martial art Dragon Flame Slash, which was synthesized by the system. However, Su Sheng has never used this martial art in front of Song Jianyue. After all, it is a trump card and the fewer people who know it, the better. Zangetsu, you're improving very quickly. I'm just relying on my basic punching power advantage. Of course, if our punching strength is equal, you are definitely no match for me. Song Jianyue was a typical pushover, her pretty face brimming with smugness. And, oh, I still have a trump card I haven't used yet. Oh? Su Sheng immediately became interested when he heard this. Song Jianyue seemed to have remembered something and began to stammer. I forgot. My dad said I can't tell anyone else. I understand. In this era, many people have their own opportunities, and naturally some people also have their own secrets. Su Sheng didn't ask any further questions, and the two of them continued to discuss. 1 hour later, Su Sheng and Song Jianyue woke up from their respective virtual brain chambers at the same time. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. I should go home. Song Jianyue stretched lazily, her plump breasts not affected at all by the loose shirt. Su Sheng looked at Song Jianyue and said seriously, Jianyue, thank you for being my sparring partner these past few days. Although Su Sheng did not have to worry about the progress of his martial arts with the help of the system, he was able to improve even faster with Song Jianyue, an equally matched opponent. Tomorrow is the day to set off for the Magic City to participate in the special training camp selection. During these 6 days, Su Sheng has not only completely mastered this body through a lot of actual combat with Song Jianyue, but also has become thoroughly familiar with the previously skyrocketing power. At this time, Su Sheng was full of confidence in the upcoming special training camp assessment. Song Jianyue was slightly taken aback, and then her beautiful eyes were filled with arrogance. I am not here to be your sparring partner, I need to practice on my own. Well, I was planning to treat you to milk tea. Su Sheng smiled. This woman was soft in other aspects except her words. Oh, you can drink milk tea too. Song Jianyue quickly changed his tone and said with a smile, there's a restaurant right next door. I'll have an extra large cup. Hey, I don't seem to have any money with me. Su Sheng picked up his backpack and pretended to look for it. Behind him, Song Jianyue glared at Su Sheng angrily. Su Sheng, you lied. No, you must treat me today. Ha, silly kid, let's go. You are the silly child. Chapter 15 Song Dinghua. Lucheng Mansion. As the most expensive villa community in Lucheng, those who can live in Lucheng Mansion are both rich and noble. There are 21 villas in the community, and the smallest one is 700 square meters. At this moment, I am in villa number 1 of Lucheng Mansion. Song Jianyue, who had just finished taking a shower, was wearing a light pink nightgown. Her long black hair was spread behind her shoulders like ink. Her delicate body was leaning relaxedly on the big sofa, and her fair and tender little hands were pinching grapes and putting them into her mouth from time to time. Miss, everything for the trip to the Magic City has been prepared. A good-looking nanny in her early 60s walked out of the room and said. Song Jianyue, who was watching TV, nodded and said, I know, Aunt Lu, you should get some rest. Aunt Lu, let Jianyu handle this kind of thing himself from now on. At this time, a deep and powerful voice came from the second floor. But then a tall and burly, square-faced, dignified middle-aged man wearing a dark blue tank suit slowly walked down the stairs. It was Song Jianyue's father, Song Dinghua. As the Lord of Lucheng and one of the top officials in the entire Dongjiang province, Song Dinghua is very busy with work and rarely has the opportunity to accompany Song Jianyue on weekdays. Song Jianyue glanced at his father and asked, Dad, when did you come back? Your dad is at home all day today. Seeing Song Jianyue lying on the sofa like Guyu, Song Dinghua couldn't help but frown. You're already 18 years old and you still don't know how to sit properly. Song Jianyue rolled his eyes. Dad, do you want some grapes? I'll peel one for you. Hey, really? Song Dinghua's stern expression suddenly disappeared, replaced by a relieved smile. He seemed to have not expected that his unfortunate daughter could be so considerate. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Jianyu was still a sensible child. But the next moment, Song Jianyue said angrily, You're already 50 years old and you still need someone to peel your grapes? Song Dinghua's relieved smile froze instantly. Well, this child still hasn't grown up. After sitting down on the sofa, Song Dinghua asked, Jianyu, have you made any progress in your cultivation during this period? Dad, you want to ask me about my classmates, right? Song Jianyue rolled his eyes. Just say what you want to say. Song Dinghua was used to being choked, and said seriously, You are at an age where your strength is growing rapidly. You can't be distracted by things like love. Thinking back then, your dad and I. Oh, I know you were very strong back then. You were a mid-stage warrior at 18, a late-stage golden body warrior at 20, and you had already reached the 3rd level of spiritual perfection after graduating from university. I've told you hundreds of times. Song Jianyue ate grapes while repeating Song Dinghua's old sayings. Aunt Lu looked at the father and daughter with a smile and handed them the brewed tea. Master, have some tea. Song Dinghua took the teacup and took a sip. I heard that you haven't been going to school much these days, but you've been going to the Gale martial arts school quite a lot, and you've been with a boy all the time? Did Uncle Chen tell you that? Song Jianyue said speechlessly. Uncle Chen is Chen Song, the owner of the Jifeng martial arts school, and also one of Song Dinghua's subordinates. Song Dinghua smiled slightly. Have you forgotten? Lucheng is your father's territory. Your father only needs to move his fingers to know every move of his precious daughter. Dad, there's no need to act so pretentiously when there are no outsiders here. Song Jianyue said lazily, and beside him, Song Dinghua spat out the tea. He had just taken a mouthful of tea. I couldn't help but say angrily, girls, don't keep using bad words. Hee, Dad, what did I say? You. Song Dinghua knew that his daughter was very sharp-tongued and that he couldn't win the argument, so he couldn't help but ask earnestly, what does that boy do? How are his grades? Song Jianyue stared at the TV and said without turning his head, Dad, didn't you say Lucheng is your territory? Why don't you move a finger? Song Dinghua's mouth twitched. Who the hell has the time to investigate a high school student? Seeing this, Song Jianyue smiled and said, Dad, his name is Su Shang. Don't think too much about it. We are just ordinary friends. Besides, he is very powerful. His punching force is higher than mine. It's 2.9 tons. Song Dinghua's eyes narrowed. When did such a great genius emerge from the small number 3 middle school? So, he's attending the special training camp with you this time? Song Dinghua asked, and Song Jianyue nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Song Dinghua didn't know what he was thinking about, and his expression was thoughtful. What about this person's parents? How would I know? But, I heard from my friend that Su Shang's family are just normal working people. How has he performed over the past 3 years? Song Dinghua asked again. Song Jianyue thought for a moment and said, very average. Su Shang's grades were quite poor before. Song Jianyue nodded thoughtfully. I see. Perhaps it was some kind of fortuitous encounter. However, with someone of your strength participating in the selection together, we can certainly look out for each other. Look after? Song Jianyue finally showed interest. He put down the grapes and looked at Song Dinghua. Dad, are you saying this special training camp selection is very dangerous? It's not dangerous at all. With your strength and that intermediate martial art, you should be fine. The main problem is that I heard that several monsters are also participating in this special training camp, and I'm worried that you will suffer. As the mayor of the provincial capital Lucheng and one of the top leaders in the entire Dongjiang province, Song Dinghua naturally has much more information than Song Jianyue. I also have a deeper understanding of the special training camps at famous universities. Song Jianyue asked, Monster? Well, the guys from Imperial Capital, Magic City, and the War Zone, as far as I know, their sons and daughters are also participating in this special training camp. What? Song Jianyue was completely bewildered. Dad, please tell me quickly. Song Dinghua chuckled. Anyway, this special training camp is a good opportunity for you. You have a bad temper, so it's good to temper it. Dad, you look down on your daughter, don't you? Song Jianyue said confidently, I'm definitely going to win this special training camp. Not only the special training camp, but your daughter, will also be the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Puff. Song Dinghua spat out another mouthful of old tea and then burst into laughter. Dad. Song Jianyue was immediately furious. What do you mean? You don't trust your daughter? Seeing his daughter's outburst, Song Dinghua quickly put away his smile and said seriously, believe me. Humph, that's pretty good. Only then did Song Jianyue let his old father go. The next morning, at the gate of number 3 middle school, a black car parked at the school gate attracted the attention of many students. Hello, principal. A boy with a crew cut and a school bag on his back greeted me with a smile. Zhang Guokuan was chatting with the driver in the passenger seat of the car. He smiled and said, Come on, Li Rui. You did well in the school exam this time. Li Rui is from class 6 of grade 3. He was ranked among the top 5 in the grade in previous school exams. This time, his punching power reached 835 kilograms, 5 kilograms higher than Zhou, who was ranked 4th, so he was selected. Principal, haven't Song Jianyue and Su Shang arrived yet? Li Rui asked after getting on the car. Zhang Guokuan nodded. When he was about to speak, 2 outstanding students, a boy and a girl, came side by side in the distance. They are here. Chapter 16 An Unprecedented Special Training Camp. Little Superstar Heli and Yufeng. The two greeted Zhang Guokuan and got into the car one by one. You sit in the middle. Song Jianyue said to Su Shang, I'll sit next to you. Su Shang shrugged, why should I sit in the middle? You are shorter, so you sit in the middle. Oh no, I want to sit on the side. Song Jianyue said as he pushed Su Shang into the car. Su Shang nodded, okay, I'll let you go this time. Hee hee, that's more like it. There was a satisfied smile on Song Jianyue's handsome face. Li Rui couldn't help but frown when he saw this. My goodness, is this guy here to participate in the special training camp assessment or to fall in love? So I'm a light bulb? After seeing Su Shang sitting next to him, Li Rui coughed lightly and said, Good morning, both of you. Morning. After Su Shang finished speaking, Song Jianyue's little butt immediately squeezed over. After Song Jianyue closed the car door, Su Shang and Song Jianyue's two warm bodies pressed tightly together, immediately becoming a perfect fit. When the car started, Zhang Guokuan looked back at the three of them and said, How are you? Are you nervous? Don't be nervous, it's nothing. Good. Song Jianyue and Su Shang said, Li Rui was a little nervous, Principal, can I pass the test with my ability? He was the worst among the three present, and Su Shang and Song Jianyue were both in the middle stage of warriors. For a moment, Li Rui felt a little unsure. Zhang Guokuan thought for a moment and said, Li Rui, it would be good not to dwell on things that are beyond your comprehension. Instead, go out and see the world and broaden your horizons. Li Rui's expression fell as he said this. Could it be that I have no chance this year? Every year, the special training camp of famous schools recruits 200 geniuses from all over the country through selection and assessment. In the past few years, the punching strength of those entering the camp was about 800 kilograms. Zhang Guokuan soothed him, Li Rui, you should know that our number 3 high school is one of the top high schools in Lucheng. In terms of strength, it is second only to number 1 high school. The fact that you can ride in this car puts you ahead of countless others. Those who can go to number 3 middle school already have decent talent and ability, and those who can sit in this car are the top 3 students in number 3 middle school, and naturally they are the best among hundreds of thousands. Zhang Guokuan looked at Su Shang and Song Jianyue and said solemnly, but from what I know, the standards of this special training camp are very high. Not only are the instructors of high caliber, but the geniuses taking the exams are also of exceptionally high caliber. I have a list here for you to take a look at. It's an internal list, so please don't spread it to anyone else. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shang and Song Jianyue both became interested. Especially Song Jianyue, she had been wanting to ask Song Dingguo last night, but Song Dingguo was too tight-lipped. I just heard. Zhang Guokuan pushed his glasses up. There are at least 60 people in this year's special training camp who have the same punching power as you. What? Li Rui exclaimed and looked at Zhang Guokuan in disbelief. He originally thought that mid-stage warriors like Su Shang and Song Jianyue were definitely national-level supermonsters. In fact, this is indeed the case. After all, a quasi-warrior who has reached the great perfection has a higher probability of being admitted to the 4 famous universities. According to the requirements of previous years, people like Su Shang and Song Jianyue are all sought after by key universities in various provinces. Among them, Gong Shuesong from the imperial capital palace family participated. Also, the son of the Demon City Governor Long He, Long Qianyu, and the daughter, Long Qianli. Having said this, Zhang Guokuan paused. Su Shang was completely confused. He came from an ordinary family, and it was difficult for ordinary people in today's world to travel across cities, so naturally he didn't know what was happening outside Lucheng. On the contrary, Li Rui knew a lot. After all, his family was very wealthy. It seems these 3 guys' punching power was already close to 3 tons at the beginning of the year, right? Song Jianyue was quite surprised. In previous years, the special training camp had indeed gathered geniuses from all over the country. However, Dragon Country is very large, and the background of some top experts or aristocratic families is so strong that it even exceeds what the special training camps of famous schools can provide. Therefore, not all top talents will participate in the special training camp. But what happened this year? Li Rui was also shocked and said, Principal, the Gong family you are talking about is the Gong family of Gongchen, the current lord of the imperial capital? Zhang Guokuan nodded, the imperial capital Gong family, only them. Then he looked at Su Shang and Song Jianyue and said, this time, it's not just the 3 of them, there's also Lord Jian Tianwang's only grandson, Helian Yufeng. What? Song Jianyue's pretty face was filled with shock. Little heavenly king Helian Yufeng, what is he doing here? Are there any special rewards for this year's training camp? Su Shang was also very surprised. He had never heard of Gong Shuasong and Long Qinyu, brother and sister, or even Helian Yufeng. However, the name of Sword King Helian Jiannu is well known to everyone in Dragon Country. Today, Dragon Country is the dominant existence in the entire Blue Star, with a total of 8 top kings. What is the King of Heaven? There are 8 realms in the martial arts. A nursery rhyme might describe it as, to become a warrior, one must forge a golden body, forge jade bones, and nourish the spirit. The Grandmaster's force field is as powerful as the sect master's will. The Dragon King shakes the world, and the 3 emperors of the human race protect the galaxy. These represent the 1st to 8th realms of martial arts respectively. The 6th realm is the Grandmaster, and the 7th realm is the King. The most top-notch existence among the kings, the one most likely to become the emperor, is the King of Heaven. There are more than 100 countries in the Blue Star today, but there are only 32 king-level strongmen in total, and Dragon Country alone has 8 of them. At this level, one can destroy a city with just a single move, and it is easy for the king to burn down an entire country in anger. It is because of this that Longwei is called the Overlord of Blue Star. As for Helian Jiannu, the Sword King and one of the 8 heavenly kings, he is naturally a well-known figure to everyone. Such existences are considered invincible on Blue Star, and their profound background is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even his only grandson wants to participate. Su Shang thinks that unless there are some special rewards or there is some special attraction this year, there is no need for such a person to stand out and compete with ordinary people for resources. Zhang Wukuan looked at Su Shang with admiration. Su Shang guessed right. This year's special training camp, the top management plans to open the Martial God Tower. Martial God Tower. Song Jianyue was suddenly shocked, and Su Shang looked confused. Even Li Rui looked confused. Zhang Wukuan explained, originally, only Dragon Country 5th Realm Grandmasters and above were eligible to use the Martial God Tower, and they also needed to exchange for corresponding resources. If you don't have the strength, no matter how noble your status is, you can't enter, even if you are the descendant of the Heavenly King. The Martial God Tower was forged by the 8 Heavenly Kings. It is like an incredibly realistic virtual world, filled with mysteries and valuable rewards. This year, the top management has included the Martial God Tower as a special training camp benefit, which shows how much they are committed to cultivating top-tier geniuses. This is unprecedented. After hearing Zhang Wukuan's words, the 3 of them all looked yearning. Although Su Sheng didn't know what the Martial God Tower was specifically used for, he knew it could definitely make him stronger quickly, and that was enough. Principal, have the little king and the others awakened their talents? Chapter 17, Powerful Talented Warrior. Song Jianyue's pretty face was filled with seriousness. It was obvious that the strength and quality of the participants in this year's special training camp far exceeded her expectations. Zhang Wukuan looked confused. What? Is this something I can know at my level? Oh no, it's hard to say. Zhang Wukuan said, however, with their background and talent, the probability of awakening is very high. Seeing this, Song Jianyue felt helpless and complained, I was so desperate that I asked the wrong person for help. What is talent? Li Rui asked curiously, obviously he didn't know either. Zhang Wukuan smiled and said, there are 2 types of warriors, ordinary warriors and gifted warriors. The former accounts for almost 99% of the total number, while the latter is only 1 in 10,000. The combat power of gifted warriors is terrifying. Let's put it this way, a warrior who has awakened his talent in the early stage can easily defeat a warrior in the middle stage who has not awakened his talent. Even if his talent level is high enough, even a warrior in the late stage or even the peak stage would not be a match for this warrior in the early stage. As soon as these words came out, Li Rui opened his mouth in shock. Isn't this cheating? Su Shang was also somewhat shocked when he heard this. He actually had talent? This world must be 10,000 times more exciting than what he saw. That's just cheating. Zhang Wukuan enviously said, a few years ago, when I had just reached the peak of the golden body, I fought against a young and talented warrior. He was in the middle stage of the golden body at the time, and he defeated me easily with 1 move. So, if any of the evildoers in this special training camp awakens their talents, you must not make an enemy of them. That would be too devastating. After hearing Zhang Wukuan's words, Su Sheng couldn't help but ask, Principal, how do you awaken your talent? Zhang Wukuan heard this and said, well, I don't know the details, I just know that if you don't awaken when you are a first-level warrior, then you will never be able to become a gifted warrior in the future. It's hard to say. It might have something to do with parents and family genes. After Zhang Guokuan finished speaking, he asked, "By the way, have you awakened?" Song Jianyue and Su Sheng shook their heads at the same time. Su Sheng spread his hands and said, "I only just learned today that there are such things as gifted warriors." Zhang Guokuan didn't take it seriously. If a talented warrior really emerged from number 3 middle school, he, Zhang Guokuan, would be so proud of himself. If Su Sheng and Song Jianyue can become gifted warriors, then maybe they will have a chance to rank among the top 30 in the National College Entrance Examination. It's exciting just to think about it. 2 hours later, the car finally arrived at Lucheng Airport. The blue planet in this world is much larger than the one in the previous life. At least from Su Sheng's current understanding, Blue Star is at least 10 times larger than in his previous life. This is also why most ordinary people have no experience of traveling across cities, because air tickets are too expensive. If you don't take a plane, you will have to drive for more than 5 hours to go to other cities, even the nearest city. If it is a journey like from Lucheng to Shanghai, it will take more than a few days and nights. This does not include encountering strange beasts in the wilderness. If you encounter a strange beast, you may even lose your life. Fortunately, the internet in this world is as developed as in the previous life, otherwise we would really be cut off from information. After arriving at the airport, everyone was finally able to enter the waiting hall after Zhang Guokuan completed all the formalities. Principal Zhang. In the hall, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked in with a smile. Zhang Guokuan quickly went over to greet the person after recognizing him, bowing slightly and saying respectfully, "Director Yang, are you leading the team yourself?" The other party was Yang Jun, director of the Lucheng Martial Arts Bureau. In the world of high martial arts, each city in Dragon Country has a martial arts bureau. The martial arts bureaus in each place and the martial arts halls in each province are under the jurisdiction of the martial arts department. The martial arts bureaus in each place are of a very high level and are directly led by the mayor of the city where they are located. Of course, the Superior Martial Arts Department also has direct management authority. The Martial Arts Bureau is mainly responsible for matters related to warriors, such as competitions, talents, transactions, etc., and basically does not involve matters below the level of warriors. Yang Jun first nodded kindly to Song Jianyue, who was standing behind Zhang Guokuan. As one of Song Dinghua's subordinates, Yang Jun naturally knew this most prominent high school student in Lucheng. Then he said to Zhang Guokuan, "The level of this year's special training camp is very high, and the city lord also attaches great importance to this matter." After that, he turned to Song Jianyue and said, "Jianyue, I heard that your punching power reached 2 tons in this school exam?" "Hello, Uncle Yang." Song Jianyue greeted him, and after a few pleasantries, Zhang Guokuan looked at the people behind Yang Jun. "Director Yang, shall I go first?" "Okay, go ahead." Behind Yang Jun are the principals of number 1 middle school and number 6 middle school and the talented students who participated in the special training camp. As one of the 3 top high schools in Lucheng, number 1 high school basically tops the list all year round, and its strength is unmatched. The strengths of number 3 middle school and number 6 middle school are comparable, and overall number 6 middle school is even better. Therefore, in previous years, when Zhang Guokuan was the principal, he saw that the principals of the other 2 schools basically tried to avoid them if they could, and if they really couldn't avoid them, they would not say anything in a good tone. But this year is different. Not only does this year we have the peerless genius Song Jianyue, but there is also Su Sheng, whose strength surpasses Song Jianyue. As the principal, Zhang Guokuan is naturally much more tough. "Hey, isn't this Principal Zhang? Look how proud you are." Someone who doesn't know you would think your student won the Provincial College Entrance Examination Championship. The principal of number 1 middle school, Shen Yan, is a female principal in her early 60s. She can be called a modern version of Nun Miju and is known for her extreme strictness towards students. On the side, the tall and thin principal of number 6 middle school, Wu Bin, looked at Song Jianyue and the other 2 sourly without saying a word. This year, number 6 middle school would definitely be surpassed by number 3 middle school. Just average, not as good as you guys. I heard your Qi Sheng's punch force is close to 2 tons. Zhang Guokuan said modestly, but the wrinkles on his face showed through his smile. It's still very impressive, worthy of being number 1 middle school. Zhang Guokuan. Shen Yan glared at Zhang Guokuan. The 3 principals were arguing, and the other students were not idle either. In the number 1 middle school team, a tall, crew-haired boy came over and said, "Song Jianyue, I heard your punching power has reached 2 tons? "Yes." Song Jianyue nodded, and Qi Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "My punching force is 1.98 tons. Let's compete in this selection." "Can." Song Jianyue has no interest in talking to boys, and usually ends with just a few words. Shi Sheng didn't take it seriously and looked at Su Sheng, who was listening to music. Your name is Su Sheng, right? I heard you got lucky and your punch strength is 2.9 tons? As both are top high schools, they naturally pay attention to each other. The news that Su Sheng had gone from being an unknown to becoming a dark horse far surpassing Song Jianyue had naturally reached the ears of the top students in other high schools. Seeing Shi Sheng's unfriendly tone, Su Sheng took off his headphones and asked, "Why, do you want to fight?" "Ha, young man, don't get so excited. I don't have time for a sparring match," Shi Sheng said and turned away. Su Sheng sneered, "You're walking pretty fast. Are you afraid I'll hit you?" Shi Sheng's expression froze and he walked faster. Chapter 18 Song Jianyue, your saliva is dripping. 7 hours later. Magic City Airport. Classmates, the Demon City has arrived, Yang Jun said to everyone with a smile. Su Sheng took off his headphones and looked out the window. Below him were rows of majestic skyscrapers. The bright city lights embellished this ancient yet prosperous land. It's almost the same as in my previous life, Su Sheng murmured in his heart. Then Su Sheng looked at Song Jianyue next to him with some disgust. The woman fell asleep not long after getting on the plane. It would have been fine if she just slept, but she even put her head on his shoulder. Well, it smells very good. The problem is that this woman drools while sleeping. Wake up! Su Sheng nudged Song Jianyue with his shoulder in disgust, but his elbow accidentally touched the soft spot on Song Jianyue's chest. Song Jianyue's eyes were half closed, and there was a look of confusion on his handsome face. There was a crystal clear line of tears at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Here we are, and you're drooling all over my shoulder, Su Sheng said unhappily. Song Jianyue turned her head and saw that Su Sheng's sportswear was almost wet on his shoulders, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Su Sheng handed over a napkin. Wipe your saliva quickly. You're already 18, why are you still drooling? What do you care? Song Jianyue took the napkin domineeringly and glared at Su Sheng while wiping it. Don't tell anyone else, you hear me? After saying that, his beautiful big eyes looked around guiltily. Fortunately, the two of them were sitting in a double seat relatively far back, and the lights in the plane were dim and everyone was resting with their eyes closed, so no one saw them. Ha, it depends on your performance, Su Sheng shrugged. Song Jianyue snorted and stood up, saying, I'm going to the bathroom. But at this moment, the plane suddenly shook. Song Jianyue, who was already feeling sleepy, was caught off guard and sat down on Su Sheng's legs. Ah! Song Jianyue cried out softly, feeling a burning sensation below her. Su Sheng rolled his eyes and said, School bell Song, are you really capable? You're a mid-stage warrior and you can't even stand steadily? Song Jianyue stood up quickly as if she had been electrocuted, with her beautiful buttocks facing Su Sheng. What do you care? After saying that, he hurried to the toilet. After a while, the plane finally landed. Song Jianyue yawned, her mouth opening. So sleepy. Aren't you sleepy too? Su Sheng shook his head, and then remembered that the two of them had practiced at the Jifeng martial arts school for a whole day yesterday, until 10 o'clock in the evening. He had the True Dragon Mysterious Yang pill to strengthen his physique, but Song Jianyue didn't, so he was naturally very sleepy. You can take a nap for a while. There's no rush to get off the plane anyway, Su Sheng said. Song Jianyue hummed, and his little head rested on Su Sheng's shoulder as usual. Su Sheng, oh my god, why are you leaning on my shoulder again? Are you used to it? Oh, you have broad shoulders, they are comfortable. Song Jianyue didn't feel anything at all and said with a smile, borrow it for a while. I'll treat you to some milk tea later. Su Sheng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to the woman. But soon, Su Sheng was even more speechless. Song Jianyue took out a fragrant napkin from her bag and wiped Su Sheng's shoulder very carefully. Su Sheng asked, What are you doing? Hee hee, your shoulders are so dirty. Song Jianyue said this shamelessly, leaving Su Sheng speechless. You did it, didn't you? Now you're disgusted with it? How about you sit inside and I lean on your shoulder for a while? Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng with his bright eyes, with a flattering look. You wish. Stingy. Song Jianyue glared at Su Sheng angrily, then put a napkin on Su Sheng's shoulder and continued to lean forward. In the back row, Li Rue was speechless. Wow, you two are really here to fall in love. Damn, I am really a third wheel. After a while, the group got off the plane separately. Yang Jun said to everyone, "Dear students, let's take the organizer's bus directly to the special training camp. By the way, the special training camp is not in the city, but at the foot of Shishan Mountain on the outskirts of Magic City." Then he briefly introduced the Magic City and Shishan. While the introduction was going on, the group boarded a silver-white bus. It is called a bus, but in fact it is more like a military transport vehicle. Is this made of B-grade alloy? Shi Sheng from number 1 middle school was a little surprised and said, "This B-grade alloy costs 100,000 per kilogram. This car must be worth at least tens of millions. It's just an ordinary bus. We at Magic City weren't fully prepared for this special training camp assessment. I hope everyone can understand." At this moment, a magnetic voice sounded from behind. But then I saw a middle-aged elegant man in a white shirt and black trousers looking at everyone with a smile. "Director Chu? Why did you come to pick us up in person?" Yang Jun went forward to greet him enthusiastically. The other party was Chu Qin, the director of the Magic City Martial Arts Bureau. Although both of them are directors, Chu Qin's rank is actually much higher than Yang Jun's. In terms of strength, the two are worlds apart. Yang Jun is a general of the 4th realm, while Chu Qin is a real master of the 5th realm. Chu Qin smiled slightly. "You are the first wave, so I will naturally do my best to be a good host. Everyone, please get in the car." Everyone looked at Chu Qin with some curiosity. After all, it was basically the first time for everyone present to come to the Magic City, especially when they saw such a high-ranking figure as soon as they arrived. Quite a few people have already arrived on the bus, and they are obviously geniuses from all over the country. Su Shang glanced around casually and found that many people were also looking at him. In tomorrow's assessment, although everyone comes from different places, they are about to become each other's opponents, so naturally they all hope to get to know each other as well as possible. Su Shang found a seat by the window and sat down, then put the earphones into his ears again. "Let me hear it." Song Zhanyue also sat down and put an earphone into his ear in a very familiar manner. Su Shang was about to speak when he saw Chu Qinha, Yang Jun, Zhang Guokuan and others say something and hurriedly get off the car. Su Shang looked out the window. Not far away, a group of people were striding towards them, and the most eye-catching one among them was the handsome young man in a black martial arts uniform. The young man was tall, with a noble look on his face, and he had the faint aura of a superior. This. Su Shang looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and had a rough guess. At this moment, Yang Jun and others also looked out the window and were whispering to each other. Soon, Chu Qin and the others also got into the car. Seeing Yang Jun and the others looking at him inquiringly, Chu Qin smiled slightly and said, "This is Fang Qing, the director of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Bureau. The person next to Director Fang is Gong Shueson from the first high school affiliated to Imperial Capital University." Chu Qin did not mention the Gong family, but everyone present was shocked. The Gong family of the Imperial Capital. There was a hint of realization in Yang Jun's eyes. I was wondering why Chu Qin came to pick me up in person. It turns out he was doing this for Daijing. "Xiao Sun, we can set off now." After Chu Qin said something to the driver, he and Fang Qing took their seats one after another. As the center of Dragon Country, Daijing has the largest number of people in the country who can participate in the camp entrance examination every year. This time is no exception. There are 10 people besides Gong Shuesong. Chapter 19, living in the same house with Song Zhanyue. 11 people, it really is worthy of being a megacity. Shi Sheng in the front row sighed to himself, while Li Rui beside him sighed, "I feel like the weakest among these people is about the same as me. Hey, maybe the weakest one is stronger than me. By the way, Song Zhanyue, how do you feel?" Shi Sheng turned around and found that Song Zhanyue and Su Shang were both immersed in the ocean of music. Shi Sheng felt bored. Li Rui beside him laughed and said, "Anyway, I think these guys are very powerful, but we are not bad either. Let's learn something new." Seeing this, Shi Shang rolled his eyes and said, "Who the hell asked you that? Besides, who the hell are you? I just put on headphones and listened to music." 1 hour later, the bus stopped at the foot of Shishan Mountain. After everyone got off the bus, what came into view was an extremely open square. Su Sheng estimated that the diameter of the square was at least 100 meters and its length was about 200 meters. At the end of the square is the lush and ancient Shishan Mountain, which is about 2,000 meters high. Shishan is the selection and assessment site for this trip. There are two 15-story buildings on both sides of the square. This is where everyone will rest tonight. Everyone can go to the first floor to eat first, and then the staff will take everyone to their rooms. Shu Qin said to everyone, and then continued chatting with Fang Cheng. After dinner. Director Yang, principals and students, your rooms are on the second floor. A staff member led the well-fed group to 201 and handed out room cards to everyone. Rooms 201 to 207 are all yours. Director Yang will have a single room, and the others will have two-person rooms. You can choose your own rooms. After a while, everyone had finished their distribution. Su Shang, how about we stay in the same room? Li Ruwei said to Su Shang. Su Shang was about to nod when he found Song Jianyue looking at him innocently with his beautiful eyes. Su Shang couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me? They've all been divided, Su Shang, how about? Okay. Su Shang nodded. Excluding Yang Jun, there were 12 people present and there were 6 rooms in total. All the students from number 1 middle school are boys, but there are 2 girls from number 6 middle school, but it is obvious that they have decided to share a room. In other words, there were no other girls except the principal of number 1 middle school, Shenyan, and it was obvious that Song Jianyue did not want to share a room with a principal. On the side, Li Ruwei looked at Shenyan, who was expressionless not far away, and felt a headache coming on. Su Shang, please don't abandon me. He didn't want to share a room with Nun Miju from number 1 middle school. The thought of it made him depressed. Su Shang consoled him, well, it's just for one night. Just make do with it. You can also get some guidance from Principal Shun. How great. After saying that, he and the smiling Song Jianyue walked into room 205. Seeing Li Ruwei still standing there in a daze, Shenyan couldn't help but said impatiently, hey, kid from number 3 middle school, open the door quickly. Oh, okay. Li Ruwei was so upset that he wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, could I sleep in the aisle? Would you like to take a shower first or should I? Shenyan looked at Li Ruwei expressionlessly and asked. Li Ruwei's lips trembled slightly. Is there any point in taking a shower at this time? Principal, please go first. What kind of crap is this guy Zhang Guokuan taught me? He even stutters when he speaks. Shenyan was very unhappy with the way Li Ruwei spoke, and soon the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. Li Ruwei put on his headphones painfully, as this night was destined to be long. At the same time. Room 205. Wow, the room is not small. Su Shang, can I sleep in it? Song Jianyue asked, but his little butt was already sitting on the bed by the window. Then she lay lazily on the bed, with her breasts standing tall and proud, woo, so soft. Su Shang rolled his eyes, is it too late for me to refuse now? No, he. Song Jianyue jumped up after saying this, and then seemed to think of something. Su Shang, turn around. What? I'll change and take a shower. No, I'll wash first. The selection will be held tomorrow morning. After a day of traveling in the high-intensity training in the previous few days, Su Shang is a little tired. Song Jianyue quickly trotted over to stop Su Shang. No, I'll go first. You wish. Su Shang pushed Song Jianyue away. Seeing Song Jianyue looking at him aggrievedly, he couldn't help but smile and said, how about we take a shower together? I'm fine anyway. Now it was Song Jianyue's turn, you wish. After a while. Don't worry, Mom, everything went smoothly. Su Shang said to his mother Sun Xiuying in the video while wearing pajamas. Don't try to be brave tomorrow. I heard the test is pretty dangerous. Mom, when did you become so well informed? Don't interrupt. You must be careful. If there is any danger, please communicate with your principal immediately. Okay, Mom, it's getting late, so go to bed. Su Shang was about to hang up the video when he noticed a sneaky little head popping out of the bathroom. It was Song Jianyue with a confused look on his face. What's the matter? Su Shang asked, and Song Jianyue said to himself, strange, didn't I take it? Then, Song Jianyue said apologetically and shyly, Su Shang, can you help me get something? What is it? That's right. Never mind. Su Shang, please bring my small box over here. Song Jianyue originally wanted to say cover up, but how could he possibly say such words? Su Shang rolled his eyes. Song Jianyue, you have so many things to do. Mom, I'm hanging up first. On the other end of the phone, Sun Xiuying was stunned. Song Jianyue? Isn't she the school beauty at her son's school? Hiss, are they in the same room? Su Shang, please help me get it. Song Jianyue stretched his little head further, and Su Sheng could vaguely see the crystal whiteness and the undulating curve under the snow-white willow neck. This kind of scene is really tempting, and Song Jianyue is also extremely handsome. For a moment, Su Sheng felt a little itchy in his heart. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Su Sheng, I'm not wearing any clothes, can you help me get some? Song Jianyue said again. Su Sheng calmed down his somewhat restless heart and took the box to the bathroom door. After Su Sheng left, Song Jianyue quickly stretched out her fair and tender arms and pulled the box in. A moment later, Song Jianyue was wearing comfortable and soft pink silk pajamas. She wiped the water stains off her face and said with a smile, "Thank you." Just when Su Sheng was about to turn over to play with his phone, he suddenly discovered that the towel Song Jianyue used to wipe his face was actually his bath towel. "Fuck, Song Jianyue, what are you doing with my towel?" Su Sheng immediately said with a look of disgust. Song Jianyue looked confused. Isn't this the towel provided by the hotel? Of course not. You don't have the habit of bringing a towel with you? Yes, but I forgot to take it when I came in just now. Song Jianyue stuck out his tongue and showed an apologetic expression, then he was suddenly stunned. I just used Su Sheng's bath towel to wipe my face and body. Doesn't that mean I've been intimate with him again in disguise? Woo! Suddenly, Song Jianyue's cheeks turned red with shame, and she even covered her face with a towel. She was simply unable to face anyone. But immediately, Song Jianyue quickly took the towel away. When she thought of someone using this towel to wipe a certain majestic place, Song Jianyue's face turned even redder, and she felt her body become extremely hot. For you. She then shyly threw the towel to Su Sheng and crawled into her bed awkwardly. Su Sheng smiled and said, "Oh, the campus beauty of Song University is shy? Don't you dare say that." Song Jianyue, with his head covered, said shyly. Su Sheng, remember to wash my towel tomorrow. Song Jianyue said depressedly, I know. Su Sheng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This woman is so cute. Chapter 20. The assessment begins. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. In the restaurant on the first floor. Su Sheng and Song Jianyue sat at the same table, eating and laughing. At this time. Hey, Li Rue. Su Sheng waved to Li Rue, who walked in, but found that Li Rue had dark circles under his eyes and looked stiff and sleepy. Behind him, Xinyan frowned slightly. You kids, it's clearly the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, why are you so listless every day? You're a Lucheng prodigy. After hearing what Xinyan said, Li Rue forced himself to cheer up a little, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. You are so energetic that you snore all night long, and your snoring sounds like a donkey's bray. Principal Xin is right. Li Rue squeezed out a trace of so-called youthful aura, but found that Xinyan had already sat with the students of number 1 middle school and didn't listen to what Li Rue said at all. Su Sheng, good morning. Li Rue showed an expression that was uglier than crying. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Song Jianyue glaring at Li Rue. What are you doing? There are so many empty tables next to you, go sit there by yourself. Li Rue's lips trembled for a long time and he couldn't say a word. It would be better not to stay in this special training camp. 8:30. When everyone finished their meal and arrived at the huge square, they found that it was already very lively. A rough estimate is that there are at least 3,000 people in the square. So many people. On the side, Shi Sheng said in surprise, I heard that in the end only about 100 people became official students. That's 300 to 1. Where is the legendary little king Helian Yufeng, and where are the siblings Long Qianyu and Long Qianli? A prodigy from number 6 middle school stood on tiptoe and looked around. Everyone had seen Gong Shuesan last night, but the other 3 had not yet been seen. I don't know. There are so many people that I can't see the end. Someone responded, and Shi Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No matter how great a genius is, he will be inconspicuous among a crowd of people. Everyone, is everyone here? At this moment, a deep and loud voice suddenly came from the sky. Then, everyone looked up and saw an elegant middle-aged man in a linen shirt, emitting a light golden light, slowly falling from the sky like a god. It's Lin Kaixian, the president of Magic City University. Someone exclaimed, with blazing admiration in his eyes. Lin Kaixian, a top grandmaster, is said to be one of the top 10 grandmasters of Dragon Country. His strength is unfathomable, and his status is no less than that of the governor of Mo Du and the governor of Dongjiang province. He is a truly powerful figure who possesses both strength and status. Most people present could only see such a person on TV, but today they could witness his top-level demeanor with their own eyes. Lin Kaixian looked around the room and said, "The selection for this special training camp is about to begin. Before that, let me explain the rules of the assessment." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. After all, before this, even Yang Jun and others were just guessing based on last year's pattern. The assessment lasts for 7 days. The first 80 people who reach the summit within 7 days will be considered to have passed and will become official trainees of the special training camp, enjoying a 1-month special training experience. For those students outside the top 80, you will have to go back home. As soon as Lin Kaixian finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. What? 3 days changed to 7 days. Why don't we just kill the monsters and climb to the top? Doesn't that mean whoever is faster has the advantage? No, it definitely won't be that simple. There must be all kinds of obstacles along the way, right? This is 7 days in a row. I am physically exhausted. Only the top 80? Last year there were 200 people. I'm done for. I'm definitely going to be eliminated. Damn it. It took me 3 days to get here. I can't be eliminated all at once, right? In the square, not only were the students whispering about this, but even the directors of martial arts bureaus from various places were very surprised. This year's pattern is weird. It seems that Su Shang, Song Jianyue, and Qi Shang are the only ones who have hope in Lucheng. Yang Jun is fine. After all, Lucheng has experienced a big boom this year. If there are really 3 people who pass the assessment, that would be a very good result. However, the expressions of many directors of the Martial Arts Bureau were not so good, but they could not say anything. After all, this was the rule set by the higher-ups. Lin Kaixian stood suspended in mid-air, hands behind his back, unhurried. He waited until the noise in the square died down before speaking. Also, you may spar as much as you like during the assessment, but you are not allowed to attack or kill. Violators will be eliminated immediately. Alright, the Shishan assessment channel has been opened. Come on everyone. After saying this, the heavy iron gate at the end of the square slowly opened. Inside the iron gate, a desolate, ancient and wild atmosphere hits you in the face, and a dangerous world full of strange beasts comes into view. Charge! Someone said something, and in an instant, more than 3,000 geniuses from all over the world in the square ran towards the passage. Su Shang, why don't you leave? Li Rui also followed the main force, but found that Su Shang and Song Jianyue were not in a hurry at all. Su Shang smiled and said, "Why rush? Let the cannon fodder explore the way first." Of course, Su Shang's main goal is to hunt exotic beasts to obtain synthesis points. In fact, when Su Shang heard the number of days, he was already overjoyed. Now that he had the system, he didn't lack anything else. The only thing he lacked was synthesis points. As long as the synthesis points are in place, one's own strength can be rapidly improved during the assessment period. As for the top 80, Su Shang was not worried at all. This kind of assessment is definitely not a simple competition of speed, nor is it as simple as climbing a mountain. There will definitely be an assessment of your comprehensive strength, so there is no need to worry. Well, let's go together, at least we can look after each other. Li Rui asked. Su Shang thought for a moment and said, "I suggest we act alone. After all, if the team is useful, then this kind of assessment would be too simple. Besides, your strength is far inferior to mine. If you follow me, you might end up being dragged down by me." Li Rui's face changed when he heard this. That's right. Then he said, "Then I'll be leaving first." After saying that, he immediately followed the teams from number 6 middle school and number 1 middle school. After Su Shang and the rest of the troops had almost left, he and Song Jianyue walked towards the entrance at a leisurely pace. Song Jianyue asked curiously, "Su Shang, why do you seem so excited?" Su Shang asked in return, "Aren't you looking forward to it?" He, of course I'm looking forward to it." The two of them walked into the testing channel chatting and laughing, completely different from the nervous and excited faces of most of the people around them. This scene was also captured by many contestants, and they all had surprise in their eyes. They knew that these two people must be very powerful, otherwise they would never have such expressions. Only after entering Shishan did I realize how vast it is. Su Shang looked around. The lush forest blocked the view of other contestants. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 contestants sprinting together not far away. Deep inside, Su Shang, with his super hearing, had already heard the roar of the strange beast. The battle had begun. Go ahead. Su Shang took a look and found a climbing spot halfway up the mountain. He then pulled out an alloy sword emitting a cold silver-white light from his back. This knife was specially given to Su Sheng by the principal Zhang Guoquan. It is made of D-grade alloy and weighs 80 kilograms, which is just right for Su Sheng's punching strength. It is neither too heavy nor too light to use. Chapter 21. Kill the monsters and get synthesis points. Swish. In the forest, a wolf-like creature the size of a golden-haired creature, pitch black in color and emitting a terrifying murderous aura, was staring at Su Sheng and Song Jianyue with a fierce look. It was the first time that Su Sheng saw a strange beast, and there was surprise and vigilance in his eyes. Strange beasts, different from ordinary beasts in the previous life. According to the history of this world, after the revival of spiritual energy, not only humans can absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, but the original wild beasts can also do so. Thus, humans became warriors, and beasts evolved into strange beasts. However, compared to humans, alien beasts of the same level are stronger, especially their physical fitness is far superior to that of humans of the same level. This is a black shadow wolf. Its attack power is average, but its speed is very fast. It is not yet in the upper ranks. Song Jianyue, standing by, introduced him very considerately. She knew that with Su Sheng's family background and the strength he had shown before, he probably wouldn't have the chance to go to the wild. Not everyone can go to the wild in this world. Su Sheng nodded. Jianyu, from now on, leave all the exotic beasts to me? Unranked alien beasts are equivalent to human quasi-warriors, and first-rank alien beasts are equivalent to first-level warriors. Although Su Sheng is now a mid-stage warrior, he is not arrogant at all because it is his first time fighting a monster with real swords and guns. Roar! The shadow wolf seemed to have noticed the vigilance and caution in Su Sheng's eyes, and instinctively thought that Su Sheng should be the weakest of the two bipeds. It immediately let out a roar more terrifying than that of an ordinary wolf and rushed towards Su Sheng. Swish! Su Sheng held the sword in both hands and chopped it hard. In order to gain as much combat experience as possible by fighting strange beasts, Su Sheng didn't even use martial arts. However, the expected scene of the black shadow wolf being split into two did not appear. The black shadow wolf that was about to approach Su Sheng suddenly stopped when it discovered something. There was a hint of fear in his dark pupils, as if he had seen something incredible. Song Jianyue, who was watching closely, asked in surprise, "Why isn't this black shadow wolf moving?" When Song Jianyue noticed the black shadow wolf's hind legs retreating cautiously, he was even more surprised. It wants to run away. Su Sheng was also confused, and then he suddenly realized that it was the pressure from a real dragon. After taking the True Dragon Xian Yang pill, Su Sheng can exert the True Dragon's pressure. He had tried it once before in his dormitory, but because the strength of the pressure could only be seen in the presence of an opponent, the experiment had no effect. But, I clearly didn't start it? Su Sheng looked at the black shadow wolf that was facing a formidable enemy and thought to himself, maybe even though I didn't take the initiative to use it, the pressure of the real dragon also indirectly boosted my momentum? Since you're not moving, it's even easier. Su Sheng replied to Song Jianyue, and then his speed increased dramatically. Ouch! Seeing Su Sheng rushing towards him, the black shadow wolf's fur stood on end, and his eyes were filled with deep fear and a strong stress response. Alien beasts are known for their ferocity and brutality, but this is the first time Song Jianyue has seen an alien beast show such an intense fear reaction in a battle with humans. There's something strange about this guy Su Sheng. Swish! The moment he approached the black shadow wolf, Su Sheng chopped with the knife in his left hand. The shadow wolf's body was already somewhat out of control due to fear. Although he wanted to escape from this terrifying existence after he realized what was happening, it was too late. Puff! The extremely sharp D-grade alloy sword instantly cut a deep scar on the back of the shadow wolf, so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood spurted out like a fountain, some of it even splashing on Su Sheng's white sportswear. This blow directly cut off the black shadow wolf's spine. The shadow wolf howled and collapsed to the ground, its body like an invertebrate, with only fear and despair in its eyes. There was a fiery look in Su Sheng's eyes as the tip of the knife pierced into the shadow wolf's body and stirred rapidly. Ding, kill the shadow wolf and get 0.1 synthesis points. The long-lost system prompt sound rang in Su Sheng's mind. Su Sheng's eyes lit up, and sure enough, the synthesis point arrived. It's just too little, isn't it? Is it because this shadow wolf is so much weaker than me? Su Sheng thought for a moment and felt that this should be the case. On the side, Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng curiously. Su Sheng, you are so amazing. It's not that powerful, it's just a beast that hasn't reached the upper level yet. Su Sheng smelled the pungent fishy smell on his body. Not to mention, the smell was really a bit disgusting. Fortunately, I had killed many chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep in my previous life, so it wasn't too uncomfortable. This is just the foot of Shishan Mountain. There are too few exotic beasts here. Let's hurry up and get up the mountain. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. You're too slow. If you can't do it, just go by yourself. Don't drag me down. Humph, who are you looking down on? Look, I'm going to get rid of you. At this time, in the small building next to the square, an extremely spacious conference room was already filled with people, including Luqing's Yang Jun, Zhang Bukun, and others. They just sit in the back seats. At the front row of the conference room sat powerful martial arts masters such as Modu Principal Lin Kaixian, Martial Arts Bureau Director Chu Qin, and Feng Cheng. Strange, Principal Lin isn't sitting in the middle? In the back row, Zhang Bukun, Xinyan, and others were chatting. Xinyan snorted coldly. It is obvious that the person sitting in the middle has a higher status. Judging from his back, it should be the governor of the magic city, Longhe. Longhe is the one next to him. Yang Jun said, as for the one in the middle. He immediately shook his head to indicate that he didn't know him. This piqued everyone's interest even more, but compared with the senior executives in the first row, they were obviously of lower status and did not have the right to know. At this time, the first row. A middle-aged man with gray hair had an aura as strong as the sea. When he sat there, he gave people a sense of oppression like a mountain. He was the governor of the demon city, Longhe. Longhe's eyes were as calm as the dark ocean, giving people a feeling of being unfathomable even when he was motionless. Sitting on his right was Helianing in the center. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose and a thin body. In terms of momentum, it seems not as deep as Longhe's, nor as sharp as Lin Kaixian on his right. But the other people on both sides had a feeling that Helianing was a black hole and they were unconsciously being sucked into it. Helianing, the eldest son of the current Sword King Helian Jiannu, and the current patriarch of the Helian family. The King of Heaven is the top combat force on Blue Star. A King of Heaven can easily create a family in his long life. And Helianing ranks first on the Dragon Country's major clan list. Patriarch Helian, you haven't been on Blue Star for a while, right? Governor Longhe's voice was deep and magnetic, with a smile in his eyes as if he was meeting an old friend. Helian Ying's eyes, which were filled with a faint divine light, were fixed on the large screen in front of him with a diameter of 20 meters. The screen was divided into 20 pieces of different sizes, the four largest of which showed the four top geniuses Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuasong, Long Qianyu, and Long Qianli. Yufeng's participation in this competition has caused considerable trouble for Governor Long and Principal Lin. I would feel guilty if I didn't come personally to express my gratitude. Chapter 22. In this era of great contention, who will be the most powerful among the crowd? Helian Ying's voice was ordinary, but it carried the aura of a superior that could not be refused or questioned. His gaze stayed on Helian Yufeng on the screen, then turned to Gong Shuasong and Long Qianyu, brother and sister. Lin Kaishuan's elegant face also wore a smile. Nowadays, it is a world of great competition. With great competition, there are great opportunities. These children have unlimited potential in the future. Helianing nodded. My dragon nation has been planning for 100 years, and now it is time to reap the rewards. However, whether these children can take on the responsibility remains to be seen. Yufeng has the qualities of a great sword king. If he can find some opportunities in the Martial God Tower during this special training camp, he will likely break through to the second level of Golden Body very quickly. Governor Longhe said, Shuesong is the second youngest of the Gong family. He may have the opportunity to surpass his eldest brother in the future. Xianyu and Qianli are not far behind. The gift of the Dragon God contract is destined to allow them to have a cultivation speed far exceeding everyone else. Helianing smiled and said, Yufeng is still a little immature compared to the other three. When these words were spoken, Longhe and Lin Kaixian both smiled slightly, but thought in their hearts, how could this old guy say that? It is obvious that Helian Yufeng is the strongest, right? How's the old man doing lately? Longhe did not dwell too long on the topic of children. Helianing nodded, it's fine, but I've been drinking more and more recently. Liquor. Lin Kaixian and Longhe looked at each other. The former said, the old man reached the heavenly king level with his sword, and now he is trying to gain enlightenment through wine. Perhaps he will have a chance to reach the highest level. I don't know about that. Helianing said without further ado, by the way, you two, will there be an extra reward for first place in the final assessment of this special training camp? According to Minister Yi and Minister Wang, the first place in the final examination will be eligible for a trial in the Martial God Tower. Lin Kaixian, the host of this event, replied. Minister Yi is Yi Zun, the Minister of Education of Longwa, and also Yi Tianwan, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Longwei today. Minister Wang is Wang Quan, the Minister of Martial Arts of Dragon Kingdom, and the Emperor of Heaven among the 8 heavenly kings. Compared with Helian Jiannu, Yi Zun and Wang Quan are actually more popular in Longwa. After all, every word and action of the two of them concerns the vital interests of nearly 10 billion people in Dragon Country. However, the kings like Heli and Jiannu spent most of their time guarding foreign battlefields and were not involved much in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. After listening to Lin Kaishuan's words, Heli Yanning nodded without saying anything. But he thought to himself that the purpose of Yufeng's trip was the Tower of Martial God and the final trial. In this way, the trip was successful, and it was not a loss to come out of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Heli Yanning looked at the big screen in front of him again. Although the organizers did not explicitly inform the contestants, the entire process was actually broadcast live. These cameras are hidden in tree trunks, stones, or the bodies of strange beasts. Martial arts are highly developed today, and technology has also experienced a blowout growth. At the same time, on Shishan Mountain. Roar! A white-spotted tiger glared at the front, with murderous intent and ferociousness in its ferocious eyes. As a first-level peak exotic beast, the leopard tiger's strength is comparable to that of a peak warrior, and in one-on-one combat it is even stronger than a peak warrior. At this moment, opposite the tiger, a young man about 1.73 meters tall stood with his hands behind his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but a temperament as calm as the earth. It was as if he was in control of everything at this moment. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a faint blue color in the pupil of the boy's left eye. Ouch! The leopard tiger roared angrily and helplessly. The skinny two-legged beast in front of him was incredibly fast. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch it at all. This made it, which had always dominated this jungle, extremely angry. After another tiger roar in the forest, the tiger's speed increased dramatically. The tiger's claws, as strong as a palm leaf fan, slapped the boy's head the moment they approached. With this claw, even a heavy tank with terrifying defense would be torn into a big hole. However, the boy did not dodge or evade. Bang! Got it! There was a bloodthirsty look in the ferocious eyes of the leopard tiger. This two-legged beast that the tiger hated was finally dead. But the next moment, confusion appeared in the tiger's eyes. But the young man's body seemed to disappear like a puff of green smoke and turned into a breeze. I don't want to play with you anymore. It's boring. 10 meters away, the boy's skinny body appeared on a tree trunk. Looking at the spotted tiger below that was searching for him everywhere, the young man shook his head and felt a little bored. This top exotic beast in Shishan was just like this. Compared to the secret realm, the exotic beasts here are almost no different from domestic pets. If he hadn't been heading for the Martial God Tower, he wouldn't bother wasting time on such a place where children play house. The next moment, there was a whoosh sound and a breeze blew the leaves. The young man appeared above the tiger as if he had teleported, then he pointed his left toe slightly downwards towards the tiger's head. It was this seemingly light movement, but when the toes touched the tiger's head, the tiger's huge body trembled uncontrollably. Immediately. Boom! The tiger's head exploded, and blood, flesh, brain matter, and broken bones poured down like a torrential rain. But the young man had already appeared dozens of meters away, without a trace of filth on his body. I hope Gong Shuasong and Long Qianyu can give me some surprises, otherwise the next month will be too difficult to endure. The young man yawned lazily and muttered to himself, it was the famous little superstar Helian Yufeng. The other side. It is clearly early summer, but the vegetation here is covered with thick ice and snow. In the sky, snowflakes as big as goose feathers fell rapidly, which was completely inconsistent with the lush early summer surroundings. Below, a giant python covered with thick stone armor looked ahead with horror. The heavily armored python, known for its super strong defense, is also at the peak of the first level. The physical qualities of the exotic beasts are already extremely high, and the defense of the heavily armored python, an exotic beast known for its defense, is even more terrifyingly strong. Even if a top warrior attacks with all his strength, it would be difficult to cause damage to the heavily armored python. However, at this moment, this heavily armored python with invincible defense fell into great panic. The moment its stone armor came into contact with the snowflakes in the sky, it made a crackling sound and broke immediately. The seemingly light goose feather snowflakes are actually sharper than you can imagine. In the distance, a young man in white clothes and white pants, with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum in his mouth, looked extremely calm. The so-called top-level defense of Shishan is just this, boring. The young man was Gong Shuesong. Speaking in an imperial capital accent, Gong Shuesong muttered to himself, I shouldn't have come earlier. I hope the Martial God Tower can give me more opportunities. Otherwise, I finally managed to enter the secret realm, but I only stayed there for a few days before I was forced to leave. What a loss. Chapter 23 Su Shang's terrifying body. Seeing that the heavily armored python below had lost its breath, Gong Shuesong shook his head in boredom. Helian Yufeng, everyone says you are the best among the younger generation, but why do I, Gong Shuesong, just don't believe it? Gong Shuesong waved his hand after he finished speaking. Bang! The heavily armored python, which had turned into an ice sculpture due to the extremely low temperature, shattered instantly. The snowflakes and snow around also disappeared in an instant. What was magical was that there was not a single drop of water on the vegetation that was originally covered with snow. The previous white snow had completely disappeared as if it was an illusion. Before the secret realm, Helian Yufeng defeated Gong Shuesong with a slight advantage, which Gong Shuesong still remembers to this day. In addition to further strengthening his own talents in the Tower of Martial God, the most important thing for Gong Shuesong on this trip is to defeat Helian Yufeng, and then win the national championship in the college entrance examination in 3 months and become the seal holder. North of Shishan. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded throughout an area of several hundred meters, frightening the surrounding strange beasts, who were all trembling with human-like fear in their eyes. The 4 bloodthirsty rats, as big as bulls, lost their previous ferocious aura and began to tremble like the other strange beasts. In front of the bloodthirsty rat, 2 geniuses, a man and a woman, looked indifferent. The boy is tall and handsome, and the girl is even more beautiful, not inferior to Song Zhanyue. The only difference from Song Zhanyue is that this girl has a mature and free-spirited temperament, as if she is not 18 years old, but a mature woman who has already entered the workplace. Brother, I'm here as promised. The girl said something dissatisfiedly. It was Long Qianli, the daughter of Longhe. Standing next to him was Long Qianli's brother, Long Qianyu. Long Qianyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. These are all small characters, Lily, don't forget, our opponent is Helian Yufeng. Helian Yufeng? Long Qianli curled her lips and said, I heard that he had defeated Gong Shuesong before the secret realm. Gong Shuesong was just so-so, which means Helian Yufeng is just so-so. On the contrary, I think the little bully is more powerful. The little overlord Luo Lai is the only grandson of Luo Badeo, the overlord, one of the 8 heavenly kings. However, this time Luo Lai did not participate in the special training camp, but continued to train and study in the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Long Qianyu said, Luo Lai's martial arts style is domineering and fierce, and he is indeed difficult to deal with. His talent is said to be the same as that of Lord Tyrant King. This person has a domineering and arrogant style, but his speed is too slow and average. Dad said before that we can only get first place in this exam and not second place. Brother, if I get first place, you can only get second place. Dad will not show mercy to you. TSK, you underestimate your brother. After saying this, Long Qianyu looked into the distance, then lightly tapped his toes and jumped dozens of meters high. After a few jumps, it disappeared into the jungle. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Song Zhanyue followed angrily, and Su Sheng in front of him wiped the blade on his sleeve. In an instant, the alloy sword regained its original sharpness and cold light. At his feet, there were 3 strange beasts of different sizes, all of them were at the early stage of warrior level. As expected, the stronger the beast, the more synthesis points it will get. A warrior's early stage beast can contribute 0.5 synthesis points, which is not bad. At this time, Su Sheng had already obtained 8.9 synthesis points. And this is just the outskirts of Shishan. The further you go in, the more exotic beasts there are, and the stronger they are. I'll try to earn 100 synthesis points, so I can use the body tempering pill in my hand. The body tempering pill was a reward given to Su Sheng by Zhang Guokuan for ranking first in the school exam, but he never used it. As a genuine first-grade elixir, as long as the synthesis rate is not too bad, Su Sheng can achieve the effect of a rapid breakthrough in strength. I told you there's no need to follow me. Su Sheng turned his head to look at Song Zhanyue and was about to continue climbing the mountain. Rustle. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the bushes not far away. Su Sheng was strengthened by the true dragon mysterious Yang pill, and his physical fitness far exceeded that of his peers, so his hearing was naturally also extremely strong. I immediately caught the slight sound. Careful! As soon as Su Shang finished speaking, Song Jianyue also noticed it and instantly drew out the Tang Hengdao behind him. The next moment, a black shadow appeared at an extremely fast speed next to the corpse of a strange beast on the ground. It was obvious that it had been thinking about it for a long time. Just as he was about to carry the body away, Su Shang's alloy sword shot over. Roar! The black shadow was a strange beast with 2 heads. Seeing this, it growled and dodged Su Shang's sword. Su Shang, this is a 2-headed blood bull, mid-second stage. Song Jianyue gave a reminder. She knew Su Shang wanted to improve his practical combat experience, but the 2-headed blood bull was as strong as Su Shang after all, and she was afraid that Su Shang would be careless. Su Shang nodded to show that he understood. The 2-headed blood bull stared at Su Shang with its scarlet eyes, as if angry at Su Shang for disturbing its meal. Immediately, the 2-headed blood bull's hooves dug into the ground, and the horns on its 2 huge heads emitted a cold chill. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards Su Shang with a whistling sound. Su Shang, quickly get out of the way. The power of the 2-headed blood bull is terrifying. Song Jianyue reminded and prepared to take action. However, just when Song Jianyue thought Su Shang was going to avoid her, a scene that surprised and shocked her appeared. Su Shang, who had no sword in his hand, was fighting with a burning desire and did not dodge or evade. When the 2-headed blood bull approached, Su Shang bent his legs slightly and took a horse stance. Immediately, he exerted force with both legs at the same time, and accurately grabbed the extremely sharp horns of the 2-headed blood bull with both hands. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided in an instant, and the powerful impact instantly caused the soft ground under Su Shang's feet to sink. What shocked Song Jianyue was that facing the extremely fast charge of the 2-headed blood bull, Su Shang did not retreat a single step. Not only that, the huge body of the 2-headed blood bull even staggered. Immediately afterwards, the man and the bull began to wrestle with each other. What? Song Jianyue was stunned. This guy, how could he have such terrifying power? You should know that warriors of the same level are not as good as monsters of the same level in terms of strength, speed, defense, etc. Because of this, it is extremely difficult for a warrior to defeat a beast of the same level. If one can defeat a beast of the same level, it often means that the person's combat power is very strong. But even if there are occasional victories, it is because of the use of martial arts. As for Su Shang, he didn't use any martial arts. Drink! At this moment, Su Shang suddenly shouted in a low voice. Immediately afterwards, under the stunned gaze of Song Jianyue, Su Shang slowly pushed the 2-headed blood bull with both hands. Bang! When Su Shang took a step forward with his left foot, the 2-headed blood bull's body retreated uncontrollably. There was a look of bewilderment and confusion in its blood-red eyes. What the hell, this skinny biped is stronger than me? Boom! Under Su Shang's full force, his terrifying body was like a god of war, instantly pushing the 2-headed blood bull 5 or 6 meters away. Then, Su Shang quickly approached and smashed the 2-headed blood bull's eyes with his iron fist. Song Jianyue was so shocked that he was petrified. Chapter 24, The True Dragoness Power Makes All Beasts Surrender. Which of these 2 is the strange beast? It was the first time that Song Jianyue saw that humans could actually defeat monsters in a pure strength contest. You know, this 2-headed blood bull is famous for its speed and strength, and is very difficult to deal with in the middle stage of the second stage. Even humans in the late stage of warriors may not be able to defeat the 2-headed blood bull. But Su Shang did it. Not only did he do it, but he didn't even use any martial arts. Is this guy's fighting ability so exaggerated? When Su Shang picked up the sword on the ground, the 2-headed blood bull seemed to recover. Although the punch just now was not fatal, it made the 2-headed blood bull feel dizzy. And when it is ready to charge again, Su Shang's alloy sword pierced fiercely into the carotid artery in his neck. Puff! Blood spurted out and Su Shang's sword stirred. Ding, kill the 2-headed blood bull and get 1 synthesis point. After hearing the prompt tone, Su Shang was delighted. As expected, the monsters of the same level can obtain 1 synthesis point, so the speed of obtaining synthesis points is not slow. After all, there are more than 100 strange beasts in Shishan that are as powerful as him. Continue. Su Shang casually shook off the bloodstains on his sword, and then walked up the mountain leisurely as if he was on a spring outing. Under normal circumstances, everyone else would be very cautious, fearing that they would attract the attention of strange beasts. After all, the purpose of this assessment is to race rather than to kill strange beasts. If you encounter strange beasts, you will inevitably have to fight, and once you fight, it will waste a lot of time. What's more, if you get injured, it will delay you even more. But Su Sheng was not in a hurry at all. After all, the time limit was 7 days. Since such a long time is given, it means that reaching the summit will definitely not be completed in half a day or a day. You know, it would not take a warrior much time to climb Shishan Mountain, which is about 2,000 meters high, if he ran at full speed. This is also the reason why Su Sheng was still at the foot of the mountain at this time, but the voices of the contestants around him could hardly be heard. Because the vast majority of people have already moved up. However, Su Sheng estimated that since the organizers set a time limit of 7 days, it meant that there were various other unexpected tests. There are absolutely no loopholes in this kind of racing. It is definitely not something that can be achieved by speed or using external force. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the wisdom of the top powerful people. In that case, it would be better to get more synthesis points. For Su Sheng, special training camps and Martial God Tower are all empty talk. Only synthesis points are the real things that can make him improve at the fastest speed, nothing else. Su Sheng, there are strange beasts over there. Wow, there are so many. Not far away, Song Jianyue, who was responsible for helping Su Sheng find strange beasts, stuck out his little butt and stretched his neck. Looking at the perky but wrapped in jeans, Su Sheng really wanted to take a picture of it. But the synthesis point is important. This is. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. In the valley not far away, there were no less than 200 strange beasts densely packed. These strange beasts are not big in size. The largest one is as big as a basketball, and the smallest one is only the size of a ping-pong ball. Each one is dark black and looks like an ant, but is extremely large, especially the silver-white teeth on its forehead, which makes people shudder. Seeing that Su Sheng didn't recognize them, Song Jianyue explained, "Oh, these are gold-loving ants. They live in groups, and a colony usually numbers between 150 and 500. The individual strength of these gold-eating ants is average. Each one is roughly the same as the black shadow wolf we encountered before. The strongest among them is only at the level of a quasi-warrior with great perfection, and the vast majority are at the peak of the quasi-warrior level. But Su Sheng, don't forget that they are social animals, and the gold-loving ants are very fond of metal objects. Once they surround you, even if you are a mid-stage warrior, you will be in trouble." After hearing what Song Jianyue said, Su Sheng remembered that there seemed to be related information on the internet. "Thanks for the explanation. Now you can move aside." Su Sheng looked at the group of ants with a fiery expression. They were all synthesis points. Even if one is only 0.1 synthesis point, with such a large number, it would add up to about 20. This is definitely a wave of fat. Upon hearing this, Song Jianyue rolled his eyes and stepped aside obediently. Su Sheng sped up and in a moment he rushed into the valley hundreds of meters away. "Hey, be careful not to get surrounded." In the distance, Song Jianyue gave a reminder. Su Sheng smiled slightly. This woman is usually carefree, but she is very thoughtful at critical moments. In fact, Su Sheng also planned so. However, when Su Sheng easily killed 5 gold-loving queen ants in a row, the situation became delicate. "Something's wrong. These gold-loving ants have discovered me." Su Sheng hid behind a huge rock, and even his breathing became steady. For the previous 5, he chose the ones that were close to him and killed them quickly using his martial arts skills of continuous slashing. But at this moment, these gold-loving ants seemed to have discovered him and became extremely vigilant. Not only that, Su Sheng also found that the squeaking sounds made by these gold-loving ants seemed to be conveying some kind of information. Not far away, several ping-pong ball-sized but faster creatures similar to scout ants began to move around, as if looking for Su Sheng's trace. Su Sheng frowned slightly. "If this continues, I don't know what we'll kill. I'm afraid it will take 3 days to kill them all. In that case, let's try out the effect of the true dragon's pressure." Su Sheng slowly stood up. Ever since he gained the power of a true dragon, he had never really used it against any strange beast. Now, it is finally time for the real dragon to use its might to achieve a surprise victory. The next moment, Su Sheng no longer hid and strode towards the gold-eating ants. Su Sheng. In the distance, Song Jianyue's handsome face changed again and again. Just as Song Jianyue was about to go over to help, he heard Su Sheng shouting in the distance, "Jianyue, don't come over here, all this is mine." After saying that, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed at the 2 gold-eating ants in the distance 3 times in a row. The silver-white blade light cut through the dim valley, immediately attracting the attention of all the gold-loving ants. A terrifying scene appeared. Nearly 200 gold-loving ants moved towards Su Shang almost at the same time. It was so dense that it looked like a flood, or like a small tide of beasts. The fangs of each gold-loving ant gleam with silver, and from a distance it looks like large areas of black mixed with brilliant silver. Even a warrior in the late stage would have to temporarily avoid such an oppressive scene, but the fiery look in Su Shang's eyes became more and more intense. Just when the dozen or so gold-loving ants closest to Su Shang were about to approach Su Shang, in Su Shang's body, a burning energy and blood force erupted like a volcano. In an instant, invisible pressure spread out. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar was heard in the sky. The invisible sound waves were like a deadly plague, or like the shock wave of a terrifying nuclear bomb explosion. In just a moment, the gold-loving ants closest to Su Shang were instantly pinned to the ground and unable to move. In the sky, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand was slowly descending. It was as if the endless sky was falling, and in the huge valley, all the gold-loving ants lay on the ground one after another, motionless. At first glance, it looked like a huge transparent mountain was falling. The true dragon's power makes all beasts submit. Chapter 25, Invincible Pressure, Synthesis Points Skyrocket. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Su Shang's eyes. The pressure of the real dragon, so strong. Simply put, when the true dragon's pressure is actively exerted, it is somewhat similar to a gravity field, which can instantly cause a large-scale increase in gravity to all exotic beasts. As a result, these gold-loving ants cannot withstand the gravity and can only lie on the ground and cannot move. Of course, it's just like gravity. In fact, it was because Su Shang's own aura of pressure was so strong that it was terrifying. Perhaps it was an effect caused by the pressure from his blood. It's too outrageous. Su Shang looked at the gold-loving ants lying on the ground, unable to move and having to be slaughtered by him, and felt both surprised and excited. After the true dragon pressure is activated, it only consumes a little energy and blood. With his current strength, he can almost keep it activated for 1 hour or even longer. As long as the pressure exists, these strange beasts will be like fish on the chopping board, at your mercy. As for what level of strange beast can ignore the pressure, Su Shang still needs to test it. But no matter what, the current results are already surprising enough. This true dragon pressure is really useful. From now on, when I encounter these strange beasts, I don't have to worry about them running away. This will greatly increase my killing efficiency. Moreover, the true dragon's pressure shouldn't just be directed at exotic beasts, it might be directed at humans as well. As long as an opponent who is stronger than me can be affected by the pressure, even if it is partially affected, it will indirectly increase my combat power. It's worthy of being a top-grade 6th grade elixir. It's worthy of being something that even grandmasters would scramble for. Su Shang looked sad. As he thought about this, he walked up to the nearest gold-eating ant with a knife in hand. At this moment, the gold-loving ant showed a look of great fear, as if Su Shang was some kind of great terror. They were far weaker than Su Shang in realm, and coupled with the pressure from the real dragon, these gold-loving ants didn't even have the courage to resist. I can only lie on the ground helplessly and hopelessly waiting to die. Puff! The sharp alloy sword easily pierced through the gold-eating ant's head. Immediately afterwards, Su Shang heard the prompt sound of the synthesis point adding 0.1. Ding, kill the gold-loving ant and gain 0.1 synthesis point. Ding, kill the gold-loving ant and gain 0.2 synthesis points. Ding, kill the gold-loving ant and gain 0.1 synthesis point. Under Su Shang's unilateral slaughter, the nearly 200 gold-loving ants were reduced to only more than 70 in less than a minute. In the distance, Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were filled with incredible shock. This scene was beyond her understanding. It's not a talent. Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and deep shock. Su Shang held the knife in one hand, and the gold-eating ants around him seemed to be petrified, or as if they were frozen. The impact of this scene was truly enormous. Ha! At this moment, Su Shang suddenly let out a light exclamation. When he killed another gold-eating ant in seconds, he found that the hideous wound was faintly emitting a milky white light. Could it be a crystal of a strange beast? Thinking of this, Su Shang's eyes lit up. The crystals of exotic beasts contain extremely rich spiritual energy and huge blood and chi power. After being tempered through some special means, the spiritual energy and blood can be directly absorbed. The crystals of exotic beasts are divided according to the level of the exotic beasts. The gold-loving ant in front of us is just an exotic beast that has not entered the level, so its crystal is naturally also not entered the level. But even so, a beast crystal can be sold for 5,000 yuan. The energy contained in it is comparable to that of a chi boosting pill, and to some extent, it is even better. However, the explosion rate of this thing is very low. Su Sheng had to kill 200 of them before one appeared. In fact, most exotic beasts are treasures from head to toe. For example, their skeletons can be used to make weapons, their skins can be used to make combat uniforms, some of their internal organs can be used to make elixirs, and so on. But these are limited to first-level exotic beasts, and the value of non-first-level exotic beasts is too low. In addition, it is the assessment period now, and it would be a waste of time for Su Shengru to dissect each one by one. Moreover, the parts of these strange beasts are mostly quite large, and packing them one by one would take up a lot of space. No matter what, at least I won't have to worry about making money in the future. Su Sheng carefully put away the crystals of the gold-loving ants. With his current strength and means, as long as he roams the wilderness all year round, even after deducting consumption and expenses, his monthly net income will definitely exceed that of his father. After Su Sheng killed the last gold-loving ant, a strong smell of blood filled the huge valley. The ground was already covered in blood, and Su Sheng's white sneakers were stained red with blood seeping into his shoes, making him feel very uncomfortable. Su Sheng looked at his pants and found that they were also wet with blood. He couldn't help but mutter, "I have to buy a set of combat uniforms as soon as possible after this." The combat suit not only has good defensive capabilities, but is also completely waterproof and fireproof to a certain extent. Its comfort and safety factors far exceed those of ordinary clothes. In the past, Su Sheng had no ability in purchasing power and could only think about it, but now he can put it into action. When Su Sheng was about to go back, stepping on the corpses of gold-eating ants on the ground with some disgust, he saw Song Jianyue jogging towards him. "Su Sheng, you are stupid." Song Jianyue pointed to the valley and said, "Have you forgotten the third reason why exotic beasts choose their habitat?" Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. There is a basic knowledge course about exotic beasts in high school, and the third reason why exotic beasts choose their habitats is the natural treasures. The high-level martial arts world is rich in spiritual energy. In addition to the original wild beasts evolving into exotic beasts, some originally ordinary plants will also evolve due to the rich spiritual energy. These natural treasures are regarded as treasures by warriors. It's possible that the gold-loving ants could settle here. It's hard to say. Su Sheng immediately started looking around. Song Jianyue said with a grin, "You still have to rely on me, right? Let's find it first." Su Sheng enthusiastically used his sword to poke the grass everywhere. The dignified D-grade alloy sword had now become a machete for chopping wood. Here. Not long after, Su Sheng made a discovery in a narrow cave. Song Jianyue ran over quickly with a look of curiosity on his face. Because he was running too fast, he didn't have time to brake and even the waves on his chest hit Su Sheng's arm. Song Jianyue didn't seem to notice it. Where is it? Where is it? She had only seen natural treasures in textbooks and in the news, but this was the first time she had actually discovered one in the wild. Su Sheng turned his head to look at Song Jianyue, whose face was almost touching his, and sneered, "I was kidding." Su Sheng. Song Jianyue slapped Su Sheng with her pink fist and said angrily, "You're so annoying. You're just too stupid, okay? The probability of producing natural treasures is not high, and most of them are concentrated in places with rich spiritual energy." Su Sheng scoffed, "Shishan is close to the city of Demon City, so it's not a place with rich spiritual energy at all. These are all in the textbooks, and you don't know?" I know, okay." Song Jianyue rolled his eyes beautifully. "Let's go." Su Sheng searched again but still found nothing, but he was not disappointed. After all, the probability of finding rare treasures was too low. At this moment, Song Jianyue's expression suddenly became a little strange. Chapter 26, Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Pressure Formation. Seeing Song Jianyue's troubled expression, Su Sheng asked, "What's wrong?" I want to go to the bathroom." Song Jianyue squeezed her legs together, a look of embarrassment on her face. "Big or small?" "Of course nonsense is minor." Song Jianyue squeezed her legs together and her pretty face became redder and redder. Su Sheng looked around and said, "The grass nearby is pretty good, let's go." Song Jianyue's cheeks turned even redder. I've never had sex outdoors before, and I don't even have a portable toilet with me. What should I do? As someone who has lived in a bustling urban area for many years, I am naturally not used to going to the toilet in the wild. Even in the previous few experiences, Song Jianyue used portable equipment. Su Sheng shrugged, "Then there's nothing we can do." You can only hold it in. Oh, okay. Song Jianyue couldn't hold it in any longer, and walked towards the bushes as if he had made up his mind. When he was about to take off his pants, he found that Su Shang had disappeared. Suddenly, he shouted guiltily, "Su Shang? Where are you?" "I'm still looking for natural treasures." Su Shang's voice came from a distance, and Song Jianyue shouted, "No, you're too far away from me. I'm scared." "Fuck, what are you afraid of in broad daylight? Just pee on your own." "No, come here quickly." After hearing Song Jianyue's words, Su Shang looked impatient. "Song Jianyue, you are always so troublesome. It's so annoying." Song Jianyue was basically immune to Su Shang's scolding. When he saw Su Shang's head from afar, he felt a lot more at ease. He couldn't help but grin and said, "Oh, I've helped you find natural treasures. The problem is that you haven't found it either. Then I also put in some effort." "Song Jianyue, are you going to come up or not? Why are you so slow to pee? Huh, you think girls are the same as boys? What's the difference? I think it's you, Moji. Hurry up or I'm leaving." Su Shang's words were indeed very lethal. Soon, Su Shang heard the sound of flowing water. A moment later, Song Jianyue emerged from the bushes with a relaxed look on her face. "Ha! I feel much better now. I was holding it in so hard just now that my stomach was about to burst." Su Shang looked at Song Jianyue with a strange expression. Seeing this, Song Jianyue retorted, "Why are you looking at me? Behind you." Su Shang didn't even look at Song Jianyue. He pushed Song Jianyue away and looked at the bushes not far away. Just where Song Jianyue had just relieved himself, Su Shang saw a hint of light purple in the messy bushes. "Ah!" Song Jianyue was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She was so busy looking for a place to solve the problem that she didn't even look at her surroundings carefully. "I didn't expect that I would stumble upon such a treasure by accident." When Su Shang pushed aside the lush grass, he saw a palm-sized lavender plant emitting a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. Song Jianyue leaned forward and sniffed. "What a nice scent. It must be the first-grade spiritual herb, the purple orchid. I'm rich, I'm rich." Su Shang was excited. Purple orchid is the main ingredient for making enlightenment pills, and one plant costs 20,000 yuan on the market. There are many kinds of elixirs. In addition to the body-tempering elixirs that can improve strength, there are also elixirs such as the enlightenment elixirs that can improve the comprehension of martial arts techniques. Song Jianyue looked at Su Shang with a grin and asked for credit. "How about I'm awesome, right? Yeah, that's amazing. A magical herb was created from just one pea." Su Shang took it off carefully. Fortunately, it was some distance away from where Song Jianyue urinated. Otherwise, Su Shang would not have bothered to take it even if it was worth 20,000. "We discovered this together. So, the purple orchid grass is mine, and I'll give you 10,000, half the market price. How about that?" Su Shang asked. His purpose was not to use it himself, but to use it for synthesis. The system said that everything can be synthesized as long as there are two of them. "So if I buy another one, can I synthesize it?" Su Shang was curious about what would happen after synthesizing the first-level spiritual herbs. Song Jianyue stuck out her tongue at Su Shang and made a cute face. "I have plenty of enlightenment pills, okay? Besides, if you hadn't killed the gold-loving ants here, we wouldn't have discovered this purple orchid grass. Okay, I won't be polite to a local tyrant like you." The most expensive first-grade elixir is the enlightenment pill, which costs 80,000 per pill, comparable to an intermediate martial art. Moreover, the enlightenment pill is a one-time use only. After taking it, it can only improve enlightenment within 1 day. It can be said to be a standard feature for the rich. Hee, but you have to buy me milk tea." Song Jianyue's bright eyes curved into two crescents. Su Shang rolled his eyes and said, "Be careful or you'll get fatter. You're fat. You're fat. You're fat." 5 days later. At an altitude of about 1,500 meters on Shishan Mountain, a 20-meter wide and 100-meter high upward passage lies in front of many contestants. The passage is lined with densely packed marble steps, forming a ladder leading to the top of the mountain. At some point, more than 500 students had gathered at the bottom of the stairs. However, at this moment, everyone did not rush forward, but stared at the blue light covering the steps with serious expressions. The light was like a huge glass cover covering the 100-meter high passage. This should be the final obstacle. Li Rue, covered in blood, looked at the blue light shield breathlessly with awe on his face. He encountered countless strange beasts along the way, including some that were more powerful than himself. Fortunately, after fighting all the way, he finally arrived here with his strong combat experience. However, this passage, which is only 100 meters long, has become a natural barrier that hinders most people. Has anyone been in there? A boy asked cautiously. The light shield appeared very strangely. There were no facilities around it, and everyone didn't know what effect it would have. Li Rue shook his head. Not yet, but it should be an attack or something like that, right? After saying this, Li Rue sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. There will always be those who are brave enough. At this moment, several powerful figures came from afar. It's Gong Shuesong, Helian Yufeng, Long Qianyu and the others. Why are they here so late? Everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. If anyone could rush in first, it would definitely be these 4 people in front of us. No one can be absolutely sure except them. Helian Yufeng, do you dare to compete with me in the pressure formation? Long Qianyu was dressed in a light blue martial arts uniform, looking dignified, with a burning fighting spirit between his brows. Helian Yufeng glanced at Long Qianyu, then looked at Gong Shuesong, who was ready to go not far away. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Let's all join in. Although Helian Yufeng has absolute confidence in himself, a truly strong person never shows off his abilities alone. This pressure formation contains the enormous pressure of a powerful person, but this alone is nothing. But no one can guarantee whether there will be anything else. If the organizer adds something else on a whim, I don't want to be a meat shield to block damage for everyone. Chapter 27, each shows his magical power, pressure like a mountain. Then let's go. Gong Shuesong strode into the light blue light shield. Hundreds of contestants around them all had a look of awe on their faces. Apart from anything else, the courage of these 4 rumored top geniuses were enough to make people admire them. Swish! Helian Yufeng, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli flashed into the light shield almost at the same time. Boom! Above the huge light shield, blue mists were spinning rapidly. This is a coercive array. A sharp-eyed contestant immediately recognized it and laughed in relief. As long as it's not an offensive type, it's fine. After saying that, he followed into the pressure formation. With the demonstration of a few people, the other contestants also walked towards the pressure formation. However, boom! A weaker contestant was instantly enveloped by the overwhelming and terrifying pressure, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably, unable to move at all. This is such a strong pressure. In the crowd, Li Rue's expression changed slightly. Can he really walk to the end of the passage under such terrible pressure? When Li Rue took a step forward, he felt a pair of invisible hands dragging him, which slowed him down significantly. Even if Li Rue circulated all his energy and blood and ran as fast as he could only reach the same speed as normal walking. The pressure from the coercive formation increases the further we advance. It's only just beginning, and it's already so terrifying. I wonder what kind of monster can get through it. A boy said with some surprise and headache. Although it is only 100 meters high, in the eyes of many people it is like a 10,000-meter high mountain, and reaching the top is like climbing to the sky. Yes, the outer part of this pressure array has a gravity effect of at least 5 times, and the top part might even have 10 times. They say only the top 80 can become official students. In my opinion, 50 is good enough. It's too difficult. Everyone, please save your energy. After entering the pressure formation, everyone's expression was serious. Not far away, Shi Shang and several others from Lucheng did the same. Everyone gritted their teeth and moved forward, but even if they exerted all their strength, they could only move at the same speed as a normal walking pace. Soon, everyone advanced 20 meters. Suddenly, the surrounding pressure surged again. I'll go. Someone was caught off guard and his knees bent, almost falling to his knees. This feeling was as if a 300-pound man jumped onto your back. For a moment, most people felt that their legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Before, everyone could at least walk at a normal speed if they tried their best, but now almost everyone was staggering like an 80-year-old man. Behind Su Shang, it's a pressure formation. Many people have already started entering. Song Zhanyue and Su Shang, exhausted from the battle, also saw a huge light blue shield in front of them. These 5 days were simply the happiest moments for Su Shang. After countless hunts, Su Shang has now obtained 150 synthesis points. Among them are 15 pieces of exotic beast crystals and 3 first-level spiritual herbs, with a total value of more than 90,000. This also made Su Shang, who was going deep into the wild for the first time, fall in love with this feeling completely. Especially with the true dragon's pressure, Su Shang is almost the same as if he had cheated. After hundreds of combat experiments, the true dragon's pressure is effective even when facing a first-level peak monster. Along the way, Song Jianyue had gone from being surprised and shocked at first to becoming numb. This guy is simply not human. Even Song Jianyue didn't take action once during the entire battle, and it was Su Shang who resolved all the battles. Su Shang looked at the densely packed figures within the light shield and said, "Just as I expected, this kind of speed test is definitely not that simple." Then Su Shang glanced at the top of the mountain. It should be about 500 meters away. This pressure formation is probably the most critical link. Come on, let's go in and try it. Okay. Song Jianyue followed Su Shang with a smile. After spending several days and nights together, the two have already transformed from ordinary friends into best friends. Boom! Inside the light blue shield, with the entry of Su Shang and the others, the blue mist became more abundant. Is this gravity? Su Shang felt as if someone was sitting on his shoulders, and his whole body became a little heavy. However, the speed was not affected too much when he was at full strength. Although Song Jianyue was slightly slower than Su Shang, he was not bad overall. Soon, the two arrived at the 65-meter position, where the main force was located. Li Rue. Su Shang saw an acquaintance in the crowd. At this time, Li Rue was sweating profusely, veins on his forehead were bulging, and his legs were shaking constantly. Su Shang. Li Rue slowly turned around and was happy at first, as he finally met his classmate. But when Li Rue saw that there was not even a drop of sweat on Su Shang's forehead, his expression froze. Damn, it would be better not to touch him. It's too discouraging. I was so exhausted and sweaty that I barely made it here, but Su Shang just walked over here with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Li Rue's cowardly look, Song Jianyue couldn't help but say, "You guys are too weak, aren't you? This is all you can do. Ahem, since you're a mid-level warrior, of course it doesn't matter to you." Li Rue took another step and felt that all his strength was used up. Su Shang patted Li Rue on the shoulder to show encouragement. Li Rue pointed to the distance and said, "But they just said that the last 30 meters are terrifying. It is said that the gravity reaches 10 times. Be careful and try your best to pass it." Su Shang nodded. The 4 figures in the front were obviously much faster than the others. But Su Shang could sense that the 4 of them were not without pressure either. Boom! When Su Shang advanced to the 70-meter mark and was only 30 meters away from the finish line, the surrounding pressure suddenly became extremely powerful. Su Shang bent his legs slightly, then returned to normal. This pressure. There was surprise in Su Shang's eyes. With such a terrifying level, there would probably be very few people who could pass it by the 7th day. Or in other words, as more and more people enter, the pressure within the pressure formation will be reduced to a certain extent? This is the only way. Otherwise, based on the current level of results, it would be difficult to even reach 30 people, let alone 80. Su Shang found that Song Jianyue was also beginning to have difficulty, with thin beads of sweat on her pretty face and her breathing becoming a little rapid. "Is it okay?" Su Shang asked, and Song Jianyue nodded, "Yeah. In that case, I'll go over first." Su Shang spoke, and Qi Shang rolled his eyes behind him. "Damn, you're just pretending to be cool. You even went over there first. Why don't you try it over there?" Such terrifying pressure is obviously not meant to allow everyone to pass quickly, but to hone and polish everyone. As for clearing the customs, Qi Shang estimated that it would take at least until tomorrow. Not only Qi Shang thought so, but most of the people present also thought so. At the front, Helian Yufeng took a deep breath and felt like there was a mountain on his body, and his whole body became extremely heavy. The same is true for Long Qianyu, Long Qianli, and Gong Shuason. Strange, why is this pressure so strong? Long Qianli frowned slightly. This is completely beyond the scope. Chapter 28 The First Passer. Although the 4 of them had reached the 89-meter position, they all knew that the last 10 meters would be more difficult. Every time the 4 of them climbed a step, they felt their bodies become heavier. It felt like my feet were stepping on high-viscosity glue, and every time I lifted my legs it became extremely difficult. And when the 4 of them reached the 90-meter position, boom! The terrifying pressure instantly poured down like a rainstorm. The 4 people's legs bent at the same time and their bodies became hunched. Ha, interesting, interesting. Gong Shuasong bent over, his hands supporting his knees, a carefree smile on his face. This special training camp is much more interesting than I thought. It's tempering the body and honing the blood through coercion. Very good. Heli and Yufeng, for the last 10 meters, shall we just use our talents? Gong Shuasong knew that with the current level of pressure, if he didn't use his talent, he wouldn't be able to get through a day. Even facing the terrifying pressure like a tidal wave, the four of them would soon be exhausted and forced to sit down and regulate their breathing. Heli and Yufeng glanced at Gong Shuasong, beads of sweat dripping down his face, a smile on his lips. In that case, let the three of you see it for yourself. The next moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared around Heli and Yufeng. Surrounded by wisps of gentle breeze, Heli and Yufeng suddenly felt the pressure around him reduced a lot. Snort! Gong Shuasong roared, and crystal-clear snowflakes appeared on his shoulders. Soon, the snowflakes spread like a plague and instantly covered Gong Shuasong's entire body. At first glance, it looked like an ice crystal armor, emitting a shimmering light under the sunlight. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli looked at each other, and then a light purple shield appeared around them at the same time. There was also a purple chain connecting the two shields, and the moment the chain was connected, the momentum of the two men immediately soared. When the four people used their talents and took a step forward, the pressure around them surged again. The four of them all looked very solemn. Even though they had used their talents, they still felt like they could not move forward. The last 10 meters are the most effective for tempering the body. If you are the first one to pass it, the improvement you will gain will be unimaginable. Long Qianyu said in a deep voice. All four of them had profound backgrounds and extraordinary knowledge. The area they were in had turned dark blue. Extreme repression and extreme obstruction can also bring about extreme improvement. Gong Shuasong chuckled, not bad, as the first batch to pass, your punching power can be increased by at least 200 kilograms. If you are the first one, TSK. At least 300 kilograms. After making his own judgment, Heli and Yufeng gave his own guess, his eyes also burning with passion. A very boring camp entrance examination gradually became interesting because of the pressure formation. It seems that there will be some unexpected benefits in the subsequent special training camp. It's worth coming this time. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the pictures of different sizes on the big screen disappeared, replaced by a whole picture. In the picture, hundreds of students are showing off their skills and are located in different positions in the passage. Who do you think will be the first to pass? Lin Kaixian asked with great interest. Long Yi chuckled beside him. Of course it's Heli and Yufeng, but Gong Shuasong is not bad either. His extreme frost body can make him immune to pressure to a certain extent. If we're talking about resistance to pressure, it has to be Qianyu Qianli's Dragon God contract. After the contract was linked, the pressure they both endured was reduced by half. Heli and Ying had an experienced eye. Although it was the first time he saw it being used, he had already judged the effect. While several top experts were guessing, the others in the conference room all looked at their own geniuses. Su Sheng can do it. Principal Zhang Guoquan's eyes lit up, and he wore a surprised smile. Looks like we'll be able to walk 80 meters without any problem. We might even be able to reach 90 meters within a day. Although this kid's performance was beyond expectations, it's too difficult for him to walk 90 meters. Xinyan said expressionlessly, don't forget, the gravity tripled in the last 10 meters. The principal of number 6 middle school also sighed. Didn't you hear Director Chu's introduction? These last 10 meters are for top-tier geniuses to temper their bodies and sharpen their qi and blood. Only on the last day will the power of the coercive formation be reduced. Yes, I estimate that even Heli and Yufeng and the others would find it difficult to pass the level within an hour. Yang Jun laughed and said, Su Sheng is amazing, very amazing. It seems like he hasn't reached his limit yet. He should be able to walk 90 meters in a day. After Yang Jun finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zhang Guoquan said fiercely, what is this? In the picture, Su Sheng, who was originally moving very slowly and bending over, suddenly straightened his back, as if the pressure suddenly disappeared. Yang Jun quickly asked, the pressure hasn't disappeared, has it? Definitely not. Zhang Guoquan opened his eyes wide. Inside the channel. Call. When Su Sheng activated the true dragon's pressure, a surprising scene appeared to him. His body, which seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, became incomparably light. It really works. Su Sheng was delighted. The pressure from the real dragon was also a kind of pressure. In this way, the pressure from the pressure array was partially offset, and Su Shang's own pressure was reduced to almost zero. In that case, let me complete this first level. Bang! Just as everyone was struggling to move forward, an unexpected scene appeared. I saw a tall, straight and handsome young man not far away suddenly speeding up. This is so fast. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their heads in surprise. Seeing Su Shang climbing up at a normal speed as if nothing had happened, Shi Shang was petrified. Oh my god, is this guy a god? How come he is so fast? In front, when Heli and Yufeng and the other three felt the movement behind them and subconsciously looked back, they were stunned. But they saw a handsome student walking towards them at a much faster speed than before. This is? The four of them looked at each other, but no one could call out Su Shang's name. Isn't this guy's speed slowing down? Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She thought Su Shang would be exhausted after walking only 3 to 5 meters, but who knew he could actually walk 10 meters in one go? He hasn't slowed down yet. Li Rue opened his mouth wide, with confusion and shock in his eyes. Even Heli and Yufeng and the others slowed down a lot when they reached 80 meters. What happened to Su Shang? Su Shang looked up at the steps above. At this time, he was only about 10 meters away from Heli and Yufeng and the other three. At such a close distance, Su Shang could clearly see the sweat on the four people's foreheads. You can hear the heavy, rapid breathing of the four people, and even the sound of their joints being rubbed by the terrifying pressure. However, all this has little to do with Su Shang. With the help of the real dragon's pressure, Su Shang's eyes were as calm as water, and his breathing was not disordered at all. Step. 2 steps. 5 steps. In the blink of an eye, Su Shang and Heli and Yufeng were less than 1 meter apart, or 2 steps away. Chapter 29 shocked the whole audience. Su Shang's tricks are here. On the big screen. Zhang Guoquan stood up suddenly, with excitement and nervousness in his eyes. He hoped that Su Shang could surpass him. But I know this is almost impossible. Yang Jun, Xinyan and the others were all stunned, and even seemed to have forgotten to breathe. In the front row, Lin Kaixian and Long Yi had a serious look in their eyes. There was a glint of light in Heli and Ying's sharp eyes. What's this person's name? If I remember correctly, it should be Su Shang from Luqing No. 3 Middle School. Xu Qin, director of the Magic City Martial Arts Bureau, said in a deep voice from the back row. Su Shang? The name popped up in the minds of the three people at the same time. Lin Kaixian looked at the close-up view on the big screen, and he even found that Su Shang's breathing was extremely steady. Long Yi murmured, there's no spiritual energy fluctuation in this boy, so he probably doesn't have a talent. That's the strength of his own body. There was surprise in Lin Kaixian's eyes. There was actually an unexpected surprise in this special training camp? Inside the channel. Heli and Yufeng and the other three were initially surprised when they saw Su Shang accelerating, but then they became concerned that they were about to be overtaken by Su Shang. The moment Su Shang took another step forward, a fierce momentum suddenly burst out from Heli and Yufeng's body. Call. The wind was dancing, and Heli and Yufeng quickly took a step forward. Snowflakes were falling all around Gong Shuesong, and he took a step forward, unwilling to be outdone. Long Qianli was sweating profusely and her clothes were almost soaked, her chest heaving. After she used all her strength to activate the Dragon God contract, her and Long Qianyu's speed also increased a little. But just after the four of them took 2 difficult steps, a tall figure passed by them from behind. 95 meters. Su Shang completed the transcendence under everyone's attention. Tai. Helian Yingting stood up from his chair, his deep eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Kaixian and Long He had the same expression. They looked up blankly at the figure. This Su Shang had surpassed him so quickly? What? There was an incredible look in Heli and Yufeng's eyes. Gong Shuesong and Long Qianyu were so shocked that their minds went blank. Even when they were trying their best to maintain their talents, they were overtaken by their opponents? What is going on? Long Qianli looked at the handsome and tall figure in front of her, with extreme surprise and confusion in her beautiful eyes. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation from this person, and it was obvious that he had not displayed his talent. If there is no talent, then what is it? Martial arts? Or elixirs? But as far as she knew, there weren't any low-level elixirs that were this powerful. Could it be that this guy had reached the great perfection of a martial artist? That was even more impossible. Drink! After Su Sheng surpassed the 4 people, Helian Yufeng, who was originally calm, suddenly became extremely serious. He let out a low roar, and the breeze around him quickly turned into a small tornado. Because he had been using his talent at full power for too long, Helian Yufeng even felt that he was overloaded. Although a warrior of the first realm can generate spiritual energy in his dantian after awakening his talent, he can also absorb the spiritual energy of the whole body. But after all, he is not a second-level golden body, and his speed of absorbing spiritual energy is not as fast as that of a golden body warrior. Therefore, it is difficult for a first-level warrior to sustain for too long after displaying his talent. But in order to get first place and to be the first person to pass the level, Helian Yufeng no longer cared about many things. As the only grandson of the Sword King, Helian Yufeng has been surrounded by countless halos since he was a child. The 3 words Little King will not allow him to lose. You are not allowed to lose to others during the assessment period. Thinking of this, Helian Yufeng, who was always calm and composed, now looked a little ferocious. After trying his best, his speed did increase a little. However, there is still a gap between him and Su Sheng. Sensing that Helian Yufeng behind him had increased his speed, Su Sheng secretly shook his head, thinking that this should be his limit. However, Helian Yufeng's maximum speed is still not as good as his current self. It's not that Helian Yufeng is weak, but the pressure of the real dragon is too overbearing. You should know that no one can take pills that are much higher than their own level. It is already the limit for a first-level warrior to take a 3rd-grade elixir. If he takes a 4th-grade elixir, his body will probably explode and die. After all, the terrifying medicinal power contained in the elixir is not something that a low-level warrior can digest. It's like a balloon the size of a basketball. If you pump too much gas into it, it will explode. But Su Sheng is different, he has a cheat. With the help of the system, any item synthesized by the system can be used without restrictions. The improvement brought by a first-level warrior taking a top-level 6th-grade elixir is unimaginable to ordinary people, even to everyone in this world. Damn it! Gong Shuason, Long Qinyu and the other 2 looked at Su Sheng in front of them in shock and anxiety. They could not care less about the huge increase in the punching power within the pressure array, but losing to a person whose name they couldn't even pronounce was something they could not tolerate. Even losing to Helian Yufeng is acceptable. The last 2 meters. Looking at the light shield within reach in front of him, Su Sheng's eyes lit up. He had already felt the surging qi and blood power in his body, and he knew without a doubt that his punching power had probably exceeded 3 tons. This pressure formation has such an effect? Su Sheng was surprised. He thought it was just an ordinary pressure. But on second thought, the strong men created such a coercive formation, and this so-called coercion is the condensed will of their martial arts. Tempering oneself with the will of a martial arts master, isn't that what textbooks often say? It's just that since it was my first time seeing it, I haven't come to terms with it for a while. As expected, you can't just study blindly. Under such pressure, the body's bones, flesh, and blood are all at their limit. This pressure is actually like a huge millstone. And we are the beans in the millstone. Only after sufficient squeezing and grinding can the beans be transformed into more valuable soy milk. Besides, I'm number 1 now, so I'm under the greatest pressure, so the tempering effect will be even better. No wonder Helian Yufeng and the others are working so hard. Su Sheng quickly figured out the whole story. Since the effect is so good, I must take the lead. Inside the conference room, Helian Ying and other senior executives all stared at Su Sheng intently. Another staff member quickly handed the initial information about Su Sheng to several bigwigs. Lin Kaixian and Long He took a quick glance and wrote down all the information. He has average talent and performance, but became famous because of a school exam. Lin Kaixian shook his head secretly. This resume was very ordinary. There are many people like Su Sheng who were previously unknown, and there are also many who have made rapid progress in their strength after obtaining certain opportunities. Long Yi murmured, this child must have tempered his body to the extreme through some means, so that he can withstand such a huge pressure. Or maybe it's some secret technique that can offset the pressure. Haha, interesting. As top bosses, the 2 of them were extremely knowledgeable and figured out the cause and effect almost instantly. In fact, the pressure of the true dragon is indeed some kind of secret technique. What is the secret technique? The effects that come with top-level elixirs or techniques can be called secret techniques. At this moment, Su Sheng in the picture suddenly made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 30 Su Sheng, I'm not done with you. Helian Yufeng looked up and found that Su Sheng, who had been walking up, suddenly stopped. Not only that, he turned around. The moment they turned around and their eyes met, Helian Yufeng felt that his IQ was not enough. Su Sheng smiled slightly. Sorry, you are too close to the front, affecting my physical training. As soon as these words were spoken, Helian Yufeng's eyes widened immediately. What kind of arrogant statement is this? The road is not yours. Besides, the organizer's purpose is to temper everyone's body. So what? Helian Yufeng, who was sweating and a little confused, asked. Su Sheng grinned. So, either you go down, or I will take you down. After Su Sheng finished speaking, there was silence all around. Gong Shuasong, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli opened their mouths in surprise, and then looked at Su Sheng as if he were a fool. Helian Yufeng was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time since he could remember that someone dared to threaten him, the little superstar Helian Yufeng. Just you? Helian Yufeng asked, and Su Sheng nodded. Outside the passage, I might not be your opponent. Oh, no, I'm definitely not your opponent, but now. Su Sheng looked up and down at Helian Yufeng with ill intentions. This guy even had difficulty standing, and although he was also struggling, he had no problem moving freely. In other words, at this moment Helian Yufeng was just a rookie who couldn't even stand steadily. What do you want to do? Helian Yufeng looked at Su Sheng warily, thinking, oh no, I've met an unreasonable person. Even though Helian Yufeng is extremely confident in his own strength, no matter what, Su Sheng is indeed awesome in the pressure formation. Others can maintain a constant speed without much effort. What should I do in this situation? It was already easy for him to stay from falling down. Su Sheng only needed to push himself down with a slight push. Really? Su Sheng started walking down. Going up is incredibly stressful, but going down is much easier. Ahem, sorry. Mainly, this pressure formation is so effective that I want to enjoy it alone. Also, as a little king, you shouldn't lack this body hardening effect. Su Sheng looked apologetic, as there were simply too few resources. How can people from small places make progress if they don't fight and compete? After saying that, with Helian Yufeng's angry and ashamed expression on his face and Gong Shuasong and the other two staring in amazement, Su Sheng pushed Helian Yufeng down. Su Sheng, damn. The upbringing of the Helian family did not allow Helian Yufeng to swear, but Helian Yufeng couldn't help but say something when he fell backwards. Fortunately, he held back the last word. Bang! Amidst everyone's shock, and with hundreds of senior executives in the conference room collectively petrified, Helian Yufeng's back of the head made close contact with the steps behind him. Immediately, it began to roll down with a gurgling sound. It didn't stop until it retreated to 75 meters, a full 20 meters. Helian Yufeng sat down on the steps, completely stunned. The whole audience was silent. Fuck! Long Qianyu's eyes almost popped out of his head in horror. How dare this guy do this? Gong Shuasong's eyes widened in surprise and he began to doubt his life. Su Sheng's sudden and unconventional behavior shocked him so much that his brain went blank. On the channel. Everyone opened their mouths at the same time, staring at Su Sheng in amazement as if they were petrified. Li Rui felt his hairs stand on end, and he roared in his heart, Su Sheng is awesome. Su Sheng is awesome. Shi Sheng and other geniuses from Lucheng were all stunned. They didn't expect it could be done this way. And Su Sheng actually dared to do this? Song Zhenyue's eyes widened and she felt like her brain cells were almost not enough. There was also dead silence in the conference room. Lin Kaixian and Long He glanced at Helian Ing at the same time. Helian Ing, who was always as calm as a mountain, had a rare look of surprise and confusion on his face. When Helian Yufeng was sitting on the ground with his cheeks flushed with embarrassment in the picture, Helian Ying's old face also turned red. Damn, what a shame. Noticing the subtle changes in Helian Ing, Lin Kaixian and Long He almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Ahem. Lin Kaixian coughed. I don't think we're forbidden to do this, right? Long He also quickly said, ahem, yes, this Su Sheng really doesn't play by the rules, he. Both of them were shrewd people and were afraid that Helian Ing would disqualify Su Sheng from the competition in anger. Helian Ing came back to his senses and his expression returned to normal. We are all young people. Youth means everything is possible. Haha, this kid Yufeng is defeated for the first time. After saying that, Helian Ing glanced at Long He. Long He's expression froze. Oh no, Su Sheng had said before that you were too far forward. This also includes his beloved son and daughter. Suddenly, it was Helian Ying's turn to laugh. In the silent corridor, only Su Sheng's heavy footsteps could be heard. When Su Shang looked at Gong Shuason, Long Qianyu, and Long Qianli, who hadn't reacted yet, he still looked apologetic. Three of you, Helian Yufeng has already given you an example. Ahem, do you want to go down on your own, or do you want me to treat you? The three of them came to their senses. Gong Shuason clenched his fists in anger and said, Su Shang, right? Don't go too far. Even if you can drive us away from here, what if we get out of the pressure formation? I don't believe you won't be afraid. As a member of the younger generation of the Daijinggong family, Gong Shuason has never been afraid of anyone, let alone this villain who takes advantage of others. Su Shang shrugged, okay, then I'll ask you to go down. As he said that, he pushed with his big hand. Gong Shuason was prepared and tensed his whole body to resist this force. However, he was already exhausted from facing the overwhelming pressure, and Su Shang's slight push was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Shang, I'm not done with you, ah! Gong Shuason couldn't help but roar as he fell backwards. Immediately, the back of his head hit the hard steps hard and he let out an uncontrollable scream. Then. Ah! Ah! Holy shit! Hiss! Oh! Su Shang, wait! Ah! Nearly 1,000 contestants stared in amazement as Gong Shuason rolled down the stairs cursing, and they were all silent. Bang! Gong Shuason rolled directly to 70 meters, 5 meters further back than Helian Yufeng. Sorry, I was a little heavy-handed. Su Shang grinned and said, I told you to be arrogant, but you are so arrogant. As he said this, he looked at the petrified Long Qianyu brother and sister. In the conference room, Long Yi stared at the big screen and roared in his heart, go down, go down. Inside the passage, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli reacted. The former's expression was gloomy. Su Shang, you don't have to monopolize this pressure to temper your body, right? So you want me to treat you? Su Shang shrugged. Long Qianyu's expression changed from gloomy to bright. It was definitely impossible to let him go down. But when I think of the miserable scene of Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuason, I feel extremely embarrassed. If I were like this, I would be so ashamed that I couldn't face anyone. Who knows how my dad will punish me afterwards? But, he was Long Qianyu, the son of the governor of Demon City. Are you going to go on like this today, threatened by an unknown guy? How can I live my life if this gets out? After weighing the pros and cons, Long Qianyu seemed to have made some kind of decision. Chapter 31 Su Shang is awesome broken voice. Then, Long Qianyu glared at Su Shang fiercely and said word by word, you wait. After saying this, he turned around and walked downstairs with endless frustration and shame. In the conference room, Helian Ing and Lin Kaixian heard Long Yi's long breath at the same time, and found that there was admiration in his eyes. Qianyu is a very stable child. At this moment, Long Yi was extremely satisfied with his son's actions. I won't do anything to a girl, just go down by yourself. Su Shang looked at the dazed Long Qianli with a smile, then looked at the people behind Long Qianli. In addition to Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuason, there are several top geniuses at 70 meters. The moment her eyes met Su Shang's, Long Qianli's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. I won't go down. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Long Qianli really couldn't do the same shameful thing as her brother. In the conference room, Long Yi was terrified. You stupid kid, since Su Shang dared to push Helian Yufeng and the others, will he let you go? Ha, it's useless to be tough with words, you have to be tough with your legs. Su Shang reached out and gently pressed his hand on Long Qianli's forehead under Long Qianli's angry and helpless gaze. Su Shang, if you dare to push me, I will definitely not let you go. If you don't believe me, just try it. Long Qianli was angry and embarrassed. She felt like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of countless people. It was so shameful, extremely shameful. The question is, how could there be such a shameless guy? So shameless. Su Shang smiled, and Long Qianli's delicate body trembled. She even cried in her tone, Su Shang, please go away. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer once we get out of this passage. Well, you're the fourth one to give me a hard time. Su Shang nodded, apologetically saying, sorry, time is running out and I need to hurry up and temper my body. After saying that, he pushed gently with his hand. Su Shang, you're dead. Long Qianli was frightened. This bastard actually dared to attack her. He quickly retreated, left behind a harsh remark with a crying tone, and ran away quickly. The whole place was still so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Su Shang is awesome. Li Rui was dumbfounded, but what should he do next? These four are all top geniuses, and can even be said to be the most outstanding young generation of 18-year-olds in Longwa. Being hated by one person is one thing, but being hated by four. Just thinking about Leroy makes me shudder. Not far away, Song Zhenyue's eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes were shining. You are so awesome, Su Shang. Oh, why didn't I think of this? No, it's useless even if I thought of it. Su Shang is so strong. Woohoo, I'm so envious. At 75 meters, Helian Yufeng lowered his head. It was not because he was angry, but because he was too embarrassed to face anyone. Gong Shuasong, who had been constantly making harsh remarks before, also became obedient. He stared at Su Shang with his red face full of anger. Long Qianyu covered his face with his hands, repeating in his heart, "Dad, don't hit me, Dad, don't hit me." Without the interference of several people, all the pressure from the surroundings was borne by Su Shang alone. It's too troublesome to walk up there. Su Shang couldn't help but sigh. Everyone behind him collapsed instantly. Damn, you still have the nerve to talk about trouble. When Su Shang was 1 meter away from the finish line, he finally stopped. The pressure here is the greatest and the body tempering effect is the best. Then, Su Shang sat cross-legged and began to practice basic breathing techniques, while the people below the stage could only stare at him in amazement. Gong Shuasong never took his eyes off Su Shang. Are we just going to sit there and watch? Gong Shuasong felt like his lungs were about to explode from being so frustrated. If looks could kill, Gong Shuasong would have killed Su Shang hundreds of times with his eyes by now. Helian Yufeng lowered his head and said nothing. He had been arrogant for 18 years and had been ahead for 18 years, but now he was experiencing the first great humiliation in his life, so much so that Helian Yufeng has not recovered yet. At this moment, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Long Qianyu clenched his fist and then unclenched it. Do you still want to humiliate yourself? What's the point of going up at this time? It will have no effect except being pushed down for the second time by the evil guy Su Shang. Long Qianli's eyes were red. I don't care anyway. As soon as he gets out of the tunnel, I'll chase him and beat him up. Let's fight together, this is so infuriating. Gong Shuasong was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. A moment later. Call. Powerful qi and blood forces were born under the tempering of the pressure formation, which continuously improved Su Shang's fist strength and physical strength. In just half an hour, Su Shang felt that his punching power had increased by at least 300 kilograms. If I were to practice according to my own steps, it would take at least half a year or even longer to increase my weight by 300 kilograms. Even geniuses like Helian Yufeng would probably need a month, right? The tempering effect of these last few meters is really strong. Su Shang sighed with satisfaction in his eyes. Moreover, Su Shang knew that there was still a lot of energy in the pressure formation. At this rate, this pressure formation can at least give me an increase of around 200 kilograms. It feels so good. In this way, he is qualified to fight Helian Yufeng and others head-on with just his fist strength. And just like that, half an hour passed. When Su Shang sensed that the speed of his qi and blood increasing had slowed down significantly, he knew that the energy within the pressure formation must have weakened. Su Shang stood up immediately, and as expected, Zhou's pressure was reduced by at least 2 times compared to before. Since the effect is weak, there's no need to stay any longer. Thinking of this, Su Shang turned his head and met Gong Shuasong's stabbing gaze. Su Shang gave him an apologetic look and then looked at the light shield in front of him. The moment Su Shang took 2 consecutive steps forward, the pressure around him disappeared instantly. It's like Su Shang, who was wearing a weighted sandbag, suddenly took off the weight, and he felt as light as a swallow. Su Shang, if you have the guts, don't run. Gong Shuasong's furious roar came from behind. Seeing that Su Shang was the first to pass the level, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up to chase after him. Since the pressure effect within the pressure array was weakened by 2 times, Gong Shuasong's speed was also a little faster than before. Long Qianli immediately chased after him, staring at Su Shang with a murderous look while running. Su Shang is mine. Helian Yufeng stood up and rushed towards Su Shang at the fastest speed without saying a word. Fuck! Su Shang's scalp tingled when he saw this, so he ran away quickly. Although the energy in the pressure array has weakened a lot, it will obviously take Helian Yufeng and the other 3 at least half an hour to pass it. And this half hour was enough for Su Shang to run very far. Hello! Song Zhenyue shouted weakly, what should I do? Inside the conference room. Helian Ing, Lin Kaixian, and Long He looked at this scene with strange expressions. Lin Kaixian chuckled and said, "Ahem, it's great to be young. Qianyu is really good." He Lianing said to Long He with emotion, "What a great character." Everyone else chased out, but Long Qianyu was the only one who stood there and didn't join in the fun. It was obvious that he didn't intend to bully the weak with his numbers. It is truly remarkable that one can endure such overbearing humiliation and still treat others with kindness. Long Yi nodded and was about to speak when he saw Long Qianyu on the screen chasing after him with a roar, "Su Shang! You're going to die." Chapter 32, Public Enemy in Special Training Camp, Synthesizing Holy Body Pill. Suddenly, Long Yi's old face fell. Damn, it turns out that this kid has been building up his strength. He Lianying's expression also froze. In the back row of the conference room, Yang Jun, Zhang Guoquan and others were still immersed in great shock. Xinyan's eyes almost popped out of her head in shock. It was not until Su Sheng ran out of the picture that the three of them came to their senses. Yang Jun turned his head and looked at Zhang Guoquan, Principal Zhang. Is Su Sheng usually so overbearing? I don't know either. Zhang Guoquan sat down unconsciously, fearing that he would be discovered by the big guys like He Lianing in the front row. Xinyan sneered, as expected, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. How can you be a true hero if you take advantage of others' misfortune? After complaining, Xinyan looked at Zhang Guoquan with a gloating look. Zhang Guoquan, your student's days will be difficult. Having offended the four top geniuses, it would be useless even if Su Sheng enjoyed the body tempering effect of the pressure formation alone. After all, Su Sheng's original punching power was too far behind that of the other four. Zhang Guoquan nodded with a headache. This bastard is really troublesome. Even if Su Sheng's punching power has been greatly improved this time, he may not be a match for Helian Yufeng and the others. Not to mention there are four more, it's a headache just thinking about it. 2 days later. As the effect of the pressure array weakened, more and more people finally passed the test. On the top of Shishan Mountain, on a small platform. Where on earth did Su Shang go? Gong Shuasong sat cross-legged, almost going crazy with anger. Ever since they passed through the pressure formation 2 days ago, Gong Shuasong, Helian Yufeng and others have been looking for Su Sheng everywhere. However, Shishan is too big, and the area near the top of the mountain is covered with dense jungle and rugged rocks. It is almost impossible to find Su Shang who is hiding. On the side, Helian Yufeng looked depressed. It was the first time he had suffered a setback in his life. I haven't found it yet, it's so frustrating. Long Qianyu said in a deep voice, there are already more than 50 people who have reached the summit. Su Sheng will definitely show up, unless he doesn't want to take the test anymore. Yes, damn it. I feel bad even if I'm even a second late in teaching Su Sheng a lesson. As Long Qianli spoke, she looked around, but she did not see any trace of Su Sheng. In fact, it is impossible for Su Sheng to deliberately hide from everyone. After leaving the passage, Su Sheng continued his journey of hunting exotic beasts to obtain synthesis points. At this time, in a valley. 230 synthesis points, enough for a while. Su Sheng rubbed his hands excitedly. Then, he took out 2 first-grade body tempering pills. During these 2 days, Su Sheng obtained another spiritual herb and 9 exotic beast crystals. Although Su Sheng already had 4 first-level spiritual herbs in his hand, they were of different varieties and could not be synthesized. System, synthesize the body tempering pill. Su Sheng said in a deep voice. The next moment, the 2 white pills in his hands disappeared. 2 illusory synthesis columns appeared in front of me again. A moment later. The composite columns collided with each other, emitting a brilliant blue light. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 50 synthesis points to synthesize the first-grade body tempering pill 3,000 times into the 5th-grade holy body pill. Immediately afterwards, a line of small words appeared below the synthesis bar. Holy body pill, the best of the 4 grades. After taking it, one can significantly improve one's talent and also increase one's punching power to a certain extent. After seeing the introduction, Su Sheng was ecstatic. What does his body lack the most? It's a talent. As we all know, the better the talent, the faster the absorption of various elixirs and natural treasures. It can also bring significant speed bonus when practicing martial arts and techniques. People like Heli and Yufeng are undoubtedly top-level talents. They can probably get started in just a few days by practicing intermediate martial arts. Those with less talent may need several months or even years. As an unknown little loser, if it weren't for the help of the system, my predecessor would probably still be playing games in the internet cafe. But even though the system can bring a lot of resources to oneself, lack of talent is still a headache. That's good now. I don't know how much I can improve, but at least I won't be too far behind those top-tier geniuses. After Su Sheng collected his reward, he looked at the pill in his hand in a good mood. Take it immediately. Half an hour later. Call. Su Sheng opened his eyes and finished practicing the basic breathing method. The absorption time was not long, but Su Sheng could clearly feel the improvement of his punching power. Boom! When Su Sheng threw a punch that was extremely oppressive and came with a whistling wind, his eyes suddenly brightened. Although it's not as good as the True Dragon Mysterious Yang pill, it's probably increased by 400 to 500 kilograms. In other words, my punching force is probably close to 4 tons now. 4 tons is the symbol of the peak of martial arts. Su Sheng sighed when he thought that he was just a loser at the bottom of the class half a month ago, but now he is about to become a top warrior in such a short time. As for talent, it is really impossible to perceive it. However, after my talent is improved, maybe I will have the opportunity to awaken my talent during my time as a first-level warrior. Although Su Sheng knew very little about talent, he could tell from the previous performance of Helian Yufeng and others that this thing, like martial arts, could greatly enhance one's combat effectiveness. After looking at the time, Su Sheng knew it was almost time. At this time, the top of Shishan Mountain. Su Sheng hasn't come yet. Song Jianyue looked around with his beautiful eyes and couldn't help but mutter, could this guy really not come? If it were me, I wouldn't have come. I was impulsive at the moment and I was being chased, so I didn't dare to show my face. Shi Sheng was very disdainful of Su Sheng's behavior. Although I was indeed shocked beyond words before, what are the benefits? There's nothing. At this moment, Helian Yufeng, who was practicing with his eyes closed not far away, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, Helian Yufeng stood up with a loud bang, his eyes filled with joy and relief at the imminent revenge. Su Sheng is here. These 4 words were like a huge rock thrown into a lake, instantly causing huge waves on the top of the mountain. Everyone stood up at the same time, craning their necks to look into the distance. 100 meters away, a tall and handsome boy in sportswear was walking towards here slowly. 65, not bad. Su Sheng nodded secretly, it was about the same as his estimate. This assessment only looks at the top 80. As long as he is not outside the top 80, Su Sheng doesn't care whether he is the first to reach the top. Su Sheng, hurry up. Song Jianyue winked at Su Sheng frantically, and his beautiful eyes almost blinked like high-speed shutters. Want to leave? Gong Shuasong pushed aside the crowd blocking his way and strode towards Su Sheng. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli also stared at Su Sheng with unfriendly expressions. Seeing this, Helian Yufeng hurriedly said, Gong Shuasong, Su Sheng is mine. Fart. Gong Shuasong had been holding back his anger for a long time, and he rushed over before he finished speaking. Haha, are you so impatient to be beaten? Su Sheng smiled as he looked at the powerful Gong Shuasong. This guy's blood was surging like a flood, and it seemed that his punching power was close to 4 tons. Chapter 33, Long Qianli goes to battle. Su Sheng, I won't bully you either. Etc. Just when Gong Shuasong was about to make a move, Su Sheng suddenly raised his hands to stop him. The surroundings instantly became quiet, and everyone looked at Su Sheng with either curiosity or gloating. Gong Shuasong really stopped and stared at Su Sheng with a bad look on his face. Brother, you want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Su Sheng, you really know how to joke. Long Qianyu rushed over and looked at Su Sheng coldly. Weren't you so arrogant in the passage? Why are you so submissive now? Although Helian Yufeng and Long Qianli didn't say anything, the emotions revealed in their eyes clearly showed that they didn't intend to let Su Sheng go. This guy is quite sensible. In the crowd, Shi Sheng couldn't help but sneer, but is it useful for you to give in now? Since you are so arrogant in the passage, shouldn't you surrender now? But who knows what will happen next? Beg for mercy? Why do you beg for mercy? Su Sheng looked at Helian Yufeng and the other 3 with a bewildered look on his face. I'm saying, are you planning to go 4 against 1? As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Sheng and others' expressions froze. Fuck. Fuck, you're still showing off. Shi Sheng rolled his eyes wildly. Damn, he won't cry until he sees the coffin. But this kid is very brave. Shi Sheng complained secretly while feeling envious. Before coming to the special training camp, who wasn't the top prodigy in their respective schools? As the number 1 student in number 1 middle school, Shi Sheng has always enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and the pleasure of being above everyone else. But after coming here, everything he enjoyed was gone. Even among these people, he is just ordinary. This sense of disparity is difficult to accept for a while, especially since we are all young and energetic teenagers. Now that Su Shang, who also came from Luqing, has received so much attention in the past few days, it is impossible not to be envious. Helian Yufeng was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think I am? 4 against 1 is definitely impossible. Do we need the 4 of us to unite against you? You're overthinking it. Gong Shuasong also said seriously, people in the Gong family never bully the weak with their numbers. Long Qianyu stared at Su Sheng and said, to deal with a villain like you, any one of the 4 of us can do it. I don't care, Su Sheng is mine anyway. Long Qianli's chest was heaving and she was still angry. Especially when he thought about how embarrassed and cowardly he was in the corridor in front of so many senior executives, he became even more angry and crazy. Su Sheng shrugged, so, who among you 4 will go first? Or, you 4 can discuss and choose one person. I don't plan on having 4 rounds of matches anyway. Of course, if you're thick-skinned enough to not mind bullying the weak, you can come along too. Su Sheng's words touched the 4 people's hearts deeply. Helian Yufeng fell silent. It was embarrassing enough to be pushed down the passage by Su Sheng. If the 4 of them attacked together, it would not be just embarrassing. If this gets out, the outside world will think that the Helian family is bullying the weak with their numbers and taking advantage of their power. Even if you achieve extraordinary results in this special training camp, you will still be punished when you return. Gong Shuasong frowned slightly. Although this kid obviously didn't want to be beaten, what he said made sense. The Gong family has guarded the imperial capital for generations, and has made countless outstanding military achievements for the imperial capital and the Dragon Kingdom over the past hundreds of years. Now, the 8 heavenly kings have jointly issued a certificate to bestow upon the Gong family the title of imperial capital. The imperial capital in the imperial capital is a symbol of the glory of the imperial family. Now he was going to take action against an unknown person. If this got out, wouldn't he bring shame to the Gong family? If his elder brother knew about this, even if he could easily crush Su Shang, he would definitely give him a beating when he got back. Thinking of that annoying and violent elder brother, Gong Shuasong couldn't help but feel a chill. However, I couldn't swallow the fact that Su Sheng pushed me down the passage in front of so many people. This revenge must be avenged. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli also fell into deep thought. Damn, this is such a trouble. If it was Helian Yufeng or Gong Shuasong who did this, Long Qianyu would have dealt with them long ago without any scruples. But it was Su Sheng who did it. It just so happens that Su Sheng is still unknown, and it just so happens that this evil guy Su Sheng pushed 4 people. Then ladies first. Long Qianli stared at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes. Su Sheng, the 3 of them are watching from the side. It's not too much for a woman like me to fight you, right? Also, I won't bully you. As long as you can survive 5 of my attacks, everything will be fine. After 5 attacks, the matter of the passage will be written off. As soon as these words were spoken, Helian Yufeng and the other 2 felt that this proposal was quite reasonable. Although I can't get rid of the anger in my heart, at least this is the best way at the moment. After all, you can't really be hysterical without caring about your status, right? Inside the conference room. Long He smiled. Qianli was a very smart kid. Among the 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, the most suitable one to take action is indeed Long Qianli. And Long Qianli's action actually represented the other 3 people. In this way, by teaching Su Shang, the ignorant boy, a lesson within 5 moves, he could not only regain his face, but also demonstrate the kindness of the big family. Qianli is very smart. Helianing also gave his praise. To be honest, what Su Sheng did really put people in a dilemma. Even if Helian Yufeng gave Su Sheng a severe lesson, he could not recover the face he lost in the passage. But now that Long Qianli has taken action, it actually reflects Helian Yufeng's magnanimity. The top of Shishan Mountain. Su Sheng nodded, okay. In that case, get out of the way. After hearing Su Sheng's agreement, Long Qianli was overjoyed, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Su Sheng became full of pity and pride. With a punching force of 3.75 tons, she believes it is much stronger than Su Sheng's. In addition, she has been tempered with various natural treasures and elixirs since childhood. Even if she does not use any martial arts, she can defeat an opponent with a punching force of 4 tons with her punching power alone. 5 moves are enough to give this guy a good beating and vent his anger. Helian Yufeng and the other 2 took a few steps back. Long Qianyu said to his sister in a low voice, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Hit harder, hit slowly, don't finish all 5 moves at once. Long Qianli held his head high and nodded slightly. You strike first, so you don't get accused of bullying me. Long Qianli's voice was clear, and she felt an indescribable sense of relief all over her body. Soon, the obstacles in the passage will be leveled by themselves. Su Sheng shook his head. You go first. Among the 4, Long Qianli should be the weakest in overall strength. Su Sheng was afraid that Long Qianli would have no chance at all after he took action. Long Qianli frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Let's see how long you can pretend. Before he finished speaking, Long Qianli suddenly exerted force with her slender thighs. Immediately, it rushed towards Su Sheng like a speeding car. The small pink fist came towards Su Sheng's abdomen with tremendous force. Chapter 34 Domineering. Su Sheng is so strong. Not far away, Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuasong and Long Qianyu all looked extremely expectant. Qianli, beat him. Beat him hard. Beat him so hard that he can't stand up. In the crowd, Shi Sheng half closed his eyes and didn't dare to look. He knew without thinking that Su Sheng would definitely be beaten badly. The speed is okay. Su Sheng nodded secretly. He was indeed a top genius. He was different because he had been tempering his body with rare treasures since he was a child. Although it is not as good as the bonus of his own true dragon Xianyang pill, it is also very powerful. Just when Long Qianli's pink fist was about to hit, Su Sheng, who had been standing in the same place, suddenly swung his fist. Boom! Su Sheng's punching speed was so fast that his huge iron fist was like a tiger that had been hungry for half a month and was released from a cage, carrying an unmatched powerful momentum. On the opposite side, Long Qianli's pupils shrank slightly after sensing Su Sheng's terrifying fist wind. Before he could react, Su Sheng's iron fist hit Long Qianli's chest heavily. Boom! With the support of his top-level physical body, Su Sheng's punch instantly gave Long Qianli a huge impact as if he was being hit by a wild bull. Long Qianli couldn't help but let out a cry, and her delicate body flew backwards with a whoosh. Bang! The next moment, Long Qianli fell heavily to the ground and Su Sheng retracted his fist. The whole audience was silent. The expectant expressions on the faces of Helian Yufeng and the other 2 froze instantly. Shi Sheng's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. The other contestants who were watching the fun were petrified. What? Long Qianyu was shocked and looked at Su Sheng in disbelief as he stood there like a god of war. This guy. Not a peak warrior? Helian Yufeng was surprised and curious. Judging from Su Sheng's momentum, his punching force should be around 3.8 tons, which was not even at the peak level of a warrior. But, can a warrior in the late stage knock Long Qianli, who is of the same level, away with one punch? You know, Long Qianli is not an ordinary warrior in the late stage. He is an extremely outstanding top-level monster among the 18-year-olds in the entire Long Kingdom. Gong Shuasong's eyes lit up. He knew why Su Sheng was so arrogant in the passage. This guy has the capital to be arrogant. In the crowd, Song Zhanyue opened his mouth in shock. This bad guy was so cruel. Seeing Long Qianli's expression, Song Zhanyue couldn't help but feel pain as well. While being surprised, Song Zhanyue was also deeply shocked. She knew Su Sheng wouldn't lose, or at least wouldn't lose too badly, but who would have thought Su Sheng would actually win? Or kill with one punch? Oh, it seems I can't mess with him anymore. Thinking of the feeling of Su Sheng's punch hitting her chest, Song Zhanyue's delicate body shuddered unconsciously. It was too scary. Inside the conference room. What? Zhang Guokuan in the back row jumped up with shock, surprise and huge surprise in his eyes. This kid, isn't his punching force 2.9 tons? This. Even if you receive the enormous pressure and temper your body in the channel, it is impossible to improve so much. Has this guy been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? On the side, Yang Jun, Shenyan and others were stunned. What the hell? Is there such a powerful guy in Lucheng? Is this guy from Lucheng? In the front row, Helian Ing, who originally had a faint smile on his face, froze in his expression, and a rare shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. Long Yi's pupils shrank slightly. This kid has been hiding his strength. Lin Kaishuan's eyes brightened. 2.9 tons of punching force? This guy really fooled everyone. Su Sheng. Su Sheng, I'm determined to get this kid into Magic City University. The top of Shishan Mountain. Ahem. Long Qianli covered her left chest with her right hand. The impact of Su Shang's punch was so great that it hurt so much that she almost cried. The most important thing is that this guy actually hit his own chest. Su Shang. Long Qianli was angry and ashamed, her voice was filled with tears, and she felt extremely wronged. Su Shang said calmly, "Sorry, in my eyes, there are only opponents, not women." You. Long Qianli felt a burning sensation in her chest and wanted to rub it, but it was difficult to do so in front of everyone. I had to bend over in pain, hoping it would ease the pain. Still fighting? Beat. Long Qianli gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, I don't believe I can't deal with you." After saying this, Long Qianli's body was filled with a light purple light. Talent? Su Shang's eyes narrowed, and this woman began to be serious. In that case, my true dragon's pressure is not to be underestimated. Boom! The next moment, a burning, scorching breath rose into the sky from Su Shang's body. Long Qianli was slightly stunned. This aura was so hot. Immediately, Long Qianli shook his head secretly and said, "I was really scared by this guy. It's not a talent." Then Long Qianli's speed increased several times compared to before. After the Dragon God contract is cast, in addition to being able to establish a link with his brother Long Qianyu, who also possesses the Dragon God contract talent, to withstand each other's damage, he can also greatly enhance his own speed and strength. Compared to before, Long Qianli now felt a strong sense of oppression all over her body. Drink! Long Qianli let out a delicate cry, and punched Su Shang with her left fist, which was filled with purple light. This time she was much more cautious and even kept her right hand raised, fearing that this bastard would punch her in the chest again. But just when Long Qianli stepped within 5 meters of Su Shang. Boom! An invisible terrifying pressure came instantly. The next moment, Long Qianli was caught off guard and bent her legs and knelt in front of Su Shang. Everyone in the audience was instantly petrified. It really works! Su Shang was delighted. In fact, the influence range of the true dragon's pressure is far more than 5 meters. Su Shang estimates that the effective range can reach at least about 100 meters. But the farther away from you, the worse the effect. In order to create a sufficiently deterrent effect on Long Qianli, Su Shang very unfamiliarly controlled the range of the real dragon's pressure, compressing it within 5 meters. This is also the inspiration I got in the channel before. After the influence range of the true dragon's pressure was compressed, it also had a great impact on top opponents like Long Qianli. The moment Long Qianli knelt down, Su Shang, who had anticipated this, quickly took 2 steps forward. Immediately, before Long Qianli could stand up, his right leg swept towards Long Qianli's shoulder like a thunder whip. Bang! With the help of Su Shang's terrifying power, Long Qianli flew out again. This time, he flew backwards for 5 meters. Bang! Long Qianli's delicate body fell heavily on the soft ground, picking up a large amount of dust. At this moment, if there was a crack on the ground, Long Qianli would definitely crawl into it immediately, but unfortunately there was none. Her pretty face instantly turned red as she lay on the ground, and even her beautiful ears turned purple. Shame. So shameful. Even more shameful than when we were in the tunnel. It was one thing for him to be punched in the chest and sent flying the first time, but the second time he was knocked to his knees. He was kicked 5 or 6 meters away and cried out in agony. Ever since he could remember, Long Qianli had never suffered such a big loss. In the past, even if I met a particularly strong opponent, such as my brother, I would at most lose the game, and there would never be such an embarrassing result. But today, it happened twice in a row. In the distance, Gong Shuasong and the other 2 were completely stunned by the shock. Helian Yufeng's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of excitement deep in his eyes. That is the impulse of seeing prey. Chapter 35, Assessment is over. Reward for Su Shang. I didn't expect that in Dragon Country, besides that bastard Luo Lai, there is someone with such strong strength. Helian Yufeng's eyes were bright and fiery, frighteningly bright. He stared at Su Shang intently. If there were no one watching around, he would have wanted to go up and have a fight with Su Shang right now. So strong. Long Qianyu was angry at first, then his scalp went numb with shock. This guy named Su Shang is not arrogant and domineering, he really has the capital. He was very familiar with his younger sister, Long Qianli. It can be said that if the brother and sister compete with each other, Long Qianyu can win, but it will definitely not be easy to win. Even if you are a little careless, you may lose. However, even with her full strength, the younger sister couldn't even last a single round against Su Shang. However, Qianli has not yet used her martial arts. Long Qianyu looked at Su Shang's back and thought to himself, if Qianli uses her intermediate martial arts skills, which have already achieved some success, Su Shang will definitely lose. Fuck. In the crowd, Shi Shang felt that his worldview had been repeatedly refreshed in the past few days. Su Shang, is he that powerful? Damn, this is a big guy. Are you coming again? Su Shang slowly walked to Long Qianli's side and asked condescendingly. In fact, with Long Qianli's physical fitness, Su Shang's kick did not cause much damage. Mainly because it's too embarrassing. After hearing Su Shang's words, Long Qianli quickly got up with her cheeks flushed. Immediately, she did something that surprised everyone. Brother, he hit me. Long Qianli actually ran towards Long Qianyu sobbing. He ran and cried loudly. 3 times. 3 times of humiliation. Why is it always me, woo? Long Qianyu was stunned, then he hugged his sister in his arms and kept comforting her. Long Qianli, there are still 3 moves. Su Shang shouted to the sobbing Long Qianli, if you don't want to fight, then let's end it like this. After hearing Su Shang's words, Long Qianli cried even louder. Su Shang shrugged and looked at Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuasong, who had complicated expressions. What about you? Gong Shuasong snorted coldly without replying. It's not that he was afraid of Su Shang, but he had already said before that he would not use his numbers to bully the weak. At this time, even if you win, it will not be glorious. Anyway, this kid will definitely go to the special training camp. After entering the special training camp, he will have plenty of opportunities to beat Su Shang. Helian Yufeng smiled and said, a man's words are as good as gold. Su Shang, the previous matter is written off. After a pause, Helian Yufeng put away his smile and his eyes became sharp, but I hope you can be ready when the special training camp starts. At your service any time. Su Shang nodded. In the conference room, Long Yi's old face looked frighteningly dark. Damn, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come to watch today. This unlucky kid is such a bummer. Helian Ying and Lin Kaishan tried hard to hold back their laughter, especially the former, who almost laughed out loud. This. Yang Jun was stunned. He thought of countless possible outcomes, but he never thought that Su Shang would win, and win so easily. Is Long Qianli weak? Of course not, Su Shang is just too strong. For a moment, Yang Jun felt a mixture of emotions, shock and surprise. Lu Cheng, a real dragon will appear this year. Zhang Guokuan's old face was so full of laughter that it turned into a bunch of words, which made Xinyan next to him feel both disgusted and envious. Damn, why isn't Su Shang from my number 1 middle school? Ahem, Principal Shin, there's no need to be too envious. Shi Shang is pretty good too. Look, he's quite eye-catching in the crowd. Zhang Guokuan and Xinyan are old rivals. After capturing Xinyan's micro-expressions, he naturally wanted to press on. Xinyan was immediately upset when she heard this. What the hell, why are you picking on me? Is Qi Sheng an eye-catcher? This guy admires Su Shang so much that he almost bows down to him. What the hell is wrong with him? Oh, Su Shang is still too high profile. It's all my fault for being a bad parent. Zhang Guokuan crossed his legs and smiled. Today is such a good day. A few hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above the top of Shishan Mountain. Immediately, Lin Kaishuan's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone, the selection process for this special training camp has concluded. From now on, the top 80 candidates will receive a month-long special training conducted by renowned instructors from 4 prestigious universities. After he finished speaking, the dazzling golden light slowly disappeared, and 5 figures of different heights came into view. The students cheered, their tense expressions relaxed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone can achieve rapid improvement during the 1-month special training camp. Some were happy and some were sad. Those students who reached the summit after 80 were full of envy and regret. Everyone's strength is about the same now, but after a month, the strength of those who have passed the assessment will definitely increase greatly. By then, the gap between everyone will be obviously widened. Especially this year, the special training camp has been greatly improved in terms of specifications and resource supplies. Lin Kaishan looked around the room, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Su Shang. He said, standing on my left and right are the top instructors from 4 universities, Instructor Nieyun from Taikyo University, Instructor Chen Feng from Zhenhua University, Instructor Wu Yueying from Jiangnan University, and Instructor Zhang Hong from Magic City University. During the special training camp, you can take on missions within the camp to earn points. Once your points reach a certain amount, you can redeem them for the natural treasures provided by the camp, or for training time at any training facility. Lin Kaixian looked at everyone and continued, also, to save everyone time on tasks, we will also award bonus points based on your overall performance during the selection period. This way, you can all start practicing right after the camp opens. By the way, we've assigned 15 experienced logistics instructors to everyone during the camp. These instructors are all leaders in their respective fields, and you can contact them at any time without consuming any points. Okay, we've explained the most important rules. You can ask your life advisor about the rest after you enter the camp. After Lin Kaixian finished speaking, he suddenly revealed an inexplicable smile. Based on the overall performance of this assessment, first place will be awarded 500 points, second place 300 points, and third place 100 points. Lin Kaixian looked at Su Shang, Helian Yufeng, and the others and said, after prior discussion, the best overall performance in this assessment is Su Shang, followed by Helian Yufeng, and third is Long Qianyu. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on Su Shang. Everyone had anticipated this outcome a long time ago, but no one had expected a direct reward of 500 points. You know, the best overall performance in previous special training camps was only 100 points. Su Shang was also happy, there were so many things that could be exchanged for 500 points. But there's a small innovation this year. Lin Kaixian suddenly looked at Su Shang with a half smile, the reward points can be plundered. As long as you can defeat one of them, you can obtain the points awarded by the other party. Chapter 36, Entering the Camp. Living with Song Zhanyue. After Lin Kaixian finished speaking, the whole audience instantly became excited. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli's gazes immediately fell on Su Shang, and the fighting spirit in their eyes almost turned into materialized flames. Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuasong were also delighted and looked at Su Shang at the same time. Good boy, now not only can I get my revenge, but I can also collect some interest. Su Shang looked at Lin Kaixian in the air innocently. This guy was purely targeting me. But, Principal, if someone who challenges me loses to me, will their points also be mine? Su Shang asked. Lin Kaixian was slightly stunned. This kid is really fearless. Then he nodded, of course. As soon as these words were spoken, many students who originally wanted to challenge Su Shang immediately gave up their plans. If you don't lose points if you lose, then it's a sure win deal. Even if the chances of winning are slim, everyone still wants to give it a try. But if points are still deducted, then there is no need for that. Then Lin Kaixian waved his hand. Boom! A shocking scene appeared. Suddenly, a golden crack appeared in the space in front of everyone, just like a crack on a piece of white paper torn by scissors. Inside, extremely rich spiritual energy hits you in the face. This is... Su Shang's eyes focused. Tearing the void? Is this the strength of a top-tier sect? Sure enough, the further you progress in martial arts, the stronger your strength will be. The top bosses are no longer human. The grandmasters of the 6th realm are already so powerful, what about the 7th and 8th realms? Su Shang's eyes were burning with enthusiasm. With the system, his future would definitely be bright. By then, not to mention the 6th realm, even the 8th realm emperor will have a chance. Song Zhanyue leaned over to Su Shang's ear and whispered, the special training camp is located in an independent space. It's very large and has a top-level spiritual vein. This independent space is jointly controlled by the 4 prestigious schools. After listening to Song Zhanyue's explanation, Su Shang suddenly understood. He thought it was on Shishan Mountain, but during the 7 days of assessment, he almost walked all over Shishan Mountain and didn't see a single building. Those who have passed the assessment can enter the camp. A life instructor will assign dormitories to everyone later. Lin Kaixian looked at the students whose faces were filled with disappointment and regret. As for the others, don't give up when you return. Remember, life is long, and the path of martial arts is full of uncertainties. The gains and losses of a moment do not represent the gains and losses of a lifetime. After saying this, Lin Kaixian snapped his fingers lightly. A magical scene appeared. Lin Kaixian and the other 4 mentors disappeared in an instant, as if they had never been there. Principal Lin's talent is the rare spatial element. I heard that some time ago, he was able to toy around with a 7th-level king-level beast in a foreign battlefield. A student in the crowd spoke with a Shanghai accent. Space talent can be said to be the rarest and most powerful of all talents. Lin Kaixian became one of the 10 top masters of Dragon Country because of his talent. As for his true combat power, probably only the top leaders know it. When everyone passed through the space crack one by one and entered the independent space of the special training camp, a huge open area came into view. The surrounding area is lined with single-family villas of varying sizes and styles. The rich fluctuations of spiritual energy gave everyone an unprecedented sense of comfort. Su Shang, in particular, was filled with emotion. After the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy, spiritual veins of varying sizes emerged in various places. Relying on these underground spiritual veins, many cities have achieved rapid development, and Lucheng is one of them. But the spiritual energy in Lucheng is nothing compared to what's here. One day of tempering the body here is probably equivalent to 3 to 5 days in the outside world, right? Su Shang was secretly amazed. Those top geniuses all had deep backgrounds and they had lived in such an environment since childhood. Those who come from ordinary backgrounds can only make up for it by working 100 times harder than them. Classmates, welcome to the special training space. At this time, a middle-aged woman with short hair appeared in front of everyone. The woman had a beautiful face and a refined temperament. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in a gentle voice. I am your life mentor, Jianyu. Please come forward and receive your special training bracelets. After saying that, Jianyu waved her jade hand, and 80 silver white bracelets of the same design came into view. These bracelets are very different in appearance from the sports bracelets of the previous life, but there are obvious improvements in the materials and the technological content. While everyone was receiving their wristbands, Jianyu continued, the special training wristband will accompany you for a whole month. It will function as a points card, access card, and meal card. In addition, when everyone is performing special training tasks, the wristband will monitor the entire process and record the points at any time. If you encounter danger, you can actively call for help, and our life mentors and training mentors will rescue you as soon as possible. In addition, the bracelet will also contain each person's training plan, nutrition arrangements, etc. Soon Su Shang received his special training bracelet. Please enter your ID number after receiving it, and click Verify to bind it to the individual. Jianyu taught everyone how to operate while speaking. When everyone had completed the binding, Jianyu smiled slightly. My mission is over. Now everyone can follow the instructions on the bracelet to find their respective villas and dormitories. Of course, if everyone is willing to live together and have more opportunities to communicate, that's fine too. After finding their respective residences, everyone can learn about the layout and functions of the special training space through the intelligent robots in their residences. 20 minutes later. This special training space is really big. Su Shang and Song Junyue finally found their accommodation halfway up the mountain. Villa number 1? Looking at the numbers above the villa, Su Shang was stunned. Was this allocated based on the overall performance of the assessment? Well, it's very likely. Su Shang, I want to live in room 1. On the side, Song Junyue suddenly said. Su Shang turned around and asked, why? Don't you know? Song Junyue smiled charmingly. The smaller the villa number, the stronger the spiritual vein formation inside, and the richer the spiritual energy inside the villa. Su Shang was stunned. There is such a function? Song Junyue nodded repeatedly, then revealed a flattering expression. Is it possible? Each villa has 2 floors. I can just sleep on the 2nd floor. Song Junyue, are you beautiful? Song Junyue was a little confused by Su Shang's question, and then said modestly, it's okay. Su Shang said, I think you are dreaming. Su Shang. Song Junyue glared at Su Shang fiercely. I don't care anyway, I want to stay. After saying that, he grabbed Su Shang's left hand with the bracelet and swiped it against the door of the villa. When the villa door opened, Song Junyue's delicate figure flashed. Hee, I'm already in. I'll go upstairs to clean up first, you are not allowed to come up. Chapter 37, 2nd level combat suit, Su Shang's plan. Oh my god. Song Junyue, did I even agree to let you stay here? Su Shang was speechless as he watched Song Junyue jumping up the stairs excitedly. This woman really didn't consider herself an outsider. Then Su Shang started to wander around on his own. The villa is very large, with the 1st floor being nearly 200 square meters and the 2nd floor being 150 square meters. In addition to the regular living room, bedroom, and bathroom, what surprised Su Shang the most were the training room and gravity room. The training room provided by the special training camp is of higher standards than the training room of the Black Diamond Card of the Gale Martial Arts School. Not only are all 4 walls made of C-grade alloy, but it is also equipped with a concentration incense that can quickly calm the mind and improve understanding. You should know that a stick of concentration incense costs 500 yuan outside, but here it is provided for free in unlimited quantities. In addition, the training room is equipped with 2 of the most advanced virtual brain-computer interfaces. It's actually the latest model from Central Technology. When Su Shang saw the number X9 on the virtual brain computer, he was shocked. The cost of using the Knowledge Center X8 in the Gale Martial Arts School for just 1 hour is already unaffordable for ordinary people. But here, everything in the villa is free and unlimited. In addition, the configuration of the gravity room is also unusually good. You know, building a gravity room, even a small one of 10 square meters, costs 1 million. However, the villa is equipped with a medium-sized gravity room of 50 square meters. In the living room on the first floor, Su Shang looked at the intelligent robot that was leaning against the wall and had not yet been turned on. After turning it on, the intelligent bipedal robot walked steadily in front of Su Shang. Sure. Su Shang's eyes lit up. The technology in this world seemed to be even more advanced than in his previous life. Just like this robot, at least in its previous life, it would never have walked so steadily. Hello, Master. I am your intelligent training assisting robot. You can call me Xiao AI. The intelligent robot makes a lively voice like a girl, without any AI flavor. Su Shang leaned back on the sofa and said, Xiao AI, I have 500 points now. Can you help me check what I can redeem them for? After Su Shang finished speaking, the display screen on Xiao AI's chest lit up. Hello, Master. There are 528 redeemable items in the training camp, of which you can redeem 369. Based on your personal information displayed in the backend in the video analysis during this assessment, you can prioritize redemption for the following 12 items. After hearing Xiao AI's words, Su Shang nodded secretly. This was so worry-free. Among the 12 exchangeable materials provided by Xiao AI, there are 5 kinds of elixirs, 3 kinds of spiritual herbs, martial arts, skills, and even weapons. Let's exchange it for a cultivation technique first. Su Shang murmured. He now has the advanced martial art Dragon Flame Slash as his trump card, which seems to be enough at this stage. In terms of realm, he gained the tempering of his body through pressure during the assessment, and now his punching power is on par with the top geniuses in the first echelon such as Helian Yufeng. What is most lacking at the moment is the skills. Kung Fu is like the engine of a car. If the engine is not good, the car will not go far no matter how hard it tries. Su Shang is still using the basic breathing method of the Dragon Country Free version, which does not improve the body tempering effect and absorption efficiency very much. Okay, Master. Since you are definitely going to become a second-level Golden Body Warrior in the future, Xiao AI has recommended the following 3 intermediate-level techniques for you to choose from. Among them, the Origin breathing method takes into account both body tempering and spiritual energy absorption. The Mad Snake breathing method focuses on spiritual energy absorption, but the body tempering effect is slightly weaker, and the Qi and blood breathing method focuses on body tempering, but the spiritual energy absorption is slightly weaker. Su Shang pondered for a moment and made a decision: exchange for the crazy snake breathing technique. The 3 types of skills correspond to 3 different target groups in the world. The Origin breathing method emphasizes the doctrine of the mean and is suitable for warriors who have talent and a certain chance of breaking through to the golden body. The Mad Snake breathing law is more suitable for warriors of the first realm with better talents. Such people have a high probability of breaking through to the golden body. Naturally, you should choose a technique that focuses more on the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. The Qi and blood breathing method is aimed at warriors with poor talent. Such people have almost no hope of breaking through to the second level of golden body, so they choose the Qi and blood breathing method to continue to temper their bodies. Su Shang has the system, so it is only a matter of time before he reaches the second level of golden body. Naturally, the crazy snake breathing method is more suitable for him. Okay, I'll help you redeem it right away. The crazy snake breathing technique requires 50 points. Xiao AI said, I have submitted it for you. The host will have the camp staff deliver it to your door later. It is expected to take about 10 minutes. 50 points? So 1 point is equivalent to at least 4,000 yuan in the outside world. Does that mean my 500 points are equivalent to 2 million yuan? Su Shang was a little surprised. As we all know, the price of the same level of skills is much higher than that of martial arts. For example, the price of elementary martial arts starts at 10,000, while the price of elementary skills is 100,000. An intermediate set of skills costs at least 200,000. In other words, Su Shang did nothing and got training resources worth 2 million right after entering the special training camp? It's worthy of being the highest level special training camp officially organized by Dragon Country. The investment is really huge. Su Sheng secretly clicked his tongue. 450 left. Xiao AI, tell me about the mission system of the special training camp. Su Sheng was not in a hurry to exchange it. He just took the opportunity to understand it clearly while waiting for the skills. Soon Xiao AI explained the task system of the special training camp in detail. The tasks in the special training camp are generally divided into 3 types. The first one is hunting exotic beasts. This type of task is the largest and is the main way to obtain points. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the exotic beasts and the greater their number, the more points you can get. The second method is the simplest. It is to obtain a small amount of points by doing some logistical work in the special training camp, such as sweeping the floor, washing clothes, cooking, construction, etc. It is mainly prepared for students with weaker abilities. By completing such tasks, low-level students can obtain basic points for cultivation. The third type is the rarest and most difficult, and is mainly used as a reward for breaking records. For example, the highest multiple of the gravity room, completing a sufficient number of exotic beast missions, etc. Then Su Sheng learned some information about the consumption of points for training facilities. In general, the prices are not expensive, but if you plan to use it for a long time, you will still need a lot of points. At last. Xiao AI, help me exchange for another set of second-level combat suits. Su Sheng pondered. This was also a decision made by Su Sheng after careful consideration. The combat set includes combat uniform, combat boots, weapons, and tactical backpack. Needless to say, combat suits can provide users with better defense bonuses, and also have waterproof, heat insulating, and other effects. For warriors who fight in the wild all year round, this is a must-have for everyone. Since Su Sheng wants to obtain more synthesis points, he naturally has to fight in the field for a long time, so combat uniforms are very necessary. Combat boots are similar to exoskeleton devices and can provide a certain degree of speed bonus. In addition, it also has the function of relieving weight and has a high technological content. Tactical backpacks are different from ordinary backpacks. They have much better defense than ordinary backpacks and also have a larger space capacity. Moreover, this type of tactical backpack uses an exoskeleton device as its skeleton. Even if it carries a load of 500 kilograms, it is only equivalent to 50 kilograms, which can greatly reduce the load on the warrior. As for weapons, there is no need to mention them. Su Sheng now has enough points. The weapons of the second-level combat suit are made of C-grade alloy. Their sharpness, toughness and durability are far superior to D-grade alloy, which is enough for Su Sheng to use for a long time. Okay, master. The second-level combat suit costs 400 points. I have already redeemed it for you. Chapter 38, Peerless Prodigy Wu Jinghong. There are only 50 points left. Su Sheng shook his head secretly, the money was spent so quickly. But, it's really worth it. A set of second-level combat suit costs 1.8 million in the outside world, but here it only costs 400 points, which is much cheaper than buying it with your own money. With this set of equipment, my combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and my efficiency in hunting exotic beasts will also double. Su Sheng nodded secretly, and then Su Sheng exchanged some healing pills and blood recovery pills. In combat in the wild, getting injured is almost inevitable, it's just a matter of severity. In long-term combat, the deficiency of qi and blood will not only lead to exhaustion and affect the efficiency of obtaining synthesis points, but also increase the danger out of thin air due to the great reduction of strength after exhaustion. At this point, Su Sheng had spent all 500 points, leaving only 10 points. After using up all his points, Su Sheng was bored watching TV. Noticing no movement on the second floor, he couldn't help but shout, "Song Jianyue? Where are the people?" Su Sheng asked curiously. He immediately went upstairs, only to find that Song Jianyue's bedroom was quiet. "Song Jianyue, what are you doing? Are you going to eat?" Su Sheng said this and pushed open the door of the room. But the next moment Su Sheng just stood there in a daze. Next to the window, I saw a tall figure with a charming and seductive luster under the sunlight. Her flawless white back is exposed to the view without any cover. A pair of straight and slender legs look like white marble carvings, giving people a sense of beauty that is beyond the reach of nature. Song Jianyue was not wearing any clothes. Song Jianyue sensed that the door seemed to be open and subconsciously turned around. Suddenly, a full temptation with an amazing arc appeared in front of Su Sheng. Ah! Song Jianyue screamed in surprise and quickly picked up the combat uniform next to him to cover himself. You Su Shangyu. Song Jianyue's pretty face turned red like a big apple, and her pretty face was full of embarrassment and shyness. Su Sheng quickly closed the door and said, "At least lock the door when you change clothes. I thought you were asleep." "You just fell asleep." Song Jianyue squatted on the ground, feeling so embarrassed that his whole body was burning. "Last time, this guy saw my upper body in the dormitory. Now, he has seen my lower body too. I am so embarrassed. I didn't see anything just now," Su Sheng said while leaning against the door. There was no reply from inside the house. A moment later, Song Jianyue, wearing a blue and white striped long skirt, reopened the door. Then she said angrily, "I just finished taking a shower, I didn't expect you to come up here." "Well, I didn't see anything." Su Sheng couldn't help laughing. "Do you want to go eat?" "Go." Song Jianyue glared at Su Sheng with an extremely handsome expression. Special Training Camp Canteen Building. "Look, Su Sheng is here." When Su Sheng and Song Jianyue appeared in the cafeteria, they immediately attracted the attention of many students. A boy stared at Su Sheng and whispered to the person next to him, "Go and inform Brother Song." As a leader of the younger generation in Longhua, Gong Shuesong naturally has many fans. In addition, 8 people from Daijing became formal students in this assessment, so they naturally stick together more. Su Sheng and Song Jianyue ordered 2 exotic beast meat sets respectively and sat down at random. A set meal of exotic beast meat costs 1,000 points outside, but here it only costs 0.25 points. That's pretty good. Su Sheng secretly sighed. Fortunately he didn't spend all his points, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford to eat. After 7 days of intense fighting, he had already eaten up all the dry food he brought with him. If it wasn't for redeeming points, I would have come to the cafeteria to eat as soon as possible. Off to the side, Song Jianyue observed the surroundings with his beautiful eyes. "Su Sheng, 2 people just left. I think they were there to inform Heli and Yufeng and the others." Su Sheng nodded. "Come if you want to. I just happened to be out of points." In fact, Su Sheng knew that Heli and Yufeng and his men would not give up. Even if it is not about the things in the channel, as the owner of 500 points, he will face endless challengers. What's more, for Heli and Yufeng and others, it is extremely rare to meet an opponent of equal strength. "Are you waiting for them here on purpose?" Song Jianyue's eyes lit up. There was something exciting to watch. Then he looked at Su Sheng with some concern. "Su Sheng, you won't be beaten badly, right? Are you overthinking it?" Su Sheng said. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng, who was eating heartily. "I don't know much about Long Qianyu, but I know a lot about Gong Shuesong and Heli and Yufeng. Heli and Yufeng's talent is said to be very strong, and it is speed type. Plus he is known as Lord Sword King. Don't underestimate him. My father told me that Heli and Yufeng's swordsmanship is the strongest among the younger generation of Dragon Country." Song Jianyue added, "Also, his punching power remains a mystery. I suspect it has already exceeded 4 tons. So strong?" Su Sheng was a little surprised. In fact, if it weren't for the pressure of his own real dragon in the passage that just happened to offset the pressure formation, he would never have been able to force Heli and Yufeng and the others to step down. As for Heli and Yufeng's true strength, Su Sheng naturally didn't know. Song Jianyue nodded. His talent awakened around the beginning of the year. It said that a strange phenomenon occurred at that time, but it disappeared very quickly. It must be that Lord Jian Tianwang intervened in the celestial phenomena. In short, Heli and Yufeng is very strong. There is currently no weakling among the descendants of the 8 heavenly kings. I've heard them mention little overlord Luo Lai before. He's the 3rd generation of overlord. What about the other 6 overlords?" Su Sheng became interested. Song Jianyue's father, Song Dinghua, is a top master and the lord of Lucheng. He definitely knows a lot of secrets of the upper class. However, it is impossible for him to access this information with his current strength and status. Seeing Su Sheng so interested, Song Jianyue couldn't help but smile and said, "Buy me some milk tea and I'll tell you." "You can say it if you want." Su Sheng continued to eat. Song Jianyue quickly said, "Oh, I told you." After a pause, Song Jianyue said, 3 generations of the other 6 heavenly kings are already very old. They are basically not from the same era as us. Some have already entered society, and one has no children. Well, the most powerful among the 3 generations is probably Wu Jinghong, the granddaughter of Lord Shadow King. Su Shang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. 2 of the 8 heavenly kings appear on screen all year round and are often seen in news reports. They are Yi Tianwan Yizun and Di Tianwan Wanquan. They are basically responsible for all matters of the Dragon Kingdom. The other 6 rarely appear in public. But even if it rarely appears, there will occasionally be some news. But the one with the lowest probability of appearing should be the Shadow King Wu Yi. Shadow King is said to be 126 years old, making him one of the younger of the 8 heavenly kings. As for his granddaughter Su Shang, no one knows her. Wu Jinghong seems to be in his early 20s. It is said that he is already a master-level expert, the youngest master in the history of Dragon Country. Song Jianyue said with admiration, "She is my idol. My future goal is to surpass her." Chapter 39 Talent Level, Su Shang Desynthesis. A grandmaster in his early 20s? Su Shang was a little shocked. You know, most people are not warriors yet at the age of 20. Even for some geniuses, it is considered good if they can reach the golden body at the age of 20. Top-tier geniuses like Song Jianyue and Gong Shuasong would probably only be at the 3rd level of spiritual realm by the age of 20, right? This person's talent is truly terrifying. Su Shang sighed. There are many grandmasters in Dragon Country, but most of them break through to the grandmaster level at around 50 years old. A few gifted people are around 40 years old. It is extremely rare to become a master in your 30s, and to do so at 20 is simply unbelievable. A look of admiration crossed Song Jianyue's handsome face. Yes, it is said that Wu Jinghong awakened her talent when she first became a warrior. Her talent seems to be of a very high quality. Talent level? Su Shang was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Song Jianyue patiently explained, well, talents also have grades. They are mainly determined by the potential of the talent, that is, the upper limit of development. It's mainly divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced and top talents. I don't know if there are any higher levels. The levels of talent and martial arts skills are the same. Su Shang nodded thoughtfully. Song Jianyue continued, yes, the higher the level of talent, the greater the power after it is used. Furthermore, a high level of talent means that this person's future growth ceiling is also high. Generally speaking, warriors with elementary talent will definitely reach the 4th level of general in the future. Martial artists with intermediate talents will definitely be able to reach the 5th level of grandmaster in the future. Similarly, martial artists with top-level talents will definitely be able to become 7th level kings in the future. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed. A top-level talent warrior will definitely reach the 6th level grandmaster faster than a high-level talent warrior. Of course, this is just a high probability. After all, the path of martial arts is full of uncertainties. Perhaps some top talents will get injured during this period. But the higher the talent level, the better the overall training speed and upper limit will definitely be. After listening to Song Jianyue's explanation, Su Shang felt that a new door had opened. Then he asked, what about Helian Yufeng and the others' talent levels? Well, Dragon God Contract is a high-level talent. I don't know about Gong Shuasong and Helian Yufeng, but at least they are also high-level talents. Song Jianyue added, according to previous rules, the more talented the parents are, the more likely their children will be talented. Su Shang nodded. Helian Yufeng was the grandson of the Sword King Helian Jiannu, so his talent was definitely not bad. The same is true for Gong Shuasong. Has your talent awakened? Su Shang asked. Song Jianyue looked at Su Shang with a grin and asked, guess? Fuck, you've awakened too? Su Shang asked curiously, why haven't I seen you use it before? I woke up the day before yesterday. Song Jianyue's handsome face was filled with pride and excitement. I didn't even know where you were back then, and since my talent had just awakened, I didn't have a chance to use it. Su Shang understood. After he came out of the passage the day before yesterday, he went around hunting strange beasts, and at that time Song Jianyue was still struggling with the pressure. Soon the two finished their meal. Let's go back. My equipment should be here. Su Shang said. He has been looking forward to the 2nd level combat suit for a long time, and the same goes for the intermediate skills. After returning, he will start a large number of synthesizers. Su Shang had no idea whether he could awaken his talent. If you cannot awaken your talent, then you can only rely on synthesis points. 20 minutes later. Where are the people? Where did they go? Gong Shuasong hurried over under the guidance of a young man. From the water stains on his hair, it seemed that he had just taken a shower and had not had time to dry himself. The young man who had returned to report the news looked around in confusion. Brother Song, Su Sheng seems to be gone. Damn it, next time something like this happens, call me in advance. Gong Shuasong slapped the young man in anger. The young man rubbed his sore shoulders with a look of aggrieved look on his face. I called you the first time, but you didn't answer. Because I called you, I didn't even have time to eat the meal I had prepared. Xian 1, look for it carefully. When you find it, don't hesitate and call me directly. Gong Shuasong said somewhat depressedly. Su Sheng has 500 points in his hand. If he doesn't find Su Sheng and get these points as soon as possible, Heli and Yufeng might get them. At this time, in Villa number 1. Wow, Su Sheng, you were so happy. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng, who was unpacking the package with an extremely exaggerated expression. Get out of here. Su Sheng replied, this woman is really bad at providing emotional value, is it true or false? Song Jianyue smiled unconcerned and said, that's right. Your combat suits are all the latest models from the Shinto Group. I don't even have them. Shinto Group is the highest standard and largest weapons company in Longwa. The various types of equipment it produces are not only of high quality but also very affordable, and it almost monopolizes all domestic equipment businesses. Song de Campus Beauty still knows more. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll try on the combat uniform to see if it fits me. Su Sheng walked towards the bedroom carrying a dark blue combat uniform with red stripes. Oh, the combat uniform is very elastic and can be adjusted. It will definitely fit you. Song Jianyue said as he played with Su Sheng's C-grade alloy sword. The sword is called Zanpaku, and all weapons starting from C rank will be named according to their characteristics or the materials used in making them. As the name suggests, this Zanpakutsu is famous for its sharpness, which is also what Su Sheng is most satisfied with. After all, he doesn't care about the durability and endurance, as long as it is sharp enough to kill the monsters efficiently. Soon, Su Sheng changed into the one-piece combat suit. The dark blue combat uniform has evenly sized grids, and the grid lines are dark red stripes running through the entire body. After putting on this combat suit, Su Sheng's strong and beautiful figure was immediately revealed. The smooth and clear muscle lines are full of explosive power and strong masculinity. Song Jianyue was stunned for a moment, but when her beautiful eyes moved down, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Su Sheng lowered his head in amazement. Although this combat uniform was very close-fitting and comfortable, the outline underneath was too obvious. Su Sheng, why aren't you wearing pants? Song Jianyue blushed and was too embarrassed to look. The scene in his dormitory half a month ago emerged in his mind. At that time, Su Sheng was completely naked. Now, although he is wrapped in a combat suit, his outline is even more exaggerated, much more exaggerated than the Superman in movies and TV dramas. Aren't these just pants? Su Sheng coughed lightly and sat on the sofa so that it would not be so obvious. Oh, the one-piece combat suit is very breathable and refreshing. You can definitely wear pants with it. That's basically what everyone does. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. Song Jianyue said, we girls do the same, so we all wear sweatpants. I've learned a lot. Su Sheng nodded. After chatting with Song Jianyue for a while, Su Sheng entered the training room carrying a silver-white alloy box the size of a briefcase. The box contains everything you exchanged except the second-level combat suit. After locking the door of the training room, Su Sheng opened the box and rubbed his hands with a fiery look in his eyes. It's time to upgrade. Chapter 40 New System Function, Special Synthesis. A bottle of first-grade snow ginseng pills, a box of spirit blood paste, and recovery pills of first-grade Huayan pills plus 20 spirit yuan capsules are enough. Hey, there are actually 2 body tempering pills. Are these extra bonuses from the extra ones I exchanged for? After counting the number, Su Sheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He only took 1 scoop from the 3,000 rivers, a white scoop. In that case, let's synthesize this body tempering pill first. Su Sheng originally planned to copy the skills and then synthesize them, but now he has an extra gain and naturally cannot waste it. System, synthesize. When Su Sheng took out the body tempering pill, he muttered to himself. Immediately, the body tempering pill disappeared and reappeared in the illusory synthesis column in front of him. Last time, the body tempering pill was synthesized into the holy body pill. I don't know what it will be synthesized this time. Su Sheng couldn't help but mutter in his heart and look forward to it. At this moment, the two synthesis columns collided with each other, and the next moment, a dazzling golden light came into view. Su Sheng's expression was shocked. Golden light. The last time I synthesized the True Dragon Mysterious Young Pill, it also emitted golden light. Could it be that this time? Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50 synthesis points to synthesize the first grade body tempering pill 4,000 times into the 6th grade True Dragon Mysterious Young Pill. Su Sheng was ecstatic after hearing the system prompt. It's the True Dragon Mysterious Young Pill again. What a good thing! I immediately looked at the small words below the synthesis column, and the introduction content was exactly the same as what appeared during the previous synthesis. I don't know to what extent I can strengthen my body this time. As for the True Dragon pressure, the effect will probably be even better. After Su Sheng extracted the True Dragon Xianyang pill, a familiar and rich medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. It smells so good. Su Sheng took a deep breath and felt refreshed. In fact, what Su Sheng didn't know was that the True Dragon Xianyang pill was an ancient elixir that had been lost for a long time. Not only was it extremely precious, but its efficacy was also so powerful that it was almost incredible. Then Su Sheng sat cross-legged, practiced basic breathing techniques, and put the pill into his mouth. Suddenly, a powerful force of energy and blood rushed through Su Sheng's limbs and bones like a wild horse. But Su Sheng was stunned. What the hell? Although the effect of the medicine is still strong this time, it is nothing compared to the impact and shock brought by the first time he swallowed the True Dragon Xianyang pill. Is it because of the second dose? Drug resistance? Su Sheng was stunned. It can't be that serious? Although there are indeed many kinds of elixirs that can only be taken once, and taking them multiple times will either have side effects or greatly reduce the effect, Su Sheng did not expect that he would actually come across one himself. This synthesis was a bit of a failure. Although the enhancement of the True Dragon's pressure is also very valuable, its effect is slightly smaller than Su Sheng himself expected. Never mind. Anyway, the real dragon's imposing power is very effective in actual combat, so it's fine. Su Sheng was not affected. With the system, it is only a matter of time before his strength improves, so there is no need to rush. Just like that, 2 hours had passed. Call. Su Sheng finished his training and felt that his punching strength should have increased by about 500 kilograms. Now I am definitely at the peak of martial arts. Su Sheng estimated that his current punching force was around 4.3 tons. This might not be the highest, but it was close enough. This skin. When Su Sheng lightly flicked his arm made a crisp buzzing sound of metal collision. What a strong defense! Su Sheng's eyes lit up. It seemed that although taking the True Dragon Mysterious Young pill for the second time could not increase his punching power too much, it could still significantly improve his physical body. Su Sheng jumped lightly, and his head touched the ceiling. When Su Sheng pinched his arm hard, he was excited that he didn't feel any pain at all. Such exaggerated defensive power is far more terrifying than before. You know, with Su Sheng's current strength as a peak warrior, he can smash a car with one punch. A few consecutive punches can easily smash the stone pillars of an overpass with a diameter of 10 meters. How could I not feel any pain when such a powerful force acted on me? Then, Su Sheng took the Zanpakuto in his hand. After thinking about it, I decided to try its power. Puff! The sword was used with great force to create a small cut on the skin. Su Sheng was overjoyed. It seemed that he was basically immune to D-grade alloy weapons. The C-grade alloy weapon should still be able to cause damage to him at full strength, but don't forget that Su Sheng's body is ridiculously strong. In other words, if a peak warrior of the same level has average physical strength, it is likely that he will not cause too much damage to himself. Just as Su Sheng was holding a band-aid to stop the bleeding from the small wound on his arm, something magical happened. Well, what about the wound? The wound that was bleeding before could no longer be found. If it weren't for the bloodstains around the wound, Su Sheng would even think that he was hallucinating. Holy crap, self-healing? Su Sheng's heart started beating wildly with excitement. What a real dragon Xianyang Dan bull. Although it's just a minor wound, it's enough to deal with most scenarios. Especially when fighting against strange beasts in the wild, the speed of injury recovery is simply the biggest killer to improve efficiency. After all, no matter how strong you are, you may get injured when you encounter a monster of equal strength. Especially after continuous battles, physical strength, blood, and energy will decline, and injuries are inevitable. This is why Su Sheng kept 40 points specifically for exchanging for healing medicines. In fact, warriors who really deal with strange beasts for a long time spend most of their time healing and recovering. There is very little time to actually fight with strange beasts. Especially when it comes to injuries, it's okay if they are minor injuries that don't affect combat, but if they are things like continuous bleeding, large wounds, fractures, etc., then it will take a long time to rest and recover. For warriors, fractures are probably the most likely occurrence when fighting against strange beasts. After all, the monsters are incredibly powerful, and a random attack can shatter the opponent into pieces. Even if the opponent is a warrior who is equally strong as the monster, he will suffer fractures or even cracks when facing the monster's full strength attack. But now, with the secondary strengthening of the True Dragon Xianyang pill, the speed of his physical recovery has reached an extremely terrifying level. The demand for healing drugs will be greatly reduced. Safety is also greatly guaranteed. After we go out into the wild, we'll test the limits of injury recovery speed. If even a serious injury like a fracture can be healed instantly, then it's probably no different from a martial arts talent, right? Just as Su Sheng was about to accept the task to test his self-healing ability and the effect of the True Dragon's pressure, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding, 2 identical domains have been detected in the host's body. The special synthesis function has been activated. Would the host like to synthesize them? After hearing this prompt tone, Su Sheng was slightly stunned. Field? Could it be the pressure of a real dragon? So, there can only be one kind of realm in the human body? What is a realm? Several questions popped up in Su Sheng's mind, and these questions could not be answered in a short time. But what Su Sheng can be sure of is that this is definitely a good thing. Special synthesis? Su Sheng murmured, if my guess is correct, then the combined power of the True Dragon pressure will definitely be much more powerful than simply adding them together. Thinking of this, Su Sheng's heartbeat accelerated. System synthesis. Chapter 41. Su Sheng is only 9th on the list of potential students? Ding, the field synthesis requires 500 synthesis points, and the host synthesis points are insufficient. Insufficient? Su Sheng was stunned, then overjoyed. The maximum number of synthesis points required for the previous synthesizers was only 80, but this time it soared to 500, which shows that the level of the True Dragon's pressure is not low. Wouldn't the product of combining 2 high-grade items be even more powerful? Could it directly become a martial arts talent? Thinking of this, Su Sheng's heart beat faster. If this was true, then this synthesis would be a huge profit. Mission, I want to do the mission. Su Sheng returned to the living room. Xiao AI, please list the tasks that have the most points. Su Sheng said to the robot Xiao AI. Soon Xiao AI recommended 40 points tasks to Su Sheng. The difficulty of the tasks in the special training camp is divided into 4 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. The primary tasks are mostly to hunt down the strange beasts of the early stage warriors, or a sufficient number of strange beasts of the quasi-warriors who have reached the great perfection. By analogy, the top-level task is to hunt down exotic beasts at the peak warrior level, or to hunt down a sufficient number of exotic beasts at the late warrior level. Su Sheng knew that with his current strength, he was fully capable of taking on top-level tasks, and he didn't even need to look at tasks below the top level. Just filter out the top tasks, and then help me figure out how long it will take to complete them. Yes, Master. Soon Xiao AI listed 15 of the top tasks. The completion time cannot be completely determined. If everything goes well, for example, if the exotic beast can be found quickly, it will only take 3 days. If you find a task target slowly, it will take longer. I understand. Accept all 15 top-level tasks. Su Sheng said. Half an hour later. When Su Sheng left the crowded accommodation area, what came into view was a magnificent forest with lush and verdant branches and leaves. Su Sheng looked at the sun in the sky. As an independent space, the environment here was exactly the same as the outside world, but the sunrise and sunset seemed to have changed. Could it be that this independent space is not in Dragon Country? Or was it created by a martial arts expert? If it's the latter, then it means that the martial arts masters in this world are still very powerful. The moment Su Sheng stepped into the forest, the surroundings immediately became dark. The lush branches and leaves blocked the sun, and the whole forest became a little dark and depressing. Su Sheng drew out his Zanpakuto and concentrated his mind highly. This is the world of exotic beasts, and there are many more exotic beasts in the special training camp than in Shishan. According to Xiao AI, if this forest was not covered by special equipment, the strange beasts inside would rush out of the forest and kill the accommodation area at any time. Ouch! At this moment, a low and hoarse roar came from not far away. A moment later. It's the red-eyed demonic spider. Su Shang's eyes lit up. He was so lucky to meet the target as soon as he came in. One of his top tasks is to hunt down 5 red-eyed demon spiders. The red-eyed demon spider is good at using poison. Although its poison is not fatal, it will greatly reduce the poisoned person's vision and recovery speed, and have a great impact on the warrior's combat effectiveness. And the most troublesome thing is that the red-eyed demon spider's venom is sprayed remotely, and you are often poisoned before you even get close to it. Fortunately, Su Shang has the true dragon pressure, a powerful weapon that can be used to attack alien beasts at a dimensionality reduction rate. Boom! The moment Su Shang activated the true dragon's pressure, a scorching breath gushed out. With Su Shang as the center, there seems to be an invisible gravity field within a radius of 10 meters. Crack! The moment the red-eyed demon spider spotted Su Shang, it rushed towards him using its 8 slender legs. But after entering the range of the true dragon's pressure, the red-eyed demon spider immediately felt as if there was an invisible mountain above it. At the same time, an inexplicable fear and terror instinctively arose. The speed of the red-eyed demon spider immediately slowed down a lot, and there was a trembling look in its red pupils, as if Su Shang in front of it was a real dragon, the king of all beasts. Facing the king of beasts, the little red-eyed demon spider had no desire to resist. Su Shang rushed forward and slashed his Zanpakuto across the head of the red-eyed demon spider. The sharp C-grade alloy chopped off most of the red-eyed demon spider's head in an instant, like cutting melons and vegetables. Ding! Kill the red-eyed demon spider and gain 1.2 synthesis points. After hearing the prompt sound, Su Shang immediately felt happy. The system sound is definitely the most wonderful sound in the world. At this rate, I should be able to accumulate 500 synthesis points within 3 days. The stronger the monster is, the more synthesis points the system will give. This is also what Su Shang thinks is the biggest benefit of coming to the special training camp. After all, if there is no opportunity of the special training camp, it would be difficult for him to obtain so many synthesis points. It's a pity that a spirit warrior can't attack from a distance and can only be used in close combat. If I could release spiritual energy from a distance and combine it with the pressure of a real dragon, the effect would be better. Su Shang thought as he used Zanpakuto to finish off the red-eyed demon spider. Except for a very small number of warriors with special talents, other warriors can only release their spiritual energy to fight at a distance, and the release of spiritual energy is the hallmark of a spiritual warrior. We've dealt with 1, and there are 4 left. They should all be nearby. Su Shang conducted a brief search on the body of the red-eyed demon spider, but after finding no crystals, he left without any attachment. After all, not every skeleton of an exotic beast is valuable. And finishing off the enemy with a kill was also a valuable practical survival experience he had gained through hundreds of fights during the assessment period. The body structure of alien beasts is different from that of human warriors. Sometimes, even though you have killed an alien beast, it may suddenly attack you when you get close to it. In this way, time passed by unknowingly. 3 days later, in the Academic Affairs building of the Special Training Camp. Principal Lin, this is a list of potential students signed by our 4 instructors. Please review it. In a spacious and bright office, Lin Kaixian took the document handed to him by Zhang Hong. Every year, 1 senior teacher from each of the 4 prestigious universities will be sent to provide guidance for the special training camp. This year, the event is hosted by Shanghai University, and the responsible tutor is naturally Zhang Hong from Shanghai University. Zhang Hong, who is nearly 70 years old, has gray hair, a serious expression and looks quite old-fashioned. Old Zhang, sit down. I've told you so many times not to be so formal. Lin Kaixian said to Zhang Hong with a smile. Zhang Hong then sat down, still behaving properly. Seeing Lin Kaixian begin to review the documents, Zhang Hong cleared his throat and reported, after the unanimous evaluation of the 4 of us, the one with the greatest potential to become the number 1 in this special training camp is Helian Yufeng. His innate wind spirit body is extremely outstanding in both cultivation speed and actual combat. The wind god spirit body itself is also a top-tier talent, and ranks in the top 60 on the talent list. With the help of the Martial God Tower, Helian Yufeng will grow very quickly in this month. We estimate that his wind god spirit will have a very obvious improvement. In addition, as the only grandson of Lord Jian Tianwang, Helian Yufeng also has a talent in swordsmanship that surprises us. Swordsmanship plus wind god spirit body, Principal Lin should know very well what this means. After Zhang Hong finished speaking, he looked at Lin Kaixian, who nodded and motioned him to continue. Next is Gong Shuasong, who also possesses top-tier talent. However, whether in terms of talent ranking or overall situation, we believe Gong Shuasong's future will be inferior to Helian Yufeng. Of course, if he can find some opportunities in the Martial God Tower, he might have a chance to surpass Helian Yufeng in the next 2 years. Lin Kaixian nodded, then shifted his gaze to Su Sheng, who was in 9th place. Why is Su Sheng only 9th? Chapter 42 Domain Synthesis. Zheng Hong was a little surprised. He thought that Principal Lin would go through them one by one in order. Then he said, judging from the strength he has shown so far, Su Sheng should be in the top 3, maybe even second. Based on the video footage from the assessment, we observed that Su Sheng should have acquired some kind of powerful domain. I became even more convinced of this during my sparring session with Long Qianli. Therefore, we believe that Su Sheng's actual combat performance is definitely in the top tier among the current trainees. But when Zheng Hong was about to continue, Lin Kaixian put down the document and said with a smile, "But Su Sheng hasn't awakened his martial arts talent." Zheng Hong nodded. Yes, for most people, talent is irrelevant. After all, their ceiling is low, their achievements are limited, and they can't unleash the true power of their talent. But the special training camp is to cultivate future superpowers for the Dragon Kingdom. If Su Sheng was still in Lucheng, he would still be able to lead the others. But here, he seems to be the most powerful at this stage. However, within the next month, the gap between Su Sheng, who has no martial arts talent, and Helian Yufeng and others will become increasingly larger. If we look at the next 5 years, Helian Yufeng and the others will almost certainly be able to reach the 3rd level of spiritual illusion, but Su Sheng will find it very difficult. After listening to Zheng Hong's analysis, Lin Kaixian nodded, "Your analysis is correct and your considerations are very comprehensive. Su Sheng is my type. With his current performance, he'll definitely have no problem getting into one of the 4 prestigious universities. Unfortunately, the unawakened talent in martial arts is a fatal weakness." Lin Kaixian sighed. This kid made a big splash right after joining the camp, but in the next month he's going to be surpassed by talented warriors one after another. I'm afraid it's a blow to him. Yes, Principal Lin. According to you, where should Su Sheng be adjusted to? Zheng Hong asked. Lin Kaixian thought for a moment and said, number 7. Although this list of potential students has nothing to do with anything else, it is an excellent opportunity for the younger generation to enter the upper classes site. The top 10 on the list almost all come from prominent families, with Su Sheng being the only exception. In Lin Kaixian's opinion, Su Sheng is the one who lacks the most exposure opportunities. Okay, we'll modify it according to your wishes and then report it to the Ministry of Education. Zheng Hong said. Lin Kaixian nodded, then rubbed his temples tiredly. Zheng Hong seemed to have an idea when he saw this. Principal, are you worried about this class's admission rate? Although this special training camp is full of stars, its gold content is definitely the highest in the past 20 years or even the past 50 years. But several top geniuses have actually already been taken. As a descendant of the imperial capital, Gong Shuasong naturally had to join Taikyo University. Helian Yufeng is also from Taikyo, and there is a high probability that he will enter Taikyo University. Although Long Qianyu and Long Qianli were born and raised in Shanghai, Long Yi decided to send them to the military university in order to prevent them from becoming greenhouse flowers under his rule. In other words, although Shanghai was the organizer of the special training camp this year, it did not gain any benefits. It hurts, a real headache. Lin Kaixian was a little depressed. There were also some good talents in the special training camps last year and the year before, but they did not get the upper hand because they were not hosted in Shanghai. This year we have the opportunity, but we have lost the talent. Zheng Hong also laughed bitterly. It's because we didn't get the most outstanding ones last year and the year before that our Magic City University's momentum has weakened a lot in the past 2 years. Even Jiangnan University, the perennial 4th place, now dares to challenge us. Let's wait and see. The worst that can happen is we'll be beaten by Taikyo University again. Lin Kaixian yawned. This was an era of great contention and great changes, and there had been many signs of things happening in recent years. The next 3 years will not be peaceful, and a series of major events that may even change the situation in Dragon Country will happen. Although he cares about everyone in Moda University as the president, he is also a top leader in Dragon Country. There are also things other than being the principal that require his headache and worry. Meanwhile, deep in the forest. Sizzle! The green-bladed mantis's sharp claws cut Su Sheng's neck at an extremely fast speed. Even though Su Sheng tried his best to dodge, he still felt a chill on his neck. Suddenly, blood flowed out from the long wound, and Su Sheng couldn't help but gasp in pain. This green-bladed mantis is indeed the most advanced warrior and top beast. Just kill 2 and you will get 30 points. Su Sheng did not use the true dragon's pressure just now. On the one hand, he wanted to rely on the powerful green-blade mantis to hone his combat skills, and on the other hand, he also wanted to test his self-healing speed. The pressure from the real dragon was so overbearing that as long as the peak warriors used these skills, the beasts would not be his match at all. As a result, Su Sheng had no chance to get hurt in the 3 days. Alright. When Su Sheng took a step back and touched his neck, the wound had already healed. Su Sheng knew that his guess was correct. This kind of skin injury would heal almost instantly. Your mission is over. Su Sheng looked at the green-bladed mantis. Seeing that the previous attack did not work, the green-bladed mantis flapped its wings and attacked Su Sheng again. But the next moment, the green-blade mantis immediately felt an invisible pressure coming from all directions, and an unknown fear surged in his heart. Puff! At the moment when the green-blade mantis was hardly controlled by the pressure of the true dragon, the sharp blade of Zanpakuto cut through its head. Ding! Kill the green-blade mantis and gain 1.3 synthesis points. The system prompt sounded. Finally 500. Only 5 more tasks left out of 15. Su Sheng was in high spirits. After submitting 15 top-level tasks, he can get a total of 280 points, which is enough for him to use for a while. After Su Sheng dismembered the green blade mantis's body and put its sharp blades into his tactical backpack, he looked around for a moment. Let us synthesize it here. Su Sheng looked at a low cave not far away. That was the habitat of the mad blood rats, which were also part of this mission. The 6 members of the family had been dealt with by Su Sheng, and the cave had become ownerless. Plus, with the cover of the strange beast's aura, it is absolutely safe. After entering the cave, Su Sheng covered the entrance with the branches nearby to create a simple cover. After doing all this, Su Sheng's eyes were burning. System, synthesized the same field. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he felt as if a force in his body disappeared, and he became a little weak. Su Sheng knew that this was because the true dragon pressure in his body had been drained away by the system. Then, 2 blue synthesis bars appeared in front of me. There is a circular mark in the synthesis column, which is obviously the pressure of a real dragon. I hope the synthesis rate is better. Su Sheng suddenly became a little nervous and uneasy. The probability was triggered 4,000 times when he synthesized it a few days ago, so it would definitely not be that high this time. If it were 1,000 times stronger, that would be fine too. At least it would give the true dragon's pressure a qualitative improvement. At this moment, a bright red light appeared in front of Su Sheng's eyes. What the hell, red? Su Sheng cheered up, there is hope. Chapter 43, Top-Level Talent, the Holy Body of Suppression. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 500 synthesis points, and multiplying the pressure of the true dragon of the domain 10,000 times to form the top-level martial arts talent domain suppressing holy body. What? Su Sheng's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. 10,000 times synthesis, top talent. Ha ha. Cool. Su Sheng was so excited that his voice trembled, and the excitement and ecstasy in his eyes reached an unprecedented level. During this period of time, Su Sheng has seen one talented top genius after another. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't envious. Although he knew that his future would be bright with the system as his golden finger, his talent in martial arts could also bring him great help. Now I finally feel at ease and comfortable. Below the synthesis column, a line of small words appeared. District Suppressing Holy Body, a top-level martial arts talent, capable of manipulating gravity to suppress opponents within a certain range. When the holy body reaches perfection, the place where it stands becomes an absolute forbidden zone. A single thought can cause mountains and rivers to crumble. A single palm strike can suppress all things. Fuck, so strong. Su Sheng was extremely excited. Judging from the introduction, he must be very powerful even among the top martial arts talents. System, extract. Then, Su Sheng took a deep breath to calm his excitement. The next moment, Su Sheng only felt that a mysterious force in his body began to revive. This force was very weak at first, just like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground after a spring rain. But soon, the bamboo shoots began to grow rapidly. Then Su Sheng felt a thick, ancient, and heavy breath being born in his body. This magical feeling is like there is an ancient mountain 10,000 meters high hidden somewhere in the body, giving people an extremely huge, vast, and oppressive feeling. Just then. Boom! Suddenly, a chaotic thunder exploded in Su Sheng's body. Billions of domain-suppressing forces fell from the endless void in his body, like pieces of shattered star debris, with such terrifying momentum that it seemed to shatter the earth. My body is a prison, it controls the world. A deep, majestic, ancient voice sounded. That is the manifestation of the sound of Tao of the holy body of the town. High in the sky, the originally blue sky suddenly turned black. The inky black power of suppression seemed to surge from the depths of the long river of time, shattering the clear sky and covering an area of several thousand meters in radius. In the forest, many weaker beasts were roaring and trembling anxiously. Boom! When Su Sheng awakened the holy body that could suppress the area, the surrounding land and plants also suffered. The billions of black clouds above suddenly fell like a huge seal that suppressed people for eternity. With Su Sheng as the center, the grass and trees within a radius of 1 kilometer were instantly crushed, and then with a bang, they turned into powder and flew all over the sky. The soft soil collapsed with a loud bang due to the sudden and terrifying force. Call. The cave where Su Sheng was hiding was also completely destroyed by the black cloud. When Su Sheng opened his eyes, his pair of eyes with black whites and gray pupils immediately made his aura extremely oppressive. The original sunny youthful temperament was replaced by coldness, thickness, and desolation. The holy body of the territory is so powerful. The moment his martial arts talent was awakened, all the information about the holy body of suppression was automatically fed back to Su Sheng. At this moment, Su Sheng finally understood what it meant that the place where he stood was an absolute forbidden zone. Buzz. The moment Su Sheng activated the holy body of suppression, a black mist suddenly erupted from his body. This mist was formed by the power of thousands of towns. The black mist surrounded his body, adding a bit of mystery and majesty to Su Sheng. The invisible power of the suppression spread out, and the ground beneath his feet could not bear the weight and made a rumbling sound. Even though I've only just awakened and haven't fully mastered it yet, the power I'm displaying right now far surpasses the might of a true dragon. Su Sheng clenched his fist fiercely, and the black mist around him instantly gathered on his fist like a spirit snake. Then Su Sheng's black pupils flashed with brilliance, and he slammed the ground in front of him with his terrifying iron fist, which was wrapped in the power of thousands of suppressing forces. Bang! There was a dull loud noise coming from the ground ahead, and under the influence of the town, a terrifying fist-shaped pit appeared on the ground, 2 meters deep and 3 meters in diameter. Unlike the realm of true dragon pressure, talent can leave the body. Just like Helian Yufeng and Gong Shu Song. Su Sheng was startled. This power was too exaggerated. After looking inward at his dantian, Su Sheng discovered that he had indeed accumulated spiritual energy. As we all know, the use of talents requires the support of spiritual energy. Every talented warrior can absorb a certain amount of spiritual energy into his dantian after awakening his martial arts talent. You can then rely on this spiritual energy to release powerful talents, and at the same time unlock the ability to absorb the spiritual energy throughout the body through exercises. It is equivalent to obtaining the ability that can only be possessed by the second-level golden body in advance. What surprised Su Sheng was that his spiritual energy was actually black. Looking inward, a pool of black spring water was flowing gently in the dantian, which looked quite strange and depressing. Su Sheng tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, but found that he failed. I understand. Although spiritual energy can be generated after awakening the talent, it is impossible to use spiritual energy alone unless you are a golden body warrior. Su Sheng suddenly realized. Golden body warriors can use spiritual energy without relying on talent, while third-realm spiritual illusions are more proficient in using spiritual energy, and can even use spiritual energy to transform all things and attack from a distance. I'll synthesize the technique after I get back, but I'm not sure how many times the spiritual energy I have now will be enough for me to unleash my martial arts talent. Try finding a strange beast. 10 minutes later. Green Blade Mantis, it's you. In the dense jungle, a green mantis with a silver blade was resting on the treetop. When the green blade mantis sensed Su Sheng's appearance, it instantly stood up straight, waving its 2 swords with an alert look. As one of the more powerful creatures in this forest, the green blade mantis instinctively sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Su Sheng. That is a smell that only appears on the king of the deep forest. Boom! Su Sheng's mind moved, and the spiritual energy in his dantian activated the sacred body of suppression. The inky black power of suppression surrounded his body like fine black mist. Immediately, the black gas spread out in all directions with a whoosh, forming a 10-meter diameter area that could just cover the green blade mantis. A terrifying force descended from the sky. Before the green blade mantis could escape, it was suppressed by the terrifying power of the suppression. Bang! Immediately, the green blade mantis body was crushed with a bang. The blood mist in the sky was like splashing water. Crack! The trunk of the big tree where the green-bladed mantis was located made a sound as if it could not bear the weight, as if it was being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Then there was a crack, and the trunk of the tree shattered. The dense leaves seemed to be crushed into powder by a millstone. Sharp! Su Shang's gray pupils radiated a sharp light. This holy body of suppression can not only concentrate the power of suppression into a long-range attack, but also radiate the surroundings in the form of a field to cause large-scale damage. It is very useful. Chapter 44 Su Shang is just a bitter to sell soul. Moreover, Su Shang also discovered that after he exerted the power of suppressing the area, the spiritual energy in his body was not consumed too much. You should know that the speed at which a first-level warrior absorbs and recovers spiritual energy is far lower than that of a golden body warrior. Often, the spiritual energy will be exhausted after using their talents a few times or maintaining them for a period of time. I understand. It must be the effect of the True Dragon Mysterious Yang Pill. After taking the True Dragon Mysterious Yang Pill twice, Su Shang's body was enhanced in all aspects. Not only does it give him incredible recovery abilities comparable to instant self-healing, but his endurance is also ridiculously strong. Just like the 3 days of high-intensity fighting, if it were someone else, they would have been exhausted long ago, but Su Shang himself was still full of energy. I can fight all day. Su Shang grinned as he looked at the suppressing force swirling around his fist. Special training camp, punch strength testing area. Boom! As the crowd watched, Gong Shuasong's iron fist bombarded the tester like a violent storm. Under the rapid impact of his terrifying fist power, thunder-like explosions reached everyone's ears. If you look closely, you will find that Gong Shuasong's right fist is covered with crystal-clear frost. Each hit to the dartboard freezes it for a moment. After a while, Gong Shuasong retracted his fist, and the huge testing area finally became quiet. The punch force is 4 tons. You are worthy of being Brother Song. Brother Song is so strong. He has made rapid progress in the past few days. That's right. Brother Song has been tempering his body in the high-gravity room these days. His target is Su Shang. A group of younger brothers were both in awe and envious. Gong Shuasong snorted coldly and asked, "Can Su Shang compare to me? He's only good in that weird area." Brother Song, I think Su Shang is no better than selling soul. He can't be compared with you, Brother Song. A younger brother handed over a towel and said, "Panphone, if you can talk now, please talk more." But where is he? Why haven't I seen him in the training area in the past few days? Gong Shuasong wiped his face and asked. Panphone was delighted by the compliment and continued, "We looked for it but couldn't find it. Not even in the cafeteria. Brother Song, I think Su Shang is afraid of you and doesn't dare to show his head. After all, you can survive 25 times gravity for an hour. Humph, I guess he's just hiding in the dormitory and doesn't dare to come out because he's afraid of getting beaten," Gong Shuasong said. He has been keeping an eye on Su Shang's movements for the past 3 days, but Su Shang seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. The special training camp is different from the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, he could mobilize the power of the Gong family to find people, but here he can only search manually. Squeak! At this time, the gravity room door next to it opened. Helian Yufeng was wearing a light blue sportswear and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that in order to deal with Su Shang's true dragon pressure, Helian Yufeng had been staying in the gravity room for the past few days. Helian Yufeng, how much strength do you have in your punches? Gong Shuasong asked. Taller than you. Helian Yufeng said, and Gong Shuasong snorted, for talented warriors, punching power can only be used as a reference. What really matters is the application and control of martial arts talent. After a pause, Gong Shuasong said, Helian Yufeng, why don't we have a sparring match today? Well, I'm just bored. Helian Yufeng smiled. The Martial God Tower would not open for another 4 days, so the first week of the special training camp would be very boring. Hey, why did you guys start it first? Not far away, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli walked side by side. Long Qianyu was wearing a white sports vest and black sports pants. There were beads of sweat on her exposed skin. She had also been soaking in the gravity room. Seeing this, Gong Shuasong said, Long Qianyu, this is none of your business. Let me fight with Helian Yufeng first. Gong Shuasong, haven't you been looking for Su Shang? Where is he? Long Qianli only cares about this one issue. Gong Xuesong shook his head, who knows where he's hiding? If he really doesn't come out for a month, there's nothing I can do. As soon as Gong Xuesong finished speaking, there was a sudden noise from downstairs. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Su Sheng? Su Sheng is back. As soon as these words were spoken, many students in the testing area walked out of the testing room with expressions of surprise and anticipation. Su Sheng, this is a ruthless person who has angered several top geniuses. During these 3 days, many people are looking forward to a violent collision like Mars hitting the Earth. However, as Su Sheng went out on a mission, the entire training camp became quiet. Now we can finally see the results. He's back? Did he go on a mission? Helian Yufeng frowned slightly. Is he trying to hide from us and complete the mission? Or is this guy just a battle maniac? Otherwise, his 500 points should be enough for a while. Gong Xuesong's eyes were filled with excitement as he pushed aside several students who were blocking his way. Looking out the window on the second floor, I immediately saw Su Sheng, who was wearing combat uniform and carrying a tactical backpack, coming in exhausted. Ah, it's Su Sheng. Gong Xuesong was overjoyed and immediately jumped directly out of the second floor window. Helian Yufeng also saw it, but his eyes fixed. This Su Sheng. I always feel that his aura has changed. Before they had time to think about it, Helian Yufeng and Long Qianyu, brother and sister, also jumped down from the second floor. Su Sheng! Gong Xuesong shouted as he ran towards the mission building. Su Sheng, who was about to submit a task, stopped. He had completed all 15 tasks, and the last 5 tasks earned him an additional 219 synthesis points, which was enough for a few days. Gong Xuesong? After seeing that the other party was Gong Xuesong, Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Here comes the one who will give points. When Su Sheng looked up and saw Helian Yufeng and Long Qianyu in the distance, his eyes lit up almost like fire. 300 points. 100 points. 400 points in total. He worked hard for 3 days to get 280 points, and now all he needs to do is beat these guys and he'll get 400 points. Gong Xuesong didn't notice the strange look in Su Sheng's eyes at all. Instead, he said with a half smile, "Brother, I've been searching for you for so long. You won't run away this time, will you? I deserted the battlefield?" Su Sheng was stunned. Who spread this rumor? Gong Xuesong shrugged. Su Sheng, let's not talk about anything else. If you're a man, then fight. Well, yes, but... Su Sheng looked at Helian Yufeng and the others who were approaching. Do you also want to fight with me? Helian Yufeng nodded. Yes, but I still know the principle of first come first served. Of course, if you don't want to fight in a rotation, that's fine too. We can do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Besides, even if you lose, I don't want your points. Helian Yufeng's goal is very simple, to defeat Su Sheng and make up for the only setback in his life. For top talents, setbacks are not scary. What is scary is suddenly encountering setbacks after everything has gone smoothly. If you don't want to leave any hidden dangers in your heart and prevent the emergence of inner demons, you have to defeat this setback with your own hands. As for points and such, for Helian Yufeng, there was nothing attractive about this special training camp. The only thing that attracts me is the Martial God Tower, which does not require points. What about you two? Su Sheng looked at Long Qianyu and Long Qianli. Chapter 45, all 4 of you come together. Long Qianli took the lead and said, this time we're going to be serious. We can all use martial arts. Ever since Su Sheng kicked her last time, Long Qianli felt depressed and had chest pain every time she thought about it. She knew that if she didn't use martial arts, she would probably still not be Su Sheng's match. Long Qianyu looked at Su Sheng and said, that's what I meant, but I won't bully you. If you lose, just give me 100 points. After all, I only have 100 points. Su Sheng nodded, then looked at Gong Xuesong. What if you don't have any points? Ah. Gong Xuesong was slightly stunned, then immediately understood Su Sheng's intention. Are you going to follow Principal Lin's rules? Give points for losing? Otherwise, why should I fight you? Su Sheng spread his hands. Gong Xuesong was furious and said, all right. I don't have any points right now. If I lose, I'll earn points and give them to you, okay? He just wanted to get back the territory in the passage that was taken back by Su Sheng, and he didn't care about anything else. It's no use just saying it. Su Sheng said, besides, what if you say you'll give it to me in a month? I can't wait for you for a month, right? So what do you want? Gong Shuasong said with a headache. Su Sheng thought for a moment and said, I guarantee it in the name of the Gong family. Su Sheng didn't quite trust Gong Shuasong, but he absolutely trusted the Gong family in Daijing. Gong Shuasong was confused. Was it really necessary to have a fight? But he still said seriously, I, Gong Shuasong, guarantee in the name of the Gong family that if I lose this battle, I will do my best to earn points and win. Okay? Su Sheng smiled. Helian Yufeng, what about you? Helian Yufeng also made a guarantee in the name of the Helian family. Su Sheng looked at Long Qianyu and the other two again and said, Don't give me 100 points, I have 500 points, so let's do it accordingly. If you don't have enough, you should work hard to complete the tasks and earn points for me. Su Sheng, you are too arrogant, aren't you? Long Qianyu said angrily, according to what you said, if you lose 4 games, you will lose 2,000 points. You won't have to do anything for the next 20 days. Su Sheng also said seriously, if I lose, I will accept the loss. If I really lose, only a fool would admit it. I'm not from a big family, so I don't have so many concerns. Okay, if that's the case then it's settled. Long Qianyu did not show any sign of disappearing. Unknowingly, more than 20 people gathered around. After listening to the conversation between a few people, they were all excited and expectant. The 5 most popular bosses in this special training camp are about to start a war. It's exciting, so exciting. In that case, let's go to the ring. Su Sheng was afraid that several people would go back on their word. The special training camp has set up a special arena for students to compete and fight, and there is also a life mentor who is responsible for refereeing. On the one hand, it provides students with opportunities for practical experience, and on the other hand, it ensures fairness and justice as much as possible. At the same time, the presence of life mentors can also prevent students from fighting with each other, resulting in unnecessary casualties. When Su Sheng and his companions walked towards the arena, more than 20 students followed behind them. Not only that, many students even took out their mobile phones to send messages to people they knew. Some people even directly tagged everyone in the newly formed special training camp group. Su Sheng. Inside the villa, Song Zhenyue, who had just finished practicing and taking a bath, opened her eyes wide. She immediately took off the bath towel, revealing her flawless, nosebleed-inducing body. After changing his clothes, Song Zhenyue went straight to the ring. Arrive. Soon, Su Sheng and his companions arrived at the circular arena with a diameter of 20 meters. The arena is made entirely of D-grade alloy. Even a peak warrior's full-strength attack would hardly leave a mark on the arena. It is the favorite place of fighting maniacs in all previous special training camps. After all, only a special training camp can gather so many geniuses from Dragon Country. I'll go first. Gong Shuasong glanced at Helian Yufeng and the other two and said. Unknowingly, more than 60 people gathered around. Except for a few students who were practicing in seclusion in gravity rooms and other training facilities, almost all the students were present. This is the first public battle since the opening of this special training camp, and it is also the highest level one. In the crowd, Shi Sheng wiped the sweat off his face while trying hard to squeeze forward. Why are you pushing? A boy in the front row couldn't help but say angrily. Shi Sheng was the absolute king in Lucheng No. 1 middle school, but here he could only rank in the middle and lower reaches, so naturally he lost his arrogance. Hearing this, he smiled apologetically, sorry, brother. Su Sheng and I are from the same city. Did they fight? Hearing that he and Su Sheng were from the same hometown, the boy's tone became much more polite. Oh, not yet. Many students surrounding him also looked sideways at Shi Sheng. A student with a Mountain City accent sneered, you fellow villagers are overestimating your own abilities and are about to be beaten. I advise you not to watch it, so as to avoid being beaten. That's right, how dare someone from such a small place like Lucheng be so arrogant? A tall boy at the side said, if you ask me, it wouldn't even be Helian Yufeng's turn to attack. Gong Shuasong alone could beat Su Sheng so hard that he couldn't even get up. Yeah, Su Sheng got lucky during the assessment, but he can't get lucky here. That's right. Brother Song possesses the top martial arts talent, the extreme frost body. I think Su Sheng will be frozen as soon as the battle begins. I hope Su Sheng can hold on a little longer. I gave up the virtual training ground I finally queued up for this battle. Su Sheng should be able to do it. I heard about his battle with Long Qianli. He is quite capable. I think so too, but Gong Shuasong is not Long Qianli, he won't hold back. Yes, I heard that Gong Shuasong has mastered a natural martial art, and has already achieved some success. What do you mean he's only achieved a minor level of his innate martial arts skills? That's pointless. Su Sheng is definitely going to lose. Listening to the discussions of people around him, Shi Sheng suddenly felt a headache. I thought to myself, Su Sheng, oh Su Sheng, it's okay if you're arrogant, but please don't implicate me. Which of Helian Yufeng and the others doesn't he have fans? If you, Su Sheng, lose too badly, even I will be laughed at. On the ring. Su Sheng looked at Gong Shuasong, who was about to go on stage, and shook his head. Gong Shuasong was stunned. Su Sheng, you are not afraid, are you? We've come this far. You can't admit defeat now. I'm going to beat you up anyway. After hearing what Gong Shuasong said, Su Sheng laughed. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Su Sheng said, what I mean is, it's too troublesome to go on stage one by one, and I don't have that much time. What's the meaning? Gong Shuasong didn't understand. Helian Yufeng and the other two behind him also looked confused. How else could they go up if not one by one? Su Sheng looked at the four of them, smiled slightly, and said something earth-shattering. What I mean is, why don't you four come together? It will save trouble this way. Chapter 46, Innate Martial Arts? Destroyed with one punch. Boom. Su Sheng's words were like a thunder that exploded in everyone's heart. Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuasong's expressions changed instantly. Long Qianyu's eyes flashed with anger and speechlessness, and Long Qianli felt as if she had heard it wrong. Everyone in the audience was shocked. This Su Sheng is so crazy. It's not just crazy, it's crazy to the extreme. Su Sheng, you are so arrogant. You dare challenge four people? Bah! Offstage, Gong Shuasong's younger brother Pan Feng sarcastically said, if you ask me, you're only qualified to challenge me. This guy is so arrogant, who does he think he is? Some students were stunned. Damn it, I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen anyone this crazy. He doesn't think he's a second-level golden body, does he? Even Shi Sheng suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Why does Su Sheng always do something unexpected? Did he think he was facing four rookies? That's the top 18-year-old in Dragon Country, and there are four of them? Beating just one is already a remarkable feat. On the stage, Gong Shuasong stared at Su Sheng with a bad look. Say it again? He thought Su Sheng was humiliating him. Taking on four people alone clearly shows that they don't take me seriously. I even began to doubt Su Sheng's motives. Could it be that this guy thought it would be less embarrassing to lose in a 1-on-4 fight? Helian Yufeng was so angry that he laughed. Even Luo Lai had never been so arrogant. What is Su Sheng? I mean, the four of you should come together, otherwise it will take up too much of my time. Su Sheng looked calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary little thing. Ha ha ha, okay, I agree. Gong Shuasong laughed out of anger. He wanted to see how Su Sheng would end up. Anyway, Su Sheng is bound to get beaten today. Okay, since you're willing to do this, I agree. Helian Yufeng also said. Since Su Sheng wants to be beaten so much, then beat him. Brother Long, it's your turn to respond to Sister Qianli. Su Sheng looked at Long Qianyu and his sister. The latter was very upset. Where's your sister? You almost beat my sister to death last time. Then he said, Su Sheng, don't think you can avoid being beaten this way. I won't show mercy later. After saying that, he jumped onto the stage. Seeing that all three of them agreed, Long Qianyu simply agreed as well. After stepping onto the stage, Helian Yufeng and the other three stood in a fan shape, and opposite them stood the tall Su Sheng. Su Sheng glanced around and roughly estimated that there were more than 70 students. With so many people watching, it's hard for them to renege on their debts. Su Sheng's mouth corners curled up slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Then, Su Sheng looked towards the platform on the left side of the ring. On the platform, a young man about 30 years old wearing a martial arts uniform was looking at them with interest. The young man is named Wu Hong, and he is one of the life mentors of the special training camp. He is responsible for the maintenance of the ring and acting as a referee during the competition. After making eye contact with Su Sheng, Wu Hong stretched, jumped down from the platform, and landed among the 5 people. You all know the rules, right? Wu Hong asked, and the 5 of them nodded at the same time. Okay then, let's get started. After saying that, he took a few steps back and stood at the edge of the ring. Su Sheng, there's no chance for you to retreat now. Gong Shuason looked straight into Su Shang's eyes, hoping to see some fear and hesitation in his eyes. However, what surprised Gong Shuason was that Su Shang was extremely calm. As calm as if it wasn't a big deal at all. Helian Yufeng frowned slightly. He had felt that Su Shang's temperament had changed before, and this feeling became even stronger at this moment. At this moment, Long Qianli rushed towards Su Shang first. Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuason, and Long Qianyu wanted to take action first, but were beaten to it by Long Qianli. Damn! Gong Shuason cursed in frustration, this woman is so fast. In fact, if it was really a 1-on-4 situation, he couldn't do it, and there was no need to do it. Long Qianli's beautiful eyes were filled with a fiery fighting spirit, and the soft sword at her waist was instantly drawn out at the moment of the sprint. Call out! The silver-white soft sword danced in the air like a spirit snake. Purple spiritual energy permeated his whole body, and at this moment Long Qianli's momentum reached its peak. Dragon Blitz! Long Qianli let out a low roar and directly used his innate martial arts. The innate martial arts are more compatible with the innate warriors, and the increase in combat power they can bring is even more terrifying. Most importantly, through innate martial arts, the fighting methods of gifted warriors are more diverse. Roar! On the huge arena, a low dragon roar was heard. The curved blade of the silver soft sword immediately straightened, and purple light filled it like a giant dragon swimming quickly. Originally, Long Qianli was about 10 meters away from Su Shang. But when the dragon flash attack was performed, the purple dragon sword shadow rushed towards Su Shang's face at an extremely fast speed. Su Shang, you're definitely going to lose this time. Long Qianli's eyes were determined. Her dragon flash was purchased by her father Long He from a foreign battlefield at a considerable cost. In order to practice this innate martial art, Long Qianli suffered countless hardships in private. Fortunately, the dragon lightning attack has been slightly successful. You should know that in the competition with her personal trainer, she, a late-stage warrior, could easily defeat a peak-level warrior by using Dragon Flash. Even when facing the siege of 3 top warriors, she can handle it with ease with the help of Dragon Flash. A gifted warrior with gifted martial arts skills is like adding wings to a tiger. Sharp! Su Shang's eyes lit up, this sword was fast enough. But it is only useful for warriors in the later stages. The next moment. Su Shang did not dodge or evade, and did not even use any martial arts. He just punched directly at the purple sword shadow. What? Long Qianli's pretty face changed slightly. Does this guy want to die? In the distance, the pupils of Helian Yufeng and the other 2 shrank slightly. Relying solely on physical strength to resist? Bang! A dull sound rang out on the huge stage. Su Shang's iron fist was like cast alloy. The huge force carried by the fist wind immediately shattered and exploded the moment it collided with the purple sword shadow. Really? Su Shang understood. Long Qianli is only in the late stage of warrior, and his realm is lower than his own. In addition, after 2 transformations by the true dragon Mysterious Yang Pill, his physical strength has already reached an extremely exaggerated level. Even when compared with monsters of the same level, Su Shang can crush them unilaterally. This kind of physical strength is comparable to the martial arts talent of physical strengthening. Long Qianli is powerful, but he is only a warrior in the late stage after all. If even a warrior in the late stage can break my defense, then where can I put my face as a time traveler? The innate martial arts skills are indeed very powerful. Su Shang still sighed, although his defense was not broken, it was quite painful. Impossible. On the opposite side, Long Qianli's pretty face changed drastically, and her body withstood and shattered her own dragon flash. This is a natural martial skill blessed by the Dragon God contract, how is this possible? Helian Yufeng's eyes instantly became extremely solemn. Gong Shuasong, who had been absent-minded, immediately became serious after seeing this scene. He knew that he had met a strong enemy. At this moment, Su Shang said in a deep voice, I told you 4 to come together, why don't you 3 dare? Are you scared? Chapter 47 You Can't Take My Knife. After Su Shang finished speaking, he stared at Helian Yufeng and the other 2 with a bad look. These guys are really going to cause me trouble. What if he gets scared and doesn't want to fight anymore? What will I do with my 1,500 points? Without this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to cheat 1,500 points in the future. Therefore, Su Shang had to resort to provocation. Long Qianli was still immersed in the astonishing punch that Su Shang had just delivered. After hearing what Su Shang said, Heli and Yufeng and the other two came to their senses, with different expressions in their eyes. Long Qianyu stared at Su Shang, this guy who had been inconspicuous at the beginning, but had been constantly refreshing everyone's cognition since the beginning of the assessment until now. How strong is he? During the assessment, he clearly seemed to be only a mid to late stage warrior. But just now, he was clearly a real peak warrior. Is he just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, or is his strength improving rapidly? Long Qianyu's mind was racing, but no matter what, Long Qianyu had already regarded Su Shang as a powerful opponent. Okay, as you wish. Long Qianyu looked at his life mentor Wu Hong, who was not far away. His meaning was very clear: if the three of us attack together later, Su Shang will be injured, so you have to keep an eye on him. Wu Hong nodded, with surprise in his eyes. There are so many monsters in this special training camp, each one more powerful than the other. Su Shang, it seems like he doesn't have any awakened talent? Even without any talent in martial arts, he can still compete with 4 monsters with top talents. This courage alone is admirable. I just don't know how he will deal with it next. Below the stage, Shi Shang and the others were stunned. Some of the geniuses from the Demon City were petrified. In their opinion, Long Qianli, who has displayed his innate martial arts, has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Even against Heli and Yufeng, the nominal number 1 in the special training camp, Long Qianli has a chance of winning. But Su Shang took it without any skill. This kind of impact was even more shocking than kicking Long Qianli away during the assessment. Su Shang, is he so strong? Shi Shang was stunned. Long Qianli was already an unattainable boss to him, and what about Su Shang? One punch? Could this guy be a transformed monster? How come his body is so incredibly strong? Come on, Su Shang. At this time, Song Jianyue's sweet voice came from a distance. Su Shang looked up and saw Song Jianyue, who had come rushing in from behind the crowd, pushing aside the people blocking his way and giving Su Shang a nice smile. Su Shang smiled slightly. This woman just loves to watch the fun. It would be weird if she didn't come to such a lively event today. Zangetsu, you've arrived just in time. Let me use your sword. Su Shang said to Song Jianyue in the distance. Those who were pushed away by Song Jianyue were initially dissatisfied, but after seeing the interaction between Su Shang and Song Jianyue, they shut up consciously. Some people even took the initiative to give way. After all, no matter whether Su Shang will lose this competition or not, at least his strength is there. Few people in the entire training camp dare to offend him. Su Shang, go on. Song Jianyue didn't need to squeeze at all, the crowd automatically parted, and after reaching the bottom of the ring, Song Jianyue threw his weapon over. Su Shang caught it steadily. Then he looked at Heli and Yufeng and said, I know you have an outstanding talent in swordsmanship. Take the sword, or you won't be able to withstand my blow later. Okay, I hope you won't let me down. Heli and Yufeng grinned. He hasn't been so eager to fight for a long time. Even when he was sparring with Luo Lai before, he was not as eager as he is now. This Su Shang is domineering, confident, arrogant, and does not play by the rules. It would be impossible for such a person to not have some strength, but if he wants to draw his sword himself, just having some strength is not enough. Then Heli and Yufeng stretched out his right hand. Clang! Below the ring, a young man holding a long sword was slightly stunned. Immediately, the long sword in his scabbard flew towards Heli and Yufeng automatically as if it had been summoned by something. This miraculous skill instantly made many people exclaim in envy. As the only grandson of the Sword King, Heli and Yufeng had obviously received the true teachings of swordsmanship. Are you serious? Gong Shuasong was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. Okay, if that's the case, let's have a real clash of swords and guns. Teacher, you have to open your eyes and watch carefully later. The implication is that someone will inevitably get hurt in this next move. Brother Song, continue. A boy in the audience threw a pair of alloy boxing gloves at Gong Shuasong. And Long Qianyu also drew out the soft sword from his waist, combining weapons with martial arts and talent. At this time, the three of them truly regarded Su Shang as an opponent of the same level, or even a strong rival. The moment Heli and Yufeng touched the sword, green whirlwinds suddenly appeared around him. A strong wind blew up on the huge arena. Call! The temperature in the air suddenly dropped a lot, and the moment Gong Shuasong put on the boxing gloves, his whole body was covered with crystal clear frost. Snowflakes fell without warning. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli were surrounded by purple air, and a purple chain connected them. In terms of single combat capability, the Dragon God contract is naturally not as good as the Wind God spirit body and the Extreme Frost body, but the most powerful thing about the Dragon God contract is that it can connect people with the same talents. After the connection, the combat effectiveness of the two will be greatly increased. Su Shang, draw your sword. Let's see if you have the capital to be so arrogant. Hellion Yufeng stood with a sword in his hand, his green eyes becoming extremely sharp. Su Shang didn't waste any words. Ever since he created the Dragon Flame Slash, he has never used this advanced martial art in public. Although Dragon Flame Fury Slash is not an innate martial skill, its grade is there after all, and the enhancement of combat power is far beyond the reach of primary and intermediate martial arts. The four of you be careful, I only want the points, I don't intend to take your lives. After Su Shang finished speaking, he suddenly raised the long Tang Hengdao in his hand. Boom! A scene that shocked everyone appeared. The silver blade of the Tang sword was instantly covered with red flames. The raging flames were like a giant fire dragon that was about to take off into the sky. The flames shot up into the sky and immediately raised the temperature of the surrounding area a lot. Martial arts phenomenon. This is advanced martial arts. Hellion Yufeng's expression changed drastically in an instant. This was impossible. High-level martial arts required a powerful warrior of the third or fourth realm to comprehend and master. Su Shangkai is only a martial artist of the first level, how could he possibly comprehend advanced martial arts? The expressions of Gong Shuasong, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli changed in an instant. Advanced martial arts. How did this guy practice it? Before anyone could react, Su Shang's flaming sword, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, fell from the sky. Roar! A loud dragon roar interrupted the shock of several people. The solemnity in Hellion Yufeng's eyes reached its peak, and a breeze surrounded the long sword in his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a split second, Hellion Yufeng thrust out 10 swords at an incredible speed. Intermediate level innate martial arts, kill with 10 swords. Chapter 48, turn over the palm and suppress everything. Frost Fist. Gong Shuasong shouted loudly, and his momentum reached its peak. The iron fist wrapped in frost slammed towards Su Shang like a heavy artillery. Dragon Flame Slash. Su Shang muttered in his heart, and the flaming sword was like a giant dragon falling from the endless void, smashing towards the four people led by Hellion Yufeng with the force of thunder. Boom! The colorful aura collides with each other. The terrifying explosion instantly set off waves of heat. What? Hellion Yufeng's face changed drastically. Under the extreme outburst of Long Yan's rage, he was shocked and retreated by the impact. Crack! Gong Shuasong's alloy boxing gloves shattered with a sound, and the hot flames instantly melted the ice and drilled into the cracks of the gloves like a maggot attached to the bone. Long Qianyu suddenly felt his arms go numb, and Long Qianli screamed and flew backwards. Boom! On the alloy arena, a flame knife mark more than 10 meters long was still burning fiercely, roasting the silver-white arena into a charred black. The whole audience was shocked. With one sword, he defeated 4 top geniuses. On the ring, Su Shang held a knife in one hand, his tall figure exuding dominance and confidence. Su Shang. Below the ring, Song Zhanyue was completely stunned. This guy is so handsome. Under the sunlight, Su Shang's handsome face gives people an extreme impact. Especially after this knife, Su Shang's aura was invisibly increased. In a trance, Song Zhanyue seemed to see a shining star of the future. It was as if he saw a peerless genius who suppressed an entire era. Ahem. Gong Shuasong coughed for a while, and after finally taking off his boxing gloves, he found that the back of his hands had been burned red. If he had taken them off later, he would have smelled the smell of meat. Hellion Yufeng looked up, with horror in his eyes. What a domineering martial art! No wonder he dared to challenge 4 people alone. Long Qianyu's expression was extremely complicated. This Su Shang was stronger than him, much stronger. After Long Qianli finally stabilized her body, the shock in her eyes was almost tangible. She looked at Su Shang in disbelief, as if he was possessed by the god of war, and her heart was filled with shock. Are you coming again? The sword in Su Shang's hand turned into a gorgeous sword flower, or do you just admit defeat? Give up? Hellion Yufeng stretched his wrist, which was numb from the shock, and grinned. I, Hellion Yufeng, have never lost. Luo Lai, you and I have been the 2 most outstanding people in the world over the years. Now, another powerful guy has come. Hellion Yufeng looked up at Su Shang, who was much taller than him, and then a green light filled his body. Gong Shuasong, Long Qianyu, step back. I want a one-on-one this time. Helian Yufeng's aura suddenly became fierce, his eyes flashed with green light, and the alloy sword in his hand pointed directly at Su Shang. Su Shang, besides Luo Lai, you are the second person who can make me use my full power to unleash the Wind God Spirit body. Helian Yufeng's voice was clear. The name of the little king is well known throughout Dragon Country. He thought that this special training camp would be a very boring journey of improvement, but he never expected that a guy like Su Shang would appear. Now, the fighting spirit in Helian Yufeng has been aroused. The breeze whistled all around, and the huge arena seemed to have become the eye of a typhoon. The green whirlwinds around Helian Yufeng accumulated more and more, and finally formed a tornado with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of about 10 meters with Helian Yufeng as the center. Call. Su Shang, I admit that you are very strong. Putting aside your talent, you are worthy of being the best among the 18-year-olds in Dragon Country. But it's a pity that you are not a gifted warrior. Today, I will use the strongest power of the Wind God Spirit body to show you what talent is. Su Shang, let me tell you, advanced martial arts skills are ultimately inferior to top-level talent. The fighting spirit in Helian Yufeng's eyes became more and more intense, and his usually calm face became a little flushed. That was a sign that the body was overwhelmed after fully exerting its strength to operate the Wind God Spirit body. But, in order to defeat Su Shang and to maintain his undefeated reputation, Helian Yufeng tried his best. Gong Shuason, Long Qianyu and the other two looked at it with complicated expressions. Judging from the power displayed by the Wind God Spirit at this moment, Helian Yufeng is indeed stronger than them. On the opposite side, Su Shang's eyes flashed with brilliance. At the moment when Helian Yufeng was fully utilizing his strength to activate the Wind God Spirit body, Su Shang keenly felt that the domain-suppressing holy body in his body seemed to be excited. This feeling is like a martial arts expert who has been invincible for a long time and accidentally sees a younger generation with some strength and wants to compete with him. It was as if the king of beasts in the forest was angry after being provoked by a cat. Su Shang, come here. Helian Yufeng shouted loudly. He could only maintain this state for 10 seconds, but 10 seconds was enough for him to crush a warrior who had reached the peak of perfection with his strength. Even if he faces someone in the early stage of the second level of the golden body, he can still fight. As Helian Yufeng spoke, his entire body merged with the tornado and became somewhat transparent. Call. When the blue tornado came spinning at an extremely fast speed, Su Shang moved. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud roar in the sky. The next moment, black lightning flashed from Su Shang's body and surrounded him like a tiger out of a cage. At the same time, the whites of Su Shang's eyes turned pure black, and his black pupils turned into an extremely depressing gray. At this moment, Su Shang seemed like an ancient god who suppressed everything in the world. At the moment the tornado hit, Su Shang slowly raised his left hand, and the power of suppression surrounding his body instantly condensed on the palm of his hand. Then, Su Shang flipped his left palm violently. Turn your palm over and suppress everything. Bang! An unprecedented sense of heaviness, desolation, and endless pressure descended from the sky. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. The indestructible D-grade alloy arena was instantly smashed by an invisible force, leaving a circular dent with a diameter of 10 meters. The power of the thousands of towns fell like a piledriver as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The huge arena emitted a dull and harsh buzzing sound. Helian Yufeng, who was using all his strength to activate the Wind God Spirit body, instantly felt the terrifying power that descended from the sky to suppress the area. Before he could react. Call. The 10-meter high blue tornado shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye under this terrifying town pressure. From a distance, it looked as if there was a huge seal that was constantly squeezing the green whirlwind. What? Helian Yufeng's mind was greatly shocked and his expression changed drastically. This power is so terrifying. Just when Helian Yufeng growled and was about to force a breakthrough. Boom! The terrifying black power of the town completely destroyed the remaining 6 meters of the blue tornado. Green light and black light filled the entire venue. Then, crack! The terrifying power of the suppression made Helian Yufeng's knees creak. Caught off guard, Helian Yufeng fell to his knees with a thud. On the opposite side, Su Shang was surrounded by black lightning, and his aura was terrifyingly strong. The whole audience was dead silent. At the edge of the ring, Life Mentor Wu Heng's originally calm face was instantly replaced by shock. Gong Shuason, Long Qianyu, Long Qianli and everyone under the ring were petrified on the spot. Chapter 49 Su Shang, you have to pay more. How is that possible? Gong Shuasong and the other two only had this one thought in their minds at this moment. Why? That's impossible. The moment Su Sheng displayed his terrifying aura when he used the holy body of territory suppression, the three of them immediately determined that this was a talent. Top martial arts talent. Su Sheng not only mastered a high-level martial arts technique, but even awakened a top-level martial arts talent. Moreover, Su Sheng's talent is obviously stronger than the Wind God Spirit. You know, the Wind God Spirit is ranked 51st on the talent list. But when facing Su Sheng, such a powerful martial arts talent was as fragile as a baby in swaddling clothes? What is Su Sheng's martial arts talent? How terrifying would his martial arts talent ranking be? Su Sheng has his strength surpassed ours. Gong Shuasong and the other two looked at the imposing Su Sheng and fell into great self-doubt. On the ring, veins popped out on Helian Yufeng's forehead, and the Wind God Spirit was madly pushing forward with an almost desperate attitude. Green light surged within his body, as if about to break out of the ground. But it was immediately suppressed back into the body by the ruthless power of suppression. Drink! Helian Yufeng let out a low roar, but no matter how hard he tried, his knees felt like they were nailed to the ring and he could not stand up. Even his spine was gradually bent. You can faintly hear the creaking sound of bones and joints rubbing against each other. Su Sheng looked down at Helian Yufeng, and then retracted the holy body of suppression. In an instant, Helian Yufeng's body felt lighter. Then, Helian Yufeng quickly stood up with a flushed face. Not only was he exhausted after being suppressed by the holy body of suppression, but he also felt a sense of shame and frustration. He looked up at Su Sheng, who was surrounded by black air like a descending demon, and an unprecedented sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. In terms of martial arts, he is far inferior to Su Sheng. In terms of talent, he is not as good as Su Sheng. Since he started practicing martial arts, Helian Yufeng has never encountered anyone who can crush him in all aspects. The exhilarating feeling he once had when he crushed one genius after another as the little king now belonged to Su Sheng. How can this person be so strong? The fight just now wasn't anything fancy. His talent is far superior to mine. Helian Yufeng felt extremely uncomfortable. It feels like I have always been the top student in the class and the top student in the class. But suddenly one day, a genius student came. And this genius student surpassed himself in all aspects. When Helian Yufeng thought of the terrifying power that Su Sheng had just transmitted, he felt like he was in a dream. Helian Yufeng actually suffered a crushing defeat? What is your talent? Helian Yufeng's voice was a little hoarse and his eyes were red. It was unclear whether it was because he could not bear such a great sense of frustration or because of the excessive consumption just now. Seeing that Helian Yufeng was a little unsteady when standing, Su Sheng nodded secretly. The holy body of Zhenyu is really powerful. If he had retracted it a little later, Helian Yufeng would not only be exhausted, but would definitely be injured. Through this actual combat, Su Sheng also gained a clear understanding of his own combat power. With the strength of a peak warrior, plus the sacred body that can suppress the area, he can definitely defeat a warrior who has reached the great perfection easily. Even if he was in the early stage of the second level of Golden Body, Su Sheng believed that he could still win. Even if he was in the middle stage of the Golden Body, Su Sheng estimated that he would still be able to fight. This is the terrifying power of top-level talent. However, if he only relied on the advanced martial arts Dragon Flame Slash, Su Sheng felt that he could only defeat a warrior of great perfection at most, and it would be almost impossible to defeat a warrior of Golden Body. No comment. Su Sheng seemed to have thought of something and coughed lightly. You can want to know. Didn't you just lose to me? You owe me 500 points. If you want to know what my talent is, you can add another 500 points. Helian Yufeng suddenly looked up. Damn, he was still thinking about points at this time. He then gave a bitter smile. Although 500 points were not a small amount, knowing Su Sheng's talent was also very tempting. Okay, I agree. Helian Yufeng said. Su Sheng saw this and walked over and whispered, the holy body of the territory. The holy body of the town? Helian Yufeng looked confused. Why had he never heard of this martial arts talent? Is it a talent from ancient times, or is it a new one? What is the effect of this talent? Helian Yufeng asked again, and Su Sheng spread his hands. 500 points only tells you the name of the talent. If you want to know the effect, you have to pay more. Puff. Helian Yufeng was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He roared in his heart, damn, all you know is points. but still said, okay. I'm sorry I changed my mind. What if I tell you something and you have a way to deal with me in the future? Su Shang spread his hands, and Helian Yufeng suddenly felt the world spinning. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The look he gave Su Shang was filled with extreme resentment, mixed with anger. Is Brother Helian okay? Su Shang hurried to support him. I don't need your help. Helian Yufeng struggled to get up, feeling that there was a lot of resentment in his chest that he couldn't get rid of. This place is unbearable to stay in. Everyone was stunned and petrified on the spot. Seeing Helian Yufeng walk down from the ring, Su Shang hurriedly said, You promised before that you would work hard to earn points. Don't be lazy. No. Helian Yufeng lowered his head and couldn't help but quicken his pace. With your reputation as a little king, I believe 1,000 points can be completed in 5 or 6 days at most. I'll wait for you in 6 days. Su Shang said again. Helian Yufeng suppressed the hot blood in his throat, hummed, and sped up again. The entire arena was silent. In the crowd, Shi Shang was completely dumbfounded. Su Shang. Boss. Su Shang is awesome. Helian Yufeng has already lost, it's your turn now. Su Shang turned his head and looked at Gong Shuasong and the other two who were stunned with extremely complicated expressions. Gong Shuasong came back to his senses, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Although Su Shang was fighting with Helian Yufeng just now, the overwhelming invincible aura of Su Shang made Gong Shuasong feel that he could not win, absolutely could not win. Even Helian Yufeng couldn't give me this feeling. Why are you silent? Or are you planning to just admit defeat? Su Shang asked again. He only cared about points and didn't care about anything else. Long Qianyu took a deep breath and stared at Su Shang with complicated eyes. I, Long Qianyu, don't have the word surrender in my dictionary. Su Shang, you are very strong, but I, Long Qianyu, will only lose in the ring, not in my will. Elder brother. Long Qianli's eyes were filled with admiration. Although brother lost today, he still won glory. I'm sure dad would praise brother too if he knew about this, right? After saying that, Long Qianyu's momentum surged, and the silver soft sword in his hand stabbed at Su Shang first. At this moment, Long Qianyu obviously regarded Su Shang as an opponent much stronger than himself. Boom! However, just as Long Qianyu took a step forward, Su Shang raised his left palm and pressed it down hard. Suddenly, the terrifying power of suppressing the area erupted towards Long Qianyu. Long Qianyu's knees cracked and he knelt down. The purple spiritual energy that permeated his body also dissipated instantly, and the speed of dissipation was much faster than Helian Yufeng. The moment he knelt down, Long Qianyu felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. No, it's as if all the cells in my body are carrying huge mountains on their backs. Heavy. Boom. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Qianyu knelt down and couldn't bear the pressure and fell directly to the ground. Severe pain immediately spread throughout his body, and Long Qianyu's expression changed drastically. After experiencing it personally, he realized that Su Shang's talent was so terrifying. If this continued, he would die. I give up. Chapter 50 Brother Gong, you don't want your family to know that you are afraid of fighting, right? Su Shang was slightly taken aback. Didn't they just say that the word surrender doesn't exist in the dictionary? My initial admiration for him was wasted. And why is Long Qianyu so weak? Helian Yufeng at least managed to hold on for a while. On the ring, Long Qianli's pretty face turned dark. Damn, she had mistaken her brother. Long Qianyu, remember to return my 500 points as soon as possible. Su Shang withdrew the domain-suppressing power that enveloped Long Qianyu. In just 2 seconds, Long Qianyu was soaked all over. Its skin was bright red, suppressed by the terrifying power of the suppression area to the point that even its blood cells were about to burst out of its body. When Su Shang took back the power to suppress the area, Long Qianyu suddenly felt extremely relaxed. But the extreme despair and intense life and death crisis brought about by those 2 seconds are like a sculpture deeply engraved in the heart and cannot be erased. Long Qianyu raised his head and looked at Su Shang with fear and awe. Immediately, Long Qianyu hummed, I will. After saying that, he walked down the stage with his head lowered. Su Shang was delighted. He felt that he had made the right choice. At least they were cautious people who kept their promises. Su Shang, I can't beat you, not now. Let's fight next time. At this time Gong Shuasong suddenly said. Su Shang frowned slightly, what do you mean, you don't want to fight anymore? Yeah, I didn't say I had to fight. After the complicated psychological struggle just now, Gong Shuasong finally figured it out. Damn, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Su Sheng is such a bug. Didn't he see that Helian Yufeng and Long Qianyu were walking with their heads down just now? I'd better not get angry about this. Ha, you regret it? You don't do what you said? Su Sheng looked at Gong Shuasong deeply and said, Brother Gong, you don't want your family to know that you are afraid of fighting, right? I heard, your eldest brother is usually very strict with you. Before Su Sheng finished speaking, Gong Shuasong shuddered all over. The image of his strict father and violent older brother emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Su Sheng caught the change in Gong Shuasong and was delighted. He continued, Brother Gong, which do you think is more important, 500 points or your face? The imperial capital Gong family is something we, the good young men of the new era, all respect very much. You don't want the reputation of your Gong family to fall into your hands, do you? Su Sheng's words were like a needle piercing Gong Shuasong's heart. He really doesn't want to fight. But regretting it is even more unacceptable. People in the Gong family are very trustworthy and will keep their promises even if it means death. But is this guy related to the good boy? Damn, you're the biggest bastard. Okay, I give up. Gong Shuasong said depressedly. Su Sheng showed an appreciative expression. Brother Gong's words are always true. I admire you. Then he looked at Long Qianli, who was standing uncomfortably beside him, and said, Sister Long, what about you? Su Sheng, I. Long Qianli really wanted to admit defeat, but she really couldn't say it. At the same time, I was also very depressed. How could Su Sheng be so strong? Even Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuasong are not my match, so how can I vent my anger? Boom! Su Sheng thought that Long Qianli said I want to continue fighting, so he didn't waste any words and raised his hand and rushed over with the power of thousands of domains. Su Sheng, I said I admit it. Long Qianli's pretty face changed, and before she could even utter the last word lose, she felt a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. Plop! Caught off guard, Long Qianli immediately knelt on the ground. Then she fell down with a sound, and her pretty face came into close contact with the ring. Ah! Su Sheng was stunned. What did you mean? I admit defeat? Su Sheng quickly withdrew his power to suppress the area. But Long Qianli was seen lying on the ground with her delicate body trembling, and a line of bright red was slowly flowing under her straight nose. It was obvious that she was bleeding from her nose due to the terrifying impact just now. Gong Shuasong's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. Damn, this bastard was so cruel. If I had been like this just now, I would have wanted to die. Excuse me, I thought you just said I wanted to fight. Su Sheng squatted down and apologized with an apologetic look on his face. Damn, why don't you speak faster? I thought you were just like your brother and refused to admit defeat. But Su Sheng's action made Long Qianli fall to the ground and cry. Woo woo. Long Qianli was lying on the ground crying. Why? Why was it always me? It was me during the assessment, and it's me again this time. Why isn't at Gong Shuasong? Woo woo. The huge arena was silent, with only Long Qianli's aggrieved and frustrated sobs as heard. All the students around were stunned. In a trance, it seemed as if Su Sheng was facing not the four top geniuses of the Dragon Country, but four rookies who could not be weaker. At the same time, in the Academic Affairs building, Principal Lin Zheng Hong ran into Lin Kaishuan's office excitedly and at a very fast speed, without even having time to knock on the door. Lin Kaishuan, who was sitting cross-legged and breathing in spiritual energy, slowly opened his eyes with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Old Zhang is usually very steady and calm, so why is he so anxious today? Especially since I had told him before that I was practicing. What's up? There was obvious displeasure in Lin Kaishuan's tone. But Zheng Hong seemed not to notice anything, his face full of excitement. Su Sheng just started fighting with them. Oh, with whom? Lin Kaishuan closed his eyes again. Damn, it's just a sparring match. Why are you bothering me with such a trivial matter? With Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuasong, and Long Qianyu and Long Qianli. Zheng Hong took out his cell phone, which contained a chat box between him and Wu Hong. In the dialogue box, Wu Hong sent 6 60-second voice messages in a row. After listening to them, Zheng Hong excitedly ran over to report immediately. Until now, Zheng Hong still feels like a dream. A martial arts talent that far surpasses the strength of the Wind God Spirit body, how powerful must that be? Moreover, even Wu Hong, the mentor, couldn't he tell what kind of talent it was. What does this mean? This means that it is either an ancient talent that has become extinct, or it is a newly emerged one. Either way, it is worth reporting immediately. Who did Su Shang fight with? Lin Kaixian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Old Zhang usually gave clear and logical reports with emphasis on key points, but why was he so hesitant today? He was really unreliable. Zheng Hongdao, Su and Su Shang fought with 4 people. Oh? Lin Kaixian finally became interested. He looked at Zheng Hong and asked with interest, who did Su Shang beat? Zheng Hong's expression froze. Damn, Wu Hong didn't say anything. You don't even know who you won? Lin Kaixian frowned slightly, and his interest, which had just been aroused, was extinguished again by Zheng Hong. Zheng Hong quickly sent a message to Wu Hong, and at this time Wu Hong had new news. This time it was a long paragraph of text, and it was obvious that it had been typed for a long time. After seeing Wu Heng's message, Zheng Hong's expression became a little strange. Principal, Su Shang, he won. Chapter 51. Lin Kaixian was shocked. They all won, even Helian Yufeng was no match for Su Shang? Lin Kaixian was surprised and asked, is this Su Shang so strong? This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Helian Yufeng's strength at full strength is definitely the best by a huge margin. Only Gong Shuesong can compete with him, right? Zheng Hong handed the phone to Lin Kaixian and said in shock, yes, Principal, Helian Yufeng is no match for Su Shang. And Su Shang won by taking on 4 people alone. What? Lin Kaixian stood up suddenly, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Please read the details. This news is so shocking that I don't know how to describe it right now. Zheng Hong smiled bitterly. Lin Kaixian quickly took the phone and clicked on the first chat between Wu Hong and Zheng Hong today, which was a 60-second voice message. Holy crap, Teacher Zhang, holy crap. You have no idea how amazing Su Shuxing is. Holy crap, this training camp is awesome. Holy crap. When Lin Kaixian heard Wu Hong say fuck 10 times in a row but still didn't get to the point, he felt his heart tighten. Damn, I shouldn't have let that idiot Wu Hong be my life mentor in the first place. Zheng Hong felt embarrassed after hearing this. This was Wu Heng's style. He became less reliable at critical moments, unlike himself who was as steady as a rock. Just say it directly. After listening to the voice message for 30 seconds, which was still full of fuck, Lin Kaixian couldn't hold it in any longer. If it weren't for his identity as the principal, and the shock that Su Shang could take on 4 people alone, he would have wanted to teleport to Wu Hong immediately and beat him up. Zheng Hong quickly said, it's like this, Principal Lin. Su Shang has been taking on missions these past few days. He's taken on 15 top-level missions in total, and then he... Get to the point. Lin Kaixian said unhappily, he felt that his good temper was almost used up. These 2 guys are more unreliable than each other. Damn, they make me so mad. Oh, okay. Zheng Hong calmed down and said, Su Shang has awakened a very powerful talent at some point. According to Wu Hong, Su Shang's martial arts talent is definitely far stronger than the Wind God's spirit body. Su Shang first used no martial arts talents or skills, and shattered Long Qianli's innate martial arts with a single punch. Then Su Shang used a high-level martial art and defeated Helian Yufeng and the other 4 with a single blow. Helian Yufeng refused to surrender and used all his strength to activate his Wind God spirit body, but was instantly suppressed by Su Shang. According to Wu Hong, if Su Shang had not stopped in time, Helian Yufeng would have been injured. The same thing happened to Gong Shuesong and the other 2 afterwards. After Zheng Hong finished speaking, he looked at Lin Kaixian, but was shocked to find that the face of this famous principal of the Magic City, a top sect, had a dull expression that he had never seen before. Lin Kaixian looked at Zheng Hong, and a series of question marks emerged in his mind. To Lin Kaixian, every word Zheng Hong said seemed completely impossible. Moreover, each sentence is more shocking than the last. Each sentence is more unbelievable than the last. A warrior of the first realm can use his physical body to counteract his innate martial arts? Can a warrior of the first realm master advanced martial arts that far exceeds his own comprehension? Su Shang's martial arts talent is even better than Helian Yufeng's? Who are Helian Yufeng and the others? He is the top genius among the 18-year-old young generation in Longwei in recent years. Every year, there are tens of millions of college entrance examination candidates in Longwei. Among these tens of millions of candidates, these 4 are the most powerful. But what happened? He was defeated by Su Shang alone against 4 people. Headmaster? Zheng Hong shouted softly. Lin Kaixian came back to his senses and said with a strange tone, "Is everything you said true?" "Absolutely true." Zheng Hong assured that although Wu Hong was unreliable at critical moments, he would never lie. Moreover, he didn't dare to lie about such a big thing. Lin Kaishuan's eyes lit up, and his originally calm expression became even more exciting. Magic City University is going to be awesome. Lin Kaixian disappeared from the office the moment he finished speaking. "Let's go find Wu Hong." Ha ha ha, wow, Su Shang is awesome. Lin Kaishuan's excited and thrilled laughter could be heard from afar. Zheng Hong was very upset. Well, he couldn't blame Wu Hong entirely for being unreliable. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked too. On the ring. A golden crack appeared in the sky. It was Lin Kaixian. "Where's Wu Hong?" Lin Kaixian looked around, but found that there was no one near the ring. Headmaster. Wu Hong, who was taking a nap on the platform, quickly got up. Lin Kaixian landed on the platform and said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything that happened, and get to the point." Afraid that Wu Hong would continue talking nonsense, Lin Kaixian added another sentence. But who would have thought that Wu Hong looked at Lin Kaixian with a strange expression? Lin Kaixian was slightly stunned. "What's wrong?" "Principal, have you forgotten that there is a surveillance camera nearby?" Wu Hong asked. Lin Kaixian rolled his eyes and said, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Then he and Wu Hong quickly entered the tutor building next door. Half an hour later. After the two of them watched the surveillance footage from Su Shang and others coming on stage to leaving, Lin Kaixian was speechless for a long time. Wu Hong was still immersed in that unprecedented shock, his eyes shining with excitement as he asked, "Principal, can you see the talent of this kid? Fuck, this guy is really strong. So strong. Awesome. Pa." Lin Kaixian patted Wu Hong on the back of the head and coughed lightly. "It was fine if you said that when you were a student, but now that you are a teacher, you should pay attention to the impact." Wu Hong was in pain and didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore, but he still said excitedly, "Principal, just tell me whether this Su Shang is awesome or not." He managed to hold back the last one. "You're good in every way except that you're full of foul language. You can't talk without swearing, right?" Lin Kaixian was speechless. Then he sat down at the computer, clicked the mouse, and watched the replay of Su Shang releasing his talent again. This time I even turned on 10x slow playback. At this time, Zheng Hong also rushed over. "Principal, can you see any talent?" Zheng Hong asked in a low voice, afraid of disturbing Lin Kaixian. To be honest, even though he is nearly 70 years old and knowledgeable, he still can't recognize it. Lin Kaixian didn't say anything and continued to stare at the screen. To be honest, he couldn't recognize it either. But he is the principal, a top leader. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he didn't recognize anyone? After thinking for a moment, he coughed lightly and said, "Isn't it obvious? You guys haven't read enough books." "What is that?" Wu Hong came over and asked. Lin Kaichuan's throat rolled. "Damn, you talk too much. It should be Berserker Tyrant Body, huh?" Lin Kaixian said this with a guilty conscience, and Zheng Hong suddenly realized, "I didn't expect that even the principal didn't know about this." Lin Kaixian was immediately furious. "Didn't I tell you, Berserker Tyrant Body?" But the principal's eyes were evasive just now. "From a psychological point of view, ahem, I won't say more." When Zhang Hongjiang was explaining in a serious manner, he noticed Lin Kaichuan's unfriendly look and immediately shut up. Wu Hong rolled his eyes, knowing that this old man was just half-witted, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. I suddenly remembered something. At this time, Lin Kaixian suddenly said in a serious expression. Chapter 52. No, Su Shang must be from Demon University. Su Shang is so awesome, other schools will definitely snatch him up. As soon as Lin Kaixian finished speaking, Zheng Hong and Wu Hong's eyes widened. "Yes, why didn't I think of that? Principal, I'm going to tell the students that what happened today must not be disclosed to anyone." Zheng Hong stood up immediately. Lin Kaixian shook his head. "How can you possibly shut everyone up? What should we do? President, our Demon University finally got to host this event. We can't afford not to take first place again this time." Wu Hong stood up anxiously and said. Lin Kaixian waved his hand and motioned him to sit down. "I know it even if you don't say it, and Su Shang is my type." After saying that, he grinned and said, "I told Lao Zhang before that it was a pity that Su Shang had no talent for martial arts, but now he has the talent." Then Lin Kaixian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Anyway, I don't care. Whoever tries to snatch Su Shang will be my enemy, Lin Kaixian." Zheng Hong and Wu Hang's eyes brightened when they heard this. The principal finally took a tough stance. But before that, I have to give this kid some sweet treats. Lin Kaixian watched Su Sheng on the surveillance video. Since the training camp's surveillance was ultra high definition, he could even see the changes in Su Sheng's expression. This kid is no pushover. As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Hong and Wu Hong nodded at the same time. No matter whether he was trying to obtain the effect of body tempering under pressure alone in the channel, or fighting against 4 people alone for points, it could be seen that this boy was very domineering. For such a person, it is definitely not possible not to show goodwill in advance. Principal, do you have an idea? The two looked at Lin Kaixian. The Magic University has been too weak in the past 2 years, and is even on par with Jiangnan University. In the past 2 years, the teachers at the Magic University have been so anxious that they can even dream of themselves flying around the country to recruit students when they are asleep. Especially Zhang Hong, as an old teacher of Magic University, he is the one who most hopes that Magic University will have top geniuses joining. Haven't you noticed that Demon University's performance in national martial arts competitions has been getting worse and worse in the past 2 years? I have a solution. Lin Kaishuan's eyes were frighteningly bright. A terrifying talent far beyond that of the Wind God's spirit. If such a peerless monster didn't come to the Demon University, it would be a lifetime loss for Lin Kaixian. Inside the villa. After completing the feat of fighting 4 opponents at the same time, Su Sheng did not feel too much emotion. After all, to him this was just an ordinary thing that couldn't be more ordinary. What Su Sheng really cares about is the 280 points and 219 synthesis points accumulated from the 3-day mission. Su Sheng has not redeemed his points yet. After all, there are still many training facilities in the special training camp that he has not experienced, and all of them require points. Su Sheng doesn't plan to use the synthesis point for the time being. After copying the crazy snake breathing method, Su Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. This intermediate level exercise book has more than 10,000 words, and it was really tiring to write. Looks like I still need to buy a printer. Su Sheng murmured. The prerequisite is that it can be photocopied. If it can be, you don't have to go through the trouble of copying it every time. Then Su Sheng threw the pen aside. System, synthesize the crazy snake breathing technique. Su Sheng said in a deep voice. The next moment, the 2 martial arts books in front of him disappeared at the same time. A moment later. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 160 synthesis points to synthesize the intermediate skill Mad Snake Breathing Method 3,000 times, the top level skill Black Hole Soul Devouring Technique. Immediately, an introduction to the technique appeared below the synthesis bar. Black Hole Soul Devouring Technique, when activated, it can form a singularity that expands a vast soul devouring field, greatly increasing the efficiency and range of spiritual energy absorption. It can also significantly enhance the attack range of the martial arts talents used. That's amazing. Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Starting from the 2nd level of Golden Body, the main task of a warrior is to absorb spiritual energy. This black hole soul swallowing technique was created simply to absorb spiritual energy. It sounds very domineering just by hearing the introduction. The most crucial part is the second half of the sentence. If the range of his holy body continues to expand, it would be too outrageous. Currently, the effective range of the holy body of territory suppression is 10 meters in diameter, but if the range can be increased through the use of skills, it will have more advantages in battles with other warriors. After all, a golden body warrior can use spiritual energy to attack the opponent, and the attack range is longer. In addition, after the range of the holy body of suppression was expanded, he could better sense the presence of his opponents in the wilderness. If one day in the future, the holy body of suppression can cover the entire blue planet, then the entire blue planet will be a forbidden zone for the enemy. The top level skills are enough for me to become a 4th level warrior. I won't have to worry about them for a long time. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he began to extract the black hole soul devouring technique. The next most important task is to quickly improve my strength to the 2nd level of Golden Body. Su Sheng took stock of the resources at his disposal. He doesn't have to worry about points anymore. In fact, if Helian Yufeng and the other 4 are helpful, he won't have to worry about resources in the next month. At worst, I can provoke Helian Yufeng after all the points are used up. This kid is not as thick-skinned as Gong Shuesong. I guess I can provoke him to fight with me again. As long as he wins, he will bet on points. Anyway, there is a points ATM, so Su Sheng doesn't worry about the points at all. And with points, you will have resources. Once you have resources, you can create synthesis points. I'll practice in other training facilities for the next few days, especially since my sacred body has just awakened and my control over it is still very low. Also, I have to exchange for a natural martial skill when I have time. If I can synthesize a natural martial skill that perfectly matches my martial arts talent, my combat power will be greatly improved. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes and pondered. There were countless books in the special training camp, and he had read a lot of materials related to talent after returning. He also got a lot of information about innate martial arts from Song Jianyue in exchange for a cup of milk tea. For gifted warriors, the importance of gifted martial arts far exceeds that of ordinary martial arts. Even some talented warriors with profound backgrounds no longer practice ordinary martial arts. After all, ordinary martial arts have little power or help to martial arts talent. Moreover, practicing ordinary martial arts is a waste of time. Su Sheng already had an advanced martial art, Dragon Flame Slash, which was enough for him. There was no need to waste precious time practicing something that would not greatly improve his combat power. However, innate martial arts skills are not so easy to find. After all, there are thousands of types of talents, but the number of innate martial arts skills is very small. Every innate martial art embodies countless efforts of predecessors, and it cannot be created by strength alone. It can only be created by a warrior who possesses this talent. However, many talents are already rare, and warriors with such talents may not have enough understanding and opportunity to create natural martial arts. This shows how rare perfectly matched martial arts talents are. According to Song Jianyue's introduction and Su Sheng's observation, the matching degree of Long Qianli's innate martial arts Dragon Flash is very likely to be at the perfect level. After all, Long Qianli has Governor Long He as her father, so it is understandable that she can get martial arts that perfectly match her. I have the system, so I don't have to worry about not being able to synthesize a perfectly matching innate martial arts skill. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the training room. Su Sheng, are you there? Chapter 53 Lin Kaishuan's Sincerity. As soon as Su Sheng opened the door, he smelled the alluring fragrance of a young girl emanating from Song Jianyue. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with a smile. A guest has arrived. Who is it? Su Sheng was stunned, because he didn't have any acquaintances in the special training camp. The only guy I'm familiar with is Qi Shang, but he doesn't have time to organize a hometown gathering. It's Principal Lin. He's here to see you. After Song Jianyue finished speaking, Su Sheng seemed to have thought of something. I guess he's here to recruit me? I think so too. Go down and meet him. After Song Jianyue finished speaking, he went back to his room to practice. In the living room, Lin Kaishan, wearing a gray linen shirt, stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the painting on the wall behind the sofa. After seeing Su Sheng coming down, Lin Kai turned around, with a thick smile on his handsome and elegant face. You are really good, kid, you are playing the pig to eat the tiger trick for me. Su Sheng smiled and said, I didn't realize that Principal Lin also reads online novels. Lin Kaishan laughed heartily. Who doesn't read online novels these days? After all, don't despise the poor youngsters. Please take a seat, Principal. Su Sheng was very polite. Although Lin Kaishan has a kind attitude, he is a top grandmaster and a famous strongman in the Dragon Country. He is also the president of Magic City University. Such an identity would make him a powerful and top martial arts expert anywhere. After the two of them sat down, Lin Kaishan coughed lightly and said, Su Sheng, can you tell me what your martial arts talent is? Su Sheng glanced at Lin Kaishan. Damn, why did he ask questions directly without mentioning the benefits? I don't know either. Su Sheng spread his hands with a confused look in his eyes. Lin Kaishan was a very smart man and understood it immediately. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that this kid was really not an easy person to deal with. Damn, he was plotting against me. He saw from the surveillance video how Su Sheng cheated 1,000 points from Helian Yufeng. This guy is definitely the kind of person who will ask for a huge amount of money whenever he gets the chance. However, the purpose of his visit this time was to show goodwill, so he was naturally sincere. Thinking of all this, Lin Kaishan still had a smile on his face. Su Sheng, I actually noticed you from the moment you took the test. Sure enough, you think the same as I did. Blow it. Su Sheng rolled his eyes in his heart. Damn, among thousands of people, how could you notice an ordinary person like me? As you know, the 4 prestigious universities recruit a group of outstanding students for special training camps every year, usually in the second week after the camp begins. Let me get straight to the point. I hope you can join Magic City University. Lin Kaixian said, "First, I can give you a martial arts skill with excellent matching skills. No matter how much it costs, I can give it to you. But don't underestimate the excellent matching of martial arts talents. In fact, based on Su Sheng's martial arts talent, even if the matching degree is excellent, it must be at least more than 3 million. According to the resource investment that the 4 famous universities have made in special admissions in previous years, basically 2 million is invested in each special admissions student." Lin Kaixian paused after he finished speaking, as if he wanted to see an expression of surprise and shock on Su Sheng's face. But Lin Kaixian was disappointed. Su Sheng's expression didn't change at all, and he even seemed to be saying, "Don't listen. Ahem, secondly, I'll give you an extra 1 million training resources every year. Of course, you can redeem them for points after you enroll, which is even more cost-effective." After Lin Kaixian finished speaking, he looked at Su Sheng again, but found that Su Sheng still had no reaction. Thirdly, the demonic university can also give you a set of 3rd-level combat suits, worth 3 million. Lin Kaixian felt extremely heartbroken. Even though Su Sheng was good enough, he still spent 7 million in training resources at once. But Su Sheng still had no reaction. Lin Kaixian couldn't sit still anymore. He thought that Su Sheng would be so surprised when he heard the first benefit that he couldn't help but say, "I do." After all, although innate martial arts skills are extremely powerful, they are not so easy to find. Many talented warriors with profound backgrounds may only use martial arts with the best matching talents even if they spend all their wealth. Even the vast majority of gifted warriors can only use gifted martial arts with inferior matching degrees. In Lin Kaixian's opinion, given Su Sheng's situation, it would be difficult for him to even purchase a low-level matching talent martial art. Based on Su Sheng's martial arts talent, Lin Kaixian couldn't guess what kind of talent it was, but it was very similar to someone's talent. Thanks to the relationship between the two, Lin Kaixian is confident that he can get it. Just this point alone may not be something that the other 3 prestigious universities can achieve. The problem is that Su Sheng didn't react at all. Su Sheng handed the cup of water to Lin Kaixian and motioned Lin Kaixian to drink it. Lin Kaixian took the cup and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng coughed lightly. "Ahem, Principal Lin, what about the 4th and 5th points?" Puff. Upon hearing this, Lin Kaixian immediately spat out the water he had just drunk. "Listen, is this something a human can say? Aren't these 3 points enough?" Seeing Su Sheng looking at him expectantly, Lin Kaixian suddenly felt a headache. I knew this guy was not a vegetarian, but I didn't expect that he not only liked to eat meat, but also liked to eat people. Su Sheng, the 3 points I just mentioned are close to 7 million. Lin Kaixian wiped the water stains off his body and explained, also, the special admission requirements for special students at the 4 prestigious universities each year usually don't exceed 2 million. "Principal Lin, you also said it's usually the case." Su Sheng said, "Do you think I am that normal?" Lin Kaixian was upset when he heard this. He said, "My goodness, you are so special. You are special in every way. This is pretty much the limit of what the school can offer, so I'll raise it a bit more." Lin Kaixian put down his cup and said generously, "During your 4 years at university, I will give you an additional 1 million cultivation resources each year. That adds up to 4 million over 4 years. Adding the 3 points mentioned above, it comes to 11 million, which is already an extremely exaggerated condition. Such a huge investment will basically allow Su Sheng to not have to worry about money during the next 4 years of practice." Su Sheng was very excited after hearing this. "Principal, let me tell you about my talent first." After Su Sheng finished speaking, Lin Kaixian couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Hey man, didn't you say you didn't know?" But he suddenly felt relieved. Although he spent more than 10 million, he finally got this guy. Fortunately, although 10 million hurts, it's still worth it compared to Su Sheng. With this kid's strength and these resources, there's a good chance he'll make it into the top 500 as a freshman in the National Martial Arts Competition. By then, this deal will be a steal. With a smile in his eyes, Lin Kaixian began to imagine the future. "My martial arts talent is called the Territory-Suppressing Holy Body." After Su Sheng finished speaking, the smile in Lin Kaixian's eyes froze. "I've never heard of this talent. Principal, I'm sure you know a lot about the town's holy body. I just happen to have a lot of questions." After Su Sheng finished speaking, he looked at Lin Kaixian, but found that Lin Kaixian's expression was a little unnatural. Chapter 54, Love-Struck Song Jianyue. "Ahem, to be honest, I really don't know about this talent." Lin Kaixian's face flushed, and he immediately explained, "Your talent is very rare, very rare. It's either some kind of ancient talent, or it's newly appeared. Seeing Su Shang remain silent, Lin Kaixian continued, Ahem, after the special training camp is over, I'll go back to Demon University and check. I'm sure I can find it. When you start school, I'll help you find some information about the town's holy body. Principal Erlin, I didn't say I'd agree to let you go to Magic City University, did I? Su Shang asked, and Lin Kaishuan's expression froze. Didn't you just say that? Did I say that? Didn't you say that? Lin Kaixian then remembered that Su Shang had just told him about his talent, and he was overthinking it. Lin Kaixian was immediately furious. This guy probably wanted to see what conditions the other three companies could offer. Damn, are kids these days so cunning? This is too hard to deal with. Hearing this, Lin Kaixian forced a smile and said, Yeah, it's good to compare prices. Young people should think more about themselves. Then Principal Lin, I'm going to continue my training, okay? Su Shang stood up and started to chase people away. It was naturally impossible to ask him to agree now, although Su Shang really wanted to agree as soon as possible. But Su Shang was extremely confident in his martial arts talent. He believed that Lin Kaixian would definitely learn more about his martial arts talent after learning about it. By then, with the help of the other three prestigious universities, Lin Kaixian might be able to offer a better price. 4 days later, in a small gravity room, Su Shang was shirtless and only wore underwear, and his strong and smooth muscles looked as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. As gravity increased, Su Shang's waist bent slightly, and sweat flowed along the contours of his 8 angular abdominal muscles. Call. Under the tempering of 30 times the gravity, Su Shang only felt extremely comfortable all over. After persisting for another hour, Su Shang finally turned off the gravity switch and felt relaxed all over. My punching force should be 6.6 tons. At this rate, even without taking the pills, I can break through to 7 tons within half a month. A punching force of 7 tons is the sign of the second level of Golden Body. 4 days ago, Su Shang spent all the remaining synthesis points and improved his strength again through the elixirs synthesized by the system. From before the special training camp started to 1 week after the camp opened, in just half a month, Su Shang's punching power has increased by nearly 4 tons. Such an exaggerated and terrifying speed of progress would surely shock others beyond words if they knew about it. However, Su Shang was completely relieved about this. With the holy body of the realm here, the outside world would only think that he was gifted. Once I become a golden body warrior, I will be able to practice the black hole soul devouring technique. By then, with the support of top-level techniques, my practice speed will definitely be even faster. Su Shang thought while wiping the sweat off his face. As we all know, it becomes more difficult to improve in martial arts as you progress. To advance from an early-stage warrior to a mid-stage warrior, those with better talent may only need a month or even less. However, to advance from the early stage of Golden Body to the middle stage of Golden Body, even a genius would need more than half a year or even longer. And with the help of the black hole soul devouring technique, a technique that is good at absorbing spiritual energy, Su Shang is absolutely confident that his cultivation speed will be faster than when he was in the first realm. Just then, the door to the gravity room opened. Song Jianyue poked his little head through the crack in the door and said, Su Shang, why aren't you feeling well yet? As he said this, he slipped in. But when Song Jianyue closed the door, he found that Su Shang was almost naked. Ah, you! Song Jianyue quickly closed his eyes. Su Shang sneered, I told you to come in without knocking. I saw on the big screen outside that your time was up, so I thought you were done. Song Jianyue turned his back with a slightly red cheek. After Su Shang put on his clothes, Song Jianyue turned around and looked at Su Shang up and down with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Su Shang, you really look thin when you're dressed, but you look muscular when you're undressed. Your muscle lines look really nice. Do you still want to see it? I can take it off and show you. Su Shang joked, but Song Jianyue waved his hands repeatedly, no. TSK, you want to see me but I won't give it to you. Su Shang retorted, and Song Jianyue made a face at Su Shang's back. Is the martial god tower open? Su Shang picked up his sports backpack and put the white towel on his shoulders. The tough facial lines looked even more sunny with the flush after exercise, which made Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes a little infatuated. Su Shang smiled slightly, thinking that this woman would be a good girlfriend. For a moment, the two looked at each other without saying a word. Song Jianyue came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed. Ah, yes, it's open. Let's go. When the two of them left the training building, In the huge square, a huge bronze tower with a diameter of nearly 5 meters and a height of about 100 meters has been erected at some point. This is the martial god tower that countless masters yearn for. The martial god tower was jointly built by the 8 heavenly kings of the current Dragon Kingdom. It is said that in order to build this tower, not only did the 8 heavenly kings spend a huge price themselves, but the entire Dragon Kingdom also invested countless resources. It is precisely thanks to the martial god tower that hundreds of 6th-level grandmasters have been born in the Dragon Kingdom over the past 100 years. Relying on these new martial arts masters, the strength of Dragon Country has increased rapidly. The reason why Hellion Yufeng, Gong Shuasong, and the other 3 came to the special training camp was for the martial god tower, which was usually only accessible to masters with sufficient military merits. The first floor door of the martial god tower has been opened, but it is not a physical door. Instead, it was a golden halo with a diameter of about 2 meters, which was the entrance to the martial god tower. At this moment, all 80 students were present in the huge square. Even the 4 mentors stood outside the tower, their eyes filled with longing. The 4 top instructors from 4 prestigious universities are all 5th-level masters, and are the best among the masters. Normally, I also rely on my military achievements to exchange for a lot of time to enter the Tower of Martial God. But in this special training camp, anyone who is a formal student can enter for free. Such a generous welfare is unprecedented in Dragon Country. There are so many people. Su Shang and Song Jianyue arrived late and could not see anything while standing on the periphery. The entrance to the Martial God Tower had already been surrounded by many students. Please make way. Su Shang and Song Jianyue walked one in front and one behind, and Su Shang pushed away the students who were blocking the way. The student was originally sitting at the back, and when he was pushed, he immediately became furious. I pushed you. Before he could utter the word mother, the student turned around and saw the tall Su Shang. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and said with a look of awe in his eyes, "Brother Su, brother, please come in." Su Shang looked down at the other person. "What did you just say?" The student's expression changed, and his momentum weakened even more. "Ahem, Brother Su, did I just say push?" "You don't need to push, just go in directly." "Yes, that's what I mean." A few days ago, he saw with his own eyes that Su Sheng defeated Hellion Yufeng and his group by fighting against 4 people at once. In the past few days, all the students in the special training camp have been talking about this matter, and they all worship Su Sheng as a god. Many people even wanted to curry favor with him privately, but Su Shang was so focused on cultivation that he ignored all these social interactions. Su Shang nodded, then turned back to look at Song Jianyue. "I'll take you to the front row." As he spoke, he grabbed Song Jianyue's cold and soft little hand with his big hand. Chapter 55. Why are you in such a hurry? You're crowding me. Song Jianyue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she felt that Su Shang's warm big hand seemed to carry a weak electric current, making her whole body numb. Song Jianyue's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red, and her beautiful and lively big eyes looked at Su Shang's back, with a bright smile in the depths of her eyes. The student was stunned. Shang's wife. Holy shit. I knew they had a special relationship. Damn, I have to tell everyone quickly that we can't offend Shang's wife in the future. Soon, Su Shang did the same thing and pushed away those who blocked his way one by one. Until. Who the hell is so blind as to push me? Gong Shuasong was chatting with Nia Yun, his tutor from Taikyo University. He became furious when he felt he was pushed away. But when Gong Shuasong turned around, he met Su Shang's expectant gaze. Brother Gong, it's been 4 days. How many points are left to reach 500? Suddenly, Gong Shuasong's momentum wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Almost there, almost there. Ha, don't just talk about it, show it through your actions. Su Shang patted Gong Shuasong's shoulder with a smile, and at the same time, he pushed Gong Shuasong behind him unnoticeably by patting his shoulder. Gong Shuasong looked at Su Shang dejectedly. This little action was quite obvious. Su Shang, don't be so arrogant. After I get out of the martial god tower and my strength increases dramatically, I will still have the chance to bully you. By then, you, Su Shang, will owe me 500 points. Thinking of this, Gong Shuasong felt much better, and his anticipation for the martial god tower grew even higher. Hellion Yufeng, who was standing by, also saw Su Shang and subconsciously moved to the right, fearing that Su Shang would notice him. Hey, brother Hellion, weren't you on a mission these days? Why did you come back so soon? Su Shang was surprised that this guy was still working very hard. After all, he owed him 1,000 points. Brother Hellion, this martial god tower lasts for 3 weeks. You can enter it anytime you want. Collect all the points first. Helian Yufeng frowned when he heard this.
Damn, I owe you points, but I'm not a laborer. Besides, laborers also have rest time. Then Helian Yufeng turned his head to the side, obviously intending to remain silent until the end.
Brother Long, Sister Qianli, you two haven't accumulated enough points yet. Don't let Brother Helian reach 1,000 points while you still don't have 500. If this gets out, won't people think you're weaker than him? Su Shang looked at the two people on the left who were feeling very uneasy. I won't lose to Helian Yufeng. Long Qianli responded stubbornly. But then I felt something was wrong. Why should I be so stubborn about this kind of thing? Woohoo, this Su Shang is so hateful. He beat me so badly several times. He doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Thinking of all the sad things, Long Qianli's eyes were a little red after she finished speaking. Long Qianyu looked a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I won't miss you a single point. Brother Long, well done. Once you pay back the points you owe me, feel free to find me if you want to spar with me. Su Shang gave Long Qianyu an affirmative look. Long Qianyu's face turned dark. Damn, do you take me for a fool? I won't spar with you. Ahem, everyone is here. At the gate of the martial god tower, Zhang Hong coughed lightly to dispel the anxiety of Helian Yufeng and the other three. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that if Su Sheng entered the Demon University, he would probably be a tough guy. I don't know how long those ruthless people in the Demon University Student Union can suppress Su Sheng. Dear students, according to the special training camp schedule, the martial god tower will open from today. Zheng Hong looked around the room and spoke in a loud and clear voice. I'm sure everyone has learned about the precautions regarding the martial god tower through various channels over the past few days. Let me briefly repeat them. You'll feel extremely dizzy the moment you enter. Although after adjustments by the higher-ups, even low-level warriors can enter, the dizziness will be much stronger than that felt by 5th-level masters. But don't worry, it will only be a few seconds. Also, don't get lost in there once you're in, or you'll be in trouble. Finally, there are many opportunities in the martial god tower, but no one can predict what you will gain. So if you are not satisfied with your gains, don't be discouraged once or twice. There will always be gains. Zheng Hong briefly said the time and then looked at the time on his watch. When the pointer stopped at 12 o'clock, Zheng Hong and the other three mentors looked at each other. Okay, you can go in now. After Zheng Hong finished speaking, Gong Shuasong couldn't wait to rush in. But Su Sheng grabbed him by the back of the neck and said, Why are you in such a hurry? You're squeezing me. Gong Shuasong was furious and was about to lose his temper when he saw Su Sheng rushing in first at a faster speed than him. Oh shit. Gong Shuasong's lips trembled with anger. I've always been the one bullying others, but today I'm actually being bullied by this bastard. Besides, aren't you more anxious than me? Why are you still criticizing me? By the time Gong Shuasong reacted, Song Zhenyuet, Helian Yufeng and others had already gone in. Later, a student wanted to rush in to experience it, but accidentally squeezed into Gong Shuasong. Gong Shuasong immediately yelled, Why are you in such a hurry? You squeezed into me. The student looked resentful and said, Brother, Su Sheng yelled at you, so you yelled at me, right? So I'm at the bottom of the food chain? Boom! The moment Su Sheng stepped into the golden circle, he suddenly felt as if everything around him was spinning at high speed. A strong feeling of dizziness and discomfort came over me. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. When Su Sheng saw the surrounding scenery clearly, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. What comes into view is a huge square with 8 plaster statues standing around it. They are the famous 8 heavenly kings of the Dragon Kingdom. So real. Su Sheng touched the statue with his hand, which was even more realistic than the virtual world provided by the virtual brain-computer interface. It was so high that Su Sheng even felt like he was not in a virtual world. Vomit. Not far away, Long Qianli, who was also teleported in, was dizzy and retching continuously. Song Zhenyue, how do you feel? Su Sheng rushed to Song Zhenyue's side in one step. Song Zhenyue seemed to be drunk at this time and could not even stand steadily. Seeing Su Sheng coming, Song Zhenyue's delicate body suddenly felt supported. I feel so dizzy, so uncomfortable. It's okay, it will be fine soon. Su Sheng gently patted Song Zhenyue on the back, while Long Qianli, who was standing next to him, felt dizzy and sat down on the ground. Brother, where are you? Seeing Song Zhenyue leaning on Su Sheng's shoulder, Long Qianli felt dizzy and wanted to lean on him too.
But when he turned around, he saw Long Qianyu lying on the ground trying hard to stand up.
Long Qianli was immediately upset.
This brother is too useless.
Sister Qianli, do you want me to give you a hand?
Su Sheng stretched out his hand and asked. Long Qianli instinctively wanted to refuse, but she was almost unable to stand and subconsciously stretched out her hand. But who would have thought that Su Sheng would suddenly withdraw his right hand from Long Qianli and hug the falling Song Jianyue, saying, Song Jianyue, you were so weak.
Plop.
At the back, Long Qianli, whose center of balance was unstable, suddenly fell flat on his face.
Wah!
Hearing Long Qianli's aggrieved cry, Su Sheng reacted and apologized repeatedly.
Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuesong also felt uncomfortable.
The latter tried hard to hold back his retching and glanced at Su Sheng, as if he was competing with Su Sheng.
Don't look at me, I don't feel anything.
Su Sheng shrugged and said.
Su Sheng, why the hell did you pinch my neck just now? Gong Shuesong staggered towards Su Sheng, wanting to avenge the strangulation Su Sheng had just done to him.
Seeing Gong Shuesong stumbling over like he was on drugs and about to start a fight, Su Sheng immediately kicked him and said, Get out of here. Chapter 56, Journey into the Tower, Su Sheng's Surprising Discovery.
Su Sheng, you, fuck.
Before Gong Shuesong could finish his words, he was kicked 4 or 5 meters away. Then the dizziness subsided, and Gong Shuesong screamed and climbed up, his face flushed as he rushed towards Su Sheng and was ready to fight.
Brother Gong, time is precious. I'm going to go to the tower first. We'll meet in the arena after we get out. I won't charge you many points this time. Just 300 will be enough.
After Su Sheng finished speaking, he concentrated and disappeared from everyone's sight, but he had already entered the first floor of the Martial God Tower.
Su Sheng, who the hell is your brother? I will never coexist with you. Gong Shuesong felt aggrieved and angry.
Even though Su Sheng had left, he still roared at the sky with his neck flushed. Helian Yufeng, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli, who was lying on the ground and had not yet gotten up, were all stunned.
Doesn't this idiot Gong Shuesong know Su Sheng's character? Why would you mess with this big bad guy when you could mess with anyone else? Now you're embarrassed, right?
The first floor of the Martial God Tower.
Su Sheng appeared out of nowhere.
What came into view was a lush primeval forest, which was completely different from the first floor of the Martial God Tower that Su Sheng had imagined.
This place is more like an independent little world.
Su Sheng looked up, but found no ceiling or walls, only the azure sky and a few black spots flying high in the sky.
What a real world! Su Sheng picked up a leaf and squeezed it gently. The rich juice inside the leaf flowed out, bringing waves of coolness. Then Su Sheng's mind moved, and a silver-white alloy sword appeared in his left hand, which looked almost the same as the Zanpakuto he used.
In the Tower of the God of War, you can transform into any weapon at will. But at the same time, due to the ultra-high degree of simulation, the 5 senses in death here are no different from the real experience. If you die inside, you will automatically return to the Martial God Tower Square where there are statues of the 8 heavenly kings. After that, you can only wait 3 days before you can continue to challenge the tower. It is worth mentioning that the Martial God Tower can only accommodate 80 people per day, which is why the number of places in this special training camp is limited to 80 people. According to the instructor of the special training camp, the Martial God Tower has a total of 21 floors. There are about 3 or 4 levels on each floor, and the trial contents are also different. Some require victory through battle, some test one's character and talent, and so on. The opponents on the first floor of the Martial God Tower will be automatically determined based on the realm of the tower intruder. For example, if Su Sheng is a martial artist of great perfection, then the opponents on the first floor will also be martial artists of great perfection. The higher you go, the stronger your opponents will be and the more difficult it will be. This requires that the tower challenger must possess combat power and mentality far beyond his own realm. Only in this way can he pass through higher levels. You can get rewards for each level you pass, and the more levels you pass, the better the rewards.
Different reward types have different effects.
There are elixirs, spiritual herbs, weapons and equipment, martial arts techniques, and even innate martial arts.
Ouch!
Just when Su Sheng was distracted, a toad with a black body and a face like a tiger jumped out of the forest quickly. This black toad can jump up to a height of more than 20 meters each time, and its body, which is comparable to that of a tiger, is extremely oppressive.
Tiger-faced black toad. The tiger-faced black toad is a first-level perfect exotic beast. Judging from the aura emanating from its ugly body, it is comparable to Su Sheng. Puff.
Just as the tiger-faced black toad opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Su Shang raised his hand and slashed with a knife. Although it is difficult for most warriors to easily kill monsters of the same level, for Su Shang, who possesses terrifying physical strength and a sacred body that can suppress the entire territory, killing monsters of the same level is as easy as eating and drinking water. Just as Su Shang drew back his knife and prepared to wait for the second strange beast. Ding, kill the tiger-faced black toad and get 1.2 synthesis points. The system prompt sound suddenly rang. Su Shang was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. Killing monsters in the virtual world can also earn you synthesis points. Is there such a good thing? As long as you're not dead, you can enter the Martial God Tower every day. The only difference is that the rewards will be reduced if you enter repeatedly. But for me, hunting exotic beasts to obtain synthesis points is the best way. This place is perfect for me, haha. Su Shang was in a very good mood and immediately felt that the Martial God Tower was extremely fragrant. As for why the virtual world can also trigger the synthesis point, Su Shang estimated that the degree of simulation in the Martial God Tower is too high. It is so high that one's 5 senses are completely immersed in the real world, which is why the system makes such a judgment. Regardless, this is a good thing. At this moment, the body of the tiger-faced black toad on the ground suddenly turned into a bright blue light and disappeared. Immediately, these light spots seemed to be attracted by Su Shang and rushed towards him. Su Shang did not dodge, knowing that this should be the reward given for each level of the trial. As expected. The moment the light entered Su Shang's body, a powerful force of qi and blood instantly flowed into his limbs and bones. At this moment, Su Shang was surprised to find that his punching power had improved significantly. I estimate it to be around 200 kilograms. Amazing! Su Shang's eyes lit up. No wonder the Martial God Tower attracted so many masters. It seems that this special training camp is indeed the most valuable one ever. Then, Su Shang looked into the depths of the dense forest. Su Shang vaguely heard a shaking sound like an earth-shaking movement. Su Shang quickly went deep into the jungle with a knife. Not long after, a group of emerald-green basketball-sized poisonous vine ants came into view. If other people saw so many strange beasts, they would definitely feel their scalp tingling. After all, although the individual strength of these 20 tree vine poisonous ants is far lower than that of the tiger-faced black toad, they still have the advantage in numbers. If they unite together, their strength will definitely be stronger than that of the tiger-faced black toad. Boom! Su Shang had no intention of holding back his strength, and with a thought, the holy body of suppression was activated. Suddenly, the inky black power of suppression wandered around Su Shang like tiny arcs of electricity. The original sunny temperament was instantly replaced by a strong sense of oppression. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 20 poisonous vine ants rushed towards Su Shang in a very neat formation. But when he was 10 meters away from Su Shang, bang! The poisonous vine ant in the front was instantly crushed, and its slender limbs shattered with a snap. Su Shang waved his hand. The terrifying power of the town was like a mountain falling. In an instant, blood mist burst out from the sky. 20 poisonous tree vine ants were instantly crushed by the holy body of the town. The prompt sound in Su Shang's mind rang again. Here we have to mention the thoughtful aspect of the system. If you kill monsters continuously in a short period of time, the system will not remind you one by one. Instead, he reported the total to Su Shang. Ding, kill 20 poisonous tree vine ants and gain 15 synthesis points. Although these 20 poisonous vine ants combined are only stronger than the tiger-faced black toad, each one has the strength of a perfect first-order beast. A social beast is more suitable for me. In just a short while, the synthesis points have accumulated to 16.2, and the Martial God Tower also saved Su Shang the time of looking for monsters. Buzz. When the corpses of the 20 poisonous tree vine ants disappeared, a milky white pill quietly floated in the air. Hey, it's actually a pill this time? Chapter 57 Su Shang breaks through. New system function. Su Shang's eyes lit up. What a great reward! Moreover, this Martial God Tower is indeed incredible and can be called a miracle. Although it is a virtual world, it can bring real strength improvement to those who challenge it. Su Shang held the pill in his hand, but he couldn't tell what kind of pill it was. But judging from the strong medicinal fragrance it emits, it is definitely a second-grade elixir. This medicinal effect, could it be the bone-tempering pill? When Su Shang swallowed the pill, he immediately felt a slight pain in his bones. It was the top-grade pill, the bone-tempering pill. After taking the bone-tempering pill, it can temper the warrior's bones and greatly increase bone strength. This also lays the foundation for the second-level golden body warriors to obtain a body comparable to that cast in alloy. It is worth mentioning that the bone tempering pill not only strengthens the bones but also has an excellent body tempering effect.
10 minutes later.
Su Sheng slowly stood up. Perhaps because of the martial god tower, Su Sheng absorbed the elixir much faster than in the outside world. After this improvement, Su Sheng estimated that he was very close to the second level of golden body.
Just one more time. Su Sheng's eyes brightened. Soon,
the third level appears in the vast primeval forest. This martial god tower seems to have a pair of eyes that can see through everything, and after each level is completed, it will give the challenger time to absorb the reward.
Once the absorption is complete, the next level will begin. What is it this time?
Su Sheng was holding an alloy sword in his hand, but when a figure walked out of the dense forest in the distance, Su Sheng couldn't help but be stunned.
Myself?
On the opposite side, an opponent appeared who looked exactly like Su Sheng, and even had the same temperament.
The fake Su Sheng didn't say anything, but quickly stepped forward after discovering the target.
There was surprise in Su Sheng's eyes, but the speed of the holy body's deployment was not delayed at all.
Boom!
With the support of thousands of suppressing forces, the fake Su Sheng was caught off guard and bent over in an instant. Just as he was trying to stand up, a silver blade flashed in Su Sheng's hand. Although the martial god tower can simulate me, it can't simulate my talent.
However, it can simulate my physical strength. Su Sheng murmured.
After all, even Hellion Yufeng, who used his talent to the fullest, could not last for even 1 second, but he was able to hold on without being crushed. This alone is enough to show how exaggerated the strength of the body is after being strengthened by 2 true dragon mysterious yang pills. At the same time, Su Sheng also discovered the domineering nature of the holy body of the realm. When dealing with weaker opponents, the holy body of suppression can directly crush them into powder. If the opponent is stronger, the holy body of suppression can also greatly reduce the opponent's movement speed. By then, as one side gains strength while the other loses strength, the opponent will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Ding, kill the opponent and gain 1.5 synthesis points.
After hearing the prompt tone, Su Sheng looked strange. Killing people is also possible?
Then Su Sheng took a scarlet crystal that was floating in the air.
Is this a crystal of an alien beast? It doesn't look like it.
Su Sheng played with it. The crystal felt warm to the touch, and the red inside was like flowing blood.
After thinking about it, Su Sheng chose to crush it.
Suddenly, a surge of energy and blood rushed towards me.
So it's the essence of a strange beast. Su Sheng suddenly understood. Essence can be born in the bodies of some exotic beasts. As the name suggests, essence is condensed from the essence and blood of exotic beasts.
The effects are similar to those of exotic beast crystals, and both can increase punching power after taking them.
Boom!
A moment later, a powerful aura burst out from Su Sheng's body.
A magical scene appeared.
Su Sheng's exposed skin immediately became golden. The whole person seemed to be cast in pure gold, with an unbreakable tenacity.
The second level of golden body. Su Sheng's eyes lit up. After more than half a month of hard work, I finally became a second-level warrior. The second-level golden body has a defensive power that is unimaginable for ordinary people. At this level, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate the defense.
Su Sheng's physique was already strong, and with the added bonus of his realm, he estimated that even if he stood still, ordinary thermal weapons would not be able to break his defense.
This is Superman.
Su Sheng stood up and felt the various changes in the second-level golden body.
In addition to the strength of physical defense, the most obvious thing is the spiritual energy in the Dantian.
After looking inward, he found that the black spring water originally in his Dantian had expanded several times and became the size of a small lake. This means that the duration of casting the holy body of suppression will be greatly increased. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Sheng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the second realm of golden body.
The system has been upgraded to level 2.
From now on, the host can activate the batch synthesis function, and the minimum trigger rate for synthesis has been increased to 500 times.
Fuck! Su Sheng was instantly overjoyed after hearing the prompt tone. He didn't expect that the system could be upgraded after his breakthrough. Batch synthesis, this is so thoughtful.
Su Sheng had a smile on his face, and the increase in the minimum synthesis rate made him even happier. After all, the original synthesis ratio is uncertain, it may be 100 times or even 10 times.
With the high multiple backup, Su Sheng's speed of becoming stronger will be greatly accelerated. I don't know what new features are available at levels 3 and 4. I hope there's a storage space. For a moment, Su Sheng's desire to improve his strength became stronger and stronger. He always felt that there were many new functions behind this system, and as long as his strength continued to grow, there would definitely be more surprises. At this moment, the surrounding primeval forest scenery suddenly became transparent. When everything around became completely transparent, a large martial arts field came into view. It's the second floor. Su Sheng cheered up. The huge martial arts arena was empty and extremely silent. Is this a test of destructive power?
Su Sheng looked at the stone tablet in front. Since there was no opponent and only the stone tablet, it should be correct. As expected, each floor of the martial god tower is randomly refreshed, and no one can predict what will appear next time.
Boom!
Su Sheng activated the holy body of domain suppression, and his iron fist wrapped in the power of thousands of domain suppressions blasted out like a violent storm. The stone tablet shattered. Not only that, the area hit by Su Sheng's iron fist was directly powdered due to the effect of the power of the domain. Then, the stone tablet disappeared, and a light blue fruit the size of a cherry was suspended in the air. Su Sheng picked up the blue fruit and after carefully identifying it, his eyes lit up.
This was a second-level spiritual fruit, the fruit of enlightenment.
After taking it, one can improve one's comprehension within a certain period of time, which is of great help in practicing martial arts and techniques.
The martial god tower is awesome.
Su Sheng was excited. A fruit of enlightenment cost about 50,000 yuan, and it was not available even if he had money.
Now that I have the fruit of enlightenment, what are I waiting for? Let's practice the black hole soul devouring technique right away.
Su Sheng sat cross-legged, ate the fruit of enlightenment, and practiced while savoring the sweet juice. As a system-synthesized object, Su Sheng, as the host, can get started quickly regardless of grade.
As for elixirs, Su Sheng can absorb even high-grade elixirs without any side effects.
After swallowing the fruit of enlightenment, Su Sheng instantly felt his mind become clear. This feeling is like a person who has been sleepy for a long time finally catching up on his sleep, feeling refreshed and fully energized. With the help of the enlightenment fruit and the system, Su Sheng had already mastered the black hole soul devouring technique in less than 20 minutes. According to this calculation, one enlightenment fruit can save about 10 days of hard training.
Not bad.
For warriors, time is more important than money, and anything that can be exchanged for time is a good thing.
In the blink of an eye, an hour passed.
The fifth floor of the Tower of Martial God. After Su Sheng slashed the last strange beast with his sword, he was looking forward to the reward on the fifth floor when a grand and majestic voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone has passed the second level, and the Martial God Tower's Taishu Lingshu is now open.
Everyone, please prepare for the transmission.
After being transmitted to Taishu Lingshu, everyone can absorb the vast spiritual energy within Lingshu within an hour.
Chapter 58, The Powerful Black Hole Soul Devouring Technique. All mine. Hey, there's actually a hidden reward? Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Since the voice in the Martial God Tower said that Taishu Lingshu possesses enormous spiritual energy, wouldn't it be a timely help for me who has just been promoted to the second level of Golden Body? Especially now that you have mastered the Black Hole Soul Devouring Technique, the power of this top-level martial art will be revealed soon. The next moment, Su Sheng felt an irresistible mysterious force coming from his body. Then, the surrounding scenery changed instantly.
When Su Sheng came to his senses, he found himself in a circular square with a diameter of about 20 meters. In the center of the square stands a cylinder as transparent as jade. The cylinder is about 2 meters high and about 30 centimeters in diameter. The nearly transparent texture contains brilliant white light, giving people a feeling of holiness and inviolability.
Su Sheng, you've been teleported out too. Not far away, Song Jianyue ran towards Su Sheng like a silly girl. Su Sheng smiled and said, "Which floor are we on?"
"It's the 4th floor." Song Jianyue said proudly, "With my strength, the 8th floor should be no problem. This martial god tower cannot be cleared in one go.
After all, the higher you go, the stronger the strength required."
For example, Su Sheng, the first level is very simple, but the 5th level becomes very difficult. However, the vast majority do not have the ability to fight across levels. This is also the reason why, even though Su Sheng has already reached the 5th level, there are still many people who have just passed the 2nd level.
Good.
Su Sheng nodded in appreciation.
Song Jianyue was a woman with undeniable talent.
In particular, she also awakened her martial arts talent, but Su Shang still doesn't know what Song Jianyue's martial arts talent is.
At this time, all 80 students in Taishu Lingshu Square were teleported here. Some people looked tired and sweaty, and it was obvious that the second level was almost their limit. Some people also looked at the white jade cylinder with anticipation. The Grand Void spiritual axis is activated.
At this moment, the previous voice sounded again. Immediately, the white jade cylinder burst into brilliant white light.
Crash!
The sound of spiritual energy flowing like water was heard, and holy white light immediately spread throughout the venue. Everyone felt as if they were bathing in a sea of spiritual energy, and every pore on their body felt extremely comfortable.
For warriors, spiritual energy is as important as air. Even for advanced warriors, it doesn't matter if they don't have air, but they absolutely cannot live without spiritual energy. Even if ordinary warriors of the first realm are not yet able to open up their dantian to store spiritual energy, they can still rely on their skills to absorb the spiritual energy around them to temper their bodies. However, the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world is not high, and the absorption speed of the first-level warriors is relatively slow. But it's different here. This spiritual energy is so pure. The light in Helian Yufeng's eyes suddenly grew stronger than his family's spiritual vein formation.
Gong Shuesong, standing by, was also pleasantly surprised. The Taishu Lingshu can continuously release the purest spiritual energy within an hour. Practicing here for an hour is equivalent to practicing in the outside world for a month. Yes, one of my uncles broke through a small realm because of the Taishu Lingshu in the Martial God Tower.
Long Qianyu was also extremely excited.
As they spoke, everyone sat cross-legged. Gong Shuesong looked at Su Shang, who was chatting and laughing with Song Jianyue diagonally across from him, and thought to himself, this guy came from an ordinary background and must not have any excellent martial arts skills. When it comes to spiritual energy absorption efficiency, you have to look at me. Thinking of this, Gong Shuesong's eyes brightened. The Martial God Tower is a great opportunity for many ordinary students, but it is an unprecedented improvement for these top talents, especially those with profound background. Before coming, the Gong family had already conducted calculations. The improvement Gong Shuesong gained in 1 month of the special training camp is expected to be at least equivalent to 1 year of hard training in the outside world. As long as your luck is not too bad, breaking through to the early or even middle stage of the second level of Golden Body is not a problem at all. This is also the main reason why Gong Shuesong and others gave up their trip to the secret realm and participated in special training. When the milky white light emitted by Taishu Lingshu enveloped everyone, the scene immediately became extremely quiet.
1 hour is too short.
Almost everyone began to practice their skills to absorb spiritual energy with all their strength.
So cool.
After Gong Shuesong activated his top-grade intermediate-level martial arts, he suddenly felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy.
It's like drinking a bottle of ice cola on a hot summer day, refreshing from head to toe. Helian Yufeng and others felt the same way. Su Shang, a temporary lead doesn't mean it will last forever. After the training camp is over, I will personally defeat you in front of everyone. Helian Yufeng looked up with a firm belief in victory in his eyes.
Helian Yufeng estimated that after his first time entering the tower, his punching force should be able to reach 5 tons or even higher.
If I'm lucky, my talent control might be improved by 10%.
Then defeating Su Shang won't be difficult.
And just at this moment. Helian Yufeng was suddenly stunned. Why did this majestic spiritual energy seem to have become less? At the beginning, it gave people the feeling that a large basin of water was pouring down, but now it clearly felt that the large basin had turned into a large bowl, and the flow rate was obviously much lower. Gong Shuesong and Long Qianyu also felt it. The two of them opened their eyes, and the latter looked a little confused. Didn't T-Dad say that the spiritual energy of Taishu Lingshu was as rich and vast as the sea? It was indeed like that at the beginning. But why do I feel like I have turned into a small river now? In the crowd, Su Shang lowered his head with a gleam in his eyes. The black hole soul devouring technique is awesome. Su Shang felt the same as everyone else at the beginning. The spiritual energy poured back in, and an unprecedented sense of comfort arose spontaneously. But when the black hole soul devouring technique was activated, the backflow of spiritual energy instantly turned into a super flood flowing wildly. The terrifying amount of spiritual energy absorbed even made Su Shang feel like he was being suffocated. At this moment, Su Shang felt like he was a black hole lying across the cold universe, madly devouring the spiritual energy at a speed that shocked him.
If the beginning was like 80 people using 80 straws to drink from a large pool, then after Su Sheng activated the black hole soul devouring technique, it was as if the straws were replaced with high-power, large-diameter water pumps. Under the operation of the black hole soul devouring technique, the spiritual energy in the huge Taishu Lingshu began to gather above Su Sheng's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. If this process could be visualized, it would be found that the spiritual energy in the body is like iron nails, which are quickly absorbed by Su Sheng, the huge and powerful magnet. Even the farthest spiritual energy was rushing towards Su Sheng at an exaggerated speed. In the process, the spiritual energy absorbed by others was pitifully small. If it weren't for the black hole soul devouring technique, such a huge amount of spiritual energy would be enough to burst Su Sheng in an instant. It's all mine, it's all mine. Under the infusion of this terrifying spiritual energy, Su Sheng only felt that the black spiritual energy in his dantian was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is like an artificial lake that has been dry for a long time being madly watered by a super heavy rain. And Su Sheng's realm began to rise steadily at a perceptible speed. Su Sheng was completely delighted. But the others were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 59 Su Sheng, did you suck it? 20 minutes later. Something's wrong. Gong Shuesong really couldn't help it. Even though he was practicing his skills with all his strength, he still felt that the spiritual energy he absorbed was pitifully small. This is not even as much as the spiritual energy I can absorb by practicing outside. Isn't it said that 1 hour in Taishu Lingshu is equivalent to 1 month in the outside world? Where's the spiritual energy? Where did it all go? Helian Yufeng looked up at the white jade cylinder in front of him. The cylinder was obviously no different from the beginning, but why did the amount of spiritual energy absorbed suddenly decrease from about the second minute? Long Qianyu, did you feel it too? Helian Yufeng looked at Long Qianyu, who had a confused look on his face beside him. Long Qianyu nodded, with a black question mark on his face. Could it be that there are too many people? Impossible. Every time the Grand Void spiritual axis is opened, 80 people absorb it together. Helian Yufeng shook his head and immediately guessed, I suspect the spiritual energy within the Taishu Lingshu is insufficient due to the downgrade of the Martial God Tower. The so-called downgrading means that originally only masters could enter, but now warriors of the first level like them can also enter. When the Grandmaster came in, the spiritual energy within Taishu Lingshu naturally became majestic and vast. However, it is understandable that the spiritual energy of a warrior of the first realm is reduced when he enters Taishu Lingshu. But the problem is that the effect was very strong at the beginning. Gong Shuesong frowned slightly, and from the beginning, it was like turning the faucet to the maximum, with water flowing out. Now it's just like not being able to urinate properly. I just have to suck out a few drops at a time. It's a complete waste of time. So, it was very powerful at the beginning, but the subsequent effects dropped significantly. After all, the Martial God Tower has been downgraded. I feel that's impossible. Could there be something wrong with the Martial God Tower? Gong Shuesong looked anxious and nervous. He came to the special training camp just for the Martial God Tower, but if the Martial God Tower really had problems, it would be better for him to continue staying in the secret realm. Helian Yufeng shook his head. He didn't know about this situation. After all, it was everyone's first time entering the Tower of Martial God. At this point, almost everyone started talking to each other. Why is the spiritual energy getting less and less? Not far away, Su Sheng looked up with a confused look on his face. Damn, everyone is chatting there. If I'm the only one concentrating, wouldn't it be too conspicuous? After hearing Su Sheng's words, Gong Shuesong did not miss any opportunity to mock Su Sheng. You just felt it? Su Sheng was surprised and asked, You guys have already felt it? Gong Shuesong immediately sneered and said, I felt it from the beginning. Okay, Su Sheng, it seems that the technique you're practicing is really not that good. Su Sheng nodded modestly upon hearing this. Yes, basic breathing method. Puff. Hearing about the basic breathing method, Long Qianyu couldn't help laughing. He hadn't heard the name of this national martial art for a long time. Immediately, a sense of superiority arose in my heart. Su Sheng, so what if you have a strong talent in martial arts? In terms of background, you are far inferior to us. What should I do now? I can't get out of this tower until the end? Long Qianli was anxious. It would be boring to stay here for another 40 minutes. What else can I do? Just wait. Gong Shuesong said very depressedly that there was too little spiritual energy in the Taishu Lingshu. Even if he tried his best to absorb it, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb much by the end.
I'm afraid it's not even as much spiritual energy as your own urine, so what's the point of absorbing it?
Su Shang looked at his nose and his heart with a normal expression. Well, he felt good while smoking, but these people would be in trouble with him. So be unlucky, after all, being strong is the best way.
You know what, this feeling is pretty good.
Just when everyone was losing interest in either chatting or daydreaming, Su Shang was still practicing the black hole soul devouring technique to devour the soul. The terrifying spiritual energy entering his body allowed Su Shang's realm to rise rapidly. It won't take long.
Boom! A powerful energy wave instantly came from Su Shang's body. Su Shang, the middle stage of golden body.
Su Shang quickly suppressed this momentum to avoid being discovered.
But it's too late. Hellion Yufeng and the other 4 top geniuses looked up instantly. Hellion Yufeng's eyes gleamed with surprise, and he asked, with such a small amount of spiritual energy, you can break through?
Ha, I was already close to a breakthrough, this is just the icing on the cake. Su Shang replied, his face still showing the frustration of not being able to absorb spiritual energy. If Taishu Lingshu had enough spiritual energy, I should be able to break through faster.
Have you reached the great perfection of a warrior?
Gong Shuesong looked at Su Shang dimly for a long time before he uttered a word. I couldn't beat Su Shang before, but now that Su Shang has made a breakthrough, when can I take revenge? Little did he know that Su Shang had only broken through to the early stage of the golden body, and Gong Shuesong's goal of revenge was doomed to be difficult to achieve.
Su Shang nodded. Hellion Yufeng didn't know what he was thinking about, but he felt a sense of urgency out of nowhere.
Then he continued to practice his skills and began to absorb this insignificant spiritual energy. After all, mosquito legs are also meat.
Just sitting there does not bring any spiritual energy.
Seeing this, Gong Shuesong and others also began to absorb spiritual energy. Seeing this, Su Shang immediately concentrated his mind and said, damn, all this spiritual energy belongs to me.
If you absorb even a drop of it, it will be a loss to me.
I don't know how long it took. When the light from the white jade cylinder faded, everyone opened their eyes.
An hour has passed. Long Qianyu had a depressed look on his face.
The spiritual energy he absorbed by practicing the technique with all his strength for an hour was less than 1% of the usual amount.
Gong Shuesong said unhappily, damn it, there must be something wrong with this Taishu Lingshu. No matter how low the standard is, it won't be this low. Isn't this a scam? Damn it.
After hearing what Gong Shuesong said, many geniuses started to complain.
There is simply too little spiritual energy, it's simply playing tricks on me.
The most infuriating thing is that with just 1 hour's effort, I could have reached the second level.
The second level is definitely a much better improvement than just 1 hour.
Long Qianli feels like everything has gone wrong since she came to the special training camp. It would have been bad enough if Su Shang had embarrassed him several times in a row, but even things were not going well for him in the Tower of the God of War.
Hellion Yufeng sighed depressedly.
If the following Taishu Lingshu are all like this, then this day will be completely wasted.
It would be better to complete the mission and earn points for Su Shang. After all, hunting exotic beasts can improve your strength.
And just when everyone was sighing and full of doubts, the majestic voice from before suddenly rang out, the Grand Void spiritual pivot is about to close, and the histogram of this spiritual energy absorption will be announced soon. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Shang felt something was wrong.
Damn, Taishu Lingshu has this function?
Most people, like Su Shang, did not expect that Taishu Lingshu had such a function. However, a few people such as Hellion Yufeng already knew about it and were not surprised at all.
Gong Shuesong couldn't help but complain, what's the point of announcing this?
The amount of spiritual energy absorbed by everyone combined is not as much as the spiritual energy in a single spiritual stone fragment. Yes, the previous bars of the master's spiritual energy absorption were of different heights.
This time, with so little spiritual energy, I guess everyone's absorption is evenly distributed.
Long Qianyu had no interest in this list.
Everyone had a score of 0, so what was there to compare? Then, the white jade cylinder disappeared and a densely packed columnar graph came into view. Chapter 60. No matter how great Su Shang is, can he be good at everything?
From right to left, each pillar is so short that it is almost invisible, with only the length of a hair's length that makes the different colors different.
You can't even see it unless you look closely. But when everyone's eyes stopped at the far left, they were instantly stunned. The blue pillar on the far left is 10 meters high. Everyone had to look up to finish reading. For a moment, the whole audience was silent. A moment later, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Long Qianyu's eyes were dull. Fuck, who is this person so powerful that he sucked it all up?
The question is, what kind of powerful skills are needed to achieve this?
Everyone is a martial artist of the same realm, and the best martial arts they practice is only at the intermediate level. Intermediate level skills, even the most advanced ones, cannot have such an effect. The visual effect brought by the bar chart in front of me is really shocking. The long blue column was like a giant pillar supporting the sky, while the 79 columns next to it were so short that they could hardly be distinguished with the naked eye.
Gong Shuasong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in surprise. Damn it!
I was wondering how could there be a problem with the Taishu Lingshu. Damn, after all this time, it turns out that the problem isn't with the martial god tower, someone has sucked away all the spiritual energy from the Taishu Lingshu.
The question is, who is it? At this time, Helian Yufeng and Gong Shuasong exchanged a glance, and the latter suddenly asked, "Did Su Sheng break through just now?"
The former also said at the same time, "Is it true that Su Sheng is the only one who has made a breakthrough in this hour?" After they finished speaking, they looked at each other in silence.
The next moment,
Gong Shuasong stood up with a bang, his face flushed with anger as he yelled at Su Sheng, "Su Sheng, is that you?" Su Sheng suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Damn, this function of Taishu Lingshu is too targeted.
Hearing this, Su Sheng was confused. "Do you think it's me? If not you, who else could it be?
You're the only one who broke through just now."
Gong Shuasong was so angry that his breathing became rapid. Oh, my spiritual energy!
The key point is that it would have been fine if it was sucked away by someone else, but it turned out to be that bastard Su Sheng.
How hateful! Su Sheng said innocently, "Do you think I have such a powerful technique?"
After these words were spoken, Gong Shuasong immediately calmed down a lot.
Yes, isn't this a basic breathing method? How could a free technique for all people have such an effect? Damn, could it be you, Helian Yufeng? Gong Shuasong looked at Helian Yufeng with a bad face. This guy was pretending quite well just now.
If you think about it carefully, Helian Yufeng is the most likely one. After all, he is the grandson of Lord Jian Tianwang, and his background must be much stronger than theirs.
Helian Yufeng was the most innocent and said speechlessly, "How could it be me? I don't inhale more than you. It must be you, who else could it be but you?" Su Sheng suddenly got angry and said, "I was wondering why there was so little spiritual energy. Helian Yufeng, if you're not happy with me, just fight me. Why bother bringing trouble to everyone else?"
Su Sheng's words immediately made many people more determined in this idea. Even Long Qianyu and Long Qianli looked at him unfriendly. This 1 hour is equivalent to a month of hard training, and now it has been taken away by Helian Yufeng.
"I thought Su Sheng was the worst, but I didn't expect you to be so bad too,"
Long Qianli said angrily, and Su Sheng followed up with a follow-up attack. Helian Yufeng, you look honest with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect you to be such a cunning person.
I really misjudged you. It's really not me." Helian Yufeng was a little anxious.
If it were really me, I would laugh to death in private, but the key point is not me.
Gong Shuasong glared at Helian Yufeng fiercely.
If it weren't for this kid's effort in the past hour, I would have surpassed Su Sheng.
"Helian Yufeng, die for me." Gong Shuasong let out a strange cry and immediately started wrestling with Helian Yufeng. "I said, it really wasn't me." Helian Yufeng blocked and shouted anxiously. Gong Shuasong was already a little mad at this point.
He had just been pretending to me that I was lacking spiritual energy, making me look like a clown.
Still quibbling, who else could it be but you? Gong Shuasong, are you sick? It must be Su Sheng.
There's no one else possible except him.
Bullshit, no matter how awesome Su Sheng is, can he be great in every way?
Long Qianyu, Long Qianli, come with me and take him down. Gong Shuasong knew that Taishu Lingshu was about to close, and he would not be able to defeat Helian Yufeng by himself in a short time.
Upon hearing this, Long Qianyu and his sister immediately joined in. "It really wasn't me, why don't you believe it, ah?" Helian Yufeng was already anxious, and he didn't really want to fight, so he was accidentally punched by Gong Shuasong and his eyes became panda eyes. Suddenly, Helian Yufeng's blood rushed up and he was really angry.
But Helian Yufeng still suppressed his anger. He was not afraid of Gong Shuasong and others, but he didn't want to take the blame. Especially since I didn't get any benefits from it.
"Gong Shuasong, if you don't believe me, just check my skills."
After Helian Yufeng finished speaking, Gong Shuasong and the other two really stopped.
Gong Shuasong looked at Helian Yufeng maliciously and grabbed his wrist. Let me see how you use your power. Helian Yufeng looked at Gong Shuasong depressedly. This idiot would never give up until he reached the Yellow River. Then, Helian Yufeng practiced his own skills. Gong Shuasong's face changed immediately. The martial arts that Helian Yufeng practiced was also a top-grade intermediate martial arts, comparable to his own. That means it can't be Helian Yufeng. Ouch. The next moment, Gong Shuasong let out a strange cry and his face turned red again. Damn it, that is Su Shang. Su Shang, die for me. Gong Shuasong was extremely angry. He was angry at Su Shang, the bastard who was not a human being and had secretly absorbed everyone's spiritual energy. He was also ashamed and angry that Su Shang had made a fool of him like a monkey with just a few words. Long Qinyu and Long Qinli stared at Su Shang in amazement. It was really him. It was him again. Why was it still him? It's fine that he has the exclusive power to temper his body by the high-level pressure in the passage, and it's fine that he has made everyone owe him points for working for him, but now he has even monopolized such a great benefit as Taishu Lingshu? Thinking of all this, Long Qinyu and Long Qinli could no longer bear it. Su Shang, you can't leave today. Long Qinyu's voice broke. But just as the three furious people were about to rush to Su Shang, the scenery around them began to change. However, Taishu Lingshu was closed, and everyone was teleported back to their respective levels. Su Shang, if you have the guts, don't run away after you get out of the Martial God Tower. In the void, Gong Shuasong's roar, which was so angry that he lost his mind, was heard. The 6th floor of the Martial God Tower. Oh, it appeared directly on the 6th floor. Su Shang knew that there would be no rewards on the 5th floor, which was normal. After all, not every floor of the Martial God Tower had rewards. For example, he only obtained a 2nd grade pill when he was on the 3rd level. The special training camp also reminded us in advance that whether or not you get a reward depends entirely on luck. If you are unlucky, you may not even get a reward after reaching the 2nd level. But in general, the higher the levels you pass, the greater the probability of rewards appearing and the better the quality of the rewards. Ouch. On the 6th floor, nearly 100 grey wolves were looking at Su Shang with cold eyes as if he were looking at prey. Su Shang was delighted. It's good to be a social animal. Soon the two sides fought together. Just like that, 2 hours passed by unknowingly. The 15th floor of the Tower of Martial God. Su Shang held the knife in both hands, and with Long Yan's furious slash, he instantly killed the early 2nd stage heavy armored bull. Immediately afterwards, a golden light emerged. This is, holy shit, a natural martial art. Chapter 61, Synthetic Martial Arts. 10 Directions Peak. When the golden light faded, Su Shang was instantly surrounded by great joy after seeing the contents on the paper. The further you go in the Tower of Martial God, the more difficult it becomes. On the 15th floor, Su Shang had to use the advanced martial art Dragon Flame Slash to resolve the battle. Therefore, Su Shang became more and more looking forward to the quality of various rewards. What attracted Su Shang the most was naturally his natural martial arts skills. After all, Su Shang can basically exchange other training resources with points in the special training camp, but he has to rely on himself for his innate martial arts. After Su Shang took the gold foil paper with excitement. This is not my innate martial art. Nearly 10,000 characters were densely carved on the gold foil paper. But after Su Shang finished reading the whole article, he found that it recorded a high-level talent martial art called Slaying Gods. And the matching degree with the corresponding martial arts talent, Sky-Killing Tyrant Body, is as perfect as can be. In other words, if a talented warrior with the Sky-Slaying Tyrant Body obtains this martial art, his combat power will be greatly increased. But unfortunately, it is not suitable for Su Shang. I don't know if the system can automatically change to a suitable holy body for my town after synthesis. Su Shang's eyes brightened. He believed that the system could do it. And since this god-slaying technique is a perfect match, if it is combined with one's own domain-suppressing holy body, it will definitely be perfect. Thinking of this, Su Shang felt more and more that he was really lucky. After all, as far as he knew, the price of a perfectly matched martial art could not be priced in monetary terms. Song Zhanyue had said before that the money her father saved was intended to be used to buy her a natural martial arts skill. Even Song Dinghua, the lord of a city, had to save money to buy a top master. You can imagine how exaggerated the price of innate martial arts is. Not to mention it's of perfect quality. Su Shang estimated that the cultivation resources that could be exchanged for this thing would be enough for him to practice for more than 10 years.
And in fact, this is indeed the case. In some secret realms, if one can obtain a natural martial art, even if it does not match one's own talent, one can use it to exchange for cultivation resources of equal value. But what Su Shang actually didn't know was that due to his terrifying combat power, Su Shang was the only one currently above the 10th floor of the Martial God Tower. The more levels you pass through in the Tower of Martial God, the higher the quality of the rewards. Especially when Su Shang is the only one at the top, the probability of obtaining innate martial arts skills is even greater.
Unfortunately, I can't transcribe it yet.
Also, the paper used for this innate martial arts skill is so special.
I wonder if it's possible to copy or photocopy it. Su Shang murmured.
According to his experience of several synthesizing processes, it should be feasible.
But how will you know if you don't try?
Thinking of this, Su Shang looked around. Since the new level has not appeared yet, he might as well find a carrier to experiment with it. After a little thought, Su Shang turned his gaze to the used bookstore next to him.
The environment on the 15th floor is a dilapidated city street.
There are shops on both sides of the street. Although they have been almost destroyed by strange beasts, you can still find what you need.
Half an hour later,
Su Shang used his strong physical qualities to support himself and finally completed copying the god-slaying technique.
System, synthesize.
Su Shang was expectant but also nervous. After clearing 15 levels in a row, he has accumulated more than 600 synthesis points, which should be enough.
As expected.
Just after Su Shang finished saying this sentence, the gold foil and the manuscript in his hand disappeared at the same time.
Ha, sure. Su Shang was overjoyed.
Immediately, the two illusory composite frames in front of me collided with each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 500 synthesis points and synthesizing a perfect quality advanced talent martial art 1,000 times into the perfect quality primary martial art Shifang Jinyu Peak.
What?
After hearing the prompt sound, Su Shang was so overwhelmed by the huge joy that his whole body felt numb.
His guess was correct.
The system had perfectly transformed it into a martial arts talent suitable for the saintly body of the realm. No, it is directly synthesized into martial arts 1,000 times.
What is martial arts?
Martial arts uses the heaven and earth as a furnace and the universe as fire, melting the lifelong learning and various insights of martial arts talents of martial arts masters into high-level martial arts skills. For a martial arts expert, even the top-level martial arts are just a manifestation of skills, which are simple and shallow. Martial arts is a complete system that contains more mysterious and obscure martial arts concepts. The difference between martial arts and martial arts is like that between an elementary school student and a postdoctoral fellow.
The gap between the two is like a chasm.
Similarly, the power of the two is as great as heaven and earth, with martial arts being the greatest. Only masters and above can master elementary martial arts. But with my systematic help, I can get started quickly. At best, you'll need to rely on yourself after getting started, and I don't think you'll be able to achieve any significant success in a short period of time. However, even if you're just getting started with martial arts, it's enough to unleash a terrifyingly powerful fighting force. The light in Su Shang's eyes was as bright as fire. Below the synthesis column, a line of small words appeared. Shifang Jinyu Peak, founded by the ancient sacred mountain of Tianwanwen to suppress the overlord of strange beasts, this martial art consists of 10 levels, each of which can cultivate a chaotic mountain shadow containing billions of suppressing forces.
Wherever the blade passes, mountains and rivers shatter like glass.
When cultivated to the highest level, a single strike of the sword will reveal 10 peaks, and billions of lives will be forever suppressed.
That's awesome.
After seeing the introduction, Su Shang was so surprised that his scalp went numb.
Is this martial arts?
Horrible. With the 10 Directions Realm Peak, coupled with the might of my Realm Saint body and the incredible strength of my physical body, I believe that after completing the first level of cultivation, with my strength as a mid-stage golden body, I will be able to fight on par with a golden body great perfection cultivator, right?
Su Shang pondered.
The principal of number 3 middle school, Zhangguokuan, has reached the state of golden body perfection.
It seems that I can find an opportunity to fight with the principal in the future. But if the principal knew that I had the strength to match him, would his mentality collapse?
Then, Su Shang extracted the Shifang Jinyu Peak. Unlike the previous gold foil, this elementary martial art appeared in the form of a dark chaotic mountain shadow after extraction. Martial arts have long since moved away from the form of paper recording.
Even elementary martial arts can be presented in an image-based manner. This chaotic mountain shadow is as black as ink and appears semi-illusory.
Looking closely, Su Sheng discovered that this palm-sized, oppressive chaotic mountain shadow was composed of densely packed small characters. Buzz. After the mountain shadow was extracted, it immediately disintegrated and turned into black gas condensed from countless small characters and flew into Su Sheng's body. If I didn't have this perfectly matched elementary martial art, with my current strength, I would probably only be able to climb to the 17th floor at best. But now it seems that 20 or even 21 floors are no problem.
This time, let me pass it directly.
Su Sheng sat cross-legged and concentrated his mind, and began to quickly comprehend the 10 Directions Realm Peak. At the same time, as the special training camp has been open for a week and the Martial God Tower has officially opened, several distinguished guests have arrived in the camp.
Inside the Academic Affairs building.
Governor Long, Brother Helion, and Brother Gong, please take a seat. Lin Kaixian looked at the three famous bosses with a smile on his face. Among the three, Lin Kaixian has the most contact with Long He and Helion Ing, and the Gong family will not leave easily because they have guarded the capital for generations. Therefore, it is usually Gong Ao, the second in command of the Gong family, who comes.
Gong Ao is the younger brother of the head of the family, Gong Chen, and the uncle of Gong Shuasong. It's been a week since the camp opened. I wonder how Cedar is doing. Gong Ao had a serious expression, his square face showing the determination and tenacity that only a soldier could have. Chapter 62, Gong Ao is shocked. After Gong Ao finished speaking, Long He and Helion Ing both stopped talking. One of them, Long He, who was wearing a dark blue jacket, cast a concerned look. He had just finished attending a high-level meeting in Tokyo and came directly to the special training camp without even having time to change his clothes. Helion Ing and Gong Ao also came together after attending the meeting.
Lin Kaixian coughed lightly, very good.
Okay, as long as I don't cause you any trouble. Gong Ao nodded slowly. For the Gong family, Gong Shuasong's talent and performance were not inferior to his elder brother.
It was just that perhaps he was too young and his character still needed to be honed. But one's character cannot be cultivated in a short period of time.
It requires endless years of sedimentation and polishing.
Lin Kaixian said, Brother Gong, you're too polite.
Gong Shuasong is a straightforward kid.
From what I've observed recently, I'm afraid he's about to break through to the peak of martial arts.
After hearing Lin Kaixian's words, Helion Yinglong and the others showed even more concern in their eyes.
Seeing this, Lin Kaixian smiled slightly and continued, Yufeng and Xianyu Qianli also performed outstandingly. As the top 4 prodigies among Dragon Country's 18-year-old generation, their growth this week is in line with our expectations. Also, the Martial God Tower has already opened today. The next 21 days will be a period of rapid growth for their strength. If nothing unexpected happens, all 4 of them will be able to reach the second level of the Golden Body. If I have good luck in the Martial God Tower, I might be able to reach the middle stage of the Golden Body. After hearing Lin Kaixian's words, the 3 powerful bosses nodded at the same time. Long He said solemnly, the top leaders opened the Martial God Tower to these children. In fact, it is from the perspective of the overall situation. It will have a far-reaching impact on Longhua and even the world situation. I believe they will not let the country down. Governor Long is right. On Helion Ying's iconic hooked nose, a pair of eyes as deep as the sea are calm and contain supreme majesty and wisdom. He said in a deep voice, the National Martial Arts Competition is about to begin. If these kids can make it into the top 500, they'll be considered outstanding among the younger generation under 30. Then perhaps the plan can be launched. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Kaixian and Long He's expressions were immediately moved. The former asked, could it be that this is the topic you came to Beijing to discuss? Gong Ao smiled slightly, I guess so, but that plan is still just a prototype. The details still need to be decided by the Lords of Heaven. Lin Kaixian nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Long He seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Principal Lin, how is that little guy Su Sheng these days? Hearing this, Helion Ing couldn't help but become interested. Although if Long He hadn't mentioned him, Helion Ing would have almost forgotten Su Sheng. But now, thinking back on Su Sheng's behavior during the assessment, I still find this person quite interesting. Being able to make Helion Yufeng and the others suffer a small loss with his insignificant status and domineering style, if this matter were to spread, it would be enough to make Su Sheng famous in Long Country. But at the same time, Helion Ing couldn't help but think of Su Sheng's current miserable life in the special training camp. After all, during the assessment period, he offended 4 top geniuses at once. Helion Ing is very clear about the strength of his son Helion Yufeng. To put it bluntly, among this year's college entrance examination candidates, only Luo Lai can compete with him, not even Gong Shuesong. Lin Kaishuan's expression suddenly became a little strange. He's been doing well recently.
Good.
Long He felt a little dissatisfied.
What did it mean that Lao Lin didn't speak complete sentences? What did it mean? When Gong Ao asked you before, you said it was fine. Do you have no words in your head?
Lin Kaishian nodded. Su Sheng has been very popular recently.
Huh, did Yu Feng and the other kids give Su Sheng any trouble? Helian Ing asked with interest. Lin Kaishian nodded, then shook his head, because he remembered that it was Su Sheng who caused trouble for Helian Yufeng and the others.
Su Sheng has fought against Yu Feng and the others.
Oh.
As soon as these words were spoken, all three of them became interested.
Even Gong Ao, who had never met Su Sheng before, couldn't help but ask, is this Su Sheng very strong?
Long He briefly mentioned what happened during the assessment.
Gong Ao's stern, square face showed a hint of admiration. You are quite courageous. Principal Lin, who did Su Sheng fight with? He wasn't beaten very badly, was he?
Helian Ing asked. He was afraid that Yufeng would get too excited and break Su Sheng's mentality. If word of that were to get out, people would think the Helian family was overbearing. Lin Kaishuan's expression became even more strange. Su Sheng has fought with all four of them. Long He looked incredulous, then frowned slightly. How can Qian Yu and the others be so ignorant?
Helian Ing also frowned slightly. In the eyes of the three, it was obvious that Helian Yufeng and the other four were taking turns to pick on Su Sheng. It would be fine if everyone had equal status, but Su Sheng is obviously much worse than them. Such words clearly indicate the suspicion of using the majority to bully the minority and using power to oppress others. Lin Kaishian looked at the three of them and said, actually, it was Su Sheng who challenged them to a fight. Besides, Su Sheng won. Helian Ing looked at Lin Kaishian and asked curiously, who did Su Sheng beat? It's probably that kid Qianli.
Long He smiled slightly. That's good. This kid always has high expectations but low skills. Now someone with a worse background than her has defeated her.
This must be a good test for Qianli's character. Governor Long, Su Sheng, both won.
After Lin Kaishian finished speaking, Helian Ing and Long He were both stunned.
Su Sheng, is your strength really that exaggerated? Even Gong Ao couldn't help but look sideways, as he knew Helian Yufeng's strength. It is no exaggeration to say that a few years later Helian Yufeng will be the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom.
Lin Kaishian coughed lightly and said, Su Sheng took on 4 people alone and defeated Helian Yufeng and the others.
What?
The eyes of Long He and the other two narrowed, and Helian Ing even suspected that he had heard it wrong.
Su Sheng fought against Helian Yufeng and the other 4 alone and won? Is this possible?
Lin Kaishian looked at the astonished expressions of the 3 people and felt secretly happy, because he had the same reaction when he heard the news.
You heard correctly, everyone.
A true dragon is about to emerge from the 18-year-old generation of Dragon Nation. Su Sheng is also a gifted warrior, and his martial arts talent surpasses that of the Wind God Spirit. After Lin Kaishian finished speaking, Helian Ing stood up. The eyes of Long He and Gong Ao suddenly lit up.
Helian Ing looked at Lin Kaishian and said in a deep voice, are you sure? Absolutely true.
The more Lin Kaishian spoke, the brighter his smile became.
By the way, I have a video here. You can take a look at it yourself. Chapter 63, the final level of the Martial God Tower. At the same time.
Tower of the God of War, 20th floor.
Boom.
On the huge arena, Su Sheng and the thin figure fought fiercely with swords and knives. Su Sheng's sword was blazing with flames, and the scorching heat was like the roar of an angry dragon, and sparks were flying all over the sky. The opponent was a thin young man with a cold expression, and the long sword in his hand was as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. Every time the young man swung his sword, he would leave a wound on Su Sheng, some deep, some shallow. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for hundreds of rounds. However, even after fighting for dozens of minutes, the two still showed no signs of exhaustion. In every attack, both sides brought with them a terrifying force that was as strong as to move mountains and as powerful as to overwhelm the world. Each collision is enough to smash a heavy tank. Su Sheng's sportswear had already been stained with blood, which looked quite scary from a distance. But Su Sheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his face was filled with an indescribable look of joy.
By the time they reached the 20th floor, the opponent's strength had become unimaginable. Even though Su Sheng's physical body was terrifying and even though he had the holy body to help suppress his opponent,
the opponent was still able to fight him on equal terms. In fact, it has gained the upper hand over time.
However, due to the extremely fast healing effect, the wounds on Su Shang's body healed almost instantly.
The two sides fought fiercely. Although Su Shang was unable to cause effective damage to the opponent was unable to do anything to Su Shang for a while. It was this powerful opponent that made Su Shang find the thrill of fighting. As time went by, Su Shang's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. It was so surging that it looked like an ancient volcano that had been dormant for millions of years and was about to erupt.
Boom!
The thin young man's long sword slashed through Su Shang's abdomen in an extremely strange arc.
Blood spurted out instantly.
Under the severe pain, Su Shang's movements slowed down a beat. The young man's sharp eyes immediately caught this detail, and the tip of his sword stabbed like a poisonous snake.
Puff! Su Shang's left hand holding the knife was pierced.
The sudden pain almost made Su Shang lose his grip on the sword.
So strong, so strong. Su Shang's eyes were terrifyingly bright.
Under this unprecedented high pressure, his blood and energy were constantly being polished and tempered, and his suppressed spiritual energy erupted again and again. And the weakest combat experience was also tempered by the opponent's impeccable offense and defense. As expected of the Sword King, his strength is truly exaggerated.
Su Shang took a step back to widen the gap between himself and his opponent.
The opponent gathered on the 20th level is none other than Helian Jiannu, the Sword King and one of the 8 heavenly kings. Although he was the Sword King in his youth, Su Shang already felt a great sense of oppression from the other party. During this period, the Sword King's strength was comparable to that of the peak Golden Body. Su Shang was only in the middle stage of the Golden Body realm, yet he fought with the young Sword King for hundreds of rounds without dying with his strength. Such terrifying fighting power would surely shock everyone if it were spread.
You know, this is not an ordinary Golden Body peak.
If it was an ordinary peak Golden Body level opponent, Su Shang was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. As for Sword King, he has been an invincible martial arts master since his youth.
After Su Shang finished speaking, he gripped the knife handle tightly with his left hand again.
In just a short while, the wound on his abdomen had healed. The wound on his left hand was healing quickly. It was painful, but the evenly matched and exciting battle almost made Su Shang forget the pain. It was not until this moment that Su Shang realized how much he loved fighting.
This world is so wonderful.
But, that's it. Looking at the sharp-eyed Sword King, the fire on Su Shang's sword suddenly went out. The myriad of suppressing forces surrounding Su Shang attached themselves to the sword like spirit snakes. On the opposite side, the young Sword King seemed to feel a sense of oppression. The long sword in his hand turned, and the speed suddenly increased by another 3 points. But at this moment,
Shifang Zhenyu peak.
Su Shang let out a low shout, and his sword slashed out instantly with the power of billions of land-suppressing forces. Where the blade pointed, a chaotic mountain shadow suddenly condensed. This chaotic mountain shadow is about 20 meters high and as black as ink. The steep mountain peak was like a sword piercing the sky, falling down with a terrifying momentum of 1,000 pounds. The young man, who had always maintained a calm expression, finally changed his expression. At the moment when Zhenyu Peak was about to fall, the young man blocked it with his sword.
Crack!
The Zhenyu Peak, which condensed billions of Zhenyu power, instantly crushed the sword in the young man's hand. Then, the young man's face changed drastically. The terrifying power was like a nuclear bomb explosion.
Boom!
The chaotic mountain shadows fell to the ground like meteors, bursting into a black light all over the sky. The black light wrapped around the figure of the young Sword King, creating a black mushroom cloud. Su Shang stood there holding a knife, with a black light flashing on the knife, and the pressure was intimidating. When the black light dissipated, the young Sword King disappeared.
Call!
Su Shang wiped the blood from his left wrist. At this time, the penetrating wound on his wrist had completely healed.
This is the terrifying body strengthened twice by the true dragon Xinyun pill.
And at this moment, a pill emitting a strong medicinal fragrance appeared.
Su Shang sniffed it and immediately became overjoyed, the second Yuanling pill.
Yuanling pill is a 3rd-grade pill, and it is quite expensive among 3rd-grade pills. After taking it, one can obtain a large amount of spiritual energy, which can rapidly improve one's own strength in a short period of time. One Yuanling pill can save half a month of hard training, and its effect is what countless spiritual masters in the 3rd realm dream of. And on the 19th floor, Su Shang got one.
Add this one and it's a perfect combination. 20 minutes later.
The final floor of the Tower of Martial God, the 21st floor. The desert is endless, with yellow sand all over the sky and hurricanes howling. The hot air, mixed with dry sand, blew in my face. In the yellow sand, a vague figure came from far away. The moment the other party appeared in Su Shang's sight, his figure suddenly disappeared. Clang! With his constantly accumulated combat experience, Su Shang had already formed muscle memory for counterattacks against various attack methods, and he could turn around and chop in an instant. Across from him, a burly young man holding a halberd and with a scar on his face raised his lips slightly.
"This is the young tyrant king?" Su Shang murmured.
Among the 8 heavenly kings, only Tyrant King Luo Badeo uses the halberd as a weapon. The character on the 20th level is the Sword King, so the character on the 21st level cannot be an ordinary character, it must be the Tyrant King without a doubt. The Tyrant King condensed by the Tower of the God of War should be of the same age as the young Sword King, or perhaps slightly older. The young Tyrant King had an arrogant look in his eyes, with an overbearing attitude that looked down upon the world. Seeing Su Shang's quick reaction to block his attack, Tyrant King pointed the halberd in his hand at Su Shang, signaling Su Shang to attack first.
"Okay, let me see how exaggerated Tyrant King's fighting power is."
Su Shang was surrounded by black air. As the blade flashed, a pitch-black, oppressive chaotic mountain shadow appeared out of thin air. Facing this final level of opponent, Su Shang did not hold back at all. After all, if he held back and was killed instantly by Tyrant King, he would have to wait 3 days before trying again. And at the moment when Shifang Zhenyu Peak was used, Tyrant King's expression showed some fluctuation.
Interesting.
The long spear in Tyrant King's hand turned into a sky full of afterimages and instantly killed towards the chaotic mountain shadow.
Chapter 64. Su Shang has the potential to be a king. In the reception room,
Helianing, Longhe, and Gong Ao watched the ultra-high-definition video with complicated and shocked expressions, and remained speechless for a long time. After a few seconds, the 3 of them came to their senses. However, his mind was still immersed in the shock of Su Shang shattering Long Chanli's innate martial arts with one punch. Still immersed in the shock of Su Shang forcing back 4 top geniuses with one sword.
He was still immersed in the huge shock of suppressing Helian Yufeng with his domineering talent.
Looking at the tall, young and domineering young man in the picture, the 3 of them were a little dazed for a moment. This boy has the qualities of a king.
There was great surprise and shock in Helian Ying's voice. Gong Ao also said, "His martial arts talent is too domineering and too strong. I'm afraid he can compete with that bastard Li Fengxian, right? Dragon Nation, great fortune."
Longyi's face was bright and his eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Lin Kaixian also said, "Among the top geniuses under the age of 30, there are Li Fengxian, Wu Jinghong, and Lei Zhangong. All 3 of them are extremely talented and have the potential to be kings. And among the younger generation of 18, there has emerged another one who is no less capable than these 3 monsters.
Everyone, God bless the Dragon Nation."
After Lin Kaixian finished speaking, Helianing and the other 2 were excited and surprised at the same time. That's right, God bless the Dragon Kingdom.
Pity. At this moment, Gong Ao suddenly shook his head. It's a pity that Su Shang was born a few years too late. If he could be in the same era as Li Fengxian and the other 2, this year's national martial arts competition would definitely be even more exciting. That was truly the most suspenseful championship in 100 years. Longhe was also quite surprised. But this kid is really domineering. He actually made Yufeng and the other 4 work for him. Helian Ying suddenly said.
As soon as these words were spoken, Longhe and Gong Ao's expressions froze. Especially when thinking about the 4 people that Su Shang had suppressed and had no power to resist, he was surprised and angry at the same time.
Damn, what a loser, go back and get beaten.
Longhe coughed lightly and thought to himself, Long Qianyu, you are finished.
Everyone, the student's first tower adventure should be over. Shall we go take a look?
Lin Kaixian glanced out the window. In the square, more than 70 people had gathered at some point, and it was obvious that all of them had already finished breaking into the tower.
Gong Ao stood up, let's go and take a look. I wonder how many levels they can break into.
Helian Ying's eyes were filled with memories. I remember when I first entered the Martial God Tower as a new Grandmaster, I reached the 10th floor.
Brother Helian is indeed amazing. I'm at the 9th level.
Gong Ao said in a deep voice, and Longhe also said, I am also on the 9th level. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they looked at Lin Kaixian at the same time. What about you? I, have 2 more levels than Brother Helian. After Lin Kaixian finished speaking, Helian Ying's eyes narrowed. How could this usually gentle principal of the Demon University be so powerful? Lin Kaixian smiled and changed the subject. How many levels do you think Su Shang and the other 5 can break into?
Well, reaching the 7th or 8th level of Yufeng shouldn't be a problem, maybe even the 9th level. Helian Ing said.
After all, these children entered the Martial God Tower as warriors, although the opponents in the Martial God Tower were also simulated according to their own strength. However, the Grandmaster level experts have a deeper understanding of martial arts and a stronger control over their own martial arts talents.
And these are things that the Martial God Tower cannot simulate.
Therefore, it is already incredible to be able to reach the 8th or 9th floor of the tower at the level of a warrior. Su Shang should have a good chance of breaking into the 10th floor. After Gong Ao finished speaking, everyone nodded at the same time, obviously recognizing Su Shang's strength.
At the same time,
outside the Martial God Tower, more than 70 students who had been teleported out after failing to break into the tower and dying were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the huge square. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with regret and a look of wanting more. I made it through the 3rd floor. If I hadn't been careless and didn't dodge on the 4th floor, I should have been able to pass it. Shi Shang said to a boy with a crew cut, if you go over there, maybe your punching power can increase by 100 kilograms.
I'm also stuck on the 4th level. That snow bear is too strong.
But I should be able to pass it in 3 days. The boy with the flat head also said with regret. I've reached the 5th level, and my punching power has increased by over 300 kilograms.
I'm about to reach the middle stage of martial arts.
I've gained over 200 kilograms, but unfortunately my strength is still not good enough, otherwise I could have gained even more. The higher you advance in the Martial God Tower, the higher the requirements for your ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, and your character and other aspects must also be strong. Yes, but today is only the first day of the Martial God Tower. I estimate that after the special training camp is over, I should be able to reach the late stage of martial arts.
By the way, why don't I see Su Shang and the others? At this time, a student asked curiously. Are you stupid?
Boss Su and his men are extremely powerful, so they must be the last to come out.
Someone said.
At this moment, golden light flashed at the entrance of the Martial God Tower. Immediately, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli dodged out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Long Qianyu looked around and found that Gong Shuasong and the others had not come out yet, and he couldn't help but sigh. Brother, we still have to work hard.
Long Qianli said in a deep voice, which floor have you reached?
8th floor.
Me too.
After Long Qianli finished speaking, she saw another figure ejected by the golden light.
It was Gong Shuasong. After Gong Shuasong came out, he immediately looked around and shouted, where's Su Shang? Su Shang, come and fight me. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli were immediately confused. The former asked, have you passed the 9th floor? No, it's not that easy. Gong Shuasong shook his head, has Su Shang come out? Not yet. Did you improve much this time?
Big, I've reached the great perfection of martial arts. Mad couldn't beat him last time, but I think I have a chance this time.
Gong Shuasong grinned.
He immediately thought of how he was fooled around by that bastard Su Shang and Taishu Lingshu, and his fighting spirit surged again. When he comes out, you'll see how I fuck him and that's it.
In addition to the breakthrough in realm, what made Gong Shuasong most satisfied was the improvement in his control over his martial arts talent.
This is also the place where talented warriors can best improve their combat effectiveness.
Long Qianyu nodded, if you can't beat him alone, let's go together. Anyway, I've already done it 4 times. If something happens the first time, I won't be afraid of it happening a second time. Brother, we won't lose this time, right?
Long Qianli was a little unconfident, mainly because she had been fucked by Su Shang several times and she was really unsure.
Gong Shuasong rolled his eyes when he heard this. He now felt that he was terrifyingly strong. Qianli, you're not afraid of anything. Even if Su Shang has improved this time, we have more people, and our improvement is not small, right? Gong Shuasong said, besides, what if Su Shang is unlucky and his improvement is not as great as ours?
Then I can take him down by myself.
Gong Shuasong couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he thought of the scene of himself defeating Su Shang with a crushing force and stepping on Su Shang. Yes, we must kill him.
Especially since Taishu Lingshu Nada has sucked all our spiritual energy dry by himself.
Long Qianyu said angrily.
Although everyone depends on their own ability, you can just smoke it, Su Shang.
Why did you lie to us and make fun of us?
Ever since coming to the special training camp, Long Qianyu felt like his mentality was about to collapse.
If I don't beat Su Shang once, I feel like my inner demons will emerge.
At this moment, golden light flashed again at the entrance of the martial god tower.
Chapter 65, 4 verses. 1 again. Heli and Yufeng?
The three of them quickly turned around, but their expressions changed when they saw who the other person was.
Is it Su Shang's girlfriend Song Jianyue?
There was a look of astonishment in Long Qianli's beautiful eyes.
She knew Song Jianyue.
After all, the other person is even more beautiful than himself, and has a close relationship with Su Shang.
It is said that the two live together. But Long Qianli could never have imagined in her dreams that this girl who usually looks super beautiful but has a low presence actually has such exaggerated combat power?
You know, even Gong Shuasong stopped at the 9th floor. Song Jianyue's pretty face was also pale, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement and passion. The Tower of the God of War was just as the rumors said, her gains this time were really huge.
Song Jianyue, which level have you passed? Long Qianli couldn't help but ask. Song Jianyue then noticed the three people and said, the 9th and 10th floors are too difficult. I couldn't get through and was torn to pieces by a claw. Really? Gong Shuasong and Long Qianyu felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, and a sense of urgency suddenly increased.
I didn't expect that even Su Shang's girlfriend is so amazing.
Long Qianli felt a little lost. Can you tell me about your talent?
When he heard the first half of the sentence, Song Jianyue felt a surge of joy in his heart for no reason, and his beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Hearing this, he said, my martial arts talent is definitely better than yours.
Upon hearing this, Long Qianli was immediately speechless. Nonsense, if you are not good enough, how can you reach the 9th floor? It's just as good as not saying it. What's your talent? Long Qianyu on the side also asked curiously.
Song Jianyue thought about it and decided not to hide it. After all, he would know it during the assessment at the end of the special training camp. Exposing it in advance would be beneficial to himself and even Su Shang. After all, I'm not a vase.
Thinking of this, Song Jianyue said, heaven-killing tyrant body. What?
As soon as these words were spoken, Gong Shuasong and the other two changed color instantly.
Gong Shuasong looked at Song Jianyue deeply, with a hint of shock in his eyes. You actually awakened the heaven-slaying tyrant body?
The sky-slaying tyrant body was born for fighting and killing. On the talent list, it is even one place higher than the wind god spirit. Thinking of this, Gong Shuasong suddenly felt that God was unfair.
How could two monsters emerge from Lucheng? Could these two be cheating? How amazing! I remember there seems to be a senior in Dragon Country who possesses the heaven-slaying tyrant body, right? Long Qianyu looked at Song Jianyue with envy.
His and Long Qianli's talents are only advanced, not top level. Although advanced talents are extremely rare, the gap compared to these top-level talents is still huge. In particular, the further one progresses in cultivation, the greater the gap in the level of martial arts talent will become. Fortunately, the golden light flashed again at the entrance of the martial god tower, diverting the attention of the three envious people.
As everyone expected, this time it was Heli and Yufeng.
As soon as Heli and Yufeng appeared, he immediately looked around vigilantly. After seeing everyone, I suddenly realized that I had failed.
Which floor are you on? Gong Shuasong asked with concern. Heli and Yufeng sighed, the 11th floor is just a little short. 10th floor.
The sense of urgency in Long Qianyu and the other man's hearts increased.
Gong Shuasong muttered, I wonder what level Su Shang can reach. No matter what level he is, I will challenge him when I get out. Heli and Yufeng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Although his realm did not increase much, his understanding of the wind god spirit body was greatly improved. And because he obtained a beast blood pill, his physical strength also increased a lot. This time, Heli and Yufeng is confident that he can fight Su Shang.
Good, ambitious. Gong Shuasong's eyes lit up. Heli and Yufeng, I'm not going to hide it from you.
When Su Shang comes out, I'm going to fight him too.
Damn, I'm going to get all the honor I've lost back. Lost honor. Heli and Yufeng nodded. This description was very appropriate.
After a moment, golden light flashed. A tall and handsome young man appeared in front of everyone with an unsatisfied look on his face.
Su Shang. The eyes of Heli and Yufeng and Gong Shuasong flashed with brilliance. Oh, you guys are all out too? Su Shang looked at the few people whose breathing was still a little disordered and said, looks like it just ended. Su Shang, I want to challenge you. Gong Shuasong didn't waste any words, his fiery eyes were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. Su Shang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Do you want to bet on points? Seeing Su Sheng's expression, Gong Shuasong's confidence in winning unconsciously weakened by 3 points. Gong Shuasong then asked tentatively, "So, shall we just fight you, 4 of us?" If someone had told Gong Shuasong before coming to the special training camp that he would say something like 4 against 1 during the training camp, Gong Shuasong would definitely have sneered and responded with wild laughter and ridicule. But at this moment, Gong Shuasong didn't feel anything at all. Instead, he was afraid that Su Sheng would not agree. Su Sheng said sternly, "Of course, but you guys better hold back later. I'm not sure I can beat you right now." As long as these 4 guys are willing to bet on points, Su Sheng doesn't care about saying a few compliments. Gong Shuasong was very pleased to hear this, and he even felt that Su Sheng could not beat him. Helian Yufeng thought for a moment and said, "I'll go first." For against 1, he just couldn't do it with the arrogance in his heart. In Helian Yufeng's opinion, if he defeated Su Sheng alone, Gong Shuasong and the others would have no chance. Su Sheng nodded repeatedly, okay, what about you two? Just don't accuse us of bullying the minority." Long Qianyu's eyes were burning. In a one-on-one fight, he knew that he couldn't surpass Su Sheng in a short time. But with the help of the martial god tower this time, the result of 4-1 will definitely be very different from last time. Promise not to tell. Su Sheng said seriously, "However, you have to hurry up and pay back the points you owed me last time." Must. Not far away in the Academic Affairs building, Helian Ing and his companions were standing in the corridor. Although they were more than 100 meters away from the square, they could still clearly hear the conversation between them thanks to their super hearing as top grandmasters. Gong Ao was completely upset. This bastard, he looked so righteous when 4 of them were fighting against 1. He was a member of the Gong family after all. Helian Ing felt like he couldn't bear to listen any longer. Is this still the son with such a high ambition? On the contrary, Long He nodded secretly after listening to it. Xian Yu and Xian Li knew how to judge the situation, which was good. "Ha, it's great to be young," Lin Kaixian said with a smile. And at this moment, the battle in the square has already begun. Boom! Green light surged around Helian Yufeng, and green whirlwinds quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a tornado about 12 meters high formed with him as the center. This time the power has obviously surpassed the last time, which shows how rapidly Helian Yufeng's strength has increased. "Su Sheng, be careful." Helian Yufeng's eyes were sharp, and he looked at Su Sheng with the belief that he would win. "This time, I want to take back the first place that belongs to me." Chapter 66. Why would I admit defeat if I didn't fight? Mad Helian Yufeng has improved more than me. After seeing Helian Yufeng giving his all and looking so imposing, Gong Shuasong felt a little depressed. During this special training camp, he discovered that he was indeed not as good as Helian Yufeng. Although the gap between the two is not big, it will be difficult for him to surpass Helian Yufeng in a short period of time just based on his martial arts talent ranking on the talent list. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli also looked at each other. Helian Yufeng is worthy of being the little superstar. If it weren't for that bastard Su Sheng, Helian Yufeng would be everyone's strong rival and the goal that everyone should surpass. In the corridor of the Academic Affairs building. Not bad for Yufeng. Gong Ao had an admiring look on his face. After Sword King Helian Jiannu, Helian Ing, and Helian Yufeng were all full of vigor. If this trend continues, the Helian family will probably continue to prosper for the next 3 to 5 generations. At this moment, Helian Yufeng, who was giving his all, turned into a roaring tornado and quickly approached Su Sheng. "Brother Helian is awesome." Su Sheng showed admiration on his face, with the look of a senior looking at a junior in his eyes. The next moment, a terrifying, steady, and vast aura burst out from Su Sheng's body. Immediately, Su Sheng raised his left hand calmly. On the palm of his left hand, the power of billions of towns turned into thick black mist, which spread around like a volcanic eruption in an instant with an oppressive aura. In the academic building, Helian Ing, Long He, and Gong Ao's expressions changed slightly. This martial arts talent is so domineering. And just at this moment, Su Sheng pressed his palm down. The seemingly ordinary action was like a 5-finger mountain crashing down in Helian Yufeng's eyes. Boom! Before Helian Yufeng could react, the black suppressing force shattered the green whirlwind like a huge seal holding up the sky. An explosion sounded, and a huge tornado turned into a blue light all over the sky, and was immediately swallowed by the overbearing and arrogant power of the town. In the huge square, the only one left was Helian Yufeng, who was still spinning with a look of astonishment on his face. "Brother Helian, are you still turning?"
Su Shang withdrew his hand and looked at Helian Yufeng, who was sometimes spinning and sometimes jumping, with a slightly strange expression. Without the whirlwind special effect, Helian Yufeng's actions at this time seemed so childish.
Helian Yufeng's face flushed instantly. He knew that Su Shang was holding back. He also knew that the gap between him and Su Shang had widened.
Under the attention of everyone, Helian Yufeng stopped spinning and jumping.
You have a golden body?
Although the previous attack was just a casual blow to Su Shang, Helian Yufeng felt a huge pressure from Su Shang that he had never felt before. The moment Su Shang used the holy body to suppress the area, Helian Yufeng even had the illusion that he was facing not Su Shang, but big brother Li Fengxian.
The same domineering and unparalleled, the same peerless and unrivaled, the same heroes of Gaia.
The difference is that brother Li Fengxian is 22 years old, while Su Shang is only 18 years old. The 4-year age difference naturally meant a huge difference in strength, but Su Shang's aura was surprisingly no less than that of big brother Li Fengxian.
How come this bastard is so ridiculously strong?
After Helian Yufeng finished speaking, Gong Shuasong, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli were shocked and puzzled.
But Su Shang nodded, just entered the second level of golden body.
In fact, after receiving the reward from the 21st floor of the Martial God Tower, Su Shang has now broken through to the late stage of the golden body.
But since he hasn't revealed his true strength yet, Su Shang doesn't plan to say anything. After all, telling them would be too depressing for them. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was struck by lightning. It was as if spring thunder had exploded in their brains, leaving all the students' minds blank. Su Shang, golden body? In the crowd, students like Qi Shang felt it was so unreal. In everyone's perception, the second-level golden bodies are all in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s, and are not from the same era as them. The powerful golden body realm experts that I usually come into contact with are basically the vice principals or principals of my high school. And Su Shang, who is the same age as everyone else, has also reached the second level of golden body. It's like when everyone is in their senior year of high school and working hard to get into college, suddenly the classmate sitting next to you says, "Hey, poor students, I've graduated from graduate school." This impact is indeed huge. Gong Shuasong was shocked, his pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Su Shang with disbelief. What realm was he in before? In the corridor of the Academic Affairs Building, Helian Ing said in surprise. Lin Kaixian looked at Su Shang deeply. He always felt that Su Shang was not telling the truth. After all, this guy is not an honest person. Under the tower of the god of war. Helian Yufeng gave a bitter laugh, then took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Su Shang, I lost. Brother Helian is making rapid progress. I believe he will surpass me in a few days." Su Shang said seriously. Helian Yufeng was immediately upset when he heard this. Damn, do you want me to give you points? By the way, you owe me 1,500 points, so you better hurry up. Su Shang added. Helian Yufeng nodded dejectedly, and secretly swore in his heart that he would never gamble points with this guy again. 1,500 points, even Helian Yufeng felt it was very difficult to get up. Sure enough, gambling and drugs kill people. Brother Gong, it's your turn now. The three of you should come together. Su Shang looked at Gong Shuasong and the other two with a smile. Gong Shuasong and the other two trembled, and at the same time, a thought came to their mind: what the hell is going on? Su Shang, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to owe you any more points. Gong Shuasong said with gritted teeth. Although it is embarrassing to be afraid of fighting in public, it is also very uncomfortable to be defeated by Su Shang again. Su Shang frowned slightly, his face showing a bad tone. Brother Gong, a man's word should be kept. You don't want your father and eldest brother to know that you are afraid of fighting, right? Gong Shuasong was speechless. Damn, this line looked so damn familiar. However, after listening to it once, I didn't feel that oppressive the second time. Feeling the strange looks from many students, Gong Shuasong took a few steps forward, approached Su Shang and whispered, "Brother, you're my brother, okay? Let's not fight." So that means you admit defeat? I'm not admitting defeat, I'm just not going to fight anymore. Why would I admit defeat if we didn't fight? Gong Shuasong chuckled and suddenly felt that it was good to put down all the burdens. Hee, I won fight with you, what can you do? Su Shang said admiringly, give up is not in the Gong family's dictionary? You will continue to challenge me even if you owe me 10,000 points? Brother Gong, if that's the case, come on. As soon as these words were spoken, Helian Yufeng, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli all looked at him in astonishment. This Gong Shuasong is really a man of courage. Gong Shuasong widened his eyes and said, "What the hell, did I just say that?" Suddenly, Gong Shuasong's heart skipped a beat. Damn Su Sheng, this bastard. The next moment, Su Sheng raised his hand. Boom! A terrifying pressure came like a cannonball. Even Gong Shuasong couldn't stop it at all, let alone now. Suddenly, Gong Shuasong flew backwards. Su Sheng, I didn't say. Before Gong Shuasong could finish his words, the back of his head hit the hard floor tiles, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 67 Starry Sky Powerhouse, Cosmic Level Talent. The huge square was completely silent. Helian Yufeng, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli looked at Gong Shuasong who had fainted not far away, their jaws almost dropping to the ground in shock. So miserable. You deserve it. Who told you to be so tough just now? Why not just admit defeat? The three of them fought at the same time. In the corridor of the Academic Affairs Building. Gong Ao looked confused. Nephew. Lin Kaishuan's mouth twitched. The group of students could not hear what Gong Shuasong whispered, but as top masters, they could hear it clearly. This kid Su Sheng is really amazing. Not only does he not suffer any loss, he also finds ways to take advantage of others. For a moment, Lin Kaishan felt that Gong Shuasong was really unlucky to have offended Su Sheng. At this moment, Helianing suddenly said, "Have you noticed anything unusual in Su Sheng's aura?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Kaishan and the other two looked sideways. Helian Ying's eagle eyes gleamed with brilliance. He is not in the early stage of the golden body. As the number one on the Dragon Kingdom's major sect list, Helian Ying is only half a step away from the king realm. His eyesight is also far superior to Lin Kaishan and the other two. Just before Su Sheng knocked Gong Shuasong unconscious, Helian Ying keenly captured the surging spiritual energy contained in Su Sheng's body. This is definitely not something that is possessed in the early stage of the golden body. After Helian Ying said this, Lin Kaishan and the other two seemed to have thought of something. Long Yi's eyes were filled with surprise and complexity. Brother Helian is right, Su Sheng is in the late golden body stage, that should be correct. Golden body late stage. Lin Kaishan and Gong Ao felt like they had misheard. But thinking back carefully, Su Sheng's aura was most likely that of the late golden body stage. I remember. Li Fengxian and Wu Jinghong also entered the late stage of the golden body at the age of 18, right? Helian Ying suddenly asked. Lin Kaishan thought for a moment and said, Li Fengxian is 18 years and 6 months old, and Wu Jinghong is 18 years and 5 months old. Long Yi asked, where's Su Sheng? Lin Kaishan suddenly said with a strange look on his face, Su Sheng. 18 years and 7 days old. What? The three of them changed their expression slightly, even faster than Li Fengxian and Wu Jinghong. It seems, this Su Sheng is very likely to be a grandmaster when he's a senior. Gong Ao murmured. Helian Ying nodded, with surprise in his eyes. Another young master is about to be born. At this time, in the square. Long Qianyu, Long Qianli, it's your turn. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. It feels so good to earn points just by fighting without having to go through any hard work on the mission. Sure enough, people are lazy. Long Qianyu and Long Qianli suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The latter was really scared by Su Sheng, especially when he saw Gong Shuasong still lying on the ground. He couldn't help but say, Su Sheng, I give up. Good job. Su Sheng praised, 100 points, hurry up. Long Qianli curled her lips in grievance and said, this bad guy, I will never mess with him again. Brother Qianyu, the word give up doesn't exist in your dictionary? Su Sheng looked at Long Qianyu who was reluctant to express his opinion. The latter was very upset. Damn, the last time I said this, I was ridiculed by my stupid sister Long Qianli for several days. I give up, too. Long Qianyu said somewhat unwillingly. This time he accidentally owed Su Sheng 500 points again. He really didn't want to owe it, but there was nothing he could do because Su Sheng was ridiculously strong. If I don't admit defeat, I'm going to get beaten up by that bastard Su Sheng. Not only will you be beaten, but you may also be exploited by this guy in various ways. It's better to do it quickly. Thinking of this, Long Qianyu couldn't help but feel sad. I am a top genius. I was so proud and confident before coming to the special training camp. As a result, I was almost mentally broken by this bastard Su Sheng. Damn, I shouldn't have come. Practice well, and you'll have a chance to beat me soon. Seeing that Long Qianyu was very straightforward, Su Sheng couldn't help but pat Long Qianyu on the shoulder. Long Qianyu was so depressed that she wanted to cry. She couldn't help but say, I even suspect that you are a time traveler from an online novel. Su Shang, don't you have a system?
As soon as these words were spoken, Helian Yufeng and Long Qianli rolled their eyes.
The latter couldn't help but complain inwardly, this stupid brother must have read too many online novels.
Su Shang raised his eyebrows.
Wow, you are really good at judging people.
Ha, brother Qian, you guessed right, my system makes me stronger when I hit you. Su Shang said with a smile.
Long Qianyu's expression froze. Damn, I'm really asking for trouble.
I shouldn't have talked to this guy.
Upstairs in the Academic Affairs building.
Helian Yufeng and Long He looked dazed, while Gong Ao looked sighing. If someone had told him before he came that his nephew would be beaten into submission, he would never have believed it.
But now, Gong Ao actually felt a little sorry for his nephew.
Xue Song, this kid, I'm afraid he's going to have a hard time in the days ahead. In particular, after the special training camp, he would inevitably be beaten up by the big brother.
Do you three know what Su Shang's martial arts talent is?
At this time, Lin Kaixian asked. Long He narrowed his eyes slightly as if trying to identify something.
Seeing this, Lin Kaixian asked, Governor Long, do you know? Have no idea.
Long He shook his head decisively.
It seems to be supreme pressure, It's also somewhat similar to the demon suppressing bone.
Helianing obviously had more experience, but Gong Ao denied him the moment he finished speaking. Those who possess the demon suppressing bone talent have bones that are different from those of ordinary people, and Su Shang is obviously not one of them.
As for the supreme pressure, Gong Ao shook his head, he couldn't tell either. Long He looked at Lin Kaixian, do you know?
He did tell me about it, but
I didn't find any relevant information. Lin Kaixian said in a deep voice, have you three heard of the territory suppressing holy body? Long He and Gong Ao shook their heads, while Helianing said with a look of nostalgia, the sacred body of the territory. Suddenly, Helian Ying's expression changed, I know.
Lin Kaixian and the other two looked at Helianing at the same time, especially Lin Kaixian, who had been reading a lot of information in the past few days. He even read all the ancient books within his authority in Long Country, but found nothing. This made Lin Kaixian itchy for several days, and he was planning to find time to ask Su Sheng shamelessly.
Helian Ying's expression became extremely interesting. Do you remember that person from more than 70 years ago? When these words came out, Lin Kaixian and the other two were all stunned, the one in the starry sky?
Good. Helianing said in a deep voice, if I remember correctly, that person's martial arts talent is very similar to Su Shang's.
Perhaps. You mean, Su Shang's martial arts talent can be called cosmic level?
Lin Kaixian and the other two's expressions changed slightly.
Gong Ao's face was filled with reminiscence.
Back then, when that person came to Blue Star, I saw him from afar. He does look very similar, but Su Xinxian was much more immature than him. This world is much larger than many people imagine, and this world is not just Blue Star.
Universe-level martial arts talent, no wonder I couldn't find any information. Lin Kaixian said thoughtfully, this is strange, isn't it said? Be careful with your words. Helianing suddenly said seriously.
Chapter 68, the competition with the top masters shocked the whole audience.
Lin Kaixian rolled his eyes, thinking that the old man Helianing was too cautious. In that case, Su Sheng's potential is truly limitless.
Gong Ao sighed, I have a feeling that this kid will become a grandmaster in 3 years at most.
21-year-old grandmaster. Everyone sighed in amazement.
The youngest grandmaster at the moment was the girl Wu Jinghong. If Su Sheng could break through and become a grandmaster at the age of 21, it would not only be as simple as breaking Wu Jinghong's cultivation record, but also mean that after several generations of hard work, the cultivation talent of the younger generation in Longhua has been invisibly enhanced. In that case, given the Dragon Country's strengths, more top-notch geniuses will surely emerge in the future.
The strength of Dragon Country will also steadily increase, thus becoming the true overlord of Blue Star.
Even, break out of the Blue Planet and enter a more grand and wonderful world.
How about trying this guy?
At this time, Long He suddenly suggested with interest. The four of them knew very well that with Su Sheng's current strength and martial arts talent, he had no rivals in this special training camp. But all monsters need to be polished. In Long He's opinion, Su Sheng is worthy of being tempered and polished by the four people. With the help of top-tier clans, Su Sheng's martial arts will, mentality, etc. will be greatly enhanced.
This kid and I get along well, I'll practice with him. Gong Ao spoke first. No one objected, as they all wanted to see Su Shang's true fighting ability. Under the tower of the god of war. Su Shang. Just when Su Shang was about to leave for a wave of synthesis, Lin Kaishuan's voice came from behind. Apart from Lin Kaishian, only long he had appeared in the news. Su Shang didn't recognize the others. But since they could walk side by side with Lin Kaishian, Su Shang knew that these people must have extremely high status and strength. Not far away, Gong Shuasong, who was knocked unconscious by Su Shang, woke up in a daze thanks to his extraordinary physical fitness. But when he caught a glimpse of his uncle Gong Ao's old-fashioned square face, he immediately chose to close his eyes again. After noticing this, Gong Ao snorted coldly, "You bastard, go back and let your brother deal with you." Lin Kaishian first introduced Gong Ao and others to Su Shang. Then he smiled and said, "Are you interested in sparring with Senior Gong? Don't worry, he will suppress his realm to be equal to yours." As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him all looked envious. To compete with the top grandmasters, this kind of honor is not something that everyone can have. In fact, among the 80 students present, only a few such as Heli and Yufeng can truly come into contact with the top grandmaster. The vast majority have never even seen top-tier bulk traders in reality. Heli and Yufeng, Long Qianyu and Long Qianli's expressions suddenly became complicated when they heard this. "At home, my father never competes with me. In their words, get out of here, you don't deserve it, and don't waste my time." But now, his own father actually came over and talked with Su Shang, which meant a lot. Su Shang's eyes lit up. His strength increased rapidly in the martial god tower, and he crossed several small realms in succession. "I'm worried that I don't have the opportunity to practice and consolidate my foundation." After all, Heli and Yufeng and his companions were too weak, and could not even be considered as warming up. But Gong Ao is different, he is the second in command of the Gong family. For a family that can guard the capital for generations, the combat capability of its second in command is absolutely terrifying. You don't have to hold back your strength. Gong Ao looked at Su Shang with admiration. In Dragon Country, geniuses are only looked up to and protected. This sentence obviously also represents the attitude of the current top management. Genius is highly valued no matter when he appears. In fact, top geniuses like Su Shang are scarce talents that major cities are vying for. If Su Shang is willing, he can choose any city in the country, and the selected city will definitely treat Su Shang with the highest standards. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Su Shang politely bowed and said, "Then I apologize for the offense." Gong Ao's eyes were filled with admiration. Although this little guy was quite domineering among his peers, he was very humble towards his elders. This was the model of success. "Bring it on." After Gong Ao finished speaking, his aura quickly dropped to the late stage of golden body. Everyone who sensed this scene froze in expression. Heli and Yufeng suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Shang with an incredible look in his eyes. Long Qianyu seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened, and even his breathing stopped at this moment. Su Shang isn't in the early stage of the golden body? He is in the late golden body stage. How is this possible? Fuck. Didn't he say he had just entered the golden body? Damn, I got fooled again. Gong Shuasong, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed but always paying attention to the situation, was suddenly speechless. At the same time, a feeling of powerlessness fills every cell in my body. From now on, I'd better behave myself. Su Shang is such a pervert. Seeing Gong Ao signaling him to make the first move, Su Shang was not surprised either. He really wanted to see the real effect of his perfect level martial arts, Shifang Zhenyu Peak. I just don't know if Gong Ao can withstand it? Seeing Su Shang's hesitation, Heli Ning, Long He and Lin Kaishian all looked strange. Does this kid think that Gong Ao is no match for him? Gong Ao also caught Su Shang's micro-expression and couldn't help but smile. "Little guy, don't worry about attacking. Even if the top sex realm has declined, their combat experience is not comparable to you kids." Heli and Yufeng and the others put away their complicated emotions and watched attentively. Good. Su Shang was not the type to hesitate. Since the other party had already said so, any further hesitation would only make him seem pretentious. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Shang's body. The powerful aura unique to the late golden body stage swept across the entire venue like a blazing flame. Many weaker students' expressions changed slightly and they quickly took a few steps back. Then, Su Shang's mind moved, and the holy body of suppression instantly condensed into black arcs of electricity that gathered in the palm of his hand.
Although not using weapons would reduce the power at Shifang Jinyu Peak, it was just a competition after all, so it made no difference to Su Shang.
Senior, be careful.
After Su Shang finished speaking, the billions of land-suppressing power in his palm turned into a fierce hand knife with unstoppable momentum.
Boom. The next moment,
a chaotic mountain shadow as black as ink and about 10 meters high appeared out of thin air. The sacred mountain formed by the power of billions of towns fell towards Gong Ao with terrifying momentum and incredible speed.
Gong Ao looked calm at first, and was even looking forward to seeing Su Shang's true fighting ability. But at the moment when the chaotic mountain shadow condensed, Gong Ao's pupils suddenly shrank.
Helian Ing and the other two fixed their gazes, and a gleam of light flashed in Lin Kaishuan's eyes.
Perfect level martial arts entry.
These short 8 words brought great shock to the 4 top powerhouses. Long He was completely stunned.
How could one learn martial arts with just a golden body? Cosmic level martial arts talent and corresponding perfect level martial arts? How can this be so dreamy? Wait a minute, you.
Gong Ao felt that he had not been so shocked for a long time. He was just about to ask Su Shang what was wrong and why he had just started learning martial arts when the Chaos Mountain shadow fell down mercilessly.
Chapter 69 Long He's unwelcome request. The chaotic mountain shadow came crashing down with overwhelming force, and before the spiritual energy in Gong Ao's dantian could condense, he was caught off guard and knocked back several meters by the dark mountain.
Sizzle! The friction between the soles of the alloy combat boots and the ground produced dazzling sparks, and the flying gravel plowed out 2 deep grooves in front of the martial god tower.
Boom!
The belated power of the town swept across the entire venue, and some students who were closer were instantly knocked to the ground.
Long Qianli's pretty face changed slightly, so strong.
Under this overflowing power of suppressing the area, Long Qianli was shocked to find that he was almost unable to stand.
It's just a little aftermath. Su Shang reserved his strength in the battle with them. Helian Yufeng looked at the retreating Gong Ao as if he had seen a ghost. Uncle Gong was defeated.
This killer god of the foreign battlefield, the one who terrified countless exotic beasts, actually lost to Su Shang.
Even though Gong Ao suppressed his realm, he was still a top grandmaster after all.
The vision and experience of a top grandmaster are completely unaffected by his realm. Lin Kaishuan, Helian Ing, and Long Yao looked surprised and shocked.
Fuck! Gong Ao's square face was full of surprise and embarrassment. Damn, I haven't even finished my sentence yet.
Su Shang was also stunned.
Why didn't he defend himself? Senior, how about you raise your realm? Su Shang asked. Gong Ao's face flushed slightly. I'm fighting you, and you're still bringing up realms? Where can I put my face?
Not far away, Gong Shuasong's eyes widened and he forgot to pretend to be unconscious. The look he gave Su Shang was filled with shock, and he was even more shocked in his heart.
Even my uncle is no match for this guy. Su Shang, invincible in the same realm?
Immediately, Gong Shuasong rolled his eyes and thought, damn, I might as well just faint.
Oh my god, why did I have to see this? Ahem, is Senior Gong deliberately trying to make you miss it?
It was Lin Kaishuan who broke the slightly awkward situation.
To be honest, no one thought that Su Shang could win before this. But it makes sense.
But when he thought that Su Shang could actually master martial arts, Lin Kaishuan felt that his 3 views were refreshed.
Even a master-level expert wouldn't dare to claim that he could master a martial art. Su Shang's talent is terrifyingly high. No wonder he was able to awaken a cosmic-level talent. Damn, I'm so fucking envious.
Su Shang suddenly realized, yes, Senior Gong didn't take action just now because he was obviously giving in to him.
I guess he was testing his own strength and was afraid of hurting himself? Thinking of this, Su Shang couldn't help but sigh.
The martial arts masters in this world still have the demeanor of a strong man. It is not like the fairy tale world in online novels, where intrigue and the law of the jungle prevail.
Then Su Shang said seriously, Senior, you don't have to give in to me, let's continue? As soon as these words were spoken, Gong Ao's expression immediately became embarrassed.
Lin Kaishuan, Helian Ing, and Long He were stunned.
Holy shit, is this guy serious?
Immediately, the 3 of them smiled in their hearts and looked at Gong Ao with a sense of schadenfreude.
Weren't you so awesome before? You insisted on saying before us that you wanted to compete with Su Shang. Go on. Gong Ao was in a dilemma at this point.
If he continued to fight, he would be no match for the innate martial arts with his strength at the suppression level.
By then, it wouldn't be as simple as knocking him away. But if I raise my realm and fight with Su Shang, how can I live my life if this gets out? After returning to the capital, I guess my elder brother Gongchen will laugh at me for a long time. After all, as a top-level master who has fought countless times in foreign battlefields, how could he be defeated by an 18-year-old child at the same level? But if we just give up here, it will be difficult to deal with. All these kids are watching me, I have to find an excuse. After pondering for a moment, Gong Ao suddenly came up with an idea and grinned. It's rare to meet a young genius, but unfortunately we have a meeting. Su Shang, I'll give you some pointers another day. After Gong Ao finished speaking, he winked at Lin Kaixian and the other two frantically. Lin Kaixian smiled inwardly. Yes, you see, I forgot such an important thing. Su Shang, let's make an appointment another day. Su Shang nodded with some regret. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. But since Gong Ao said so, he couldn't force it. At this moment, Long He suddenly asked, Su Shang, which level of the martial god tower have you reached? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Su Shang with curiosity. Su Shang heard this and said, I passed the level. What? He Lianing suddenly raised his voice and looked at Su Shang in disbelief. You said you made it to the 21st floor? Su Shang nodded. Boom! Everyone was struck by lightning. Lin Kaishuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. What the hell, this guy? Is he still an 18-year-old student? The expressions of Heli and Yufeng and the others changed again and again. What does it mean to break through the 21st level? It means that Su Shang can at least surpass 3 small realms to win. Can the late stage of the golden body defeat the early stage of the 3 realms spiritual illusion? This is not something a human can do at all. You know, since the construction of the martial god tower, countless masters have gone in to explore and gain experience. But as far as he knew, the highest floor was only 17. And this record has been maintained for nearly 30 years. What about Su Shang, who was at the 2nd realm, accomplished something that even a 5th realm master couldn't do? For a moment, Heli and Yufeng felt dizzy and fell into a huge state of unreality as if in a dream. Long Yi took a breath of cold air. Monster, this kid is really a monster. Gong Ao was also shocked. His best record back then was only 15 floors. Even this was achieved after going in countless times. As for Su Shang, he passed the level directly for the first time. This. Lin Kaixian didn't know what to say for a moment. At first, when he saw Su Shang coming out not long after Heli and Yufeng came out, he thought Su Shang was only on the 11th or 12th floor at most. Now it seems that Su Shang's combat power is terrifying, and his speed of clearing the level is far beyond imagination. With a perfect martial arts introduction, coupled with top-level martial arts talent, perhaps it can be done. He Lianing murmured. He cleared the level on his first try. This Su Shang is invincible in the same realm. Oh no, he's invincible below the middle stage of spiritual illusion. This time, he came to the Magic City to do some business and also to visit Heli and Yufeng. But in just 1 hour, he gained countless shocks. You know, the gap becomes bigger as you advance in realm. It is not uncommon for an early stage warrior to defeat a middle stage warrior, but it is very rare for an early stage golden body to defeat a middle stage golden body. As for Su Shang, he directly crossed 3 small realms, even including the realm from the great perfection of the golden body to the initial stage of spiritual illusion. Defying the heavens. An absolute monstrous evildoer. This Su Shang might be able to become a grandmaster in about 2 years. Lin Kaixian and the other 4 top masters looked at the tall and straight Su Shang, and this thought came to their minds at the same time. At this moment, Long Yi suddenly stepped forward and walked in front of Su Shang, his eyes filled with passion and expectation. Mr. Su, I have a request. Chapter 70 Be Long Yi's son-in-law? Su Shang narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself that since it was an unreasonable request, he might as well not say it. But he obviously couldn't say this, so he forced a warm smile and said, Governor Long, you go ahead. This isn't the place to talk, haha. Let's go upstairs and talk. Long Yi said with a smile. The more he looked at Su Shang, the more satisfied he became. Lin Kaixian complained in his heart, this old guy has such a cunning smile, could he be planning to marry his daughter to Su Shang? He Lianing and Gong Ao also thought of this. Gong Ao's eyes widened. Fuck. Long Yi is such a thief. Why didn't I think of this? As expected, only those in officialdom are smart. You know, Su Shang is a super monster who surpasses his peers like Heli and Yufeng. How many such people are there in the whole Dragon Kingdom? Not to mention that Su Shang's family background is ordinary, Long He's foundation can give Su Shang so much.
Add to that Long Qianli, a daughter of the same age and extremely beautiful appearance. Hiss, it's simply a sure kill for Su Shang.
For a moment, Gong Ao looked at Long He with envy and admiration.
Gong Ao does have a daughter, but she is 28 years old and 10 years older than Su Shang. It seems that Su Shang is going to get the advantage over Long He. Helianing and Lin Kaishan looked at each other and couldn't help sighing in their hearts.
Every family wants a genius.
What's more, he is a super genius like Su Shang. The best way to win him over is to give your daughter to Su Shang. This is much more stable than a master-disciple relationship or giving him shares. But what made Helianing feel secretly regretful was that he only had one son, Helian Yufang, and Lin Kaishan didn't even have a child.
Qianli, you come too, hee hee.
Long He then spoke to Long Qianli, who was not far away and looked confused.
Ha? Oh.
Long Qianli hurried to catch up. She was still very afraid of her father, who was always strict and held a high position.
In Lin Kaishuan's office.
Everyone took their seats one by one, and Su Shang and a few others were the last to sit down. Now that the crowd was gone, Long He relaxed. While crossing his legs, he looked at Su Shang with ardent eyes. Su Shang, I won't exchange pleasantries with you anymore.
Ahem, do you know the policies of our dragon country? Governor Long, which one are you talking about?
Su Shang was confused. There seemed to be something wrong with the way Long He looked at him. Long He said with a smile, this is the heyday of martial arts. The country attaches more and more importance to geniuses, and the bloodline of geniuses is also the most precious resource of the country.
So, ahem, I wanted to ask if you have a partner?
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Kaishan and the other two thought to themselves, it's just as expected. Su Shang was slightly stunned. He thought Long He wanted him to move his household registration to Shanghai. It turned out that he wanted to introduce a partner to me. When Su Shang looked at Long Qianli, who was standing beside him with a puzzled look on his face, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly.
This is not my cup of tea. Governor Long, I don't have a partner yet.
Su Shang said honestly, after all, this kind of thing can be found out with a simple investigation. Long He's smile grew even brighter.
Oh, why call me Governor Long? That's so formal. Ha, if you don't mind, just call me Uncle Long.
On the side, Gong Ao, who was drinking tea and eating melon, sneered wildly in his heart.
Old man, I'm afraid you're hoping that Su Shang will call you father-in-law, right? Ahem, okay, Uncle Long.
Yes, that way the relationship is closer. Long He's face was full of wrinkles from laughing, and Long Qianli beside him was stunned. As far as she could remember, her father, the governor, had never laughed like this before. He had probably laughed more times in such a short period of time than in the past year.
Suddenly, Long Qianli reacted.
My father called me over and asked if Su Shang had a girlfriend.
Was he trying to match me up with Su Shang?
Thinking of this, Long Qianli was suddenly stunned.
What was his father thinking? It's impossible. Ah, that's right.
You and Qianli must have had quite a bit of contact. Long He smiled and said, Qianli is usually aloof and arrogant, and doesn't submit to anyone, but you are different.
You used your strength to convince Qianli.
Long He originally wanted to say beat her into submission, but when he thought that this was too disrespectful to his own daughter, he changed it to tax her into submission. So Uncle Long wants to hire you as Qianli's personal instructor, 500,000 per month.
And you can decide how and what to teach.
After saying this, Long He looked at Su Shang with hope.
Helianing, one of the 3 melon-eating people, had a sneer on his face. This old guy used the tricks of officialdom on a child. Bah, what a shameless guy. What a thief. Gong Ao muttered in his heart.
On the surface, it's private tutoring, but in reality, you want to create an opportunity for your daughter to be alone with Su Shang, right? With your daughter's beauty and Su Shang being a young man full of vigor and vitality, I'm afraid that after these two give private lessons, Su Shang will privately call them father-in-law.
It's really cool. How about it? Seeing Su Shang didn't say anything, Long He couldn't help but ask.
Su Shang smiled slightly. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Long. Long Qianli and I are from the same class.
If Qianli really needs it, I will teach you for free. I will never accept money.
Hearing this, Long He shook his head like a rattle and said sternly, no way, that will work. Your willingness to teach shows that your child is kind.
Qianli is naive, but how can I, as a father, be naive? You must accept the money.
On the side,
Long Qianli looked at Su Shang and complained in her heart, is he kind? This guy is the kind of person who will take advantage of you even if there is nothing to gain. Uncle Long, if you don't treat me as an outsider, don't mention money. Su Shang was quick to respond, if you treat me as an outsider, then I will accept the money.
You decide the details.
If you take the money, you are essentially working for Longha.
Not charging money not only makes you appear helpful but also gives Longhan enough face, achieving 3 goals at one stroke. What's more, Su Shang was not unaware of Longhi's little thoughts. It was true that he was a hot-blooded young man, but it also depended on who it was.
If it was that woman Song Jianyue, he could accept it. But if it's Long Qianli, forget it, I really don't feel anything. Alright, if you don't want the money, Uncle Long, I won't be so hypocritical with you, but you must accept this.
Longhi said as he took out a light golden card like a magic trick.
This is. Su Shang wondered, it definitely wasn't a bank card.
After all, giving money was too vulgar, while giving resources was more noble.
Huaxia Martial Arts School Supreme Card.
On the side, the 3 people who were eating melons were all slightly stunned.
Longhi was really generous.
There are martial arts schools everywhere in Dragon Country, and the one that ranks first, is the strongest and has the greatest influence is the Huaxia Martial Arts School. As a martial arts school officially operated by the Dragon Kingdom, the Huaxia Martial Arts School has the best training facilities in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This so-called Supreme Card is only available to top Grandmasters and above, and must be obtained by holding a position.
In other words, the value of this card is immeasurable.
After listening to Longhi's introduction, Su Shang was also very surprised. He didn't expect Longhi to be so willing to give.
But on second thought, I feel it is absolutely worth it. Immediately, Su Shang looked up and said, Uncle Long, thank you for your kindness. I can't accept this. Chapter 71 Song Jianyue, do you like me?
Longhi looked at Su Shang deeply, and with his wisdom he roughly guessed what Su Shang was thinking.
I couldn't help but admire him.
He was not tempted by wealth and fame.
What a talented Su Shang.
Then Longhi said no more, since you don't want the Supreme Card of Huaxia Martial Arts School, if you don't want this one either, I will suspect that you are being distant. As he spoke, the bracelet on Longhi's left wrist flashed with light, and a black bracelet came into view.
This item is called a space bracelet.
It contains 100 cubic meters of storage space. It's very precious to you, but it's relatively easy for us to obtain. Longhi jokingly said, Su Shang, to use your own words, if you treat me as an outsider, then don't accept me. Su Shang coughed lightly, this is good stuff. In fact, Su Shang is not unmoved by the Supreme Card, but the cost effectiveness is not high. As far as Su Shang knows, there is no Chinese martial arts school in Luqing, but there are some in big cities like Shanghai, but he has not yet decided which university to go to.
The space bracelet is different. It can be used immediately and can be of great use at critical moments. Well, thank you, Uncle Long.
Su Shang took the bracelet and put it on his wrist. Qianli, you should be more humble and ask Su Shang for advice from now on. Don't bring your spoiled temper to Su Shang.
Got it?
Longhi was especially kind to Su Shang, but he immediately became much more serious with his own children.
Long Qianli felt a sudden surge of pressure and couldn't help but sit up straight and said, okay. We adults still have something to discuss, you guys can go back.
Only after Su Shang and Long Qianli left did Longhi withdraw his gaze. When he turned around, he found that the 3 melon-eating people were staring at him with envy. Suddenly, Longhi's old face was full of smiles. Don't look at me, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not having a daughter in her prime.
This old guy is so arrogant.
Gong Ao couldn't help but mutter, and at the same time thought in his heart, although his daughter Gong Yue is only 28 years old, there is an old saying that a girl who is 10 years old will bring her a fortune. It seems that I have to find an opportunity for them to get to know each other in the future. After leaving the academic affairs building, Long Qianli, who had been tense all the time, finally felt much more relaxed. Then, she looked at the tall Su Shang next to her and asked, how do you practice?
The implication is, why are you so strong? Su Shang spread his hands and said, practice as normal. My dad asked me to learn from you. How are you going to teach me? Long Qianli asked. Although her body was resisting, she had to ask humbly due to Longhi's majesty. Su Shang looked at Long Qianli, you don't seem to want to learn. Long Qianli nodded and looked at Su Shang, I don't need you to teach me, and you should know what my father means. Su Shang's eyes lit up. He was still worried about teaching. After all, Longhi's goal was to bring him and Long Qianli together, but in reality, it was impossible for Su Shang to have anything happen with the other party. Unless something happens. That's easy.
Governor Long gave me the space bracelet, so I owe him a favor. Su Sheng said, as for the two of us, let's go back to our respective homes. Long Qianli was slightly stunned.
Does this guy really think so?
Immediately, Long Qianli suddenly felt a little depressed. Ever since she could remember, she had always been regarded as a prodigy by countless people, and in fact, this was indeed the case. In addition to her outstanding appearance, there are at least 500 people pursuing her over the years, either openly or secretly. But Long Qianli discovered that Su Sheng seemed to have no interest in her at all, which made Long Qianli feel quite lost.
No, since you promised my dad, you have to do it.
After saying this, Long Qianli felt a little regretful for her abruptness.
But Su Sheng shrugged. You are a masochist, aren't you? Haven't you had enough of my beating?
Long Qianli was slightly stunned, then said angrily, Su Sheng, go to hell. After saying that, he left angrily.
Su Sheng laughed secretly.
He didn't have so much time to teach others, not to mention that talent could not be taught. I'll find a chance to repay Long his favor later. And before I have enough strength, I think Long he will take care of me secretly.
After returning to the dormitory. Song Jianyue? Su Sheng sniffed and smelled a faint aroma of meat. Are you killing a pig?
Song Jianyue's grinning voice came from the kitchen. I've decided to show you my skills. Su Sheng immediately became interested when he heard this. He walked to the kitchen door and saw Song Jianyue wearing an apron and stir-frying in a hurry. In the iron pot, the brightly colored braised pork with its refreshing aroma whetted Su Sheng's appetite.
I didn't realize you could cook. Su Sheng couldn't help but admire him.
He has never been interested in cooking in his past and present lives, but he still has a good impression of people who can cook, especially women who can cook.
The smile on Song Jianyue's pretty face widened as she said proudly, that's because you don't understand. I know everything.
Su Sheng gave a thumbs up sincerely.
This color is so beautiful, how did you make it?
Su Sheng leaned against the wall and asked curiously. But Song Jianyue was vague. Well, just chop it first, then stir-fry it, then, it's ready.
What? Su Sheng looked at Song Jianyue suspiciously.
Song Jianyue said with some indifference, you need to add rock sugar.
Yes, rock sugar. That's how it looks.
Su Sheng nodded thoughtfully, then caught a glimpse of the white plastic bowl in the trash can out of the corner of his eye.
Isn't this a takeaway lunchbox provided by the special training camp cafeteria? Fuck, Song Jianyue, you lied to me. Did you buy it in the cafeteria?
Su Sheng exposed it without mercy.
Song Jianyue's pretty face was filled with embarrassment.
She just realized that she had forgotten to destroy the evidence in her haste.
Su Sheng looked Song Jianyue up and down and sneered, I told you, this isn't your character, Song Jianyue.
Besides, you're not even skilled at stir-frying, how can you be such a good cook?
Did you pour it into the pot after you heard me open the door? Su Sheng's words were like an invisible hand, tearing off the fig leaf on Song Jianyue's body.
Song Jianyue's pretty face flushed red as she said with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, go away, don't bother me while I'm cooking.
If you can, just don't eat.
Ha, why did you suddenly think of something else today? Oh, not cooking.
Su Sheng still gave Song Jianyue some face.
Song Jianyue was stirring the food while mumbling incoherently, I'm hungry.
Lie. Su Sheng glanced at Song Jianyue and asked, don't I know you?
This woman blinks every time she speaks, she's like an automatic lie detector.
Song Jianyue's bright eyes turned to Su Sheng. Su Sheng, is Governor Long going to introduce Long Qianli to you? Su Sheng was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized.
So this woman felt a sense of crisis after hearing Long He's words.
She could actually guess Long He's true intention from his unwelcome request? How clever. Wait, if she has a sense of crisis, doesn't that mean? Su Sheng's eyes widened as he looked at Song Jianyue, who was nearly frying the meat, and whispered, Song Jianyue, do you like me? Chapter 72 I like you too. Pa. The spatula in Song Jianyue's fair little hand suddenly broke.
But Song Jianyue's delicate body trembled, her pretty face turned red, and even her beautiful ears were covered with a layer of red.
No, what? Song Jianyue didn't dare look at Su Sheng. He frantically took out the broken spatula from the pot and said incoherently, I don't know. Why are you asking? Su Sheng smiled. This woman is so cute sometimes that it makes people crazy.
Song Jianyue still didn't dare to look at Su Sheng, but he caught a glimpse of Su Sheng's half-smile out of the corner of his eye.
She couldn't help but say angrily, oh, I'm cooking, get out now, go.
As he spoke, he pushed Su Sheng out of the kitchen.
Well, since you don't like me, I can only go after Long Qianli.
Su Sheng joked as he felt the strong little hands on his back. Song Jianyue stopped moving abruptly and said subconsciously, "You are not allowed to chase her." When Su Sheng turned around, he saw a fierce expression on Song Jianyue's handsome face. He seemed a little anxious as he said, "Su Sheng, you are not allowed to chase her." The two looked at each other. Feeling Su Sheng's hot breath so close to her, Song Jianyue couldn't help but lower her head, her fair little hands tangled together.
Just when Song Jianyue wanted to say something, Su Sheng suddenly held up Song Jianyue's smooth and fair face. "Song Jianyue, do you like me?" Su Sheng asked softly. This time, Song Jianyue mustered up the courage to raise his head. Shyness and trepidation marked his handsome face as he stammered, I like it." The last two words were spoken so softly that they were almost inaudible. Su Sheng smiled slightly and moved closer to Song Jianyue's beautiful ear. Then, a burning masculine scent gushed out, and Su Sheng softly said something that Song Jianyue would remember for the rest of her life. "What a coincidence, I like you too." Suddenly, Song Jianyue's brain went blank after being struck by these words. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She was a little bit unbelievable and suspected that she had heard it wrong. It also brought with it a huge surprise and a little shyness that is unique to a girl in her first love. Before Song Jianyue could savor this immense joy, Su Sheng whispered, "Now, it's time to move on to the next step." Song Jianyue subconsciously opened her red lips and said, "What do you mean by under?" Before she could finish her words, Su Sheng kissed her aggressively. Woo! Song Jianyue's delicate body felt as if she had been electrocuted, and she felt limp all over in an instant. A hot masculine scent entered Song Jianyue's mouth through Su Sheng's. For a moment, Song Jianyue felt extremely numb, and his heart was beating like a deer, with his little heart beating wildly. The two of them just stood there, one petrified, while the other held each other tightly with his big hands. I don't know how long the kiss lasted. Song Jianyue felt so happy that he was about to faint. My mind is full of Su Sheng liking me. It turns out Su Sheng likes me too. Wow, Su Sheng's lips are so soft. Thus, Song Jianyue felt as if she was in the clouds, and an unprecedented emotion rose in the girl's heart. At this moment, their lips parted. Song Jianyue closed her beautiful eyes, too embarrassed to look at Su Sheng. Her delicate body was so limp that she could hardly stand. The next moment, Song Jianyue suddenly felt his feet off the ground. Immediately afterwards, a strong hand lifted up the plump buttocks. Song Jianyue cried out softly, but was picked up by Su Sheng in a princess-like posture. There was a hint of confusion in Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes. "What are you doing?" "I have something to do." After Su Sheng finished speaking, he carried Song Jianyue into the bedroom. 1,000,000 words are omitted here. The next morning, sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains onto the solid wood floor. The warm golden sun playfully looked at the couple in love on the bed. "Song Jianyue, do you plan to keep your head buried under the quilt for the rest of your life?" The soft air conditioning blanket covered Su Sheng below the waist, and the strong muscle lines on his upper body exuded a very masculine aura. In the bed, Song Jianyue's delicate body was burning hot and her breathing was a little rapid. The madness of the night made Song Jianyue feel like he was dreaming. But when I woke up from the dream, I was replaced by great happiness and shyness. So shy. A moment later, Song Jianyue's unclear words came from under the quilt. Su Sheng felt Song Jianyue's smooth skin and couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind again. "Su Sheng, what are you doing, woo?" Su Sheng held Song Jianyue's little head with a satisfied look on his face. An hour later, Su Sheng stood up and stretched. On the bed, Song Jianyue made a series of poo sounds while glaring at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes. "Su Sheng, you are so bad." "Still called Su Sheng?" Su Sheng jokingly said, "Is it time for someone to change their tune?" When Song Jianyue heard the word "change your words," she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her pretty face turned red again. Then, Song Jianyue stared at Su Sheng with her little head. "Su Sheng, can you please go out for a while?" What's wrong?" Su Sheng was stunned. Song Jianyue looked at the clothes that had been thrown on the floor by someone at the door. I need to get dressed." Su Sheng smiled. Everything that was supposed to happen had happened, and this woman was still shy. "I've seen it all. Get up and put on your clothes." Su Sheng threw the clothes on the floor onto the bed with a smile. Song Jianyue's eyes rolled around, and soon he felt that what Su Sheng said made sense. But just as Song Jianyue stood up, she cried out and sat down again.
As a novice, she could not withstand Su Shang's crazy output and felt her body soft and painful.
Forget it, I'll help you put it on. Su Shang walked over naked.
Song Jianyue seemed to recall a certain scene, and his scalp suddenly tingled. No, I'll do it myself. As he said this, he struggled to put on his clothes.
Are you going out? Song Jianyue put on his pants with his big eyes full of curiosity. Su Shang nodded. Let's go to the tower. As long as you are not teleported out due to death, you can enter the Tower of Martial God unlimitedly.
Of course, according to the special training camp, if you enter the Martial God Tower repeatedly within a short period of time, the reward will be greatly reduced until it reaches 0. After all, in the Tower of Martial God, besides death and passing the level, you can also voluntarily give up entering the tower.
If someone were to unlimitedly farm the lower levels of the tower to get the rewards, then the entire Dragon Kingdom's resources would probably not be enough. But for Su Shang, what really attracted him to the Tower of Martial God was the large number of exotic beasts.
Moreover, the monsters that appear in the Tower of Martial God are very powerful. After the 10th floor, Su Shang can even get 3 synthesis points for every monster he kills.
This is almost unimaginable to the outside world.
In addition, the special training camp only lasts for 1 month, so Su Shang naturally has to seize every minute. After all, after leaving the special training camp, without the Martial God Tower and many rare training resources that can be exchanged for points, it would be difficult for Su Shang to improve his strength quickly. Not only students, but all trainees can achieve results in this month that would normally take a year or even 2 years to achieve. At this moment, Su Shang suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Jianyu, your martial arts talent is the heaven-slaying tyrant body?"
Chapter 73, 3 Realms of Spirituality. New System Function.
Song Jianyue raised her snow-white neck, a proud look on her pretty face. Yes, my martial arts talent is even greater than Helian Yufeng's. But then Song Jianyue remembered that the guy in front of him seemed to have even greater talent in martial arts. After all, even a big shot like Gong Ao lost to Su Shang at the same level.
I couldn't help but complain in my heart, how come this guy is so good in every way? I really don't see any weaknesses in him. Su Shang's eyes lit up.
When he was on the 15th floor, he happened to obtain a high-level martial art called the God-Slaying Art. Moreover, the God-Slaying Art and the corresponding Heaven-Slaying Tyrant body are a perfect match. Although Su Shang copied and synthesized it immediately, he also memorized the God-Slaying technique in his mind with his amazing memory during the copying process. After all, perfect-level martial arts talents are extremely rare.
Moreover, the quality has reached an astonishingly high level.
At that time, Su Shang only thought about finding a chance to copy it down and sell it for a good price. Who would have thought that Song Jianyue's martial arts talent was actually the sky-slaying tyrant body?
What a coincidence! That's great. Su Shang has always been generous to his own people, let alone the lover who will be with him for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Su Shang smiled wickedly. I have something good, do you want it?
Song Jianyue was so frightened when he heard this that he immediately waved his hands and begged for mercy. Su Shang, I won't come anymore.
I really won't come anymore. Su Shang was speechless. What are you thinking?
I got a natural martial art in the Martial God Tower.
And, it just happens to be suitable for someone. As soon as these words came out, Song Jianyue's eyes suddenly brightened. Really?
Yes, and it's a perfectly matched high-level innate martial art.
Su Shang gave a brief introduction to the God-Slaying technique. Ah!
After hearing this, Song Jianyue was so excited that he didn't even bother to pull up his pants and threw himself into Su Shang's arms excitedly.
Su Shang, I love you.
But then, Song Jianyue calmed down. But, this is too valuable.
I can't accept it. Fuck, Song Jianyue, you are such a stupid woman.
Su Shang was immediately furious. You are my girlfriend, and I happen to have this thing, and I don't need it either.
Why are you being so pretentious?
Besides, the God-Slaying technique is all in my head. I can sell it when the opportunity arises. A natural martial art isn't something that can only be practiced by one person.
Yes. Song Jianyue's eyes lit up.
She was so busy thinking about how valuable this innate martial art was that her brain short-circuited due to excitement.
But you have to give me some benefits. Su Shang's eyes fell on Song Jianyue's delicate body, and the meaning was obvious.
Okay, I will sacrifice my life to accompany my husband today.
What did you call me? Old, Su Shang. Just call me husband from now on, okay? I don't. Give me the stick, little guy. Woo.
Time flies, and 3 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 weeks, Su Sheng spent almost every day in the martial god tower and Song Zhenyua's gentle embrace. This day. Boom! Inside the 20th floor of the martial god tower. The spiritual energy in Su Sheng's body gushed out, and the powerful aura swept across an area of dozens of meters like a raging gale. After absorbing the 4th-grade elixir synthesized by the system, Su Sheng was finally promoted from the 2nd level of golden body to the 3rd level of spiritual fantasy. The spiritual energy in the dantian of a strong man in the 3rd realm is as full as a river. After more than 20 days of hard training, Su Sheng looked inward and found that the spiritual energy in his dantian was already as vast and boundless as the ocean, many times more than the ordinary spiritual energy in the 3 realms. Then, Su Sheng slowly stood up. With a thought, he raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to transform into a black sword.
This knife is completely condensed from spiritual energy.
The control of spiritual energy by the strong man in the 3rd realm has reached a superb level.
Not only can the spiritual energy leave the body, but one can also rely on the spiritual energy to transform into anything. In actual combat, the attack distance, attack range, and even attack power have been greatly enhanced.
A 3rd-level spiritual illusion at the age of 18 years and 1 month is not bad. The black spiritual energy surging around Su Sheng brought with it an indescribable sense of oppression and terror. Although the rewards of the martial god tower have become less and less since the first time I cleared it. There was no reward at all for the next half-month. However, the number of strange beasts in the Tower of Martial God has not changed. It is precisely by killing a large number of strange beasts to obtain synthesis points that Su Shengfang was able to soar from the late golden body stage to the current early spiritual body stage. You know, it takes even the top geniuses a year or even longer to go from the late golden body stage to the early spiritual stage. And Su Sheng only took more than half a month. Ding, congratulations to the host for advancing to the 3rd realm of spiritual illusion.
The system has been upgraded to level 3.
From now on, the cultivation progress of the objects synthesized by the host will be doubled.
Su Sheng was overjoyed when he heard this.
This means that the black hole soul devouring art and 10 directions realm peak synthesized by the system can be cultivated even faster. You know, Su Sheng has used the special training camp facilities a lot during this period. But whether it is the black hole soul devouring art or the 10 directions realm peak, the quality is extremely high. Especially the Shifang Zhenyu peak, Su Sheng has only just started learning this elementary martial art. There is still a long way to go before reaching minor success, and Su Sheng estimates that it will take at least half a year to reach minor success. This is even taking into account the possibility of synthesizing a large number of enlightenment pills in the future. Practicing martial arts that only masters at the 2nd or 3rd realm can practice is as difficult as learning advanced mathematics in a kindergarten class.
The system is the system.
Su Sheng was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The deeper the progress in practicing martial arts, the more powerful it will be. For example, if the black hole soul devouring technique is upgraded from entry level to advanced level, the area of the soul devouring field will expand tenfold.
The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy will also double, which is a huge improvement.
There are 1258 synthesis points left, which should be enough for a while. As Su Sheng spoke, the 21st floor of the martial god tower opened.
Still the young tyrant king.
However, after more than a month of honing his skills, Su Sheng's combat ability has already reached an extremely high level, and his understanding of combat is no longer what it used to be. With a wave of his hand, a chaotic mountain shadow about 20 meters high fell on the head of the young tyrant king with the momentum to suppress everything. At the same time, under the martial god tower. Heli and Yufeng, you have improved a lot in this month. A burly young man with a flat head grinned and swung the bronze spear in his hand, making a sharp sound of breaking wind. On the opposite side, Heli and Yufeng was surrounded by green light, and every time the spear approached, he easily diffused it. The area was surrounded by students.
Gong Shuasong snorted coldly, this Luo Lai is actually in the middle stage of the golden body. Damn, it's really annoying.
In the morning, Luo Lai came to visit suddenly. He started a fight with him and then yelled at Heli and Yufeng to come out and fight.
Gong Shuasong was extremely annoyed with this little bully, but fortunately, after Heli and Yufeng finished his tower adventure, he learned of Luo Lai's arrival and volunteered to fight. Now that he has no rivals in the secret realm, all the benefits will naturally belong to him. Long Qianyu looked at Luo Lai, who was fighting fiercely with Heli and Yufeng, and couldn't help but sigh, but in the past month, our progress has actually been greater than Luo Lai's. Yes. Every day I'm either in the martial god tower or taking on missions to earn points for Su Sheng. With 23 hours a day in combat, how can I expect to make little progress? Gong Shuasong said a little depressed, and the remaining hour was basically spent on traveling. Chapter 74, I've had enough of this training camp. During this period, he hardly relaxed except for breaking through the tower. Sometimes he even didn't have time to eat. After accepting 20 tasks at a time, he immediately rushed to complete them. After completing the task, you have to hurry back to challenge the tower and continue to take on tasks. It's not that Gong Shuasong is more aware, it's just that bastard Su Shang is watching him closely. Even 2 weeks ago, because Gong Shuasong and Long Qianyu were not efficient, Su Shang grabbed their necks and took them to the square to beat them up in front of everyone. The back of his head still hurts. Thinking of his hellish life in the past, Gong Shuasong couldn't help but want to cry. This was completely different from what he had imagined when he first came to the special training camp. Fortunately, he has paid back all his points, and he won't have to be oppressed by that bastard Su Shang anymore. He is free now, woo-woo. On the side, Long Qianyu thought about everything and felt like he was about to be relieved. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. Seeing this, Gong Shuasong sneered, "What's going on? The special training camp is almost over, and you're reluctant to let Su Shang go? Do you still want to get beaten? Get out of here." Long Qianyu cursed angrily, "Be careful not to call Su Shang over. Don't you understand that people can't help but be called?" Gong Shuasong's expression froze and he looked around. Fortunately, Su Shang didn't show up. But he still said stubbornly, "So what if he shows up? I don't owe him any points." Then Gong Shuasong suddenly gloated and said, "Long Qianyu, does your butt still hurt?" As soon as these words came out, Long Qianyu couldn't help but tremble. 2 weeks ago, after being beaten up in public by Su Shang, he couldn't stand the grievance and asked for leave to go home. I thought that my father Long he would comfort me, and maybe even say hello to Lin Kaishan and take care of me. But after Long Qianyu finished speaking, his father took special care of him. Still using alloy combat boots to take care of it. Long Qianyu couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the scene when Long He called him into the room with a kind face, and then took off his alloy boots with an expressionless face. The beating left a deep impression on me. Don't be so complacent. With your cowardly behavior, your brother Gong Shuashan will definitely beat you to a pulp when you get back. Long Qianyu sneered. Gong Shuasong's face turned pale. Damn, that bastard brother is so cruel. It's over, I'm dead. That's great. But Heli and Yufeng, you're doomed. You can't take my shot. At this moment, the little bully Luo Lai suddenly shouted not far away. The moment he finished speaking, the spear in his hand suddenly turned into a ferocious black dragon. The black dragon let out a deafening roar and flew towards Heli and Yufeng. Damn it, Luo Lai's control over the dragon roar tyrant body has at least reached a small level. Feeling the powerful aura contained in the black dragon, Heli and Yufeng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. He can't catch this shot. But just when Heli and Yufeng was about to fight back, the gate of the martial god tower flashed with golden light, and a tall and straight figure exuding a faint sense of oppression appeared. After Su Shang passed the martial god tower again, he was teleported out. But as soon as he came out, he heard a loud dragon roar behind him. Looking back, I saw a black dragon about 10 meters long rushing towards me with the force of thunder. Ambush me? Su Shang frowned slightly. Who in the special training camp is so blind as to attack me? And isn't the strength too weak? Then, Su Shang suddenly stretched out his big hand the moment the black dragon approached. Su Shang's terrifying body made his big hands seem like cast alloy, and he grabbed the black dragon's claws in his hands with the brute force of a beast. Immediately, Su Shang exerted great force and crushed the black dragon to pieces. Boom! The black dragon formed by spiritual energy exploded instantly, and spiritual energy spread all over the sky. The strong hurricane made Su Shang's clothes rustle, but his body remained as steady as a rock. The whole audience changed color instantly. Heli and Yufeng's pupils suddenly shrank. This Su Shang took Luo Lai's strongest attack with his bare hands. Fuck! Gong Shuasong's eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Has Su Shang become stronger again? Wasn't he in the late stage of golden body before? Now he must be at the peak of golden body or even the great perfection of golden body, right? I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Long Qianyu was also stunned. Luo Lai's strongest attack gave him a strong sense of crisis. But this innate martial arts skill that was as powerful as a bamboo was crushed by Su Shangyun so easily? If you didn't know, you would think that Su Shang had just crushed a worm to death. He's stronger than the last time he beat us.
Long Qianyu murmured, and the little flame in his heart that wanted to surpass Su Sheng and seek revenge on him one day was completely extinguished by Su Sheng's powerful blow.
Gong Shuesong nodded repeatedly in agreement.
Luo Lai was slightly stunned and frowned as he looked at Su Sheng's tall back. Then Luo Lai complained, "Teacher, I'm sparring with Helian Yufeng, why are you helping him?"
Is it because Helian Yufeng is from the special training camp?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked strange.
Did Luo Lai mistake Su Sheng for a special training camp teacher?
That is right, after all, Su Sheng's strength is too abnormal, how could anyone of the same age have such strength?
Helian Yufeng, you haven't completed your mission yet and you're wasting my time? Su Sheng ignored Luo Lai and looked at Helian Yufeng with a bad look. I think you were there when I beat Gong Shuesong and Long Qianyu last time? You don't want me to beat you up in front of everyone, do you? Although the maximum points Helian Yufeng owes is 1,500, this guy is still stronger than Gong Shuesong. Su Sheng was dissatisfied with Helian Yufeng's progress.
Helian Yufeng felt his scalp tingling when Su Sheng stared at him. It's bad enough that this guy is ridiculously strong, but he's also very domineering. The last time they held Gong Shuesong and Long Qianyu by the neck, one in each hand, the two of them kept explaining.
As for Su Sheng, he didn't even listen. He beat you up immediately when he said he would, without giving you any reason at all.
Thinking of how he had been working so hard to take on tasks for the past 20 days without even taking a break, Helian Yufeng couldn't help but feel sad.
I've had enough of this special training camp. Speak. Su Sheng raised his voice and asked again. Helian Yufeng swallowed his saliva and became a little nervous. He quickly said, I'll go right away. That's right. The sooner you do it, the easier it will be. Look how free Gong Shuesong is now, right?
Su Sheng's tone softened, and he looked at Gong Shuesong again after he finished speaking.
Gong Shuesong shrank his neck in fear, and the back of his head still hurts. Hearing this, he forced a smile. Yes. Brother Gong's smile is very forced. Are you cursing me in your heart? Su Sheng frowned slightly. Gong Shuesong was so frightened that he forced a smile. How could that be? I didn't scold you when you hit me last time. Now that you haven't hit me, I'm even less likely to scold you. At this time, Luo Lai seemed to see the clues. You are not a teacher, you are a student? Su Sheng turned around and asked, Yes, what's wrong? Helian Yufeng stopped. Gong Shuesong and Long Qianyu looked at Luo Lai. The three of them suddenly felt a little excited. Su Sheng would beat him. No, brother, you are awesome. Luo Lai gave a thumbs up and said seriously. Chapter 75 The Ultimate Trial of the Martial God Tower.
Gong Shuesong and the others were slightly stunned.
The little bully Luo Lai actually had a moment of weakness? This is different from the imagined scene where Luo Lai confronts Su Sheng and then gets beaten up by Su Sheng. Looking at Luo Lai, who was giving a thumbs up with a serious look and full of admiration, everyone was amazed. This feeling is no less than a straight man suddenly wearing women's clothes. But when they thought that the person Luo Lai surrendered to was Su Sheng, they felt that it was reasonable. After all, facing Su Sheng, who is far ahead of his peers, even the arrogant little bully can turn into a cowardly little turtle. Su Sheng chuckled. This man really knew how to handle affairs of state, unlike Gong Shuesong, who was so stubborn. At this time, Lin Kaixian and 4 other mentors, including Zheng Hong, strode over from a distance. Luo Lai, I secured an opportunity for you to observe. How do you thank me? Lin Kaixian looked at Luo Lai with a smile. Before this, Luo Lai had contacted Lin Kaixian and took the initiative to request to enter the special training camp to observe the students' final assessment. Luo Lai originally planned to observe and see how much progress Helian Yufeng had made. But when he caught a glimpse of Su Sheng out of the corner of his eye, his heart tightened. The sense of oppression this person gave him was too strong. So strong that he thought the other person was not the same age as him at all. Thinking about how Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuesong, and Long Qianyu were afraid of Su Sheng, Luo Lai could figure out why even with his butt. These guys who often confronted him were probably subjected to inhuman abuse by Su Sheng. Especially Gong Shuesong, he used to be so arrogant and domineering, he would never submit to anyone and would fight anyone if they disagreed with him. But now, he is as obedient as a little lamb in front of Su Sheng. Are you still watching now? What the hell is there to watch? Ahem, Principal Lin, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, he picked up the bronze spear and left without looking back, without even bothering to say goodbye to Helian Yufeng and the others. There was no other way.
He was afraid that his reputation would be ruined if he stayed any longer. Behind him, Heli and Yufeng and others actually felt a little envious. Luo Lai is not a student in the special training camp, so he can come and go freely and no one can stop him. But they can't do that, because the special training camp will officially end the day after tomorrow, which means they have to stay with someone for the next 2 days.
Not going to observe anymore? Lin Kaixian was stunned, but then he looked at everyone nonchalantly. Okay, let's go straight to the selection, shall we? According to the rules of the special training camp, the last 3 days will be arena trials. Everyone will be eliminated one-on-one. The winner will receive the ultimate trial in the Martial God Tower. After saying that, Lin Kaixian looked at the crowd who were lacking interest. He smiled and said, with Su Shang here, are you guys not planning to compete anymore? Everyone nodded at the same time. Are you kidding? Even top geniuses like Heli and Yufeng were overwhelmed, let alone others. These last few days of competition were just a formality. However, no one present was willing to go through this process. After all, anyone who faced Su Shang would be beaten up. It would be better to let Su Shang take first place and save him from being beaten. In that case, raise your hands if you agree that Su Shang will go first. Lin Kaixian still has to go through the necessary procedures. Seeing everyone raise their hands, Lin Kaixian nodded and said, okay, everyone, the first place in this special training camp is Su Shang. If you have different opinions, you can discuss it with Su Shang. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shook their heads. We're still sparring, there's no time to run, okay? Su Shang, the final trial of the Martial God Tower will begin soon. You should prepare. As for the others, you can disperse. Lin Kaixian said. Heli and Yufeng and the others all looked calm when they heard the words, the final trial of the Tower of Martial God. Although one of the main purposes of several people coming to the special training camp is the ultimate trial. But after a month of working life, the 4 of them had no other thoughts in their minds. The so-called ultimate trial refers to the use of special devices to summon the martial arts will of the 8 heavenly kings on the first floor of the Martial God Tower. Through the tempering of the king's will, one can quickly improve the control over one's own martial arts talent. The higher the control over martial arts talent, the greater the power that can be exerted. Moreover, the progress of practicing martial arts that match one's talent will be faster. However, it is difficult to cultivate control over martial arts talent. Just like you can use a gravity room for body tempering and a virtual brain computer for actual combat, if you want to improve control over martial arts talent, you can basically only rely on the accumulation of time. For example, Heli and Yufeng Shueson, even after staying in the special training camp for a month, his martial arts talent has not yet reached the level of minor success and is still just at the entry level. It was only because the little overlord Luo Lai had obtained some opportunities in the secret realm that he was able to achieve a small improvement in his martial arts talent, the Dragon Roar Tyrant Body. It was precisely because of this that Luo Lai, relying on his slightly accomplished Dragon Roar Tyrant Body, was able to display the strength to defeat Heli and Yufeng in the final blow. For top geniuses, everyone has the same starting point. Since childhood, he has been tempered by various natural treasures and elixirs, and his martial arts talent is also of a considerable level. Even the quality of their innate martial arts skills is comparable. The only thing that can make a difference is the degree of control over their innate skills. Good. Su Shang nodded with anticipation in his eyes. Although he had gained a lot in the Martial God Tower in the past month, his martial arts level had improved as fast as a rocket. But his control over the town's holy body is still just the beginning. Since there are no natural treasures that can directly improve the control, Su Sheng's wish to improve the control of his talent through system synthesis is difficult to achieve. 20 minutes later. Lin Kaixian and 5 mentors completed the activation respectively. Unlike before, this time the golden light at the gate of the Martial God Tower turned into a deep purple light, which was quite mysterious. Can I come in now? Su Sheng asked, and Lin Kaixian nodded with a smile. Su Sheng slipped in without saying a word. Inside the first floor of the Martial God Tower. When Su Shang looked around, he found himself in pitch darkness. There are stars all around, the galaxy is bright, but it is also eerily quiet. Su Shang knew that this was the Martial God Tower simulating the scene of outer space. But, what about the 8 heavenly kings? At this moment, Su Shang suddenly discovered that the brightness of 8 stars distributed in different positions in the distance seemed to be increasing. The 8 star points that seemed to be tens of thousands of light years away were gradually getting larger as their brightness increased. It feels like 8 stars are gradually approaching you. Su Shang stood there with his hands behind his back for a moment.
The 8 star points have become like 8 suns emitting dazzling light. The dazzling golden light carried endless majesty and momentum, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into 8 golden shadows of different heights, but all with tremendous momentum. Immediately afterwards, a grand, loud, and majestic voice rang out. I have tempered the sword with my life's blood for 300 years. Even the laws of nature must give way when the sword rings. The moment the voice fell, the golden shadow on the far left took a step forward. Immediately, the dazzling golden light disappeared, and a middle-aged man holding a sword looked at Su Shang calmly.
This is Sword King?
Su Shang immediately used the holy body to suppress the area, and the ultimate trial of the martial god tower officially began.
Chapter 76, Crystallization of Martial Arts Will.
Hellion Jin Nu's pair of sharp eyes were sharp enough to pierce through everything. Just one glance at Su Shang made him feel a stinging pain in his eyes.
So strong.
Su Shang closed his eyes and carefully sensed the powerful aura of Sword King. Compared with the young Sword King on the 20th floor of the Martial God Tower, the one in front of him is definitely at the king level. What Su Shang has to do is not to fight, but to hone his own holy body under the extraordinary martial arts will of Sword King.
Kid, be careful. Hellion Jin Nu's voice was cold, like a sword without any emotion. The moment the words fell, a terrifying sharp aura descended instantly. Su Shang only felt that there were countless swords around him, and the tips of these swords were piercing different parts of his body. Countless piercing pains came over him. Su Shang's face turned pale and he quickly adjusted his breathing. Boom!
The next moment, the swords in the sky fell to the ground like meteors and quickly sank into Su Shang's body. At this moment, the terrifying sword energy was like a swarm of locusts, or like a prehistoric flood, causing Su Shang's internal organs to tremble violently. Fortunately, Su Shang's body was extremely strong, otherwise this blow alone would have been enough to injure him.
Su Shang was shocked. Is the final trial of the Martial God Tower so fierce? If it were Hellion Yufeng and the others, they would probably die on the first encounter, right?
In fact, the ultimate trial of the Martial God Tower is also determined by the strength of the trial taker. Whether it is a young genius in the second realm of Golden Body or a master in the fifth realm, they will receive corresponding tempering of martial arts will.
The difference is that some people have weak willpower and give up after a short while.
Some people have a will as strong as a mountain and cannot be destroyed no matter how hard they are attacked. Su Shang is obviously the latter.
Call.
After experiencing the initial severe pain, Su Shang seemed to have adapted a lot. The holy body of the realm protected Su Shang inside and out like an iron tower, enduring wave after wave of attacks from the Sword King's martial arts will.
Until. Good.
Sword King's voice sounded approving, and Su Shang opened his eyes. But he found that the Sword King had lost his previous sharpness and became extremely calm. Looking at the Sword King, who was of average appearance, Su Shang stood up and bowed. In just this short period of time, he felt that his control over the holy body of suppression had increased by at least 20%. Perhaps by the time I reach the 4th level, I'll be able to achieve a certain level of mastery over my talent. Su Shang was excited. The higher the level of martial arts talent, the more difficult it is to control. With the same degree of control, the higher the level of martial arts talent, the greater the power will naturally be. For Su Shang, this 20% improvement can also be understood as a 20% increase in combat effectiveness. This feeling is incomparably satisfying. At this moment, the figure of Sword King suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a milky white sword-shaped jade stone about 4 centimeters long appeared in his hand.
This is.
Su Shang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of what Lin Kaixian had said before. The martial arts wills of the 8 heavenly kings are all mysterious and powerful. Every time you bear the martial arts will of one of them, you can temporarily obtain the crystallization of its martial arts will. The sword-shaped jade in front of him is naturally the crystallization of Sword King's martial arts will. According to Lin Kaixian, the crystal of will is extremely precious, and every strong person who is qualified to enter the ultimate trial of the Martial God Tower can only hold the crystal of will for 3 days. During these 3 days, the holder can continue to refine his martial arts talent through the crystallization of will and improve his control over the talent. This is the greatest benefit of the ultimate trial.
The second one.
Looking at the will of the King of Heaven, which was left with only 7 golden shadows, Su Shang carefully put away the crystal of the Sword King of Heaven's will. The next moment, the shadow on the far left took a step forward. A vague voice, indistinguishable as to gender and age, sounded like a ghost in Su Shang's ears.
Wherever I stand, heaven and earth dare not leave a trace. Immediately afterwards, a tall, translucent shadow appeared in front of Su Shang. Their words are so high class. This thought couldn't help but appear in Su Sheng's mind. At the same time, I thought to myself that when I become a superstar, I will have to say something as high sounding as this. The dark pupils of Shadow King carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. Compared to the Sword King's fierceness that was impossible to look directly at, the Shadow King gave Su Sheng an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if there was an indescribable horror before his eyes. Just one look at it makes people tremble in their hearts. As usual, Su Sheng closed his eyes because he found that if he continued to look directly at the other person, his martial arts talent would probably collapse. And after the collapse, it also means the end of the ultimate trial. Please display your martial arts talent and defeat my incarnation within 1 minute. The ethereal voice of Shadow King came. The moment the words fell, a black shadow appeared out of thin air on Su Sheng's left. This black shadow looks no different from the common shadows on the ground, but it looks extremely strange when it appears in a standing position. At first glance, it looks like people from the two-dimensional world descending into the three-dimensional world. Su Sheng concentrated his mind, and the holy body that could suppress the area was activated. The next moment, the black shadow rushed over from all directions at an extremely fast speed. That's right, everywhere. It was clearly just a shadow, but at the moment of attack, Su Sheng felt that the whole world was filled with shadows. Black energy also bloomed around Su Sheng, and billions of land-suppressing powers wandered around Su Sheng like tiny black arcs of electricity. Shifang Zhenyu Peak. Su Sheng let out a low roar, and his left palm became like an extremely sharp alloy sword. At the moment of the chop, a chaotic mountain shadow nearly 20 meters high appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying sacred mountain, with its unmatched power, instantly defeated the black shadow. And Shadow King's body also disappeared in front of Su Sheng. Ha! So weak? Su Sheng was stunned. He thought this minute would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect that it would be solved with just one move of martial arts. In fact, it's not that Shadow is weak, it's just that Su Sheng's combat power is ridiculously high. Immediately afterwards, a black pebble appeared in Su Sheng's hand, which was the crystallization of Shadow King's martial arts will. Just like that, 2 hours passed by unknowingly. When the last golden shadow strode towards him, the fighting spirit in Su Sheng's eyes reached its peak. The previous 7 heavenly kings helped his martial arts talent, the control over the holy body of the realm, to increase by more than double. Now, the control over the holy body of the realm has officially reached a small level of success. And he hasn't even reached the initial stage of success yet, so Su Sheng estimates that he's not far from achieving great success. It's a pity that everyone can only participate in the ultimate trial once, otherwise this martial god tower would be so great. Su Sheng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The martial god tower jointly built by the 8 heavenly kings had trained countless top masters and grand masters for the Dragon Kingdom, and it had brought real improvement to the Dragon Kingdom's national strength. The last one should be Emperor Tianwang. As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, Emperor Tianwang's majestic and irresistible voice rang out in the endless depths of the universe like rolling spring thunder. Chapter 77 Special Synthesis is opened again. My presence is the law of heaven, my breath is the decree of the law. Anyone who dares to look directly at me will be killed without mercy. A voice as powerful as thunder exploded. A cloud of golden light descended from the sky and eventually transformed into a handsome middle-aged man holding a golden seal. It was none other than Emperor Tianwang Wangquan. Wangquan also presides over the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts department and is one of the decision-makers in the Dragon Kingdom, just like King Yizun. At this moment, this top expert who often appears in the news was looking at Su Sheng with indifference. This situation is completely different from the friendly attitude described in the news. Open your eyes and look at me straight in the eye for 1 minute. Wangquan's voice was steady yet carried the air of a superior, and his simple words seemed to shake the universe. The stars around, countless light-years away, also dimmed involuntarily. Compared with the previous tyrant king's tyranny, Su Sheng felt that this emperor king was even more powerful. I just don't know how powerful each of the 8 heavenly kings is. Su Sheng adjusted his breathing and looked at Wangquan's eyes, which were filled with golden light and extraordinary majesty. Although Su Sheng has watched many movies and TV shows in his past and present lives, he has also seen many veteran actors and artists perform wonderful interpretations of ancient emperors. But at this moment, Su Sheng felt that this Emperor Tianwang was the real emperor. An emperor who is handsome in tang suit and has the power of life and death over countless people. No wonder he is called Emperor Tianwang. In just a few moments, Su Sheng felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Tears welled up in Su Sheng's eyes, causing him to close his eyes involuntarily.
But this one blow caused his holy body to tremble violently, and it almost collapsed. Su Shang quickly cheered himself up, and even though his eyes were filled with tears, he tried hard not to squeeze them away. Gradually, Su Shang found that his eyes were hurting more and more. An unknown fire filled his eyes, burning Su Shang's eyes so much that they hurt.
On the opposite side, Wang Quan held the seal with an indifferent expression. It seemed that his golden pupils were not looking at Su Shang, but at the endless galaxy behind Su Shang. Just like that, 1 minute later, the gold in Wang Quan's eyes disappeared instantly.
Su Shang suddenly felt the pressure around him disappear, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
It was finally over. Good job, kid.
The oppressive imperial aura of Wang Quan disappeared, replaced by the peace common to the people of Long Country. At this moment, Wang Quan had a faint smile on his face, as if a real person had descended. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is about to produce another heavenly king. Su Shang was waiting for Wang Quan's martial arts will to appear, and did not reply. But when Su Shang looked up, he found that Wang Quan had not disappeared, but was looking at him with a smile.
Thank you for the praise, my lord. I will definitely work hard. Su Shang said humbly. Just call me Minister Wang. By the way, what are you looking forward to? Wang Quan looked at Su Shang with his hands behind his back.
Su Shang was slightly stunned.
Is this Wang Quan not planning to leave? Ahem, no. Hee, what year is it now? Wang Quan asked again.
This time Su Shang was even more surprised, and then he seemed to understand that the martial arts will of the heavenly kings should have been condensed a long time ago and then placed in the Tower of Martial God. The wills of these top-level powerhouses probably all carry a certain consciousness of their own, and are actually not much different from their original selves. Thinking of this, Su Shang said, it's 2025.
It's already 20 years later. Wang Quan sighed, I hope my original self hasn't wasted his time. After a pause, Wang Quan looked at Su Shang and said, Kid, you look very young. How come the younger generation of Dragon Nation are so powerful now?
Su Shang said, Minister, I am 18 years old.
The young generation of Dragon Country is very powerful now.
There was a hint of relief in Wang Quan's eyes. Very good. The next moment, Wang Quan waved his hand, and the seal in his hand turned into a stream of light and flew into Su Shang's hands.
And Wang Quan himself also disappeared in this cold and dark universe.
Su Shang carefully felt the improvement brought about by this time. The control over the holy body of the realm also increased by 20%, and he was not far from achieving perfect control.
The eighth one. Su Shang took over the crystallization of Emperor Tianhuang's will with great anticipation. He can use each crystallization of the will of the king for 3 days, and 8 of them are 24 days. After the expiration of the usage period, these crystals of will disappear directly and return to the Martial God Tower to wait for the next intruder to start the ultimate trial. A total of 24 days should be enough for me to achieve the ultimate state of my sacred body. Su Shang's eyes lit up. The crystals of will are really good things, but it's a pity that each one can only last for 3 days. And you won't be able to get it again. But it's better than nothing. With the help of this ultimate trial and the crystallization of the king's will, Su Shang's control over his talent can be improved from entry level to mastery. This speed of progress is absolutely exaggerated and terrifying.
You know, it takes several years or even more than 10 years for those top martial arts talents to reach great success. For top-level talent possessors like Heli and Yufeng, it would be impossible for them to improve their control to the highest level within 2 or 3 years without the trials in the Tower of Martial God or some extremely rare opportunities. Su Shang only took half a day to complete what would have taken him several years to do. Just as Su Shang was about to go out, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, it's detected that the host has 8 will crystals in his hand.
The special synthesis function has been activated. Would you like to synthesize them? After hearing the system prompt, Su Shang was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Can this thing also be specially synthesized? Ha ha ha. Cool.
But then Su Shang regained his composure. The crystallization of will is not his.
Su Shang can only keep it for 3 days. If the system is synthesized, won't the crystallization of the will of the kings disappear? It's impossible that the Martial God Tower is more advanced than the system, and can separate the synthesized items after the expiration date, right? The system can combine 8, so the resulting product must be just 1. Wouldn't that mean the will crystal in the Martial God Tower is gone? What do I do after it expires? Will the higher-ups come after me?
Su Shang felt a little melancholy.
Don't synthesize it. The long-awaited special synthesis has been triggered. It would be a waste not to use it. But if it is synthesized, the martial god tower will not be able to take it back after 3 days. Does this count as trouble? Who cares? The heavenly kings are powerful, and it's just a little bit of martial arts will. If they lose it, the worst that can happen is that they can gather another one. Su Shang quickly figured it out. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. What's more, after his strength is improved, wouldn't it be the Dragon Kingdom that will benefit? With this in mind, Su Shang took out 8 crystals of martial arts will of different shapes. Immediately, he thought to himself, system synthesis. After Su Shang finished speaking, the 8 crystals of will instantly disappeared from his hands. I don't know what good things can be synthesized. Su Shang was extremely excited. The last special synthesis was the pressure of 2 real dragons, which then synthesized his martial arts talent, the holy body of suppression. This time, at least I should be able to synthesize something that can be used for a longer period of time, right? And just at this moment, the 8 synthesis bars in front of him disappeared, and then the system prompt sounded in Su Shang's mind. Chapter 78 Synthesis, Heart of the Emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 800 synthesis points and synthesizing the crystal of the Heavenly King's martial arts will limited time 5,000 times to become the Heart of the Emperor. Su Shang cheered up and came out. Immediately, an introduction to the Heart of the God of War appeared below the synthesis column. Emperor's Heart permanent, condensed from the Emperor's lifelong martial arts will, the holder can rapidly improve their control over their martial arts talents. While holding this heart, their will is as steady as a mountain, and even the soul-tempering thunder and the bone-eroding 9 netherworlds cannot shake their mind. After seeing the introduction, Su Shang instantly fell into great ecstasy. He originally thought that synthesizing a crystal of will with a longer useful life would be surprising enough, but who would have thought that he would actually synthesize a crystal of will of an 8th realm emperor? And it's permanent. Isn't this much more fragrant than the 3-day Heavenly King's will crystal? What is the Emperor? The Emperor is a martial arts master. With one rage, the Emperor can shatter the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. With one thought, he can reverse the cycle of yin and yang. Under the dome of the blue star, the Emperors rule the universe, they are the sky of the human race. Although the Emperor never appears in the public eye, there are many rumors about him on Blue Star. The closest event to 2025 was the Emperor's destruction of a country 100 years ago. It is said that an Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom made a mistake during his cultivation. The aftermath of the martial arts attack he released accidentally sank the land where the Japanese nation was located, causing hundreds of millions of Japanese people to sink into the sea. For this matter, the Emperor even made a rare apology in the newspaper to calm the anger of the Japanese nation. Although no footage of that incident was leaked, the aftermath of the Emperor's attack alone was enough to sink an entire country's landmass, which shows how exaggerated the Emperor's power was. To this day, Longwa still has to provide millions of dollars worth of humanitarian aid to Warangwo every year, which is a heavy price to pay. When Su Shang found out about it, he sighed deeply. Didn't they just accidentally sink the land? Why do they have to pay 1 million to the Japanese every year? The dragon country is too kind. However, it can also be seen from this that when one reaches the 8th level of the Emperor, one has to restrain all his edges. After all, one careless move may lead to the fall of a country. When Su Shang extracted the Emperor's heart, a gold and red heart-shaped symbol came into view. This symbol was mysterious and obscure, as if it contained the endless origin of martial arts. Just one glance at it gave Su Shang an inexplicable sense of awe. At this moment, the Emperor's heart, which emitted brilliant golden red light, suddenly penetrated into Su Shang's heart. Su Shang lifted up his clothes and saw that there was a golden red symbol on his chest. At first glance, the symbol looks like a heart-shaped tattoo. Su Shang sensed it carefully and found that after the Emperor's heart was branded on his chest, the holy body of the realm clearly had a desire. With this Emperor's heart, I won't have to worry about controlling my talent for a long time to come. Su Shang stood up with a loud bang, his eyes burning. During the 1-month special training camp, not only did his martial arts level improve significantly, but his skills in martial arts also improved far beyond his previous level. Now my foundation is extremely solid. Next, you just need to quickly improve your own strength. And just after Su Shang finished the final trial of the Martial God Tower. In the endless starry sky, the ancient moon star quietly revolves around the blue star. In a huge depression southwest of the moon star. A handsome and elegant middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes.
Immediately, his deep and vast eyes looked towards the beautiful and dazzling blue planet in the distance.
Why did the crystal of my will in the martial god tower disappear? There was a hint of doubt in the man's expression.
The crystal of will contained remnants of his will, which could be preserved for 100 years.
How could it be gone after only 20 years? Forget it, let's find a chance to condense another one.
The man didn't care.
With his strength, he could easily condense the crystallization of his will. At the same time, on an endless red land,
the corpses of strange beasts piled up like mountains, the blood in the starry sky gathered into a small river, and the monstrous evil spirit with a disgusting fishy smell lingered on the desolate earth. Above the corpses of these strange beasts, a burly middle-aged man wearing crimson armor slowly raised his head.
Is there a bug in the God of War tower?
The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of doubt in his scarlet eyes. As a product jointly forged by him and several other heavenly kings, the martial god tower has always been kept by several top masters. Over the years, the martial god tower has been operating normally without any problems.
Forget it, let's find an opportunity to have someone take the crystallization of my will out.
After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he slowly stood up.
Scarlet light swirled around him, and the next moment the man let out a long roar, "Nightmare, fight again." In the distance, a gigantic black shadow about 1,000 feet tall roared angrily, "Hong Yuzhou, die for me." This burly middle-aged man is none other than King Zhou, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Dragon Country, Hong Yuzhou. Hong Yuzhou laughed heartily, and his figure rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant about 1,000 feet tall wearing red armor. The giant took a step forward and appeared 10,000 meters away as if teleporting. A great battle of the king level is once again staged in the depths of a foreign battlefield. Outside the martial god tower, Lin Kaixian looked at Su Sheng, who flashed out, with a hopeful look on his face. "How is it going? Have you obtained the martial arts wills of the 8 heavenly kings?"
Su Sheng nodded. On the side, Zheng Hong and 4 other instructors couldn't help but gasp. Zheng Hong was surprised and said, "Over the years, there have been quite a few who have obtained 3 crystals of will, and there have even been a few who have obtained 5. But only a handful of people have been able to obtain 8 crystals of will in the past 20 years.
Su Sheng, you are so awesome."
Zheng Hong also used his military exploits to exchange for the ultimate trial of the martial god tower, but he only got 4 crystals of will.
Only by comparison can one truly appreciate Su Sheng's strength and evilness. The other 3 mentors also looked at Su Sheng in shock. Martial arts talent has achieved a small level of success?
Lin Kaixian asked again, and Su Sheng nodded.
Not bad, not bad.
Lin Kaixian patted Su Sheng's shoulder happily and said, "You've gained the most from this special training camp. Su Sheng, I'll see you at Magic University in 2 months." Looking at Lin Kaixian's bright smile, Su Sheng forced a smile.
"I thought, if you knew that the crystal of the king's will was synthesized by me, you probably wouldn't be able to laugh anymore, right? What are you going to do for the next 2 days? You can always come back if you want."
Lin Kaixian said. Su Sheng said, "Principal Lin, I plan to stay for 2 days." Lin Kaixian nodded, knowing that this kid was working hard. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart.
It is said that ordinary people make endless efforts to gain more powerful strength, but isn't it the same for top geniuses like Su Sheng?
Then, Lin Kaixian asked with a fiery look in his eyes, "By the way, where are your crystals of will?
I haven't seen 8 of them at once. Let me see them."
Chapter 79. 4 famous universities gather together to fight for talents. On the side, Zheng Hong and the other 3 also looked at Su Sheng with curiosity. They had heard of obtaining 8 crystals of the will of the kings at one time, but this was the first time they had seen it.
Su Sheng coughed lightly and thought to himself, "Where are the crystals of the king's will? I have synthesized them all."
But such words obviously cannot be said. At this time, Zheng Hong saw that Su Sheng had been silent and seemed to have guessed something. "I understand." Everyone looked at Zheng Hong at the same time. Zheng Hong smiled and said, "The crystal of the heavenly kings will be branded on the heart. I'm afraid Su Sheng thinks it won't look good if there are too many brands."
"Ha, you're just a kid in our eyes, what are you afraid of?" Nia Yin smiled brightly.
Su Sheng secretly gave Zheng Hong a thumbs up, "But you are still good at making excuses."
"Ahem, forget it,"
Su Sheng said, pretending to be embarrassed. Lin Kaixian and others smiled when they saw this.
It is normal for young people to be shy.
At this moment, a life mentor came running over. He immediately said to Lin Kaixian, "President Lin, the presidents of the other 3 universities are here. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Kaishuan's expression suddenly tensed.
What is supposed to come is finally coming, right?
According to the plan, the principals of the other 3 prestigious schools will arrive in the second week after the special training camp opens. On the one hand, they will examine the results of the trainees' special training, and on the other hand, they will start recruiting talents in advance after discovering good talents. After all, every peerless genius can bring extremely high reputation in students to the school. This time, due to the recent unrest on the foreign battlefield, the schedules of the principals of the 3 prestigious schools participating in the war were delayed. Lin Kaixian knew he couldn't escape. He couldn't help but cough lightly. "Zheng Hong, you go and entertain them first, Su Sheng and I will be there soon." He knew that Nie Jun and his companions had probably already informed the principal of their school immediately. Su Sheng is such a treasure, it's impossible to hide it from others.
20 minutes later. In Lin Kaishuan's office. Where did Lao Lin go? Why hasn't he come yet?
A middle-aged man with red hair asked while sipping tea. The fragrant tea was evaporated into water vapor by the scorching heat brought by the man before it entered his mouth. The man put the teacup aside and said, "Damn it, I can't even drink tea."
Across from them, a sexy woman said calmly, "Lu Yan, you're too angry. Be careful not to burn everyone. Isn't it just that I got an origin fruit in a foreign battlefield? Why are you showing off like that?"
A white-haired old man across from me said sourly. Just then, Lin Kaixian and Su Sheng arrived late.
"Lu Yan, Ling Wei, it's a shame for the Dragon Nation that you two didn't die on the foreign battlefield."
As soon as Lin Kaixian entered the room, he started to attack crazily. The presidents of the 4 prestigious universities are all top-tier masters, and there is no telling how many grudges and hatreds there are between them.
It is normal to curse each other when meeting, and fighting over something when disagreeing is even more commonplace.
The red-haired Lu Yan laughed heartily. "If you ask me, Lin Kaixian is really lucky. This year, it is your demon university's turn to host the special training camp.
Otherwise, you would probably be the only one who would die in it among the 4 of us."
Ling Wei, who has a hot body and outstanding appearance, snorted coldly, "Lin Kaixian, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you today." Then he changed the subject, and his cold face instantly turned into a kind one.
Ling Wei looked at Su Sheng and said, "Su, I'm Ling Wei, the president of Jiangnan University. Your Lucheng is the closest to us. What the hell is it starting already?"
The white-haired old man who had been drinking tea immediately put down his cup. Then, with a trail of afterimages, he instantly appeared in front of Su Sheng. "Ahem, classmate Su, I'm Hu Feng from Taikyo University."
"Don't say anything else. As long as you can come to Taikyo University, you can make any conditions you want."
Seeing this, Lin Kaixian teleported and appeared between Hu Feng and Su Sheng. Lin Kaixian immediately said angrily, "Why don't you at least let Su Sheng sit down first?"
Does Su Sheng really have no say? Su Sheng, ignore them. Let me introduce you to this old lunatic.
He has a weird personality and has driven many of his students crazy. Lin Kaixian pointed at Hu Feng and said, "That guy from the Fire Army University, he has a bad temper and often physically punishes students, he's not suitable for you. And this old woman, she's so fierce that many students have been depressed by her.
She's not suitable for you either."
Lin Kaixian smiled brightly after saying this, "I'm the best here."
"I'm crazy? Bah! Lin Kaixian, you don't want your mouth anymore, right? I call that corporal punishment?"
"That's called special training." Hu Feng and the other 2 immediately fought back. Ling Wei glared at Lin Kaixian with a bad face.
"What did you say about me just now?" "Ahem, you're over 80, aren't you old?"
Before Lin Kaixian could finish his words, a blue light shot out instantly.
Lin Kaixian immediately teleported to avoid it, and the blue light hit the wall with a loud bang. Crack!
The wall immediately cracked, and a fist-sized hole came into view.
Su Sheng was stunned. Are the presidents of these 4 prestigious universities also powerful? Let them fight as they please.
"Ha, classmate Su, don't listen to Lin Kaixuan's nonsense. That guy is the most perverted. He often teleports to the students' beds and stares at them.
It's creepy just thinking about it."
Hu Feng stared at Su Sheng with a smile, and became more and more satisfied the more he looked. Before coming, Nie Yun had already told him everything about Su Sheng. To be honest, any one of these things is enough to make Hu Feng put aside everything and recruit Su Sheng, not to mention that each of these things was created by Su Sheng.
I, Hu Feng, don't like to talk nonsense.
Mr. Su, as long as you come, you can immediately obtain cultivation resources worth 10 million.
The kind that will be redeemed immediately.
After Hu Feng finished speaking, he looked at Su Sheng with hope.
10 million?
You're such a lunatic, how dare you say that? Lu Yan, with red hair and fire in his mouth, said disdainfully, Su Sheng, the people of the imperial capital are too petty.
If you come here, you will be my Lu Yan's last disciple. Bah! It's like I won't take Su Sheng as my last disciple. If you have the ability, give him 1 billion. Hu Feng immediately responded, what else can you do besides bragging all day long, fireman? I can still do you. Lu Yan suddenly became furious and started fighting with Hu Feng. Su Sheng was stunned. What the hell, is this the principal of one of the 4 famous universities? They haven't even finished talking for a few seconds and they've already started fighting? A moment later. Ahem.
Lin Kaixian smoothed his hair that was messed up by Ling Wei, with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Ling Wei was still staring at Lin Kaixian with her chest heaving up and down, staring at him fiercely. On the opposite side, Hu Feng casually took out a brand new combat suit from his space bracelet, and then put it directly on the suit that was almost burned by Lu Yan. For principals, I appreciate your kindness, and I know that the conditions you can offer must be very generous. Su Sheng thought for a moment and asked, the student only has one question. You say? The 4 of them said at the same time. Which of the 4 universities is closest to the foreign battlefield? Foreign battlefield? The 4 of them were stunned, obviously not expecting Su Sheng to ask this. Immediately, Hu Feng and the other 2 looked at Lin Kaixian at the same time. If we talk about the nearest place, it must be Magic City University. After all, there is an entrance to the foreign battlefield in their school. Chapter 82 Women Share One Husband? Ling Wei continued, that's why Magic City University is the most dangerous. The strange beasts in the battlefield might burst out one day. With your demon-like talent, what you lack isn't experience, but time. Therefore, safety is paramount. Our Jiangnan University is great. 80% of the students are female, and the nearest foreign battlefield is over 200 kilometers away from us. After Ling Wei finished speaking, Hu Feng couldn't help but sneer, how many of your Jiangnan University female students are good-looking? Su Sheng, although there are several entrances to the foreign battlefield in the imperial capital, they are far away from the imperial capital. Don't worry about its safety. Hu Feng said, and Lu Yan immediately said, Military University does have an entrance to the foreign battlefield, but there are military personnel guarding the school, so students don't need to participate. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they looked at Su Sheng at the same time, as if waiting for Su Sheng to express his opinion. However, Lin Kaixian's expression changed, with a hint of smile in his eyes. These 3 guys misunderstood Su Sheng's meaning. Su Sheng nodded thoughtfully. Strange beasts are rampant in the territory of Dragon Country today, but most of them are concentrated in foreign battlefields. There are not many exotic beasts in the wilderness of each city, and their strength is generally not high. There are very few that can reach the 2nd level of Golden Body. The 3 spiritual realms are only found in a few wildernesses. In order to obtain synthesis points, you must have a lot of opportunities to hunt exotic beasts. In this case, Shanghai University is a perfect fit. After thinking for a moment, Su Sheng said, the fact that 3 principals came to the special training camp to recruit me personally makes me feel very nervous, but I prefer fighting, so... Before Su Sheng finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately understood what he meant. So you all don't understand Su Sheng? Lin Kaixian instantly appeared next to Su Sheng's seat, hugged Su Sheng, and said to everyone with a smile, this kid is a battle maniac in his bones, and it just so happens that my demon university can satisfy him, ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Kaixian's laughter, the 3 of them felt a little depressed. Hu Feng still had some hope. Su Sheng, actually the entrance next to the Imperial University is not that far away, only a few dozen kilometers away, ahem, would you consider it? Why would you even think about it? A few dozen kilometers isn't far. Our Magic University is right inside the school. Lin Kaixian responded. Ling Wei's expression suddenly changed and she said, Lin Kaixian, don't think that your demon university can do whatever it wants just because it has geographical advantages. Tell me, what conditions can your demon university offer Su Sheng? That's right. If you dare to fool Su Sheng, I won't be crazy if I don't break your legs today. Hu Feng also said this. Since Su Sheng is determined to become a demon, why not take the opportunity to help Su Sheng get more benefits? This can be considered as helping Su Sheng and also as establishing a bond between them.
Lin Kaishuan's smile froze.
This is an internal matter of our demon university, so please don't worry about it. I knew Lin Kaishian was the most stingy. Lu Yan sneered, I'm afraid he can't even come up with 10 million.
Pa! What are you thinking about? Am I, Lin Kaishian, that kind of person?
Lin Kaishian hugged Su Shang and said, Su Shang, during your 4 years at Demon University, I will give you 10 million in cultivation resources every year.
What the school can't give, I'll pay for out of my own pocket.
As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them fell silent. 10 million a year, that is 40 million in 4 years. This amount of money is indeed a huge sum for the Magic University.
It is even the largest special recruitment expense paid by the 4 prestigious universities since their establishment.
Humph, at least you, Lin Kaishian, have some conscience. Ling Wei said with satisfaction, Su Shang, if you are not happy staying in Demon University in the future, come to Jiangnan University anytime.
A group of senior students are waiting for you.
Ling Wei. You're so boring now, it's like I don't have any senior students at Magic University. Lin Kaishian looked at Ling Wei unkindly, besides, the quality of the female students at your Jiang University is not high.
The quality is not high? Then I would like to ask you, Lin Kaishian, is my Ling Wei of high quality? Ahem, this question is hard to answer. So it's not high? Lin Kaishian, die. The two wrestled again. 10 minutes later.
After Su Shang left, the 4 finally stopped fighting. Ling Wei's anger subsided, and she said in a deep voice, You've all heard about that incident, right? After these words were spoken, Lin Kaishian and the other 2 nodded and fell silent at the same time. Lu Yan chuckled and said, I don't have much time to live anyway, so I might as well live every day.
Have you signed up?
Lin Kaishian was stunned.
Lu Yan nodded and said, to win glory for the country. If a top grandmaster like me doesn't sign up, Dragon Country won't have much chance of winning.
The 3 of us have all signed up, so Lin Kaishian, don't join in the fun. Hu Feng said in a rare serious tone, this national war is different from previous ones.
The danger is extremely high. Lin Kaishuan's expression changed slightly, you guys abandoned me?
You are suitable to be a principal, so just focus on cultivating talents for the country. We are more suitable for fighting, hee hee.
Hu Feng chuckled softly, his eyes filled with a frightening madness. This time, I'm going to kill them so hard that they're terrified.
2 days later, the special training camp officially ended.
Brother, are we just leaving now without even saying hello to Su Shan? Long Qianli, wearing a yellow dress, looked towards Villa number 1 not far away with a melancholy expression. Long Qianyu said unhappily, we have finally paid back our points. Let's stay away from this evil star from now on. TSK, it may be a bad star for you, but not for me. Su Sheng has never hit me once. Long Qianli's beautiful eyes were still fixed on Su Sheng's dormitory. Ever since Long Yi's matchmaking, Long Qianli's feelings towards Su Sheng have changed drastically.
Even some emotions arise unconsciously. However, she has been busy breaking into the tower in the past few weeks, and Su Sheng and Song Jianyue are almost inseparable. Long Qianli has wanted to find Su Sheng but has never found a suitable opportunity. Just last week, they met Su Sheng and chatted for a long time, which made Long Qianli look forward to their next meeting. But in the past week, the expected meeting opportunity has not appeared. Dad just wants to find him a son-in-law. Long Qianyu snorted coldly, the key is that Su Sheng already has a girlfriend, Dad is just wishful thinking.
What's wrong with having a girlfriend?
It's the survival of the fittest.
Don't those powerful male or female warriors have many partners? Long Qianli muttered.
As soon as these words came out, Long Qianyu suddenly felt that he had heard wrongly.
My always proud sister now has the idea of 2 women sharing 1 man?
Anyway, I heard Su Sheng is coming to the Magic University.
Brother, I'm not going to the military academy anymore. I'm going to the Magic University. As Long Qianli spoke, he and Long Qianyu got into the black car. At the same time,
Shi Shang, hurry up, you're so slow.
Song Jianyue and Su Shan walked side by side.
Looking at Shi Shang, who was carrying a lot of bags behind them, he couldn't help but urge him, the plane will be delayed soon.
Here I come.
Shi Shang carried the luggage of the 3 people and glanced at Su Shang, who was holding hands with Song Jianyue, with resentment. He thought to himself, brother, at least you can carry a piece of luggage.
It's not heavy. Su Shang, are we sure we don't need someone to pick us up?
Song Jianyue held Su Shang's arm, and her pretty face showed the joy of going home.
Su Sheng scratched Song Jianyue's nose and said lovingly, "If you want, I'll call Director Yang." Chapter 81 Su Sheng returns home in glory. I won't do that. I wish we could just go back slowly, and it would be best if we could have some fun in a few cities when we pass by, hee. Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes, feeling that she could never see enough of him. Now that the special training camp has ended, the geniuses from all over the country naturally returned in groups accompanied by the directors of martial arts bureaus in various places. Originally, Yang Jun, director of the Lucheng Martial Arts Bureau, was planning to come and pick him up, but was rejected by Su Sheng. Su Sheng doesn't like the grand tour of going home, but prefers to be more casual. After learning about this, Lin Kaixian sent a mentor to follow and protect him secretly. As you say. Su Sheng waved his hand and a taxi stopped by the side. Su Sheng, let's sit in the back, and let Qi Sheng sit in the front. Good. After the two got in the car, the taxi driver looked at Qi Sheng, who was carrying 5 boxes, and said, "Young man, my car can't hold so much luggage." Ahem, Qi Sheng, why don't you take a taxi yourself? Su Sheng coughed lightly and said, "As for the luggage, we'll carry it ourselves." No. Qi Sheng nodded first, then shook his head, paused and said, "Brother, you guys go your way, I'll take care of the luggage, it's not heavy." After saying that, he also made a gesture of carrying 2 boxes with one hand. Good. Su Sheng was not polite either. He had taken care of Qi Sheng several times in the past month, both openly and secretly. Compared with Gong Shuasong and others who were often beaten, asking Qi Sheng to carry a box was nothing. Lucheng, the city lord's mansion. City Lord Song, this is the study documents sent by the province. A young secretary in a dark blue jacket handed over some documents. Also, Director Qi and Minister Yu Liang of the Martial Arts Department are organizing a symposium this afternoon and would like to invite you to attend. Tell Director Qi that I won't be attending the symposium. Song Dinghua straightened his clothes, a rare smile on his square face. Today, the Tianzhou of Lucheng are coming back. As soon as these words came out, the secretary's eyes lit up. City Lord, how are they performing? Of course it's good. Song Dinghua put the signed document aside and said, "Prepare the car. Also, tell Yang Jun that this reception must be large scale. Call the heads of those media and radio stations." The secretary looked at Song Dinghua with a little surprise. Song Dinghua looked at his secretary and said, "Our dragon country has produced a real dragon." The secretary asked, "Jinlong? Are you talking about Su Sheng?" Song Dinghua smiled slightly. "That's right, go and get ready." The secretary was very surprised. It was the first time he saw the city lord laughing so happily. How well did Su Sheng perform in the special training camp? Now, after seeing Song Dinghua's reaction, the secretary knew that his work was not done well enough. "Yes, I'll prepare it right away." The secretary left in a hurry. Song Dinghua looked at the photo frame beside the desk. He couldn't help but ponder as he saw Song Jianyue in the frame. I wonder what the relationship between Jianyue and Su Sheng is like. Well, they were pretty close before the special training camp. He had already learned about many of Su Sheng's deeds. Naturally, Song Dinghua attached great importance to Su Sheng, who was a top genius the Dragon Country had rarely seen in 50 years. While paying attention to him, he also wanted to win over Su Sheng. I hope that girl Jianyu isn't so stupid as to ignore Su Sheng's potential. Soon. Lucheng Airport. All the dignitaries in Lucheng, headed by Song Dinghua, were present. All the major media and radio stations in Lucheng were also present, with cameras all pointed at the plane about to land in the distance. City Lord Song, that's about it. Behind Song Dinghua, Yang Jun briefly reviewed all of Su Sheng's performance during the special training camp. Song Dinghua's eyes were filled with an inexplicable light. Very good. Have the rewards from the Martial Arts Bureau on behalf of the City Lord's mansion for Su Sheng been prepared? Yes, City Lord, a cash reward of 10 million plus a villa in Lucheng Mansion. Yang Jun whispered. Lucheng Mansion is the villa community with the best location, best services, best facilities, and the most expensive price in Lucheng. Those who can live here are basically the powerful and wealthy in Lucheng. Even the cheapest apartment costs more than 10 million. It is worth mentioning that Song Dinghua also lived in Lucheng Prefecture. Song Dinghua nodded. This reward was enough to represent Lucheng's sincerity. As for the follow-up, Song Dinghua is still thinking about it. By the way, Su Sheng's parents. Song Dinghua suddenly asked, and Yang Jun quickly replied, Su Sheng's father, Su Heping, works at Lucheng Urban Investment and is the head of a grassroots department.
Su Sheng's mother is a housewife who opened a small supermarket to supplement the family income.
Is Vice President Zhou of the Urban Investment Corporation about to retire?
Song Dingwa said to the deputy city lord in charge of city investment, and the deputy city lord immediately understood. Don't worry, I will arrange it later.
Song Dingwa nodded and said no more.
In the distance, the plane carrying countless people's expectations slowly landed. When Su Sheng and Song Jianyue slowly walked down the suspension ladder, dense flashes of light instantly came towards them.
So many people.
Su Sheng was a little surprised. Song Jianyue beside him whispered, "It must have been arranged by my father."
Su Sheng, I'm a reporter from Luqing radio station.
I heard that you performed very well in the elite school training camp.
Can you tell us about it? Su Sheng, I'm a reporter from Luqing Daily.
This elite school training camp is packed with talented people, but you took first place this year.
What is your martial arts talent? Su Sheng, I am.
After Su Shan walked down the ladder, more than 10 reporters immediately surrounded him.
In fact, in order to protect Su Sheng, Song Dingwa specifically instructed Yang Jun not to reveal too many details to the media.
Therefore, most people only know that Su Sheng won first place in the special training camp, but know very little about the other events. On the hanging ladder, Qi Sheng's scalp suddenly went numb when he saw such a big scene.
There were so many people. He even saw many big names that often appeared in the news. These people are here to pick up Su Sheng, right? Wow, awesome.
Qi Sheng couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Su Sheng surrounded by countless reporters and flashlights.
Which young man doesn't he want to return home in glory and bring honor to his family?
At this moment, several reporters walked quickly towards Qi Sheng with microphones in hand.
Qi Sheng was cheered up.
Although Su Sheng performed well, I was also a genius who participated in the special training camp and graduated successfully, so I still had some status.
The reporter held up the microphone with an excited look on his face. Hello, classmate. Are you and Su Sheng participating in this special training camp together? Classmate, can you tell us about Su Sheng's performance in the special training camp?
Classmate, I heard that Su Sheng has awakened a talent for martial arts.
Do you know what that talent is?
The microphones were almost stuck in Qi Sheng's mouth. Qi Sheng was immediately confused. Damn, if he had known this, he should have come down later. 10 minutes later, the reporters surrounding Su Sheng dispersed. Su Sheng looked up and saw Song Dingwa striding towards him accompanied by Yang Jun and others.
Su Sheng, welcome home. Chapter 82, Your small victory is incredible. Phonelin Community. Xiaoying, are you buying groceries?
A short and fat lady in an apron asked with a smile.
Sun Xiaoying smiled and replied, yes, Xiaosheng is back today. Oh? I remember your Xiaosheng attended some summer camp, right? Aunt Wu asked curiously.
Sun Xiaoying smiled slightly and did not explain the difference between the special training camp and the summer camp. Yes.
Aunt Wu curled her lips when she heard this. Xiaoying, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're just too hands-off with your Xiaosheng. Look at my son. Not only is he attending number 1 middle school, but his punching power has already reached 512 kilograms. He's definitely got into Wuhan University of Science and Technology.
Sun Xiaoying smiled and said nothing.
Aunt Wu continued, if I remember correctly, your Xiaosheng's punching power is still over 400 kilograms, right? The college entrance exam is coming up soon.
You need to push him harder.
Summer camp is so boring. If you ask me, you should be willing to spend money to enroll him in a martial arts training class.
Aunt Wu became increasingly excited as she spoke, her face even flushing with excitement.
But when it comes to cultivation, it's not enough for parents to just care about it. The children themselves have to strive for excellence, too. Our Koan is a very hard-working boy.
He attended intensive training classes at the martial arts gym for 2.5 years and didn't come back until 10 o'clock every night. This is the most critical time in senior year.
Sometimes if you work hard, your fate will be completely different. But this training course is expensive. 10 lessons cost 3,000. It's exorbitant. By the way, I remember that your Lao Su isn't a leader yet, right? I guess you guys can't pave the way for Xiaosheng.
After listening to Aunt Wu's chattering, Sun Xiaoying, who never liked to show off, smiled again.
Don't just laugh, why don't you have a sense of urgency?
Aunt Wu said, Xiaosheng is in number 3 middle school, which is already worse than the school my son Kunkan goes to.
What will happen if he doesn't work harder? However, the college entrance examination is less than 2 months away.
Xiaoying, you should quickly ask your husband, Lao Su, to move around.
Maybe he can find a more stable job. Son Xiaoying nodded, sister is right.
No, let my son Kumkin tutor your son. Kumkin and Xiaoshan used to be good friends when they were little.
Aunt Wu and Son Xiaoying said as they walked, by the way, what summer camp is your Xiaosheng attending? Just an ordinary one.
Son Xiaoying didn't know how to explain it for a moment.
Aunt Wu curled her lips, clearly dissatisfied with this. Children are ignorant. Are you still ignorant? Look at my son Koan.
He loved playing basketball since he was little. But when he was in his third year of high school, his dad gave him a beating and he immediately got the hang of it.
He never touched basketball again and works hard every day.
It makes me, as his mother, heartbroken to see this. As they were talking, they came to the square of the community.
Hey, why are there so many people? Looking at the group of neighbors gathered around the electronic screen, Aunt Wu asked curiously, could something big happen in Lucheng again? The big screen in the community plays news during the day and movies at night.
But almost no one watched the daytime news, and it was the first time Aunt Wu saw so many people gathered in front of the big screen. Son Xiaoying was also a little curious.
Could it be that something big happened in the country?
Thinking of this, the two of them squeezed from the back row to the front row little by little.
Hey, isn't this Xiaoying?
The eyes of a thin, middle-aged woman in the front row lit up.
Sister Zhao, what are you looking at? Son Xiaoying asked curiously.
At this moment, meaningless advertisements were playing on the big screen.
Sister Zhao quickly grabbed Son Xiaoying's hand and said excitedly, Xiaoying, your Xiaosheng doesn't have a partner yet, right?
Xiaoying, your Xiaosheng is incredible.
He took first place in the special training camp.
Yes, the city lord has received him, it's incredible. The neighbors around were envious. Ever since he was little, I've seen that Xiaosheng has great potential.
I guess I was right. Old Lu, didn't you always say that Su Shang was a stubborn kid with no future? When did I say that?
Xiaoying, quickly ask your husband, Lao Su, to buy you a bottle of good wine and have a good meal. My son was originally planning to attend this special training camp, but he suddenly had a fever and couldn't go.
My son's punching power is 560, which is higher than Xiaosheng's. We are all owners of the same community and are familiar with each other.
Listening to everyone talking, Son Xiaoying and Aunt Wu both looked confused.
What's wrong with Xiaosheng? Son Xiaoying asked.
During this period, Su Sheng rarely contacted her, and Son Xiaoying only knew that her son was doing well in the special training camp.
As for the rest, it was not disclosed.
In order to avoid putting pressure on Su Sheng, Son Xiaoying did not ask about his grades or anything like that.
But at this moment, after hearing what everyone said, Son Xiaoying's heart began to beat violently.
Although she didn't know how Su Sheng performed, she still knew that he was the first in the special training camp.
Is this possible? Your Xiaosheng is on TV.
City Lord Song personally received him and said that Xiaosheng's training camp took first place and set a provincial record.
Yeah, and they also said that your Xiaosheng has been specially recruited by Magic City University.
Yes, and City Lord Song also rewarded your Xiaosheng with 10 million and a villa in Lucheng Mansion. Everyone spoke one after another and quickly repeated what had just been reported in the news. Son Xiaoying was stunned for a moment, and her heart was replaced by a huge ecstasy.
Aunt Wu was completely bewildered when she heard this. A personal reception from the city lord, special admission to Magic City University, and a 10 million. Huge villa.
For many people present, all the achievements are not as impactful as tangible material things. Aunt Wu looked at Sister Zhao next to her, unable to accept the news.
Isn't Su Sheng attending summer camp? What is the special training camp for? Summer camp? Aren't you too unsophisticated?
Sister Zhao said with disdain, that's a special training camp for prestigious schools, held by the four most prestigious universities.
Only the top talents can be selected.
Not only was Xiaosheng selected, he also won first place.
Aunt Wu was completely confused. Su Sheng, didn't he even fail to get into Wuhan University of Science and Technology? How come you are so awesome? I was actually showing off in front of Son Xiaoying?
Yeah, ever since I was little, I've always thought that Xiao Sun and Xiao Su would be good at educating children.
Wasn't that right? Old Lu, didn't you say a few days ago that Su Heping didn't care about the children? Surrounded by the crowd, Son Xiaoying came to her senses and said, You guys are not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Look, it's already on Douyin.
Sister Zhao took out her cell phone, and on the screen Su Shang was surrounded by Luqing officials such as Song Dinghua like a moon surrounded by stars. The surrounding flashlights kept flashing, all of them were aimed at Su Shang. Our station reports, good news has arrived in the martial arts field in our city. 3 students participating in the 2025 Elite School Special Training Camp fought bravely and achieved excellent results. Among them, Su Shang from the 3rd Middle School won first place in the Special Training Camp, a first for our province. Looking at the image of her son in the video and listening to the host's report, Sun Xiuying's face became brighter and brighter.
Chapter 83. What? Are you dating Su Shang?
Ahem, Xiuying, well, you see, Xiaosheng and Kunkin have been playing together since they were little.
How about letting your Xiaosheng tutor Kunkin?
Aunt Wu said with a somewhat unnatural look. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, she would have wanted to crawl into it immediately. Just when Sun Xiuying didn't know how to respond.
Mom?
Su Shang's voice came from the outside of the crowd. Sun Xiuying's eyes lit up, and before she could react, Aunt Wu and others immediately swarmed over.
Forehead.
Looking at the 20 or so people who gathered around him, Su Shang's scalp suddenly felt numb. The old men and women were still quite valuable. The next moment, Su Shang waved his hand.
A trace of regional power spread out like an invisible magnetic field.
Everyone suddenly felt as if their legs were filled with lead, and their speed slowed down a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Shang took Sun Xiuying's hand and left.
Mom, carry the vegetables for me.
Su Shang looked at Sun Xiuying with a smile on his face, while Sun Xiuying was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Su Shang knew that for an ordinary mother, it would take some time to adapt to the feeling of having her own stupid son suddenly recommended to become an academician.
Room 502, Building 6. Ah!
My son has made great progress. Sun Xiuying shouted happily. Su Heping said with a smile, keep your voice down so the neighbors don't hear you.
Yes. Sun Xiuying nodded repeatedly, then looked at Su Shang. You've suffered a lot this month, haven't you?
No, I'm doing great in the training camp. Su Shang ate the apple that Su Heping had peeled. By the way, Mom and Dad, I brought you gifts. After saying this, the black bracelet on Su Shang's left wrist flashed with silver light. The next moment, 2 exquisitely crafted white ceramic bottles appeared on the dining table under the astonished gaze of Su Heping and his wife.
This is a space bracelet that can store things.
Su Shang explained, and then added, Dad, this bottle of pills is yours, and Mom, this bottle is yours.
The 2 bottles of pills have different focuses and effects.
In addition to the body tempering pill, the pill Su Shang gave to the 2 elders also included a first-grade bone strengthening pill that could supplement calcium and strengthen the body, as well as a first-grade collagen pill that had anti-aging and whitening effects. Both of them are non-warriors, and being able to take first-grade elixirs is already the limit. The one Su Shang chose is relatively mild. In Su Shang's plan, as his parents' physique becomes stronger and their punching strength gradually improves, he can then give them 2nd grade, 3rd grade, or even higher grade elixirs. Su Shang believed that with the system, even if the parents had average talent, he could use elixirs to feed them and turn them into masters or even grandmasters. In that case, the lifespan of the 2 elders will be greatly increased.
These are all rewards I received for my good performance during the special training camp.
It didn't cost me anything extra, so just take them with confidence. Seeing the 2 elders' unwillingness to let go, Su Shang couldn't help but say, and you also want to stay with me for a few more years, right?
The last sentence is the most lethal.
Sun Xiuying looked at Su Shang with a look of emotion and feeling. Okay, we won't be polite with our son.
You little brat, you've made some progress.
Su Heping also sighed. Finally, our Su family has produced a genius. By the way, this is the villa key and the bank card with 10 million yuan given by City Lord Song. Su Shang said, I've kept 4 million out of the 10 million, and you can spend the rest as you see fit.
You won't have to work so hard in the future. I think City Lord Song has made clear arrangements for you.
After hearing these words, Su Heping and his wife were stunned.
Su Heping smiled and said, City Lord Song values talent and has given me enough.
I don't need him to arrange my affairs.
It's not good to owe him too many favors.
Su Shang looked at his father and thought that City Lord Song had given him a lot, and his daughter was all his.
Ahem, there's one more thing.
Su Shang coughed lightly and said, Song Zhanyue and I are together now, so, from now on, you 2 and City Lord Song will be relatives.
Ah?
Su Heping was immediately shocked, and Sun Xiuying was also stunned.
Immediately, he smiled brightly. I forgot to ask, did you 2 live together during the special training camp? Su Heping also cast a curious look.
Su Shang coughed lightly and said, "Yes, I performed the best during the assessment period and lived in a bigger villa."
She lived on the second floor.
Oh. Su Heping and his wife let out a long "oh," and then their faces showed an expression that said he is worthy of being my son.
By the way, when are we going to move into the villa in Lucheng Mansion? Su Sheng asked. How about we move in the next 2 days?
Okay, I'll listen to my son. At the same time, Villa Number 1, Lucheng Mansion.
Zangetsu, you did well in the special training camp.
Song Dinghua was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, sitting on the sofa quite relaxedly.
Aside, Song Jianyue lowered his head to send a message to Su Shang while responding. Don't you even look at who your daughter is. Is your martial arts talent definitely the heaven-slaying tyrant body? Song Dinghua asked again.
Song Jianyue put down his phone and rolled his eyes. Dad, you've asked me 800 times.
Yes. My daughter is amazing. Song Dinghua suddenly couldn't stop laughing.
Then he sighed, since my daughter is so supportive, I, as a father, can't be any worse. I'll take a break after I'm done with these few days. I'll find a better martial arts talent for my daughter, and try to find one that's a perfect match. There was a look of great passion in Song Dinghua's eyes, as if he was willing to do anything for his daughter. But who would have thought that Song Jianyue would say with a look of disdain, "Dad, don't bother with that. I already have the innate martial arts skills."
Oh? Song Dinghua was slightly stunned and asked seriously, what matching degree? Perfect. Moreover, it's a high-level innate martial art.
After Song Jianyue finished speaking, Song Dinghua stood up with a huge look of disbelief and surprise in his eyes.
How is that possible? A reward from the martial god tower? That shouldn't be the case.
You can only obtain advanced martial arts talents if you pass the 15th floor or above.
Song Dinghua looked incredulous.
Song Jianyue said, "It wasn't given by the martial god tower, it was given to me by Su Shang,
Su Shang?
Song Dinghua suddenly realized, yes, he has passed the martial god tower.
But this gift is too valuable, you can't accept it.
Song Dinghua frowned slightly, although he rewarded Su Shang in the name of Lucheng. But compared to a perfectly matched advanced martial art, these are nothing.
Well, that's what I meant at first, but...
Song Jianyue said seriously, then became hesitant again, but
what? Song Dinghua asked curiously.
But... Song Jianyue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say, "But Su Shang said that I'm his girlfriend now, and he doesn't need me. I thought he's so powerful now, and I can't hold him back, so I accepted it."
What? You're dating Su Shang?
Song Dinghua was so shocked that he just sat down and stood up again.
Chapter 84 Su Shang, we are neighbors from now on. Why, no way. Song Jianyue has always been a rebellious person.
Seeing his father's violent reaction, his attitude also became tough. The expression on Song Dinghua's face changed from shock to a bright smile.
Yes. Yes. Who said no? Song Dinghua sat down again, his mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. Our Shan Yu is really smart.
Su Shang is a real potential stock.
His future achievements will definitely surpass mine. You finally did something that satisfied me. After hearing what Song Dinghua said, Song Jianyue was stunned at first.
Then he said proudly, "I don't care whether he has potential or not.
I like Su Shang even if he is an ordinary person who can't practice. What do you think? I am awesome, right? Amazing, awesome." Song Dinghua was very satisfied with this.
But the next second, Song Dinghua said seriously, "But you can be in love, but you can't do anything out of line."
Something out of the ordinary? Song Jianyue was slightly stunned. What kind of outrageous thing could she and Su Shang do? Murder and arson? Impossible. That's it. Song Dinghua was a little confused.
Jianyu's mother died early, and as a father, Song Dinghua couldn't say anything about matters between men and women.
At this moment I don't know how to explain it. Just don't do anything out of the ordinary. Song Dinghua stammered, just talk about love, don't let anything happen that shouldn't happen. Now Song Jianyue understood.
Suddenly her pretty face was covered with a blush. But in his heart he thought, that bastard Su Shang has already done everything he can. But it was difficult for a girl to talk about such things, so Song Jianyue could only nod guiltily.
Dad is actually relieved about this.
Seeing this, Song Dingwa was very pleased. You have always been very sensible. But Dad, why? Song Jianyue was puzzled, and Song Dingwa explained seriously, ahem, anyway, you're right to listen to me.
We'll talk about it after we get married.
Oh. Song Jianyue said perfunctorily, don't worry, Dad.
Well, I trust you in this regard. Song Dingwa said with relief.
Dad, I'm going shopping with my best friend. I'm staying at her house tonight. Song Jianyue said after seeing Su Shang's reply.
Song Dingwa smiled and waved his hand, go ahead. It's been a month since we last met. Dad will give you 3 days off.
You don't need to practice during these 3 days. Within Luqing, Song Dingwa was still very relieved. After all, as the city lord, no one would dare to touch his daughter.
Hee, Dad, you're so nice. Hey, it would be nice if you could praise me every day. You wish, let's go. Give my regards to your bestie. 40 minutes later. Su Shang, didn't you say you wanted to have dinner? Why did you come to the hotel?
In a hotel, Song Jianyue shyly covered her chest while looking at Su Shang with a burning gaze. Her pretty face was like an alluring red apple, and her voice was almost inaudible. The ink-like long hair swayed slightly as Song Jianyue's delicate body trembled. I haven't had that for 28 hours.
It's so uncomfortable.
Su Shang stood naked in front of Song Jianyue with his head held high. Song Jianyue shyly looked up at him and then quickly lowered his head.
Well, alright then. Zangetsu is so nice, be good and eat. Woo. 1 million words omitted here. 2 days later, Fonglin Community. Xiaoshang, your dad and I have thought about it. We can't live in the villa in Luqing Mansion. Sun Shouying said seriously, and Su Shang was stunned. Why, Mom? Your mother meant to save it for your wedding with Zangetsu.
We've lived here for over 10 years, so we're used to it. Su Heping said with a smile, besides, our house is not small.
It will be enough for your mother and I to live in after you move out. Yes, that's what I mean.
Sun Shouying said, you'll have plenty of places to spend money in the future.
You can't live with us after you get married. That's not appropriate. Su Shang rolled his eyes, you guys are really thinking too far ahead. Mom, just listen to me. Besides, what's the big deal about living together? Isn't Zhan Yu's father also in Luqing Prefecture?
They're quite close. Besides, I haven't thought about getting married in the near future, so you guys just stay here and relax.
After much persuasion, Su Shang finally persuaded Sun Shouying. Sun Shouying said, okay then, I'll ask the movers to come up. Ha? So you're still hesitating even though the moving company is here? Su Shang smiled.
1 hour later, at the south gate of the community. Xiaoxing's mom, come back often. Heping, now that you're gone, we'll have fewer days to play chess together.
Shouying, remember what Xiaoshang did to tutor my son Kunken. Come back and go shopping some other day.
On the truck, Sun Shouying and Su Heping said goodbye to their neighbors reluctantly. After being neighbors for more than 10 years, we suddenly separated and it seemed like we had endless things to talk about. Sun Shouying responded with tears in her eyes.
Su Heping checked the time and said, Shouying, it's time for us to leave. Heping's family will have a good life in the future.
Yeah, Xiaoshang has made great progress. No, I have to go home and supervise that brat.
I should go back too.
I'll have fewer opportunities to meet Shouying and the others from now on.
Luqing Mansion, courtyard number 6. Go slowly, handle it with care, master. Hey master, just put this on the left.
Sun Shouying, wearing sleeves, was busy cleaning and spoke hurriedly to the mover.
Su Heping said with a smile, with your mother here, we don't have to worry about this family at all.
Su Shang was a little speechless and said, Mom, there are more than a dozen people in the moving company, so you should stop being so busy. Oh, there are so many old things. I'm afraid they might break them.
Don't you know that many of these are left by your grandparents? Sun Shouying waved her hand and said, Sister, use the old broom to clean first.
Su Shang smiled and didn't care about it anymore. Dad, there is a pavilion in the yard.
Can I play chess with you? Okay. Su Heping's eyes lit up.
He had no other hobbies except playing chess.
The villa given by Song Dingwa has a construction area of 800 square meters.
It is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities and also comes with a private garden of more than 400 square meters. As the most luxurious villa area in Luqing, Luqing Mansion is equipped with a security force at the level of first-level warriors. In addition, those who can live here are all dignitaries in Lucheng, so the security and property services are also top-notch in Lucheng.
By nightfall, the new house was finally ready.
In the spacious and bright living room, Su Heping and Sun Shouying were cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. When Su Sheng was about to go upstairs to the practice room to practice, the doorbell of the villa rang.
After opening the door, he was stunned. Uncle Song? Su Sheng, we're here.
Next to Song Dinghua, Song Zhanyue, wearing a white long dress, smiled brightly and said, "From now on, Su Sheng and I will be neighbors."
Chapter 85. Su Sheng returns to school and everyone cheers. Xiao Su, have you had dinner?
Song Dinghua looked at Su Sheng with a smile, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Su Sheng quickly nodded and made a gesture of invitation. "If I had known that Uncle Song was coming, we would have eaten later."
City Lord Song? Su Heping and his wife rushed over upon hearing the noise.
They were startled at first, then hurriedly said, "Hurry up and sit down.
No need to change your shoes." After they were seated, Song Dinghua smiled and said, "I'm really sorry to bother you so late. However, I thought you probably don't have any guests today, so why not let me be your first guest?" "Welcome, very welcome."
Sun Shouying was rather flattered, but Su Heping, on the other hand, remained quite calm. He smiled and said, "City Lord Song's presence truly brings honor to my humble abode. I remember I'm 3 years older than you, so I'll just call you Brother Su."
"You don't have to call me City Lord Song. If you don't mind, just call me brother," Song Dinghua said with a smile.
On the side, Song Zhanyue first exchanged glances with Su Sheng, and then glanced at Sun Shouying with his big eyes with some nervous curiosity. It was the first time the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law met, and it would be a lie for Song Zhanyue to say that she wasn't nervous.
But when he saw Su Sheng's caring look, Song Zhanyue's tension was relieved a lot. "Brother Su was also a soldier, right?"
After a few pleasantries, Song Dinghua asked. Su Heping replied, "Yes, when I was young, I was in the 7th Steel Company of the Eastern Theater Command."
7th Steel Company? Song Dinghua's eyes lit up. The company commander at that time was Gao Chun? "Yes, that's my old company commander." "Do you know him, brother?" Su Heping's eyes lit up as well.
Song Dinghua laughed heartily. "More than knowing him, I personally brought that guy up when I was in the 7th Steel Company.
After I went to Li Yunlong's 4th Regiment, Gao Chun became the company commander." "Brother, we're comrades in the same company." What a coincidence."
Su Heping didn't expect that he and Song Dinghua had such a relationship, and the two of them immediately became much more familiar with each other. After chatting for a while, Song Dinghua shifted the topic to Su Sheng. Xiao Su performed quite well in the special training camp this time. "Brothers and sisters, you have raised a good son." Su Heping and Sun Shouying exchanged a glance, and the former said modestly, "It's mainly due to Xiaoxing's own hard work. However, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Song Dinghua changed the subject and said seriously, "Any genius will be remembered by others and regarded as a goal to be surpassed. There are many challenges on the road to the pinnacle of martial arts, especially for geniuses. So, you should be prepared to be disturbed frequently."
This is also one of the purposes of Song Dinghua's trip.
If Su Sheng was just an ordinary person, he would naturally live the life of an ordinary person, and it would not be impossible for him to live a peaceful and stable life. But Su Sheng is a genius, and one of the best in Longhua. As a result, they will naturally face the solicitation of major forces, challenges from strong people, and so on. After all, the current era is full of spiritual energy and martial arts are flourishing. There are many geniuses, but what many of them lack is the opportunity to be exposed. And defeating a genius who already has a lot of exposure and fame is their best chance to become famous. With fame comes material security.
Su Heping nodded seriously.
He had already discussed this with Sun Shouying a few days ago. This was also the main reason why the two elders decided to move to Lucheng Prefecture. After all, Lucheng Mansion's security and other aspects are top-notch, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles.
"Uncle Song, Mom and Dad, don't worry.
It's true that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, but if it's a world tree that connects heaven and earth, no one can destroy it," Su Sheng said confidently.
"Okay, it's right to have this mentality." Song Dinghua cast an admiring look at him. Soon, the topic of conversation shifted to their youth.
Seeing the adults chatting happily, their faces flushed with excitement as they reminisced about the past, Su Sheng smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, Uncle Song, you guys chat first. I'll take Zhanyu upstairs for a walk."
"Good. Go ahead." Song Dinghua said to Song Zhenyue. After the two of them went upstairs, Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. Su Shang, you are not going to. What are you thinking? Let the adults talk about this occasion. It's not appropriate for us to be here. Su Shang looked Song Zhenyue up and down. It's fine if you don't mention it, but once you do, I'll. No. Song Zhenyue said no, but her little hand gently closed the door of Su Shang's room. She pouted and whispered, then hurry up, don't take so long. I'm just teasing you. Su Shang laughed heartily. My girlfriend is really obedient, but also really stupid. Song Zhenyue's pretty face flushed, and she said in embarrassment, Su Shang, you're so annoying. The next day, number 3 middle school, class 2, grade 3. Classmates, I have good news for you all. Su Shang is back to see you. The head teacher Tang Tao said excitedly with a flushed face. What? Really? Fuck, Su Shang, oh no, Boss Su is back? Teacher, is Su Shang coming back for class? Everyone was immediately excited when they heard this. Su Shang, this is the latest celebrity in Lucheng. And Su Shang happened to be in their class. It was like a low-key classmate suddenly became a popular star. With Su Shang's ability, there's no need for him to attend classes. The principal has already given special permission. Tang Tao smiled and said, Su Shang came back this time, on the one hand to see everyone, and on the other hand, he was invited by the principal to share some experience with everyone. Teacher, is Su Shang truly at the second level of golden body now? Hype raised his hand and asked curiously. As Su Shang's roommate and best friend, Hei Pai was unable to adapt to the huge change in Su Shang's identity for a while. While I was happy, I also felt a little pressure for some reason. Hype's question is obviously what everyone wants to ask. After all, they are all 18-year-old high school seniors. While everyone is still working hard to reach a punching force of 500 kilograms, Su Shang has already become a second-level strongman. Tang Tao smiled and nodded, that's definitely right. You can ask Su Shang about it when he gets here. Just as Tang Tao finished speaking, he saw a tall and handsome young man walking towards the door. Behind Su Shang followed the energetic principal Zhang Guokuan. Su Shang's appearance instantly brought the class atmosphere to a climax. One by one, the boys greeted Su Shang with excitement, and many female classmates in the class flirted with him blatantly, feeling very regretful for their foolish behavior of ignoring Su Shang in the past. After a brief and passionate speech, Principal Zhang Guokuan looked around the room and said, Next, let Su Shang teach us. As soon as Zhang Guokuan finished speaking, a boy below suggested, Brother Shang, can you have a sparring match with the principal? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cheered. Yeah, we haven't seen the second-level golden body take action yet. Brother Shang, please. Listening to his classmate's words, Zhang Guokuan said with a smile, okay. Chapter 86 The Challenger Arrives. Wow, there's going to be something interesting to watch. Brother Shang doesn't know if he's in the early or middle stages of the golden body, but the principal is in the great perfection of the golden body. I guess the principal needs to hold back. Brother Shang must be in the middle stage of the golden body. As far as I know, to get first place in the special training camp, you need to be in the middle stage of the golden body. Come on, Brother Shang. For a student to compete with the principal, only Brother Shang can do it. Many students looked excited and thrilled. After all, although number 3 middle school has Zhang Guokuan, a great master of the golden body, he never takes action in front of students. And almost no one present had ever seen a powerful golden body expert of the second realm take action. In fact, except for places like special training camps where evil spirits are rampant, most of the second-level golden bodies can be said to be the ceiling that ordinary people can reach. The third-level spirits and fourth-level warriors are existences that ordinary people will never be able to encounter in their entire lives. Zhang Guokuan looked at Su Shang and said with a smile, Don't feel pressured. I will hold back. Su Shang looked at Zhang Guokuan with a strange expression, thinking that even if you try your best, you can't defeat me in one move. But we still have to give face to the principal. After everyone cleared an area, all the teachers and students, including Tang Tao, were looking forward to this high-level competition. Su Shang, come on. After Zhang Guokuan finished speaking, he showed off his skills in front of everyone. With a thought, the skin all over his body turned into a bright bronze color, and his whole body seemed indestructible as if cast in brass. Wow, is this the golden body state of a second-level expert? So cool. Wow, the special effects are superb, it's amazing.
I heard that a level 2 expert in the golden body state is immune to bullet attacks.
That's amazing.
One student said excitedly, I wish I could be that good. Looking at Zhang Guoquan, who was in full swing, Su Shang smiled slightly. Then he took a step forward. The seemingly ordinary step made Zhang Guoquan's face change slightly.
This guy, his aura is so terrifying.
In fact, Su Shang had not even used his martial arts talent, relying entirely on the basic realm of the third realm of spiritual illusion. However, even though it was only the performance of the basic realm, it was enough to make Zhang Guoquan, who was only at the second level of the golden body, feel overwhelmed.
Boom! Just as Zhang Guoquan was shocked, Su Shang's left fist hit Zhang Guoquan's chest.
Zhang Guoquan's face changed slightly.
This force felt like being hit by a truck. Bang! Under Su Shang's terrifying strength, Zhang Guoquan took 3 steps back. The shock and astonishment on his face reached its peak in an instant.
Su Shang was also stunned. In fact, he only used 1/3 of his strength in this punch. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Guoquan, who had reached the great perfection of the second realm of golden body, was actually so weak. In fact, it's not that Zhang Guoquan is weak, but that Su Shang has come into contact with top geniuses from all over Longwei in the special training camp.
People like Helian Yufeng and Gongshu Esong, which one of them doesn't have a powerful background that can crush ordinary people like Zhang Guoquan?
These top geniuses have been tempering their bodies with natural treasures since childhood, and they treat all kinds of strengthening pills as candy beans. Therefore, even if people like Helian Yufeng are not as good as Zhang Guoquan in realm, but in terms of actual combat ability, he is definitely stronger than Zhang Guoquan, an ordinary warrior who doesn't even have any talent for martial arts. It was precisely because of this that Su Shan was able to create such a great sense of oppression on Zhang Guoquan even when he was restraining his strength. The whole audience was in an uproar. Many people were stunned by what they saw. Isn't it said that the golden body state makes one immune to bullets? Su Shang, this punch doesn't look very powerful. Or is it that Su Shang is already strong enough to easily crush the principal? Tang Tao was also stunned. It was also the first time for him to see the golden body state.
But I didn't expect that such exaggerated strength could be defeated by Su Shang with just one punch? Zhang Guoquan looked a little embarrassed.
If he was not in the golden body state, everyone would probably see Zhang Guoquan's blushing face.
Ahem, Su Shang, why are you so strong?
Zhang Guoquan really didn't expect Su Shang's strength to reach such a terrifying level.
You know, this kid is only 18 years old.
At the age of 18, he can crush the golden body great perfection.
Is this the level of the top student in the special training camp of a prestigious school?
At the same time, Zhang Guoquan couldn't help but feel extremely grateful in his heart. Fortunately, I activated the golden body state, otherwise Su Shang's punch would probably knock me out.
Su Shang asked, Principal, do you still want to spar? Ahem, no.
Zhang Guoquan suddenly felt the floor of the classroom was scorching hot.
He couldn't stay in class 2, grade 3 for even a second.
However, as a principal, Zhang Guoquan is still thick-skinned enough. He quickly recovered as before, looked at everyone with a smile and said, Classmates, you see, this is the level of the top genius of Dragon Country. Su Shang can do it, maybe you can reach his level in the future. After these words were spoken, the stunned crowd came back to their senses. Everyone looked at Su Shang as if he were a god, with admiration and awe. 40 minutes later. That's all I have to say. Su Shang shared his insights with everyone. After hearing Su Shang's words, even Tang Tao felt unsatisfied. Su Shang, what are your plans next? Tang Tao asked. Although he still addressed Su Shang as Su Shang, Tang Tao had unconsciously regarded Su Shang as a being of a higher level, and there was a hint of caution in his words. Su Shang thought for a moment and said, If you don't make progress on the road of martial arts, you will regress. I plan to continue practicing and wait for the college entrance examination.
If you don't advance, you will retreat. Okay, then we won't bother you anymore. Tang Tao said.
Su Shang, on the other hand, glanced at the dark-skinned man in the back row of the classroom.
Immediately, he showed a bright smile. Lao hey, after school, let's go to the internet cafe?
In the back row of the classroom, Hype, who had originally had an expression of admiration and envy on his face, was stunned. Immediately, his face was filled with great joy and flattery.
He didn't expect that Su Shang would actually take the initiative to talk to him. And I have to go to the internet cafe to play games with myself.
All of a sudden, all the students turned around, their eyes filled with envy.
Well. Hype was trembling with excitement.
Looking at several male classmates who were on good terms with him and looking at him with hope, Su Sheng chuckled and said, "Let's go."
What are you all standing there for?
Hearing this, Tang Tao smiled and said, "You guys go quickly and spend some time with Su Sheng to relax."
Okay.
Suddenly, many male students jumped up excitedly.
The next morning,
after staying up all night with Hype and other classmates, Su Sheng walked out of the internet cafe feeling refreshed. Not to mention, although his focus now is on cultivation, but occasionally going to the internet cafe, the relaxation and pleasure are still fascinating. It's a pity that such days are gradually drifting away from me. Su Sheng looked at the azure sky and murmured, "In this world, the strong are respected and strength determines everything." No matter if it is for the dream of traveling through the starry sky as a martial arts master, or for protecting those around him and bringing better material things to his family, Su Sheng knows that he will never stop from the moment the system is activated. Soon, Su Sheng took a taxi back to Luqing Prefecture. However, before Su Sheng reached the door of his villa, he heard a loud noise. "Oh, I told you, Su Sheng is not at home. Why are you kids so annoying?" Outside Villa number 6, a group of men and women gathered together, and Sun Xiuying's voice came from inside.
"Auntie, we have no ill intentions. We just want to come and visit Su Sheng." "Yes, and you kept saying Su Sheng wasn't home. How could we know if what you said was true if we didn't go in and take a look?" "Auntie, isn't Su Sheng the top of the special training camp? He won't be such a coward, right?" Several boys were talking to each other. Su Sheng's originally happy expression turned cold in an instant. Immediately, Su Sheng strode forward and said in a cold voice, "I'm back, what's wrong?" Chapter 87. Su Shengxiang is too out of line. Although Su Sheng guessed that his fame in Luqing would inevitably be accompanied by various challenges, and Song Dinghua also reminded him the day before yesterday. But Su Sheng didn't expect that it would come so soon. Moreover, these people actually dared to block me at my own doorstep? If he was just waiting quietly, Su Sheng wouldn't be angry. A beating would be enough. But what made Su Sheng angry was that this group of people actually blocked Sun Xiuying? Su Sheng couldn't tolerate this. After hearing Su Sheng's voice, the 8 young men and women turned around. Su Sheng discovered that these people were of different ages. The younger ones were probably around the same age as him, while the older ones were probably in college. When Sun Xiuying saw Su Sheng coming back, she looked worried and said, "Xiao Shang, don't worry about them." Although he knew that his son won first place in the special training camp, there were obviously many college students among these people, and their strength must be stronger. "Mom, please go inside first. There are many of my friends here." Su Sheng grinned and pushed Sun Xiuying into the room as he spoke. Sun Xiuying looked suspicious, and Su Sheng said, "Don't worry, there are cameras all around." "What can you do in broad daylight? We young people can just chat, so don't get involved. Besides, if you really hear any noise, it's not too late to come out." Su Sheng's persuasion dispelled many of Sun Xiuying's doubts. He nodded immediately, then, "Be careful, don't act so arrogantly, okay?" "No." When Su Sheng closed the door of the villa and looked back at everyone, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Across from them, a male in his early 20s stepped forward and said with a smile, "Su Sheng, I'm Chen Xiao, a sophomore at Dongjiang University, in the early stage of the second realm of Golden Body. We came here for no other reason than to get to know you. Another one, I also want to spar with you, mainly because I want to see the strength of the top one in the elite school training camp." After Chen Xiao finished speaking, a burly young man with a crew cut beside him said, "I'm Lin Meng, a freshman at Dongjiang Normal University. I came here to spar with you. By the way, I made it into the top 40 at last year's elite school training camp." After Lin Meng finished speaking, he looked at Su Sheng quietly, as if waiting for Su Sheng's opening remarks. But Su Sheng didn't care what they said at all. Su Sheng walked out of the yard and looked at those with provocative, unconvinced, or curious eyes and said calmly, "Who was blocking my mother from entering the house just now?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions froze. Chen Xiao coughed lightly. "Our original intention was not to block Auntie, but mainly to confirm whether you are there." "Yes, and your mother couldn't speak clearly. We thought you were hiding on purpose." Lin Meng said carelessly, "But now we know that you really went out for something." Su Sheng's eyes focused, and then he casually swung out a force to suppress the area. The black suppressing force attached to Lin Meng's back at lightning speed. The next moment, Lin Meng was pushed uncontrollably by this suppressing force and moved towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng stretched out his left hand and grabbed Lin Meng's neck. All this happened extremely quickly. By the time everyone reacted, they felt as if Lin Meng had walked over by himself,
and there was an extreme sense of oppression in the weirdness.
Did your mother teach you to be polite? Su Shang's left hand gripped Lin Meng's neck tightly like an iron clamp.
Lin Meng's face flushed red, and there was great fear and horror in his eyes.
This person is so strong. So strong that he didn't even react.
When Lin Meng tried to break free from Su Shang's big hand, he was horrified to find that his body seemed to be frozen and could not move.
No matter how hard he tried, Su Shang's big hands were like alloy cast iron clamps tightly gripping his neck.
Chen Xiao and his companions were immediately shocked. Lin Meng is a martial artist who has reached the great perfection and will soon enter the second realm of Golden Body.
Just being caught like a chicken?
Lin Meng coughed for a while and said in panic, "I am very polite."
Polite?
Su Sheng threw Lin Meng out.
Bang!
Lin Meng's body fell heavily to the ground 10 meters away. The terrifying force made Lin Meng feel as if his body was about to fall apart. "Since you know how to speak politely, I'll spare you."
Su Shang looked at Lin Meng, who was lying on the ground with a painful expression, and then turned to look at the others. "Did you also join in blocking the door?"
The others were so frightened by Su Shang's powerful strength that they dared not speak. Chen Zhao's throat rolled and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Seeing Su Shang looking at him, Chen Zhao couldn't help but say, Su Shang, we didn't mean it.
We won't do this again next time."
Lin Meng, who was slightly weaker than him, was easily crushed by Su Shang, and Chen Zhao knew that the same would happen if he took the lead.
This guy is such a monster.
It's simply beyond the scope of the scope. For a moment, Chen Zhao felt both regret and fear. I regretted coming here and was afraid that I would get beaten up.
Su Shang chuckled. "You guys brought money, right?" Everyone was slightly stunned. What the hell? Does this have anything to do with whether we bring money or not?
Seeing Su Shang's fierce gaze, Chen Zhao and the others nodded rapidly, fearing that their slow response would cause Su Shang's dissatisfaction.
Su Shang looked at the 8 people present and said, "Since you have money with you, it will be easier. You won't be turned away when you go to the doctor later."
As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Chen Zhao, Lin Meng and others changed slightly. Lin Meng, who had just gotten up, stammered, Su Shang, I've already been beaten."
I should be fine, right? What do you mean by getting beaten? This is called sparring." Right, let's spar." Lin Meng nodded repeatedly. Then I don't have to endure sparring, right? Su Shang was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Meng.
Seeing someone trying to run away, he slowly raised his left hand.
Boom!
An arc of electricity as black as ink condensed in the palm of his hand.
Sizzle!
Under the influence of the terrifying power of suppression, and with Su Shang's slight success in controlling the holy body of suppression, this power of suppression exuded an endless sense of oppression like an ancient forbidden spell. Chen Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically, and a girl who wanted to escape was so frightened that she stood there motionless. Su Shang pressed down with his left hand.
The power to suppress the area spread throughout the entire place in an instant. Bang! Bang!
Several muffled sounds were heard one after another, and all 8 people, including Lin Meng who had just stood up, fell to the ground under the suppression of the power of the suppression area. The back of everyone's head made intimate contact with the hard concrete floor. Suddenly, some people felt dizzy and their bodies were in severe pain. Chen Zhao's eyes were filled with fear. He found that the black electric arc attached to his body was like a mountain, pressing him so hard that he could hardly breathe.
Crack!
With the sound of bones rubbing against each other under the weight, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surged into my heart. Just when everyone was so frightened and in pain that they thought they were dead. The power to suppress the area was instantly taken back by Su Shang. At this moment, everyone was covered in cold sweat. Chen Xiao and Lin Meng looked at Su Shang in horror, their regret reaching its peak. The sparring is over, the 6 of you can leave. As soon as Su Shang finished speaking, everyone turned around and ran away. One of the girls was so scared that she sobbed softly as she ran. Did you guys get away? Just as Chen Xiao and Lin Meng turned to leave with a sense of relief, Su Shang's voice struck their hearts like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Chapter 88 The Secret Realm of Qindu is opened. Lin Meng shrank his neck in fear and looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's forehead was covered in sweat. He turned around slowly, a look of fear in his eyes. No, didn't we fight? What do you mean by fighting? That's called sparring. Do you understand sparring? Su Shang frowned slightly and emphasized again. Chen Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said bitterly, Yes, it's a competition. Your attitude is wrong.
If someone doesn't know, they might think I did something to you. Say it again.
Su Sheng said dissatisfiedly. Chen Xiao showed a smile that was uglier than crying. We took the initiative to come here to spar, a friendly exchange. Su Sheng nodded, very satisfied with this. Everyone who comes is a guest.
Now that we are at the door, why not sit down? Chen Xiaolin shook his head quickly. This guy was a devil now. He didn't want to stay with him for even a second. Su Sheng's eyes glared. What? Can't we even just come over for a friendly exchange?
Chen Xiao and the other man shook their heads and nodded frantically.
In that case, why don't you sit in the yard?
By the way, tidy up the grass in the yard and the tiles piled in the corner.
Su Sheng pointed to the left and said. Since Villa number 6 has been uninhabited, the yard is overgrown with weeds.
Sun Xiuying wanted to save money and planned to find time to weed. Su Sheng originally planned to find a master to do it, but now that he has free labor, he might as well use it.
Chen Xiao and Lin Meng were stunned. Laying tiles, this job has never been done before. There are 209 tiles in total. If any one breaks, you'll have to fix it yourself. The blueprint should be inside the tiles, you can find it yourself.
Su Shangyan said, also, if there are still those who want to spar with me, you can send them off on your own.
That's all.
Having said that, Su Shan walked into the villa without caring about them. Outside the yard, Chen Xiao and Lin Meng looked at each other.
Lin Meng immediately said, Senior, do we really need to work? Just try it if you don't.
Chen Xiao said with a bitter look on his face. After saying this, he still looked at the direction where Su Sheng left with lingering fear. So strong, how can someone be so powerful?
Dongjiang Martial Arts University is a key martial arts university in the entire Dongjiang province.
The fact that Chen Xiao was able to get in naturally shows that he has good talent. In his sophomore year, Chen Xiao has always been the one who has the final say.
Even many junior students have to look at his face.
Chen Xiao has seen geniuses before, but Su Sheng, who is only 18 years old and can easily crush him, is the only one. Lin Meng also nodded repeatedly. Yes, I originally thought that he was number 1 in the special training camp, and even if he was really good, he would only be slightly better than me.
But who knows?
I went to the special training camp last year, and the number 1 last year was far inferior to this guy. Lin Meng sighed and lamented, and Chen Xiao sighed softly and said with a bitter face, stop talking nonsense and get to work.
How can I do this? I've never laid tiles before.
Lin Meng was about to cry but couldn't. Besides, Su Xingke just said that if we break a piece, we have to pay for it.
It's like I've done it before. Just search online.
If that doesn't work, just find a bricklayer or something.
At worst, we can just pay him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
This day, I was in the villa, practicing in the room.
Call.
Su Sheng sat cross-legged with his bare chest, his muscular features covered with a thin layer of sweat.
On the chest, the Scarlet Emperor's heart brand occasionally emits shining light.
With the Emperor's heart's blessing, my black hole soul devouring technique has indeed been mastered in just 1 week. Su Sheng opened his eyes and murmured. After coming out of the special training camp, he spent the past week focusing on the black hole soul devouring technique and the 10 directions town peak. The black hole soul devouring technique at the minor success level can exert a soul devouring field far beyond the entry-level level. Su Sheng could also clearly find that his absorption speed of the Zhoutian spiritual energy had increased several times. With this top-level technique alone, my training speed is more than 10 times faster than that of the average person.
Su Sheng's eyes were full of energy.
After this week, with the addition of the millions of cultivation resources he had exchanged for points from the special training camp, his realm had already advanced from the early stage of the 3rd level of spiritual illusion to the middle stage of spiritual illusion. If such an exaggerated speed were to be told to others, it would be enough to scare a lot of people. After all, even for top talents, it would take half a year or even longer to advance from the early stage of spiritual illusion to the middle stage of spiritual illusion. But Su Sheng could only say that he was basically satisfied with this speed. On the path of martial arts, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to practice. He can now improve 1 small realm every week, but if he reaches the late stage of spiritual fantasy or even the great perfection, it will be impossible to do so. Moreover, the reason why he could improve 1 small realm every week during the 3 realms spiritual period was more due to the cultivation resources exchanged for the huge points in the special training camp and the result of using the system to synthesize these resources. But the special training camp is only for non-warriors and first-level warriors after all, and the resources it can provide are naturally very useful to non-warriors and first-level warriors.
but its effect on the three realms of spiritual illusions is much smaller.
If it weren't for the system synthesis, Su Sheng estimated that he could only improve a little bit this week. But then, there weren't so many resource supplies. There are still 3 months left until college. It's so hard. Su Sheng stood up, and the bright red pattern of the Emperor's heart on his chest also dimmed. After Su Sheng took a shower and changed into clean clothes.
Xiao Sheng, your phone.
Su Heping's voice came from downstairs. Su Sheng never carries his cell phone with him when he is practicing, so that he can focus more on improving himself.
Uncle Song's?
When Su Sheng saw the caller ID, he was stunned.
After the call was connected, Song Dinghua's kind voice came from the other end of the line. Xiao Su, have you been busy these days?
Just practice, Uncle Song, what can I do for you?
Ha, I have 2 tickets to the Qingdu Secret Realm.
If you have nothing else to do, go with Zhan Yu.
Song Dinghua said, you can come over here, we happen to be close. Su Sheng's eyes lit up, Secret Realm. 5 minutes later, inside Villa Number 1. Song Dinghua was wearing a dark blue executive jacket and seemed to have just gotten off work.
In the living room, Song Zhanyue smiled at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes.
Xiao Su, do you know about the Secret Realm? Song Dinghua asked after inviting Su Sheng to sit down. Su Sheng nodded. He also heard about it from Song Zhanyue and Gong Shueson during the special training camp. Secret realms can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is the ancient secret realms left behind by the dynasties in the early days of the revival of spiritual energy, such as the secret realm of the Pre-Zhou dynasty, the secret realm of the ancient Tang dynasty, the secret realm of the Yuan dynasty, etc. There is another type that appeared with the birth of foreign battlefields, collectively known as foreign secret realms. Unlike the ancient secret realms, the scenery in the alien secret realms varies and many of them are completely opposite to the environment on Blue Star. But no matter what kind of secret realm it is, it always carries various opportunities and challenges. Previously, Helian Yufeng, Gong Shuesong and others gave up the opportunity to practice in a secret realm and came to the special training camp. While in the special training camp, Su Sheng also read a large number of books in the special training camp in his spare time. Dragon Country has discovered no less than 100 secret realms, and most of them have certain restrictions. For example, some secret realms require warriors of a specific level to enter, while some secret realms have requirements for Bone Age. Some even have restrictions on the skills they practice and even their martial arts talents, so they are quite diverse. Seeing this, Song Dinghua smiled and said, the Qingdu secret realm is a relic from the ancient Qin dynasty. It's south of Chang'an City. How about going there? Chapter 89 Departure. I want to go. Su Sheng blurted out. Just a moment ago, he was still worrying about the resources for cultivation, but then his future father-in-law sent him such a big gift. The Qingdu secret realm is a small, restricted secret realm. It will be open the day after tomorrow and will last for a month and a half. By the time you return, you can take the college entrance examination after a short rest. Song Dinghua said, only warriors below the 4th level can enter the Qingdu secret realm. This time you and Zhan Yu are going mainly to gain experience and knowledge. As for opportunities, just let it be. Most of the secret realms within Dragon Country are controlled by the government, with a small number in the hands of top companies, martial arts schools, and universities. The Qingdu secret realm is one of the secret realms controlled by the government. Since small secret realms can only accommodate a limited number of people, they are often given in the form of invitations to major forces and some powerful people. As the Lord of Luqing, Song Dinghua also got 2 admission tickets. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. In Song Dinghua's opinion, Su Sheng has strength comparable to that of a 3rd-level spiritual being. Combined with Song Zhanyue, who is now in the middle stage of the 2nd-level golden body, the 2 of them can protect themselves without any problem. If you are lucky, you may even get some rewards. After listening to Song Dinghua's introduction, Su Sheng's eyes brightened. Can only those below the 4th realm enter? He is now in the middle stage of spiritual fantasy. With the help of the holy body of realm suppression and the 10 directions realm suppression peak, even if he can't defeat the 4th level warriors, at least he can win with certainty if he reaches the great perfection of spiritual fantasy. In other words, once you enter, you will be invincible. This secret realm of Qingdu is simply a boy who brings wealth. It's a long journey from Luqing to Chang'an, but there are 2 more people from Luqing besides you 2, so the 4 of you will be together. Song Dinghua said with a smile, this time you will go as Luqing officials. You don't need to take a passenger plane. Someone will fly a fighter jet to take you there.
Admission tickets to the Chindu Secret Realm are basically issued to senior officials from various provinces and cities. Therefore, most of the people going this time are geniuses with official backgrounds.
Get ready and leave early tomorrow morning, Song Dingwa said. The blue star in this world is extremely vast.
It takes a day and a night to fly from Lucheng to Chang'an, even with a new high-tech fighter jet. According to Song Dingwa's plan, the two of them would have half a day to rest after arriving in Chang'an, which was enough time.
Good. Su Shang nodded, and Song Jianyue's pretty face was full of anticipation. It's great to be with Su Shang again.
After Su Shang left, Song Dingwa stared at his infatuated daughter with a headache and said, Jianyu, although Su Shang is a wonderful child, your most urgent task is to improve your strength.
Oh, I know, Dad, Song Jianyue said absent-mindedly.
Su Shang is a man of extraordinary talent. His future limit in martial arts will definitely be higher than yours. If you don't work hard and are left behind by him, there will be a woman on his level to accompany him.
Song Dingwa spoke earnestly. Song Jianyue said with a grin, that's good too. At least I don't have to feel any pressure anymore. You. Song Dingwa suddenly became furious. Doesn't this daughter have any ambition at all?
Although Xiao Su will be accompanying you in the Chindu Secret Realm this time, he alone is not enough. After Song Dingwa finished speaking, he took out a thumb-sized white jade pendant from his space bracelet. Song Dingwa said, this item contains my martial arts will.
Activating it at a critical moment can save my life.
Although due to the limitations of the Secret Realm's laws, I can only display the strength of an early-stage general, but it's more than enough to be used within the Chindu Secret Realm. Also, among the two people traveling with you this time, there's a girl named Chi Hong, the daughter of Director Chi of the Martial Arts Department. She's reached the third level of spiritual perfection.
With the three of you together, you can rely on her in critical moments. Song Dingwa gave instructions for a long time, fearing that something might happen to Song Jianyue on his first long journey. Song Jianyue nodded, Dad, isn't Uncle Chi Feng against you?
Hee, I don't know what that old man's plan is. He just wants his daughter to get close to Su Shang, but he doesn't even take a look at what his daughter looks like.
Song Dingwa said with a smile. Chi Hong is also very talented. Although he is only 20 years old, he has already reached the great perfection of spiritual fantasy.
When he is a senior, he may have the opportunity to reach the fourth level of general. It's even possible that he can be promoted to a general after completing this trip to the Chindu Secret Realm. By that time, Chi Hong is also expected to become a powerful fifth-level master before the age of 30.
However, Song Dingwa was not optimistic about Chi Hong at all. After all, this girl looked really a bit horrible. The next morning, the top floor of Lucheng office building. Su Shang, you must not act too arrogantly.
The Chindu Secret Realm has three-level spirits from all over the country, and many of them are still quite old.
Their actual combat abilities far exceed those of you young people, Song Dingwa reminded again.
Su Shang wrote down Song Dingwa's words one by one. Although he was confident that he could defeat Linghuan Daiyuan, he would not be so arrogant as to ignore everyone.
Not far away, a jet-black fighter jet like an eagle came into view. It was the latest model of the Dragon Kingdom, the Koan 30.
And under the fighter plane, there were two people, a man and a woman.
The man was wearing a black combat uniform and holding an alloy box about 1 meter long.
He was in his early 20s and had a stern expression. He was Chen Yu, the son of Chen Jianlin, chairman of Tianzhou Group, the largest enterprise in Dongjiang province. The person next to him, with a sturdy build and a shiny battle axe on his back, was Qi Feng's daughter Qi Hong. Chen Yu and Qi Hong are equally powerful, both have reached the great perfection of spiritual illusion, but Chen Yu is 2 years older than Qi Hong, already 22 years old. When they saw Song Dingwa, they saluted immediately, City Lord Song.
Song Dingwa introduced the four people one by one and said, okay, you can set off now. Uncle Song, let's go. On the fighter plane, Su Shang waved to Song Dingwa.
When the black fighter plane took off into the sky with a brilliant red tail flame.
Inside the fighter plane. Your name is Su Shang, right? Chen Yu extended his hand, a hint of a smile on his cold face. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Hello, Brother Chen.
Su Shang also responded politely. On the side, Qi Hong looked at Su Shang curiously. She and Chen Yu both lived in Lucheng.
These days, if you were to ask who was the most famous, it would naturally be Su Shang, the number one in this special training camp.
Now, everyone in Lucheng is talking about Su Shang. Even many high-ranking officials in Dongjiang province praised Su Shang highly.
Su Shang, I heard that you are in the late stage of golden body, is that right?
Shi Hong has a deep voice and a strong body, which makes it difficult to associate him with a girl. If it weren't for his plump chest, he would probably be mistaken for a masculine man.
Su Shang smiled and nodded.
The situation of people in the secret realm was complicated, and even the two people in front of him might not be trustworthy. Since everyone thinks they are still at the golden body level, let us just think so.
It's okay. You and Zangetsu will be safe with us here.
Shi Hong patted his chest and promised.
Chapter 90. Where did the ancient masters go?
Before coming, Shi Feng had already told Shi Hong that during this trip to the Qingdu secret realm, she must maintain a good relationship with Su Shang. Shi Hong is no fool, as he has achieved spiritual perfection at the age of 20.
He knows that Su Shang's ceiling and potential must be bright.
It's just that because he is still young, his brilliance has not yet been fully revealed.
Song Jianyue asked with a smile, Sister Chi Hong, how are you doing at Jiangnan University? Is the pressure too much?
It's okay.
There are a lot of girls at Jiangnan University, and everyone gets along well.
Shi Hong chuckled and said, besides, I'm pretty good looking at Jiangnan University, and many boys are chasing me.
After hearing Chi Hong's words, Su Shang couldn't help but think of what Lin Kaishan and others said about Jiangnan University during the special training camp. Although there are many female students in Jiangnan University, their looks are generally average. Now I see, it's true. Fortunately, I didn't go to Jiangnan University.
The four of them were of similar age, and their parents knew each other, so they had a very pleasant communication.
And so it was, the next evening. Everyone, we have arrived at the Qingdu secret realm.
The co-pilot of the fighter plane walked out of the cockpit and spoke to the four people. Since the fighter plane had been flying at high speed for a day and a night, the four of them fell into a deep sleep. Su Shang gently woke up Song Jianyue, who was leaning on his shoulder. Through the window of the fighter plane, Su Shang could see the endless mountains and rivers below.
Among these towering mountains, a tall attic emitting red light can be clearly seen.
The ancient attic is at least hundreds of meters high, and even when Su Shang looks down from 1,000 meters above, he can still feel its grandeur. Above the endless wasteland outside Chang'an City, this attic filled with red light is really eye-catching. At this time, there were still many fighter planes parked around the attic. Su Shang, Jianyu, after entering the Qingdu secret realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to different corners. Shi Hong said, we can meet at Bai Chi's training ground later, and then go deep into the secret realm together. The Qingdu secret realm has been discovered for thousands of years and has been explored by countless groups of people over the years. Therefore, the map of the Qingdu secret realm has long been an open secret. Before coming this time, Song Dinghua also gave Su Shang and Song Jianyue a map of the secret territory of Qingdu. However, the terrain within the secret realm is fixed, but the strange beasts and various obstacles inside may change or rotate.
Therefore, the map can only serve as a reference.
When the group of four got off the fighter plane, they immediately saw the magnificent 200-meter-high attic in front of them. I heard that there are many ancient martial arts masters in Longhua who have inherited their legacy.
I wonder if it is true. Shunyu couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the historic building.
Shi Hong said, I've heard this rumor too. Although the ancient dynasties disappeared in the long river of history, many of their things have been preserved.
God of killing Bai Qi, Overlord Xiangyu, God of war Guanyu, Demon God Lubu, God of war Yufei, and so on.
Su Shang said, they all have heritage, and there are even rumors that not all of them are dead. After Su Shang finished speaking, Shenyu and Shi Hong looked at Su Shang in shock. Even Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise.
Su Shang smiled and said, there are two very interesting books in the special training camp.
They talk about things in ancient dynasties.
I don't know the details.
The online novel that Su Shang was following was updated too slowly, so at that time he just read those two books as novels to pass the time. However, looking at the entrance to the Qingdu secret realm in front of him, Su Shang felt that what the book said might make sense.
This brother seems to have read a lot of ancient books. I think so too.
At this time, someone behind Su Shang said.
Su Shang looked back and saw a fair-skinned young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looking at him with a smile.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Shin Maoan from the Dragon Academy.
Shin Maoan took the initiative to introduce. Dragon Academy. Shen Yu's eyes narrowed. The full name of Longhua Academy is Longhua Martial Arts Research Institute.
It is the highest and most authoritative institution engaged in martial arts research in Longhua. Those who can enter the Dragon Science Academy may not have great martial arts talent, but they are definitely academic gods. Many of today's skills, martial arts, even innate martial arts, elixirs, etc., were researched and created by researchers, professors, and academicians of the Dragon Academy of Science.
Su Shang. After introducing himself, Su Shang asked, Brother Shin should have extensive research in this area, right?
I can't call myself a researcher, but this world is really wonderful. Shen Maoan chuckled. Since the ancient Xia dynasty, when spiritual energy revived, tens of thousands of years have passed. Martial arts masters have a long lifespan. Even a martial artist at the first level can easily live to 150 years old. A third-level spirit possesses a lifespan of 300 years, a seventh-level king has a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, and the current 8 heavenly kings have a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years.
And what about the emperors above the heavenly kings? They've been around for at least 2,000 years, right?
2,000 years ago was the ancient Ming dynasty. Martial arts were already quite prosperous at that time.
I don't believe that there were no emperors in that era.
And if there is an emperor, he must still be alive now, but we have no information about him. Shen Maoan's words aroused the interest of Su Shang and others. Fortunately, the Qindu secret realm would not be open for some time.
Su Shang asked, It seems that none of the heavenly king level experts on Blue Star are over 300 years old, right?
Right. Shen Yu and Shi Hong nodded to indicate that this was correct.
Shen Maoan smiled and said, This is very interesting. What about the peak masters from 300 years ago? Where did they go?
Shen Maoan asked himself and answered, It's obviously impossible to say that they all perished.
Although history is half true and half false, there are always traces to follow.
Historical records show that in the early days of the spiritual energy revival, there were generally few powerful martial artists. The strongest in the pre-Qin period was only a Grand Master, but by the time of the ancient Tang dynasty, emperors had already appeared.
So, I think they either left Blue Star, or disappeared collectively for some reason, or they are still around us in another identity, but we just don't know.
Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, Many of them left behind inheritances, which actually shows that the martial arts were not interrupted.
However, there are clear records in history books. Professor Shen, are you saying that history fabricated their endings? I don't deserve to be a professor. Shen Maoan nodded and said, Perhaps. This is what I am most interested in. If you are interested, you can add me and we can discuss it together in the future. Is this the kind of research you do at the Dragon Science Institute? Su Shang asked.
Shen Maoan shook his head. My research direction at the Dragon Academy is postpartum care for artificially bred exotic beasts, but I am more interested in the history of ancient martial arts. When these words were spoken, everyone smiled.
Wow, this interdisciplinary approach is really amazing, isn't it? 5 hours later. Boom!
Just as a few people were chatting casually, a red light suddenly bloomed in the ancient attic.
Qindu secret realm is open.
Shen Yu and the others immediately looked excited and expectant.
Chapter 91 The secret realm is opened, Su Shang swallows up the sea.
Around the ancient attic, many people stopped talking. When the red light in the attic reached its peak, a magical scene happened. I saw a deep purple circular light opening from the bottom of the attic, which was the portal to the Qindu secret realm. Inside the portal, you can clearly see mountains, rivers, and even vaguely see the figures of strange beasts running around.
Let's go!
Su Shang stood up and looked at the portal with fiery eyes.
The opening times of the major secret realms are uncertain.
Some open once a year, some open once every 10 years, and some open only once every 20 years or even 100 years.
The Qindu secret realm opens once every 30 years.
With the blessing of the spiritual vein formation within the secret realm, the richness of the spiritual energy nurtured over 30 years has already exceeded imagination. Su Shang didn't know how much his black hole soul devouring technique could absorb, but the first thing he would do after entering was definitely to absorb spiritual energy.
Zangetsu, you must be extremely careful when you go in.
Su Shang reminded the silly girl beside him.
Song Zhanyue looked at the secret realm with her beautiful eyes.
The alloy sword held in her slender little hand seemed to sense the owner's intention and exuded a burning fighting spirit.
Song Zhanyue nodded obediently. You too.
I plan to practice alone in the secret realm for a few days, and then I'll find you.
Keep a low profile in the meantime. Oh, I'm not a pretty face, don't worry.
Immediately, everyone entered one after another. At this time, in a parking lot 100 meters away from the attic.
Mr. Gong, the secret realm is open.
A young man said quickly.
Inside the RV, Gong Shuasong yawned, open? Let's go then. By the way, is Heli and Yufeng here this time? He's in seclusion and probably doesn't have time to come, but Luo Lai is here.
The young man said. Gong Shuasong stretched lazily. Luo Lai is really interested in the secret realm, but the Qingdu secret realm is mainly based on spiritual energy, and there are not many natural treasures. After saying that, he jumped off the bed and said, "Let's go. This is the last secret realm before college starts. Let's strive to advance to the late stage of the golden body." Boom! Inside the secret territory of Qingdu. When Su Sheng recovered from the brief teleportation dizziness, what he saw was an ancient and vicissitudes of life plane. At the end of the plane, lifelike terracotta warriors come into view. The difference is that these terracotta warriors are completely black with faint blue spots on them. The blue dots of light of different sizes are like fireflies, carrying a lively aura. Such a rich spiritual energy. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. The spiritual energy in this secret realm has actually vaporized, which shows how much spiritual energy has accumulated inside over the past 30 years. Qingdu secret realm is a small secret realm and its area is not very large. When Su Sheng found a tall tower and climbed to the top, he could almost see the end. Deep in the secret realm, several thousand-meter peaks blocked Su Sheng's sight. According to the information displayed on the previous map, that was Qingdu Peak. Qingdu Peak is the watershed of the middle area of Qingdu's secret realm. Beyond Qingdu Peak is the Qingdu Ancient Palace area, which is the core area of the entire Qingdu secret realm. Based on the experience of opening secret realms in the past, most of the natural treasures in the Qingdu secret realm are concentrated inside the Qingdu Ancient Palace. Absorb spiritual energy first. Su Sheng said this and jumped down to the 9th floor of the tower. The entire tower has only 9 floors, and since this is the outer area, there is no harassment from strange beasts. When Su Sheng sat cross-legged, the black hole soul devouring technique was instantly activated. The black hole soul devouring art, which has already entered a small stage of success, has made further progress with the help of the Emperor's Heart and the level 3 system to accelerate cultivation. Su Sheng estimated that the black hole soul devouring technique would be fully mastered in at most half a month. The moment the black hole soul devouring technique was activated, an invisible soul devouring field began to spread with Su Sheng as the center. Soon, the absorption range of the soul devouring field reached a diameter of 3,000 meters. It can be bigger. The maximum range of the soul devouring field that can be exerted by the black hole soul devouring technique in the introductory stage is 800 meters in diameter. The minor success level can increase the range of the soul devouring field 5 times, which is 4,000 meters in diameter. The soul devouring range spanning 4 kilometers is enough to show how domineering this skill is. The most important thing is that the black hole soul devouring technique not only has a very large range of absorbing spiritual energy, but its absorption efficiency is also extremely exaggerated. When the diameter of the soul devouring field reaches its maximum of 4,000 meters, Su Sheng immediately activated the black hole soul devouring technique. The next moment. Boom! With Su Sheng as the center, the spiritual energy within a radius of 4 kilometers instantly became like boiling water. On the terracotta warriors 100 meters away from the attic, the blue spiritual energy attached to the ancient terracotta warriors was immediately controlled by an invisible force, and flew towards the attic uncontrollably like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Above Su Sheng, an aura funnel formed by pure aura appeared. Call. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed back like seawater, and gathered in Su Sheng's body along the invisible funnel. It was like a huge vortex of spiritual energy, with blue spiritual energy pouring in madly all over the sky. Cool. Su Sheng was excited. This was what cultivation was all about. After a short while, Su Sheng already felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian had increased a lot. Under the domineering absorption of the black hole soul devouring technique, the surrounding spiritual energy was like the air being sucked away. Half an hour later. No more? Sensing that the spiritual energy entering his body was becoming increasingly scarce, Su Sheng opened his eyes with a lingering feeling. He knew that the spiritual energy within a radius of 4 kilometers had formed a spiritual vacuum area. Change place. Su Sheng stood up and jumped. There is black aura attached to the soles of the black alloy boots. The third realm spiritual phantom is already able to fly for a short period of time thanks to the powerful spiritual energy reserves in his body and his superb control of spiritual energy. Su Sheng tried a lot during this period. Although the flying speed is not as fast as running on the ground, it ignores all terrains. In this way, Su Sheng arrived at the 6-kilometer area in a short while. When Su Sheng found a relatively secluded place in the valley to sit down, the black hole soul devouring technique was activated again.
Boom! The same voracious swallowing of the sea, the same swiftness and dominance. The Jotian spiritual energy is like water stored in a balloon.
Now a big hole has been punctured in the balloon, and the water inside is pouring back directly. In this way, 3 days passed unknowingly.
This day. Call.
Su Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and the blue spiritual energy around him was still rushing into his dantian frantically.
It's worthy of being a secret realm. The spiritual energy here is at least 20 times that of the outside world.
There was a gleam in Su Sheng's eyes. These 3 days were basically equivalent to 2 months of hard training outside. Su Sheng's realm also made a big step forward to the middle stage of the third realm of spiritual fantasy. According to Su Sheng's expectations, he will be able to enter the late stage of spiritual fantasy in at most 2 weeks. You know, without relying on system synthesis, if you want to advance from the middle stage of spiritual fantasy to the late stage of spiritual fantasy, it will take at least 2 months in the outside world. This is still an extremely fast speed, but in the secret realm, this speed is increased several times. Just when Su Sheng was about to absorb the last bit of spiritual energy around him.
Boom!
An explosion sounded in the distance. Immediately, Su Sheng heard a shout with his powerful hearing, "Get out of here!"
I saw it first. Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Someone was fighting? If they could see someone fighting in the secret realm, they must have discovered something. Chapter 92 Bone Jade. Body Movement Martial Arts. Tong Xin, you are too shameless.
This bone jade was clearly obtained by me. When Su Sheng rushed over and hid behind a rock, he immediately saw 2 men in their 30s fighting not far away. One of them was tall and strong, with an alloy sword in his hand emitting spiritual energy and full of power. The man opposite had slightly darker skin, wore bronze light armor, and held a short axe in each hand, moving very quickly. The two were equally strong, but it was obvious that they were really angry and their attacks on each other were extremely ruthless.
Liu Yang, we've known each other for over 10 years, right?
You have quite a few martial arts skills, so why not give me this bone jade?
Tong Xin, you're so disgusting. We agreed to team up and snatch the property from others. Whoever gets it gets it. Now that I've snatched it, why are you snatching it from me again? Ha, we've been friends for over a decade, and you didn't even give me a piece of bone jade.
How dare you say such words?
Tong Xin, we are done with each other today. Die.
The two stopped talking nonsense and exchanged dangerous martial arts. Su Sheng also saw the strength of the two people.
They were both in the middle stage of spiritual fantasy. Well, they were too weak. Bone jade? Could it be the bone jade that recorded martial arts techniques from ancient dynasties? After hearing the conversation between the two, Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
During the ancient dynasties, martial arts flourished, but technology was very underdeveloped. The carriers used by ancient martial arts masters to record their martial arts skills were mostly bone jade. The so-called bone jade refers to the skeletons of martial arts masters or exotic beasts. This kind of bone becomes spiritual after being baptized by spiritual energy and can record the warrior's artistic conception in it. It is also very convenient to use. As long as you infuse it with your own spiritual energy, you can obtain the martial arts or skills recorded on the bone jade. Su Sheng didn't expect that he would encounter the legendary bone jade before even reaching the Qingdu ancient palace. Although I don't know what is recorded in it, if you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you are a bastard.
Just grab it first. In order to prevent you two, who have been friends for over a decade, from falling out, I can only reluctantly help you. Su Sheng acted decisively without any psychological pressure, since the bone jade was snatched from someone else by the two of them anyway. Boom! The holy body of the town was instantly activated. The next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped Liu Yang and Tong Xin like a ghost.
The two people who were fighting changed their expressions drastically, and suddenly they felt a heart-pounding aura coming from a distance. Before the two men could make any move, 2 black arcs of electricity instantly attached to their backs.
Bang! Bang!
The two people were caught off guard and were instantly bent down by the terrifying power of the suppression. Immediately, the two of them fell face down to the ground with a thud, one in front and one behind.
What's going on?
Liu Yang's face changed drastically, and he felt as if there was a mountain behind him. Tong Xin tried to get up, but found that the terrifying force behind him pressed his body so hard that he couldn't move at all, and even his bones began to rub against each other under the weight. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind him. After Su Sheng pinned the two men to the ground, he walked out calmly.
The main purpose of doing this is to prevent the other party from getting into trouble after seeing your face.
After all, the other party has no grudge against me, and I can't kill him easily. Then, when their faces were pressed against the ground, Su Sheng began to search as if he was in an empty space. On the soft soil, Lu Yang and Tong Xian's noses were sunken deep into the soil due to the pressure, and they felt like they could hardly breathe. A strong sense of life and death crisis came over me.
I just felt as if there was an inexplicable horror approaching.
In this state, the two of them had no time to think about who was searching their pockets. The black lightning manifested by the power of the suppression area is colorless and odorless, and as light as a feather. So much so that the two of them didn't even know what means Su Sheng had taken.
Found it.
Su Sheng immediately found a palm-sized white bone jade in Lu Yang's waist bag.
Obviously these two people don't have space bracelets.
Su Sheng probed in a trace of spiritual energy to check, and immediately felt a surge of information coming from the warm bone jade.
Holy crap! It's actually a body movement martial arts technique?
Su Sheng was overjoyed, because the bone jade contained a kind of intermediate-level martial arts skill called wind speed flashing step. There are various types of martial arts. In addition to the offensive martial arts that can be actively performed, there are also physical martial arts that can bring speed and dodge bonuses. Compared with offensive martial arts, body movement martial arts are rarer and naturally more expensive. After all, martial arts that require physical skills can save your life. Su Sheng didn't have time to take a closer look and immediately put the bone jade into his space bracelet. After Su Sheng left Tong Xian and the other two several thousand meters away, the power of suppression attached to them automatically disappeared because the control distance was too far.
At this moment, Tong Xian and Lu Yang just felt extremely relaxed.
But when the two stood up carefully, they found that there was no one around. The two looked at each other and couldn't help feeling fear. Faced with the other party's terrifying strength, the two men did not have the slightest thought of revenge in their hearts.
There's a master nearby, he must be a master of the spiritual realm. Tong Xian's eyes still showed the shock of surviving a disaster, and at this moment he no longer had the idea of competing with Lu Yang.
Lu Yang nodded, his face slightly pale.
Obviously, like Tong Xian, he had not yet recovered from the shock.
Yes, and he must be a powerful person in the spiritual realm.
Run!
At this time, in an ancient house, Su Sheng closed the door and used a desk to prop it up. Then Su Sheng found writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone in a private house. After doing all this, Su Sheng took out the white bone jade again. Once you master this wind speed flashing step, you can significantly increase your movement speed. If you master it, you can even achieve a fast movement effect similar to teleportation.
It's amazing.
After reading the information in the bone jade in detail, Su Sheng's eyes brightened. After being strengthened twice with the True Dragon Mysterious Yang Pill, his body has already far surpassed those of his peers. He also has a saint body that surpasses the top-level talent, and coupled with the 10 Directions Realm Peak, a primary martial art that can be called a powerful weapon, his combat power is absolutely unique. What is most lacking at this stage and what can best improve combat effectiveness is physical skills and martial arts. Although Su Sheng faced opponents who were weaker than himself, if he had the skills of body movement and martial arts, he could still rely on his extremely fast speed to chase his opponents better. Not to mention that he also has the holy body of suppression.
He is extremely fast, while the opponent is extremely slow under the influence of the power of suppression.
As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Su Sheng can easily launch a kite-flying attack against a weaker opponent. And if the opponent is much stronger than himself, Su Sheng can also rely on his body skills, martial arts, and Shifang Jinyu Peak to save his life. Soon, Su Sheng copied all the content related to Fengqi Shanlingbu with a brush. This calligraphy is really hard to write. I hope it goes well this time. Su Sheng threw the brush aside. He hadn't used a brush in many years. Although he tried very hard, the words he wrote were really unbearable to look at. Next time I'll have to prepare 1 or 2 typing and copying machines in my space bracelet. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he silently said in his heart, System, Synthesis.
Chapter 93, Martial Arts Speedy Star Flow.
Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 500 synthesis points and multiplying the intermediate martial art wind speed flashing steps into the elementary martial art Godspeed Star Flowing Flash.
10,000 times. After hearing the system prompt sound, Su Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up.
Since leaving the special training camp, he has synthesized dozens of times, basically 500 times or 1,000 times. Only a very few times have triggered 2,000 times synthesis, but he has never triggered 10,000 times synthesis. Su Sheng didn't expect that he could trigger a 10,000 times synthesis this time.
It was so cool.
What excited Su Sheng the most was that the martial arts skills that were synthesized 10,000 times were body movement related, and his luck value was maxed out. Immediately, Su Sheng looked at the small words below the synthesis column. Godspeed Star Flash. During the ancient Qin dynasty, a powerful being created this technique after observing a meteor from the sky. After performing this technique, one can ignore the terrain and cross hundreds of meters with a single thought. After mastering it, a figure's movement leaves behind hundreds of afterimages, and with a single thought, one can instantly cross mountains and rivers like a brilliant meteor.
After seeing the introduction, Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Crossing hundreds of meters in a flash? Wouldn't that be comparable to teleportation?
With this lightning-fast star stream, it will be much easier for me to travel through the secret realm, and my efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy will also double. Every time Su Sheng had absorbed almost all the spiritual energy from a place, he had to move to another place. If there is the help of the fast star flash during the process of changing places, the time will be greatly reduced.
Time is strength. 20 minutes later.
With the help of the system's synthetic special effects, Su Sheng quickly mastered this elementary martial art of body movement that even the 5th-level masters were afraid of.
Try it. Above the house, Su Sheng had an idea. Sizzle.
The next moment, light blue arcs of electricity surged around Su Sheng. In an instant, Su Sheng only felt that the surrounding scenery changed rapidly.
By the time Su Sheng reacted, he had already appeared on the city wall.
When I looked back, I saw several lifelike afterimages behind me still maintaining different running postures.
Fuck, the entrance is already 100 meters away?
Su Sheng was amazed by the effect of this martial art.
Don't underestimate these 100 meters. The killing range of most attacks is only 100 meters.
Between the strong, life and death can be decided within 100 meters. Sometimes, even 1 meter can determine whether you survive a battle.
Sizzle.
Su Sheng thought about it and used the speedy star flash again. Behind him, afterimages appeared one after another. It was not until the 10th time that Su Sheng felt exhausted.
Okay, at the limit, it should be 11 times. Any martial arts requires spiritual energy to support it.
Through this experiment, Su Sheng discovered that if he maintains sufficient combat power, he can perform it at least 6 times. 6 times is 600 meters, which is enough for him to control the battle like a ghost.
This is also fortunate that the spiritual energy in Su Sheng's dantian is much larger than that of people at the same level.
If someone else were to perform martial arts, the maximum number of times would be 3. And because this fast star stream is a product of system synthesis, according to the function of the level 3 system, Su Sheng can ignore the difficulty of practicing elementary martial arts and practice it quickly. Before this, Su Sheng had also tried the black hole soul devouring art in the 10 directions realm peak. With the blessing of the Emperor's Heart and the 3-level system, Su Sheng's progress in practicing both the techniques and martial arts improved extremely quickly. Su Sheng also specifically estimated that it was basically equivalent to the difficulty of practicing intermediate skills and martial arts. In this way, the difficulty of practice was not high and the grade was extremely powerful.
Time to reunite with Zangetsu.
After Su Sheng had absorbed almost all the spiritual energy within a 4-kilometer radius, he took a step forward with his left foot.
Sizzle. The next moment, Su Sheng's figure appeared 100 meters away.
With his powerful recovery ability, even after using the speedy star flash 11 times, Su Sheng was able to quickly replenish some of the spiritual energy in his dantian in about half an hour. In addition, before coming here, he used the system to synthesize a lot of spiritual energy restoring pills such as the soul restoring pill. In this secret realm, Su Sheng can carry out continuous high-intensity combat and is not afraid of any abnormal situation. Just when Su Sheng was heading to Bai Chi's training ground.
In a house not far away. Strange, isn't it said that the Qindu secret realm is full of spiritual energy? A young man asked in confusion, how come the spiritual energy is so depleted after changing several locations in a row? Across from the young man, Gong Shuasong was equally depressed. Yeah, this isn't even as good as the spiritual energy from the outside world. Could it be that the rumor is wrong? The young man asked. Gong Shuasong shook his head. Impossible, the Qindu secret realm is an official secret realm, supported by a large amount of data. What's going on? Wang Tian, you ask me how I know. Gong Shuasong looked extremely depressed. During this trip to the Qindu secret realm, Gong Shuasong had intended to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough,
but who would have thought that the spiritual energy inside was so pitifully scarce? If this continues, we won't be able to enjoy any of the greatest benefits of the Chindu secret realm. Forget it, let's go directly to the Chindu ancient palace. I don't want to stay in this shabby place for even a second. Gong Shuesong gave up completely. Gong Shuesong's friend Wang Tian said unwillingly, "How about we go find your elder brother?" Hearing the word big brother, Gong Shuesong shuddered involuntarily. After the special training camp ended, Gong Shuesheng was furious when he learned about his brother's experience in the special training camp. The beating still scars Gong Shuesong to this day. "Your brother already beat you last time, so he must have calmed down," Wang Tian said with a smile, and Gong Shuesong quickly shook his head. "My butt is still bruised. Didn't you see how hard it was for me to sit down just now?" After a pause, Gong Shuesong said with lingering fear, "My eldest brother is a natural violent person. If I don't beat someone up for a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. I originally came to the Chindu secret realm with the intention of avoiding him, but he ended up coming too. It's so annoying." As a good friend of Gong Shuesong, Wang Tian consoled him, "Didn't your elder brother say last time that he would help you beat up that Su and Su Sheng next time and get you back on your feet?" "It's Su Sheng," Gong Shuesong said. "Su Sheng has already returned to Luqing. He's probably at home preparing for the college entrance exam. My eldest brother is just jealous that I'm more talented than him and is afraid that I'll surpass him. Damn it! When I surpass him, I will definitely beat him up." After hearing what Gong Shuesong said, Wang Tian smiled. This guy always acts like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees Gong Shuesheng. Even if he can surpass his elder brother, he will probably be too timid. Let's not talk about him anymore. The spiritual energy in Grandma's secret realm has disappeared, and nothing has gone well for me lately. Gong Shuesong rubbed his still sore buttocks and said, "Just treat it as a way to relax. Let's go to the Chindu ancient palace and try our luck." By Qi training ground. Ouch! A bull-shaped monster covered with brown bone armor whimpered in pain. The heavily armored Quinia, a strange beast known for its super-strong defense, could not even hold out for a single round under the slashing of Song Zhenyue's alloy tang horizontal sword before falling to the ground in despair. "Zhang Yu, your heaven-slaying tyrant body is truly powerful." On the side, the burly Qi Hong looked envious. Chapter 94, Chindu Ancient Palace opens. The heavy armored Quinia just now had reached the late second stage, late golden body stage, and coupled with its unparalleled defense, even a golden body that had reached perfection would find it difficult to break through its defense in a short period of time. As for Song Zhenyue, with the help of his heaven-killing tyrant body and advanced innate martial arts skill, the god-killing art, he cut the heavily armored Quinia in two with one sword. Qi Hong felt both oppressed and envious at the sight of such terrifying attack power. Her martial arts talent is also very strong, called the Violent Battle Axe, which is also a combat-oriented martial arts talent. But the Berserker Axe is only a mid-level talent, far inferior to the Sky-Slaying Tyrant Body, which ranks very high among the top talents. Song Zhenyue's aura changed drastically after activating the Sky-Killing Tyrant Body. His whole body was shrouded in an extremely fierce murderous intent, and his beautiful and smart eyes turned scarlet and extremely oppressive as if possessed by the god of death. With the blessing of the sky-slaying tyrant body, Song Zhenyue seemed like a different person, giving people the feeling of being possessed by an ancient killing god. The sky-slaying tyrant body was born for battle and killing. Without the conviction and domineering spirit of slaying everything in sight, the power of the sky-slaying tyrant body will be greatly reduced. Song Zhenyue's voice became much colder than usual. The blood of the heavily armored Quinia was still dripping from the alloy tang sword held in by Xi's right hand. Song Zhenyue felt extremely calm about his achievements. The sky-slaying tyrant body is a killing body, known for its powerful combat and attack capabilities. It is the purest of many physiques. The sky-slaying tyrant body ranks 50th on the talent list, and is blessed with perfectly matched high-level talent martial arts. For Song Zhenyue, if he couldn't even kill an opponent of a higher level, then he might as well drop out of school and go home. In fact, what really surprised Song Zhenyue was not his own fighting power. After all, she had already passed the test in the Martial God Tower in the special training camp before this. What surprised Song Zhenyue the most was that her sky-killing tyrant body would actually improve after killing her opponent. In other words, this martial arts talent truly enjoys killing and fighting. As long as there is killing, she can subtly improve her control over the sky-slaying tyrant body. In this way, the speed at which one becomes stronger can be greatly increased. "I don't know where Su Sheng is," Song Zhenyue murmured. At this moment, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Shi Hong's expression changed slightly, and he quickly drew the battle axe from behind. Here comes a master.
Shi Hong's expression was extremely solemn.
She was at the peak of spiritual perfection and was only one step away from becoming a 4th-level warrior, but that aura made her feel as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The combat capability of the person coming here is definitely far beyond his own. Song Jianyue also had a vigilant look on his face, holding the alloy tang sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time.
But then, the fierce murderous aura on Song Jianyue dissipated instantly.
The originally calm and beautiful eyes were replaced by a smile. Su Sheng is here. Before he finished speaking, he saw a handsome young man with light blue lightning surrounding him approaching rapidly.
It was Su Sheng. What?
Shi Hong's face changed slightly.
The person who made her feel like she was facing a great enemy was actually Su Sheng?
He is not a 2nd-level golden body.
You've reached the 3rd level of spiritual illusion?
Shi Hong said in shock and surprise. Su Sheng appeared in front of Song Jianyue, and the afterimages behind him, which were also surrounded by light blue arcs, began to gradually dissipate.
Su Sheng, I just killed a heavily armored Kuei Niu in seconds.
Song Jianyue showed a smug expression and waited for Su Sheng's praise.
Wow, that's really amazing. I admire you.
Su Sheng said perfunctorily. Song Jianyue immediately stamped his feet in dissatisfaction. Su Sheng, you were so perfunctory.
Su Sheng laughed and looked at Shi Hong. Sister Shi Hong has good eyesight.
Shi Hong looked at Su Sheng deeply. This guy was hiding something very well.
By the way, where is Chen Yu? Su Sheng asked.
We had agreed before that the 4 of us would gather together.
Song Jianyue and the other 2 shook their heads.
Shi Hong said, this must be a temporary opportunity. We don't need to wait any longer.
Let's go straight to the Qindu Ancient Palace. Go directly, why? Su Sheng was stunned.
Shi Hong said somewhat depressedly, I don't know what happened in this Qindu secret realm. The spiritual energy inside is extremely scarce. I found that the spiritual energy here is even less than that of the outside world. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Sheng's expression suddenly became strange.
Well, they were all sucked dry by my black hole soul devouring technique.
Besides the rich spiritual energy in the Qindu secret realm, the only other place that's good is the Qindu Ancient Palace.
Why don't we just go there directly? Shi Hong said. But the Qindu Ancient Palace isn't open yet, right? Su Sheng asked.
Neither electronic devices nor modern technology can be used in the secret realm, and everyone can only judge the time through their own senses. Shi Hong thought for a moment and said, it should take another 2 days, but we can go there first.
Good. Su Sheng nodded in agreement.
Anyway, he had almost absorbed all the spiritual energy from the outside, so he might as well sit outside the Qindu Ancient Temple and absorb all the spiritual energy inside.
I guess I'll be able to break through in a few days. Su Sheng murmured, while Song Jianyue, holding Su Sheng's arm, had a sly smile on his handsome face. Su Sheng, is that you? During the special training camp, she had personally witnessed Su Sheng's performance in the Taishu Lingshu of the Martial God Tower. This guy can suck up all the huge spiritual energy in Taishu Lingshu, and the same is probably true for the spiritual energy in the Qindu secret realm. Although the Qindu secret realm is larger, it's Su Sheng's fault for being so unpredictable every time. Su Sheng scratched Song Jianyue's nose and whispered, if you dare tell anyone, I'll make you suffer tonight. Song Jianyue's pretty face flushed, and she thought of someone's bull charge. She nodded repeatedly and explained, oh, how could I possibly tell anyone? Just don't tell me. I'll reward you later.
Su Sheng's gaze shifted downwards.
Song Jianyue's expression froze. So he was going to come whether I told him or not, right? 2 days later.
An ancient building complex that is 10 kilometers long and covers an extremely large area comes into view.
It is the core of the secret realm, the Qindu Ancient Palace.
From a distance, the ancient palaces and tall pavilions of the Qin capital stand in a dense cluster of buildings gathered together, like a prehistoric giant beast lying across the ancient land. When Su Sheng and the other 2 arrived outside the Qindu Ancient Palace, they found that a lot of people had gathered around. I didn't expect these people to come so early,
Su Sheng said.
Shi Hong nodded. For some reason, the spiritual energy outside the Qindu secret realm has dried up.
Only the spiritual energy deep inside the secret realm is still abundant.
Su Sheng touched his nose and said nothing. Immediately, the 3 of them found a place to sit cross-legged and began to practice.
A moment later. Strange, why does the spiritual energy around here seem to be less?
Su Sheng opened his eyes and said with some confusion. Chi Hong and many other practitioners in the distance also opened their eyes. Chi Hong said in frustration, "I was fine just now, how come I suddenly feel drained?" Song Jianyue looked at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes without saying a word.
Su Sheng seriously speculated, could there be a problem with the secret realm? Chi Hong's eyes were depressed and confused, I don't know.
At this moment, a heart-pounding roar suddenly came from the ancient Qingdu palace in the distance. Everyone looked back and saw that the gate at the bottom of the city wall, which had been closed tightly, had quietly opened at some point.
You can enter the Qingdu ancient palace now.
Su Sheng stood up and said, "Here comes the spiritual energy of the core area."
Chapter 95, The Great Qin Tiger Talisman. The moment everyone slowly stepped into the gate of the ancient temple with caution and curiosity.
The buildings deep in the ancient temple suddenly began to tremble.
The entire earth began to shake, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had struck. Many weaker second-level warriors were caught off guard and almost lost their balance.
Su Sheng looked up and found that although the ground was shaking, the ancient buildings were like willow trees in the wind.
Although they kept shaking, there was no sign of collapse.
At this moment, bursts of clanging sounds suddenly came from the city wall.
Ancient soldiers have resurrected, everyone be careful. Someone suddenly reminded me.
Before he finished speaking, silver arrows shot out from the holes above the city wall like a torrential rain.
So strong. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. These bows and arrows made of fine iron should not cause any damage to them at all.
After all, the second-level golden body can be immune to attacks from most thermal weapons. But now, these inconspicuous bows and arrows, without any spiritual energy attached to them, actually made Su Sheng feel pain. Even Su Sheng is like this, let alone those in the second realm of golden bodies and even the third realm of spiritual illusions. You know, Su Sheng's physical strength is far beyond that of his peers. Although his realm is only the middle stage of spiritual fantasy, his actual defensive ability is comparable to that of the great perfection of spiritual fantasy, or even surpasses it. Even so, I could still feel a stinging pain, which showed the power of the bow and arrow. Not far away, a middle-aged man was hit by an arrow before he could dodge.
Blood spurted out and he couldn't help but scream.
Dense rain of arrows came from all directions. Su Sheng found that there were archers not only on the city wall, but also on the attic behind him. The Great Qin Palace, no outsiders are allowed to enter. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the square next to it. When everyone looked back, they saw a burly man in heavy armor pulling a carriage rushing towards the crowd among the densely packed terracotta warriors in the square. After sensing the terrifying aura coming from the carriage, Su Sheng did not choose to expose his own strength.
Instead, he quickly pulled Song Jianyue's little hand and hid aside.
Fortunately, everyone was quite fast. The huge carriage made a terrifying roar and flashed past. Seeing that this attack had no effect, the burly man waved his hand.
Wind!
In the square, as many as 1,000 terracotta warriors came back to life at the same time. The shouts exploded in the square like spring thunder, full of momentum. The next moment, the 1,000 terracotta warriors moved at the same time. Archers around continued to shoot deadly arrows, and the general driving the carriage rushed towards the crowd again.
Walk!
Su Sheng did not choose to fight head-on.
With a thought, blue arcs of electricity appeared around him. The next moment, Su Sheng brought Song Jianyue to an attic.
In the attic, 10 archers wearing heavy armor were slightly stunned, as if they did not expect Su Sheng to appear like a ghost. Before they could make any move, Su Sheng waved his hand. The power of the suppression instantly crushed the 10 archers. Then, Su Sheng clenched his left hand violently.
Boom!
The power of suppression erupted, and the 10 fallen archers were instantly crushed by the power of suppression, turning into pieces of rotten soil scattered on the ground. Since there were only 10 archers in the attic, the huge attic became much quieter after they dealt with the other party. The fight down there was intense.
Song Jianyue looked out the window at the square.
Among the people coming in this wave, most are in the third realm of spiritual realm, and many of them are in the great realm of spiritual realm. Su Sheng also took a look and knew that these ancient soldiers would not be able to cause much trouble to these nearly 100 third-level spirits, so he stopped paying attention to them.
Absorb spiritual energy first, Su Sheng said to Song Jianyue.
Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes held a hint of smile. Okay, I will protect you. Su Sheng was not polite and immediately opened the soul-devouring field. Suddenly, the invisible black hole instantly spread to a radius of 4 kilometers, and Su Sheng once again started the process of swallowing the sea.
After a while,
When the square gradually became quiet, Su Shang also absorbed all the spiritual energy nearby.
Comfortable.
Su Shang stood up and looked down. Quite a few people were seriously injured, but Su Shang didn't know these people and didn't bother to care.
Let's go inside and see if there's anything good.
Seeing that the attic was quite large, Su Shang decided to explore it first. But after looking around, I found nothing except a bamboo slip.
This is.
Song Jianyue, on the side, examined it for a moment and said, "This should be the structure of the Qin Palace."
Hee, Su Shang, we're lucky.
The palace of the King of Qin is the core area of the ancient palace in the capital of Qin. It was the palace where the King of Qin lived in the past.
This thing shouldn't be rare, but it's not bad, let's go.
Su Shang didn't stay here for long. When Su Shang and Song Jianyue returned to the square, Shi Hong, who had finished regulating his breathing, stood up.
You two ran really fast just now.
Shi Hong said with some envy. She knew that what Su Shang had just displayed should be a martial art of physical movement, but she didn't know what grade it was. But being able to escape from the battlefield like a ghost is at least a high-level martial arts skill.
And just like that, time flies by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed.
During these 7 days, Su Shang and his two teammates wandered around in various buildings.
This day. Call.
After absorbing all the spiritual energy nearby, Su Shang stood up and looked at Song Jianyue, who was fighting a strange beast not far away.
Song Jianyue, holding the alloy tang sword, slashed out.
Suddenly, a scarlet blade light came like the god of death, instantly splitting the monster opposite into two.
The god-slaying art was born for the heaven-slaying tyrant body.
Su Shang sighed and immediately joined the battle.
Boom!
The shadow of the chaotic mountain fell from the sky and instantly crushed several strange beasts that were about to launch a sneak attack on Song Jianyue. After doing all this, Su Shang looked at the wooden box on the wall. After leaping over and taking the wooden box, Song Jianyue beside him hurriedly said, "Su Shang, be careful."
Su Shang was prepared and did not face the wooden box when he opened it.
And the moment the wooden box was opened, a green light shot out instantly. But because there was no target, the green light shot towards the wall, and a fist-sized hole suddenly appeared on the wall.
This is?
Su Shang looked at the open wooden box, and inside he saw a bookmark-like object that was as long as his index finger and completely black.
When Su Shang took the bookmark in his hand, he subconsciously infused it with spiritual energy.
It's not bone jade. Su Shang said with some regret that if he could get another martial arts skill or technique, he would make a lot of money this time. After playing with it for a while, Song Jianyue suddenly said, "Hey, Su Shang, this looks like a tiger talisman that can control the terracotta warriors."
Oh? Su Shang's eyes lit up. How did you figure that out?
Hee, my dad mentioned it to me, but I'm not sure if the patterns on it match. After Song Jianyue finished speaking, he infused a large amount of spiritual energy into the door, and at this moment, a terracotta warrior outside the door moved.
Chapter 96, Tiger meets the Qin King's Imperial Seal. Hey, that's amazing. Su Shang's eyes lit up.
It was the first time he had seen this type of prop. I just don't know how powerful this terracotta warrior is. Thinking of this, Su Shang strode forward and punched him. Outside the door, the terracotta warrior who had just stood up felt Su Shang's attack and instantly turned around and kicked out.
Bang! Su Shang's iron fist was like hitting a block of tofu.
The terracotta warrior who had just stood up was immediately shattered by Su Shang's terrifying power. A large amount of soil fell to the ground, and the terracotta warriors were destroyed by a single punch.
Su Shang looked embarrassed. Damn, why is this terracotta warrior so weak?
Song Jianyue screamed in anger, "Su Shang, look at what you've done."
Ahem, it should still be usable. Su Shang said, then Su Shang took the tiger talisman and continued to infuse it with spiritual energy. It worked just as well this time.
In the distance, a terracotta warrior holding a gun shook off the dust around his body, revealing his inky black armor. This time Su Shang was much more cautious and threw a light punch, but it was blocked by the terracotta warrior. Well, probably in the early stages of spiritual illusion. Su Shang nodded, and the strength was comparable to that of the terracotta warrior he had just smashed. It seems that this tiger talisman can only control the terracotta warriors in the early stage of the third realm of spiritual fantasy, but Su Shang suddenly thought of a brilliant idea.
What if we can find another tiger that meets the criteria? The more I thought about Su Shang, the more frightened I became. If it can be synthesized and activated 1,000 times, wouldn't it be possible to control all the terracotta warriors in the ancient palace of Qindu?
Thinking of this, Su Shang immediately said, "This tiger talisman is good.
Let's look for other ones." For those powerful people in the middle and late stages of spiritual fantasy, the tiger talisman has basically no effect. After all, the tiger talisman will be invalid after leaving the secret realm, but Su Shang has a system. You want the tiger talisman? I just found two.
In the distance, Shi Hong, who had just finished fighting, casually threw two black tiger talismans to Su Shang. "Here you go." For her, who has achieved spiritual perfection, this thing has no effect at all. It is only useful to warriors below the level of Linghuan, and can be used as a temporary bodyguard. Su Shang was not polite. He took the tiger talisman, found a hidden place and started to synthesize it.
System, synthesis.
After Su Shang finished speaking, the two black tiger talismans in his hands suddenly disappeared.
The next moment.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 synthesis points to combine two spiritual tiger talismans 5,000 times to form the Qin King's Jade Seal. The system prompt sounded in Su Shang's mind.
Su Shang was cheered up. The Imperial Seal of Qin? What a great thing! Then Su Shang looked at the small words below. The Imperial Seal of Qin, the Imperial Seal used by the King of Qin during the ancient Qin dynasty.
With this seal, he could command the entire army. A simple line of words brought Su Shang a huge surprise.
His experiment was successful.
Then Su Shang extracted the Qin King's Jade Seal from the synthesis column. A fist-sized yellow square jade stone came into view, with three large characters "Seal of the King of Qin" engraved on one side of the jade stone. When Su Shang looked closely at the Qin King's Jade Seal, an inexplicable pressure came from it.
It's worthy of being the Qin King's Jade Seal.
Su Shang exclaimed in amazement. Although this thing has existed for who knows how many years, the Jade Seal still carries the imperial power of the King of Qin. You have to know that I am a spiritual person of the third level and I can feel it, not to mention the terrifying pressure from the emperor back then.
This thing should be used in the same way as the tiger talisman. Su Shang murmured.
Then Su Shang walked out of the room, looked at the terracotta warriors standing around the square, and injected his own spiritual energy into them.
Boom! At this moment, the huge square and the surrounding buildings suddenly shook. The next moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. The terracotta warriors and horses around the square moved at the same time. As the earth trembled, nearly 100 terracotta warriors shook off the dust on their bodies and slowly walked towards Su Shang, some driving cars, some holding guns, and some holding shields. This scene instantly caused many people around to change their expressions drastically. Oh no, these terracotta warriors are about to attack again.
In the past few days, the terracotta warriors in various places in the ancient temple have been going crazy from time to time. Sometimes everything is fine the moment before, and you are searching for treasures with peace of mind, but the next moment the terracotta warriors suddenly draw their swords and start chopping you, leaving you completely defenseless. The simultaneous movement of so many terracotta warriors caused many treasure hunters to turn around and run away. Although Su Shang is very powerful, many people have died under the terracotta warriors these days.
What's going on? Is another wave coming? Didn't we just come here yesterday? Don't these terracotta warriors go out en masse once every 3 days? Are we making too much noise? Impossible. This has always been the case when the Qindu secret realm was opened before. How could this time be an exception?
Warriors were standing guard everywhere outside the Qindu ancient palace, all with alert expressions. Song Jianyue and Shi Hong also immediately came to Su Shang's side.
The latter looked alert and said, "This is strange. These terracotta warriors shouldn't be moving at this time."
Su Shang was surprised by the commotion he had caused, and immediately stopped infusing spiritual energy into the Qin King's Jade Seal. Without the infusion of spiritual energy, the Qin King's Jade Seal became just an ordinary piece of jade. These terracotta warriors, who had been silent for a long time, were like soldiers who had lost their backbone, or like robots on standby, returning to their positions one after another.
What the hell, is this a ghost? Shi Hong's eyes widened in disbelief.
Many people around were stunned.
What the hell? It moved just now, and now it's gone back? Is this supposed to scare us? Let's go to the Qin Palace. Su Shang said to Shi Hong and Song Jianyue.
Shi Hong shook his head. The Qin Palace is too dangerous.
There are statues of Bai Qi and Wang Ben.
These two have surpassed the third level of spiritual illusion and their strength has reached the middle stage of war generals.
This is also the biggest boss in the entire Qindu secret realm.
You should know that those who can enter the Qingdu secret realm are all below the rank of generals, but in the core area of the Qin Palace there are two powerful beings comparable to mid-level generals. According to the rules of previous years, the statues of Bai Qi and Wang Ben require at least 50 spiritual perfections to deal with.
This is the case when one of them is introduced first.
The spiritual energy in the dantian of the 4th level warrior is filled to the extreme, and the spiritual energy has spread to all parts of the body to form the warrior's unique spiritual essence. With the powerful and mysterious spiritual essence, the 4 realms of war will be able to control the flow of spiritual energy within a certain range of themselves. A 3rd level spirit is facing a 4th level warrior, but he can't even release his spiritual energy.
How can he fight?
Therefore, in the outside world, a strong warrior in the early stage of the 4th realm can easily defeat nearly 100 spiritual warriors of great perfection. If the number of spiritual masters was smaller, they would be easily killed by the generals of the 4 realms.
This is one of the reasons why the 4th realm is called a war general.
When one reaches this realm, he can be regarded as a strong man. In a foreign battlefield, a general from the 4th realm is enough to be the leader of a battalion. If it were in the outside world, a 4th level warrior would basically be at the level of a regiment leader. Although the sculptures of Bai Qi and Wang Ben do not have the spiritual essence of a 4th level warrior, they also have the combat power of a 4th level warrior, and 50 spiritual illusions are required.
Well, Zhenyu, you stay with Sister Qi Hong.
I'll go inside and take a look around first,
Su Sheng suggested. Chapter 97 Encounter with Gong Shuesheng.
Although Su Sheng has absorbed all the spiritual energy from most areas outside the Qingdu secret realm, the Qingdu secret realm is too large and there are still some places that Su Sheng cannot reach. Therefore, many of the spiritual masters who entered the Qingdu secret realm this time are still in seclusion on the periphery to absorb spiritual energy. However, due to the insufficient number of spiritual masters gathered in the Qingdu ancient temple, everyone only moved around the periphery of the ancient temple, and no one dared to set foot in the Qinhuang temple, the core area of the ancient temple. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Song Zhanyue and Qi Hong nodded. Both of them had witnessed Su Sheng's miraculous and powerful body movements and martial arts, and knew that with Su Sheng's trump card, even if they couldn't win, they could still escape quickly.
Then be careful, don't try to be brave.
After Song Zhanyue finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something.
By the way, Su Sheng, take this with you.
Song Zhanyue took off the white jade pendant he had been wearing around his neck and said, "It can save your life at a critical moment." Su Sheng subconsciously took the pendant that felt warm and smelled of Song Zhanyue's body fragrance, then seemed to think of something and returned it to Song Zhanyue again.
Silly woman, do I need this? Just keep it for yourself and save me from worrying about you, Su Sheng said.
Song Zhanyue was slightly stunned, then stamped his feet in anger. "You are the stupid one."
But Su Sheng had already walked away.
"You two have such a good relationship." On the side, Qi Hong said with envy that she also wanted to be called a stupid woman by Su Sheng.
At the same time, in the deepest part of the ancient palace of King Qin, outside a magnificent golden hall,
2 somewhat disheveled figures stumbled to the ground like thrown garbage.
Damn, Bai Qi and Wang Ben are really strong.
One of the young men was wearing a white vest and jeans and was nearly 2 meters tall. His burly and tall figure made him look like a walking iron tower, giving people a great sense of oppression.
He was Gong Shuesong's brother Gong Shuesheng.
Compared to Gong Shuesong, who is only 18 years old and still looks a bit immature, Gong Shuesheng, who is already 21 years old, is much more mature. Not only that, there is a horrific scar on Gong Shuesheng's left eye that runs from top to bottom, which makes him look even more ferocious and cruel. Across from Gong Shuesheng, a bald young man looked depressed. "I told you long ago to get Li Fengxian and Lei Zhanon to come together, but you didn't listen.
There's no way we can win by just the 2 of us."
The bald young man is named Lian Bo, and like Gong Shuesheng, he is a 21-year-old junior. However, Gong Shuesheng is stronger and has already reached the great perfection of the general level, while Lian Bo is slightly weaker and has reached the peak of the general level. The 2 used secret techniques to reduce their strength to the level of spiritual perfection, and only then were they able to enter the Qingdu secret realm. Originally, according to Gong Shuesheng's plan, even if he lowered his own strength, he would be able to deal with the 2 sculptures in the Qin Palace with the help of his various trump cards and Lian Bo. By then, the most precious treasure in the core area of the Qin Palace, the Qin Wang Ring, will be his. But the statues of Bai Qi and Wang Ben were too strong, and his repeated attempts ended in failure. The worst time was when he almost had his legs broken by the murderous Bai Qi.
Gong Shuesheng's muscular body still bore sword wounds.
After hearing Lian Bo's words, he nonchalantly wiped the blood from his arm while grinning. "Lian Bo, you talk too much nonsense. After a pause, Gong Shuesheng looked towards the magnificent Qin palace and licked his lips.
There's only one Qin Wang ring. You can't help them for free. Who knows what benefits they might ask me for? I won't do it. Lian Bo heard this and said, Is your secret technique reliable? Let's not wait until we get out of the Qindu secret realm and reach the great perfection of spiritual illusion, right? Lao Lian, are you still worried about my things? Gong Shuesheng sat down to regulate his breathing and said, Li Fengxian and I have used the Thunder Warbow several times. It is absolutely reliable.
Lian Bo was completely relieved and said, Damn, I was wondering how your strength has improved so quickly recently.
So this is what happened. Hee, after this time I should be able to challenge the 5th level Grandmaster.
Gong Shuesheng said, Then let's see if Li Fengxian and Lei Zhangong will still show off with me.
Hey, you're all peerless geniuses. I won't compete with you. Lian Bo said seriously, But what should we do next? Gong Shuesheng said, What should we do? Wait for someone.
I estimate that if another 5 or 6 spiritual illusions reach their peak, we can defeat them. Besides, my brother has the old man's martial arts will in his hands, which can help at a critical moment.
I guess he will be here soon. Well, with so many people coming, shouldn't we share the benefits with them?
Lian Bo said with some distress. Gong Shuesheng sneered, Or your strength is improving slowly, Lian Bo, you are too honest. After a pause, Gong Shuesheng chuckled, I'll just give those spiritual masters a beating after I get the benefits.
Giving it to them? You're overthinking it. 666, you have to be the great sage to handle this. Lian Bo gave a thumbs up in admiration.
At this moment, the two of them looked up at the same time and saw a handsome young man in sportswear striding towards them from a distance.
It was Su Shang. Well, is there someone already? Su Shang also saw Gong Shuesheng and Lian Bo.
He felt a fierce and evil aura from Gong Shuesheng, who was obviously someone who had been fighting with strange beasts for years. Su Shang's eyes became more serious. It seemed that there were quite a few powerful people coming to the secret realm this time.
This person is not strong enough.
Gong Shuesheng sensed it and shook his head. At most, he is in the middle stage of spiritual illusion.
Lian Bo nodded, he looks quite young.
After saying that, the two of them stopped caring about it. Su Shang just glanced at the two men and saw that he didn't recognize them, then went straight into the Qin palace.
Fuck, he went in? Lian Bo's face changed.
He thought the other party would be waiting nearby.
Gong Shuesheng didn't care, just go in, you'll probably be kicked out soon. Lian Bo chuckled and said, Indeed, you are such an ignorant brat.
After that, the two continued to regulate their breathing.
Inside the palace of the King of Qin. Bang!
The moment Su Shang stepped in, the heavy golden door behind him slammed shut. At the same time, the terracotta warriors standing in 2 rows in the hall shook off the dust on their bodies and looked at Su Shang with red eyes. At the end of the hall, there are 2 sculptures standing side by side. It is the sculpture of the God of Death by Qi and General Wang Ben.
However, the 2 sculptures did not move.
Apparently, the mechanism of the Qin palace believed that Su Shang was not strong enough to make the 2 sculptures move. Su Shang first looked around slowly, then took out the Qin King's jade seal from his space bracelet. When Su Shang injected spiritual energy, a faint light emanated from the Qin King's jade seal. Then something happened that surprised Su Shang. The terracotta warriors with red eyes and aggressive expressions suddenly stopped. Immediately, the red light in his eyes disappeared, and even the hostility disappeared with it. Su Shang looked at the sculptures of Bai Qi and Wang Ben and frowned slightly.
Why was it ineffective against them?
After a moment, Su Shang understood that it was probably because the spiritual energy he infused was too little. Immediately, the spiritual energy in Su Shang's dantian gushed out. A large amount of spiritual energy was instantly injected into the Qin King's jade seal, and at this moment, the 2 sculptures above moved. Chapter 98 Su Shang made a great harvest and got the spoils of Qin Wang Palace alone. Su Shang subconsciously took a step back, and the holy body of suppression was activated at the same time. Although he had experimented with the Qin King's seal many times, Bai Qi and Wang Ben were so powerful that Su Shang did not dare to be careless. And when the 2 statues above the hall, which looked like the left and right guardians, shook off the dirt, the 2 lifelike sculptures knelt down towards Su Shang at the same time.
We greet the King of Qin. After hearing these words, Su Shang felt relieved and at ease.
Nearly 100 terracotta warriors on both sides of the hall knelt simultaneously, shouting in a stiff, mechanical voice, "We greet the King of Qin." At the same time, outside the Qin palace, Lian Bo looked curiously at the closed door of the Qin Palace. Great sage, did you hear that? Gong Shuesheng opened his eyes, a hint of solemnity in his deep eyes. I heard it, meet the king of Qin. How did those terracotta warriors come back to life? There's even a statue of the king of Qin in this palace of the king of Qin? As soon as these words came out, Lian Bo's face changed drastically. Impossible? I don't know. This Qindu secret realm has been opened countless times, and there's no mention of a statue of the king of Qin. Gong Shuesheng suddenly felt a headache. This is troublesome. Bai Qi and Wang Ben, two mid-stage generals, were already difficult enough to deal with, and now here comes the king of Qin. Since they are both kings of Qin, their strength must be far greater than Bai Qi and Wang Ben, right? This Qindu secret realm is too out of the ordinary. It's not a place for human beings to stay. Looks like we have to wait a little longer, at least until 30 spiritual illusions arrive. Gong Shuesheng finished speaking and complained, there's something wrong with the mechanism of this Qin Wang secret realm. It is clear that the strength of those entering is limited to the great perfection of spiritual fantasy, but there is also Bai Qi and Wang Ben, who are in the middle stage of war. Now, for some unknown reason, the king of Qin has come. It's so terrible. Lian Bo nodded, when there are too many people, it will be uncontrollable. The two of us are now at the level of spiritual perfection. We can only deal with 10 spiritual perfections at most. We'll play it by ear. Gong Shuesheng said with a slightly depressed look that this trip to the Qindu secret realm was not smooth at all. It's okay that the spiritual energy in the periphery is thin. After all, his true realm is the great perfection of a war general, so he doesn't need to improve by absorbing spiritual energy here. But the Qin Wang ring in the Qin Wang palace is a treasure, and there can be no mistakes. Elder brother. At this time, Gong Shuesong's voice came from not far away. Gong Shuesong and his friend Wang Tian were walking side by side. After seeing Gong Shuesong subconsciously shrank his neck. Brother Sheng, Brother Bo. Wang Tian also hurriedly greeted him. Gong Shuesheng was already feeling annoyed, and when he saw his brother acting so cowardly, he immediately became furious. Look at you, you're such a loser, your voice is so weak, do I really think I can eat you? Stand over here. I won't. Gong Shuesong said stubbornly while standing 20 meters away from Gong Shuesheng. Gong Shuesheng's face suddenly fell and he stood up to hit him. Gong Shuesong was so frightened that he quickly ran to his elder brother's side and sat down tremblingly. That's the way it should be. Gong Shuesheng touched Gong Shuesong's head with satisfaction. The latter felt extremely disgusted but helpless, and asked, Brother, I just heard a noise in the Qin Palace. What happened? Have no idea. Gong Shuesheng touched his head and said with a headache, it seems there is a King Qin in there. King Qin? Gong Shuesong and Wang Tian's expressions changed slightly, and the latter asked, Brother Shang, could it be that the King of Qin you're talking about has a statue of him? If Bai Qi and Wang Ben were so powerful, how exaggerated must the King of Qin be? Who knows? Anyway, let's wait for someone. Gong Shuesheng said, just now, someone went in without knowing what was happening. I guess he triggered some kind of statue of the King of Qin. Humph, he's probably pretty much crippled now, and he should be thrown out soon. Who is it? Gong Shuesong asked curiously, and Gong Shuesheng shook his head, I don't know him. And Xiaosong, you have time to care about others but no time to practice? Look how weak you are. You can't even beat someone your own age. What a shame. That Su Shang is too strong, even Helian Yufeng is no match for him. Gong Shuesong explained in a low voice, besides those two, who among my peers can rival me? Gong Shuesheng was immediately furious, huh? You still dare to quibble? You're asking for a fight. Ah. Hiss. Oh. Brother, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard. I promise not to make excuses in the future. Ah. On the side, Lian Bo and Wang Tian looked at Gong Shuesong who was beaten up and secretly smacked their tongues. It was such a violent and powerful brother. Inside the palace of the King of Qin. After successfully controlling the statues of Bai Qi and Wang Ben through the Qin King's jade seal, the only sound in the huge hall was Su Shang's relaxed footsteps. All the terracotta warriors around were standing aside waiting for Su Shang's orders. There's more. Su Shang's eyes lit up green. There were densely packed cabinets on the bookcase in front of him, and almost every cabinet contained elixirs or rare treasures. In just a short while, his space bracelet was almost full. Tongmai pill, Lienti pill, Lingyuan pill, Huiyuan pill. There are at least 100 second and third grade elixirs of various types, and there are even a dozen ancient elixirs that have become extinct in modern times.
In addition to elixirs, there are also many third and fourth level spiritual herbs and medicines.
As for maps, military tokens, weapons, armor and the like, Su Shang was too lazy to calculate them.
I've made a fortune. Su Shang's liver was trembling with excitement.
Without the threat of Bai Qi and Wang Ben, all the benefits in the Qin Palace will belong to him alone. Su Shang made a preliminary estimate that the value of various rare treasures in the Qin Palace was at least tens of millions.
Tens of millions, it would take me many years to earn that amount by myself. Ha, awesome.
With these resources and the system synthesis, I can break through to the fourth level of general in a month at most, and maybe even reach the middle to late stage of general.
Su Shang's eyes glowed green.
Such a huge amount of resources was originally intended to be provided to the trial takers entering the secret realm, but now they have all become the spoils of Su Shang alone.
Just then. Hey, what is this?
Su Shang took out a bronze ring from one of the small compartments. At first glance, the ring looks like an ancient thumb ring, with delicate and simple patterns carved on it. After Su Shang took it out, his expression changed slightly.
This thing is so heavy.
A small ring seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of strength. Su Shang held it in his hand and weighed it, and found that it was as heavy as a car.
Let's see if we can infuse it with spiritual energy.
Su Shang knew that since this object was made of an unknown special material, it was definitely not an ordinary ring. But after Su Shang infused spiritual energy into the ring showed no reaction.
Did I understand it wrongly? Su Shang pondered for a moment, then thought of a possibility. Could it be activated by a drop of blood?
During the special training camp, Su Shang read a large number of books related to martial arts. In a book called Thousands of Martial Arts Interpretations, a special item called a treasure was mentioned. The so-called treasure refers to an object that can be activated by a drop of blood and automatically recognizes its owner after the blood is dropped. Such artifacts usually have various special effects, and some treasures have extremely strong defensive capabilities, which can help users gain strong survival abilities. Some treasures also have effects similar to martial arts, and can be used to attack opponents. Su Shang pierced the tip of his index finger, and a drop of bright red blood fell onto the ring.
Chapter 99, The Treasure Qin Wang Ring. A magical scene appeared.
Su Shang's blood disappeared instantly the moment it touched the ring. Immediately, a spot of light appeared in Su Shang's mind. This light spot is quite unreal and ethereal, giving people a feeling of being untouchable. But it was this tiny bit of light that made Su Shang feel like he could control the ring in front of him.
It really is a blood oath. It's a treasure. Su Shang's eyes lit up. This treasure was a great thing. Treasure weapons are different from alloy weapons.
According to the current mainstream view, treasure weapons are made of special materials and are the product of endless years of baptism.
This thing cannot be made by humans.
In other words, it is an extremely rare treasure.
As for the value, it is immeasurable.
When Su Shang established a connection with the ring in his hand, information about the ring automatically appeared in Su Shang's mind. After Su Shang absorbed all this information, his expression turned into one of surprise and excitement.
The Qin King's ring. It's actually the ring the Qin King wore back then.
Holy shit, this thing is definitely the most precious treasure in the entire Qin capital secret realm.
The function of the Qin Wang ring is also very powerful. After wearing it, it can help the host resist 5 fatal attacks. In other words, after wearing the Qin King's ring, Su Shang had 5 more lives. You know, among all the natural treasures, all the elixirs and martial arts techniques, those that can save lives are the most precious and rare, and are also the ones that drive martial artists the most crazy. And the King of Qin's ring can withstand 5 times. It's already incredible to have 1 extra life, let alone 5. Ha, with the Qin Wang ring, I can basically rest assured in all the dangerous secret realms from now on.
Su Shang's eyes were filled with excitement and he was extremely thrilled. This trip to the secret realm was so rewarding. It seems that if I want to improve my strength quickly in the future, I will have to go to more secret realms. Immediately, Su Shang put the Qin King's ring on the index finger of his left hand. But then, Su Shang felt that this was a bit too high profile. The Qin King's ring is good, but there must be someone with knowledge of it.
If it's stolen, it will be troublesome. Su Shang murmured.
Although a treasure can be recognized by a drop of blood, it will only protect itself during the recognition period. However, if the treasure is stolen by someone, and the other party is extremely powerful, he can also use his powerful strength to erase the owner recognition information of the King Qin ring.
By then, this thing will have nothing to do with me.
Thinking of this, Su Sheng immediately took out a pure gold necklace from his space bracelet. This thing was also found in the Qin Palace. Wearing it can speed up the recovery of spiritual energy. Since the amount of recovery was not large, Su Sheng threw it into the space bracelet after the test.
But it can be used now. When Su Sheng put the Qin King's ring into the wheeling necklace, a flawless ring pendant was born. It's much more discreet this way. Su Sheng happily put the necklace around his neck and put the Qin King's ring inside his clothes.
This way, others won't be able to recognize you at first glance. After doing all this, Su Sheng did not waste any time continuing to plunder.
At the same time, more than 100 people had gathered outside the Qin Palace. The vast majority of these more than 100 people have reached the great perfection of spiritual illusion, and there are also some at the peak and late stages of spiritual illusion. But at this moment, these people were blocked by Gong Shuesheng and Lian Bo.
I'll say it again, I only want 30 people to go in, and they must be powerful enough spiritual and magical masters.
Noobs like you shouldn't join in the fun.
Gong Shuesheng, who was nearly 2 meters tall, said this as he threw a girl who was knocked unconscious aside. After saying this, Gong Shuesheng looked at everyone who had fear on their faces.
Someone couldn't help but say, Gong Shuesheng, you are too overbearing.
This Qinwan Palace is not your home.
Why can't we go in? Didn't you say there was a hidden statue of the King of Qin? It would be easier to deal with them with more people. Exactly. Aren't you just worried that too many people will divide up the resources?
Many spiritual masters were filled with indignation.
This trip to the secret realm of Qindu did not yield much for everyone.
The spiritual energy outside is exhausted, and we are not allowed to enter the Qin Palace.
Wouldn't it be a waste of time to come here?
Gong Shuesheng let everyone finish their complaints one by one, and then he said in a domineering manner, "That's right, you are not allowed in."
You want to go in?
Then take 3 of my punches. Only those who can take them are qualified to enter.
Otherwise, you'll be just like this guy. I've finished speaking. Who's in favor and who's against?
As soon as Gong Shuesheng finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his early 40s said dissatisfiedly, "I object."
Boom.
Before the man finished speaking, Gong Shuesheng appeared in front of him in an instant.
Immediately, the iron fist hit the opponent's chest.
The middle-aged man turned pale and fell to the ground in pain. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Many people did not know Gong Shuesheng, but at this moment they were so shocked by Gong Shuesheng's terrifying strength that they dared not say a word.
This is the fate of those who oppose it.
Gong Shuesheng grinned and stepped on the back of the middle-aged man who was trying to stand up. On the opposite side, a group of spiritual masters were silent as a cicada, not daring to say a word.
Although everyone is at the same level of spiritual perfection, the combat effectiveness between them is very different.
Some people have been tempering their bodies with rare treasures since childhood and eating elixirs as snacks, while others have strong martial arts talents, etc., all of which determine the strength of their own combat effectiveness. In the eyes of many spiritual masters, Gong Shuesheng is an extremely powerful existence. If this kind of person were not suppressed by the laws of the Qindu secret realm, his combat power would definitely have reached the level of a 4th-level general. Seeing that no one spoke, Gong Shuesheng snorted coldly, "I will call the troops now. Those who are called will enter together after the gate of the Qin Palace is opened." After Gong Shuesheng finished speaking, he casually pointed at a few powerful spiritual masters.
Those who were called were overjoyed. After all, there are a lot of resources in the Qin Palace, and any resources divided among the 30 people will be enough for a while. If the big boss in front of us is not interested in ordinary resources, then everyone can get more. Maybe you won't even have to worry about cultivation resources for the next year. With this in mind, many of those who were named expressed their determination to do their best.
Divide the resources among yourselves.
I only want the Qin Wang ring, Gong Shuesheng said.
After Gong Shuesheng finished reviewing the troops, everyone began to wait expectantly.
After a while,
squeak! The heavy door of the Qin Palace slowly opened. Gong Shuesheng stood up with a loud bang, his eyes filled with burning anticipation. "Let's go."
On the side, Lian Bo, Gong Shuesheng, and others hurriedly followed. "Quick, everyone come in together. Hurry up, those behind you, if you're late you won't be able to get in once the gate closes," Gong Shuesheng shouted loudly.
When Gong Shuesheng entered the Qin Palace first, he immediately looked around vigilantly. Then, Gong Shuesheng saw that at the end of the magnificent Qin Palace, Su Shang was impatiently putting a dagger into the space bracelet. Sensing someone coming from behind him, Su Shang turned around.
Chapter 100. The situation is tense. When their eyes met, Gong Shuesheng was surprised. "You're not dead?"
He thought Su Shang was dead, so the door of the Qin Palace was opened. But in fact, Su Shang had looted all the treasures in the Qin Palace, and the mechanism of the Qindu secret realm detected it and automatically opened the door of the Qin Palace. After all, the treasure is gone, so there is no need to keep the door closed. Su Shang looked at Gong Shuesheng, then looked at Gong Shuesong, who was standing behind Gong Shuesheng with an extremely surprised expression. After noticing that the two men had slightly similar looks, he immediately determined that the burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall was Gong Shuesheng.
"Su Shang? Why is it you?" Gong Shuesong was a little confused. He was here too? Why was he here? Etc. Last time, the spiritual energy in the Taishu Lingshu of the martial god tower was sucked dry by Su Shang.
And this time, most of the Qindu secret realm, which should have been rich in spiritual energy, is now depleted of spiritual energy.
Doesn't that mean? Fuck, Su Shang, it's you again. Gong Shuesong's mentality collapsed immediately.
It would have been fine if the special training camp was suppressed by Su Shang, but they finally came to the Qindu secret realm and didn't get any benefits because of Su Shang.
Suddenly, Gong Shuesong was almost crying with anger. Gong Shuesheng's eyes flickered slightly as he stood beside him. "Are you Su Shang?" "Yes, it's me." After Su Shang put the dagger into the space bracelet, he looked at the group of people behind Gong Shuesheng and knew that they should be the people brought in by Gong Shuesheng to fight against the sculptures of Bai Qi and Wang Ben. But unfortunately, all the treasures in the Qin Palace were taken away by himself. Thinking of this, Su Shang knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. "Wait, who told you to leave?" Just as Su Shang was about to leave, Gong Shuesheng suddenly stepped forward and blocked Su Shang's way. Gong Shuesheng's eyes became a little sharp at this moment. He first glanced at the large and small grids that were opened on the wall behind Su Shang, and then looked at the terracotta warriors standing around like sculptures. "Did you take everything from the Qin Palace?" Gong Shuesheng asked. Su Shang stopped and looked directly into Gong Shuesheng's eyes without fear. "Yes." A hint of surprise flashed in Gong Shuesheng's eyes. This guy really got it? Gong Shuesheng then asked, "What about these terracotta warriors?" No comment. Su Shang shrugged and said. Gong Shuesheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It seems that the previous commotion was caused by you. These terracotta warriors are intact, which means that you didn't fight at all. It seems you have a way to control them? The tiger talisman, or something brought in from the outside world?" After listening to Gong Shuesheng's analysis, Su Shang chuckled. As expected of Gong Shuesheng, his brain is quite useful. "But what do you want?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Su Shang in disbelief, some with surprise in their eyes, and some with confusion on their faces. The entire Qin Palace's cultivation resources were taken away by this guy. How rich must he be now? Among the crowd, Gong Shuesong was not surprised at all. Instead, he laughed and thought to himself, "I knew it. As long as this guy is here, no one can get any benefits. It was like this during the special training camp, it was like this in the martial god tower, and now it is like this in the Qindu secret realm." Thinking of this, Gong Shuesong felt even more aggrieved. Why the hell does it always have to be me? Su Shang, I hate you. Brother is awesome. Gong Shuesheng grinned, but his eyes became even more ferocious. As expected of someone who can suppress Helian Yufeng and my brother in the special training camp, he has the means and courage, he is a real character. But Gong Shuesheng changed the subject, and his aura became even more oppressive. "I don't care about anything else, but you have to give me the King Qin's ring." "You're overthinking it." The smile on Su Shang's face disappeared, and his eyes became sharp. "No matter if you are Gong Shuesong, Gong Shuesheng, or Gong Shuejin, you dare to steal my things? I will make you walk on your knees." Although Su Shang knew that Gong Shuesheng was truly powerful and a famous genius in the Imperial University, he was a peerless prodigy on par with Li Fengxian, Lei Zhangong, and others. But under the restrictions of the Qindu secret realm's rules, Gong Shuesheng was just a spiritual master. As long as it is a spiritual perfection, Su Shang is not afraid at all. What's more, he still has the powerful weapon, the Qin King's Jade Seal. When necessary, he doesn't even need to do it himself. Relying on Bai Qi and Wang Ben's terracotta warriors is enough to deal with Gong Shuesheng.
At this time, Su Sheng even felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. If the other party did not take the initiative, it would be difficult for him to take action while he was gaining all the benefits from the Qin Palace. But if Gong Shuesheng takes the initiative to attack you, then you'd better not take any benefits with you. At this point, the situation became somewhat tense. The two looked at each other without showing any weakness. Gong Shuesheng stepped forward and said in a calm voice, "Give me the Qin King's ring, and you take the other things. I will ensure that you can leave the Qin capital secret realm safely. If the King of Qin doesn't give it to me, you won't be able to leave here."
Gong Shuesheng's words were resounding, with an irresistible dominance and confidence. As a junior at Taikyo University and also the #1 student there, Gong Shuesheng didn't know how Su Sheng controlled the terracotta warriors, but he was confident enough to deal with Su Sheng. After all, this guy is just an 18-year-old kid, the same age as my younger brother. How powerful can an 18-year-old monster be? With so many spiritual masters present, it was easy to deal with Bai Qi and Wang Ben. At that time, he would only need to control Su Sheng with the force of thunder. At this moment, the breathing of the people around seemed to have stopped. Gong Shuesheng's eyes gleamed. "Brother, fuck him. Fuck him." If it weren't for the pressure brought by Su Sheng, Gong Shuesheng would have wanted to directly encourage his brother to help him get revenge. Not only the Qin Wang ring, you can't take the others away by yourself. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke with a bad look on his face. Then someone else said, "That's right, the Qin Palace belongs to everyone, why should you be the only one to take all the benefits? Young man, you look quite young. Hurry up and take out the things and share them with everyone. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences." An older woman kindly reminded. Some people even gloated, saying, "He's so ambitious at such a young age. So many of us got nothing, but he took it all without even considering whether he could eat it or not." Gong Shuesheng is a great warrior. Even if he is suppressed by the Qindu secret realm, his combat power is still unique here. That guy named Su Sheng is going to be in trouble. After listening to what the people around him said, Gong Shuesheng couldn't help but feel impatient when he saw that Su Sheng hadn't responded. Then, a terrifying aura burst out from Gong Shuesheng's body. The next moment, dark blue ice crystals quickly covered its body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark blue ice armor. "Okay, it looks like you're not going to give up. If that's the case, I'll beat you until you give up." After Gong Shuesheng finished speaking, he clenched his right fist and punched Su Sheng in the abdomen with an extremely cold spiritual energy wave. Chapter 101 Beat Up Gong Shuesheng. It started. Gong Shuesheng was excited. He was really the elder brother. So domineering. So cool. He. After sensing the fluctuations in Gong Shuesheng's aura that truly represented the great perfection of spiritual illusion, Su Sheng chuckled disdainfully. Immediately, the holy body of the town was activated. Boom! Su Sheng clenched his left fist, and the black lightning on his fist, which was condensed by billions of regional power, collided with Gong Shuesheng's fist with the force of thunder. Bang! A terrifying force erupted instantly, and Gong Shuesheng and Su Sheng took several steps back at the same time. Both of them were shocked, so strong. Gong Shuesheng steadied himself, his tough face showing great shock and disbelief. Isn't this guy in the second realm of golden body? How long has it been since he reached the middle stage of the third realm of spiritual illusion? Gong Shuesheng was not in a big deal, as he discovered that it had only been less than 20 days since the end of the special training camp. How did Su Sheng manage to reach several higher realms in such a short period of time? What shocked Gong Shuesheng even more was that Su Sheng, with only being in the middle stage of spiritual fantasy, could display a super strong combat power that was not inferior to his own. What kind of monster is this? Not far away, Gong Shuesheng's face also changed drastically. What? My brother didn't get the upper hand. Gong Shuesheng, who had never lost since Gong Shuesheng could remember, actually tied with Su Sheng, who was 3 years younger than him. Such a great shock even made Gong Shuesheng ignore Su Sheng's rapidly improving realm. The expressions of the people around also changed slightly. This Su Sheng is so strong. You know, everyone has witnessed Gong Shuesheng's strength. Although they are both at the level of spiritual perfection, Gong Shuesheng is completely beyond his level. But this invincible figure actually tied with an 18-year-old boy? Su Sheng was also very surprised. He was indeed Gong Shuesheng, so strong. Although his punch did not use any martial arts like Gong Shuesheng's,
Gong Shuesheng was the only one who could take his punch head on. You know, if it was an ordinary spiritual master, Su Sheng's punch would be enough to hurt the opponent. His fist could unleash a terrifying force of 30 tons with one punch. When the two of them stood still, the shock in Gong Shuesheng's eyes disappeared.
Su Sheng, you are indeed a great man.
Oh no, it's a genius, a super genius. Gong Shuesheng's eyes gradually became excited, and his ferocious and domineering face was filled with the excitement of seeing prey. Then, the temperature around Gong Shuesheng began to drop at an extremely terrifying rate. But, Gong Shuesheng, just love to torture geniuses, ha.
Gong Shuesheng laughed heartily, and the next moment he appeared in front of Su Sheng as if teleporting.
Blizzard. Immediately afterwards, Gong Shuesheng let out a low shout, and the area within a 10-meter radius centered on Su Sheng was covered with dense, heavy snow. It was his advanced talent martial art, Blizzard Kill. Many people around subconsciously took a step back, with awe on their faces. Gong Shuesheng, who used his innate martial arts skills, soared to a level beyond everyone's cognition.
No one present dared to take this move.
Lian Bo shook his head secretly when he saw this.
The battle was about to end and Su Sheng was bound to lose. And just at this moment, boom! The air suddenly became a little oppressive.
Su Sheng waved his hand, and a chaotic mountain shadow about 20 meters high slammed towards Gong Shuesheng with breathtaking momentum. After sensing the terrifying oppressive feeling attached to the pitch-black sacred mountain, Gong Shuesheng's face changed drastically.
Martial arts.
At this moment, the originally confident Gong Shuesheng's brain short-circuited.
Why would a martial art that only grandmasters could master appear on a third-level spirit? In a flash, the chaotic mountain shadow, carrying the power of billions of regions, came crashing down with the supreme power to suppress everything. The dark blue ice crystals on Gong Shuesheng's body quickly turned into a round shield. Boom!
The Chaos Mountain shadow instantly smashed the ice crystal shield into pieces.
Gong Shuesheng thought to himself, damn it. The next moment. Bang!
Gong Shuesheng, who was nearly 2 meters tall, couldn't even last one round, and his strong body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string.
Before Gong Shuesheng landed, Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
This Gong Shuesheng is not an ordinary person. Although the first level of Shifang Zhenyu Peak can defeat Gong Shuesheng, it is not enough to seriously injure Gong Shuesheng. Since the other party dares to stop me at the risk of his own life, I must completely scare Gong Shuesheng today.
Sizzle!
A flash of blue lightning flashed before everyone's eyes. When everyone reacted, they saw Su Sheng teleporting in front of Gong Shuesheng as if possessed by the god of war. At this time, Gong Shuesheng was still flying backwards under the terrifying power at Shifang Zhenyu Peak, and he couldn't even do basic defense.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In the blink of an eye, Su Sheng's fists were like spring thunder, and he hit Gong Shuesheng's head, chest, and abdomen dozens of times at lightning speed.
After these dozens of punches, the shocked and horrified look on Gong Shuesheng's face was instantly replaced by pain. It hurt so much. Bang!
Su Sheng gathered strength with his left foot and kicked Gong Shuesheng on the butt. The terrifying force kicked Gong Shuesheng, who was like duckweed in the water, into the air. Immediately, Su Sheng raised his left hand high, and once again a dark and chaotic mountain shadow condensed.
Bang!
The moment Gong Shuesheng landed, before he could recover, the shadow of the Chaos Mountain fell down like a high-speed flying nuclear bomb.
Boom! A thunderous explosion rang in everyone's ears.
The chaotic mountain shadows transformed into a force that could suppress billions of areas, and the black mist in the sky engulfed Gong Shuesheng's figure.
And Su Sheng also ended his attack.
The whole audience was dead silent.
Gong Shuesheng was stunned and petrified on the spot.
Lian Bo stared at the sky full of black shadows in amazement. The horror in his heart reached its peak.
Gong Shuesheng didn't even have the ability to fight back in front of Su Sheng. How is this possible? Ahem!
At this moment, Gong Shuesheng's cough suddenly came from the dark air. When the power of the suppression area dissipated, Gong Shuesheng, with tattered clothes and blood at the corner of his mouth, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at Gong Shuesheng, whose aura was much weaker than before, everyone's expression changed again.
Gong Shuesheng was defeated as expected. So strong.
The previous arrogance and ferocity in Gong Shuesheng's eyes disappeared, replaced by calmness and solemnity. He touched his abdomen, which was in extreme pain, and looked at Su Sheng with a serious expression. This man was extremely scary. As one of the geniuses of the time, Gong Shuesheng has seen too many talented people. The three people he admired the most were Wu Jinghong, Li Fengxian, and Lei Zhangong. But now, Gong Shuesheng knows that things are going to change in Long Kingdom. A younger generation has risen with invincible fighting power. But I haven't lost yet. Gong Shuesheng suddenly raised his voice, then stretched out his big hand, and a long blue stick with extremely low temperature appeared in his hand. Cold Dragon Stick. Gong Shuesheng looked solemn. He didn't expect that his brother would even take out his trump card, the Cold Dragon Stick. Chapter 102 Su Shang, The Invincible Existence. The Cold Dragon Stick is a primary treasure obtained by Gong Shuesheng in the extremely cold secret realm. The greatest function of this treasure is to enhance the power of Gong Shuesheng's martial arts talent. When Gong Shuesheng holds the Cold Dragon Stick, the strength of his martial arts talent, the Extreme Frost Body, will be significantly enhanced. In addition, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy in Gong Shuesheng's Dantian will be much faster while holding the stick. It is precisely because of this item that Gong Shuesheng has acquired super combat power comparable to that of a grandmaster. Therefore, he became a genius who was no less powerful than Li Fengxian, Lei Zhangong, and other peerless geniuses. Now, the trump card that Gong Shuesheng used to deal with Li Fengxian and other evildoers was actually used to deal with Su Shang. Gong Shuesheng was surprised and shocked, but also felt extremely dreamy. On the side, Lian Bo fell silent after watching. From the moment he took out the Cold Dragon Stick, Gong Shuesheng had already lost. A peerless evildoer who was famous in Dragon Country and has been famous for a long time, actually used all his strength when facing an opponent who was 3 years younger than him. This Su Shang is absolutely invincible in his level. Lian Bo's expression became extremely solemn. He could clearly sense that Su Shang's realm was in the middle stage of spiritual illusion. You know, it is very difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels when you reach the 3rd level. And what about Su Shang? With his mid-level spiritual illusion strength, he could actually defeat a spiritual illusion great perfection. Gong Shuesheng is not just an ordinary spiritual master, so does that mean Su Shang can defeat an early-stage general? What a terrifying fighting power! What an exaggerated ability to fight across levels! This is an ability that only the top martial arts masters throughout history possess. Lian Bo finally understood why people like Gong Shuesheng and Helian Yufeng lost to Su Shang during the special training camp. It's not that Gong Shuesheng and the others are weak, it's that Su Shang is too capable. With this guy around, whoever goes there will lose. In the field, many people looked delighted after seeing the light blue stick in Gong Shuesheng's hand. Su Shang, continue. Gong Shuesheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became fierce and fiery again. Super strong martial arts talent, super strong innate martial arts. All of the above represents 2 words, invincible. That's right, in Gong Shuesheng's opinion, Su Shang is invincible among people of the same level and age. Having such a person as an opponent is both a blessing and an extreme sense of oppression. Su Shang chuckled, "You are the most resilient person I have ever seen, not bad." Gong Shuesheng was slightly stunned, and then became furious. Boom! The Cold Dragon Stick in his hand glowed, and the temperature around him immediately dropped sharply. On the Cold Dragon Stick, a giant ice crystal dragon about 20 meters long suddenly appeared. The giant dragon let out a deafening roar, and its body, covered with snowflakes, quickly crashed into Su Shang. What a good thing! Su Shang exclaimed in surprise. With the Cold Dragon Stick, Gong Shuesheng's combat effectiveness has obviously improved a lot. However, no one below the 4th realm can do anything. Su Shang took a step forward with his left foot and grabbed at the air with his big hand. The space bracelet on his wrist flashed with light, and a shining alloy sword appeared. Boom! Boom! The moment the ice crystal dragon approached, Su Shang slashed out twice at an extremely fast speed. On the sword, billions of regional power instantly transformed into 2 chaotic mountain shadows wrapped in billions of regional power. The 2 sacred mountains almost overlapped each other, colliding with the dragon with an indescribable sense of oppression. Boom! The huge Qin palace trembled slightly under this terrifying impact. The black and blue colors were like a doomsday carnival, and a black and blue mushroom cloud exploded. Call! The terrifying aftermath of the battle instantly spread over a radius of hundreds of meters. At the center of the explosion, Gong Shuesheng's pupils suddenly shrank. The next moment, his body flew backwards as if he had been hit hard. With the help of the 2nd-level form of Shifang Zhenyu Peak, Gong Shuesheng was defeated even more thoroughly at this time. All around, Lian Bo, Gong Shuesheng and others had dazed expressions. The black light in the sky was like a swarm of locusts, instantly suppressing the blue light and making it disappear completely. And through the dark light and shadow, everyone saw a shadow standing with a knife. Ahem! At this moment, Gong Shuesheng was coughing incessantly in the distance. The moment the black light dissipated, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Gong Shuesheng was seen kneeling on one knee, leaning on the cold dragon stick with his left hand, looking weak. The combat suit on his chest had exploded, and blood was dripping from his muscular chest muscles. What was even more frightening was that Gong Shuesheng's tall and majestic body was shaking constantly, and he had obviously suffered a serious injury. You lose. Su Shang looked down at Gong Shuesheng from a high position, his eyes calm but with a depth that made it impossible to look directly at them. On the opposite side, Gong Shuesheng raised his head with difficulty but did not reply. Then he let out a low growl and struggled to stand up. Su Shang chuckled. He was indeed a top talent, he was really tough. If it were an ordinary spiritual master, facing the two chaotic mountain shadows, his body would probably be crushed into a meat patty. As for Gong Shuesheng, he was only seriously injured. And it seems that if he is given some time, he will be able to recover some combat effectiveness. This is a top genius. However, Gong Shuesheng wanted to stand up, but Su Shang would not give him the chance. Boom! A force of suppression attached to Gong Shuesheng's back. Just when he had regained some strength, he suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain behind him, and his strong body bent down again. The whole place was dead silent. Gong Shuesheng's mind went blank when he saw his brother, who had always been domineering and invincible, was in such a miserable state. Su Shang, I lost. When Gong Shuesheng felt the pressure from behind him getting stronger and stronger, to the point that his spine was about to break, he quickly admitted defeat. The next moment, his whole body felt relaxed. If you lose, you must be prepared to lose. Su Shang looked Gong Shuesheng up and down. Give me the space bracelet. Gong Shuesheng, who had just stood up, flew into a rage when these words came out. Su Shang, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Boom! As soon as Gong Shuesheng finished speaking, Su Shang threw out a black ball of light. Bang! Gong Shuesheng, who was already weak, immediately knelt on the ground with his legs. The pain from such great force was so severe that his knees seemed to be broken. Just now you asked for my Qin Wang ring, now I want your space bracelet. Su Shang said seriously, if I lose, the Qin Wang ring is yours. Now that you lose, the space bracelet is mine. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Many people began to retreat cautiously. Fuck, this guy is still so domineering. Gong Shuesheng shrank his neck and recalled the nightmare of being exploited by Su Shang during the special training camp. Crack! The stubborn Gong Shuesheng still refused to give in, but his body was almost reaching its limit. In fact, its already bent body bent even further downward. Lian Bo, who was watching from the side, was both anxious and reluctant, and said, Su Shang, don't forget that Gong Shuesheng is suppressed by the laws of the Qindu secret realm. His true strength is that of a 4th-level warrior, a half-step master. Lian Bo's original intention was to hope that Su Shang would give up when he saw the difficulty. After all, what if you are invincible in the secret realm? The moment you leave the secret realm, Gong Shuesheng can instantly make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Chapter 103 I won't bother you if you're so crazy outside. Su Shang glanced at Lian Bo. He didn't know this bald man, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned and continued to look down at Gong Shuesheng from a high vantage point. Gong Shuesheng's expression was uncertain, with a strong sense of self-doubt on his face. It was really hard for him to believe that the dignified Gong Shuesheng would lose so completely in the Qindu secret realm. I haven't been defeated like this in a long time. Even Li Fengxian couldn't do it. Gong Shuesheng muttered softly. Answer me. Su Shang said with some impatience, while increasing the power of suppressing the area. Gong Shuesheng suddenly felt the pressure on his back increase greatly, and his strong spine made a friction sound under the unbearable weight, as if it would break at any time. Gong Shuesheng's scarred eyes stared at Su Shang. Immediately. Good. Gong Shuesheng said, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Su Shang, my space bracelet is yours. Su Shang showed an admiring look. Although this guy was a bit domineering, he was not stupid. When Su Shang withdrew the power of suppression that was pressing on Gong Shuesheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, if Su Shang reaches the same level as me someday, I will definitely not be his match. Even that monster Li Fengxian might not be his opponent. But my things are not so easy to take. After Gong Shuesheng stood up, his eyes narrowed slightly and his aura became fierce again. Although he was covered in wounds, he gave people the impression that he was still in peak condition.
I'll keep the space bracelet for you temporarily.
After the Chindu secret realm is closed, if you have the guts to escape from under my nose, then the space bracelet will still be yours. If you don't have the guts, humph.
Gong Shuesheng took off the space bracelet as he spoke.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Shang with a gloating look.
Gong Shuesheng's realm was suppressed by the Chindu secret realm.
As long as he left the Chindu secret realm, he would immediately become a half-step master. With the powerful strength of a half-step grandmaster, it is easy to deal with Su Shang.
Some people even shook their heads secretly, saying that Su Shang was too young and impulsive. A temporary victory means nothing at all.
After leaving the secret realm, it is obvious what will happen to Su Shang.
It will be extremely miserable.
After all, Gong Shuesheng is not a good person. Su Shang took Gong Shuesheng's space bracelet, threw it into his own space bracelet, and said, "You seem very crazy."
Arrogant? No, this is confidence. The confidence of a half-step grandmaster. Gong Shuesheng held his neck high, his face filled with a domineering look that looked down upon the world. Boy, once you leave the secret realm, you will be able to experience the power of a half-step grandmaster. With his strength, he could not be at a disadvantage even against Li Fengxian, who was already a master, let alone Su Shang, who was only in the third realm. But the next moment, boom!
A terrifying force suddenly enveloped Gong Shuesheng. Gong Shuesheng bent his legs and fell to the ground with a thud.
Fuck, Su Shang, you.
Before Gong Shuesheng could finish his words, he was interrupted by the overwhelming force that surged in like a tsunami. His muscular body seemed to be stuck to the ground and couldn't move. Su Shang once again looked down at Gong Shuesheng. "I ignored you when you were so arrogant outside, but why don't you try being arrogant in the secret realm?"
Half-step grandmaster? In this secret realm, even a grandmaster has to lie low.
After saying that, the power of suppressing the area increased again.
Woji. The people around were so dazed by what they saw. He was so domineering. This Su Shang was so domineering. Just hearing this kind of words makes me shudder.
That was Gong Shuesheng, who was famous in Long Country, but now, he was suppressed by Su Shang and could not move on the ground. This is not only a crushing defeat in terms of strength and rules, but also a mental blow.
Gong Shuesheng couldn't bear to look at the crowd.
"I couldn't help but complain in my heart, brother, why did you pick on Su Shang when there are so many people to pick on? Su Shang has clearly let you go, but you are still acting so arrogantly.
He, you deserve it." Thinking of this, a look of gloating appeared on Gong Shuesheng's face. "Didn't you say that I was useless? He, didn't you, as his brother, also get beaten?"
Lian Bo frowned slightly and was about to step forward to help Gong Shuesheng, but was frightened by Su Shang's eyes and stood still.
Are you kidding? Even Gong Shuesheng can't do it, so he'll be even worse off.
Su Shang, stop. Gong Shuesheng shouted anxiously, saying that if he continued, his spine would be broken.
Ha, are you still crazy?
Su Shang squatted down and looked at Gong Shuesheng with a smile.
Gong Shuesheng was very upset.
He finally felt the powerlessness of being crushed.
No, not crazy anymore. That's all.
Su Shang took back the power to suppress the area.
Gong Shuesheng, who had regained control of his body, stood up with a slightly depressed look on his face.
This time he was honest and didn't dare to say anything harsh. Su Shang's gaze shifted from Gong Shuesheng to other people. Lian Bo, Gong Shuesheng, and others subconsciously took a step back upon seeing this.
A strange smile appeared on Su Shang's face. Su Shang, I didn't say anything just now. Gong Shuesheng knew Su Shang's character and said as he retreated, You've hit me many times before, and I wasn't mad, and I didn't attack you."
Su Shang ignored his old classmate and took out the Qin King seal. After Su Shang injected spiritual energy, more than 100 terracotta warriors including Bai Qi and Wang Ben were deployed at the same time in the hall.
"Close the door, no one is allowed to leave."
After Su Shang finished speaking, the terracotta warrior Bai Qi, wearing heavy armor, leaped to the gate of the Qin Palace. Then, a big hand pushed the door of the Qin Palace closed tightly. Looking at Bai Qi, who was guarding the gate like a god of war, everyone understood what Su Shang was going to do.
Gong Shuesheng glanced at Su Shang secretly. Damn, he is the same kind of person as us. But you, a third-level spiritual being, dared to do this? You're even bolder than us. First of all, I'd like to apologize to everyone. I, Su Shang, want to rob you.
As soon as Su Shang finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even though many people had guessed this purpose, it was still shocking when Su Shang said it.
A middle-aged man stepped forward and scolded, "Su Shang, who do you think you are? Aren't you afraid of robbery and breaking the law?" Bang!
Before the man could finish his words, Su Shang waved his hand and sent him flying.
Idiot!
Gong Shuesheng glanced at the man with disdain.
Doesn't he know that the laws of Dragon Country don't apply in the secret realm?
As long as you don't kill people, no one will care about you and the law of the jungle.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Su Shang looked at everyone with a smile. If you have any opinions, just say it.
I am a very democratic person. Everyone fell silent. You are robbing democracy.
If you have no objection, then take off your space bracelet and put it on the ground.
One is left, one is gone. Don't worry, I only want the harvest inside the secret realm. Everything outside the secret realm is yours.
Su Shang pointed at the statue of Bai Qi and said, "Hurry up, don't waste time, General Bai is still standing." Everyone looked at Su Shang in silence, and no one was willing to hand it over voluntarily. Su Shang's voice turned cold, and he randomly glared at a bald man with a reflective head in the crowd.
Lian Boton felt a headache. Why the hell did he target me first?
Other people's bracelets may not contain good things, but his bracelet does contain good things.
Chapter 104, Space Bracelet can also be synthesized. All right.
Lian Bo struggled internally for a second, but under Su Shang's slightly threatening gaze and Gong Shuesheng's sympathetic gaze, he finally put the space bracelet on the ground.
With Lian Bo taking the lead, others were even more afraid to say anything.
Don't be so unconvinced. It's the law of the jungle. Su Shang checked his space bracelet and said to everyone with a smile, "If I had lost just now, my ending would be the same as everyone else's."
If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can always come to me.
Su Shang said, then glanced at Lian Bo and asked, "Why are you so poor?" He had just used his mental power to probe into Lian Bo's space bracelet and found that the area inside was only 10 cubic meters, and there were very few things inside. Apart from a large bronze tripod that interested him slightly, the only other items worth some money were an A-grade alloy weapon, healing pills, and recovery pills.
As for clothes, napkins and the like, Su Shang automatically ignored them. Who takes their family's wealth with them when they go out?
Lian Bo was speechless.
He estimated that Su Shang had definitely put all his family assets into the space bracelet.
When you go out, you only need to bring the necessary pills.
What if you bring too much other things and get robbed like you did now? This kind of thing is very common in secret realms and even in foreign battlefields.
Su Shang frowned slightly, somewhat unconvinced by Lian Bo's words. Then he took out Gong Shuesheng's space bracelet to check it. Before, he just threw it into his own space bracelet without detecting it. But after the detection, it was found that it was indeed as Lian Bo said. And this Gong Shuesheng was even more pitiful. Apart from 2 4th-level spiritual herbs that were probably obtained from the Qingdu secret realm, there were only clothes, headphones, and other daily necessities in his possession.
There is not even a weapon. Oh yes, the weapon is in Gong Shuesheng's hands.
Su Shang didn't say much, and transferred the valuable things in Lian Bo and Gong Shuesheng's space bracelets into his own space bracelet without hesitation. After doing all this, Su Shang looked at the two of them and said, "You can leave now."
Well, then, can you give me the space bracelet?
On the side, Gong Shuesheng saw Su Shang return Lian Bo's space bracelet, but kept his own, and said weakly.
Su Shang glared at me when he heard that. How dare you, a half-step grandmaster, be so poor and ask me for something? Isn't that mine?
Gong Shuesheng's mouth twitched, but due to Su Shang's invincible strength in the Qingdu secret realm, his voice became smaller and smaller.
Seeing such a cowardly look, Gong Shuesheng secretly clicked his tongue.
Only a villain like Su Shang could make his brother suffer such a loss.
Su Shang waved his hands impatiently. "Get lost. If you don't leave now, I won't even give you your clothes."
When Gong Shuesheng thought that he might be naked, he stopped talking. He picked up the clothes on the ground in frustration and turned away, not even bothering to take his luxury headphones.
It's really impossible to stay in this place. I'd better go out and absorb some spiritual energy to improve myself. Then, Su Shang did the same thing. Finally, it was Gong Shuesheng's turn. "Su Shang, I don't have anything here either." Gong Shuesheng's throat rolled, and he regretted it so much.
He should have known not to come to this broken Qingdu secret realm.
As for going out to absorb spiritual energy, Gong Shuasong didn't even need to think about it, he knew that the spiritual energy deep in the Qindu secret realm must belong to Su Shang. This guy won't let go of any benefit. Ha, I won't take anything from my old classmates. Su Shang said this with a smile as his mental power probed into Gong Shuasong's space bracelet. Gong Shuasong looked at Su Shang dejectedly. Didn't he say he didn't want it? Why was he still checking his mental power? But, since my old classmate offered it to me, I'll gladly accept it. Ha, I'll treat you to dinner someday. When Su Shang examined one of the armors, he changed the subject. Gong Shuasong's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say a word. This guy, when he hits someone, it really hurts. Okay, Brother Gong, you can go out now. Su Shang waved his hand and returned the space bracelet to Gong Shuasong. Among all the space bracelets, Su Shang only kept Gong Shuasheng's. The main reason for this was that Gong Shuasheng's space bracelet also had 100 cubic meters of space inside. Su Shang's own one was also 100 cubic meters. Su Shang estimated that the two could be combined, so he kept it. As for others, either they have no storage space or only a pitiful 1 cubic meter, which is not enough at all. After everyone left, the huge Qin palace became quiet again. First drain the spiritual energy, and then synthesize it. Su Shang said with a fiery look in his eyes. The gains from this trip to the secret realm were so great that Su Shang never imagined it in his dreams. Now, all the benefits of the Qin palace have been taken away by himself, and the only thing left is the abundant spiritual energy. There's still more than half a month before the Qindu secret realm closes, which is enough time for me to advance to the late stage of spiritual illusion. After that, I can start a wave of big synthesis. If everything goes well, I can directly reach the spiritual perfection. As Su Shang spoke, he left the Qin palace at a lightning speed. Outside the ancient palace of Qindu. Brother, isn't Su Shang awesome? Gong Shuasong blinked and asked. Gong Shuasheng, who was recovering from his injuries, opened his eyes and said, You seem to be gloating over my misfortune. Ah, no. Gong Shuasong shuddered all over. Although his brother was beaten to a pulp by Su Shang, his brother could still beat himself to a pulp. Great sage, how are you going to teach Su Shang a lesson after we get out? Lian Bo was still a little angry. He was a general of the fourth realm, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big setback in the secret realm of Qindu. If this gets out, Li Fengxian and the others will definitely laugh for several years. It's painful to think about it. Gong Shuasheng looked depressed. I can imagine the mocking expressions of Li Fengxian, Lei Zhangong, and the others. Damn, I'm really unhappy. After a pause, Gong Shuasheng licked his lips and said, The Su Shang is really powerful, but after the secret realm is closed, I will definitely beat him so hard that he can't walk. As for the Qin Wang ring and other resources, they are all mine. After hearing what Gong Shuasheng said, Lian Bo coughed lightly and said, My medicine king cauldron is also in there. What's yours? Once I get it, it's mine. Gong Shuasheng simply started to cheat. You. Lian Bo was immediately furious. Gong Shuasheng laughed and said, I was just teasing you. After saying this, Gong Shuasheng looked around with some confusion. Old Lian, do you feel that the spiritual energy here has decreased? You just felt it? I felt it a moment ago. Lian Bo said speechlessly, There's definitely something wrong with this Qindu secret realm. A few days ago, we were practicing peacefully, and suddenly the spiritual energy circulating in our body decreased significantly. I shouldn't have come if I had known. I'll go back and ask the people in the martial arts club what's going on. Gong Shuasheng felt that he had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did I waste a month of time, but I also got beaten up by the junior. It was really a loss of both the wife and the army. At this time, Gong Shuasong opened his mouth as if he wanted to speak. Gong Shuasheng said impatiently, If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now. Gong Shuasong, I know what's going on. Chapter 105 Rapid Improvement, Spiritual Perfection. Gong Shuasheng and Lian Bo looked at Gong Shuasong at the same time. It's because of Su Shang. Gong Shuasong said, The level of that guy's skills is incredibly high, and it seems to have a special bonus for absorbing spiritual energy. Are you sure? Gong Shuasheng frowned slightly. As far as I know, to achieve such an effect, it would require at least a high-level technique, and it can't be just an ordinary high-level technique. Yes, but what realm is Su Shangkai at? Can he practice advanced techniques? Lian Bo also said, and it seems Su Shang was only a first-level warrior during the special training camp? He only broke through to the golden body after he entered the martial god tower, right? After hearing what the two said, Gong Shuasong shook his head secretly. These two still didn't understand how extraordinary Su Shang was. Gong Shuasong coughed lightly and said, I don't know how he was able to master advanced techniques, but this is Su Shang.
After these words were spoken, Gong Shuesheng and Lian Bo's expressions froze.
Yes, this kid is definitely number one in the special training camp. When he arrived at the Qingdu secret realm, he was even more invincible. All the benefits were taken away by him without leaving a single drop. What exactly is his martial arts talent? Why is he so strong? Lian Bo asked curiously.
In Lian Bo's opinion, Su Shang's martial arts talent may even surpass Li Fengxian.
Perhaps only the woman Wu Jinghong can match him? Gong Shuesong shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Seeing this, Gong Shuesheng was immediately furious. You don't know anything about anything. What can you do?
Brother, if you have the guts, go ask yourself.
Gong Shuesong said innocently. Gong Shuesheng's expression froze. Damn, do I dare? You dare to talk back? You're asking for a beating. Ah. Oh. Brother, I was wrong. Oh.
Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye.
This day. Su Shang, how about this?
In a side room of the ancient palace in Qingdu, Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were shy and her body was burning hot.
Su Shang sat facing him and said seriously, what's the matter?
There's no one around here, and the terracotta warriors are keeping watch for us.
Oh, okay.
Song Zhenyue seemed to have made up her mind, her fair and tender little hands tangled together shyly and nervously.
The next moment. Wow, it's delicious.
Song Zhenyue picked up the cup and drank it all, her beautiful eyes shining brightly.
Su Shang smiled and said, the old wine from the Qingdu secret realm has evolved into a spiritual wine after countless years of spiritual nourishment. The taste is naturally amazing. Hee hee, so sweet, I want more.
Song Zhenyue smacked her lips, her pretty face full of enjoyment.
Although the spirit wine is delicious, don't drink too much. A small cup is enough.
Su Shang took the small cup from Song Zhenyue's hand.
Song Zhenyue said reluctantly, Su Shang, I want more.
No, even though you are in the late stage of the second level of the golden body, the alcohol content of the spirit wine is still very high.
A small cup is enough. Su Shang finished speaking and chuckled, unless you want to get drunk. Oh, then let's not do that.
Song Zhenyue understood immediately, and immediately leaned over to Su Shang's ear and whispered shyly, I'll give it to you when we get out.
It's weird to be here. Zangetsu is the best girlfriend in the world, huh? Hee hee, I want another kiss. Oh.
Su Shang kissed her again, and after feeling the temptation brought by Song Zhenyue's smooth lips, he couldn't help feeling itchy in his heart. Just when Su Shang was about to have an in-depth discussion with Song Zhenyue.
Boom.
The huge Qingdu secret realm suddenly trembled slightly. Oh, the Qingdu secret realm is about to close.
Su Shang, we can go out now. Song Zhenyue's beautiful eyes lit up.
Su Shang stood up and said, Zhenyu, remember to go back with Sister Qi Hong after you get out. I have to find a way to get rid of Gong Shuesheng. Su Shang has been busy for the past half month. In the first 10 days, Su Shang relied on the powerful mobility of the speedy star flow flash to roam deep in the secret realm of Qingdu. With the help of the black hole soul devouring technique, Su Shang almost monopolized the spiritual energy deep in the secret realm, and also raised his realm from the middle stage of spiritual fantasy to the peak of spiritual fantasy. In the last week, Su Shang used up all his synthesis points to perform a wave of synthesis, and his realm was raised from the peak of spiritual fantasy to the great perfection of spiritual fantasy. And there are still more than half of the resources left in the space bracelet. However, since the Qingdu secret realm is famous for its rich spiritual energy, there are not many exotic beasts, which resulted in the limited synthesis points Su Shang obtained this time. But Su Shang knew that once he went to Magic City University, the synthesis points would no longer be a limitation to improving his strength. There are countless exotic beasts in the alien battlefield, which are impossible to kill, and their strength is also extremely powerful. There are many 5th level, 6th level, and so on, and there are also 7th level monsters comparable to the 7th level kings everywhere. At that time, Su Shang will not have to worry about the synthesis points at all. But before that, Su Shang knew that there was still Gong Shuesheng who needed to be dealt with. Once this kid is teleported out of the secret realm, he will definitely deal with me first. Su Shang had to get rid of Gong Shuesong first. And at this time,
The secret realm is about to close.
Gong Shuesheng, whose injuries had fully recovered, sensed the movement in the secret realm and stood up suddenly with excitement and anticipation in his eyes.
Great sage, the medicine king cauldron is mine, please don't steal it. Lian Bo reminded.
Gong Shuesheng waved his hand. Oh, I know. Su Sheng has the exclusive access to the resources of the Qin Palace, which is enough for me.
I don't even care about your broken tripod. Brother, can you give me some when the time comes? Gong Shuesheng said expectantly.
If you want resources, go grab them yourself.
Gong Shuesheng replied.
Immediately afterwards, golden beams of light appeared in the sky above the vast Qindu secret realm. This pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the warriors in various places in the Qindu secret realm.
Buzz.
When Gong Shuesheng was enveloped by a beam of light, the invisible force of space was instantly activated.
The next moment, Gong Shuesheng and the other two were teleported out by pillars of light. Outside the secret territory of Qindu. Boom! Rays of light flashed through the ancient attic door, and warriors were teleported out one after another. Where's Su Sheng? Gong Shuesheng immediately released his secret technique after leaving the secret realm.
The aura unique to a general who had reached great perfection was instantly released, and the terrifying sense of oppression caused many nearby warriors who had just been teleported to retreat.
Great sage, there he is. Lianbo pointed to the front left.
Gong Shuesheng turned his head and saw that it was Su Sheng who had just been teleported out.
Su Sheng, the tide has turned.
Gong Shuesheng shouted excitedly and immediately rushed towards Su Sheng. Sensing the powerful aura behind him that belonged only to a half-step grandmaster, Su Sheng looked back. Many people around retreated for fear of being affected by Gong Shuesheng.
Brother, don't be so enthusiastic. See you next time.
Su Sheng said as he took a step forward.
Sizzle. A blue arc of electricity appeared around him, and in an instant Su Sheng appeared 300 meters away.
This elementary martial art of physical movement was extremely difficult to practice, but with the Emperor's heart and the support of the system, Su Sheng had already cultivated it to a minor level of success. Xiaocheng's speedy star stream flash can teleport 300 meters at a time, and can be used up to 15 times in a row.
What?
Gong Shuesheng, who had just approached Su Sheng, only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and when he came to his senses, Su Sheng had disappeared.
Chapter 106. Doesn't Su Sheng have any shortcomings? This is.
When Gong Shuesheng looked up, he was suddenly surprised to find that dozens of Su Shengs appeared in front of him. With exactly the same figure and temperament, Gong Shuesheng couldn't tell which one was Su Sheng's real body for a moment. Just when Su Sheng used the second super speed star stream, Gong Shuesheng finally discovered something unusual.
Martial arts of body movement. Gong Shuesheng's eyes gleamed brightly. Good job, Su Sheng.
Whether it's martial arts or techniques, you're both top-notch.
This guy's talent is truly terrifying. Boom.
Immediately, Gong Shuesheng also accelerated. In order to catch up with Su Sheng faster, Gong Shuesheng even used the intermediate-level martial arts skills that he had already mastered.
Only. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Just when Gong Shuesheng quickly advanced 100 meters, Su Sheng disappeared from sight after 3 consecutive teleportations.
Oh my god. Gong Shuesheng was surprised and helpless.
I have never seen Su Sheng use this martial art.
How many cards does he have? Damn, how can I pursue this?
Behind him, Lian Bo rushed over breathlessly, looking at the peaks in front of him and asked, "Are you still chasing?"
Gong Shuesheng glanced ahead in frustration. What the hell are you chasing after? This martial art can teleport, right? Su Sheng has no weaknesses at all.
Lian Bo sighed. When I was in the Qin Palace, I also found that his physical body was also terrifyingly strong, definitely far beyond his level. Coupled with his exceptional martial arts talent, martial arts knowledge and techniques, even his agility is now terrifyingly powerful. Great sage, if Su Sheng becomes a great warrior in the future, you may not be his match.
After hearing what Lian Bo said, although Gong Shuesheng was reluctant to admit it, he knew that it was indeed the fact.
Let's wait until he becomes a general. Gong Shuesheng chased for another kilometer without giving up, but still found no trace of Su Sheng. To break through from the 3rd level of spiritual illusion to the 4th level of warrior, one needs an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, it is impossible to cultivate spiritual essence.
This kid is only in the middle stage of spiritual illusion now.
Even if he absorbs all the spiritual energy from the depths of the secret realm, he can only be in the late stage of spiritual illusion at most. To be promoted to a general, even with his talent, it would take at least a year.
I would have been a grandmaster in a year. Lian Bo nodded upon hearing this. That's right. After a pause, Lian Bo turned his head to look at the depressed Gong Shuesheng. What are we going to do next? Are we going to Lucheng to find him?
Where the underworld goes, the underworld will handle it.
Blocking someone's door isn't my style.
Gong Shuesheng sat down on the ground and said, let him take advantage this time. With his strength, we will have many opportunities to meet in the future.
When that happens, I will not be polite. Lian Bo also sat down on the ground, looking at the endless mountains and rivers and said, it seems like the college entrance examination is coming soon? Gong Shuesheng was slightly stunned. I haven't paid attention to it, what's wrong? It's May 31st already.
Su Sheng should be the next leader this year. Oh, yes, with the blessing of the Heavenly King Martial Seal, this guy's training speed has increased even faster. Gong Shuesheng said, damn, now I want to go to Lucheng to block this guy. 2 days later, Lucheng Prefecture.
Zangetsu is back?
In Villa Number 1, Song Dinghua took the briefcase handed to him by his secretary and entered the living room. On the sofa, Song Jianyue was playing music and playing on his phone when he heard this and asked, Dad, why did you come back just now?
Dad went to the imperial capital for a meeting.
Song Dinghua handed the briefcase to Aunt Lu, the nanny, and sat down on the sofa, asking with concern, did your trip to the Qingdu secret realm go smoothly?
It went very smoothly. Song Jianyue said, and Song Dinghua smiled and asked, how was the harvest? Song Jianyue was slightly stunned.
It seemed that she had not gained anything. After all, Su Sheng had almost sucked away all the spiritual energy. He did get 2 tiger talismans from the Qingdu ancient palace, but those things were useless once they left the Qingdu secret realm. Song Dinghua didn't take it seriously. It's okay, I originally wanted you and Su Sheng to go and gain experience.
The Qingdu secret realm is home to many spiritual masters from various provinces and cities.
They are the main force in obtaining resources. After Song Dinghua finished speaking, Song Jianyue said with a strange look on his face, Dad, you underestimate Su Sheng.
What's the meaning?
Song Dinghua was puzzled. Song Jianyue smiled and said, Su Sheng gained so much in the Qingdu secret realm this time.
As he spoke, Song Jianyue roughly recounted what happened to Su Sheng in the Qingdu secret realm.
At first, Song Dinghua looked calm, but the more he listened, the more surprised he became.
In the end, Song Dinghua looked at his daughter in shock. Are you sure? That's not true. If you don't believe me, ask yourself next time. Song Jianyue said this and stood up. Song Dinghua murmured in shock, I've seen Gong Shuesheng before.
He's a leader among the younger generation of Dragon Nation.
His combat prowess is not much worse than Li Fengxian and the others. How could he be beaten by Su Sheng?
This kid is growing up too fast, too fast. Just when Song Dinghua was about to continue asking for details, he found that Song Jianyue had already walked to the door to change his shoes.
Zangetsu, what are you doing out so late?
Dad, I'm going to my best friend's house. Song Jianyue said with a guilty conscience. Song Dinghua laughed when he heard this. Go ahead, you'll be going to college soon, and you won't see us much in the future.
Give my regards to your bestie. Hee, okay. Half an hour later.
Outside Villa Number 6, the moonlight was as bright as water, shining on Song Jianyue and Su Sheng.
Su Sheng. Song Jianyue whispered shyly, isn't this bad? Oh, it's okay. My parents are asleep, and the training room is well soundproofed. Su Sheng hugged Song Jianyue's delicate body. Besides, you are not used to staying in a hotel. Oh, all right then.
Before Song Jianyue finished speaking, he immediately felt as if he was flying. But Su Sheng saw the spiritual energy flowing under his feet and carrying Song Jianyue to the balcony on the second floor of his villa. In order to welcome Song Jianyue, Su Sheng deliberately left the balcony door open. After entering the room, Su Sheng carefully closed the glass door and then slowly pulled the curtains. Inside the practice room, a lovely blush covered Song Jianyue's pretty face, and her bright big eyes looked at Su Sheng, who was quickly taking off his clothes, with some shyness and uneasiness.
Su Sheng, you're very well prepared. You even have a bed.
Song Jianyue said, looking towards the corner of the training room. Jianyu, be good, tie your hair up and squat down first.
Woo.
A week later, June 7th. The annual college entrance examination day of Longwei is coming.
Xiaoshang, did you forget to bring your admission ticket and ID card?
Sun Xiaoying asked as she put milk into her bag. Su Sheng and Su Heping looked at each other. both feeling helpless. Su Shang replied, "Mom, you've asked me 3 times.
Don't worry, I've brought them all. Anyway, don't be nervous when you get to the exam room. Just keep calm." Sun Xiuying continued.
Su Shang smiled and said, "Mom, I've already been admitted to the Demon University.
This college entrance exam is just a formality.
In fact, if it weren't for the 1-year use rights of the Heavenly King's martial seal, Su Shang wouldn't even have to take the college entrance examination."
Su Heping also smiled and said, "Xiaoshang is not nervous. Don't get so nervous that you faint. Go on, I won't." Sun Xiuying glared at Su Heping and said, "Old Su, drive the car out first." Chapter 107 College Entrance Examination. The boxing target was broken? Ding ding. Outside the villa, Su Heping was driving a brand new SUV.
Seeing this, Sun Xiuying chuckled and said, "Ever since your father became vice president, he has become younger and happier every day."
"Oh, when did my dad become the emperor?" Su Shang asked curiously. "Regarding what happened last week, the organization department even held a meeting at their workplace specifically for your dad. Your dad had already refused, but unexpectedly, they announced it on the spot at the meeting, forcing him to do it even if he didn't want to."
Sun Xiuying said, and Su Shang laughed. "Dad has been in the workplace for so many years, and he still has leadership skills."
"Your dad is saying he's under a lot of pressure now.
He's been giving speeches in meetings all day and he's used up most of his life's ink."
Sun Xiuying joked. After the two got in the car, Su Heping asked with a smile, "Are you talking about me?"
Sun Xiuying smiled as she sat in the passenger seat. "Yes, my son has the college entrance exam today, so how about letting Mr. Su be our driver?"
"Hey, no problem. Lucheng, number 16 middle school. Are we late?"
Looking at the sparse crowds of people at the school gate, Sun Xiuying suddenly said nervously,
"It's only 8:45 now. There's still time. It's just right."
Su Shang got out of the car and said to them, "Mom and Dad, find a place to rest.
Don't just sit in the car. It's hot. Come on, son. Don't be nervous, son. Mom will treat you to a nice dinner after the test."
Sun Xiuying waved at Su Shang and said.
Soon, Su Shang entered the examination room under the gaze of the two. "Examination room 8, this is it." Su Shang found his examination room with his admission ticket.
There was already a long queue outside the examination room. Su Shang stood on tiptoe to take a look but could not see the end of it.
There are 2,000 candidates in one examination room, and hundreds of thousands of candidates in the entire Lucheng. Success or failure depends on this day. Su Shang sighed.
Although he doesn't have to worry about his grades, it's different for others. As someone who had experienced the college entrance examination and squeezed through the single plank bridge in his previous life, Su Shang naturally understood the feelings of these candidates best. Candidates with admission ticket numbers ending in 001020, please enter the examination room. Candidates with admission ticket numbers ending in 001020, please enter the examination room. At this time, the broadcast sounded above examination room 8.
Su Shang glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock.
Everyone has experienced the format of the college entrance examination in their respective schools, so they are naturally very familiar with it. Soon, voices of varying sizes were heard from the examination room. Su Shang estimated that none of the top 20 candidates had a punching strength of more than 500, so it was obvious that these people failed. And so, time passed.
Candidates with admission ticket numbers ending in 15170, please enter the examination room. It's my turn. The last number on Su Shang's admission ticket is exactly 150.
After Su Shang and the other 19 candidates handed their admission tickets to the examiner.
At the examiner's signal, Su Shang walked into his own testing room.
Just like the testing room used during school exams, Su Shang looked at the boxing target in front of him and felt a little dazed for a moment. The last time he used the dynamometer was during the school exam a few months ago. That was the second day after he got the system, just over 3 months ago. At that time, I was just a rookie who had just entered the martial arts world, but now I have reached the level of spiritual perfection. With such strength, he can be called a martial arts expert anywhere. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Su Shang took a deep breath and then,
boom!
The left fist hit the target like a heavy artillery piece. The next moment, a change occurred that Su Shang had not expected.
Bang!
The fist target in front of him shattered under Su Shang's critical hit. The huge test room shook for a long time.
This. Su Sheng was stunned. What the hell? It was smashed with one punch? What about the results?
At this moment, a deafening explosion was heard outside the test room.
What's wrong? Fuck, that scared me.
The examiners and candidates around were all frightened. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in charge of supervising Su Sheng outside the test room knocked on the door and asked, "Student, is there anything I can help you with?" Su Sheng opened the door and looked at the examiner with a strange expression. "Teacher, this target is broken."
Broken?
The examiner frowned slightly, subconsciously thinking that Su Sheng was making trouble. After all the testers were debugged by experts from the martial arts hall last night.
How could there be any problems? I broke it. Su Sheng added.
The examiner frowned even more deeply upon hearing this, even showing a hint of displeasure on his face. "Student, if you disrupt the order of the examination room seriously, you will be disqualified from the exam." Su Sheng knew that the other party had misunderstood and pointed at the boxing target. "Teacher, look." Upon hearing this, the examiner stuck his head into the testing room.
Immediately. Fuck.
The middle-aged examiner's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock.
What the hell is going on?
The new boxing target had disappeared from view, and was replaced by an alloy bracket that was beaten to the point where only half of it was left. On the ground, the boxing target made of ultra-high-strength material was lying in pieces.
"Teacher, what should we do now?" Su Sheng asked. The middle-aged examiner seemed to be petrified, standing still. After a moment, the middle-aged examiner said in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of situation." After a pause, the examiner looked at Su Sheng in shock. "You should know that the boxing target can withstand the impact of a punch of up to 20 tons. 20 tons?
That's a full-strength attack from an early-stage third-realm spiritual illusionist.
This guy has the third level of spiritual power? An 18-year-old third-level spirit? Oh my god. How is this possible? It seems this is a defective product that was missed.
Please wait a moment, classmate.
I will ask the leader for instructions."
The middle-aged examiner quickly took out his phone after he finished speaking.
Soon after hanging up the phone, the examiner said, "Well, student, use the tester next to you. This tester must be good."
After hearing what the examiner said, Su Sheng said helplessly, "Teacher, there is nothing wrong with the boxing target.
It's just that my punching power is too strong. I think it will be the same if I change it."
The examiner looked up at Su Sheng with a strange look in his eyes, thinking, "You shouldn't brag like this, right?" Seeing that the examiner didn't believe him, Su Sheng didn't waste any words and walked into the test room next door. After the examiner finished entering Su Sheng's information, he signaled Su Sheng that he could begin. After Su Sheng closed the door of the test room, he punched out directly.
Boom!
The middle-aged examiner had just sat down when he was startled by the explosion coming from the test room and jumped up from his seat.
What happened to Teacher Qin? The female examiner next to her asked curiously, "Who is this candidate? He looks very strong."
Just then, the door to the testing room opened. Su Sheng stood at the door. "Teacher, the boxing target is broken."
Impossible.
Qin Yi's voice rose several degrees, and he walked quickly to the test room. Suddenly, his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock.
What's going on? The female examiner also became interested. She walked to the side of the test room and immediately exclaimed, "The boxing target was broken." Chapter 108, Kill the Moon, Give Me a Kiss.
This, classmate, did you break it?
The female examiner looked as if she had seen a ghost.
Qin Yi recovered from his daze and looked at Su Sheng with shock and disbelief. "Classmate, wait a moment." After saying that, he called his leader again.
"Teacher Qin, what's wrong?"
A deep and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Yi calmed down and said, "Director Wang, you'd better come over. There's a very powerful candidate here.
He broke the boxing target twice in a row."
Because of Su Sheng, the huge examination room number 8 has now come to a standstill. All the examiners gathered around after hearing the noise. After learning that Su Sheng had broken the boxing target twice in a row, everyone was shocked.
I know him, he's Su Sheng." At this moment, the female examiner seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out her mobile phone. Soon, reports from 2 months ago appeared on the screen. Many candidates gathered around at the same time and immediately asked in surprise, "Could it be that you are already in the middle stage of the third realm of spiritual illusion?" Su Sheng nodded.
This broken machine was really useless. As a result, Su Shang, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, was forced to be high profile. The candidates around them were shocked and surprised when they learned that Su Shang, the big shot, was in the same examination room as them. Everyone looked so fanatical as if they wanted to eat Su Shang. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit came running over.
Director Wang, this is him.
Qin Yi hurriedly stepped forward and said that the person who came was Wang Lin from the teaching bureau who was in charge of examination room number 8.
Wang Lin said to Qin Yi, yes, I know him. Student Su, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to come to our examination room 8. After that, he complained to Qin Yi, Teacher Qin, you should have told me earlier that it was Su Shang's. Su Shang waved his hand and asked, it's okay. Can I still continue the exam now?
Yes, of course. Wang Lin apologized and said, I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble. We have a dynamometer on the second floor that can be used to test the strength of a general's punch.
How about you come with me?
Although Su Shang was only an 18-year-old college entrance examination candidate, Wang Lin did not dare to neglect him at all. After all, when Su Shang returned to Luqing more than 2 months ago, the city lord Song Dingguo received him personally. At that time, Wang Lin was standing behind a group of officials. Wang Lin knew that this young man, who still had a somewhat immature face, was destined to have unlimited potential in the future. Only I have the qualifications and opportunity to meet such a peerless genius at this stage. In a few years, I'm afraid I won't even be qualified to watch from afar.
Naturally, I dare not neglect it.
Under the enthusiastic and admiring gazes of the candidates, Wang Lin led Su Shang to the second floor.
Student Su, please come in.
Wang Lin said enthusiastically, and then waved to Qin Yi to signal him to return to his seat. Qin Yi felt a little regretful when he heard this. He wanted to watch Su Shang more. This time the dynamometer was finally not broken.
Student Su finished the test? Wang Lin hurried forward and handed Su Shang a bottle of functional drink.
Su Shang smiled and said, excuse me, Director Wang.
No trouble, it's my job.
Wang Lin felt flattered and felt like he was being praised by his leader. When Su Shang was about to leave, he saw Wang Lin looking at him eagerly.
Su Shang smiled, stopped and asked, Director Wang, is there anything else? Wang Lin coughed lightly and said, Su, could you please sign an autograph for me? Sign? Su Shang was stunned. Wang Lin explained, ahem, it's like this. My daughter really admires you.
She's a sophomore in high school this year. Ever since she saw the report on TV about you returning to Luqing, she's been going to your school every day to ask about you. Now she completely regards you as her idol and practices very hard every day.
So? I guess.
After Wang Lin finished speaking, he looked at Su Shang nervously. This request is somewhat excessive and also involves abuse of power for personal gain. Looking at Wang Lin's nervous and embarrassed expression, Su Shang smiled slightly, no problem.
Really? That's great.
Wang Lin was so excited that he almost jumped up. He thought to himself, if my daughter knew this, she would definitely jump for joy, right? This birthday gift would definitely satisfy my daughter. Soon, Su Shang signed his name on the notebook that Wang Lin had prepared in advance. After a pause, Su Shang wrote another line, hard work is the best testimony of youth, come on. Since Su Shang copied a lot of techniques when he was synthesizing martial arts skills, his handwriting is very elegant and beautiful.
When Wang Lin exclaimed in admiration at the word good, his eyes lit up. With these words, my daughter might be able to transform into a cultivation maniac, right? Thank you so much, thank you so much. Wang Lin carefully put the notebook in his pocket and said excitedly.
Su Shang smiled and waved his hand. Then, under Wang Lin's gaze, Su Shang left examination room number 8 and ended his college entrance examination journey.
At the school gate. My son is here.
Sun Shouying pointed forward excitedly, and Su Heping, who was looking around, immediately waved his hand.
My son, you've worked hard. What do you want to eat? Mom will take you there.
Sun Shouying didn't ask how Su Shang did on the exam, but smiled and said, your dad is treating us today.
On the side, the mobile wallet said, right, let's go directly to whatever you want to eat. Let's eat Sichuan food, it's spicy enough. No problem. By the way, do you have any plans now that your son has finished the college entrance exam? Sun Shouying asked curiously, do you want to go on a trip?
Su Shang smiled slightly after getting in the car, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay home with you guys. Mom, I'll take care of the housework during this period. In the passenger seat, Sun Shuiying trembled when she heard Su Shang's words. Soon his eyes turned red, and Su Heping beside him showed a relieved smile. My son has grown up. Your mother is in her prime, you don't need to do housework. Sun Shuiying turned around and said with a smile, since you don't plan to go out, then during this time, Mom will make you all kinds of your favorite food. Haha, okay. A week later, Lucheng Prefecture. Su Shang, can we go to the movies tomorrow? Song Jianyue held Su Shang's arm, her pretty face full of smiles. The college entrance examination is over. During this period, the two of them have been spending time together except for practicing. Su Shang nodded. Okay, Neza is released tomorrow, I heard it's good. By the way, Su Shang, when are we going to the Magic City? There was anticipation in Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes. Su Shang thought for a moment and said, let's wait another 2 weeks. Let's spend more time with our parents. Su Shang knew that once he went to college, he would only be able to come back during the winter and summer vacations and some holidays. Before you become strong enough, you must obviously focus on cultivation first. Hee, okay. I'm home, Zangetsu, give me a kiss. Ahem. At this moment, a cough suddenly came from behind. Song Jianyue let go of Su Shang's arm instantly as if he had been electrocuted. Looking back, it was Song Dinghua. Chapter 109 Neighborhood Dispute. I know a little about fighting. Song Jianyue's pretty face instantly flushed, and her pretty face was filled with a rare look of panic and shyness. Su Shang was also embarrassed. He had just closed his lips and hadn't moved his tongue yet when his future father-in-law came. It was embarrassing, so embarrassing. Dad. Uncle Song. Song Jianyue and Su Shang greeted each other with one feeling ashamed and angry, and the other embarrassed. Song Dinghua glanced at Su Shang with a gloomy look and said, good boy, you're already talking nonsense after just a short while? If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to take that step after dating for a year, right? Ahem, I just got off work. Song Dinghua coughed lightly. You should still focus on cultivation. Ahem, well, you still have to be cautious in relationships. Song Jianyue, who was a bit shy at first, suddenly became rebellious upon hearing this and immediately retorted, Dad, how dare you say that to me? When you were dating my mom, didn't you want to kiss her as soon as you confessed your love? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Dinghua, who had been as steady as a rock with his hands behind his back, suddenly blushed. Embarrassed and angry, he said, nonsense, that's not true. After saying that, he glared at Song Jianyue, thinking that it would be better to not have this unlucky daughter. Hee, you are. My mother told me so herself. Song Jianyue was no longer shy. She took Su Shang's arm and said, you also said that after you met my grandfather, you dragged my mother to the park. She didn't want to go, and you coaxed her for a long time. Su Shang couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. Damn, only my father-in-law knows how to play. Song Dinghua's old face turned even redder. If he had a beard, it would have been puffed out and glared. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't know anything back then. Hee, you blush when you lie. Song Jianyue said. Song Dinghua's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. I couldn't help but feel sad. Other people's daughters are all gentle and caring, but why is mine so leaky? Ahem, Uncle Song is right. At our age, we should focus on cultivation. Su Shang quickly came to the rescue of his future father-in-law. Song Dinghua's expression relaxed and he couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Su Shang. But at this time, hey Su Shang, you don't have to speak for my dad. He's only at the second level of the golden body at the age of 20. He's much worse than us. Song Jianyue looked at Su Shang with his beautiful eyes. Song Dinghua's expression froze. Su Shang smiled and said, times are different. The spiritual energy in Uncle Song's era wasn't as rich as it is now, and the cultivation resources definitely couldn't keep up. We don't lack resources. Upon hearing this, Song Dinghua's expression relaxed again, and he cast an admiring look at Su Shang again. Tisk, aren't all your resources earned through hard work? And what's the difference between the spiritual energy 20 years ago and now? Song Jianyue was unconvinced and said, Dad, your tricks may work on others, but not on Su Shang. Song Dinghua's expression froze again, and he couldn't help but feel sad. His daughter's elbows were already so weak that she couldn't move before she got married. Ha, Jianyu, hurry up and go home with Uncle Song. I'm going back too.
Su Sheng suppressed his smile, knowing that he couldn't stay any longer. Goodbye, Uncle Song. Okay, see you later, Xiao Su. Song Dinghua said quickly. After Su Sheng left, Song Dinghua glared at Song Zhanyue fiercely. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Humph, who's afraid of who? Song Zhanyue raised his willow neck and said with a smile, and Dad, are you willing to hit me? Song Dinghua's expression froze and he turned away. The next day, in the yard. General. Su Shengluozi had a bright smile on his face. Dad, you lost again. This is the 10th time, right? Across from him, Su Heping looked at the chessboard with a depressed look on his face. That's not right, wasn't your rook here just now? Dad, if you lose, you lose. You can't deny your debt. Su Sheng smiled and began to set up the chess pieces. Are you still coming? During this period, Su Sheng basically spent a lot of time every day to accompany Su Heping and Sun Shouying. The thing the father and son did most was playing chess. Originally, Su Sheng was no match for Su Heping, but as Su Sheng's strength increased, his reaction speed and memory improved significantly. Su Heping was no longer Su Sheng's opponent. He basically lost every time he played in the past few days, and even lost so much that Su Heping was so depressed that he simply stopped playing. But these 2 days, I feel like I'm itching to fight again. After learning a few moves online, I feel confident enough to fight Su Sheng again. Su Heping said depressedly, no, you don't know how to give in to me. Puff. Su Sheng smiled and said, Dad, you will soon become a warrior, right? It will be fine once you reach a higher level. At this point, Su Heping couldn't help but boast, your dad did have some talent when he was young. During this period, with the help of a series of basic elixirs provided by Su Sheng, Su Heping and his wife have eradicated their chronic illness and their punching strength has also increased slightly. Today, Su Heping has abundant blood and strong bones. His physical fitness is basically equivalent to that of a 40-year-old person, which is a great improvement. Coupled with the original breathing method that Su Sheng gave to the two elders, Su Heping's punching power has reached 720 kilograms, and it is just a matter of time before he enters the first level of martial artist. At this time. Ding ding. A car horn sounded in the distance. Su Sheng and Su Heping exchanged glances, and the latter stood up and said angrily, here we go again. Dad, what's going on? Su Sheng then stood up and went to open the door. Our neighbor, the owner of Villa number 7, has parked his car in front of our door more than once. Su Heping said, when you went to the secret realm, your mother and I had a fight with them. The property management also talked to them several times, but they just wouldn't listen. Their family must have been on a business trip when you went to the secret realm. I thought they wouldn't do it again, but I didn't expect them to do it again. Su Sheng couldn't help but frown when he heard that. Neighborhood relations are the most troublesome. He had a little understanding of the situation when he moved in. Villa number 7 was occupied by a middle-aged couple who were away on business all year round and rarely came back to live. A blue sports car was parked at the gate of Villa number 6, just enough to block the door. A middle-aged lady dressed elegantly and carrying a brand-name bag walked towards her house. Ms. Tong, you parked your car in the wrong place. Su Heping walked out of the courtyard gate sideways. The lady turned her head and glanced at Su Heping, her eyes filled with disdain. We were planning to buy Villa number 6. If you hadn't gotten there first, how could we have no place to park? Su Heping laughed in anger when he heard this. You didn't park in your garage, but you had to park in front of my door, right? Auntie, we don't mind if you park next to us, but you can't block my door every time, right? Su Sheng also walked out of the yard sideways. Seeing Su Sheng's ordinary clothes, the lady's disdain grew even stronger. Oh, I don't have time to drive to the garage. Besides, it's only for one day. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I make millions every minute. Can you afford to delay me? Su Sheng was also so angry that he laughed. Since politeness doesn't work, I know a little bit about fighting. Chapter 110 set off to the Magic City. Buzz. Black lightning suddenly appeared around Su Sheng. The black electric arc formed by the power of billions of towns circled and moved around Su Sheng like a spirit snake, adding a lot of oppression and mystery to Su Sheng. Lady Tong Yu's face changed immediately. She looked at Su Sheng cautiously and carefully, and for a moment she unconsciously took a step back. You, what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything, just move the car. Su Sheng said indifferently. I'm warning you, my husband is a third-level spirit. If you damage my car, you'll be in trouble.
Tongyu originally wanted to say that if you dare to touch my car, you will be in trouble, but she felt that Su Sheng was not so easy to mess with, so she immediately changed her words.
What's going on?
At this moment, a man's voice came from a distance. Tongyu felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly walked over and said to the man, Zhang Qi, someone wants to beat up your wife. Su Sheng was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. He had seen people gossiping before, but he had never seen anyone gossiping like this. Next to Tongyu, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a mustache had an unhappy look on his face. He has been doing business in Shanghai all year round and only comes back once in a while. He subconsciously thought that someone thought his wife was easy to bully.
Who dares to act wildly in my house?
Zhang Qi looked up and his expression changed slightly. Across from him, a young man exuding a terrifying aura was looking at him indifferently. Zhang Qi instinctively took a step back, the anger on his face disappeared instantly, and cold sweat unconsciously seeped out of his forehead.
Husband, that's him. Tongyu didn't notice the subtle change in her man.
She pointed at Su Sheng and said, I just parked my car in front of his house, and he used force to move my car.
It looked like he wanted to hit me.
Shut up. Zhang Qi slapped Tongyu in the face, and the cold sweat on his forehead became more and more. Even without careful perception, Zhang Qi knew that the young boy in front of him was incredibly strong, definitely far superior to himself. Zhang Qi was furious when he thought about how Tongyu, this spendthrift woman, had unknowingly provoked such a terrifying existence for him.
Tongyu was slapped and felt a little dizzy. No, I'm sorry. My wife's character is not high. I apologize to you on her behalf.
Zhang Qi stepped forward with utmost humility. The closer he got, the stronger the sense of danger Zhang Qi felt. At this moment, Zhang Qi lowered his head and even had the illusion that he was in close contact with a ferocious beast.
Su Sheng's expression softened.
This man was quite considerate.
Don't do that next time. Then he said to Su Heping, who was standing beside him with a strange look on his face, Dad, let's go in.
Oh, okay. Su Heping looked dazed, only then realizing that his son had grown up to a level that he could look up to. After the father and son returned to their room, Zhang Qi looked at Tongyu, who looked aggrieved.
Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? I have no idea.
Tongyu covered her swollen left cheek and cried, Zhang Qi, you've grown so strong.
How dare you hit me? I'm not done with you today.
Zhang Qi frowned slightly, and the aura in his body instantly released outwards. Tongyu was so frightened that she quickly took a few steps back, not daring to say a word. Tongyu, you caused trouble for me in the Magic City, and now you're still causing trouble for me after returning home.
If you do this again, I'll break your legs.
Zhang Qi knew Tongyu's character and knew that this kind of woman was beyond help. If it weren't for the great kindness shown to him by the other party's parents, Zhang Qi would have divorced Tongyu long ago. Tongyu was so frightened that she didn't dare to say a word. But Zhang Qi muttered to himself, that person just now seemed familiar.
What looks familiar? Tongyu asked. I don't know, I feel like I've seen it somewhere.
Zhang Qi frowned slightly, then seemed to think of something and quickly took out his cell phone.
Then, Zhang Qi's eyes widened, it's him.
I was wondering why he looked so familiar.
Husband, who is it? Tongyu asked cautiously, covering her face.
Zhang Qi's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and then he glared at Tongyu fiercely. The young man just now was called Su Sheng. Su Sheng.
Su Sheng? Tongyu looked bewildered, then exclaimed, is that Su Sheng who was received by City Lord Song? It's him.
I didn't expect him to be as powerful as the rumors say. No, he's much more powerful than the rumors say. Zhang Qi said with some lingering fear. Fortunately, Su Sheng didn't care, otherwise our business would be completely ruined. After saying that, Zhang Qi hurriedly said, move the car quickly, then prepare a generous gift and go to apologize.
But my husband. Try to say one more word.
Zhang Qi angrily said, this Su Sheng is very likely to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination.
I'm afraid that the big shots from the martial arts department will be here in a few days.
If you don't apologize now, you will never have the chance to apologize again.
Hurry.
Time flies, and 2 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye.
Xiaosheng, everything is fine at home. If you have nothing to do after you go to the Magic City, don't come back.
In the airport waiting hall, Sun Xiuying looked at Su Sheng and gave instructions. Although there is still half a month before school starts, Su Sheng still plans to report to Shanghai in advance. As a special admissions student, Su Sheng naturally has the right to enjoy the corresponding welfare benefits of Shanghai University in advance. During this period, without the support of system synthesis points, Su Sheng's strength improved quite slowly.
Although he still had a huge amount of resources, Su Sheng was reluctant to use them because he had no synthesis points. But it would be different if you went to the Demon City. There was an entrance to an alien battlefield inside the Demon City.
As long as you can enter the foreign battlefield, the synthesis point will no longer be an obstacle to you. Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves. Su Sheng knew that he would not be back until the winter vacation in half a year, and he couldn't help feeling a little reluctant to leave. On the side, Song Jianyue said with a smile, "Dad, please go back quickly."
"It's not like I won't come back." "Seriously." The corner of Song Dinghua's mouth twitched, and for a moment he couldn't help but envy Su Heping and his wife.
Look at them, they are also parents, but their children are so caring, they are so happy. There are dumplings your mom brought you on top of the suitcase, be careful not to crush them. Su Heping said to Su Sheng, "Send us a message as soon as you arrive." Su Sheng nodded, "Don't worry, I promise to video chat with you at least once a week."
"Don't show off when you get to the Demon University. Be more careful."
On the side, Song Dinghua finally said, "When I have time, Dad will go to the Magic City to see you."
"Oh, I know. Go back with your uncle and aunt."
Song Jianyue glanced at the time and said excitedly, "Su Sheng, it's time to board the plane."
"Okay, Mom and Dad, Uncle Song, goodbye."
Su Sheng waved to the three of them, then walked into the passage with Song Jianyue.
"Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up."
Looking at Song Jianyue's cheerful back, Song Dinghua said with a gloomy expression. Su Heping and Sun Xiuying looked at each other. It was not easy to respond to this question. After all, the other person's daughter was going with their son.
Chapter 111 Treatment of Special Enrollment Students. Magic City University. A taxi was parked steadily by the roadside. "Master, how much is it?"
"I'll sweep you,"
Su Sheng asked, and the taxi driver in the driver's seat said with a smile, "Classmate, are you from out of town?"
"Yes,"
Su Sheng replied.
The driver turned his head and glanced at Su Sheng.
"Are you planning to visit the Magic University? If so, my daughter can be your guide." "Thank you, Master."
"That's all right."
"Well, it must have been hard for you to come here from out of town. The people of Alamodu are very welcoming. If you have any questions, just ask."
After paying the money, Su Sheng and Song Jianyue got out of the car.
"Is this the Magic City University?"
When the two looked up at the platinum-colored gate in front of them, they couldn't help but look solemn. Above the heavy gate are written 4 powerful golden characters, Magic City University. If you look closely, you can even see that the golden lines on these 4 big characters are flowing as if they are alive, which is extremely mysterious. Oops. Song Jianyue stared for a long time and suddenly felt a stinging pain in her eyes. Tears could not stop flowing from her beautiful eyes. Su Sheng exclaimed, "These 4 words were probably written by a great master. Oh no, it should be written by a 7th level king, and they are integrated with the other party's martial arts will."
"Boy, you are really amazing.
You can actually stare directly at the manifestation of the will of the King of Heaven for such a long time." At this moment, a deep and powerful voice came from behind Su Sheng. Su Sheng looked back and saw a handsome young man with long hair and sunglasses looking at him with a half smile.
"Excuse me, senior, which heavenly king's will is this manifestation?" Su Sheng asked politely. The young man was slightly surprised. "Senior? It seems that you are the freshman of this year's Demon University?"
"Yes."
Su Sheng asked, "What's your name, senior?"
The young man raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "It's better if you don't know my name."
"It won't do you any good if you know it." After a pause, the young man continued, "This handwriting is so flashy, it's obviously Lao Wang's handwriting."
"Boy, you don't even know this?"
"Old Wang?" Su Sheng raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that the other party was probably talking about the power of Emperor Tian Wang.
After all, among the 8 heavenly kings, only Emperor Tian Wang has the surname Wang. The young man picked up the black box on the ground, looked at the large characters on it and grinned, but then again, Lao Wang's handwriting is still pretty good. After saying that, he turned and left. When Su Sheng caught a glimpse of the place where the black box was placed, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the floor tiles next to it had been crushed, and there was a dent on the ground that was 20 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. The dent was 5 centimeters deep, and cracks spread around it like a spider web. "This guy is very strong." Su Sheng had a solemn look on his face. Judging from the effect of a box placed on the ground, the person was carrying at least 10 tons, or even more. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such great damage by simply putting it down.
If he can easily lift something weighing 10 tons, how terrifying must his strength be? Magic City University is truly full of hidden talents. Su Sheng couldn't help but get excited. He was right to come to Shanghai University in advance. This person feels very strong.
Song Jianyue, who was standing by, also noticed it, and a sense of urgency appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although she is now in the late stage of the second level of the Golden Body, she is a top-notch existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But after coming to Shanghai University, I found that there are so many geniuses here. Moreover, the strength of those in their sophomore, junior, and even senior years is generally above the second level of Golden Body. In other words, after coming here, I am basically the worst compared to the seniors.
Su Sheng put his arm around Song Jianyue's shoulders and said with a smile, "Are you feeling stressed?" "Hee, it's okay."
Song Jianyue said with great enthusiasm, "Now that I'm in Magic City University, I'm going to work hard.
At least I can't let you pull me too far behind." "That's great." Su Sheng scratched Song Jianyue's straight nose. When the two entered the gate, the guard asked curiously, "Who are you?"
"Uncle, I'm Su Sheng, a special recruit of the Demon University this year. Here are my special recruiting certificate and contract." Su Sheng took out the supporting documents he had prepared long ago and handed them over. The security guard's attitude immediately improved after hearing this. Oh, come in and sit down first. I'll make a phone call to confirm."
A moment later,
the old man handed all the documents back to Su Sheng and said, "You can go in now.
Go straight to the end of the registration area and turn left. The red house is there.
By the way, the registration office is on the first floor.
It's summer vacation now, so there's someone on duty on the first floor."
"Okay, thank you, sir." After Su Sheng thanked the gatekeeper, he let the two of them go. The spiritual energy here. So rich. The moment they entered the gate, Su Sheng and Song Jianyue exclaimed at the same time. Su Sheng sensed it and said in surprise, "There should be a large spiritual energy formation in the entire Magic City University, and the spiritual energy here is definitely 5 times richer than outside."
"You've come to the right place," Song Jianyue said excitedly. 40 minutes later. Fuck, is Magic City University this big?
When Su Sheng and Song Jianyue arrived at the red house that the security guard mentioned, they could not help but be amazed.
It takes half an hour to walk along a straight road, and the area they are in is just the outskirts of Magic City University.
Song Jianyue said, "Yes, Mota University is just a small urban area, and its area is no less than that of a town.
This is the new student registration area."
After Su Sheng and the other man walked into the hall, they immediately saw that the window on the left was open. "Hello, teacher." Su Sheng stepped forward and handed over the supporting documents. Inside the window, a young female teacher in her early 30s was stunned after taking the materials.
Then he quickly looked at Su Sheng. "Are you Su Sheng?"
"Ahem, yes." Su Sheng didn't expect that this teacher knew him. The female teacher smiled and said, "Principal Lin has mentioned you several times at previous school meetings. I heard that you were very good at the special training camp."
"Oh, really good. Welcome to Demon University."
"Thank you, teacher," Su Sheng said politely. Soon, the female teacher completed Su Sheng's admission procedures. However, since Song Jianyue was not a special recruit and only registered through the college entrance examination, he was unable to enroll in advance. But because of Su Sheng's relationship, the female teacher also tacitly agreed to Song Jianyue's early admission to the school.
This is the smartwatch that Magic University distributes to every student. It contains all the relevant information about the university.
The female teacher said, "Your dormitory is in Area A of the accommodation area.
You can see the map for details."
After that, he handed Su Sheng a map of the Magic City University campus. "Regarding your special admission benefits, they will only take effect after the school officially opens." The female teacher seemed to have thought of something after she finished speaking. "By the way, the entrance to the foreign battlefield is in Activity Zone C. There's a teacher in charge there. Once you get there, just swipe your watch to complete the first identity verification."
"Can we go now?"
Su Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The female teacher smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you are a student of Demon University, the foreign battlefield is open all year round, and the school also encourages you to go."
but classmate Song can't go. All right.
Song Jianyue felt secretly regretful, but in Song Jianyue's opinion, it didn't matter whether he went or not as long as he could be with Su Shang.
Chapter 112, Entering a Foreign Battlefield.
But Mr. Su, I have to remind you that the foreign battlefield is very dangerous. The female teacher said, furthermore, you can't use any modern communication equipment in a foreign battlefield. In other words, if you get lost there, you'll be completely alone and helpless. So, students, if you enter a foreign battlefield, remember not to go too deep.
After hearing what the other party said, Su Shang's mind moved slightly. Teacher, are there many exotic beasts in the exotic battlefield? The female teacher's expression gradually grew serious. A lot.
And, the more powerful they are, the more intelligent they are.
Some can even speak human language or transform into human form.
There are nearly 10,000 known species of exotic beasts in the foreign battlefield, and many of them are still entrenched in groups somewhere. So, I suggest that when you go for the first time, it's best to find a senior who has reached the great perfection of spiritual illusion to accompany you. This way, your safety will be guaranteed. Su Shang nodded, thinking to himself that I have now reached the state of spiritual perfection.
It seems that with my strength, I can still be safe.
Su Shang thanked her and was about to leave when the female teacher seemed to have thought of something and said, "Classmate, let me add you on WeChat."
Don't you want to go to the foreign battlefield? I'll send you the battlefield manual produced by the Demon University.
Because you haven't officially enrolled yet, your campus forum cannot be activated.
The battlefield manual can only be sent to you via mobile phone. The female teacher explained again. Su Shang's eyes lit up. This was a good thing.
On the way here, he searched the internet a lot for foreign battlefields, but there was very little information related to battlefields. The few pieces of news that exist are just gossip and have little reference value.
After adding WeChat, the female teacher immediately sent a PDF file to Su Shang.
After you teleport into the battlefield, there is one of our bases inside where you can take a simple supply break.
As a special recruit, you can enter for free. The female teacher said another sentence. Su Shang thanked him repeatedly. A moment later.
Wow, Su Shang, you guys are such great special admissions people.
You even live in a single family villa. Looking at the villas in front of him with various shapes and exquisite decorations, Song Jianyue couldn't help but envy them.
Ordinary students at the Magic University live in a double room with a construction area of 80 square meters, although this standard is better than that of most Wuhan University of Science and Technology. But compared with special recruits like Su Shang, he is not so impressive.
This villa is a bit like the one we live in during the special training camp.
Su Shang attached the smartwatch to the door.
With a beep, the door of the villa opened automatically.
After the two of them walked around, Su Shang said, "It's indeed similar to the special training camp, but this special training camp is also hosted by Demon University, so it's normal that the villas are similar."
Then, should I sleep upstairs? There was a questioning look in Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes. As an ordinary student, Song Jianyue can only wait until the official school opening day 1 month later to report and get his own dormitory.
And before that, of course, she lived with Su Shang.
Su Shang looked at Song Jianyue with a half smile. Do you think it's possible? Song Jianyue's delicate body trembled, and a look of pleading appeared in her beautiful eyes. Su Shang, please don't.
I still want to live a few more years. Su Shang rolled his eyes when he heard this. I'm not going to kill you. After saying that, he held Song Jianyue's soft little hand in his big hand.
Song Jianyue's pretty face immediately flushed. Su Shang, I'm having my period. Ah? Su Shang's face was immediately filled with disappointment.
Song Jianyue suddenly chuckled. Hee, I was just kidding you.
Song Jianyue, you deserve to be punished. Ah. 2 hours later. Su Shang walked out of the bedroom refreshed. In the master bedroom, Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with laziness and confusion. Are you going now?
Yes, go to the foreign battlefield first to familiarize yourself with the environment, and you should be able to come out soon.
Su Shang said to Song Jianyue, you should practice well in the villa these few days. If you want to eat, use my meal card.
After Su Shang finished speaking, he sat on the sofa and read the foreign battlefield manual. Soon, Su Shang finished reading it all. Then Su Shang counted the items in the space bracelet one by one.
A Tang Dynasty horizontal sword that was as black as ink came into view.
This sword is called the Soul-Slaying Sword and its grade has reached S level. S-level weapons are sufficient for a 5th level master, and the Soul-Slaying Sword is a product synthesized by Su Shang in the Qingdu Secret Realm. The biggest feature of this knife is its extremely high sharpness and toughness.
As we all know, the sharpness and toughness of weapons often cannot coexist.
The sharper the weapon, the less tough it is, and it will easily break if it is chopped against a hard object.
However, the soul-slaying sword is different. As the top-level weapon synthesized by the system, it is not much worse than a treasure.
Above S-level are treasure weapons, and although the soul-slaying sword does not yet have the characteristics of a treasure weapon, it can already compete with treasure weapons in terms of sharpness and toughness. Then, Su Shang put on a combat suit that glowed crimson all over. This set of combat suit was also obtained by Su Shang in the secret realm.
He combined 2 sets of armor to obtain a 5th-level combat suit.
The 5th-level combat suit is prepared for the 5th-level masters. After putting it on, the 5th-level combat suit not only has extremely strong defensive capabilities, but can also resist the master's exclusive force field to a certain extent.
The price of such a combat uniform is at least over 20 million.
After Su Shang put on his combat uniform and put on a loose and comfortable sports sweatshirt over it, he left the villa with the soul-slaying sword. After a while, Su Shang found the activity area according to the instructions of the smart bracelet. The activity area includes more than 20 buildings including gymnasiums, martial arts halls, and arenas. Among these buildings, the most eye-catching is a sword-shaped stone tablet about 100 meters high.
There were densely packed small characters engraved on the stone tablet.
Su Shang glanced at it and his gaze stopped at the bottom of the stone tablet. There is a gate at the bottom that is 5 meters wide and 10 meters high, and there are soldiers in military uniforms stationed on both sides of the gate.
Student, please show your ID.
One of the young soldiers in military uniform with a stern face said meticulously. It seems that, as the rumors say, there are also some soldiers stationed at the Demon University's foreign battlefield. Su Shang thought to himself, come to think of it, there are countless strange beasts in the foreign battlefield, and it is obviously impossible to defend it with just one school. After showing his ID, the young soldier couldn't help but look at Su Shang again. Obviously, there is still some curiosity about Su Shang's admission's identity.
You can go in now.
The young soldier said this and returned to his position again. After entering the gate, a dimly lit passage of unknown length comes into view, and at the end of the passage is a dark green light circle, which is the portal to the foreign battlefield. When Su Shang stepped into the passage, an invisible oppressive atmosphere hit him in the face. Su Shang looked at both sides of the passage. There were many bullet holes and scratches on the silver-white walls, which were obviously traces of fighting. It seems that the channel can transmit in both directions.
I just don't know if there are many alien beasts coming out of the alien battlefield. Su Shang's expression was slightly solemn.
After reaching the end of the passage, Su Shang took a step forward and stepped into the teleportation array.
Chapter 113, Dark Gold Beetle Swarm, Take Advantage and Leave. Call out.
What surprised Su Shang was that he didn't feel dizzy at all during this transmission.
I just felt that everything around me was rapidly moving backwards. A moment later, the surrounding scenery changed completely. What comes into view is a dark plain that stretches as far as the eye can see.
At the end of the plain, a gray building comes into view.
Su Shang knew that this should be the base of the demonic university in the foreign battlefield.
After looking up, I saw 2 dim suns, one white and one red, hanging high in the sky, giving people a strange feeling of depression. The ground beneath my feet was dark red, as if it had been washed in blood, and it emitted a strong smell of blood. There was extremely flat land all around, without any obstructions.
Is this a foreign battlefield?
Su Shang frowned slightly. It was indeed just as what was said on the internet, that this was not a place for people to stay. The alien battlefield is actually not located on the blue planet, but on one unknown planet after another. As to why the battlefields on these different planets appeared on the blue star, no one knows yet. According to the battlefield manual, the alien battlefield at Magic City University is extremely vast, and its detected area far exceeds the existing area of Blue Planet. There are 6 entrances to the battlefield, 2 of which are within the territory of Dragon Country, and the remaining 4 are in other countries.
Deep in the battlefield here, various alien beast races are entrenched, like independent kingdoms.
The periphery of the battlefield is mainly the activity area of human warriors. According to records, except for a few 7th-level kings who can pass through the depths of the battlefield with a certain degree of survival guarantee, everyone else who goes there will die. Although the atmosphere on the battlefield is depressing, the spiritual energy is incredibly rich.
Su Shang looked up and murmured.
Although it is only the outskirts of the battlefield, the concentration of spiritual energy is already comparable to that inside the Demon University.
If it is a deeper area, the concentration of spiritual energy will probably increase.
When Su Sheng took out his mobile phone, he found that there was no signal.
Not only that, perhaps due to the chaotic magnetic field energy in the foreign battlefield, the screen of the mobile phone also showed many distorted signals.
After putting away his phone, Su Sheng looked towards the southwest. According to the instructions in the battlefield manual, after being teleported into the battlefield, the number of exotic beasts in this direction is the largest, and the strength of the exotic beasts is generally at level 3, which belongs to the outer dangerous area. And Su Sheng was going to the dangerous area.
Call out. Holding the inky black soul-slaying sword, Su Sheng performed 5 consecutive star stream flashes and quickly disappeared from the spot.
Since there were no synthesis points during this period, Su Sheng focused entirely on practicing martial arts techniques. Now he has entered the 3rd level of Shifang Town Peak, and is not far from the 4th level where he can condense 4 chaotic mountain shadows. The black hole soul-devouring technique has reached perfection, and the soul-devouring field has expanded from a diameter of 4 kilometers to a diameter of 50 kilometers. The martial art of body movement, Swift Star Flow Flash, has also been cultivated to perfection, and can teleport 1 kilometer at a time, and can be performed continuously up to 30 times.
In other words, Su Sheng in extreme condition can travel 30 kilometers in just a few seconds.
This is a very terrifying and exaggerated speed, which can be said to be against the will of heaven whether it is chasing the enemy or escaping.
1 hour later. In a stretch of mountains and dense forests shrouded in fog. Puff! The inky black soul-severing sword slashed the giant python's throat.
The extremely sharp sword immediately cut open the giant python's head, and dark green blood spurted out from the smooth wound. Ding! Kill the dark green poisonous python, synthesis point increased by 1.
After hearing the long-lost system prompt sound, Su Sheng couldn't help but feel relaxed both physically and mentally.
This area is called the mountain range of 10,000 beasts, and it is one of the areas with the most exotic beasts on the outskirts of the battlefield. When Su Sheng arrived at the Myriad Beasts mountain range, he had already killed no less than 100 strange beasts, and his synthesis points had soared from 0 to 75. You know, this is only the outermost area of the 10,000 beasts mountain range. There is no telling how many strange beasts there are in the depths of the mountains. After Su Sheng touched the corpse of the dark green poisonous python, he put a dark crystal of an alien beast into his space bracelet.
It didn't take long.
Rustle, rustle. In the bushes ahead, a black figure approached quietly. Whoosh! The next moment, a black light and shadow came towards him with a murderous intent.
Snort!
Su Sheng snorted coldly, and the holy body of suppression spread out like an invisible gravity barrier. As the black shadow approached the radiation range of the holy body of the town, its speed suddenly decreased.
Plop! Caught off guard, the black shadow fell to the ground from mid-air.
Su Sheng also saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a fist-sized beetle with a black and gold luster all over its body.
Dark gold beetle, what a good thing! Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
The strength of the dark gold beetle is in the late 3rd stage, which is equivalent to the late spiritual stage. This kind of exotic beast does not exist on Blue Star and is unique to the alien battlefield. The dark gold shell of the dark gold beetle is soft yet very tough, and is one of the auxiliary materials for making 4th level combat uniforms. Just as Su Sheng was about to cut off the shell of the dark gold beetle, the surrounding bushes suddenly trembled strangely. Su Sheng immediately stood up, holding a knife in his right hand and looking around vigilantly.
At this time, buzz buzz buzz.
In the surrounding bushes, dense swarms of dark gold beetles took off into the air like a group of controlled drones. The dark golden shell exudes a breathtaking sense of oppression under the dim light of the 2 suns.
Su Sheng's eyes lit up. At least 100 of them.
1 dark gold beetle is worth 1 synthesis point, so you can earn 100 synthesis points in one go.
Buzz buzz buzz.
However, just when Su Sheng thought there were only 100 of them, the black bushes in the distance suddenly began to shake at the same time. Immediately, those bushes rose into the air, and turned out to be dark gold beetles gathered together. An invisible sense of oppression came over him, and the joy on Su Sheng's face froze instantly.
Woji!
Su Sheng turned around instantly and unleashed the lightning-fast starstream.
Su Sheng appeared out of nowhere in an open space 1 kilometer away.
When Su Sheng looked back, he saw an unbelievably huge black cloud flying towards him in the distance.
This number is definitely no less than 10,000.
There were 10,000 dark gold beetles that were comparable to the late stage of spiritual fantasy.
No matter how confident Su Sheng was, he would not dare to deal with them. Is this a foreign battlefield?
Su Shang felt his scalp tingle. What shocked him was that he hadn't noticed the dark gold beetles attacking him before they did. You know, Su Shang's perception has been improved by the True Dragon Shenyang pill, far exceeding that of his peers. Even so, nothing was discovered, which shows how dangerous the battlefield in a foreign land is.
Make some money first and then run away.
Su Shang, holding the thought that it would be foolish not to take advantage of an opportunity, immediately activated the holy body of suppression.
The power of billions of towns transformed into 3 chaotic mountain shadows about 20 meters high. Boom!
3 huge mountains and endless black clouds collided with each other. Although the shadow of the Chaos Mountain is extremely huge, it is pitifully small compared to the black clouds. However, under the stimulation of the power of the town, hundreds of dark gold beetles were still killed instantly. 310 synthesis points obtained. Su Shang laughed and activated the Starstream speed to run to the west. Behind him, a huge group of dark gold beetles were provoked and chased towards Su Shang angrily.
Chapter 114 10,000 times synthesis, Sumeru Ring.
But at this moment,
Shifang Zhenyu Peak.
Su Shang once again threw out 3 oppressive chaotic mountain shadows.
Boom!
The explosion sounded again, and more than 200 dark gold beetles were killed instantly.
However, this move aroused the infinite anger of the dark gold beetles. Thousands of larger dark gold beetles from the depths of the beetle swarm quickly moved to the periphery. What a pity! Seeing that the dark gold beetle had changed its strategy, Su Shang knew that roaming around to gain an advantage was ineffective, so he simply turned around and ran away. Behind him, a black cloud formed by a swarm of dark gold beetles was chasing him madly. But even though they were quite fast, they were still no match for Su Shang, who had mastered the art of martial arts. After Su Shang performed teleportation 3 times in a row, he had completely escaped the dark gold beetle's scent tracking. 700 synthesis points, let's synthesize the space bracelet first. In a relatively hidden depression, Su Shang took out the space bracelet he had obtained from Gong Shuesheng in the Qingdu secret realm with fiery eyes. Ever since he snatched Gong Shuesheng's space bracelet from the Qingdu secret realm, Su Shang has been planning to synthesize it. But unfortunately, the synthesis points were limited, but now it's finally okay. A moment later.
In front of Su Shang were piles of various cultivation resources densely packed like mountains. Then, Su Shang took out the space bracelet that had been emptied of items, and placed Gong Shuesheng's bracelet together, thinking, system, combine. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 700 synthesis points. The advanced space bracelet has been synthesized 10,000 times into the primary treasure Sumeru Ring. Soon the system prompt sounded.
Su Shang was excited, and his eyes lit up.
I haven't synthesized in a long time, but I didn't expect the first synthesis to be 10,000 times.
Could it be the accumulation of luck?
Then, a line of small words appeared below the synthesis bar.
Sumeru Ring, a primary treasure, crafted by a powerful ancient Buddha, a life-saving artifact. In addition to its 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, it also contains an independent Sumeru space that can accommodate 1 person. The Sumeru space can accommodate life, and after use, the Sumeru Ring temporarily disappears into the void. After seeing the introduction about the Sumeru Ring, Su Shang's breathing immediately became much heavier. Can it accommodate living people? Hiding in the Sumeru space inside the Sumeru Ring at the critical moment? Damn, invincible.
Then, Su Shang took out the Sumeru Ring and first pierced his fingertip to complete the blood-dropping recognition of ownership required for the treasure. Then he put all the resources placed in front of him into the Sumeru Ring. These resources are extremely valuable, including hundreds of kinds of elixirs and elixirs.
If they are exposed for too long, they will easily attract the covetousness of powerful beasts.
After putting all his family fortune into the Sumeru Ring, Su Shang began to examine it carefully. The Sumeru Ring is bright silver all over and at first glance looks no different from a sterling silver ring.
The appearance is unremarkable and similar to the common men's wedding rings on the market.
But there are many dark golden runes carved on the ring, which looks quite mysterious. When Su Shang injected a trace of spiritual energy into the Sumeru Ring, a magical scene appeared. A silver light containing immense spatial power flashed around Su Shang. The next moment, Su Shang disappeared from the spot. The Sumeru Ring in his hand also disappeared. Su Shang only felt that the scenery around him changed in an instant. When Su Shang came to his senses, he hurriedly looked around. What meets the eye is a unique world of bright silver.
Is this the Shumi space?
Su Shang looked around. Because everything was bright silver, Su Shang could not see the boundaries, giving people a feeling that the space was infinite. But when Su Shang subconsciously stretched out his hand, he found that his palm, which was less than half extended, seemed to touch an invisible wall. When Su Shang retreated, he had just taken half a step when he felt as if an invisible wall was blocking his back. Su Shang jumped again, but was stopped less than 2 centimeters high. After several calculations, Su Shang roughly concluded that the Sumeru space should be a rectangular space 2 meters high and 1 meter wide.
Just like what was introduced, it can only accommodate one person.
If there was one more person, Su Shang estimated that the two of them would have to stick together.
Good stuff, good stuff.
Su Shang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Although the Xiumi space is not big, it is definitely enough. In Su Shang's perception, as he entered the Sumeru space, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to slowly decrease.
In other words, entering the Sumeru space requires consuming one's own spiritual energy. However, this consumption is not large. Especially Su Shang's own spiritual energy recovery speed is extremely amazing.
According to my situation, I can stay here for at least 10 days. If I have recovery pills to help, then as long as I have enough resources, a month won't be a problem. Su Shang could barely sit cross-legged. Although the space was small, the boundaries could not be seen because it was surrounded by bright silver. Instead, he did not feel the oppression and confinement of a small space. What surprised Su Shang the most was that there was air in this Sumeru space.
It seems that this Xiumi space should be an independent small world.
The air here is the same as the outside world, so there should be no need to worry about suffocation for a long time.
Su Shang also discovered that the Sumeru space also contains spiritual energy. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is similar to that in the outside world, it is enough.
At least it can increase the time you spend in the Sumeru space to a certain extent.
Unfortunately, I cannot sense the outside world from within the Sumeru space. Su Shang murmured.
At this moment, Su Shang seemed to have thought of something.
That may not be impossible.
After all, it is a space-type treasure, and in terms of rarity, it is the best among treasures. Su Shang closed his eyes slightly to concentrate his mind. Then, relying on the connection established with the Sumeru ring after dripping blood to recognize the master, Su Shang kept thinking about the situation in the outside world.
The next moment.
With his eyes closed, Su Shang suddenly had messy bushes and stones of various sizes in his mind.
Ah, it really works. Su Shang was immediately overjoyed.
As long as he could see what was happening outside, he would be safer. After all, the other party might be guarding here all the time, or setting up traps or something like that. Due to Su Shang's emotional fluctuations, the real-time external scenes in his mind suddenly disappeared. Su Shang said happily, "It works.
I can sense it as long as I concentrate. Not bad."
Then Su Shang concentrated his attention again, and this time it worked again. With this, plus the speed star flow flash, my ability to save my life is absolutely unbeatable.
Su Shang was in a good mood.
Although this synthesis did not bring any increase in combat power, it provided a great guarantee for one's own safety.
The results are extremely outstanding.
Next, you can hunt exotic beasts and obtain synthesis points with greater peace of mind. This amount of resources is basically enough for me to reach the mid to late stage of general within half a month. I guess a lot of people would be shocked when they think that they have already reached the 4th level of war at the age of 18, right?
5 days later. Over the bushy hollow. Call out.
A silver light suddenly appeared, and the next moment Su Shang, wearing the Sumeru ring, returned to his original place again. Looking at the silver-white Sumeru ring on the index finger of his left hand, Su Shang touched it lovingly.
During these 5 days, Su Shang did not use any elixirs to restore spiritual energy.
And it was just as Su Shang expected. Without any recovery elixirs, he could stay in the Sumeru space for 10 days with the spiritual energy in his dantian.
Chapter 115 Synthesis Point Soar. Space Crack.
Hey, I wonder if the dark gold beetle swarm is still there. Su Shang circulated his spiritual energy and hovered high in the sky, overlooking the earth. If it were before, it would be very troublesome and extremely dangerous for me to deal with the swarm of dark gold beetles. But with the help of the Sumeru ring, Su Shang was confident that he could obtain at least 500 synthesis points from the dark gold beetle swarm.
Whoosh!
When Su Shang looked around, his eyes lit up. Immediately, the rapid starstream started and Su Shang disappeared on the spot. A few kilometers away, a patch of black bushes and the 2 white and red suns in the sky looked quite strange. There are still many skeletons of strange beasts left on the ground around, adding a bit of solemn and murderous atmosphere to the place.
Sure enough, they didn't go far.
Su Sheng couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw these bushes. Immediately, Su Sheng waved his hand, and a force of suppression hit the swarm of dark gold beetles entrenched on the ground. Boom! The explosion instantly made the swarm of dark gold beetles extremely agitated, and then one by one, the dark gold beetles with a shining black and gold color all over their bodies took off into the air. In the distance, a pale golden beetle as big as a hound was quite eye-catching. Could this be the dark gold beetle king? Su Sheng's eyes narrowed. There were too many dark gold beetles before, and the dark gold beetle king was hiding in the swarm of insects, so he never saw it. At this moment, at close range, Su Sheng immediately sensed that the opponent's strength should be at the third level of perfection. This strength poses no threat to Su Sheng. Then let's capture the king first. I hope this dark gold beetle king won't be so difficult to deal with. Su Sheng used the Starstream flash to instantly appear opposite the dark gold beetle king. The dark gold beetles from all directions flapped their wings, and those that were close had even begun to bare their sharp fangs and bite various parts of Su Sheng's body. However, Su Sheng was wearing a 5th-level combat suit and was not afraid of being bitten in the short term. It seems these dark gold beetles are not very intelligent. Su Sheng immediately felt relieved. A group of small bugs only knew how to bite the combat suit with the strongest defense, but did not bite his neck or cheeks. This gave Su Sheng an opportunity. Boom! 3 chaotic mountain shadows fell from the sky. The dark gold beetle king was well prepared and flew quickly backwards the moment the chaotic mountain shadow condensed and appeared. However, its speed was still much slower than the rapidly falling chaotic mountain shadow. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. After condensing the chaos mountain shadow, Su Sheng quickly used the speedy starstream to escape from the range of the dark gold beetle swarm. Su Sheng pinched the dark gold beetles on his body to death with a hint of disgust. 1 kilometer away, a mushroom cloud rose from the swarm of black dark gold beetles. The dark gold beetles rushed towards Su Sheng like the insane god of death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Sheng teleported twice in a row and appeared behind the dark gold beetle group like a ghost. Immediately, the 3 chaotic mountain shadows bombarded again. Boom! Hundreds of dark gold beetles were caught off guard and were blown into powder. Ah, that's great. Su Sheng was extremely excited. Relying on the speed of Starstream, he could slowly fly a kite and kill 1/3 or even half of these dark gold beetles. But the wish is good. After Su Sheng repeated the same method 3 times, the dark gold beetle swarm finally realized something. Tens of thousands of dark gold beetles began to cling to each other. But in just a moment, a black and gold sphere with a diameter of tens of meters came into view. Boom! Seeing this, Su Sheng swung his soul-slaying sword fiercely, and the 3 chaotic mountain shadows attacked again. But this time, the 3 chaotic mountain shadows only caused the black and gold sphere to shake slightly. Damn, there's no fun. Su Sheng cursed and turned away. When the dark gold beetles gather together, their defensive capabilities will surge to an unprecedented level. Su Sheng knows that he cannot defeat them with his current strength. This time, Su Sheng relied on the Shifang Jinyu Peak to kill more than 800 dark gold beetles. The synthesis point soared from 0 to 856, a huge profit. Just when Su Sheng was about to continue going deeper into the Wanshou Mountains after 2 consecutive lightning-fast star flashes. Buzz! A silver-white crack about 2 meters wide and tens of meters long suddenly appeared in front. Oh shit! Su Sheng's pupils shrank slightly. He was moving at such high speed that he didn't have time to react before crashing into the silver-white crack. The next moment, Su Sheng's figure disappeared in this world. Bang! The moment he entered the crack, Su Sheng felt his body falling completely uncontrollably. Immediately, Su Sheng's body slammed heavily into a mountain wall. The terrifying impact force instantly shattered the mountain wall. When Su Sheng came to his senses, a world covered in ice and snow came into view. Looking at the heavy snow falling above, Su Sheng's mouth twitched. Doesn't the battlefield manual say there are no spatial rifts outside the foreign battlefield? Su Sheng looked a little depressed. The dangers in the foreign battlefield are diverse, one of which is the space cracks that may appear at any time in the middle and deep areas. Once you accidentally enter a space crack, it will take a long time to get out. Moreover, some space cracks contain a large space, which is even extremely dangerous. When Su Sheng stood still, he immediately drew out the soul-slaying sword that was tucked behind his back. There was a look of vigilance and curiosity in his deep pupils. After checking around, Su Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The area of this space crack is not small, but no particularly powerful monster has been sensed so far. just when Su Shang was about to find an exit to leave this broken place.
Drink! A delicate cry came from far away. Boom!
Then there was a deafening explosion. Su Shang's expression changed slightly.
Is there anyone there?
Then Su Shang flew in the air and walked carefully towards the sound of the explosion. Not long after, Su Shang was lying on a rock covered with ice and snow. On the icy plain in the distance, a woman in snow-white clothes with long flowing hair was flying in the air like a nimble elf, performing various powerful martial arts from time to time. Opposite the woman was a giant frost ape that was at least 30 meters tall. The giant ape let out a deafening roar, and the sound alone made Su Shang feel dizzy. Roar, human, you are dead. A scene that shocked Su Shang appeared. The giant frost ape suddenly spoke in human language. His voice was deep and rich, and seemed to carry some kind of magic. Just listening to it gave Su Shang a splitting headache. After the frost giant ape finished speaking, he quickly hammered the ground with his huge iron fist.
Boom!
The earth trembled, and under the terrifying force of the frost giant ape, cracks of varying sizes appeared on the ground. Su Shang's expression changed slightly.
A fifth-order beast. A Grandmaster-level beast? Oh my god, this place is too dangerous. Just when Su Shang was about to turn around and leave. Crash!
The temperature around suddenly began to drop rapidly. Su Shang looked down and found that his legs had been covered with crystal-clear ice crystals without him knowing when.
Chapter 116 Mysterious Woman, Frost Giant Ape. Grandmaster's Force Field. Su Shang's pupils suddenly shrank. The Grandmaster's force field had a very large radiation range, and anyone within the radiation range would be affected. The force field of this giant frost ape is obviously related to ice.
Su Shang did not dare to hesitate and kicked the ice on his legs to pieces. Perhaps it was because of the 5th level combat suit, or perhaps it was because Su Shang was quite cautious and kept a very long distance. Su Shang easily kicked the ice on his legs that restricted his movements to pieces. Then, Su Shang used the star stream flash to run away immediately. After Su Shang teleported several thousand meters away, he felt much safer and stopped. In the distance, the explosions of battle resounded through the heavens and earth, the earth trembled, and snowflakes flew down from the sky. The scene was no different from the end of the world.
Is this the Grandmaster level combat power?
Su Shang's scalp tingled when he saw this. And the woman in white who could fight against the giant frost ape must be a master of the 5th realm.
Ha!
I didn't expect to encounter a Grandmaster fighting on my first foreign battlefield.
It's really dangerous.
Su Shang sat on the ground and took a breath for a while, then stood up and began to look for an exit. As for the woman in white, Su Shang knew that he was not strong enough, so there was no need to worry about her.
1 hour later. Strange, this place isn't that big, why can't I find it?
High in the sky, Su Shang was flying with a frown on his face. This space crack is only tens of kilometers in radius, but Su Shang has searched all other places except the battle area of the frost giant ape and found nothing.
It is actually very simple to get out after accidentally entering a space crack. You can get out by just finding the space crack in the space you are in. Moreover, after going out, you will return to the place before entering the space crack. It seems that the exit is on the other side of the frost giant ape. Su Shang thought to himself. The battle between the woman in white and the giant frost ape was probably caused by her accidentally bumping into a space crack when returning to the city and trying to get out. Never mind, wait a minute.
Su Shang simply sat cross-legged. Just like that, after another hour, the sounds of fighting in the distance gradually stopped.
Is it over? Su Shang waited for another half an hour before cautiously walking towards the battle site.
It won't take long.
Fuck.
When Su Shang arrived at the place where the woman and the frost giant ape had fought before, he found that the ground in front of him had completely sunken. A deep pit with a diameter of 200 meters and a depth of 10 meters came into view. The deep pit was covered with frost, and bright red blood flowed like a river. Next to her, the woman in white was sitting cross-legged and seemed to have suffered serious injuries.
But compared to the woman's injury, the frost giant ape was much more miserable.
The huge body has become broken, and the left leg and left hand are missing. Even the lantern-sized head was only half left, with milky white brain matter and bright red blood flowing out, looking quite miserable and terrifying.
It's really tragic. Su Shang murmured. Who?
At this moment, the woman seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes. Then, a stream of green spiritual energy quickly shot towards Su Shang. Su Shang quickly used the star stream to dodge. The The seemingly powerful green spiritual energy lost its target and exploded in the air.
Boom!
The horrific aftermath of the explosion created a strong wind, blowing the snow on the ground all over the sky.
Su Shang's scalp tingled. Could a Grandmaster's casual attack be so powerful? Just then. Who are you?
A suspicious voice suddenly sounded behind Su Shang. Su Shang quickly turned around, only to see the woman in white with long flowing hair looking at him curiously. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a nice oval face that was soft and elegant, like a fairy walking out of a painting of ladies, with an ethereal temperament.
Su Shang was a little surprised, thinking that besides Song Jianyue and that Long Qianli, there was actually such a beautiful woman. Hello, sister. I'm Su Shang, a student at Demon University. Su Shang bowed politely.
Since the other party did not take action, it is obvious that he has no ill intentions. As for the previous attack, it might be a stress response after a life and death battle, so Su Shang forgave the other party. Although the other person didn't look very old, Su Shang estimated that he was at least 40 or 50 years old. But no matter how old the other person is, it's right to call her sister. The woman nodded and said softly, "It seems that you have also come here by mistake." Seeing the other party's gentle tone, Su Shang felt more relieved.
The whole person was much more relaxed, and he said familiarly, "Sister, did you also come here by mistake?" The woman gave Su Shang a strange look and whispered softly, "I'm not. The implication is that you are so weak that you would get lost." Su Shang was a little embarrassed. That's right, the other party was a master of the fifth realm. And judging from the fluctuations in the battle just now, this person is definitely not a novice grandmaster. Do you know how to get out, sister? Under the opponent's powerful strength, Su Shang automatically transformed himself into a harmless sunny boy. The woman nodded, and Su Shang felt relieved and asked, "Sister, are you also a student at Demon University?" The woman shook her head, "You don't need to ask, you definitely don't know me." After a pause, he continued, "Are you a freshman at Demon University?" "Sister, you are amazing. You can even guess this." Su Shang gave a thumbs up and flattered him. The woman said, "Because you look too young." Su Shang was stunned. "Sister, what you said could easily cause misunderstanding." The woman's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Su Shang coughed lightly. It seemed that the other party didn't quite understand. "The exit is not here, it's in the underground glacier over there." The woman pointed northwest. Su Shang suddenly realized, no wonder he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Could the space crack be underground? Wouldn't the river water be able to flow backwards? Ahem, since my sister still has things to do, I won't bother you anymore. Su Shang bowed and prepared to leave. The woman nodded, and when she was about to speak, her pretty face suddenly changed slightly. Boom! The next moment, a beam of white light hit the woman's back at an incredible speed. The woman was caught off guard and staggered a few steps, then fell into Su Shang's arms. Su Shang took a closer look and was almost scared to death. Behind the woman, the previously broken giant frost ape was looking at Su Shang and the woman with red eyes and murderous intent. Even though half of the frost giant ape's head was cut off, its aura became even more ferocious. What was different from before was that the frost giant ape was surrounded by a suffocating light red light, and Su Shang felt a sudden increase in the threat of death. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the woman's red lips and fell on Su Shang's shoulder. When the woman turned around, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Alienation! Human, die!" The frost giant ape, with only half of its head left, let out an angry roar. The red light around him instantly spread and enveloped Su Shang and the woman. An indescribable murderous aura rushed towards him. Under the impact of this terrifying momentum, Su Shang activated the Sumeru space in an instant without any hesitation. Chapter 117 Sister, I'm sorry. Boom! The red light, carrying the frost giant ape's infinite murderous intent, fell down with a bang. The ground sank in an instant. When the frost giant ape swung his hand to deliver a fatal blow, Su Shang and the woman in white disappeared from sight at the same time. Where did you go? The ferocious-looking giant frost ape was stunned for a moment, then began to sense it carefully. But after sensing for a long time, there was still no trace of the two people. Roar! The frost giant ape roared in anger and unwillingness, then simply sat there and waited. In the Sumeru space. The woman in white groaned, and Su Shang suddenly discovered that a large amount of blood was oozing from her back. In just a blink of an eye, the woman's white clothes were stained red with blood. You're hurt. Su Shang said.
Su Shang is still frightened by the attack from the frost giant ape.
If I hadn't synthesized the Sumeru ring, I would have died.
However, even though he dodged in time, he was still hit by the red light. What surprised Su Shang was that he was not hurt at all.
Could it be that the woman had taken all the attacks?
At this moment, the delicate face of the woman in white turned much paler, but she was still conscious.
She looked around with some surprise and caution. Where is this?
This is my Shumi space.
We are safe for now, Su Shang said.
The woman seemed to feel something and found that her body was actually tightly pressed against Su Shang.
And their faces couldn't be any closer.
The hot masculine scent hit her face, and the woman in white couldn't help but blush on her pretty face when she sensed the bulge below Su Shang. Just as the woman was about to retreat and create distance between herself and Su Shang, an invisible wall of space appeared behind her and blocked her. The woman found that she could not retreat at all and could only continue to maintain such an ambiguous and awkward posture with Su Shang.
Su Shang was also embarrassed, as their bodies were completely pressed together. Su Shang could even clearly feel the fullness of the woman's breasts. It was so painful. The space here is too small. It can only accommodate one person. If there are two people, it will be very crowded, Su Shang explained. You just saved me. There was a hint of complexity on the woman's beautiful face.
The frost giant ape's sneak attack made his already seriously injured condition even worse.
In addition, the frost giant ape mutated before dying.
If it weren't for Su Shang, he would have died. Su Shang hummed, and the two of them were speechless.
At this moment, Su Shang seemed to have thought of something. Is your back injury okay? Something.
The woman looked up, but because Su Shang looked down at her, her lips almost touched Su Shang's lips. She couldn't help but lower her head, and the blush on her pretty face became more and more obvious.
By the way, did the frost giant ape's red light hit us just now?
The woman seemed to have thought of something and asked.
Su Shang thought for a moment and said, it seems so.
But that red light should just be a precursor to the attack.
I'm not hurt at all.
Su Shang added another sentence to dispel the doubts of the woman in white. However, the pretty face of the woman in white became even more flustered, with a hint of helplessness in her beautiful eyes.
It's over. That's the innate talent of the frost giant ape after its transformation, the Ice Soul Mist. Ice Soul Mist? Su Shang looked bewildered.
Sensing the woman's increasingly weak breath, he couldn't help but remind her again, Sister, you're still bleeding.
Can't you stop the bleeding quickly? The frost giant ape's furious attack was extremely powerful.
If it were Su Shang, he would probably die several times in an instant. The woman in white was indeed very powerful, but if the bleeding from her back was not stopped quickly, she would still die. The white-clothed woman's cheeks flushed slightly, and coupled with the effect of the ice soul mist, her breathing became a little rapid. She closed her beautiful eyes and kept regulating her breathing. After a moment, the woman opened her breathtakingly beautiful eyes and spoke softly, the ice soul mist can stir up the inner emotions of the human body.
These emotions depend on the environment in which the recipient is in. If it's during a battle, it might trigger fear, and if.
At the end of her speech, the woman stopped.
Su Shang was a little anxious. Sister, please tell me what you want to say quickly. If there is any danger, I can find a way to deal with it.
If you're with the opposite sex, it might arouse lust.
The last two words were spoken by the woman in white in an almost inaudible voice.
The woman gave Su Shang a feeling of elegance and gentleness, but by the end of her speech, Su Shang could hardly hear anything. But Su Shang still heard it.
Suddenly, Su Shang's expression became extremely wonderful. Oh my God, I don't want anything to happen with a woman who is decades older than me. Sister, then. Su Shang didn't know what to say for a moment.
At the same time, an inexplicable burning and numbness rose from my heart.
The Sumeru space can only accommodate one person.
Su Shang and the woman are facing each other with their bodies pressed tightly together.
In such an ambiguous environment, the ice soul mist of the frost giant ape is simply a powerful weapon.
There was a hint of panic in the woman's beautiful eyes, and she didn't know what to do. If she continued as she was, the hideous wound on her back would cause her to bleed to death.
But what if it stops the bleeding?
Then she had to take off her upper body clothes, and in such a narrow space she could not heal herself, so she could only let Su Shang do it for her. However, under the influence of the ice soul mist, coupled with his bare back, it was like adding insult to injury. If not treated, the patient will die. Treatment will cause loss of virginity. Thinking of all these things, the woman became more and more irritated. And the breathing became more and more rapid. Su Shang's heartbeat continued to quicken, and a certain part of his body began to gradually become excited.
Could you please step back a bit?
The woman's delicate body trembled slightly, sensing a bulge somewhere, and she closed her eyes tightly and kept adjusting her breathing. Su Shang smiled bitterly. I want to, too. There is an invisible wall of space behind us, with no way to retreat. Seeing the woman's face getting paler and paler, Su Shang felt a little sorry for her. Just now he took the time to observe carefully and found that the giant frost ape should still be in a furious state and was waiting there. In other words, for a short period of time, he and the woman can only continue to hide in the Sumeru space. But if the woman insists on not seeking treatment, then as time goes by, she will have to watch a living person die in front of her.
It's inappropriate both morally and logically. Call.
Su Shang took a deep breath to calm his restless heart, but this deep breath immediately inhaled the fragrance of the woman into his stomach, making him even more restless.
Sister, I can't watch you die in front of me. Don't.
The woman felt increasingly weak. Not only was her vitality gradually draining away, but her body was also extremely soft due to the effect of the ice soul mist. If she hadn't held Su Shang with both hands, she would have almost fallen.
Will you let me out?
The woman suddenly looked up, and Su Shang noticed that her eyes had become a little blurry, and there was a hint of desire that was hard to conceal in her eyes when she looked at him. Su Shang's throat rolled. He was in trouble.
The frost giant ape is still guarding nearby. Sister, do you have any way to deal with it?
No. The woman's voice was even quieter and had a slight tremor.
Let me heal your wounds first.
I can't just watch a living person die in front of me. Sensing that the woman's breath was rapidly decreasing, Su Shang finally couldn't help but said, Sister, I'm sorry.
Chapter 118. Sister, hold on. Swish. Ah.
The woman suddenly felt a chill on her back and couldn't help but cry out.
Don't worry, I'll be quick.
After Su Shang finished speaking, he immediately took out a light blue jade bottle from his space bracelet. It contains the 5th grade healing elixir he synthesized, the blood clotting powder, which can quickly stop bleeding within 1 minute after external application. When Su Shang looked at the bloody beautiful back, his right hand trembled as he poured the clotted blood on it. The severe pain caused the woman to let out a long, complex moan.
Sister, do you have any life-saving healing pills? Or, is there any way to dispel the ice soul mist?
Su Shang asked after applying medicine to the woman. He felt that he might not be able to hold on if he continued like this. The woman's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she was resisting something. No.
I have medicine for the wound.
Then the woman struggled to pull out her right hand, which was unconsciously hugging Su Shang. Immediately, he finally took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from the space bracelet. Then, the woman crushed the bottle directly, and the sticky milky white liquid in the bottle slowly flowed into her red lips. The woman seemed unwilling to waste a single drop, and she stretched out her seductive tongue to swallow the milky liquid at the corner of her mouth.
Su Shang's throat rolled. Sister, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? This is the essence of moongrass, used to heal internal injuries. However, the frost giant ape's previous attack froze my dantian. It will probably take some time for me to fully recover.
After swallowing it, the woman's face regained some color, but her breathing became more rapid, and her fair and smooth left hand couldn't help but begin to caress Su Shang's eye.
Su Shang looked bitter. Sister, hold on.
After saying this, the woman's delicate body trembled slightly. The woman looked up, her cheeks flushed to the point of bleeding, her beautiful eyes filled with unspeakable lust. I can't help it. With her dantian frozen, the woman was unable to display her martial arts skills at all. Coupled with his severely injured body, the ice soul mist was even more difficult to resist. After the woman finished speaking, she couldn't help but tiptoe, and her seductive red lips were getting closer and closer to Su Shang.
Su Shang's throat rolled and his mouth felt dry. Strange, why do you smell so good?
The woman's voice was so low that it could hardly be heard. She brought her nose close to Su Shang and sniffed him. At the end of her words, the woman simply closed her eyes, and her 2 soft little hands uncontrollably found the zipper of Su Shang's shirt, but the next moment the woman forcibly stopped the movement of her hands.
Sister, could you please stop touching me?
Su Shang leaned against the wall of space and smiled bitterly. He felt as if 10,000 ants were biting his whole body, making him feel numb and itchy. I couldn't help but think, if you continue like this I won't be able to bear it anymore. The woman rested her head on Su Shang's strong chest and kept adjusting her breathing. But as her body became hotter and the masculine aura opposite her became more and more intense, the woman's mind seemed to be drawn away. All kinds of thoughts that had never occurred to her before but made her ashamed came to her mind.
At last. I really can't do it anymore.
The woman suddenly looked up, her eyes charming and full of desire, like a blooming peach blossom full of desire. Immediately, the woman's red lips gently collided with Su Shang's lips. A nimble little tongue greedily drilled in.
Su Shang's mental defenses collapsed instantly. Shoo!
In the small Sumeru space, fragments of the woman's white clothes were flying.
1,000,000 words omitted here.
I don't know how long it took.
The two crazy people finally calmed down.
In the Shumi space, the woman's skin was as white as snow and her body was burning hot. Su Shang hugged the woman tightly, feeling the tenderness after the madness.
What's going on outside?
After a while, the woman's somewhat lazy voice was heard. As the owner of the Sumeru ring, only Su Shang can sense the situation outside, and the woman in white cannot sense it no matter how strong she is.
The frost giant ape is still guarding outside.
Su Shang said softly, and the woman's pink face turned red. Then, let's wait a little longer.
Su Shang nodded and put his big hands on the woman's hips. Okay.
The woman moaned softly and rested her head on Su Shang's strong chest, savoring the aftertaste of the previous pleasure.
After a while, the woman whispered, "Your name is Su Shang, right? Well, what about you?"
Su Shang still hugged the woman tightly, and his big hands stroked her healed delicate back, which was so smooth. The woman did not answer Su Shang, but looked up and showed a charming smile. The peach blossoms in her beautiful eyes are still in full bloom.
The ice on my dantian has been lifted, we can go out now. Just a moment.
Su Shang said softly.
The woman's cheeks flushed and she nodded obediently. After a while, the woman hummed. Do you have any clothes left?
Su Shang asked. The woman nodded, and then lazily took out a complete set of clothes from the space bracelet. The place is too small, let me help you put it on. Su Shang squatted down and said, lift your legs. Sensing Su Shang's hot breath, the woman couldn't help but bite her lip and whispered, you've come here so many times, why your ice soul mist hasn't lifted yet?
Su Shang looked up at the two mountains above him and said, what are you thinking about? I'm helping you put on your underwear. How can I put it on if you don't lift your legs?
Oh, okay. The woman said shyly.
Right leg. After a while.
Okay, but are you sure you can handle the giant frost ape outside? Su Shang said worriedly. Given his situation, he could easily stay in the Sumeru space for a month. The frost giant ape obviously did not have the patience to hold on for a month. The woman adjusted her underwear, which was not in the right position on Su Shang's body, and said, I was just a little careless earlier.
That giant frost ape is no match for me. Okay, let's go out.
On the ice field covered with heavy snow. Buzz! A silver light flashed in the sky. The next moment, the woman in white and Su Shang appeared at the same time. In the distance, the giant frost ape, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly looked up, with murderous intent on its ferocious face.
Human, you didn't leave. Su Shang, stay away.
The woman said to Su Shingqian. Su Shang knew that the battles between masters were extremely volatile, so he immediately used the speedy star flash without any further ado.
Roar! The frost giant ape didn't pay any attention to Su Shang. After all, its target was the woman in white. In the blink of an eye, a man and a beast were fighting each other. However, this time the woman was much more serious. And because of the frost giant ape's previous fatal sneak attack, the attack of the delicate woman in white became extremely fierce. After a while. Boom!
The woman left behind a trail of afterimages, and a sky full of white light simultaneously bombarded the giant frost ape.
No! The frost giant ape roared in despair and anger. An explosion sounded. When the light faded, the frost giant ape was completely annihilated. From a distance, Su Shang was watching in awe.
This woman was really strong, but he didn't know what level of master she was at.
Su Shang, let's go out.
The woman in white appeared beside Su Shang and said. Su Shang nodded, and at this moment the woman in white seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of smile in her beautiful eyes. Before you leave, I'll give you a gift.
Chapter 119. My name is Guan Qingya, 19 years old.
I see that your realm is not low, or you have reached the 3rd level of spiritual illusion.
This pill was refined by me personally. You can take it when you break through to the general level in the future.
The woman in white stretched out her delicate hand, and a turquoise pill came into view. It can increase your chances of breakthrough.
5th grade realm breaking pill? Su Shang's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. The 4th realm warriors are different from the previous realms.
There is a certain probability of failure when breaking through, and this probability is not low. If the breakthrough fails, you can only wait a month before breaking through again. Su Shang has been wanting to synthesize a realm breaking pill for some time, even if it is a 4th grade realm breaking pill. But the realm breaking pill is extremely rare, and Su Shang has never obtained it. This time when he came to the foreign battlefield, Su Shang also had the idea of looking for the realm breaking pill.
I have a gift for you, too.
Su Shang seemed to have thought of something and took out a bronze tripod about 30 centimeters high from the Sumeru ring. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise.
Is this the Medicine King Cauldron? Oh, you know him?
Su Shang has never synthesized this item since he obtained it. After all, he doesn't know how to refine medicine, and it requires 500 points to synthesize this item.
The woman nodded. The Medicine King Cauldron was used by the royal family of the ancient Qin dynasty to refine medicine. Using the Medicine King Cauldron can increase the success rate of elixirs and consume less spiritual energy from the refiner. It is an excellent item. That's perfect for you. I'll keep it for you as a souvenir.
Su Shang handed the Medicine King Cauldron to the woman, but she hesitated and did not take it.
You should keep this for yourself. The woman smiled and said, let's go. No way, you gave me something and I accepted it, but I gave you something and you didn't accept it? Su Shang frowned and pretended to be angry. You didn't tell me your name, and you don't want the things. What do you want to do?
The woman was slightly surprised by Su Shang's domineering attitude, and then nodded, okay, I'll listen to you.
That's right. Su Shang smiled. I'll borrow it for a while. I'll return it to you when we have a chance to meet again.
The woman winked playfully, her gentle voice like a spring breeze.
Su Shang was slightly stunned. There is a chance? You?
Su Shang, the world is big, and even if we meet, we may not always be together.
The woman stepped forward, gazing at the handsome boy before her, and said gently, what happened today will be something I'll remember for the rest of my life, but I have my own frustrations and my own story. You and I can't be together. So, it's better to keep this memory. Are you planning to just walk away and never contact me again? Su Shang frowned and said, I still want to be responsible for you.
The woman nodded. Supporting each other through thick and thin is not necessarily as beautiful as forgetting each other in the world.
All right. Su Shang said. Then the two came to the glacier.
In the clear and cold river water, a silver-white space crack was clearly visible.
Su Shang, I'm leaving.
The woman turned her head to look at Su Shang, as if she wanted to imprint Su Shang's appearance in her mind.
Su Shang asked, can you at least tell me your name?
The woman thought for a moment and said, okay. After saying that, he jumped up and disappeared into the space crack.
My name is Guan Xingya, and I'm not decades older than you.
I'm 19 years old.
Guan Xingya's gentle voice seemed to come from the void. Boom!
Su Shang's head buzzed and his pupils shrank suddenly. A 19-year-old 5th realm grandmaster.
And clearly not even a novice grandmaster.
This person is even younger and more monstrous than Wu Jinghong, the youngest 5th level grandmaster in Dragon Country so far.
Could this person also be a time traveler using cheats?
Su Shang couldn't help but make a bold guess, but the biggest problem was, he had never heard of this name before.
At only 19 years old, he already has the strength of at least a mid-stage grandmaster. Such a terrifying talent is definitely not unknown.
During this period of time, he had also learned a lot about martial arts, and had also heard of Su Shang, the top genius from Longhua and even other countries. However, this was the first time I heard the 3 words Guan Xingya.
Wait, I didn't think I told her she was a few decades older than me, right?
Su Shang suddenly widened his eyes. He seemed to have just thought about it when he was in the Shumi space and believed that the other party should be in his 40s or 50s, so he didn't want to have anything to do with such an old man.
Shit, can she hear my thoughts? Or can she read my mind? Su Shang got goosebumps.
It was a good thing he didn't think too much about it before.
But, who is Guan Xingya?
Thinking of what Guan Xingya had said before, you definitely don't know me, Su Shang seemed to have thought of something.
Guan Xingya definitely didn't know me at first.
The fact that she said, you definitely don't know me, shows that very few people know her identity.
In this world, in Dragon Country, is there anyone who is little known? Su Shang frowned slightly. He had several guesses in his mind, but none of them could be verified. Forget it, let's go back and check it out first. Su Shang didn't think about it anymore. Since Guan Xingya, with whom I have had physical intimacy 7 times, said that we should forget each other, then let us forget each other for the time being. Call out. Outside the silver-white spacecraft, Su Shang's figure flashed by. After returning to the foreign battlefield again, Su Shang looked around, and Guan Xingya's figure had disappeared somewhere. I have the realm-breaking pill and enough synthesis points. I'll break through to the 4th realm first. Su Shang originally planned to break through in the independent ice field space just now. But when he thought that if the spacecraft disappeared he would not be able to get out, he decided to break through from the outside. Then, Su Shang searched around, killed a strange beast that occupied a hidden nest, and then took over the nest. Boom! A huge rock blocked the entrance to the cave. Su Shang endured the stench in the cave, sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his condition to the peak. There are 8 realms in martial arts. Starting from the 3rd realm of spiritual fantasy, it is considered an achievement in martial arts. Before reaching the 4th level, there is no bottleneck in breaking through the realm. As long as there is enough spiritual energy in the dantian or the body is tempered enough, a smooth breakthrough can be achieved. Starting from the 4th realm warrior, the bottleneck of breaking through the realm will become greater and even more dangerous. When a 4th level warrior breaks through to the 5th level master, he may even die if he is not careful. Later, Su Shang even heard that some realms still required tribulations to break through. Of course, the greater the difficulty of breaking through, the stronger the realm after the breakthrough. In the martial arts, the further you advance in the game, the more difficult it becomes to fight against opponents of higher levels. It's like when warriors are at the 1st level, there are many examples of early warriors defeating middle-level warriors. But when warriors reach the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, such examples of fighting across levels become less and less. When Su Shang finished regulating his breathing, he took out the 5 realms breakthrough pill that Guan Xingya had given him. Who, General of the 4 realms, here I come. After Su Shang finished speaking, he stuffed the realm-breaking pill into his mouth. The moment he swallowed the realm-breaking pill, Su Shang felt an extremely violent energy fluctuation on the tip of his tongue. The originally calm black spiritual energy in the dantian suddenly rioted like a wild horse. Chapter 120 Breakthrough. 4th Realm Warrior. Fuck, does it hurt so much? Su Shang's face turned pale. The spiritual energy in the dantian was boiling violently like boiling water. At this moment, Su Shang's stomach felt as if he had swallowed 1000-degree boiling water, burning and painful. Hiss. Just as sweat was oozing from Su Shang's forehead due to the severe pain, a clear and piercing chill suddenly came over him. Su Shang knew that the effect of the realm-breaking pill must have taken effect. In the dantian, the runaway spiritual energy seemed to break free from gravity and began to move quickly and aimlessly to various parts of Su Shang's body. To break through from the 3rd level of spiritual realm to the 4th level of general, all a warrior needs to do is to spread the spiritual energy in the dantian to all parts of the body. The breakthrough is achieved when the bone marrow is evolved into spiritual marrow. However, this process is extremely dangerous and requires not only extremely high willpower to support it, but also strong control over the body. Moreover, in the process of bone marrow transforming into spiritual marrow, a huge amount of spiritual energy is needed to support it. It is precisely because all 3 are indispensable, and because of the severe pain in the process of nourishing the spiritual essence, that many people who have reached the great perfection of spiritual realm are afraid of breaking through. On the road of martial arts, only the brave can move forward. As the spiritual energy in his dantian circulated, Su Shang began to feel an unbearable itchiness inside his body. This is caused by spiritual energy attaching to bones throughout the body. However, Su Shang's willpower was so strong that he still concentrated and endured. With the help of the realm-breaking pill, the process of nourishing the spiritual marrow went extremely smoothly, almost like a natural outcome. It's worthy of being a 5th-grade realm-breaking pill. Su Shang was amazed. With the realm-breaking pill, he only needed to endure the severe pain brought by the raging spiritual energy, which saved him a lot of effort. Time flies by like this. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, outside the cave. Ruerue, let's stay here. There are no strange beasts nearby, so it's safe. A girl with curly hair looked around and said to the girl in the dress who was traveling with her. The girl in the dress blushed slightly. Isn't this a bit strange? Hey, we're all like this on foreign battlefields, what are you afraid of?
The curly-haired girl started to take off her sportswear as she spoke. Then, he took off his one-piece combat suit, leaving his body almost completely naked. The girl in the dress felt even more embarrassed. Lily, you are so brave. Hee, even if people are in a state of distress, God can do nothing about it. The curly-haired girl squatted down and started to pee. You can't hold it anymore, pee. If a strange beast comes soon, you will have to pee your pants. After hearing what the curly-haired girl said, the girl in the dress seemed to have made up her mind and nodded heavily. She immediately took off her dress and then her combat jumpsuit. Suddenly, two fair-skinned bodies appeared on the desolate foreign battlefield. Call. The girl in the dress breathed a sigh of relief, her face showing relief. I'm dying of suffocation.
Did you bring paper, Reward?
The curly-haired girl asked.
The girl in the dress quickly took out a pack of tissues from her space bracelet.
Yes, I brought it.
What was it like going to the bathroom in the wild for the first time? The curly-haired girl asked with a smile. The girl in the dress stuck out her tongue.
It feels weird, but the foreign battlefield is very empty, so it's okay if there's no one around.
Of course. You might not see a single person within 1,000 miles. We often do that.
The curly-haired girl stood up as she spoke, her white buttocks making close contact with the air. And just when the curly-haired girl was about to put on her pants,
boom!
The huge rock behind the two girls was suddenly blown apart by some terrifying force. The piercing explosion instantly frightened the curly-haired girl so much that she jumped up. The girl in the dress quickly looked back and forgot to pull up her pants.
Why is there a cave here?
The curly-haired girl stretched her neck cautiously to look inside.
The girl in the dress seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but say, Lily, could it be that some rare treasure has appeared? Didn't the teacher say that there are many rare treasures in the foreign battlefield?
The curly-haired girl's eyes lit up, and when she was about to speak, she suddenly saw a shadow walking out of the dark cave. Inside the cave, Su Sheng was slightly stunned.
There was someone outside.
The moment Su Sheng walked out of the cave, he immediately saw the two figures that were originally backlit, and his expression instantly became strange. Across from him, two pretty girls were looking at him warily.
And the two women were naked.
Fuck. In the dim sunlight, the two white bodies are quite eye-catching.
It's a human, not a beast. The girl in the dress couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
On the side, the curly-haired girl seemed to have thought of something, and she covered her chest with her hands and screamed. The girl in the dress also thought of something and started screaming, covering her chest.
Immediately, the two turned around and ran away. Looking at the two white buttocks going away, Su Sheng was confused. What the hell is this? Do the senior students from the Magic University let themselves go like this when they go to foreign battlefields?
With the help of the 5th grade breakthrough pill, Su Sheng finally broke through to the 4th level general after 3 days. Now, Su Sheng's spiritual essence is full and active in every part of his body, and he is in an unprecedented state of strength. Su Sheng ignored what happened just now. He closed his eyes slightly and carefully sensed the power of the 4-level warriors. Due to the spiritual marrow, the general-level strongmen have extremely strong speed and sensitivity in absorbing the spiritual energy around them. In battle, the 4th realm warriors can also rely on the blessing of spiritual essence to quickly recover their spiritual energy and achieve a sustained combat capability far exceeding that of the 3rd realm. It is for this reason that the 4th realm warriors are called warriors.
What is a war general? A war general. The king of battle. In today's era, the 4 realms generals are generals who can lead troops to fight.
On Blue Star, a 4th level general can lead 5,000 soldiers. In foreign battlefields, a 4th level general can also lead 500 soldiers.
In addition, there are many other benefits of spiritual marrow.
For example, in actual combat, one can rely on one's own control over the spiritual energy in the body to compress the speed of the spiritual energy circulation in the body of the 3 realms spirit to a certain extent. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the 4th level warrior completely crushed the 3rd level spirit. Of course, if a 4th level warrior faces a more domineering and powerful 5th level master, he will also be crushed. In the martial arts, the higher the realm, the more effective the dimensionality reduction attack. A 3rd level spirit can only fly briefly, but a 4th level warrior can achieve sustained high-speed flight. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he lightly tapped his toes.
The spiritual essence that is everywhere in the body forms an internal and external connection with the spiritual energy circulating in the body.
The next moment, Su Sheng's speed increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye he flew to a height of 100 meters. Only when you reach the 4th level of warrior can you truly fly.
A martial arts expert of this level is no longer human.
Among the various technological weapons on Blue Planet, only a very small number can cause damage to the generals of the 4 realms. A 4th level warrior can cause widespread damage to a city at full strength. A building, an overpass, a shopping mall, and so on can all be easily destroyed by the 4 realms warriors. Therefore, all the strong men at the level of the 4-level generals need to register with the local martial arts bureaus and be subject to supervision and inquiries from relevant departments. Just as Su Sheng flew into the air to experience the speed of the general. On the ground in the distance, the 2 naked senior students were now busy putting on their clothes. Chapter 121 An Unexpected Gain, a baby exotic beast.
I see. He's probably going to the bathroom, right? TSK, the one-piece combat suit is really inconvenient.
Su Sheng also deeply agreed with this. Fortunately, the 5th level combat suit synthesized this time was not one piece. Then Su Sheng turned his head and flew away. It seems that the strength of these old students is not that good either. While flying, Su Sheng murmured that in his perception, the 2 girls were at most in the early stage of spiritual illusion. In fact, it's not that the old students of Demon University are too weak, but that Su Shengxiang is beyond the scope of his studies. The 18-year-old 4th level warrior is an astonishing genius no matter where he is. In addition to Su Sheng's extraordinary fighting ability, although the old students of Demon University are also geniuses from all over the place, they are not as good as Su Sheng. Lily, that person just now seemed to be flying into the sky to look at us. Chi Rue, the girl in the dress, said as she put on her underwear. The curly-haired girl, Chenli, looked up and said with a grin, he must have just broken through. I think his aura has reached that of a 4th level warrior.
Aren't 4th level warriors said to be able to truly fly? Don't worry, he's definitely not here to see us.
Chi Rue nodded, and then her cheeks flushed, but I just saw him and found that he is quite handsome.
You think so too? Yes. It just shouldn't be from our Demon University. TSK, such a handsome guy isn't from our school, what a pity.
Chenli said with some regret. Chi Rue stuck out her tongue, fortunately not, he saw both of us naked at once just now.
Just look at it.
It's no harm to be looked at by a handsome guy like him.
Lily, you are so lewd. Hee, isn't that what you think? I won't tell you, hee.
But he looks like he's only 17 or 18.
Lily, are you stupid?
He's already a 4th level general.
He must be a senior from another school. That's right, I'm dressed and let's go.
A foreign battlefield, 2,000 meters above sea level.
Call.
Su Sheng flew in the wind and pushed his speed to the limit. He was like a speeding fighter jet, making a series of wind-breaking sounds. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Su Sheng finally arrived deep in the Wanshou Mountains. The place is filled with mist and miasma, and the environment is extremely harsh.
Boom!
When Su Sheng fell rapidly from a high altitude, the soft ground instantly sank. The huge noise immediately attracted strange beasts resting in all directions. On the big tree, a giant green python turned around suddenly, with a bloodthirsty look in its green eyes.
The big rock in front suddenly shook.
A wild boar wearing gray stone armor roared and rushed towards Su Sheng.
So many strange beasts.
Su Sheng's eyes lit up, this time he wanted to raise the synthesis points to 2,000.
Boom!
The next moment, 3 chaotic mountain shadows fell from the sky.
The terrifying power of suppressing the area erupted, and the heavily armored wild boar that was sprinting forward was suddenly bent by the invisible force. Crack!
Immediately, the 4 strong legs of the heavily armored wild boar broke at the same time. The giant green python also slowed down suddenly, and its round body was flattened like plasticine. After breaking through to the 4th level of general, even the power of the 10 Directions realm peak has increased.
Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
This elementary martial art, which could basically only be mastered by masters of the 5th realm, finally showed its true fangs when he was a 4th realm warrior. Before reaching the 4th level of combat, Su Sheng could only exert part of the power of his martial arts. Although it was amazing enough, it seems a bit childish compared to now.
Boom!
The 3 chaotic mountain shadows were like 3 real mountains descending to the earth, shaking the earth and filling the sky with dust. Su Sheng stood there with a knife in his hand. When the dust settled, he saw 7 or 8 crushed corpses of strange beasts around him, bleeding profusely. When it comes to area damage, the holy body of the territory is absolutely unmatched.
Su Sheng grinned. In just a moment, I got 25 synthesis points.
just when Su Sheng was about to continue his hunting journey. Whoosh! A flower that was originally blooming quietly on the left suddenly shot out a poisonous stinger as thick as an index finger towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng used his super speed star stream to dodge, and when he turned his head to look, he found a plant shaped like a carnivorous plant slowly breaking free from the soil. The well-developed root system is densely covered with dark green poisonous thorns of varying sizes. Is this a poisonous flower demon? Su Sheng recalled the battlefield manual, which recorded that there were many kinds of strange beasts in the foreign battlefield, and there were even plants and flowers that had transformed into beasts. These kinds of strange beasts are generally extremely powerful, and after they take root in the soil, you can't tell whether they are ordinary plants or strange beasts. The 3-meter-tall poisonous flower demon in front of him was quite powerful, having reached the middle stage of the 4th-level warrior realm. With such strength, coupled with the resilience and survivability commonly possessed by plant-type beasts, it is definitely the king among beasts of the same level. Whoosh whoosh! After the poisonous flower demon broke free from the soil, its roots shot out like a dense rain of arrows. Snort! Su Sheng snorted coldly and swung the soul-slaying sword casually. The extremely sharp S-grade alloy sword shows its full power here. The tough roots of the poisonous flower demon were cut off one by one, and then Su Sheng took a step forward. Relying on the swift star stream flash, Su Sheng appeared behind the poisonous flower demon almost instantly. Then, the soul-slaying sword was swung down fiercely, carrying with it billions of domain-suppressing power. Boom! Chaotic mountain shadows fell from the sky. The moment all the roots were cut off, the poisonous flower demon immediately realized that the two-legged beast was ridiculously powerful. At the critical moment, the blooming petals on the poisonous flower demon instantly broke away from the main stem. Deep purple petals shot towards Su Sheng from all directions. If anyone else faced such an attack, they would probably suffer a great loss. However, Su Sheng, who possesses the holy body of suppression, is least afraid of sneak attacks. When one of the petals approached Su Sheng's back, the invisible suppression field immediately suppressed the petal and made it fall to the ground. Su Sheng chopped with the soul-slaying knife in his hand. Sizzle! Most of the branches and leaves of the poisonous flower demon were cut off. The severe pain came and the poisonous flower demon let out a sharp hissing sound. At this moment, Su Sheng suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wriggling in the root of the poisonous flower demon that he had cut off. Could it be that the poisonous flower demon has just finished eating? Su Sheng murmured. Then, Chaos Mountain Shadow attacked again. What is a life-saving martial art for others is almost the most common attack for Su Sheng. After the Chaotic Mountain Shadow fell, the thorny poisonous flower demon with swaying branches and leaves finally stopped. Messy petals and leaves were scattered all over the ground. Dark green branches and leaves grew from the trunk, which was as thick as a bucket, but it was deader than dead. What is this? Su Sheng walked to one of the rhizomes and saw a white mass wriggling with difficulty in the dark green liquid. Su Sheng seemed to have thought of something, and the soul-slaying knife cut through the roots. A large amount of dark green liquid suddenly gushed out, and a ball of white immediately rolled to the ground. Strange beast cub? When Su Sheng saw the white puppy the size of a fist lying on the ground, his eyes lit up. Chapter 122 Just Call Lai Fu. As we all know, all exotic beasts are extremely ferocious, but canine exotic beasts also have relatively loyal attributes. Therefore, in today's era, some large families and large companies will even specifically capture some exotic canine animals. On the one hand, they are used as a facade, and on the other hand, they can also provide better protection. For example, the Imperial Palace family raised 3 powerful fire dogs. Because it was raised since childhood, and the Gong family provided it with a large amount of rare and exotic animal meat so that it had no worries about food and drink, the fiery dog was very loyal and almost lost the ferocious nature of an exotic animal. Because of this, the 3 fire dogs are extremely famous in Dragon Country. It can be regarded as a model for raising canine exotic animals. In addition, some people with beast-taming martial arts talents usually choose canine beasts as their combat beasts. After all, they are relatively more loyal and easier to control. Su Sheng had seen a lot of news like this before, but he didn't expect that he would encounter it himself. Woo woof! The soft and tender white puppy was quite weak at the moment. It tried its best to open its cloudy eyes, but they were only half open. The pink dog sniffed around and seemed to find that it was not dead. Su Sheng grabbed the puppy by the scruff of its neck and rubbed it on the ground. After rubbing off the disgusting mucus of the poisonous flower demon, Su Sheng picked it up. It's really cute, but it's too small, even smaller than a teacup dog. The white puppy was as light as a feather. Su Sheng's big hand was almost like a bed to it, and it was quite spacious. At this moment, the puppy opened his eyes, smelled the human scent, and instinctively grinned. The two tiny milky white teeth are extremely sharp, showing their ferocious nature.
Bang! Su Sheng slapped the puppy on the head. "I saved you and you still want to bite me, you're asking for a beating."
After saying that, he slapped the puppy several times in a row, and the puppy cried out in pain.
However, Su Sheng discovered that this puppy was not completely vicious.
After being slapped by Su Sheng, a human-like look of pleading for mercy appeared in his eyes.
"I don't know what kind of canine beast it is. I hope it's not too weak," Su Sheng said as he flipped the puppy over domineeringly. "It's actually a female?"
Su Sheng was slightly disappointed, as the male monsters among the exotic beasts generally had stronger combat capabilities.
"Forget it, let's just keep it for now. If you find it's not strong enough later, I'll strangle it to death," Su Sheng murmured.
Then Su Sheng grabbed the puppy by the scruff of the neck, lifted it up to his eyes, and said, "From now on, I am your master.
Be obedient and you will have meat to eat. If you don't obey, you will die. Do you understand?"
Su Sheng's voice was stern, and the little puppy's four short legs were flailing helplessly in the air.
A pair of pink little eyes were extremely confused.
Just when Su Sheng thought that the puppy was too small and not very smart, a magical scene happened.
The white puppy actually nodded towards Su Sheng in a humane manner. Su Sheng was startled.
Such a human-like nod almost made Su Sheng think that the puppy had turned into a human.
"It seems that he is quite intelligent." Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
This was an unexpected gain. You have to know that exotic beasts generally don't have high intelligence, let alone their cubs. The fact that such a cub can understand human language shows that its adult intelligence is not low, and it also shows that it will be strong when it grows up.
"That's right, I'll keep you for now."
After saying that, Su Sheng seemed to have thought of something. "From now on, your name will be Lai Fu.
Come, good fortune will come when you call." "What a good meaning." "Woof."
Upon hearing this, the little white dog barked at Su Sheng, seeming dissatisfied.
"Pa." Su Sheng immediately slapped the dog on the head and asked loudly, "Do you want to call Lai Fu? Do you want to call Lai Fu?"
Su Sheng didn't stop until the puppy felt dizzy and nodded frantically because of the pain.
"Lai Fu!"
Su Sheng shouted when he saw this. Lai Fu raised his head reluctantly, his short tail wagging gently. Su Sheng immediately smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, Lai Fu was really smart.
"You must be hungry. I'll make you something delicious."
After saying that, he held Lai Fu in one hand and walked to the corpse of a heavily armored wild boar not far away. After smelling the meat in the air, Lai Fu's pink eyes suddenly lit up with a very human look of desire.
He even couldn't help but jump down from Su Sheng's hand to eat the meat. Bang!
Su Sheng slapped him again and scolded him, "Behave yourself.
If you want to eat, you need my permission, okay? Woo!"
Lai Fu showed an aggrieved expression, with his little fleshy ball curled up. Seeing that Lai Fu had become obedient, Su Sheng slowly cut off a small piece of meat.
Then he brought it to Lai Fu's mouth and said, "Sit down."
Lai Fu, who wanted to grab the food right away, seemed to remember Su Sheng's previous head banging. He immediately suppressed his desire to eat and sat obediently in Su Sheng's palm.
"Smart." Su Sheng's eyes lit up.
He had originally just wanted to suppress Lai Fu's ferocious nature and didn't expect Lai Fu to understand it the first time.
"Eat it. From now on, you can eat meat as long as you are obedient,"
Su Sheng said with satisfaction. Lai Fu jumped up immediately after receiving Su Sheng's order. The small ball of meat jumped about 1 centimeter high and swallowed the meat in Su Sheng's hand in one gulp. Perhaps because he had been hungry for too long, Lai Fu swallowed the food without even chewing it.
Seeing Lai Fu wolfing down his food, Su Sheng laughed heartily and threw Lai Fu next to the heavily armored wild boar. "It's all yours, eat as much as you can."
After Lai Fu landed, he excitedly took steps with his 4 short legs, his pink belly almost touching the ground.
Ah.
On the ground, a white ball with a diameter of only 5 or 6 centimeters bit the leg of the heavily armored wild boar.
Immediately, he began to eat at a speed that Su Sheng had not expected.
In less than a minute, Lai Fuxuan swallowed the right hind leg of the heavily armored wild boar, which was enough to feed 2 adults.
5 minutes later,
Lai Fu ate all 4 of the most delicious legs of the heavy armored wild boar.
Su Sheng was stunned. Could this puppy have such a big belly? Or is it digested after eating? But I didn't see Lai Fu poop out. This Lai Fu, I'm afraid he's not just an ordinary canine beast.
Su Sheng's eyes lit up as if he had found a treasure. Maybe he'll be able to reach the 5th level of strength when he grows up.
After eating for 7 or 8 minutes, Lai Fu was finally full.
His round belly was pressed tightly against the ground. Under Su Sheng's gaze, Lai Fu moved with difficulty to the front of Su Sheng. The little tail on the butt was shaking wildly, and there was human gratitude and joy in the pink eyes.
Su Sheng was very satisfied with Lai Fu's gratitude and couldn't help but pat his head. Not bad, you have to be so obedient in the future, okay?
Lai Fu nodded heavily and happily stuck out his tongue to lick Su Sheng's fingers.
All right, all right.
Su Sheng held the blessing in his hand, and then his mind moved slightly.
His Sumeru ring can just accommodate living things, so why not let Lai Fu rest in it? Just do it. Su Sheng first fed Lai Fu some water, and then injected a trace of spiritual energy into the Sumeru ring.
Under Su Sheng's control, Lai Fu immediately entered the silver-white Sumeru space.
Chapter 123 Don't talk, let me kiss you. Woof woof.
In the Shumi space, Lai Fu looked puzzled.
Su Sheng was surprised to find that although he had not entered the Sumeru space, he could sense Lai Fu's every move in the Sumeru space by virtue of his relationship as the owner of the Sumeru ring. This Shumi ring is really useful. Su Sheng exclaimed in admiration.
Then Su Sheng tried to communicate with Lai Fu in the Sumeru space. After concentrating for a moment, Su Sheng said, Lai Fu, stay in there and behave yourself.
We'll let you out to have some fun when we have time.
Although the Shumi space is not big, it is enough for Lai Fu at the moment. Su Sheng's voice came from all directions in the Sumeru space. After hearing Su Sheng's words, Lai Fu wagged his tail happily. After using various methods of kindness and force, Lai Fu seemed to have unconsciously accepted the fact that Su Sheng was his master. By the way, since Lai Fu was a strange beast, he should be able to practice. Thinking of this, Su Sheng hurriedly took out the Heavenly King martial seal from the Sumeru ring. As the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Su Sheng naturally became the seal of authority. Some time ago, the Ministry of Martial Arts and the governor of Dongjiang province even held a grand seal granting ceremony for Su Sheng. However, what disappointed Su Sheng a little was that the Heavenly King martial seal did not have much effect on the speed of cultivation. Su Sheng also knew that Tianwan Wuyin was facing an ordinary top scorer in the college entrance examination. The top scorers in the college entrance examinations in previous years were basically in the late or peak stage of the second level of the golden body, and there were very few who had reached the great perfection of the golden body. The natural effect of Tianwan Wuyin is outstanding. But what about Su Sheng? He had already reached the great perfection of spiritual fantasy before, and now he has even reached the 4th level of warrior. For Su Sheng today, this Heavenly King martial seal has more symbolic significance than practical effect. Just like the Imperial Sword, it represents the supreme imperial power, but it is not enough to kill the enemy in battle. But the Heavenly King's martial seal is of little use to Su Sheng, but it may be useful to Lai Fu. Lai Fu, I'll give you something good. Su Sheng first entered the Sumeru space himself, only in this way could he bring the dead object into the Sumeru space. Then, Su Sheng took out the square Heavenly King martial seal. After sensing the rich spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the Heavenly King's martial seal, Lai Fu's pink eyes lit up instantly. It can feel that it can grow rapidly next to this thing.
Woof woof. Suddenly, Lai Fu's tail wagged even more happily.
The pink little tongue kept licking Su Sheng's fingers. Practice well and strive to break through to the 1st level as soon as possible. Su Sheng touched Lai Fu's head, making Lai Fu so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. At this moment, if the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom knew that Su Sheng had given the Heavenly King martial seal, which represents the supreme honor, to a dog, their expressions would probably be extremely interesting.
Okay, I'm out. A week later. Magic City University, inside the Heroes Monument.
Buzz. The dark green light circle kept flashing, and the next moment Su Sheng, carrying the soul-slaying sword on his back, was teleported out. Walking through the dark and narrow passage until he reached the Heroes Monument, Su Sheng looked at the normal sky and the normal sun, and only then did he feel down to earth. Many people online say that foreign battlefields are not places for people to be, they're too depressing. Compared to the outside world, it's true. Su Sheng took a deep breath of air without any fishy smell, and suddenly felt relaxed both physically and mentally. And when Su Sheng took out his cell phone and turned it on, a series of messages popped up. Wow! I'd been in there for 16 days. Su Sheng glanced at the time and was stunned. There is no concept of time in the alien battlefield, and the two suns in the alien battlefield never set and always exist. Coupled with the accidental entry into the space rift, Su Sheng always thought that he had only stayed there for a week. Zangetsu must be terribly worried. Su Sheng hurried towards the dormitory. In the accommodation area. Dad, I'm fine. I'm just a little worried that Su Sheng hasn't come back yet. In the living room of the villa, Song Jianyue was wearing Su Sheng's loose white shirt, with her long, beautiful legs resting on the sofa. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. On the other end of the phone, Song Dinghua said in a deep voice, "This is Su Sheng's first time entering a foreign battlefield. He probably has no concept of time. You don't have to worry too much. Besides, what's the point of you going? If something goes wrong, Su Sheng won't be able to find you when he comes out. Dad, do you have any good ideas? Why don't you come over?" Song Jianyue asked. During this period, she would go to the Hero's Monument almost every day to wait for Su Sheng. Sometimes I even stay under the Hero Monument for the whole day. But time passed by little, and Su Sheng still did not come out. On the contrary, Song Jianyue was there guarding it every day and became a little famous. Song Dinghua pondered and said, 2 days. If Su Sheng doesn't come back within 2 days, I'll go there. Dad, you're so nice. Song Jianyue nodded and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt the door of the villa open. Song Jianyue's delicate body trembled suddenly. Immediately, Song Jianyue turned back slowly with excitement and anxiety. Suddenly she saw the person who had been haunting her dreams and making her think about him day and night. Su Sheng was standing at the door, exhausted, with a bright smile on his face. "Jianyu, I'm back. Did you miss me?" "Ah." On the other end of the phone, Song Dinghua was suddenly startled by Song Jianyue's voice. "I heard it immediately. Su Sheng, you're back. Wow, why did you come back just now? I hate you." Oh, don't talk, let me kiss you properly." After hearing what Song Jianyue said, Song Dinghua was immediately upset. My goodness, is it really okay to say this in front of my old father? However, Song Dinghua finally felt relieved. Inside the villa, Su Sheng and Song Jianyue kissed for a long time, and only let go reluctantly when their lips were wet. "I didn't expect it would take so long. I'm sorry for making you worry." Su Sheng apologized. Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. "It's okay, as long as you're safe, hee." After saying that, he suddenly remembered something. I immediately ran to the sofa and shouted into the phone, "Dad, Su Sheng is back. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up." "Hey, wait." Before Song Dinghua could finish his words, he heard a busy tone. The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. It would be better if I didn't have this daughter. Su Sheng. After Song Jianyue hung up the phone, she threw herself into Su Sheng's arms again, her slender white thighs tightly wrapped around Su Sheng's waist, as if she was afraid that this was all a dream. "I miss you so much. You must not be so careless about time in the future. Do you hear me?" I heard it. Su Sheng kissed again. Then he said, "By the way, I have a gift for you." "What gift?" Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes lit up. How could a woman refuse a gift? Su Sheng chuckled, and the Sumeru ring on his index finger flashed with silver light. The next moment, a white puppy the size of a palm came into view. "Wow, so cute." Song Jianyue's eyes suddenly lit up with love, and he hugged Lai Fu in his arms. "Woof woof." Sensing the strange breath, Lai Fu suddenly became ferocious and started barking at Song Jianyue in a fierce voice. Su Sheng slapped him and said, "Lai Fu, that's your mistress, stop yelling." Lai Fu then stopped and turned to show his airplane ears to Song Jianyue, wagging his tail in a flattering manner. "So cute, Su Sheng, don't hit her." Song Jianyue held Lai Fu in his arms with great pity, and kept rubbing Lai Fu's little head. Chapter 124 Custom Synthesis, Styx Killing. After a week, with the help of the exotic beasts hunted by Su Sheng and the Heavenly King's martial seal, Lai Fu's size doubled and was now the size of Su Sheng's palm. Su Sheng was also surprised to find that Lai Fu had actually stepped into the first level and became a warrior comparable to the first level. This made Su Sheng feel like he had found a treasure. He knew that when he grew up, Fu would definitely be very powerful. Maybe his adult form would be at the level of a master. "Su Sheng, what's the puppy's name?" Song Jianyue couldn't let go of Lai Fu and loved him so much. Su Sheng said, "Lai Fu." "Lai Fu?"
Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Why is such a cute puppy called this name?
Su Sheng smiled and said, "You know what, Lai Fu really likes this name." Lai Fu wagged his tail. After Su Sheng finished speaking, Lai Fu, who was held in Song Jianyue's palm, immediately wagged his tail obediently. During this period, whether it was in terms of diet or the auxiliary practice of Tianwan Wuyin, Lai Fu deeply felt the kindness of his master Su Sheng. I have already accepted Su Sheng in my heart. Seeing Lai Fu's understanding of human nature, Song Jianyue couldn't help but like him even more. Since you like the name Lai Fu, then I won't change your name. Song Jianyue put Lai Fu on the ground and said, "Lai Fu, go play for a while first. I'll buy you something delicious later." "Zangetsu, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm so dirty." During this period of time, except for washing himself once with the clean water he brought with him, Su Sheng spent the rest of the time fighting with strange beasts. Not only was his body covered in bloodstains from various exotic beasts, but he also looked a bit dusty and dirty. "No, let me hold you for a while longer." Song Jianyue rested her head on Su Sheng's shoulder and sucked wildly on Su Sheng's neck with her nose. Su Sheng smiled and said, "The smell of blood is so good?" "No, you smell good." After sucking for a long time, Song Jianyue gave her another sweet kiss. "I'm going to take a shower first." Su Sheng put down the soul-slaying sword and said. Song Jianyue's pretty face flushed, and she suddenly whispered, "I'll help you wash." Su Sheng was stunned at first, but then his eyes lit up. "Why is Jianyu suddenly so sensible?" "Because my dad once said that when you're in a relationship, you have to learn to give, be considerate and not be willful," Song Jianyue said with a grin. Su Sheng coughed lightly when he heard that, thinking to himself, "My future father-in-law is not asking you to give me a bath." After a night of tenderness, Su Sheng gently covered the tired Song Jianyue with a quilt and then went to the second floor of the villa. In the training room, Su Sheng sat cross-legged with a burning gaze. Try the new features of the level 4 system. I hope I won't be disappointed. Since Su Sheng broke through to the 4th level of General, the system has also been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. The new feature of the level 4 system is called Custom Synthesis. The so-called customized synthesis means that Su Sheng can customize a synthesis according to his own ideas. And the most important thing is that Su Sheng does not need to prepare 2 identical items, and even customized synthesis does not consume any synthesis points. In other words, this customized synthesis does not require the preparation of synthetic materials. As long as Su Sheng makes a request, the system can meet it. Of course, custom synthesis is not without limitations. According to the system's explanation, custom synthesis can only be used once a year. Moreover, custom synthesis can only synthesize martial arts skills, and cannot synthesize elixirs, spiritual herbs, and even Song Jianyue. This dispelled Su Sheng's idea of directly synthesizing a more powerful girlfriend. In addition, the grade of the customized martial arts technique will only be 1 grade higher than the highest grade martial arts technique currently mastered by Su Sheng. Currently, Su Sheng has 2 basic martial arts skills. Customized and synthesized items can only be intermediate level martial arts at best. Although there are many restrictions, it is already enough to defy the will of heaven for Su Sheng. After all, it doesn't require any synthesized materials or synthesis points, it's purely customized. System, help me synthesize a martial art that can easily kill an opponent with just my fingers. Su Sheng thought to himself. Replying to the host, this synthesis cannot be performed. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng immediately gave up his plan to exploit the bug. Then Su Sheng said, "Then help me synthesize a martial art with extremely strong single-target lethality. The more powerful the lethality, the better, and the less consumption, the better." Su Sheng thought, this shouldn't be a problem, right? So far, Su Sheng has the Sumeru Ring and the Speedy Star Flash, and his ability to save his life is unquestionable. Although the black hole soul devouring technique has not yet been fully cultivated, this technique that focuses on absorbing spiritual energy is sufficient for a short period of time. Then, the only martial arts that can be improved are offensive ones. The gap between each small realm and the 4 realms warrior stage is huge. Su Sheng estimates that he could fight across 5 or even cross realms before, but now he can only fight across 4 small realms at most. In the future, when you reach the Grandmaster level, it will probably be difficult to fight across 3 small realms. Although it is very difficult for others to fight even across a small realm, Su Sheng is different. As a time traveler, Su Sheng has very high demands on himself. At least we can't embarrass the time travelers. In addition, for Su Sheng, the stronger the attack method, the more efficient he will be in killing strange beasts.
With higher efficiency, there will naturally be more synthesis points.
Therefore, martial arts is a virtuous cycle for Su Shang, which can snowball his advantages.
The Shifang Jinyu Peak currently has excellent attack effectiveness in group attacks, but it is still somewhat lacking in single combat.
This time when he went to the foreign battlefield, Su Shang encountered several powerful monsters. Although Shifang Jinyu Peak was still able to kill it, as his strength increased, this group attack martial art was not as effective as a single attack martial art. What Su Shang needs is an ultimate single target killing martial art. The system responded immediately after receiving Su Shang's reasonable instructions.
Host customization request has been received. Please confirm whether to synthesize it. Synthesis.
Inside the training room, Su Shang's eyes were burning. The next moment, 2 illusory synthesis columns appeared in front of Su Shang. Unlike other times of synthesis, this time the synthesis bar is empty. But the 2 synthesis columns slowly collided with each other.
Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded.
Ding, congratulations to the host for starting custom synthesis.
Custom synthesis yields perfect match for the intermediate martial art sticks suppression.
After hearing the words intermediate martial arts, Su Shang was overjoyed, he got it for free. Then, Su Shang looked at the introduction below the synthesis column. Sticks suppress, when the sticks rises, it kills without mercy, and wherever the suppress falls, it annihilates all souls. This fragment of the magical power created by the great galaxy star, the Dark Lord, can unleash a terrifying killing move that suppresses the opponent's soul. Even if the opponent's strength far exceeds your own, it can still suppress their soul.
Fuck. After seeing the introduction of the sticks killing, Su Shang's pupils couldn't help but shrink. It can actually kill the soul?
This intermediate martial art is so powerful. What surprised Su Shang the most was that this introductory text contains so much information. Chapter 125. 1 month later, freshman meeting.
The galaxy star, a fragment of magical power.
Su Shang's eyes lit up. These 8 words were of extraordinary significance.
The Milky Way. This should be the Milky Way. It can't be somewhere in the ancient dynasty. Su Shang murmured, could it be true, as they say online, that there are alien civilizations in this world? If there are alien civilizations, then martial arts might be even more advanced.
Su Shang touched his chin and pondered.
If that were true, then this world would be wonderful.
Above martial arts is martial arts, which even 3-year-old children know, and is the basic knowledge of martial arts. Martial arts, like martial arts skills, are divided into 4 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. However, no one knows what is above martial arts. In other words, only a few martial arts masters are qualified to know, but these top masters just don't tell others. Su Shang estimated that above the top martial arts was probably the supernatural power. Although there are many types of martial arts on the market, there are very few that target soul attacks. I'm afraid there aren't many martial arts that specifically attack the soul. Su Shang was extremely satisfied with this synthesis. The ultimate attack on a single target is exciting just to think about. Then, Su Shang collected the reward. Suddenly, a light gray leaf appeared in Su Shang's hand. The small leaf emits a gray light, giving people a lifeless and suffocating feeling, as if the leaf is not from the mortal world, but from the underworld.
It seems that martial arts are not presented on ordinary paper.
Su Shang murmured, then crushed the leaves. In an instant, the leaves turned into mysterious and obscure gray lines like ants. These gray lines that resembled different words quickly entered Su Shang's mind.
Then, a vast amount of information flooded into Su Shang's brain. It took quite a while.
Su Shang had just digested this information, with deep shock in his eyes.
Throughout history, the most bizarre and ferocious killing moves have undoubtedly targeted the soul. This sticks suppression technique has taken soul attacks to new heights.
Su Shang was shocked. Simply put, the sticks suppression is to use the suppression power contained in the suppression holy body to directly suppress the soul.
The sticks killing has almost no damage to the physical body.
This can also create a terrifying scene where a person appears to be unharmed on the outside, but their soul has been wiped out. To describe it in one sentence, killing without being seen. When the sticks rises, there's no mercy for the slaughter where the town falls, the souls are annihilated.
This poem is so fitting.
Su Shang began to practice immediately. He planned to use the existing synthesis points to synthesize a wave of resources after he entered the sticks town. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Shang estimates that he will be able to advance from the early stage of a general to the middle stage of a general in about a month. However, in this way, Su Shang's cultivation resources were completely used up. Next, you have to go to foreign battlefields and other places to find ways to obtain cultivation resources.
And just like that, time flies.
Before I knew it, a month had passed.
This day, Su Shang, the freshman orientation is about to begin. Song Jianyue said to Su Shang in the training room while holding the file bag.
Inside the training room, Su Shang's upper body was naked, and his muscular body gave people a sense of explosive power. Each muscle is as flawless as if created by God, and the smooth muscle lines show masculinity.
Good.
Su Shang stood up, took the towel handed to him by Song Jianyue and wiped the sweat off his face. During this month, Su Shang used up all the stored resources, and his realm was also raised from the early stage of war to the middle stage of war.
In addition, the sticks killing technique has also achieved minor success.
In addition, Su Shang's combat power has reached an extremely terrifying level as he has cultivated to the 5th level of Shifeng Jinyu Peak and can summon 5 chaotic mountain shadows at once.
And today is the day for new students to register.
In fact, as a special admissions student, Su Shang did not need to report, but he had to attend the freshman meeting. Not only do you have to attend, but according to the custom of previous years at the Magic University, there will also be a unique welcome meeting at the freshman meeting.
Lai Fu, stop eating, and let's go,
Su Shang said to Lai Fu, who was lying at the door gnawing on a bone. Previously, in the foreign battlefield, Su Shang specially put the corpses of many exotic beasts he hunted into the Sumeru Ring.
The Sumeru Ring has a huge storage space, and Su Shang prepared 2 months' worth of meat for Lai Fu.
After a month of eating a lot, Lai Fu's body has grown a lot bigger and his height has reached 30 centimeters. There is no change in appearance, it is still cute and harmless. However, what surprised Su Shang was that Lai Fu's strength was also steadily improving, and now he had reached the late 1st level. Such a growth rate further indicates that Lai Fu was not an ordinary monster.
Woof woof.
Seeing Su Shang and Song Jianyue were about to go out, Lai Fu called out to them reluctantly.
Be good, Lai Fu, I'll buy you something delicious when I come back. Song Jianyue squatted down and touched Lai Fu's dog head lovingly.
Lai Fu nodded very humanely, sticking out his pink tongue and wagging his tail.
Su Shang, I checked, Lai Fu is very likely an ice demon dog.
Song Jianyue said to Su Shang, when the ice demon dog reaches adulthood, it can reach the peak of the 5th level, which is equivalent to the peak level of the Grandmaster.
Ice demon dog? It'll take 10 years for it to reach adulthood, right? Su Shang asked. Song Jianyue nodded. It's okay.
When I grow up, I'll abandon Luching and let Lai Fu guard the house. After they finished talking, they walked towards the playground. Su Shang, when I reported, I heard from a senior that Long Qianli had also come to Demon University, and several classmates had also come during the special training camp.
Song Jianyue said on the way to the playground of Magic City University. Su Shang nodded, it's normal.
There are a total of 80 students in this special training camp, all of whom are geniuses from all over the place.
Su Shang estimates that at least a dozen of them will join Magic City University. By the way, Zangetsu, do you know what this welcome ceremony is specifically about?
Looking at the campus, which was much busier than during the summer vacation, Su Shang asked curiously.
Song Jianyue shook his head.
Anyway, I heard that the old men were trying to establish their authority, but they'd better not use you as a target for that. During this period of time, Song Jianyue clearly felt that the oppression from Su Shang was stronger.
Even just walking towards that station gave Song Jianyue the feeling of a ferocious beast.
Hey, even though I've reached the peak of the golden body, I'm still no match for you.
Thinking that Su Shang was already in the late stage of war, Song Jianyue felt powerless.
I can't catch up, I really can't catch up.
Don't worry, I will find a way to improve you in the future. Su Shang suddenly leaned close to Song Jianyue's ear and said with a wicked smile. Song Jianyue suddenly became interested, what is it?
Smelling the faint fragrance of Song Jianyue, Su Shang whispered, dual cultivation.
Ah, dual cultivation can improve strength? Song Jianyue's beautiful eyes shone with curiosity. Besides, isn't dual cultivation only something that happens in online novels? Does this kind of technique really exist in real life? Just kidding, ha. Su Shang. Song Jianyue was so angry that he stomped his feet.
Chapter 126 Lucky Holy Body, Myriad Races in the Starry Sky.
On the playground. Students, please be quiet.
Those who have already registered, please enter as soon as possible.
Those who have not yet completed registration, please report to the registration office first. At the entrance, a large loudspeaker kept repeating reminders. One after another, freshmen from Demon University entered the venue.
On the playground of the Magic University, which is twice as large as that of an ordinary school, thousands of freshmen are looking forward to it. At this time, at the front of the playground, there were 2 rows of 30 plastic chairs in total. Other freshmen are not eligible to sit in these 2 rows of chairs, only the special admissions students of the Magic University are eligible. That person, are you a special admissions student? At this time, an old man with a ferocious face and a big knife strode over and asked. A freshman who had just sat down stood up quickly upon hearing this. Senior, I'm not a special admissions student.
How dare you sit here if you're not a special admissions student? Get back!
The senior student yelled loudly, his voice like thunder, scaring many freshmen around him into looking frightened. The freshman quickly apologized and ran to the back. The old student holding the knife looked around and then stopped his gaze on a freshman sitting in the middle of the first group. The freshman was slightly plump with fair skin. He wore sunglasses on his chubby face and had earphones in his ears, listening to something unknown. The old student with the knife walked over and took off one of the fat man's headphones. Are you a special student? The fat man was slightly startled, took off his sunglasses and looked at the other person carefully, revealing a row of white teeth. Hello, senior, I am a special recruit.
Just you?
The old man with the knife looked the fat man up and down. The specially recruited students who can sit here must be talented and strong, but none of them have a distorted figure, except for the fat man in front of him.
Take my blow first.
The old man with the knife became suspicious but didn't waste any words. He stepped forward and was about to teach this fat boy who didn't know who he was a lesson with his knife. However, the next moment, the old man carrying the knife suddenly slipped and stumbled, almost falling down.
Who threw that banana peel?
The old man carrying the knife was suddenly ashamed and angry. The fat boy quickly ran over to support the old student carrying the knife and said, Senior, I am really a special recruit. My martial arts talent is Lucky Saint Body, which means I am very lucky.
As soon as these words came out, the old man carrying the knife suddenly changed his expression. What holy body?
As we all know, among martial arts talents, those who can be called holy body, hegemonic body, and divine body are all in the top 50 of the talent list.
This unprepossessing little fat boy, can his martial arts talent be ranked in the top 50? Non-combat talent, Lucky Saint Body.
The fat boy smiled brightly and extended his hand. Hello, senior.
And this physique?
The old man holding the knife was bewildered, but thinking back to his own embarrassment of stepping on a banana peel, he couldn't help but ask, can your physique bring bad luck to those who attack you?
Not really. Maybe I'm just lucky. The fat man coughed lightly and smiled. I can't use this talent actively. It's a passive skill. The old student holding the knife asked, why did you come to Demon University? Demon University rarely accepts non-combat talents. Wouldn't Jiangnan University be more suitable for you? Senior, my family read my fortune and told me that I would meet a noble person when I come to the Demon Conference.
The fat man said with a smile. The old man with the knife rolled his eyes when he heard this.
You're still telling fortunes? What era is this? Okay.
The old man carrying the knife said nothing more and muttered, we have to stay away from this fat guy later. Just when the old man carrying the knife was about to go to other places for inspection.
Bang!
Because the old man carrying the knife had his head down thinking about something, he bumped into someone unknowingly.
Fuck, who is it?
The old man carrying the knife suddenly became furious. First he stepped on a banana peel, and now his nose was hit and hurt.
Who is so blind?
When the old man carrying the knife looked up, he saw a black shadow covering him. A handsome young man with deep eyes was looking down at him. The old man with the knife, who was about to get angry, was so shocked that he couldn't speak after sensing this invisible oppression.
Sorry, senior.
The person who came was Su Shang, and Su Shang apologized.
The old man holding the knife looked up at Su Shang, suppressed his anger, and replied, it's okay. After saying that, he walked away. Is this kid also a special recruit? When the knife-carrying senior student saw Su Shang sitting in the front row, his eyes lit up. This kid is definitely a natural at fighting. Hee hee, don't those tough guys in the student union like this kind of person? Hello.
The chubby boy stood up and said with a smile after seeing Su Shang. Su Shang turned his head and glanced at the fat man. Hello.
Brother, you are also a special admissions student, right?
The fat man first nodded to Song Zhanyue next to Su Shang, then sat next to Su Shang and asked with a smile. Su Shang nodded, and the fat man's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, I finally met someone of the same kind.
Ha, my name is Ing Lu, Happy Lu.
Ingla stretched out his big, white hand and spoke in a friendly manner. Su Shang also extended his hand. Su Shang. Su Shang. Ingletting stood up from his seat, but when he realized that he had made too much noise, he quickly sat down again. He immediately looked at Su Shang with admiration. Are you Su Shang, who ranked first in the special training camp? Right. Su Shang was very surprised that he became so famous. Inglu excitedly said admiringly, Brother, you are my brother. I didn't expect you to come to Demon University. My martial arts talent is Lucky Saint Body. What is your martial arts talent? I heard you're incredibly talented, incredibly talented. Are you in the top 10 on the talent list? After hearing what Inglu said, Su Shang was actually very surprised. Curiously, Lucky Body, can it increase your luck? Yes, yes, yes. Inglu nodded repeatedly. Su Shang looked at the little fat boy deeply and thought to himself, what a great talent. Ahem, what's your talent, brother? Inglu felt a little creepy when Su Shang stared at him, and Su Shang did not hide it, the holy body of the territory. What? As soon as Su Shang finished speaking, Inglu stood up from his seat again with an incredible look in his eyes. He first realized that he was moving too much and quickly sat down, then asked in a low voice, the legendary cosmic talent? What? Su Shang looked confused and said, I haven't heard of it. Inglu was even more surprised, don't you know that your talent is cosmic level? After a pause, Inglu suddenly realized, oh yes, only a very few people know about this. Above the top talent is the cosmic talent. Your talent is amazing, it's even surpassed the talent list. Inglu became more and more excited as he spoke, with a cosmic talent, you won't have to worry about not reaching the king level. You will definitely be a 7th realm master in the future. The 8th realm will not be a problem for you. Su Shang's mind was slightly moved, universe level talent, is it related to the universe? Yes, the starry sky myriad races. After Inglu finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth without saying a word. Su Shang's eyes widened. The myriad races in the starry sky. Brother, keep talking. I'll keep it a secret for you. Su Shang whispered. Chapter 127, Senior Students Fighting Freshmen? Not happening. Although they had not had much contact, Su Shang knew that this little fat boy was probably from a prominent family and knew many secrets. He was definitely not a child from an ordinary family. Inglu dragged the chair and sat towards Su Shang again. Then he lowered his voice and said, Brother, with your talent, you will know it sooner or later. If I tell you in advance, can you owe me a favor? Can. Su Shang said seriously, of course, you can't make any excessive demands in the future. Of course not. It must be something you can do. Inglu said quickly, and when Su Shang nodded, he continued, I heard it from my ancestor. He told me when he was chatting with my 4th generation ancestor. Ancestor, the 4th generation ancestor. Su Shang's eyes widened, then what generation is your father from? Su Shang was a little shocked. What kind of big family must be the one that can be called the ancestor's family? Could it be that this fat man's family has been passed down from ancient times to the present day? I don't know either. It's been many generations. After Inglu finished speaking, he suddenly felt that he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. His small eyes, squeezed by fat, looked at Su Shang helplessly. Don't worry, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Su Shang promised. Inglu was much more cautious this time. Blue Star is only a part of the universe. There are many powerful alien races, and there are more than 8 realms in martial arts. Su Shang was shocked, as expected. Just as I thought, the martial arts in this world are not limited to Blue Star. The universe is full of stars and countless races exist. What a wonderful and magnificent world. What about those alien races? Also, what's above the Emperor? Are there any powerful people in the 9th realm on Blue Planet? Su Shang raised 3 questions. Inglu closed his mouth and refused to say a word. Brother, that's all I can say. If you say any more, my grandfather will break my legs. All right. Su Shang knew that Inglu would not continue talking, but this information was enough. At least Su Shang can infer a lot of things based on this information. As time went by, there were more and more new students on the playground. The 30 chairs in the front row reserved for special admissions students were almost full. Guess who I am? At this moment, a pair of white and tender little hands with a fragrant breeze suddenly covered Su Shang's eyes from behind. Su Shang, I don't know him. In the back, Long Qianli, who was wearing a yellow dress, froze in her tracks. I'm Long Qianli.
Su Sheng turned around and pretended to have lost his memory. Long Qianli? Who is that? You. Long Qianli was immediately furious. You did this on purpose. Ha, hurry up and sit down. Why are you so late? Su Sheng smiled.
Long Qianli took off her sunglasses, with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Because my home is just across the street, I got up late this morning, hee hee.
Su Sheng was slightly startled, and remembered the large old-style house across from the Demon University. Is that your home?
Yes. Long Qianli moved the chair to sit next to Su Sheng and said, Su Sheng, Dad asked you to come home for dinner tonight. Well, I appreciate Uncle Long's kindness, but it seems like freshmen can't leave the campus at will after school starts, right? Su Sheng said, and then suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, did you just say?
Dad?
Su Sheng looked at Long Qianli, and Long Qianli stared at Su Sheng with her beautiful eyes. Yes, isn't it just a matter of time?
Ahem, don't talk nonsense.
Su Sheng discovered that after one summer vacation, Long Qianli began to become more shameless. Long Qianli rolled her eyes when she heard that. Anyway, you just don't want to pay attention to me. You ignored me when I sent you messages these past few months.
Su Sheng coughed lightly and said, I basically don't look at my phone during my training. During these few months of summer vacation, Long Qianli sent me many messages.
The content of the information is not very nutritious, such as what you ate today, where you went to play, and the hardships you suffered in cultivation. Su Sheng didn't have the habit of replying to messages in a timely manner, let alone these trivial messages, which he was even more lazy to reply to.
Anyway, I'm a freshman at the Demon University just like you. And as a special admissions student, I even chose the villa next to yours. It will be hard for you to ignore me in the future.
There was a smug look on Long Qianli's pretty face.
Su Sheng remained silent. Now that he was in Longha's territory, he couldn't escape.
But for some reason, Su Sheng just felt average about Long Qianli. Simply put, he wasn't attracted to her. Unlike that woman Song Jianyue, who likes her no matter how she looks at her. On the side, Ing Li's eyes spun around, and he leaned over to Su Sheng and whispered, Brother, is this your second girlfriend?
No.
Su Sheng said seriously.
Ing Li chuckled, that's nothing, my ancestor has 3,000 beauties in his harem.
Su Sheng's mouth twitched.
3,000 beauties in the harem? Could your ancestor be the emperor? Students, please be quiet. The freshman orientation is officially beginning.
At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from above the playground. The next moment, everyone saw that the leaders of the Demon University had appeared in the guest seats at some point.
Su Sheng took a look and didn't see Lin Kaixian.
He guessed that he was probably busy with other things. The person who presided over this freshman meeting was an executive vice president named Du Chen. Du Chen's hair was gray and he looked very old, but Su Sheng, who had read Du Chen's information, knew that this vice president, who was over 100 years old, was ranked 19th on the list of the top 100 major sects in Dragon Country and was very powerful. Du Chen looked around the room and said, Classmates, first of all, welcome to the new students of Demon University. Because Principal Lin is busy with other matters, I will be hosting the freshman convention this year. Although Du Chen's voice was not loud, the amazing thing was that his words were clearly heard by everyone.
Du Chen first introduced the glorious history of Magic University, and then informed him of many matters concerning the school.
After spending more than 20 minutes explaining this, Du Chen smiled faintly and said, Moda is a school with a long history but also a vibrant youthful atmosphere, so the next stage will be handed over to you young people. After Du Chen finished speaking, he and several other school leaders slowly left. The huge playground suddenly became quiet.
Is that orientation meeting about to start?
I heard that after every freshman meeting, senior students from the Demon University would compete with the freshmen.
What kind of sparring match? That's a one-sided beating, old students beating new students. Are there any particularly outstanding freshmen in our class?
I, Su Kuan, am in the middle stage of the golden body.
I wonder if that's considered particularly impressive. Roll.
Just as the freshmen were discussing, a row of green plants in front of the playground suddenly moved to both sides as if they came alive. The next moment, a passage that could only accommodate one person came into view.
Da. Da. Da.
At the end of the passage, the sound of uniform alloy boots stepping on the concrete floor tiles came from far away. Su Sheng's eyes were deep.
Old students fighting new students? That's not happening. Chapter 128. I love to bully the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
The sound of alloy boots stepping on the ground was clearly heard by everyone.
In the huge playground, there was an invisible suffocating pressure.
I heard that during the orientation session, senior students were allowed to beat up and injure students.
Yeah, my cousin was the top scorer in the provincial exam last year, but he got beaten up at the orientation meeting and had to lie down for over a week. That's terrible. Can you please not participate? How terrifying can a welcome ceremony be? I, Kaishu Kuan, would be the first to disagree. Brother Kuan, the old students who showed up at the orientation meeting are all ruthless members of the Demon University Student Union. They're very scary. It's over, I feel like I'm going to pee my pants.
Many freshmen had expressions of fear on their faces. Only a very small number of people who think they are strong are still standing there and holding on. Those who are relatively calm are the special recruits among the new students.
Brother, you should be able to protect me a little bit, right? Fatty Ing Lee's throat rolled.
Although he was already in the middle stage of the golden body, his own talent did not add any bonus to his combat power. Facing those old students who were always using magical powers, he couldn't even withstand a single move. At this moment, a low voice came from the passage.
Are there any particularly outstanding freshmen this year?
In the passage, a bald young man wearing a white vest and jeans said lazily with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, a young man with a flat head and earrings chuckled. No matter how powerful he is still a freshman. At best, he has reached the great perfection of the golden body. The weakest among the 10 of us is only at the early stage of the spiritual illusion. The young man with the flat head said, Lu Pine, don't make any moves later.
Let us have some fun. Brother Ho said that if you don't beat up 200 freshmen, don't come back.
Hearing the word Brother Ho, the bald young man's expression became serious. Brother Ho gave me the task of beating the special recruits.
I don't care about the others. The special recruits are mine. No problem.
The young man with the flat head chewed his gum while saying to the people behind him, Shenli, Shirui, don't go easy on the freshmen later. Last year, you two were too soft-hearted and got beaten up by Sister Hong.
Don't embarrass the old freshmen this year.
Behind the crew-cut young man, Shenli, a junior with slightly curly hair, nodded heavily. Not this time.
Rue, you have to work hard. If you complete this task, you can join the student union.
After hearing what Shenli said, Shirui couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But I was a freshman last year, but this year I have to play against this class of freshmen. Is that really okay?
Idiot.
The bald young man, Lu Peng, growled. Only by making them realize that there are always people better than you can they truly shed their so-called genius mentality.
If you don't beat them, someone else will beat them. Chirue, if you don't beat up the freshmen, you'll be beaten up later. Think about it. Chirue couldn't help but look sad when she heard this. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Let's just deal with the girls. Girls fighting with girls, how sweet it is. Shenli said with a smile. As a junior who has experienced this once, Shenli has no resistance to it. The next moment, the passage came to an end. In the huge playground, the densely packed freshmen all looked alert. The old man is here. Why are there only 10 people? We have over 1,500 people. Are you stupid? The weakest of these 10 people is probably a third-level spirit. That bald guy might even be a general. General. How do we fight this?
After sensing the powerful aura of Lu Peng and his 10 companions, the freshmen all subconsciously retreated. Lu Peng looked around the room, his lips curled up slightly. My fellow students, I won't waste any time talking nonsense. The welcome ceremony is very long and boring. If anyone wants to end it early, just stand up and walk out of the aisle next to me. As long as you have the courage, you can end it early. Well, have I made myself clear enough? After Lu Peng finished speaking, he looked at everyone again. After hearing Lu Peng's words, some people were moved. I guess it's not that simple, is it? Yeah, let's go over there. These old students will definitely take action. Yes, and he will definitely beat us up in front of everyone. Damn it, are we just going to sit there and watch? What are you afraid of? We're all just one head and two eyes. Brothers, follow me, Kaishu Kuan. Brother Kuan, if you are strong, we will charge with you. Ahem, I'm not very talented, I'm just a late-stage warrior. Fuck, a warrior in the late stage is not worthy of showing up, get out. Hey, why are you like this? Don't hit me in the face.
I make a living by my looks. Compared to the anxiety, tension, and noise of ordinary freshmen, the special admission students are much calmer. Do we have anyone here who ranked among the top 3 in the National College Entrance Examination?
A young man wearing a sun hat looked around the room and asked. A burly man said in a deep voice, I'm number 7. Their essay first for this. Ingla stood next to Su Shang, and was overshadowed by Su Shang's powerful aura, making Ingla seem even more invisible.
After hearing what Ingla said, not only the special admissions students looked over, but even old students like Lu Peng also looked at Su Shang. Are you the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination?
Lu Peng was immediately delighted to see the prey, and his ferocious face was filled with excitement.
Su Shang.
Su Shang took a step forward, his expression extremely calm. To the other freshmen, these 10 seniors were like God sent from heaven and were invincible.
However, in Su Shang's opinion, these 10 people cannot even be called opponents. It's you.
At this moment, Shenli and Chi Rui behind Lu Peng exclaimed at the same time. The 2 women instantly recalled the embarrassing scene when they went to the toilet on a foreign battlefield more than a month ago.
He's actually a freshman at the Demon University.
The surprise in Shenli's eyes reached its peak, and then she thought that Su Shang seemed to be flying in the air that day, a speed that only a 4th-level general could have.
No, we didn't remember it wrong, did we? Chi Rui opened her mouth wide. How could a freshman be a 4th-level warrior? While the 2 were shocked, Lu Peng laughed out loud. Boy, I love to bully the top scorer the most. So, do you want to end the welcome meeting quickly? After Lu Peng finished speaking, everyone's attention immediately focused on Su Shang. There are many new students, some are curious and some are expectant.
Su Shang smiled slightly. Of course I thought about it. After all, this kind of childish thing is really too naive.
Puff.
After Su Shang finished speaking, the crew-haired young man who had been couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that every top scorer in the college entrance examination is so arrogant.
It's a pity that you will cry in the next second. As long as you dare, then please. Lu Peng grinned. This new student was very interesting.
At this moment, an old student behind him suddenly whispered, Brother Peng, I have something to report.
Lu Peng didn't care. We can talk about it later if there's anything. I'll just have some fun first.
After Lu Peng finished speaking, Su Shang ignored everyone and walked towards the entrance. And just as the 2 of them passed by each other, a playful look flashed in Lu Peng's eyes.
The next moment, Lu Peng's left leg kicked towards Su Shang's left leg like an arrow. Chapter 129 Shocking. The Student Union Minister takes action. Hey.
Hua Bin smiled at the stunned Chi Rui and Shenli and said, this freshman is in trouble.
But.
Shenli looked at the powerful sense of oppression emanating from Su Shang's every move and said, he is very strong. Before he finished speaking, Lu Peng's whip kick had already kicked towards Su Shang.
Just when everyone thought that this arrogant freshman would be kicked away, a scene that no one expected appeared. Bang!
Lu Peng's powerful kick was easily caught by Su Shang's left hand. Su Shang turned his head, his left hand grasping Lu Peng's ankle like an iron clamp, his expression still calm.
Lu Peng's face suddenly changed, and he cried out in a lost voice, What? That's impossible.
Hua Bin and other senior students' expressions changed drastically, and they were all indescribably shocked as if they had seen a ghost.
Lu Peng, he is a real 4th-level warrior. His kick can easily smash a heavy tank. Senior, you are too weak.
Su Shang shook his head, then grabbed Lu Peng's ankle and threw him out like trash.
Lu Peng's heart was trembling, and he felt as if he was facing President Li.
The next moment, Lu Peng flew out uncontrollably.
Bang!
100 meters away, Lu Peng's body fell to the ground like a stone. Then, under Su Shang's terrifying power, he slid for more than 20 meters before stopping.
A human-shaped scratch appeared on the neat lawn. The whole audience fell into deathly silence in an instant. And at the same time, Demon University, Xuanwu Building. In the hall. 4 twos with 2 kings, ha!
A thin young man with blonde hair suddenly threw out a pair of trump cards and laughed wildly, Give me money. At the card table, the other 3 people all looked depressed.
A dark-skinned girl with a ponytail said gloomily, Monkey is so lucky today. Little monkey, you're not cheating, are you? Take off your pants and let me check them.
Across from Hojin, a sturdy young man with long hair was about to take action.
Get out of here, get out of here. If you can't afford to lose, stop playing and practice more. Hojin waved his hands repeatedly, pay money. Monkey, did you win $2 today?
Opposite the girl with the ponytail, a pale, frail young man said with a half smile, "I'll treat you later." As he said that, he took out 10 cents and threw it to Hojin. Hojin happily took the dime and said, "Brother Ring, didn't you treat us last time when you won $4? I'm a senior, I don't need to treat." The frail young man smiled and looked at the girl with the ponytail. "Right, Joyu." Yes, you're a senior, you're awesome." Joyu, the girl with the ponytail, nodded repeatedly. "Keep going, I don't believe your luck will always be good." And just at this moment, Brother Ho, that. An old man carrying a knife walked over quickly. "Sun Shin, if you have something to say it quickly. Can't you see we are playing cards?" The sturdy, long-haired young man said arrogantly. When Sun Shin saw that the 4 student union presidents were all there, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by an invisible sense of oppression. He even hesitated when speaking. Four ministers are here." "Yes, that's right. Before Sun Shin finished speaking, Joyu, a girl with a ponytail, reached out and grabbed Sun Shin's neck. "Can you speak properly? If not, I will teach you." Yes, I can do it." Sun Shin was so scared that his face turned pale and he nodded frantically. Joyu then let go of Sun Shin, who quickly said, "Something happened on the playground." Joyu stared at Sun Shin with a bad look. Sun Shin knew he had missed the point and quickly said, "Brother Pang and Lu Pang were beaten by the freshmen." "Who?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hojin, who was shuffling the cards, turned around instantly. The strong young man Zhang Kuang and the weak young man Xiaoing looked at Sun Shin at the same time. Being stared at by 4 ministers at the same time, Sun Shin suddenly felt the pressure increase sharply. But he still mustered up the courage to say, "That new guy is amazing." He didn't even use his spiritual energy and defeated Brother Pang with just one move. It was thrown over 100 meters away, and Brother Pang fainted immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Kuang, Xiaoing and the other 3 all changed their expressions slightly. Hojin even put down the cards in his hand and asked, "Although Lu Peng's combat power is average among the old students, he is also a genuine 4th-level warrior. How could he not even survive a single move?" Yes. Sun Shin nodded quickly. The frail young man Xiaoing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled faintly. "What's this person's name?" "Call Su Shang." Sun Shin said, "Yes, his name is Su Shang. He bumped into me before, and I felt." Su Shang. Before Sun Shin could finish his words, Xiaoing suddenly stood up, his sharp eyes gleaming with brilliance. "Su Shang? Is that the Su Shang who participated in the special training camp?" Sun Shin was stunned. "I don't know either. I only know his name is Su Shang. Who else could it be other than Su Shang? There can't be 2 people in the world named Su Shang who are both so powerful." Hojin grinned, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Brothers, Su Shang is not an ordinary person. He even beat up that ruthless man Gong Shuesheng in the Qingdu secret realm. Looks like we have to take action." Zhou Yu, with her tan skin, smiled and said, "The nearly 100-year tradition of senior students beating freshmen at Demon University cannot be broken." After Zhou Yu finished speaking, everyone fell silent for a moment. Over the years, only 2 people besides Su Shang have been able to defeat a general-level veteran with one move. The first one is the current president of Demon University, Lin Kaixian. The second one is the current president of the Demon University Student Union, the leader of the younger generation of Dragon Country, and the god of war Li Fengxian, who is as famous as Wu Jinghong and Lei Zhangong. However, both Lin Kaixian and Li Fengxian were severely punished by the student union ministers who came later. Therefore, since the Magic University held its welcome meeting, there has not been a single freshman who has not been beaten by the seniors. How about this, monkey? I'll give you this opportunity and I'll support you. After Zhou Yu finished speaking, Xiaoing, the most cautious of the 4 and also the student union's military advisor, waved his hand and said, "Sun Shin, what realm is Su Shang at now?" "No, I don't know." Sun Shin shook his head in confusion. Su Shang defeated Lu Peng with one move without even using his spiritual energy, so his strength was completely invisible. The burly Zhang Quan grinned. He was able to defeat Gong Shuesheng in the Qingdu secret realm, which shows that he has the fighting power of a 4th-level general. 3 months have passed, and this kid has at least the combat power of a mid-level 4th-level general. After Zhang Quan finished speaking, Zhou Yu curled her lips and said, "It's not so easy to improve to a 4th-level warrior. How can he reach mid-level combat power in 3 months? After all, he's a peerless genius who's been praised numerous times by Principal Lin. We can't judge him by common sense." Xiaoying slowly stood up and said, "So, let me support you and see if Su Sheng is qualified to participate in Fengxian's plan."
Since you're going, I'll go too.
As a fighting maniac of the Student Union of Magic City University and the minister of the Student Union's martial arts department, Zhang Kuang immediately became interested. Hojin chuckled. This Su Sheng was able to mobilize 4 of our ministers at the same time, breaking a record that had stood for nearly 50 years. Even though he was defeated, he still achieved honor.
Chapter 130 Secrets of the Ancient Dynasties. On the playground. Brother Pang, wake up quickly. Huabin kept shaking Lu Pang.
Finally, Lu Pang woke up slowly. Looking at the freshman screaming and howling after being beaten on the playground, Lu Pang rubbed the back of his aching head and asked, "Where's Su Sheng?"
He went back a long time ago.
Huabin said, "After you lost, we didn't dare to stop him."
Damn it! Brother Ho and the others are going to beat me up when I get back. Lu Pang suddenly felt overwhelmed. And just at this moment, where's Su Shengren?
Although Hojin is thin and not tall, his aura is extremely strong. Going to that station gave people the feeling of a ferocious beast, and even veterans like Lu Pang felt oppressed when they saw it. Huabin quickly said, "Brother Ho, Su Sheng went back a long time ago."
Going back? You didn't stop him? Hojin's eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous.
Huabin shrank his neck in fear. Brother Ho, we are no match for him.
Waste, such waste.
Hojin was immediately furious. In the past 2 years, you guys have completely disgraced the Magic University. Su Sheng has gone back, and the orientation meeting is over.
What should we do now?
Zhou Yu clasped her hands together and frowned slightly.
Let us go find Su Sheng again. He is bullying the weak.
But if they don't go find him, their lives will be difficult in the future. Zhang Kuang grinned and said, "Huabin, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go and invite Su Sheng to the student union and tell them that Zhang Kuang, the head of the martial arts department, wants to see you.
If he doesn't dare to come, it means he's not giving me face. I can just give him a good beating. What if he comes?" Huabin asked. Zhang Kuang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He's coming? That's even simpler, he can't get away.
Also, tell him that coming to the student union will be beneficial. Xiaoying pushed up his glasses and looked at the freshmen being beaten up by the seniors on the playground.
Su Sheng, this guy, won't do anything without profit. Okay, I'll go now.
Huabin turned and ran. The next moment, he was grabbed back by an arm that stretched out several meters.
Xiaoying looked at Huabin calmly. Did they let you go?
Huabin's face changed slightly, and he said in panic, "Brother Ing, I was wrong. Tell Su Sheng that by coming to the student union, you can gain entry to the 100 Beasts secret realm within the foreign battlefield."
Xiaoying looked at the extremely nervous Huabin and said, "Did you remember?" Remember.
Huabin nodded repeatedly. Xiaoying let go of Huabin and said no more.
Let's go to Xuanwu Tower and wait for this kid. Xiaoying said. Inside the villa. Brother, your accommodation is really nice.
Yinglu sat on the soft and comfortable sofa and said, "It's much more comfortable than mine."
Oh? They're all special recruits, so why are they treated differently? Su Sheng really didn't know about this.
Yinglu curled his lips. The Demon King is very stingy, even the sofa is given special treatment.
Come, have a drink.
Su Sheng handed Yinglu a glass of iced energy drink and said, "Yinglu, it was hard to talk to me before because there were so many people around.
Can you tell me now?"
After Su Sheng knocked Lu Peng unconscious with one move, he took Song Zhanyuan away. In order to get more information from Yinglu, Su Sheng also brought Yinglu out.
Yinglu gulped down the drink. Then he said, "Brother, if you hadn't brought me out, I wouldn't know what would have happened to me."
Although his lucky holy body is very powerful, it is of no use against a group of old students. After all, the gap in strength is there, and the lucky holy body is not a cheat after all.
Whatever you want to know, I promise to tell you everything I know.
Yinglu patted his chest and assured. After that, he suddenly said with some embarrassment, "Ahem, but there are some things that I really can't say."
Tell me about the Starry Sky tribes. Su Sheng asked the question that he was most interested in. Yinglu thought for a moment and said, "I think I can explain this a little bit. Aren't you curious about where those ancient masters went?" Su Sheng's eyes lit up. This kid is really good. He doesn't talk nonsense and only talks about practical matters.
Yinglu asked himself and answered, "Hey, those great men who have been famous throughout the ages wouldn't die so easily. After all, only a handful of such brilliant and talented people have emerged in tens of thousands of years of history.
They are up there. Yinglu pointed to the sky and whispered. Su Sheng's expression became serious. What do you mean? Brother, I can't say that.
Yinglu apologized. If you talk too much, they can hear you.
Can you hear me? Right.
Yinglu whispered. Anyway, if Blue Star didn't have them, it would have been destroyed several times already.
But they are not invincible. After listening to Yingli's words, Su Sheng roughly guessed something.
I didn't continue to ask on this topic. You are not also.
Me? I'm not. Yingli shook his head repeatedly. I'm just an ordinary fat guy. So what about the ancestor or the fourth generation ancestor you mentioned? Su Sheng asked curiously. Yingli coughed lightly. Well, it's not completely ordinary. Actually, Ouch.
Yinglu was about to say something when he suddenly felt difficulty breathing. He couldn't help but wave his hands quickly to indicate that this topic could not be discussed. Su Sheng's pupils shrank slightly.
What kind of trick is this? Besides, why can't we say it? After a while, Yinglu finally recovered. He gasped for breath and said with lingering fear, damn it, these guys are hiding things every day. I don't know why. Could your ancestor be the first emperor? Su Sheng asked in a low voice.
Yingli's expression froze, and then he shook his head again. No, if I were so awesome, why would I go to school?
But, it does matter.
After Yingli finished speaking, he immediately looked around vigilantly.
When he didn't notice anything wrong with himself, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Then, Yingli carefully stretched out 2 fingers.
Su Sheng's eyes lit up. Second generation? This is what Yinglu meant, right? Second generation? Su Sheng asked in a low voice. Yinglu didn't say anything, as if he agreed.
Su Sheng immediately gasped.
If even a figure like Qin Ershi could survive until now, then Xiangyu, Guanyu, and the others might still be alive too. And what are they doing in the universe? Obviously defending against a powerful alien race. This world is truly wonderful.
Just as Su Sheng was about to continue asking questions about martial arts talent, there was a loud knock on the door of the villa.
Brother, don't open the door.
Just as Su Sheng was about to open the door, Yingli seemed to have thought of something and shook his head.
They should be from the Demon University Student Union.
Yingli whispered, you defeated the senior students with 1 move at the welcome ceremony.
They won't just watch. They will definitely teach you a lesson to continue the tradition of Demon University.
Su Sheng chuckled, I know, it must be them. But I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me, unless the backbone of the student union comes to block my door. But I don't think they would do such a stupid thing. After Su Sheng finished speaking, he opened the door.